Every time Bai Ningbing brought up divorce, she had only one demand: all the assets would go to her, and she only wanted our daughter. She was convinced that I couldn't bear to part with her and our child, that I simply couldn't live without them. On my birthday, I witnessed Bai Ningbing dining at a restaurant with our daughter and her so-called white moonlight. Our daughter was happily eating the dessert Chu Shang had given her, giggling and saying, "I wish Uncle Chu were my dad." Meanwhile, Bai Ningbing wore a tender smile, serving them food while her gaze remained fixed on the man across the table. I felt utterly exhausted, both physically and emotionally. Without disturbing them, I quietly turned and left. Back at home, I prepared divorce papers. 7 years of marriage had culminated in her betrayal. It was time for me to wake up completely. I placed the divorce papers in an envelope and asked our nanny, Auntie Lin, to deliver them to Bai Ningbing. Then, dragging my suitcase behind me, I headed to the airport. It was past 9 in the evening when Bai Ningbing returned. Xian dawdled as she held the woman's hand, stepping out of the car with great reluctance. Because I was home, she didn't even want to come back in the evening, muttering, "Mom, we're going out on the boat tomorrow. What if Dad insists on coming with us?" "He won't," Bai Ningbing replied with absolute certainty. After so many years of marriage, she knew full well that as long as she stood firm, I would never dare to upset her. Hearing her mother's words, Xian finally relaxed, her earlier gloom vanishing as she skipped happily into the house. In the living room, Aunt Lin remembered my instructions and handed the envelope to Bai Ningbing. "Madam, this is from the master. He said he had urgent matters to attend to and returned to the country at noon." Bai Ningbing's hand holding the envelope suddenly paused. "He actually left?" She didn't understand at all why I had suddenly come over, nor did she care in the slightest. Learning of my departure didn't stir the slightest ripple in her heart. Xian, however, was a bit surprised. She had originally thought that if Dad didn't go out to play with them tomorrow, having him accompany her tonight wouldn't be bad either. Moreover, the gift for Uncle Chu wasn't finished yet, and she had wanted Dad's help to complete it together. Bai Ningbing didn't say anything more and took her daughter straight upstairs. Back in the room, just as she was about to open the letter I had given her, Chu Shang's call suddenly came through. After answering the phone, she casually tossed the envelope aside and turned to leave the room. The next day, Aunt Lin came up to clean the room and saw the familiar envelope on the floor. Thinking Bai Ningbing had already read it, she casually threw it into the trash bin. On the other side, after getting off the plane and arriving home, I went straight upstairs to pack my luggage. I only took a few sets of clothes and some professional books. After marriage, Bai Ningbing gave me a monthly allowance, and over the years, my heart was entirely devoted to my wife and daughter, spending most of the money on them. However, for more than a year now, my daughter had mostly been living abroad with Bai Ningbing, leaving me with fewer opportunities to buy things for them. Now, there was still over 50 million left in the card money that rightfully belonged to me. Without hesitation, I transferred it all out, then dragged my luggage away resolutely. I had previously bought an apartment near the company, which was regularly cleaned. After a quick tidy up, it was ready for me to move in. Around 10 p.m., after washing up, I returned to my room to rest. Suddenly, a piercing alarm sound rang out. I jolted awake from my sleep, my mind blank for a moment. When I came to my senses, I realized it was 1 a.m. back home, while Bai Ningbing and my daughter were in a place where it was just past 7 a.m., their usual breakfast time. In the past, I would always call my daughter at this hour. At first, when she had just moved abroad and was still adjusting, she would chatter endlessly with me, but as time passed, she became increasingly indifferent toward me. Truthfully, there had been no need to keep this alarm set for a long time. I just couldn't bring myself to turn it off. Thinking of this, I smiled bitterly, deleted the alarm, turned off my phone, and went to sleep. On the other side, Bai Ningbing noticed I hadn't called today but didn't think much of it. After finishing breakfast, she went upstairs to change. Xian had already grown tired of my nagging and was increasingly reluctant to talk to me on the phone. Seeing that I hadn't called today, she figured I must have been delayed by something. Her eyes lit up with an idea, and she grabbed her school bag and dashed out the door. Aunt Lin quickly followed after her. "Miss, it's still early. There's plenty of time to leave later." Xian paid no attention, happily running toward the car. She didn't want her dad calling and lecturing her endlessly again. I woke up in the morning and went to the Bai Corporation where I worked. I had joined this company for Bai Ningbing's sake, but now that I was determined to get a divorce, there was naturally no reason to stay. Gu Mang was one of Bai Ningbing's personal secretaries. When she saw my resignation letter, she was utterly shocked. Very few people in the company knew about my relationship with Bai Ningbing. Back when I first joined, she had worried that I would turn the secretarial department into chaos, but my performance far exceeded her expectations. My work abilities were outstanding, and within a few years, I became the team leader of the secretarial department. She had always noticed the deep affection I held for Bai Ningbing, To be honest, Gu Mang never expected me to resign. She guessed that something might have gone wrong between Bai Ningbing and me, perhaps Bai Ningbing had asked me to resign. Although Gu Mang felt it was a pity, she still adhered to the principle of handling matters professionally. I'll accept your resignation letter and arrange for someone to take over your work as soon as possible. I nodded and turned back to my workstation. After being busy for a while, Gu Mang reported her work to Bai Ningbing online. When the report was almost finished, she was about to mention my resignation but suddenly remembered that Bai Ningbing had previously said that all my affairs in the company should be handled according to the regular procedures, without the need to report to her specifically. Seeing Gu Mang remain silent for a long time, Bai Ningbing couldn't help but frown. Is there anything else? Only then did Gu Mang snap out of it and quickly said there was nothing else. She thought Bai Ningbing had demanded my resignation, but since Bai Ningbing didn't bring it up herself, it must be handled as usual, following the company's regulations. After work in the evening, I went to the market to buy some groceries and then returned home. After dinner, I went online to check the news about the tech exhibition. After reading, I made a call. Reserve a ticket for next month's tech exhibition for me. The voice on the other end of the phone was somewhat cold. Are you sure you want to reserve it? The last 2 times you also asked to hold tickets, but you didn't show up either time. So many people would kill for these tickets, and you just wasted them. If you stand me up again this time, don't ever ask me for tickets again. With that, the line went silent, and the call was disconnected, but I knew this meant he had agreed. What I didn't say out loud was that I planned to return to the company. As a former partner, I chose to step back from company affairs when it was just starting out to focus on marriage and raising a family. Now, having been away from the industry for so long, I worried I wouldn't be able to keep up with everyone's pace upon returning. So, I wanted to first get a sense of the current state of the industry before making concrete plans. For the next few days, Rongji went to work properly when he was at work, and was busy with his own things when he was off work. She hadn't taken the initiative to contact her daughter or Feng Tingshen. Of course, they didn't contact her. She was not surprised by this, because contacting them had become a unilateral arrangement for her most of the way back. They're just being passive. Country A. Feng Jingxin had now gotten into the habit of calling Lin Wu every morning when she woke up. On this day, she woke up and as usual, the first thing she did was to call Lin Wu over. But before he could talk to Lin Wu for long, he cried Wu Wu. Because Lin Wu informed her of the bad news. Auntie Wu Wu was going back home. Feng Jingxin was heartbroken, and after talking to Lin Wu, she immediately called Feng Tingshen over. Dad, do you know about this? Over at the office, Feng Tingshen flipped through the documents. Got it. When did you know? It's been a while. Dad, you bad. Feng Jingxin sadly hugged the little pink pig muppet and cried non-stop. Why don't you tell me? I can't let go of Auntie Wu Wu. Auntie Wu Wu is not here. I don't want to go to school over here. I want to go back to my country. Wu Wu. Feng Tingshen's tone was light. It's already being dealt with. Feng Jingxin didn't understand. What do you mean? We go back home next week. Chapter 4, Preparing for Divorce. Feng Jingxin jumped up from the bed. Really? Aha. Then why didn't Auntie Wu Wu tell me just now? Things are just clearing up. Haven't told her yet. Feng Jingxin was excited. Then Dad, don't tell Auntie Wu Wu about this first. When we return home, let's give her a surprise, okay? Good. Daddy, you're the best. I love you. After hanging up the phone, Feng Jingxin was still very happy, singing and dancing on the bed. After a while, she suddenly remembered Rongji. She had been in a very good mood for the past few days because her mom hadn't called her. In fact, in order not to talk to her mom on the phone, the other day she not only left the house early on purpose, but when she came home from school she purposely put her cell phone far away or turned it off. After 2 days had passed, she was worried that her mom would be angry if she found out, so she didn't do it again. But to her surprise, her mom never called her over the next few days. At first, she thought her mom knew about her purposely missing her calls. But on second thought, she thought that based on past experience, if her mom knew she had done something wrong, she would have been the first to tell her to make it right, not get angry and not call her. After all, she was the most important in her mom's heart, and she loved her the most, and she couldn't believe that her mom was really willing to not call her because she was mad at her. Thinking of this, Feng Jingxin suddenly missed Rongju a little. This was the first time she had thought about Rongju in so many days. She couldn't help but call Rongji over. But the phone just dialed out. She suddenly thought, although she will be able to see Auntie Wu Wu soon after she returns to China, but according to her mother's nature, her mother will surely try every possible means to stop her and prevent her from seeing Auntie Wu Wu. She could no longer see Auntie Wu Wu whenever she wanted, as she did over here. Thinking about this, Feng Jingxin's mood suddenly changed for the worse. It's early morning on the domestic side. Rongju was already asleep. She was woken up by Feng Jingxin's incoming call. When he woke up and saw Feng Jingxin's incoming call, he was just about to pick it up when Feng Jingxin angrily pinched the phone. Although Rong Ru had written in the divorce agreement to Feng Tingshen that she had given up custody of Feng Jingxian was her daughter in the end. For her, she has some responsibility in that. Seeing Feng Jingxin call her over and suddenly hang up the phone, she worried that something might have happened and was busy dialing back to return the call. Feng Jingxin saw it and twisted her little face to the side, refusing to pick it up. Rongji became even more worried and immediately dialed the landline of the villa over there. Auntie Lu quickly picked up the phone, and after hearing Rongji's words, she busily said, "Miss should be fine, she went to bed late last night and got up late today, and just now when I went upstairs she was still not awake. I'll go upstairs and take a look, I'll call you back later." Hearing Aunt Lu's words, Rongji was relieved. "Okay, please." When Aunt Lu went upstairs, Feng Jingxian was already in the bathroom washing up. After Aunt Lu explained the situation, she gargled and lied while looking down, "I accidentally pressed it." Aunt Lu didn't suspect a thing, and seeing that she was brushing her teeth, she went downstairs to reply to Young's resignation. Feng Jingxin watched and hummed, her mood was finally better. Rongji was also relieved to hear Aunt Lu's words. Only, suddenly awakened, she didn't sleep again for a long time, and when she got up for work the next day, she wasn't in the best of spirits. The envelope containing the divorce agreement that Rongru gave to Feng Tingshan had never thought about it since that day when he answered Lin Wu's phone call. On the day of his return, Feng Tingshan put the last document into his briefcase, and after making sure he hadn't missed anything, he turned around and went downstairs. "It's ready. Let's go." The Stretch Lincoln quickly left the villa and headed for the airport. Feng Tingshan didn't know about their return to China, Rongji. No one told her. It had been half a month since she had moved out of the villa. During this half month she grew accustomed to, and enjoyed, the quiet and leisurely life of living alone. It's the weekend and she got up a little late. After getting up and washing up, she pulled back the curtains and saw that the sun was shining just right outside the window. She stretched out, watered the plants she had raised and was about to make herself a simple breakfast when the doorbell rang. It's Mrs. Fong, the neighbor who lives across the street from her. "Ms. Young, I didn't disturb you, did I?" Rongji said in a warm voice. "No, I'm already awake." "No is good." Mrs. Fong enthusiastically said, "This is our family's freshly baked buns and dumplings from this morning, sent over for you to try." "Thank you, this. You are too kind." Should, if not the other day you saved my sweet, don't know by that crazy dog bite into what kind of it. These days have been wanting to thank you properly, but our couple is busy with work, and has not been able to find the time to come, strange embarrassed. "It's just a show of hands, you're too polite Mrs. Fong." After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Mrs. Fong left. Rongji went back to the house to eat breakfast while looking at the algorithmic mechanism of an AI she had recently researched. In the afternoon, a news item related to the U of T's centennial celebration popped up from a cell phone. Rongji gave a start and looked at the date before remembering that today was indeed T-Da's birthday. She looked online and found several online trending searches about hashtag U of T centennial celebration. The reason why the heat of this University of Tea celebration is so high, in addition to the fact that University of Tea is the top one university in China, and every move attracts a lot of attention, but also because this is the first centennial celebration of University of Tea. Therefore, there are especially many honorary alumni invited back to their alma mater to participate in the celebration this time. These honored alumni are highly regarded big shots in a variety of industries. Rongju looked at it for several moments. The hand holding the cell phone shook at the sight of several familiar faces appearing in the shot. The old school days came to mind one by one. The heart, suddenly, was in turmoil. If she hadn't entered into marriage right out of undergraduate school, perhaps she could have been in one of the honorary alumni slots invited back to campus for the ceremony today? Rongju closed his computer and after a moment's hesitation, he drove to the University of Tea. By this time, it was mid-afternoon. Many of the big names invited back to the school for the ceremony have already left. But there is still a lot of traffic on campus. Rongru walked aimlessly around the campus alone, and when she reached the familiar laboratory building downstairs, a familiar voice called out to her. "Rhetoric?" 20 minutes later, in a tea house outside the University of Tea. Yumohan poured a cup of tea for Rongji. "How have you been lately?" Rongru hugged his teacup, lowered his eyes and smiled lightly. "It's quite good, it's ready for a divorce." Yumohan didn't expect to hear such an answer and paused. "I'm sorry." "It's okay. So what's next for you? Do you want to come back to the company?" "It's meant to be, it's just..." Yumashuan didn't know what her concerns were, but told her very seriously, "Xiaozhu, the company needs you, and you have a part in the company, so I want you to come back and preside over the big picture." I. Looking at Yumohan's serious appearance, Rongru had a hard time saying anything. It's not that she doesn't want to. Rather, the field of her AI is moving too fast now. She had been out of the industry for 6 years, and even if she went back now, she was only afraid that she wouldn't be able to keep up with the times, let alone lead the industry at the forefront like she did back then. Chapter 5, Mrs. Bennett's on a business trip. It was true that Yumohan and Rongji rarely saw each other over the years. But with just a few faces, Yumohan could also tell that the current her was a far cry from the spiritedness of that year. Thinking of Rongji back then, he never dreamed that the term inferiority complex would actually appear on Rongji one day. Rongru and Feng Tingshan's married life Uemosun didn't know much. But more or less, I know something about it. He had a guess in his heart, but didn't say it explicitly. He just said to her very seriously, "It's okay to fall behind for a while, your ability and talent are not comparable to ordinary geniuses, Xiaoru, as long as you still have the heart to walk this path, it's not too late to start over now. Don't you forget that you are one of the most satisfied students in your teacher's teaching career." Rongru listened and laughed. If the teacher heard this, he would only scoff and say that he was forced to pick the tallest among the short. Thinking of the former elegant and venomous teacher, Rongru's smile faded a bit. "I just saw in the news that the teacher also came back for the celebration. Is his old man okay?" "It's fine, it's just that he's getting very bored with our group of students who are always embarrassing him by showing up 3 times a day." Rongji laughed out, and in his heart, he couldn't help but miss the days when he was held down underneath his benefactor every day to write his thesis. "Yumohan, come back, Xiaozhu." Rongji's hand holding the teacup tightened, and after taking a deep breath, he nodded. "Good. She has been studying artificial intelligence since she was a child. She truly loves this field. She had already thrown away her ideals for 6 or 7 years because of her love for Feng Tingshan. She's been gone for 6 or 7 years, and it might take quite a while to catch up. But she believed it was not too late if she tried." Yumohan asked again, "About when will you be back?" "I'm afraid it's going to be a while before we can wait for someone to hand over the job now." "It's okay, there's no rush. What's the harm in waiting a little longer when she can come back?" The two of them chatted for a while longer. Yumohan looked at the time and said, "The people below introduced me to an algorithmic genius. It is said that the other party just returned to China the other day. We made an appointment to meet for a while, and since it just so happens to be the case, why don't you go with me to meet the other party?" Rongru shook his head. "I don't know much about the people under you either, next time." "It's okay." As soon as Yumohan left, Rongji saw Feng Tinglin, Feng Tingshan's sister, walking towards her. Rongju saw her on the news as well. But she didn't expect to run into her here so coincidentally. She greeted, "Sister Tinglin." Feng Tinglin didn't answer and looked at her with a frown. "Why are you here?" "It's the U of T's anniversary today, so I came back to visit." If Rongru didn't say anything, Feng Tinglin had forgotten that she was also a graduate of T University. But in addition to current students and faculty, those returning to campus today are essentially honorary alumni who have been invited by the university. What's the point of her coming here as a nobody? Forget it. As long as she didn't talk nonsense outside and disgrace their Feng family, she didn't bother talking about her. Thinking of this, Feng Tinglin bluntly stated the purpose of his visit. "Xiaoming said he wants to eat your cooking. I'll have someone send him over to you and Tingshan later." Xiaoming was Feng Tinglin's son, a year or 2 older than Feng Jingxin. Feng Tinglin husband and wife are not in harmony. Feng Tinglin some years ago, busy at work seldom controlled the child, their children in the past 2 years more and more rebellious. She now wants to control but it has been difficult to control. Learning that her son liked the dishes she cooked, Feng Tinglin sent people to her and Feng Tingshan when she was free in the past 2 years. No one in the Feng family except the old lady didn't take her seriously. Half-grown kids are most likely to follow suit. Although Feng Tinglin's son likes her cooking, he despises her as his aunt, and he almost treats her like a nanny. Previously, because of Feng Tingshan, Rongru was devoted to Feng Tinglin's child and didn't take the child's disrespect seriously. But now that she and Feng Tingshan were both ready to divorce, she didn't want to settle for Feng Tingshan anymore. Therefore, Rongji directly rebuffed, "I'm sorry Sister Tinglin, I'm not available tomorrow. Since she's returning to the professional world, she'll spend all her time in the future on business." Whether it was Feng Tingshan or Feng Tinglin, she had nothing to do with them after the divorce. She wouldn't waste her time for them anymore. Feng Tinglin didn't expect Rongji to actually reject her. After all, in the past, Rongji hadn't put down her body to please their Feng family for Feng Tingshan. However, Feng Tinglin didn't think much of it. Rongji had never refused her before, and now that Rongji said something was wrong, she felt that Rongji must have something, otherwise how could Rongji possibly let go of the opportunity to please her? But she still wasn't very happy. "Tingshan and Xin aren't with you right now, what other important things can you have?" As Rongji listened, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly in the bottom of his heart. She had abandoned her ego over the years, and the focus of her life had fallen on Feng Tingshan and her daughter, always revolving around them. It really wasn't unfair to get such a comment from Feng Tinglin now. But she won't be like that in the future. Thinking of this, Rongji was about to speak, when, coincidentally, there were a few people walking towards them. "Miss Feng." They had obviously come over to see Feng Tinglin. Seeing Rongji, he asked after taking a look around, "Miss Feng, who is this?" Feng Tinglin didn't open her mouth to say that Rongru was her sister-in-law, and only said in a cold tone, "A friend." Oh, friends. Both they and Feng Tinglin had come back to T University to participate in the festivities, and their status was not low. Seeing Feng Tinglin run into an acquaintance, he thought it was some kind of extraordinary character. Now seeing Feng Tinglin's attitude towards Rongji, except for someone who saw that Rongji was pretty and couldn't help but look at her more than her snow white and slender legs, the others didn't give her another look. They flanked Feng Tinglin and quickly walked away. Fong Tinglin refused to recognize her identity as her sister-in-law. In the past, Rongji might have been sad and heartbroken. But now Rongru didn't care anymore. After Fong Tinglin left, she also picked up her bag and turned to leave. At around 10 o'clock that night, the airplane Fong Tingshin and Fong Jingxian took arrived at the airport on time. It was close to midnight when they arrived home. Fong Jingxin fell asleep before he even got home. Fong Tingshin carried Fong Jingxian upstairs, and when he passed the master bedroom, he found the door open, but it was dark inside. Carrying Fong Jingxin back to her room and returning to the master bedroom, Fong Tingshin turned on the room's dim light, his eyes glancing toward the bed, which was empty. Young Ru was not there. At that moment, the butler happened to help him carry his luggage upstairs, and Fong Tingshin loosened the tie around his neck and asked, "Where is she?" The housekeeper was busy saying, "Mistress has gone on a business trip. Half a month ago, he happened to be absent when Rongru packed up and left the house." Listening to the other servants in the villa, they said that Rongji went out with his luggage, so he should have gone on a business trip. Strange to say, in the past, Rongru seldom traveled on business, and even if he went on business trips, he usually only went for 2 or 3 days. It's been half a month this time and it's still not back. Fong Tingshin gave a him and didn't ask any more questions. Chapter 6, Who gave you permission to come here? Day 2. When Fong Tingshin arrived at the company, he bumped into Rongji. Rongji didn't know that Fong Tingshin and Fong Jingxian had already returned to China. Coldly and suddenly running into Fong Tingshin in the company, Rongyu's footsteps suddenly lurched. Seeing Rongji, Fong Tingshin also had a few moments of surprise in the bottom of his eyes, but he only thought that Rongji just happened to be back from a business trip and didn't think much about it. He was expressionless, treating her like a stranger as he coldly crossed over to her and turned into the office. If it was before, Rongji would have been pleasantly surprised to learn that he had suddenly returned to China. In this situation, even if she couldn't jump into his arms, she would look at him with excited and happy eyes full of him, and even if he was cold, she would smile and take the initiative to say good morning to him. But now, Rongru took one look at his handsome face and lowered her eyes, her face no longer having the excitement and joy she used to have. But Fong Tingshin didn't notice any of this and had left first. Looking at the man's calm and upright back, Rongji didn't know when he came back, but since he had returned to China, the divorce should soon be on the agenda, right? Since she had made up her mind to get a divorce, Rongji didn't think too much about Fong Tingshin, and when she returned to her workstation, she then went into work. Half an hour later, Jiang Zhe called and instructed her, make 2 cups of coffee and send them to Mr. Feng's office. When she first learned that Fong Tingshin liked coffee in order to make him like her, she spent a lot of effort on research. Kung Fu. After drinking the coffee she brewed, Fong Tingshin always designated to drink the coffee she brewed, no matter if he was at home or at work. At that time, when she learned that Fong Tingshin really fell in love with the coffee she brewed, she was excited for a long time, thinking that this was the first step to success. In fact, she had underestimated Fong Tingshin's dislike and defensiveness towards her. He was right to like the coffee she made, but also just liked the coffee she made. To her, his attitude remained cold and detached. So, when he wanted to drink the coffee she brewed, he usually instructed Kangchul to contact her, and after she brewed the coffee, it was Kangchul who they came over to pick it up. He didn't give half a damn about letting her get close to him. Only occasionally did she get the chance to deliver the coffee to Kangchul's office herself when they weren't available. And this time, listening to Jiang Zhe on the phone, he should have asked her to send it directly to Fong Tingshin after soaking it. After Rongru brewed the coffee, she put it on a tray and sent it over to Fong Tingshin. Fong Tingshin's office door was open. When she walked to Fong Tingshin's office door, she was about to politely knock on the door when she saw Lin Wu sitting on Fong Tingshin's lap. The two of them seemed to be kissing. Rongru's footsteps lurched, and his face suddenly brushed white. Seeing her, Lin Wu panicked and got off Fong Tingshin's lap. Fong Tingshin's face was very ugly as he said in a cold voice, "Who allowed you to come over?" Rongji clutched the tray in his hand. "I came over to bring you chai." "All right, Secretary Rong." Fong Tingshin's other personal secretary, Chan Yuan, happened to arrive. He was aware of the relationship between Rongji and Fong Tingshin. He said, "You're actually kind of pointless that way." Chan Yuan didn't say it directly, but Rongji suddenly understood what he meant. He felt that she knew that Lin Wu had come to the company, and in order to disrupt Fong Tingshin and Lin Wu both getting along, she appeared here in the name of delivering coffee. Looking at Fong Tingshin's expression, he seemed to be thinking the same thing. If it had been before, she might have actually done it. But now that she was divorcing him, how could she still do such a thing? But they didn't give her any chance to explain. Chang Yuan said in a cold voice, "Please leave immediately." Rongji's eyes reddened, the hand holding the tray shook slightly, the coffee in the cup swirled out and scalded her fingers. Rongji ate the pain but turned away without grunting. But just after taking 2 steps, Fong Tingshin's voice came out from the office again, "If there's a next time, you don't have to come to the company in the future. She has resigned." Even if this hadn't happened, she would have left the company as soon as she found a replacement for her job. But she knew that about her, no one here cared. There's no point in saying it. Rongji was silent and turned to leave with the tray. Before she left, she also heard Lin Wu gently placating Feng Tingshan. Alright Tingshan, I don't think she should have done it on purpose, so don't stay angry. Rongji poured out the coffee, put her hot red fingers under the faucet to rinse them off, and then skillfully rummaged through the ointment in her bag to put the medicine on herself. Don't think she's a good cook now, and she makes good coffee. In fact, before she married Feng Tingshan, she could neither do housework nor cook, and she had never drank coffee. But after marriage, for Feng Tingshan, for the sake of the child, she learned it all. It took a lot of time to learn this, and it took her a lot of time to go from a miserable start to perfection. The bitterness of it is clear only to her. As for the wound medicine in the bag, how can a mother who brings up her children herself not have some wound medicine on her as a matter of habit? It's just that since Feng Jingxin went to country A with Feng Tingshan, these injury medicines she kept on hand were rarely used. Luckily it hasn't expired yet. After treating the wound, Rongji suppressed the pain that came up like pins and needles at his heart and went back to his workstation to continue working. She had just finished arranging the papers in her hand when suddenly she heard someone say, "I heard that Mr. Feng's girlfriend came to the company." Girlfriend? Mr. Feng has a girlfriend? Who is it? What is it? Is she pretty? I'm not sure what the origin is, but I heard from the receptionist downstairs that the other party is also from a luxurious family, super pretty and super nice. Those two co-workers were chatting, seeing Rongqi get up, remembering that they still have to go downstairs with Rongqi to the meeting. They busily closed their mouths and smiled sarcastically as they walked over. Work first, gossip later. Rongji knew that when they said Mr. Feng's girlfriend, they were actually referring to Lin Wu. But she listened, with little expression on her face, and turned to leave the office, entering the elevator with her two colleagues. After exiting the elevator, several of them were about to walk towards the conference room when they saw Lin Wu walking head-on towards them along with four of the company's top executives. The four executives clustered around Lin Wu, their expressions careful, fawning and pleasing. I only heard Lin Wu laugh. It's really hard to have a few managers accompany me on a tour of the company. Lin Wu is dressed in a famous brand, and between her hands and feet, the temperament of the luxury family is obvious. She spoke politely, but seemed to be when she was already the boss's wife of the company, polite and with a little bit of detachment, just as if the several managers as their subordinates. A few managers smiled apologetically. With your relationship with Mr. Feng, what we did was just part of the job. Miss Lin is polite. Yeah. As they spoke, when they saw Rongji and the others walk out from the elevator, even though they had already automatically stood on both sides and would not block their way, the several managers' brows immediately frowned when they saw them. How do you walk? What if you bump into Ms. Lin? There are no rules at all. Chapter 7, Returning Home Together. The two co-workers beside Rongji peeked at Lin Wu while they were busy taking 2 steps back and sticking to the wall. Lin Wu also saw Rongji. But then he coldly averted his eyes, obviously not putting her in his eyes, and then he entered the elevator surrounded by several managers. After the elevator doors closed, Rongji's two colleagues were busy breathing a sigh of relief, followed by excited gossip. I think that's Mr. Feng's girlfriend, right? Damn, she's so pretty. She's wearing a lot of designer labels, it should be very expensive, right? Worthy of being from a wealthy family, she is confident and calm. Her temperament is really different from us ordinary people. That's right. As the two of them spoke, they asked Rongji softly, Rongji, what do you think? Rongru lowered her eyes and said faintly, yes. Lin Wu is actually her father's illegitimate daughter. It's probably not quite right to say illegitimate daughter. After all, when she was 8 years old, her father insisted on divorcing her mother and marrying Lin Wu's mother in order to keep Lin Wu and her mother from being wronged. After her parents divorced, she followed her mentally disturbed mother to live with her grandmother's uncle. Over the years, while my uncle's business has deteriorated, the Lin family's business has flourished. I heard that in order to make up for the wrongs Lin Wu suffered during her childhood, her father gave her the best of everything and spent countless amounts of money to nurture her. And Lin Wu, living up to the hype, is also very good, I hear. So Lin Wu, who was an illegitimate daughter, is now a legitimate daughter of a powerful family. After more than 10 years of being a $1,000 girl, this is not the case. Now Lin Wu has the temperament of a luxurious $1,000 girl in her body, which is even more adequate than when she was a real $1,000 girl. She had thought that after her childhood, she and Lin Wu would never cross paths again. The heavens seemed to favor Lin Wu in particular. She and Feng Tingshan were considered childhood sweethearts, but no matter how hard she tried, Feng Tingshan could never see her in his eyes. But the first time he saw Lin Wu, he completely fell in love with her. Rongji, are you okay? Seeing that Rongji's face was a bit pale, the two co-workers were a bit worried. Rongji looked back, I'm fine. She and Feng Tingshan would soon be divorced, and who Feng Tingshan loved would have nothing to do with her in the future. On that day, Rongji didn't pay any more attention to what happened between Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu. She worked overtime until almost 9 o'clock, and when she was almost done with her work, her cell phone rang, and it was her best friend, Chu Xilan. Rongji picks it up, only to be told that Chu Xilan is drunk and told to go over to the hotel to pick her up and take her home. Rongji hurriedly took care of the documents on hand, took the car keys and left the company. 20 minutes later, Rongji arrived at his destination. Getting out of the car, she was about to head towards the door when a little girl stepped out of the parking lot on the other side. Looking at the little girl's clear-sight face, Rongji's footsteps stalled. Xin? Shouldn't she be attending school in country A? How could she have followed Feng Tingxin back to China? With her status position, although she was unable to access some of the company's confidential documents, she also knew that Feng Tingxin's pioneering work in country A would take some time before it could be completely completed. She thought Feng Tingxin was only returning to China for a short time this time to take care of things. She didn't expect her daughter to follow her back. She didn't know exactly when they returned home, but judging by the fact that she had seen Feng Tingxin this morning, by now they had been back for a day anyways. But her daughter never called her from the beginning to the end to inform her about their return. Thinking of this, Rongji pinched the bag in her hand, and looking at the small figure jumping happily in front of her, Rongji quietly followed. As they walked to the corner of the lobby, Lin Wu and a few of Feng Tingxin's friends appeared at the end of the corridor. Rongji first sidestepped and dodged, then heard her daughter happily call out Auntie Woohoo, and quickly ran towards the front and jumped into Lin Wu's arms. Rongji took a seat on a side couch with his back to them, using the greenery and the backrest of the chair to block his body. Xin, you're back in the country too? Because Auntie Woohoo you went back to China, Dad, and I couldn't bear to see you go, so Dad finished his work early and brought me back to China. And we purposely went back to China the day before your birthday, so that we wouldn't miss your birthday. This is a necklace that Daddy and I made for you with our own hands, Auntie Woohoo, happy birthday. Wow, did Xin and Dad make this by hand? It took a lot of effort to make this. Xin, you're amazing, Auntie loves it, thank you Xin. It's good that you like it, Auntie Woohoo. Feng Tingxin hugged Lin Wu and pampered her. A week without seeing you, Auntie Woohoo, I miss you so much. Oh, if not for the fact that I can call you every day, I simply can't stay down in a country these days. I miss Heart too. At that moment, a footstep came from the side. Young said with a lurch. It's Feng Tingxin. Even if Rongru hadn't seen anyone, just listening to the footsteps basically confirmed it. And she was sure of it because she had waited for him basically every day for the last 6 or 7 years of her marriage. Feng Tingxin's footsteps were as unhurried and calm as he was as a person. Even when dealing with the Feng family members who were close to him, he was calm and collected, and also seemed to be careless, as if the sky was falling, he would not change his face. She had thought that no one and nothing in the world could mess with his mind. But this time Lin Wu appeared. Suddenly there's an exception to the rule. Thinking of the past, Rongji hadn't had time to think about it in detail, and immediately afterward, she heard her daughter call out Daddy. Feng Tingxin's friends also greeted him. Feng Tingxin answered, then said to Lin Wu, happy birthday. Lin Wu smiled, aha. Daddy, didn't you also prepare other birthday gifts for Auntie Woohoo? Hurry up and give it to Auntie Woohoo. There was a sudden silence over there, then one of Feng Tingxin's friends snorted out a laugh and lowered his head to pinch Feng Jingxian's cheeks. That's your father's private gift for your Auntie Woohoo. I guess it'll be given to your Auntie Woohoo privately, let's not get involved, huh? The others laughed ambiguously. At this time, Feng Tingxin said, it's already been delivered. Ha? When? Feng Jingxian said and added, Dad, you sneaked off to see Auntie Woohoo again without me, humph. Feng Tingxin's friends laughed. Rongji, however, remembered that Lin Wu had gone to the Feng group this morning. Guess it was a gift from that time. Lin Wu gave an embarrassed smile and spoke, let's not stand here, hurry up and go upstairs. The footsteps were fading away. Rongji, however, had a blank mind. His heart ached densely, and it was a long time before he came back to his senses and entered the elevator in silence, going upstairs to help his best friend downstairs. The box where Chu Xilan and Lin Wu and the others gathered was actually on the same floor. When Rongru helped Chu Xilan into the elevator, Feng Tingxin's best friend Qi Yuluan's footsteps lurched. Chapter 8. No need. The man next to him asked, what's wrong? I think I saw a familiar face. They and Feng Tingxin had grown up together since they were young, and they all knew that Rongji liked Feng Tingxin. To be honest, Rongji is very pretty, but peaceful and quiet, beauty is beauty, there are no characteristics, not Feng Tingxin's favorite type. Feng Tingxin was respectful of the other party, and they didn't think much of Rongji. They didn't see Rong Rai very often, and when they did, they didn't bother to greet her. Honestly, Rongji's appearance was a bit of a blur in his case, and he wasn't sure if he'd misread it. However, even if it was really Rongji, he didn't feel at ease. Without further ado, he turned and went back to the box. Rongru didn't notice Qi Yuluan. After leaving the hotel, she sent the person back to Chu Xilan's place and stayed at Chu Xilan's to take care of her that night as well. Chu Xilan woke up, saw Rongji was there and hugged her gratefully. It was hard work last night, I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Rongji had already made breakfast and patted her on the head. Get up and wash up, breakfast is going to get cold. Chu Xilan hugged her, her little face buried in her waist and couldn't leave. Xiaoru, you smell so soft, it's so comfortable to hold you. Young. After Chu Xilan washed up, she saw the fragrant breakfast prepared by Rongji on the table, and was so happy that she also truly felt that whoever could marry Rongji who picked up the treasure. But thinking of Rongji and Feng Tingshan's marriage, and fearing that Rongji would be sad, she didn't say it. She sat down and played with her phone while eating breakfast. But in no time, her face changed and she couldn't help but ask Rongji, Feng Tingshan has returned to China? Rongji, aha. Xu Xilan handed her cell phone to Rongji. Rongru looked at it and found that it was Feng Tingshan's best friend Qi Yuluan's circle of friends. The other person sent several pictures of them partying together last night. The photo caption reads, "Happy birthday to the beautiful birthday girl." Even though it was wishing Lin Wu a happy birthday, 4 or 5 of the 9 frames were double photos of Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu. Especially when it came to cutting the cake, it was Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu both holding the same crystal knife and cutting together. As for her daughter Feng Jingxin, she didn't enter the country from beginning to end, presumably because she was afraid that this would be known by the people in the old Feng family house. After all, old Mrs. Feng and her grandmother were close friends, and because of what happened between her mother and Lin Wu's mother, the old lady had not been treating Lin Wu well. If the old lady knew that Feng Tingshan was letting Feng Jingxian get close to Lin Wu, the old lady would probably be very angry. Just by looking at the photos, people who didn't know would have thought Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu were a real couple. But it was also evident that this birthday banquet was specially prepared by Feng Tingshan for Lin Wu. Thinking of the cold treatment she had suffered on her birthday half a month ago, Rongji averted her eyes. Xu Xilan looked at her worriedly. Xiaoru. It's fine, what happens to them is no longer relevant to me. Rongji returned the phone to her. I filed for divorce with Feng Tingshan. What? Xu Xilan was quite shocked. You initiated the divorce? Aha. Xu Xilan actually didn't hate Feng Tingshan before. On the contrary, she used to adore him, and had even sprung for him. There was nothing else, mainly because Feng Tingshan was just too good. Rongru jumped 3 levels in a row, graduated from the top 1 university in China at less than 18 years old, and soon founded her own tech company, taking out several patents, which was already anticlimactic enough in her opinion. But Feng Tingshan supposedly graduated from college at the age of 13. Feng Tingshan went abroad for further study not long after he graduated from college. It is said that by the time he returned from abroad, he had founded several companies of his own, all of which were listed. But at that time, Feng Tingshan was not yet 20 years old. Feng Tingshan's companies are in the fields of technology, medicine, entertainment, and tourism. In later years, he took over the Feng Group while founding his own company. He'd easily taken Feng to the next level over the past few years. Who in the circle can't give Feng Tingshan a thumbs up when they talk about him? Not to mention Feng Tingshan's appearance was extremely outstanding. Therefore, Xu Xilan didn't find it strange that Rongru, a genius, would fall on Feng Tingshan, a genius. However, Feng Tingshan was indeed ruthless enough towards those he disliked. When she thought that Feng Tingshan had been misunderstanding Rongji and wantonly spoiling a piece of Rongji's true heart all these years, she completely got rid of her charm towards Feng Tingshan. How much Rongru loved Feng Tingshan, Xu Xilan had always seen it in her eyes. It wasn't that she hadn't persuaded Rongji to let her get a divorce over the years. But Rongji had been silently shaking his head. Therefore, she had never really thought that Rongji would actually take the initiative to mention divorce. She couldn't eat her breakfast either, and looked at Rongji in pain. What happened? It would make Rongji, who had been steadfastly in love with Feng Tingshan, take the initiative to divorce, and she knew that something must have happened that she didn't know about. Rongji thought for a moment and said, it's not really that big of a deal, it's probably because he's accumulated enough disappointment and suddenly feels tired, so he wants to get a divorce. Rongji's nature Xu Xilan understood. She knew that once Rongji made a decision, even if she might not be able to completely let go of Feng Tingshan right now, she would not easily change it. She's serious. Xu Xilan went over and hugged Rongji. It's fine, it's good to be away. Rongji, aha. After having breakfast, Rongji left Xu Xilan's place and went to work. Before she moved out, although she and Feng Tingshan went to the same place for work, they both left the house before and after and never worked together. Plus he guarded her so tightly that when they were usually at the office, they sometimes didn't even touch each other once a month. Now that she's moved out, she's bumped into it 2 days in a row. Today's Feng Tingshan was just as handsome and upright and calm as he had been in the past, and just as he had been in the past, the coldness on his face became more pronounced every time he saw her. Just like yesterday, Feng Tingshan just glanced at her and averted his eyes. Rongji lowered her eyes, and just like yesterday, she softly called out Mr. Feng, and only after Feng Tingshan walked away, she stepped into the company. She didn't know if Lin Wu had arrived at the company today, and she didn't care, she focused on her work in silence. By noon, Grandma called her over. Xiaoru, a sheep has been sent over from the X-City side. Now that the weather has turned cold, come back for a meal in the evening. Grandma will have someone make you a whole sheep feast to eat. Hearing the old lady's kind voice, Rongji's heart warmed. Okay, I'll go back after work. Except for the morning, Rongji didn't run into Feng Tingshan again that day. On that day, she packed up her things and was about to leave work on time when Chang Yuan sent her a document to deal with urgently. Young said with a lurch. Saying that it was for her to deal with urgently, Rongru scanned the contents and knew that the document was actually not urgent. If it had been before, she would have taken it with a smile and would have promised to do it as soon as possible. Because she doesn't want to specialize. But today, she didn't want to strive for perfection, especially when it was about Feng Tingshan. And she was tired. Now she just wants to go home early to be with her grandmother and doesn't want to work overtime. In the past, she had always wanted to get along with the several private secretaries around Feng Tingshan. But that's not necessary now. Besides, Zhang Yuan had falsely accused her indiscriminately yesterday, and she didn't have such a big heart to pretend that nothing had happened. She looked at Zhang Yuan and said coldly, "I won't be doing this job right now, I'm getting off work." Chapter 9, She's Not Home. Zhang Yuan coldly lowered his face, feeling that Rongji was making specialization based on his status. "Secretary Rong, please set your work attitude right. Do you think this is your home?" Rongru lifted her bag, her attitude remaining the same. "If you have any grievances, you can dismiss me now." You. He had followed Feng Tingshan to Country A before, but he was aware of the fact that Rongji had already handed in his resignation. Although he is deeply trusted by Feng Tingshan, the company is not his one word. He does not have such a big right to say let Rongji roll, let Rongji roll. What's more, Rongji was very popular with Mrs. Feng. If Rongji went there to complain, even if he was sure that Feng Tingshan would protect him, he wouldn't be able to get a bargain. Rongji ignored him and crossed over to leave. Zhang Yuan turned green with anger and left the secretarial department. Kang Chul looked at his face and asked, "What happened?" Zhang Yuan told him what happened. Kang Chul was very surprised. Usually it was him and Rongji who had more contact. He also had a certain understanding of Rongji's character. He couldn't help but say, "This doesn't seem like something Rongji could do. Is there some kind of misunderstanding involved?" "There's no misunderstanding, the process is just like this. As I see it, Rongru is just specializing on the basis of his status. Where is it as good as you usually say?" Kang Chul paused. "Maybe it's time to quit and start swinging for the fences?" But Rongji is still very active at work these days. It's no different from the past. At this time, Feng Tingshan walked over from not far away. "What happened?" "It's Secretary Young, she left work before she was done. If you feel disgruntled, just go through the process of dismissing her." It was obvious that Feng Tingshan didn't care about this matter at all. Kang Chul and Zhang Yuan froze at his words. It wasn't that they felt Feng Tingshan was too indifferent to Rongji's affairs. Rather, listening to Feng Tingshan's meaning, it seemed that he didn't even know that Rongji had already handed in his resignation. But wasn't it his idea for young Ju to resign? Could they be mistaken? They were about to speak when Feng Tingshan's cell phone rang. It was Lin Wu's call. Feng Tingshan didn't look at them anymore and crossed over them towards the elevator while picking up the phone. "I'm off work now, I'll be there in a while." Kang Chul and Zhang Yuan looked at each other. Kang Chul, maybe Mr. Feng forgot? It is indeed possible. After all, Feng Tingshan had never been interested in Rongji's affairs. The other side. Feng Jingxin and old Mrs. Rong were very close. Previously, as long as Feng Jingxin was at home, when Rongji returned to the Rong family, Rongji would basically bring his daughter back with him. But now, although Feng Jingxin returned to the country, but for so many days, she did not call her once, but instead, she called Lin Wu every day, a few days without seeing Lin Wu to think. In that case, she didn't have to force it. Besides, now that Feng Jingxin and Lin Wu were so close, if the old lady knew about it, she didn't know how angry she would be. Therefore, this time, when she went back to the Rong family, even though Feng Jingxin had returned to China, she didn't go to Feng Tingshin's side to pick her up, but instead went back to the Rong family alone. The road was a bit congested, and by the time Rongji arrived at Rong's house, it was already past 6 o'clock in the afternoon. When old Mrs. Rong saw her, her smile lurched and she touched her face with some heartache. Thin. Rongru's eyelashes flickered slightly as he said, "I've been busy with work lately." The old lady sighed. "Even if you're busy, you have to eat properly." "Got it, Grandma, I'll keep an eye on it." Rongji sat next to the old lady and leaned her face on her shoulder, drawing some warmth from her. When the old lady saw that the mutton stew was almost done, she ordered someone to bring out a bowl of soup for her to warm her up first. Rongji's eyes welled up with tears as she listened to the old lady's concerned words and remembered what had happened during this period of time. She was also afraid that the old lady would be worried if she found out, so she busily stopped her emotions and asked, "Auntie and the others haven't come back yet from their outing?" "Nope, got carried away and said I'd be back a week late." "Where's Uncle? Do you still have to socialize tonight?" "Your uncle heard you were back, put off the socializing and said he'd be back to have dinner with us, so I guess he'll be back in a little while." "Good." As soon as their words left their mouths, Rong Changshang man came back. Seeing Rong Ji, he smiled and said, "Little Ji is back?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he frowned again. "Why have you lost weight? Did you not eat properly?" Rong Ru smiled, "I was too busy before. A while ago I will definitely eat more." Young Chang Shang let out an AI and pinched the meat for her as the maid brought the dinner to the table. Rong Chang Shang said that she had lost weight, but actually Rong Ji could see that he had also emaciated. Although she didn't work for Young's, she knew that Young's was having a hard time right now, and young Chang Shang was busy every day because of the company's affairs, but she couldn't pull it up for the time being. Over the years, there were a few projects that, as long as Feng Tingshan gave a helping hand, Rong's wouldn't even be in the situation it was in today. But except for those 2 times when old Mrs. Feng gave a death order, Feng Tingshan had never helped her. She thought, if it wasn't for old Mrs. Feng, with Feng Tingshin's misunderstanding of her, not only would Feng Tingshin not help her, but he would instead backhandedly destroy Rongji. Thinking of this, Rongji smiled bitterly, and the flavorful mutton in his mouth lost its taste for a moment. Knowing that it was difficult for her, even if she needed it, Rong Changsheng never said that she should go to Feng Tingshin for help. After the meal, while the old lady was napping, Rongji handed Rong Changsheng a card with $70 million in it. Xiaoru, uncle doesn't have to. There's not much use for me to keep it. Rongru pushed the card to him. I can't help with anything else, this is all I can do. She was raised to read, yes, and it's fine for her to do research and development, but she doesn't seem to be suited for business. Fortunately, some years ago, she applied for a few patents on artificial intelligence, and Yumohan, they founded the technology company side. Every year there are dividends. Her year-round total added up, even if she lies, can also be divided into tens of millions of dollars. Young Chang Sheng was ashamed. You have given uncle money many times, but the company is still half dead. It's uncle who is incapable. It's normal to invest more in the company's transformation, don't stress too much, uncle. Speaking of this, she recalled the day she met with Yumohan, and what Yumohan told her when he left. The AI field is developing very fast now. With your development ability back then and my operation ability, if you didn't run off to get married back then, it is estimated that our company has a market capitalization of several $100 billion now, and it won't be a problem for us to become a leading company in this field in China in the future. Fortunately, AI now has a particularly wide space for development. We still have the opportunity now. I hope you can return as soon as possible. If she really still had the ability she had back then, when she returned to the company and made it better, she would be able to provide her uncle with more financial support then. It was already past 10 in the evening when Feng Tingshin arrived home. Feng Jingshin rubbed her eyes. Daddy, you're back? Aha! He said lightly, go to bed if you're sleepy. Got it, good night, Dad. Aha! Feng Jingshin went upstairs to sleep, and Feng Tingshin took the water that the housekeeper poured for him and drank it before going upstairs as well. The bedroom remained dark. There doesn't seem to be anyone. Feng Tingshin gave a beat and turned on the light. Sure enough, no one was there. Chapter 10, Noticing Her Transformation. But he didn't think about it in detail and thought that it was possible that Rongji had gone back to the Rong family. As he went into the bathroom, he suddenly remembered that in the past, when Rongji returned to the Rong family, he would bring Feng Jing Xian along. Today it was a rare day when I didn't bring my daughter. Did she not go back to the Young family? Then again, maybe something happened to the Young family. The words Chung Yuan said when he left the company this afternoon flashed through his mind, and Feng Tingshin affirmed this. He was on his feet, but he wasn't going to care. The next morning, Feng Tingshin ate breakfast while telling Feng Jing Xian, the enrollment procedures are done, report to school tomorrow morning. I know. Feng Jing Xian wrinkled her little nose. Then Daddy, can you send me to school tomorrow? I'm not always available. Okay. Feng Jingshin's eyes rolled, her eyes then lit up and she said happily, then I'll call Auntie Lin Wu in a while and ask Auntie Lin Wu to send me to school. Before Feng Tingshin could say anything, his cell phone rang. Called from the old mansion. When he picked up the phone, it was Mrs. Feng's voice that came from the other side. I hear you're back in the country? Aha! Did Heart come back together? Back. I haven't seen Xinshin for so long, I miss her too. In the evening, you and Xiaozhu together, bring Xinshin back for a meal. Got it. The old lady asked again, where is Xiaoru? Let me talk to her for a moment. She's not. How can you not be here at this hour? I think it's back to the Young family. Should? Where did your wife go that you as a husband don't have the slightest idea? Feng Tingshin didn't say anything. You. The old woman sighed and finally fell silent. Only at this point did Feng Tingshin's tone soften a few points, but he also changed the topic. Have you eaten? Full of gas. Feng Tingshin smiled down. Still eating breakfast in an organized manner. The old lady knew that this grandson he had his own ideas since he was a child. This current state of marriage between him and Rongji was already a big concession for Feng Tingshin. With Feng Tingshin's nature, even if it was for his good, she couldn't push too far. Thinking of this, she sighed, forget it, old lady, I have nothing to say to you, ha. Well, I'll see you tonight. You humph. The old lady was so angry she hung up the phone. Feng Jingshin didn't pay attention to it at first, but after listening to a few sentences later, she was a bit curious and asked, Dad, who is it? Your grandma. Remembering the old lady's words, Feng Tingshin said while calling Rongji, let's go back for dinner tonight. The old lady was very good to Feng Jingshin, and Feng Jingshin also liked the old lady. Hearing this she said happily, good, I haven't seen my grandma for a long time either, I miss her. Feng Tingshin looked at his cell phone and let out a hum. At this time, Rongji was also eating breakfast at Rong's house. Seeing Feng Tingshin's incoming call, Rongji paused. She wasn't surprised or delighted by his call anymore. She hesitated for 2 seconds before picking up the phone. Hello? Grandma asked us to come back for dinner tonight. Rongji. Okay, I know. You'll be back in the evening to pick up the kids there. Rongru didn't want to go back to his side. Besides, even if she went to pick up her daughter in person, her daughter wouldn't necessarily rejoice. Why should she have to work for it? She said, have the driver take her there, I'll drive myself there after work. They left work during rush hour. This really is the least amount of work. But Feng Jingxin's business Rongji always likes to do it himself and enjoys it, never too much trouble. Now hearing Rongji say this, Feng Jingxin was a bit surprised. However, he didn't think much of it after all, it was just a small thing to dwell on. Got it. With that, he hung up. This time, Feng Jingxan knew who the person on Feng Jingxin's side of the phone was. Is it Mom? Aha. So, Mom will go back to Grandma's with us? Aha. Feng Jingxin sniffed and frowned reflexively before he could say anything. Not that she didn't want to see her mom. It's not like I don't want my mom. Speaking of which, not only had she not seen her mom in a long time, but her mom had never contacted her in more than half a month. Now that she was talking about her mom, she actually missed it a little inside. But then it occurred to her that since her mother had been able to go with them to the old mansion in the evening, it meant that she would be back from her business trip today. She had woken up the next morning after returning home to learn that her mother had originally gone on a business trip. She was especially happy to see her mom not at home. She wanted to spend more time with Auntie Woohoo while her mom was gone on a business trip. After all, she wouldn't be able to see Auntie Woohoo as often if her mom came back from a business trip. So, she had been looking forward to her mom coming home later. I didn't think it would be only 2 days before my mom came back. Since her mom is back, she definitely won't agree to let Auntie Woohoo accompany her to school tomorrow. As for Auntie Woohoo's racing competition tomorrow night, Mom would never let her go to it if she knew about it. The thought of it immediately soured her mood. Moreover, just now she had already told Auntie Woohoo to send her to school tomorrow morning, and Auntie Woohoo had already agreed. What can we do about this? Feng Jingxin's entire body wilted. Dad. Feng Jingxin looked over. What is it? Although she could ask her dad to help her tell her mom to let Auntie Woohoo go to school with her tomorrow, but her mom would hear it and would probably fight with her dad by then. It's so annoying. Feng Jingxin lost her appetite for breakfast. However, she could back off about going to school tomorrow and have her mom accompany her. But tomorrow night at Aunt Woohoo's racing competition, she was going to be there no matter what. Thinking of this, she said with Feng Jingxin pouting, that is, you promised to let me go with you to watch Auntie Woohoo's game tomorrow night, but if Mom knows about it, she won't let me go for sure, so I can't let Mom know about it. So if Mom asks about it tomorrow, Dad, you can help me to muddle through, okay? Got it. Only after receiving Feng Jingxin's assurance did Feng Jingxin feel better. After a while, Feng Jingxin ate breakfast and left the door. When Rongji arrived at the company today, she didn't run into Feng Jingxin again. At noon, Mrs. Rong called and asked her to go to Banquet Hall to have lunch with her. Fei Hao is located near the phone group, and it takes only a few minutes for Rongyu to walk there. Rongyu went out of the company, and just around the corner from the entrance of Banquet Hall, he heard someone say, Tingxin, if it wasn't for your help, I wouldn't have been able to get this contract even if I had gone through a lot of trouble, so I really thank you for this time. This familiar voice. Rongju paused at the first moment. Probing slightly, her biological father Lin Lihai's sideways face appeared in front of her eyes. At this time, Feng Tingxin spoke, Uncle is polite. Rongji's hand slowly clenched into a fist. She could hear that Feng Tingxin's tone at this time was a bit milder than usual. Those who could be treated like this by Feng Tingxin were usually people he valued. But she didn't think Feng Tingxin valued Lin Lihai because of her. Feng Tingxin helping Lin Lihai couldn't be because of her either. After all, since Lin Lihai divorced her mother, she and Lin Lihai rarely saw each other again. The only daughter Lin Lihai now recognizes externally is Lin Wu. Between her and Lin Lihai, there had long been no father-daughter bond. As expected, Lin Lihai followed up with, Woohoo is alone over here, her mother and I are not quite at ease, so I'll trouble you to take care of her more in the future. Chapter 11, It's no use trying to make things work. Rongji simply laughed as he listened. Lin Wu and Feng Tingxin met after she and Feng Tingxin got married. Lin Wu knew about her relationship with Feng Tingxin, and she couldn't believe that Lin Lihai didn't know that Feng Tingxin was the husband of his other daughter. He must know. But he was still shamelessly setting up Lin Wu and Feng Tingxin. It can be seen that in Lin Lihai's heart, how completely he disregarded her as his daughter. Feng Tingxin agreed. They exchanged a few more pleasantries, and Rongru watched Feng Tingxin wait for Lin Lihai to get into his car and drive away before getting into his car and leaving. With Feng Tingxin's status and position nowadays, the only people who could make him do this were usually only a few sporadic elders of the Feng family. But Feng Tingxin was clearly in awe of Lin Lihai. Just because he's Lin Wu's father. Thinking of this, she recalled the times Feng Tingxin had met her grandmother and aunt and uncle. He had been rather indifferent and cold. Moreover, in the past, even if she was careful to mention it to him, how he was not willing to do her uncle a favor. But that wasn't the attitude he had towards the people Lin Wu valued. There was a world of difference between how he treated her and how he treated Lin Wu. That's the difference between love and no love, I guess. Not a moment later, Feng Tingxin also left. Only after a long time did Rongji turn around and enter the banquet well. In the afternoon, after Rongru got off work, she went home to pick up the gifts she had previously prepared for the Feng family's old lady and old master before driving to the Feng family's old mansion. The Feng family's old mansion was near the outskirts of the capital city, with beautiful mountains and a quiet environment, very suitable for the elderly to live. The only downside is that it's a bit far from the city. Rongru drove for an hour and a half before arriving at the old mansion. She parked the car and carried the gifts before she even entered the house. She heard her daughter Feng Jingxin's cheerful laughter. Old Mrs. Feng faced the doorway and noticed her at the first moment, and immediately smiled and opened up. Xiaozhu came? Quickly come over and sit here with Grandma. But only old Mrs. Feng was smiling. The smiles on Feng Tingxian's mother, her mother-in-law, and Feng Tinglin's mother and son's faces faded when they saw her. Rongru noticed, but no longer cared as much as before. She smiled as if she hadn't seen it, and after handing the gifts she had brought over to the welcoming housekeeper, she walked over towards the old lady. Grandma. Hey. The old lady was happy and pulled Rongji to sit down, then also frowned. Why have you lost so much weight? Did Tingxian bully you? Rongru lowered his eyes and shook his head. No, it's just that I've been busy lately. That's a half-truth. Feng Tingxian didn't bully her, but her mood did often suffer because of him. On top of that, during this half-month, she basically focused on researching artificial intelligence after work every day, and often stayed up until the early hours of the morning. She's gotten thinner in the meantime, and there's a reason for that. The old lady couldn't speak in time. Feng Tinglin snorted out a laugh first. The way you say this, those who don't know would think that how important your job really is, as if the entire Feng group can't be separated from you. Feng Tingxian's mother, Sang Qian, sat on the side, showing off her elegant noblewoman demeanor. She took a sip of tea and said coldly, if you want to feel tired of working at Feng Group, simply resign. After all, no one is begging you to work at Feng Group. Feng Tinglin laughed. That's not true. I'm just afraid that someone won't be able to give it up. The old lady couldn't see other people talking about Rongji, and was about to speak, but Rongji opened her mouth one step ahead of her. I've already submitted my resignation. Do a good job of handing over the work, and I'll leave Fangs. At these words, both Sang Qian and Feng Tinglin froze. The old lady frowned. Xiao Ru. Mom's here? Feng Jingxin had just taken the elevator to the second floor. Now that she happened to take the elevator down and saw Rongji, Feng Jingxian was quite happy. After all, she really hadn't contacted Rongji for more than half a month. She interrupted old Mrs. Feng and jumped into Rongji's arms. Mom. Rongji gave a beat, gently hugged her but did not say anything. The old lady actually didn't want Rongji to leave Feng Group. However, seeing Feng Jingxin was there, she didn't continue the topic just now, but smiled and said to Rongji, Xiaoji, Grandma hasn't drank the tea you made for a long time, make 2 cups for Grandma? Rongru since childhood with Rong old lady sighed. Young her nature is quiet, heart is also quiet, very sit still, and she also has the talent. These years down, the tea art is good. That's no problem, naturally, it's just that it's almost dinner. Feng Tinglin prefers coffee to tea. She also didn't like watching Rongji show off his tea skills and snatched her words. Yes, dinner will be served later when Tingxian and Tingyi come back. As soon as the words fell, Feng Tingxian returned. After entering, he first greeted the old lady and Sang Qian. When he saw Rongji, he glanced at her and withdrew his eyes, taking a seat on the single-seater sofa away from her. Seeing Feng Tingxian, Feng Jingxian immediately left Rongji's embrace and ran over. Daddy. Aha! Feng Tingxian hugged her, looked around, and was about to speak when Feng Tingyi returned. Feng Tingyi was quite a bit younger than Feng Tinglin and Feng Tingxian, not yet an adult, with a sunny and cheerful nature. He entered the door and made a gentle leap across the armrests of the sofa, and steadily took a seat on the sofa. Seeing so many people there, he laughed. Is everyone here waiting for me? Feng Tinglin patted his head. Yeah, we're all hungry for you. Feng Tingxian has a deep nature and usually doesn't talk much. Feng Tinglin is short-tempered, and Feng Tingyi is the happy one in the family, and is much closer to her parents. As soon as he came back, Sang Qian's slightly cold face obviously had a smile, and the old lady was also happier. Seeing that it was late and everyone was hungry, she ordered people to open the table. There were just 9 of them in all, and they went to dine in the small dining room. The seating order when they were seated was the old lady, Feng Tingxian, Feng Jingxian and Rongji. The old lady smiled and waved at Feng Jingxin. Xinxin, change places with your father, let your father and mom sit together. The old lady always spared no effort to set up Rongji and Feng Tingxian. Everyone else has seen it all before. All of them also felt that the old lady was working for nothing. After all, no matter how much she tried to set it up, after so many years, Feng Tingxian's attitude towards Rongji had not changed half a bit. It was because she knew that it was useless for the old lady to set it up anyhow. Feng Tinglin gave a sarcastic smile. She didn't even bother to get involved this time, so she casually found a seat and sat down. Although Feng Tingxian disliked the old lady's arrangement, as long as it wasn't a big deal, he wouldn't refute the old lady's face. So, he didn't say anything. It also means default. Rongji wasn't as happy about the old lady's matchmaking as she was before. She looked pale, but her smile was gentle when she looked at the old lady and said, It's okay, Grandma, just sit like this. Chapter 12 Is Rongji and don't want to go to your room? The old lady was a little helpless, feeling that Rongru just wasn't strong enough, and was too submissive and indulgent towards Feng Tingshin, missing many opportunities for nothing, which led to them not making much progress after so many years. But Rongji had said so she didn't force herself. It was officially open and the atmosphere was quite nice as everyone chatted and ate. Rongji rarely spoke, quietly eating with his head down. It had also been more than 10 minutes since Feng Tingshin had entered the door, and the two of them, husband and wife, hadn't said a word to each other. There was even no communication the entire time. This is the norm between them as a couple. Everyone was actually used to it and didn't see anything unusual. When Feng Tingshin wanted something to eat, it used to be Rongji who took care of her, and now she had gotten used to asking Feng Tingshin to help her clip it. Only, while she was trying to eat the prawns, she looked at Rongji. Because in the past, when they ate shrimp, Rongji would take the initiative to peel the shells for her and Feng Tingshin. Mom, I want to eat prawns. Rongru was looking for a divorce and didn't want to fight Feng Tingshin for custody of Feng Jingxian. Even so, she, Feng Jingxian, was ultimately her daughter, and she had the obligation and responsibility to treat her well, and to fulfill her needs as much as possible. So, now that Feng Jingxian wanted her to peel the shrimp for her, Rongji answered, good. She put down her chopsticks and started peeling the shrimp. The old lady looked at her hands and suddenly gave a start. Xiaoru, where's your ring? As soon as her words came out, everyone including Feng Tingshin looked at Rongji's hand. After the wedding, even though the married life between her and Feng Tingshin was as cold as ice, Rongji had always worn the wedding ring that old Mrs. Feng had prepared for them. On the contrary, Feng Tingshin hadn't worn it once. The wedding ring that belonged to him, he had thrown it somewhere. Over the years, Rong resigned to wear the ring everywhere he went, unable to take it off. People are used to it. Feng Tinglin hadn't been sarcastic over the years because of this. She wasn't wearing a wedding ring today, which no one noticed at first. After all, people don't stare at her hands specifically when they're fine. So, if I hadn't heard the old lady say it, the others wouldn't have noticed. Rongyu's action of peeling shrimp without trace gave a start, and then said with a calm demeanor, in the morning, I went out in a hurry and left it at home. In fact, the ring had been removed when she first prepared the divorce papers. She put it in an envelope along with the divorce papers. However, she and Feng Tingshin hadn't officially divorced yet, and she knew that the old lady would definitely not agree to their divorce, so if she brought up the fact that she was going to divorce Feng Tingshin now, it was estimated that she and Feng Tingshin wouldn't be able to get divorced for a while. So, Rongji didn't tell the old lady the truth. The old lady listened and smiled, so that's how it is. After that, everyone ate as usual. After the meal, everyone moved to the living room to eat fruit desserts while chatting. The old lady had always wanted to set up Rongji and Feng Tingshin, and let Rongji and Feng Tingshin sit together again. Feng Tingshin still didn't even give Rongji a single glance. Rongru didn't want to sit over there, but it wasn't good to keep refusing the old lady, so she sat down next to Feng Tingshin. It was the first time they'd sat this close together in months. Rongji could clearly smell the familiar faint scent of male perfume on Feng Tingshin's body. But nowadays, her heart was like water. She only took small bites of the fruit pudding in front of her, and didn't try to take the initiative to talk to Feng Tingshin. The old lady, however, was satisfied, looking at her and Feng Tingshin and smiling. What a perfect match. One of them was handsome, the other quiet, gentle, and extremely pretty, and they did look quite good together just by looking at their appearance. But it's only a good match on the outside. If we talk about other conditions, Rongru was not even close. However, seeing that the old lady was so happy, Feng Tinglin and Sang Shen didn't think so, but they didn't spoil the old lady's fun in front of her. That night they stayed at the old mansion for the night as the old lady had wanted. At 8 o'clock or so, Feng Tingshin and the old lady went to the study to talk about official business, and Feng Jingxian pulled Rongji's hand and said she wanted to take a bath and go to bed. Rongji then followed her upstairs to give her a bath. Sitting in the small bathtub, Feng Jingxian looked at Rongru and tentatively asked, Mom, are you busy tomorrow morning? Granted, she could make a concession and have her mom walk her to school tomorrow morning. But in the end, in her heart, she would have preferred that the person who accompanied her was Auntie Woohoo. So it would be nice if mom wasn't available tomorrow morning. Rongru shook his head. Not busy, why? Feng Jingxian sniffed, pursed her small lips in loss, and said, it's nothing. She didn't say, and Rongji didn't ask. After Feng Jingxian finished her bath, Rongji gently blew her hair. Just after blow-drying her hair, Feng Jingxian said she wanted to sleep. Rongji looked at her eyes staring at the phone, knowing that she still wanted to play with the phone, and said, watching for a while is going to bed, you can't watch for too long, okay? Got it. Since her mom was free tomorrow, she would have to talk to Auntie Woohoo about this. Feng Jingxian was afraid that Lin Wu would be sad and lost when she found out, and she had been pondering in her heart how to tell Lin Wu. She was already annoyed in her heart, and hearing Rongji nagging so much, she became even more impatient and pushed her out the door. Mom, go out, I'll shut down and go to bed after 9:30. Feng Jingxian is really self-disciplined in this regard. Rongji listened, told her good night, and left the room. Feng Jingxian immediately closed and unlocked the door. Rongru had only just taken a step, and the sound of Feng Jingxian unlocking the door, she naturally heard it. Rongju didn't think she was defending herself against anyone else. She's the only one she's defending. She'd be guarding against her, presumably because she wanted to discuss something with Lin Wu. And it is true. Feng Jingxin just locked the door, ran back to open the phone, found Lin Wu's WeChat to send a message to Lin Wu, anti-woohoo. There was no way for Rongji to know what they talked about. She didn't think about it in detail, and she didn't bother to. She turned and went back to her room. The old lady liked her and would often call her back for dinner. Over the years, she's kept quite a few everyday items over here. She found a pair of pajamas and went in the bathroom to shower as well. After her shower, she sat down on the side she always slept on, and seeing that it was still early, she picked up the book she had put in her bag earlier and read quietly. She didn't know how long it had been, but she felt a slight pain in her eyes, and when she closed the book and looked at the time, she realized that it was already 11:30. But Feng Tingshan hadn't come back yet. In fact, even if Feng Tingshan felt that she had set him up in the first place during the third year of their marriage, although Feng Tingshan was still not very close to her, the state between the two of them had improved compared to before. But it was not long after that, Lin Wu appeared afterward. He falls in love with Lin Wu and begins to distance himself from her again. He'd barely touched her since then. So, she didn't know if Feng Tingshan hadn't gone back to his room at this late hour because he wasn't going to go back to his room, or if he had something to do. As he thought about this, Rongji unconsciously left the bedroom and went downstairs. At that moment, a voice came from not far away. Everyone has gone to bed, and you're not going back to your room this late? Is Rongji in and you don't want to go back to your room? Chapter 13, Lin Wu does have the capital to attract you. It was Feng Tinglin's voice. Rongju looked toward the source of the sound. It's Feng Tinglin and Feng Tingshan. She was on her feet. Feng Tingshan smoked a cigarette and didn't answer. The distance was far, and Feng Tingshan had his back to the light, so Rongji was unable to see the expression on his face. Feng Tinglin, actually I can understand you. I've seen Lin Wu a few times, and I heard that she's only 25 now, and she's already gotten a doctorate from a world top-tier university, and she seems to be able to handle her family's business well, and she's pretty, and her nature is even more wild and hard to tame. Her excellence and dazzle is indeed something that the vast majority of women don't have, and she really does have the capital to attract you. But her origin is not honorable enough. Tingshan, have you thought it through? You. Feng Tingshan, I know myself what kind of woman I want. But Feng Tinglin frowned. Although she couldn't look at Rongru, she couldn't look at Lin Wu either. She wanted to say something, but when she saw the displeasure under Feng Tingshan's eyes, she didn't bother to say anything. So protective of the calf, half a sentence can't be said. I'm not going to say anything. Rongru listened, clenching his hands, his cheeks brushed raw by the night wind. She smiled bitterly, lost interest in continuing to listen, and turned to leave. Just as she left, Feng Tinglin remembered something. By the way, I heard Rongji say that she submitted her resignation and is ready to leave the company? Feng Tingshan, the afternoon before yesterday, I heard Cheng Yuan say that she did something wrong. Cheng Yuan was quite angry. I told him to follow the company procedures to dismiss her. Feng Tinglin snorted, so it is. Before, when she talked about this matter, that tone seems to be her own resignation. I said it. On her sticky skin, paste like sticking to your nature. How can she shed the initiative to resign? It turns out to be dismissed. Feng Tingshan didn't answer, as if this matter didn't have anything to do with him. When Rongji went up to the second floor and was about to go back to his room, he almost collided with Feng Tingyi, who was about to go downstairs. Both of them were startled. After reacting, Feng Tingyi took the lead to apologize and said with concern, "Sister-in-law, are you alright?" Feng Tingyi was the only person in the Feng family other than the old lady who treated her well. Rongru shook his head and smiled, "I'm fine." When Rongru and Feng Tingshan got married, Feng Tingyi was still young and didn't know many things clearly. After knowing him for so many years, he has always felt that Rongji is beautiful and gentle, and after marriage, he never takes the initiative to quarrel with his brother, and has always been very tolerant of his brother. If that's what his future wife looks like, he's sure to treat her 100 times better. Because of this, even after he grew up and figured out the ins and outs, he still quite liked Rongru. He saw that Rongji didn't seem too happy, so he thought that it had something to do with his brother. He scratched his head and said sincerely, "Sister-in-law, you're so good. My brother, he'll definitely be able to see it in the future, so don't be too upset." Rongji paused, and it wasn't easy to explain to him that they were about to get divorced, and smiled, "Well, thank you, Tingyi. I'm going downstairs to get a drink. It's getting late, so rest early, sister-in-law." Rongji laughed, "Okay, good night." Back in the room, Rongji turned off the room's headlight and turned on the dark lamp on the bed to sleep. She had just laid down for a while when she heard Feng Tingshan's footsteps entering the bedroom. Rongji opened his eyes. Feng Tingshan also looked at her, and the two of them looked at each other. Rongji looked at him. In the old days, she would have taken the initiative to get up and help him hang up the suit he had taken off, then happily find pajamas for him and go in the bathroom to run him a bath. But now, instead of getting out of bed, she slowly closed her eyes. Although Feng Tingshan was not attached to Rongji, he also disdained the thoughtful care she usually gave him. But her attitude towards him now was so different from the past that he naturally sensed her coldness. He was a little surprised. But he also thought she was having a little tantrum and wasn't bothered by her erratic behavior. He didn't even want to know why she was having a little temper tantrum and said coldly, Shinshin's enrollment paperwork is done, so you can send her to school tomorrow morning. Rongji, got it. Feng Tingshan didn't say anything else and turned around to go over to the checkroom to look for clothes to prepare for a shower. That's how he treats her. Rongji looked at his back, remembering their divorce, and kind of wanted to ask when they could go get their divorce papers. But Feng Tingshan did have a lot of things to do, and with his character, if he had gone through the various procedures, he would have taken the initiative to contact her without her urging him to do so. After all, he was the one who wanted a divorce more than her. And because of that, she'd waited quietly for news from him for the past half-month, not rushing him once. At this time, Feng Tingshan's cell phone rang. Rongji saw Feng Tingshan pick up the phone, and the word hello sounded very different from when she talked on the phone. His tone was gentle. Rongji guessed almost immediately that the person on the other side of the phone was Lin Wu. As she was thinking this, and not knowing what was said over there, Feng Tingshan let go of his hand on the closet and said, I'll go over there now. With that, he left the room quickly without looking back. Rongji watched him leave without calling out to him. A moment later, she heard the sound of a car. Feng Tingshan left the old mansion. Rongji closed his eyes and calmly turned off the light to sleep. The next morning, because she had to send Feng Tingshan to school, Rongji woke up at around 6 in the morning. She was the only one in the room. Feng Tingshan hadn't come back after leaving last night. Rongju didn't care anymore. She looked at the time with her face as usual and learned that Feng Tingshan hadn't gotten up yet, so she went over to tell her to get up. The door to Feng Tingshan's room was still locked. Rongji had to reach out and knock on the door. It was a while before Feng Tingshan got up and opened the door. Seeing Rongru, Feng Jingxian pursed up her small lips and said unhappily, Mom, why are you knocking so loudly on the door? It's making my head hurt. She told Auntie Woohoo about it last night, and Auntie Woohoo said though that her mom was her mom, and that it was only right that she should be the one to send her to school. But Auntie Woohoo sounded so lost. She felt especially guilty about that. She had several nightmares during the night. Now that she was also woken up by Rongji, she was in a particularly bad mood. Rongji watched her lose her temper at her and didn't get angry as she calmly said, This place is far away from the school, if you don't get up and come you won't be able to make it to school in time. Because it wasn't Lin Wu sending her to school, Feng Jingxian didn't even want to go to school. She stifled a grunt and didn't say anything. But as capricious as she was, she knew she couldn't be capricious about the whole school thing. She flopped down on the bed and sulked, got it. She didn't move after lying on her back for a while and looked at Rongji, Mom, you help me squeeze the toothpaste. Rongji, aha. After Rongji went in the bathroom, Feng Jingxian picked up her cell phone and sent a message to Lin Wu to say good morning before going in the bathroom and picking up the toothbrush that Rongji had squeezed toothpaste for her to brush her teeth. Rongji heated up a towel with hot water and wrung it out when she had almost finished brushing her teeth, and handed it to her to wipe her face. She pulled open her closet, looked at it, and asked, which one to wear? Feng Jingxian looked and said, Mom, I'll change the clothes myself, you go out first. Rongji pulled up the closet, good. After Rongru left, Feng Jingxian rummaged through the clothes she had specially brought from home yesterday and put them on. It was a super cool camouflage outfit that Auntie Woohoo had picked out for her yesterday. She is going to wear this outfit today to cheer for Auntie Woohoo. Chapter 14, Mom, you're so annoying, don't you know? The thought of the racing competition tonight, the thought of seeing Auntie Woohoo all cool again, made her happy again. After changing her clothes, Feng Jingxian picked up her cell phone and looked at it. Soon, she frowned a little. In the past, when she sent messages to Auntie Woohoo was quick to reply to her. But today she was all washed up and Auntie Woohoo hadn't even replied to her yet. Is Auntie Woohoo angry? Thinking of this, she busily sent a message over to Lin Wu. Auntie Woohoo, what's wrong with you? Are you angry? Auntie Woohoo, you know, I don't want to be sent to school by my mom, you know I prefer you, don't be angry, Auntie Woohoo, okay? For a while, Lin Wu didn't reply to her. After Rongji packed up his things, he came over to find her, Xin. Have you packed up yet? It's time to go downstairs for breakfast. Not receiving Lin Wu's reply, Feng Jingxian was anxious, facing Rongji's urging. She impatiently said, I know, Mom, can you not always keep talking, it's very annoying, do you know? After that, she huffed and puffed, grabbed her book bag, and headed downstairs. Rongji watched and followed her without saying anything. However, she noticed that the clothes Feng Jingxian was wearing looked very familiar. Her clothes had always been prepared for her before, of course, she had been consulted and they were to her liking. But since Feng Jingxian followed Feng Tingshan to Country A, Feng Jingxian's aesthetic changed. I heard it was because she learned rock climbing and skateboarding from Lin Wu. I heard that Lin Wu was not only an excellent reader, she also had many hobbies and was an extremely dazzling and attractive new woman. Skateboarding, rock climbing, paragliding, etc. She plays well. Feng Jingxian super adores her, so even her personal preferences have changed. In response, although Rongru was saddened that Feng Jingxian was so close to Lin Wu before, since this was her preference, she never said anything more. Even when buying her clothes for the past 2 years, they have been based on her current preferences. But these new clothes she bought for Feng Jingxin only looked at them for a few moments, but she hadn't worn any of them. She only wore the clothes Lin Wu picked out for her now. Seeing the clothes Feng Jingxin was currently wearing, Rongji almost immediately guessed what was going on. But she didn't ask. Like he didn't notice, he went downstairs with a natural look. When they came downstairs, Feng Tinglin and the others were not yet up. The old lady is awake instead. Xiao Ru and Xin are up so early? Rongji smiled. Well, good morning grandma. Feng Jingxin was in a bad mood and called out sullenly, good morning, ancestral grandmother. Old lady, is Xin unhappy? What happened? Feng Jingxin didn't say anything. She didn't want to talk. The housekeeper was the one who heard the sound of Rongji knocking on Feng Jingxin's door and laughed. He should be in a bad mood because he was woken up without sleeping. The old lady listened and smiled, then asked again, where's Tingshin? Hasn't he gotten up yet? Rongru's face was as usual as he said, Tingshin had something to go out last night. The old lady sank down at once. She immediately guessed what was going on. But seeing that there were still children around, she couldn't afford to count Feng Tingshin's faults in front of the children, so she didn't say anything. After eating breakfast, while preparing to go out, Feng Jingxin realized that she had missed something and ran upstairs to get it herself. Rongju sat downstairs and waited for her. At this time, Feng Jingxin's cell phone screen rang. Someone sent her a message over. Rongji saw the 6-word note kiss Auntie Woohoo on the message alert. Young said with a lurch. Although Feng Jingxin was still young, ever since she got a cell phone, Rongju would respect her privacy. She never peeked at her cell phone. But after she saw what Lin Wu sent over, she paused and brought her phone over. Then she finally realized why Feng Jingxin frequently lost his temper to her early in the morning. She quickly flipped through their chat records and found that Feng Jingxin would take the initiative to send Lin Wu a message every morning to say good morning to her. They talk every day. And talk for a long time. After hearing a sound coming from the elevator, Rongji acted as if he hadn't seen anything and put his phone back in its place. Feng Jingxin took back the phone, opened the phone to see Lin Wu actually returned her message, but also said that she could not afford to be angry with her, and did not return her message before because she had not yet woken up. After reading Lin Wu's message, she immediately smiled happily. Rongji walked in front of her, and with a slight turn around, he knew what she was happy about. Feng Jingxin was so immersed in joy that she didn't notice Rongji turning back. Getting into the car, Feng Jingxin sat in the back and started messaging and chatting with Lin Wu. Occasionally, she would peek to see if Rongji was paying attention to her side. Seeing that Rongji was just concentrating on driving in front, she was relieved. However, this side was far away from the school, so Feng Jingxin and Lin Wu didn't continue talking after half an hour. By this time, Feng Jingxin's mood had changed for the better, and she began to be in the mood to talk to Rongji. Mom, are you free this afternoon? Rongji didn't turn around. What's wrong? Feng Jingxin didn't say it explicitly, and pampered her. You say it. I've had a lot going on lately, I haven't had time. What's up? Feng Jingxin smiled happily. No. Nothing more. Since her mom wasn't available in the afternoon, she certainly wouldn't make time to come over and pick her up from school in the afternoon on purpose. That means she can go straight to Auntie Woohoo after school without having to worry about her mom finding out. Good lord. When they arrived at the school, Rongru brought Feng Jingxin to talk to Feng Jingxin's homeroom teacher for a while. Upon reaching the class entrance, a nice little milky voice suddenly called out to Rongji, Sister Rong. Rongji froze, only to see a small, pinkish figure violently burst into her arms. Rongji was afraid that the person would fall, so he bent down and hugged the visitor. She quickly recognized the other woman when she looked up. Sugar? The visitor was none other than the neighbor's child whom she had saved the other day from being nearly bitten by a dog. Aha! Sweetie was wearing 2 dainty pigtails, especially pink and cute. Her smile was also sweet. She looked especially well behaved. Rongru subconsciously softened his voice and laughed. Sweetie also goes to school here. Ah! Before Rongji could say anything, the sweet little friend in Rongji's arms was pushed hard by Feng Jingxin. Rongji was busy hugging the child who fell to the ground. Sweets, is everything alright? Sweet shook her head, aggrieved and holding back a pack of tears, looking at Feng Jingxin, not understanding why she pushed her. How can you? You push someone. When Feng Jingxin saw a little kid jumping into Rongji's arms, she didn't react at first, but when she saw that she and Rongji seemed to be very familiar with each other, and when Rongji still hugged her, her face didn't look too good. Looking at the way Sweetie was about to cry if she fell a little, she was full of disdain, delicate and weak, pink and tender, ugly and disgusting. Chapter 15, Sneaking Out to Dinner Without Me Again. Sugar looks sweet and cute, dress up and age appropriate, Husi cannot help but want a hug and kiss. Any way you look at it, it's not even close to ugly and disgusting. She also grew up with compliments. First time anyone's ever said that about her. Sweetie immediately whimpered out in sadness and hugged Rongji even more. Rongji was busy hugging and coaxing. No sweetie, you are not disgusting at all, instead you are pretty and cute, don't you think so yourself sweetie? Sweets heard, the mood is finally better. Before speaking, Feng Jingxin see Rong resign still holding Sweets, and also praise her beautiful and cute, eyes immediately red. You. Me, I don't like you anymore, I don't want you to be a mother, said the man, about to run away. Rongji was busy reaching out to wrap his arms around her. The fact that she exited her mouth was something that Rongji did not expect. She was angry but didn't want to embarrass her by accusing her in public. She hugged her and kissed her. Well, don't get mad yet. Feng Jingxin was very angry, but when she saw Rongji kissing her, her anger subsided by half, and her heart became even more aggrieved, and she suddenly cried out and demanded her in an inch. Then you're not allowed to hug her in the future, and you're not allowed to say that she's cute. Rongji then realized why she was unhappy. So it was jealousy. Turns out it's because even though she doesn't want her as a mom anymore, she's not happy to see someone taking it from her. She found it somewhat amusing. She didn't say yes, but kissed her to calm her down, held both children a little farther away from the crowd. Feng Jingxin took the opportunity to squeeze Sweetie out of Rongji's arms. Sweetness was quite good-tempered, and although she liked Rongji very much, she didn't have such a deep desire for exclusivity towards him. And Feng Jingxian looked fierce, she was a bit afraid of her. Rongyu hugged Feng Jingxian and said in a warm voice, Xian, Mom knows that you are cool now, but everyone's aesthetics are different. You like your cool and handsome self, but there are also people who like their cute and lovable, pink and sweet self. You can't scold people for being disgusting and ugly just because their aesthetics are different from yours. We should respect everyone's aesthetics and preferences. You can understand what Mom is saying, right? Rongru knew that his daughter was actually exceptionally smart. What she said might be incomprehensible to other children, but Feng Jingxin could definitely understand. Feng Jingxin did listen. And she knew she was wrong to say that. But she just couldn't see Rongru hugging other kids and being nice to other kids. She pursed her little lips to keep quiet. Rongji rubbed the ends of her hair, took out a handkerchief and tenderly wiped her tears. It's okay to do something wrong, it's good to be corrected, but in the future, you can't even talk about other people like that, okay? Seeing that Rongji was still so good to her, Feng Jingxian's heart smoothed out a bit and hugged her, leaning into her arms and sniffling and nodding her head. Got it. Rongji smiled and kissed her little face, then turned his head and said to Sweets, she's Auntie's daughter, she already knows she's wrong, are you willing to forgive her? Sweetness was a little afraid of Feng Jingxian, but Rongji was gentle and she liked Rongji, so she obediently nodded her head. Well, I'm willing. Thank you, Sweetness. Rongji smiled and looked at her daughter again. Xian, what should you do? Feng Jingxin looked up from Rongji's arms. I'm sorry. Sugar smiled shyly. No, it's okay. The matter was finally resolved, and Rongji breathed a sigh of relief, taking the two children to the classroom. The homeroom teacher took Sweetie away, and Rongji squatted down to look at his daughter and said gently, okay, it's okay, go into the classroom first, okay? Feng Jingxin wouldn't feel embarrassed because she had just pushed and cursed someone and was surrounded by people, too timid to go into the classroom. She was never a timid, fearful child. And she didn't care what the other kids thought of her. She was suddenly a little reluctant to let Rongji go and hugged her without letting go. Mommy. Aha! Rongji hugged her back. What's wrong? I think. She hadn't eaten Rongji's cooking for a long time, and she suddenly missed it a little. But when the words reached her mouth, she remembered that she was going to watch Lin Wu's match in the evening. Her eyes flashed and she let go of Rongji. It's nothing more. Mom's meals were available to her whenever she wanted them, but Auntie Wuhu's matches were infrequent. So, with little hesitation, she chose Lin Wu. Good, then get in there, don't keep the teacher waiting too long. Aha! Only then did Feng Jingxin let go of her, but before going inside the classroom, he couldn't help but turn back and say, at noon, Mom, you remember to call me. Rongji agreed, good. Only then did Feng Jingxin enter the classroom at ease. Rongji watched as she confidently stood on the stage to introduce herself and then obediently sat down in her seat before she waved her hand and left the school, heading to Feng's group to work. When she arrived at the company, she didn't see Feng Jingxin, but she saw Jiang Jia bring someone to her workstation. This is Su Xuan'a, she will take over your position in the future. Su Xuan'a looks gorgeous and is covered in designer labels. She sized up Rongji for a few moments, thinking that Rongji's temperament was clean and beautiful, and there were a few more points of scrutiny under her eyes, but she didn't show it. Instead, she enthusiastically stretched out her hand for a self-introduction. Hello, Sister Rong, I'm Su Xuan'a, please give me more guidance in the next few days. Rongji shook her hand. You're welcome. I'm from the University of T. I just graduated from graduate school in June. Sister Rong, what school did you graduate from? You graduated in the first half of the year? That means Xiao Na might not have much work experience yet and let her take her place? However, this is just the general case. Maybe Xiao Xuan'a has something going for her? For example, as far as education is concerned, there are quite a few master's degree holders in the office, but she still became their team leader. Thinking of this, Rongji warmly interrupted Su Xuan'a and said, Ms. Su, there will be a meeting in a while, let's talk about work first. Su Xuan'a charming, oops, look at me, almost forget the main thing, let's talk about work first. On her way to the meeting, Su Xuan'e lowered her voice again and asked, Sister Rong, I heard that Mr. Feng is particularly handsome, is it true? Young said truthfully, aha. Su Xuan'e was very much looking forward to it. Hearing you say that, I'm even more looking forward to seeing Mr. Feng, but it's just a pity that I heard Secretary Jiang say that Mr. Feng won't be coming to the company today. Feng Tingshan won't come to the office today? This was not clear to young Ru. However, Feng Tingshan had many personal properties, and it was true that he wouldn't come to Feng Clan every day. By noon, Su Xuan'e dragged her to the cafeteria to eat, and after playing her meal, Rong Ru picked up her cell phone to call Feng Jingxian. Su Xuan'e teased, calling your boyfriend? No, call my daughter. Your daughter? You're married? Aha! Over there, Feng Jingxian was videoing with Lin Wu. And Feng Tingshan was there. Feng Jingxian looked at them and pouted, you guys are bad, sneaking to eat together again without me. Because Xinxin you have to go to school well, later you get out of school, auntie personally to pick you up, the three of us will have dinner together tonight, okay? That's more like it. Feng Jingxian said and looked at Feng Tingshan again. Feng Tingshan gave Lin Wu a chopstick of food before saying, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll ask someone to prepare it for you in advance. Chapter 16. Feng Tingshan would be fascinated by her for a reason. Only then did Feng Jingxian get a little happier and brainstormed her favorite foods. Feng Tingshan just listened. After Feng Jingxian finished speaking, Lin Wu complimented the clothes on Feng Jingxian. The clothes on Xinxin are so pretty, they really suit you. Really? Lin Wu smiled, of course it's true. Ask again, how did Xin do at school today? Did you get along with the children? They were chatting happily as you said one thing and I said another. Feng Tingshan seldom intervened, just holding his knife and fork as he dined slowly and methodically. The uninformed waiters looked on, thinking they were a family of three, and cast envious glances at Lin Wu. Just then, Feng Jingxian saw the video call that Rong Ji had made to her. The call was made at her request this morning. But now she was having a good conversation with Lin Wu and couldn't bear to hang up on her. She was upset when she saw Rong Ji hugging the other kids this morning. But in class today, the teacher said that mothers and fathers love their children the most, and that children are unique in the hearts of all mothers and cannot be surpassed by other small children. It made her feel at ease. Seeing her delay in answering the phone, Rong Ru called the homeroom teacher over with some concern. The class teacher person is in the classroom children's lounge, heard the reason for the call from Rong Ru, smiled and said, heart is fine, is with her father, seems to have what ants together to talk about the video. Like this, I went over to talk to the heart to let her. Don't bother. When Rong Ji heard this, she knew that Feng Jingxian was videoing with Lin Wu and Feng Tingshan. In other words, Feng Tingshan was probably eating with Lin Wu right now. She said warmly, it's fine, let them talk, don't disturb them. After hanging up the phone, Rong Ji sent a message to Feng Jingxian, asking her how she was doing at school, whether she had made any new friends, what she had eaten for lunch, and urging her to listen to her teacher and sleep well when it was time. After more than 10 minutes, Rong Ji received a voice message from Feng Jingxian. Got it mom, I'll sleep well. By the afternoon, after a day of contact with Su Xuan'e, Rong Ji realized that Su Xuan'e had a cheerful personality, was sociable, and was quite capable of working. By 6 o'clock in the evening, Rong Ru was about to go home from work when Su Xuan'e came over and said she wanted to treat her to dinner to thank her for her guidance today. This is my part, Secretary Su doesn't have to be so polite. Su Xuan'e was still trying to convince her when Rong Ji's cell phone rang. It was a call from her mother-in-law, Sang Xin. Rong Ji just saw it and thought he had misread it. Sang Xian couldn't see her as her daughter-in-law and usually ignored her, and the number of times Sang Xian had contacted her over the years could be counted on one palm. Rong Ji picked up the phone suspiciously, Mom? Tingy is secretly playing racing with someone recently, I'm not too sure about him, I'll send you the address in a while, you go and bring the person back to me. Sang Xian didn't say a single superfluous word and hung up the phone directly after giving the order. A few seconds later, an address was sent over to Rong Ji. Rong Ji looked at it and realized that the address Sang Xian had sent over was a suburban racetrack. Speaking to Su Xuan'e, she said, sorry, I have something urgent to take care of, so I'll leave first. It took more than an hour for Rong Ji to arrive at his destination. The racecourse is very large, there are many people at night, the scene is quite noisy. Call Feng Tingyi does not answer, Rong Ru had to look for people everywhere. She searched for almost 20 minutes before she found someone. Feng Tingyi was surprised when he saw Rong Ji, sister-in-law. Why are you here? Allow me to explain why I'm here. Feng Tingyi raised his hand and swore, today my goddess, who is also Asia's #1 female racer CC is competing for the first time since she returned to China. I don't want to miss it, I promise, I'll go back after I watch the race and I will definitely not mess around. So sister-in-law, don't mind me, you go back first. But before Rong Yu had finished speaking, many people were shouting the name CC excitedly in front of him. My goddess is coming out? Hearing the commotion, Feng Tingyi completely lost sight of Rong Ji and excitedly shouted after the other spectators, and also picked up the binoculars and stared at the starting point of the race. Feng Tingyi's face was filled with the fervor and excitement of a star chaser, and Rong Ru was a bit surprised as he asked, when did you fall in love with racing? Although she hadn't spent particularly much time with Feng Tingyi, she knew that he hadn't been interested in racing before. I wasn't interested in racing before, but that's because I hadn't met my goddess yet. Do you know how beautiful and handsome my goddess is? You'll understand why I like racing when you see my goddess sister-in-law in a while. And I'm also sure you'll be enamored with her too. After all, my goddess is so good and perfect, it's impossible for someone not to love my goddess. That's when the CCs officially started coming out. Feng Tingyi once again frantically shouted and screamed, forgetting Rongji's existence for a while. Young hasn't eaten dinner yet. Seeing that he was so crazy and loved and adored that CC so much, and since he wasn't going to be on the field and the scene was so noisy that he couldn't hear anything that was being said, he was going to accompany him to watch the game and then take the person back. After a while, Feng Tingyi handed her the binoculars and told her frantically, sister-in-law, come and see my goddess. 38. The one in the red racing suit is super sexy and wild. Rongji was actually not interested in racing and was forced to accept Feng Tingyi's amenity with some tears and laughter, but still took it. Taking the binoculars, she paused after just one look. Lin Wu. CC is actually Lin Wu? Previously, she heard people say that Lin Wu could play any extreme sport, but she didn't know that she also played racing, and did it so well that it caused so many young men and women to be madly obsessed with her. At this moment, Lin Wu, wearing a dark red tight racing suit, slender posture, full of curves, sexy and elegant, valiant and wild and beautiful, eye-catching so that it is difficult to look away. Rongji turned the camera down and accidentally looked across the audience, then she saw Feng Tingshen. At the moment, he also seemed to be stunned by Lin Wu and was looking at her with a focused gaze. Rongji's hand with the binoculars tightened. At that point, the game was about to start. Feng Tingyi anxiously asked for the binoculars back. Rongji was still looking in Feng Tingshen's direction. In fact, besides Feng Tingshen, their daughter Feng Jingxian and those few extremely close friends of Feng Tingshen were also there. It went without saying that they all came here specifically to cheer up Lin Wu. Several race cars flew past and drifted away in a flash, provoking screams. Feng Tingyi picked up the binoculars and looked at them for a while, then shoved them into Rongji's hands. Sister-in-law, look at it, my goddess drove boldly and steadily, it's super cool, look at it. Rongru took over and found Lin Wu, and a moment later, Lin Wu ventured to seize the moment again with uncanny precision, overtaking at the limit of the curve. The audience was amazed by her bold maneuvers and gasped in awe. Rongji had never paid attention to racing before. At this moment, she was also stunned by Lin Wu's boldness. She didn't move for a long time. Suddenly, she felt that it did make sense that Feng Tingshen would be fascinated by her. Chapter 17, It's a pity his brother doesn't like it. And Rongji also noticed that even if he was as calm and cold as Feng Tingshen, he was clearly showing an expression of amazement and appreciation at this moment. Feng Jingxin and Shi Yukuan even jumped up from their seats. The game went white hot. Feng Tingyi asked for the binoculars back again. I don't know if Feng Tingyi's focus was all on Lin Wu, but he didn't realize that Feng Tingshen and the others were also there. The game is over for now. Lin Wu is temporarily in first place. Rongru asked Feng Tingyi for binoculars. Feng Tingyi was pleasantly surprised. Sister-in-law, you're also mesmerized by my goddess, right? I told you that no matter if it's a man or a woman, there's no one who wouldn't like my goddess. Rongru lowered his eyes and smiled, not saying anything. She now wanted to take out her cell phone and call Feng Tingshen. Wondering what Feng Tingshen's reaction would be when he received a call from her at this very moment, a big possibility would be that he would just hang up after seeing her call. After all, Feng Tingshen had always treated her this way. Thinking about it made her feel that the call was no longer necessary. She didn't want to fight either. It doesn't feel fun. But consider this the last time. Thinking of this, Rongji still picked up his cell phone and called Feng Tingshen over, then picked up the binoculars. Then, she witnessed Feng Tingshen hang up without hesitation when he saw that it was her caller, after which Feng Tingshen put his eyes back on Lin Wu. He only had Lin Wu in his eyes. Rongji took a deep breath, then smiled and calmly returned the binoculars to Feng Tingyi. After that, Rongji didn't even watch the match or pay attention to Feng Tingshen's side anymore. All games are over. Lin Wu is in first place. Feng Tingyi was super excited and he and his friend were very eager to go get her autograph. But I heard that CC is both a rich family's daughter and a doctoral student graduated from a prestigious university. Playing racing is just her hobby. She doesn't need fans, not to mention winking at fans. Basically every time she finishes a race she just walks away, and she has never signed an autograph for her fans, so wanting her autograph is basically an impossible thing to do. Yes, this is a private race, the possibility of getting an autographed photo would have been greater, but the venue has an exclusive channel for racers, and we can't get inside without a relationship. Hey! Feng Tingyi and his friends were discussing it when they heard that Lin Wu had already left with her friends to celebrate. Sang Xian had already called to hurry, and Rongru dismissed Feng Tingyi's request to go get high with his friends, ready to take the person back. Before leaving, Rong resigned and went to the restroom. When I came out of the restroom, I collided with a man. Sorry. I'm sorry. Both Rongru and the other took a step back and apologized at the same time. Rongji gave a start when he looked up at the other side. He Changbai. Feng Tingshan's other best friend. He Changbai naturally knew her. Seeing her made his already cold demeanor a few degrees colder. Rongju naturally noticed. She met Feng Tingshan when she was 10 years old. Feng Tingshan and He Changbai, however, had grown up together as hairdressers and were extremely close. They went to school and played together as kids, grew up working on projects together and get together every once in a while. Whether as a child or after marriage, Feng Tingshan had always excluded her from his circle. Therefore, although she and He Changbai, Yumiya, they also knew each other for more than 10 years, but not even a nodding acquaintance. But he introduced Lin Wu to He Changbai and the others not long after he met her. Therefore, Lin Wu's birthday Feng Tingshan will let He Changbai they help her celebrate. This time Lin Wu competition, He Changbai they also come together to watch. I've heard that Lin Wu and He Changbai have become very close to each other. It was going to be so good that even if Feng Tingshan wasn't there and there was some kind of party, they would all call Lin Wu up. He Changbai and the others completely treated her as one of their own. Perhaps because of this, when He Changbai and the others saw her over the past 2 years, they became colder and colder. She had tried to get on good terms with He Changbai and the others in the past, but they couldn't see her. Not giving her a chance at all. It's been cold to her. She had self-respect too, and since they had put up an attitude, she didn't push it. But usually when they met, she would politely say hello when necessary. But a lot of times all she got was their disregard, even contempt. This time, Rongji didn't intend to open his mouth again. She crossed over to the other side and simply left. But He Changbai spoke up. Miss Rong is also interested in racing? His tone was cold. Rongji was sensitive enough to hear what he meant. He was suspecting that she had followed Feng Tingshan here. She turned back and said in a cold voice, "What are you trying to say?" He Changbai didn't feel the slightest bit ashamed of being guessed by Rongru's mind. I just think that someone like Miss Rong doesn't look like she would like racing, so I'm a bit curious. Someone like me? Rongji looked straight into his eyes. Mr. He, do we know each other well? Do you know me well? Since Mr. He thinks you know me well, why don't you tell us what kind of person a person like me is? Rongji's feeling to He Changbai has always been quiet and gentle, and even a little shy and coy, but he feels that this is only Rongji's appearance. In fact, Rongji's heart is very deep, otherwise, back then would not have been able to get Feng Tingshan to do that kind of nasty things. But afterward, she had to act all innocent, and to this day, she still refuses to admit that that incident back then was her handiwork. He Changbai didn't say anything and just looked at Rongji. He didn't bother to comment on Rongji. And don't bother to comment. However, the way Rongji spoke to her today was a bit different from when he had seen them in the past. It's like ripping off the mask of pretense and not wanting to pretend. But not quite. Because Rongji looked at him with cold, sharp and clean eyes, but there was also a bit of sarcasm, as if it was sarcastic that he prided himself on seeing through her, and so stood on the moral high ground, indiscriminately jumping to conclusions about her as a person. Rongru didn't care what He Changbai thought. She withdrew her sight and turned to leave. Sangxian rented a house for Feng Tingyi near the school. It was already 11 o'clock at night when Rongru sent him back to the neighborhood of the school. Feng Tingyi was still developing, and was already hungry even though he had eaten dinner. He said, "Sister-in-law, the snacks over there taste good, let me treat you to a snack." Rongji hadn't eaten dinner yet, and also wanted to eat something warm to fill his stomach, so he agreed. Just after sitting down, Rongji's stomach growled. Feng Tingyi froze and suddenly reacted, "Sister-in-law, you didn't eat dinner? Aha!" Feng Tingyi immediately became embarrassed. "Sorry sister-in-law, it's all my fault." "It's okay, I wasn't hungry before." Feng Tingyi looked at Rongji's gentle smile and felt something in his heart. He really thought Rongju was particularly good. Too bad his brother just doesn't like it, hee. Chapter 18, she even gave up Feng Tingshan. It was close to 1 in the morning when Feng Tingshan returned home after they celebrated Lin Wu. When the housekeeper saw Feng Tingshan returning so late with Feng Jingxian in his arms, he asked with concern, "Why so late?" Feng Tingshan gave a him and didn't say much. After sending Feng Jingxian back to her room, Feng Tingshan went back to his room to turn on the lights, didn't see Rongji, and asked the housekeeper, "She didn't come back tonight? Ma'am?" "No." Feng Tingshan was a bit surprised. Rongju seems to rarely come home these days. It's rare to see such frequent sleepovers. Did something really happen to the young family? Day 2. Feng Jingxian has been having a lot of fun with Lin Wu lately. Waking up in the morning with a smile on her face, feeling content and in a bursting mood, she remembered Rongji, and she happily ran towards the master bedroom with her Muppet doll in her arms. "Mommy! Mommy!" The master bedroom door was open, but no one was to be seen. Feng Jingxian's small face collapsed when Feng Tingshan changed his clothes and came out from the checkroom inside. She was busy asking, "Daddy, where's Mommy?" Feng Tingshan tied his tie slowly and calmly said, "She's not home." "Not at home? Why? Ask yourself if you want to know." "Okay." Feng Jingxian picked up his cell phone and Rongju made a call. Rongji had just returned from a run and saw her incoming call, casually picking it up, and before she could speak, Feng Jingxian snatched her words, "Mom. Where are you?" Rongru didn't answer as she asked, "What's wrong xin? Looking for Mommy for something?" Other than Chu's Island, no one knew where she lived now. Right now she's enjoying her solo life and doesn't really want to be bothered. Therefore, she did not intend to tell Feng Jingxin her current place of residence at the moment. Feng Jingxin was on speakerphone, lying on Rongji and Feng Tingxin's bed and pampering Rongji. I miss you, Mom. I want you to send me to school in a while. Rongji said, Mom here is quite far from your side, so I can't rush back to pick you up from school next time. Okay. Feng Jingxin was a little bit lost, then rightfully demanded, then Mom, you must send me to school tomorrow morning. Oh. Rongji hesitated, not answering first. She didn't really want to go back over there. Rongji didn't say anything and Feng Jingxin felt strange. Mom? Feng Jingxin was on speakerphone and Feng Tingxin could naturally hear their conversation. Rongji's hesitation was noticed by him. He was a little surprised. After all, even if there were more things going on in the Rong family, with the importance that Rong Ru had placed on his daughter in the past, this point of his daughter's wish, he thought that with her nature, she would definitely agree without hesitation. Rong Ru said, does this want Dad to send you? Feng Jingxin was really thinking about Rongju. Her request wasn't met, she felt aggrieved and reddened her eyes. No, I want you to drive me. You haven't driven me to school in a long time except yesterday, Mom. Since she insisted, Rongru said, okay, Mom knows, Mom promises you. She agreed, not because she was heartbroken over Feng Jingxin. Rather, since she had given birth to Feng Jingxin, she was responsible for her. Only then did a smile return to Feng Jingxin's face. Feng Tingxin put on his wristwatch and when he saw that his daughter wanted to continue chatting, he reminded her, if you don't go downstairs for breakfast, you'll be too late. Feng Jingxin let out a shocked cry. I haven't brushed my teeth and washed my face yet. Mom, I'll brush my teeth and wash my face first. Let's not chat first, huh? After saying that, without waiting for Rongji to speak, he hung up the phone in a hurry. Rongji put down his cell phone, ate breakfast, and then left the house to go to work at Feng's group. There's a convention in the morning. Feng Tingxin will also attend. When they arrived at the conference room, Feng Tingxin appeared only after Rongji and the others had sat down for more than 10 minutes. As soon as he appeared, Su Xuan'an sucked in a breath and looked at Feng Tingxin with two glowing eyes, unable to take her eyes off of him. A while later, at the official start of the meeting, she snapped back to her senses and tugged on Rongji's sleeve. Mr. Feng is really handsome. Rongru only looked up when Feng Tingxin came in. At that, she didn't raise her head and gave a perfunctory Seeing how Rongji seemed to have no interest in Feng Tingxin at all, Su Xuan'an was a bit surprised, but when she thought about the fact that Rongji was already married and her child wasn't small anymore, she felt normal again. During the meeting, Su Xuan'an's heart had been pounding like a deer in headlights. She couldn't control herself from staring at Feng Tingxin, and she wasn't even listening to what was said in the meeting. Rongji, on the other hand, was focused on tapping the computer to take notes. After the meeting, Feng Tingxin left first before the others left one after another. Su Xuan'an fawns around for a while longer, until Jiang Zhe comes over to take the information that Rongji just recorded. Su Xuan'an recovers her mind. Kang Chul flipped through the contents of Rongji's record and couldn't help but say, not bad, hard work. Rongji, I should. Jiang Zhe left. Su Xuan'an then remembered what was said in the meeting. She didn't listen at all. She was busy asking Rongru to send her a copy of the information, but only after a while, her head started to hurt. Sister Rong, you studied architecture before? Rongji, no. So why do you know so much industry-related jargon? I found my own books to learn, but I'm only learning the ropes. Feng's group invested in a variety of projects. In order to be able to do this job well, she spent a lot of time over the years to learn knowledge related to various industries. Ha! So you've read this medical industry-related book too? Aha! Xuan Na Su. After 2 days of contact with Rongji, Su Xuan'an realized that Rongji was able to be so young and become the head of their secretarial team, so he did have real skills. What were you reading earlier? Send me the list later. I'll find some time to read it too. Okay, I'll send you later. By noon, Rongru sifted through the list and sent her a portion of the books that Su Xuan'an would use next and would be easy to start with. Su Xuan'an was a little confused as she looked at the long 40 to 50 book list. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Feng Tingxin had a guest, and Jiang Zhe instructed Rongji to make a few cups of coffee, and he would come over to serve it later. Su Xuan'an realized that Feng Tingxin's coffee was actually brewed by Rongji. Seeing that Jiang Zhe did not let Rongji personally deliver the coffee after she had brewed it, but instead ran a trip herself, she thought that this was Feng Tingxin's way of eliminating the people below him from using it to get close to him. She tentatively asked, Sister Rong, haven't you personally delivered coffee to Mr. Feng even once? Not really. Once in a while when Kang Chul and the others are busy, they'll let me deliver it myself. Suina Su loves coffee, but never intended to learn how to make it. Now hearing Rongru say this, her eyes lit up. Sister Rong, how to brew this coffee to meet the president's taste, can you teach me? Even if the chances were slim, she wanted to take them. What Su Xuan'an held in her heart, Rongji saw in her eyes. She said, yes. She had even given up on Feng Tingxin, so what did she have to keep about this handful of her coffee-making craft that Feng Tingxin loved? Chapter 19. She's not back yet? At that moment, Kang Chul happened to arrive at the pantry and froze when he sniffed. He and Chang Yuan had always felt that it was impossible for Rong Ji to really give up and leave the company. They were also convinced that she would find a way to stay. Yesterday, when Su Xuan'a, who took over her job, came to work at the company, they thought that Rong Ji would make a move. After all, Su Xuan'a looked outstandingly beautiful. How could Rong Ru feel comfortable letting such a woman stay by Feng Tingshan's side? But in the past 2 days, Rong Ru not only accepted Su Xuan'a, but also got along well with her, and now she actually even wants to teach Su Xuan'a the art of making coffee? What the hell is going on here? What Kongchul thought, Rong Ru wasn't sure. She finished her work seriously and declined Su Xuan'a's offer to invite her to dinner, and when it was time, she planned to go home and have a meal before continuing her research on AI-related content. She had just left the office when her cell phone rang. It was an incoming call from Feng Jing Xin. Mom, are you done? Rongji got into the car and asked, what's wrong? I want to eat little crispy pork and horse hoof lean pork soup. Mom, will you come back and make it for me? Young said with a lurch. She and Feng Tingshan hadn't officially divorced, and Feng Tingshan hadn't called to ask her to move out. She was going to go back and cook dinner for her daughter, and she believed Feng Tingshan shouldn't have a problem with that. But she was a little tired now and had her own arrangements. Sealjing Xin was her responsibility, yes, but she had her life too, and she wasn't going to sacrifice her time unconditionally because of her anymore. She said, Mom's got something going on today, next time. Previously, Rong Ru prioritized Feng Tingshan and Feng Jing Xin in all arrangements. Young would hardly say no to them. Today, however, he heard Rong Ji's rejection twice in a row. Although Feng Jingxin didn't notice this and only thought that Rong Ji was really something, she who was used to being put first by Rong Ji had really rarely been rejected by Rong Ji like this. She felt aggrieved. Mom, why do you always have so much going on lately? I don't care, I want to eat the little crispy pork and drink the horseshoe soup. Heart. Rong Ru had a bit of a headache. Feng Jingxin let out a humph and hung up the phone in a tantrum. Rongji sat in the car, her eyes red, she covered her eyes and was silent for a while before she drove off. When she got home, she casually ate a noodle and had just turned on her computer when Yu Mohan called. There's a banquet in a few days, accompany me to attend it? I want to introduce a few people to you. Good. Yu Mohan asked again, when will you be able to hand over on your end? Soon, it should be in the next few days. That's good. The other side. After Feng Jingxin hung up the phone, she thought that Rong Ji would immediately rush back home to coax her and cook for her. But she waited left and right. More than an hour had passed and it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening, and Rong Ji still hadn't returned. The housekeeper was worried that she was hungry and advised, since Mrs. has something to do, Miss, you should eat a little to pad your stomach, and when Mrs. comes back, she will make you more. I don't want. Feng Jingxin pouted her lips, seeing that Rong Resign actually did not come back for so long, and there was not a single phone call. This time, she was really aggrieved, and the butler mentioned it. She directly cried out, I'm going to eat the dishes that Mom made. But the housekeeper thought that Rong Ji was really unable to return for an important matter and couldn't do anything about it, so after thinking about it, he called Feng Tingshan over. Feng Tingshan's side picked up the phone after a while. What is it? The butler told the story in full. Feng Tingshan, give her the phone. Feng Jingxin picked up the phone and sobbed, Dad. Eat first. Feng Jingxin wiped her tears and stubbornly kept quiet. Feng Tingshan didn't say anything either. Feng Jingxin cried even harder. Feng Tingshan's tone was light. Take you to play on the weekend, you decide the location. The huffing stopped. Really? Well, eat first. Have you eaten, Daddy? At a social call. Oh. Go eat. Got it. Feng Jingxin pouted, but in a better mood, hung up the phone and obediently went downstairs to eat. After hanging up the phone, Feng Tingshan returned to the private room, and someone inside teased, Mr. Feng always has an unusually high number of phone calls. Feng Tingshan took a sip of wine. My daughter was playing with her temper and refusing to eat, so I just coaxed her twice. The others sniffed and their faces varied. In the past few years, it had been said that Feng Tingshan had gotten married a few years earlier, but no one had ever known who Mrs. Feng was. But some people say Feng Tingshan is not married at all. What the facts are, they don't know and they don't dare to ask more. Now hearing Feng Tingshan take the initiative to mention that he had a daughter, many people were surprised. But more than that, they didn't dare ask any more questions. After dinner, Feng Jing Xin had been waiting for Rong Ji. Wait for her to come home. But it was after 9 in the evening, she had already finished her bath, and Rong Ji was still not back. She kept her eyes peeled for movement outside. Before the words fell, the cheerful voice came to an abrupt end when she saw that the person who stepped through the door was Feng Tingshan. Dad? Feng Tingshan handed the coat in his hand to the housekeeper, not missing the loss on her face. What's wrong? I thought it was Mom coming home. Feng Tingshan didn't eat the so-called the child's heart only has a mother but not a father kind of vinegar. He paused. She hasn't come back yet? Well. Feng Tingshan wasn't on board and said, she should be busy with something. Didn't she promise you that she would send you to school tomorrow morning? Go to bed early in a while, you'll be able to see her when you get up tomorrow. Hearing this, Feng Jingxin finally got a little happier. Alright. After going upstairs, Feng Tingshin went to his study to take care of something, and by the time he was done, it was almost midnight. He thought Rongji had already returned during this time of his busy schedule. But he went back to his room only to realize that Rongji was not there. She didn't come back. It seems that something has really happened to the Rong family. Thinking so, Feng Tingshin went into the bathroom in a self-conscious manner. Day 2. Because she had to send Feng Jingxian to school, Rongji woke up early. She ate briefly and drove out of the neighborhood. When the car entered the familiar villa area, Rongji had a momentary trance. She'd lived here for almost 7 years, and now she'd only been gone for 20 days or so, but it felt as if she hadn't been back for half her life. In fact, not a single blade of grass has changed here. Rongru, however, had begun to feel unfamiliar with the place. The housekeeper saw her and busied himself with coming out to greet her. Mistress is back. Regarding the butler's name, Rongji paused, but ultimately did not correct it, answered and asked, "Where is Xin? Shouldn't be awake yet." The time was actually almost up, and if Feng Jingxin didn't go downstairs for breakfast, it would be too late. However, she had no intention of going upstairs, but simply asked Auntie Lu to go upstairs and hurry things along. "Housekeeper, has mistress had breakfast yet?" "Breakfast is ready, should we?" Rongru smiled faintly and shook his head. "No need, I've already eaten." "So, okay." At that moment, Feng Tingshin came down from upstairs. Rongji looked at him and didn't say anything, only nodding faintly as a greeting. Feng Tingshin's footsteps lurched, and before he could speak, Feng Jingxian ran down the stairs and jumped into Rongji's arms. Rongji hugged her and rubbed the ends of her hair, smiling, "It's getting late, hurry up and go eat breakfast." "Aha! Sure enough, I woke up in the morning to see my mom." Rubbing against Rongji's arms, smelling the familiar fragrance of Rongji's body, Feng Jingxian was satisfied and happily pulled Rongji over to accompany her. "Then mommy will eat with me." Rongji didn't get up. "Mom already ate, you eat?" Feng Jingxin pouted. "Then mom talked to me." While their mother and daughter were talking, Feng Tingshin had already sat down in the dining room. Rongru couldn't argue with her daughter, so she went to the dining room with Feng Jingxian and sat down opposite Feng Tingshin. The housekeeper poured a cup of water for Rongji, and Rongji drank the water while quietly listening to Feng Jingxian's exuberant talk about what happened at school yesterday. As for Feng Tingshin, she directly ignored it. Feng Tingshin naturally noticed the change in Rongru's attitude towards him. The last time he went back to the old mansion, Rongji was also like this. Thinking of this, Feng Tingshin frowned, his meal movements lurching. Chapter 20. Don't move. At that moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. Rongji just happened to look over and saw the word baby displayed on the incoming call of his cell phone on the desktop. Rongju thought he didn't care anymore. But after so many years of love, how can you say you can let go completely? Her eyes stung at those two words and she then averted her eyes. The sinking pain in the bottom of her eyes was noticed by Feng Tingshin when he raised his eyes, but he had no qualms about picking up the phone in front of her and spoke in a gentle tone. "What's wrong?" Feng Jingxin also noticed the movement on Feng Tingshin's side. In Feng Jingxin's memory, Feng Tingshin would only reveal such a gentle side when facing Lin Wu. She forgot for a moment that Rongji was there and asked happily, "Daddy, is that Auntie Wu?" Feng Tingshin said in a faint voice, "Aha." Feng Jingxin just wanted to say that she also wanted to chat with Auntie Wu, but then she remembered that Rongji was still there, and thinking that Rongji didn't like Lin Wu, she swallowed back the words that came to her mouth. But her good mood was dampened. She furrowed her little brow and couldn't help but think that it would be nice if her mom could get along with Auntie Wu. Lin Wu over there didn't know what she said, and Feng Tingshin frowned with worry and left in a hurry without even finishing his breakfast. Feng Jingxin couldn't help but worry as she watched Feng Tingshin leave in a hurry. However, because Rongji was there, she didn't open her mouth to ask. But she didn't have the stomach for breakfast either, pulling Rongji up and saying, "Mom, I've eaten, let's go out quickly." Although Feng Jingxin didn't say it out loud, Rongji saw all her reactions in his eyes. Knowing that she was in a hurry to leave, she wanted to know the situation on Lin Wu's side as soon as possible. But she didn't say anything. She said, "You haven't eaten much yet, bring some for the car." "No, I'm not hungry," Young said with a lurch. She didn't insist anymore. Getting into the car, Feng Jingxin didn't wait a second longer, and after sitting down in the back seat, he immediately sent a message over to Lin Wu. Rongji saw it, but didn't say anything. After a while, Lin Wu returned the message, saying that it was just a fever and cold, and it wasn't a problem. But Lin Wu's voice, listening to the voice, is still a little hoarse. Feng Jingxin is still very worried, and immediately sent a message to Lin Wu that she will go to see her after school in the afternoon. When the message was sent, Feng Jingxin was a little weak. She hadn't eaten Rongji's cooking for a long time, and she had already thought about having dinner with Rongji tonight. But, thankfully, she hadn't gotten around to it. Thinking of this, she stole a glance at Rongji in the driver's seat, and only let her heart drop when she saw that Rongji didn't notice her side of the situation. When they arrived at school, Feng Jingxin hugged Rongji affectionately. "Mom, then I'll go in first." "Aha!" Feng Jingxin didn't notice Rongji's coldness and bounced into the school. Soon after returning to the company, Rongji received the news that Feng Tingshan had something temporary to do, and the meeting scheduled for 10 o'clock this morning was postponed to the afternoon. Feng Tingshan's so-called something is actually personally taking care of the sick Lin Wu. Rongji didn't react much, focusing on his own work. Around 2 p.m., Feng Tingshan should have returned to the company because Jiang Zhe contacted the crowd to say that there would be a meeting at 3 p.m. and asked her to make Feng Tingshan a cup of coffee again. During the meeting, after Feng Tingshan entered the conference room, Rongji's hands on the keyboard suddenly gave a start. The clothes on him changed. Not the morning one. He went to see Lin Wu in the morning. Lin Wu was sick. They did not necessarily really do anything, but it is also likely that Feng Tingshan is heartbroken. Lin Wu went to bed to accompany Lin Wu to sleep, coaxed her to sleep. With that thought, she was in a momentary trance. Possibly thinking that she was being nymphomaniacal towards him regardless of the occasion, when she returned to her senses, she realized that Feng Tingshan was looking at her indifferently. Thinking of his gentleness and care for Lin Wu, and his impatience and indifference towards her, Rongji clenched her hand into a fist and withdrew her gaze. Not long after the meeting, Kang Chul comes over to her and says that she's almost done with the handover and she can stop coming to the office tomorrow. Rongji, I know. Even if Kang Chul didn't mention it, after she finished this bit of work on her hands, she would take the initiative to go to him and mention it. Since he had come in person, it saved her a trip. Kang Chul didn't expect Rongji to agree so readily. You. Rongru reached out, thank you for taking care of me all these years. Kang Chul hadn't returned to his senses, but he reached out to shake her hand as well. You're welcome. Rongji packed up his things and left. Kang Chul couldn't believe that Rongji had really left just like that. What are you fuming about? Chang Yuan tapped his shoulder. Young ruler has left the company. Chang Yuan froze, really? Is she really willing to leave the company? Why is he so unconvinced? He snorted, she's gone now, it's not like she won't find a way to come back, just wait, I guess it won't be long before she comes back with the help of old lady Feng. Kang Chul didn't say anything. Although it was a bit unbelievable, from the feeling that Rongji had given him recently, he felt that Rongji was serious. Leaving Feng's group, Rongji went straight back home. It was probably because her mind was back on Lin Wu, and for the next 2 days, she didn't receive any more calls from Feng Jingxin. Late at night the next day, Chu Xilan had a fever, and Rongji hurriedly closed the book and grabbed the car keys and went out. It's been raining all day today, and at this time of year, it's not letting up. Chu Xilan lives in the old city side. At this time, there are not many people on the road, and there are not many cars. She bought some medicine at the drugstore near Chu Xilan's neighborhood, and when she collected her umbrella and got into the car, the passenger seat next to her was suddenly opened, and a tall figure sat in. Rongru's heart snapped, and just as she turned her head, the black gun was aimed at her. Don't move. The man was dressed in all black, wearing a mask with the brim pressed down so low that he couldn't see his face, but his eyes were cold and sharp as he looked at her. Rongji slightly raised his hands without moving again. The man took away her bag and cell phone. I'm not going to do anything to you, and after I'm dropped off where I'm going, you're free to go. Without waiting for Rongru to respond, he ordered in a cold voice, drive. It was empty all around, one car, not a soul, and the pharmacy was a ways away. As Rongru was making calculations in his mind, he noticed that there was an additional strong smell of blood in the car. Rongji gave a start and started the car, asking, where to? Straight ahead, to the Yundong Pier. And again, I'll tell you exactly where to go. No, I know the way. Young said, pulling out of the car. After that, Rongru focused on driving, the man didn't speak again, and the car was quiet. Yundong Pier is half an hour away from this side. Along the way, Rongru's expression is not flustered. The car drove steadily and accurately, once the road did not go wrong. The man gripped his gun and looked at her with eyes that slowly changed. But Rongju didn't notice. After a moment, the man said, stop in front under the banyan tree. Rongji, good. The car steadily pulled over, the man's gun still trained on her, and as he got out, she retrieved her bag, calmly rummaging through it in front of him, and said, I've got some Wan medicine here. The smell of blood that had permeated the car over the course of the last half hour had grown stronger, and she knew that the other woman was probably badly hurt. The man gave a start, but ignored her and got out of the car directly, his figure quickly fading into the darkness. Since the other party refused to accept her kindness, Rongru didn't force herself and turned the wheel to leave. A few minutes later, the man boarded the boat that had picked him up and took off his hat and mask. At that moment, his cell phone rang, and he picked it up while having his wounds treated. Before he could say anything, Shi Yukuan hurriedly opened his mouth. Changbai, are you okay? My people said they didn't receive you. Where are you? There's been a bit of an accident, and we're at the docks now. Well then, how did this happen? It scared the hell out of me. A moment later, after hanging up the phone, Changbai looked at the tall banyan tree in the distance and fell into deep thought. It was already half an hour after Rongji returned to Chu Xilan's side. Chu Xilan ate the medicine and drank some kanji. Her spirit was better, but she frowned. Why do I smell blood? Xiaoru, are you injured? No. The man was injured. Blood got on it when he took her cell phone and bag. She'd actually wiped it down when she got back, and now it looked like it shouldn't have been completely clean. Chapter 21, She's Worthless Before You. Day 2. Only after Chu Xilan's fever had completely subsided did Rongji return home. She hadn't prepared her dress for the banquet tomorrow night. In the afternoon, Rongju went out. When they arrived at the high-luxury dress store, the store manager and several clerks were all up and down around a set of dresses. They didn't notice her until Rongru came closer. "Excuse me, miss, what can I get you?" "I'll look first." "Okay." Although she had married into the Feng family, she basically hadn't attended many banquets over the years. After all, Feng Tingxin and Sang Xian wouldn't bring her along even if they had a formal occasion to attend. As for old Mrs. Feng, she had retreated to the background for many years and had long since stopped caring about all that fame and fortune. Although Rongji did not study much about dresses, Chu Xilan was a high-end dressmaker, so she still had the basic aesthetics by ear. It's just that there are so many beautiful gowns in the store that it's dizzying. Rongji didn't intend to choose carefully, and felt that it would be fine to get by. As she was thinking this, the gown that the clerks had just gathered around to sort out came into her eyes in its entirety. Rongji froze. That is a set of mauve semi-transparent tulle girdle gown waist pinch flowers chic and exquisite, with the model's neck on the elegant and expensive necklace, the ethereal and noble perfect fusion together. She couldn't help but walk over. She was just about to reach out, to try on the texture of the dress, when the store manager grabbed her hand hard before her hand could touch the gown. Rongji frowned in pain. The store manager was busy loosening his hand. "I'm sorry, miss, I didn't mean to, it's just that, this set of gowns is the private order of our senior customers, the only one in the world, the price is not expensive, if anything goes wrong, our side can't afford." "That's okay. I didn't expect it to have an owner." Rongru was a little disappointed. The gowns in the store are less tens of thousands of a set, the medium ones are more than 10 to hundreds of thousands, and the expensive ones are more than $1 million, but even the most expensive batch of gowns in the store looks so mediocre and bland against the set of gowns just now. In the end, Rongji picked a long carved beige silk dress. When Rong resigned to check out and let someone wrap the gown, she heard two shopkeepers not far away whispering, "This necklace plus gown, it is said that the total amount is over $30 million, this is a set of big villa to wear on the body. Rich people are really extravagant." "That's not true, and besides, it's a dress people will likely only wear once." 30 million? It turned out to be so expensive that she couldn't afford to spend the money even without the lord. Rongru shook his head and turned to leave. When she got home, Chu Xilan called over and said that she was going to treat her to a big dinner tomorrow night. Learning that she was going to attend a dinner party tomorrow, the next afternoon, she came over in a flurry to personally style Rongji. Rongji's vision is not bad, the dress was picked well, and then with Chu Xilan's carefully created makeup for her, Rongji's gentle and generous, beautiful, and clean temperament was extremely well highlighted. At night, Yu Mohan came to pick up the person, and when he saw Rongji, he was directly stunned by Rongji. "It's beautiful, it suits you." "Thanks." Getting into the car, Yu Mohan said, "So, officially returning to the company tomorrow? Good. It just so happens that Lin Wu," thinking that she didn't know who Lin Wu was, he explained again, "is the algorithmic genius I told you about last time. She also officially starts tomorrow. When that time comes, I just so happen to introduce you guys to each other." Rongji's face gave a start. "Lin Wu? You said that person's name is Lin Wu? Is it the Baron Turnip? Was it the one who came back from country A some time ago?" Yu Mohan nodded, surprised. "Yes, you know? She's my half-sister." Yu Mohan froze. He knew something about Rongji's family. He didn't think it would be such a coincidence. Rongru's eyes were cold as he added, "She was also the object of Feng Tingxin's affair." The car braked hard and fast. Yu Mohan's eyes widened. "You?" Rongru shook her head. "I'm fine." Her face was calm as she said, "It's just that, whether you say I'm using my power for personal gain or not, I don't agree with her entering our company." Yu Mohan looked stunned and agreed without hesitation. "No, I agree with your decision." Rongju's heart warmed. "Thank you." After a pause, she added, "It's just that this will directly cost you a genius." Yu Mohan shook his head and laughed, glancing at her. "She is indeed considered an algorithmic genius, but compared to you, she is worthless." The last few words he said were incredibly solemn. Rongji froze, feeling that Yu Mohan was exaggerating too much. Yu Mohan knew what she was thinking and laughed, the truth. Rongji didn't expect him to say that. She thought for a moment and asked, "It's been a while since she interviewed, how come she hasn't joined the team yet?" Yu Mohan shook his head. "She said there were some things she had to take care of, I didn't ask specifically." After 10 minutes or so, they arrived at their destination. And Rongji was thoughtful. "Yu Mohan, what's wrong? I just don't quite understand why she would want to come to our company. Although their company has developed quite well, it is not true that there are big companies in China that are better than theirs, and with Lin Wu's identity, background and education, she has very many choices." It was true that she was the company's major shareholder, but because of some special reasons, her identity was not put out in the open, and Lin Wu should not have known about her relationship with their company. Therefore, it was unlikely that Lin Wu was coming for her. Yu Mohan stroked his chin, but suddenly smiled and said, "When we were chatting the other day, she mentioned our company's programming language and said she was very interested in QAP." The quap was designed and developed by young Ru when he was 17 years old with a team. At the time many people thought it was commonplace, but in reality it was their company's greatest moat, and in the intervening years the industry has come to know what it's all about. Many professional teams have disassembled and analyzed it, but no one has cracked it, and now this programming language has become an unattainable presence in the industry. There was no doubt that Lin Wu was coming for this programming language. Speaking of which, quite a lot of our company's quality talent has come to us in the past 2 or 3 years for this programming language. Rongji didn't expect it to be like this. Yumohan looked at her, stroked her head, and laughed, so it really wasn't an exaggeration for me to say that in front of you, she's worthless. Just how much of a genius Rong-ru was in this area, how could he, a senior brother who knew her well, not be aware of it? After all, before Rong-ru appeared, he was also a genius that everyone praised. Chapter 22, Introducing You to a Genius. The banquet hall was largely full of guests when they arrived. Rongji had excellent looks and outstanding temperament, and just after appearing in the hall, he attracted the attention of a large number of guests. The banquet host was familiar with Yumohan, and when he saw them, he then greeted them with a smile. Just as he wanted to greet Yumohan and Rongji, another guest arrived at the entrance of the hall. At the sight of the visitor, the banquet host froze, suspecting he had been mistaken. The other guests in the banquet hall were just as surprised to see the visitor. Rongji and Yumohan had their backs to the entrance of the banquet hall, not knowing what was going on, and when they saw that a group of guests suddenly had stunned and surprised expressions, curiously, they were about to turn back to see what was going on, when the banquet host, after giving them an apologetic look, crossed over to them and walked in the direction of the door. Mr. Feng, Mr. He, Mr. Qi. As Rongji listened, his heart suddenly had a conjecture in the back of his mind. She turned back, her smile suddenly faltering slightly as she saw her visitor. Come people, indeed her heart guesses Feng Tingshan, He Chanbai, and Qi Yuluan, 3 people right. But besides them, Lin Wu also came. Not only that, what she was wearing was the same lavender gown worth over $30 million that she had seen in the dress store yesterday. Lin Wu is already tall, and her body is well built, plus her aura is sufficient, that body of gorgeous and flowing gowns, worn on her, sexy and elegant, but also let a person deeply feel unattainable. It's actually Feng Tingshan, He Chanbai, and Qi Yuluan in them. Aren't they rarely attending banquets? Why are they suddenly here today? Isn't that right? What the hell is going on here? Who is that beautiful woman they brought? Is she Feng Tingshan's woman? That sexy, beautiful and unattainable temperament is really great, worthy of being a big brother. His eye for women is more poisonous than ours. If I could have such a woman, I would be happy to lose 10 years of my life. But I prefer the beauty who wore a beige long dress just now. Yeah, she has a clean temperament, quiet and gentle and clear. I feel that compared to Big Brother Feng's woman, her kind of temperament is even rarer, but unfortunately, people have a companion, hee. At that moment, Rongji heard another person exclaim, "Holy crap, that gown! I was amazed when I saw it yesterday. I heard the store owner say before that it was customized by a big shot for his girlfriend, and before that I was guessing which big shot it was, but I didn't expect it to be Feng Tingshan. Over $30 million, holy. What? 30 million? Hearing this, Rongji slowly lowered his eyes. When she saw the clothes on Lin Wu just now, she was already guessing in her heart that the clothes were possibly prepared by Feng Tingshan for Lin Wu. After all, although the Lin family business is now flourishing, but to attend a banquet, spend tens of millions of dollars to buy a dress, to the Lin family's current financial strength, but also really cannot afford to spend. But over $30 million was nothing to Feng Tingshan. It had to be said that Feng Tingshan was really attentive enough to Lin Wu. And the dress was customized half a month in advance, which meant that Feng Tingshan had long planned to bring Lin Wu to this banquet? The fact that Feng Tingshan would rarely accept invitations to attend banquets was naturally known to Yumohan. He didn't think it would be such a coincidence. Moreover, Feng Tingshan had actually brought Lin Wu over. Yumohan looked at Rongji worriedly. Xiaoji. Rongji smiled down and calmly shook his head. I'm fine. She did feel shocked at first, but she didn't care anymore. Many people flocked to Feng Tingshan's side, and through the thick wall of people, Feng Tingshan and the others really didn't notice Rongji's presence. Rongji looks gentle and tranquil, but Yumohan knows that in her bones, Rongji is actually a person who has courage and dares to think and act. Professionally, as long as she has the idea and interest, she will exhaust all her thoughts and devote herself to it, even if the results of the research are not marketable, she is willing to do so. Because in her opinion, the only way to know the answer to whether it works or not is to try it. It's the same in relationships. She loves Feng Tingshan, so she dares to gamble on her future, give up the opportunity to continue her education, and resolutely devote herself to her family. Now that she had tried, although the price she had paid was too great, Yumohan had never seen regret in Rongji's eyes. So, now that Rongji said that she was fine and that she was going to let go, Yumohan believed it. He smiled. Something to drink? Rongru smiled. Good. The two of them went against the crowd to the dining area. Want a drink? Drink a little. Rongji didn't like to drink, but his drinking ability wasn't really that bad. They clinked glasses and stood quietly sipping their wine. After a moment, someone suddenly came toward them. Mayor you're here too? Professor Lu. Yumashuan saw the visitor and busily greeted him, greeting him familiarly. I just wanted to go look for you, but I haven't been able to see you. Professor Lu laughed and teased, really? Why am I so unbelieving? It's true, truer than pearls, and I came over here specifically to introduce you to someone. Oh? Professor Lu's eyes fell on Rongji. His eyes were stunning but also filled with doubt. Very striking and classy young man indeed. Just introduce him to what? If he didn't know that Yumohan wasn't the immodest type, he would have thought. That language programming you've been developing recently, isn't it stuck in a bottleneck? This. Yumohan bent over the gentleman and spread his hands to introduce for him, Rongru, my senior sister, a genius in language programming. I dare to make a guarantee that she will be able to help you. Your senior sister? Yumohan's teacher, Nanjiji, is a bull in the domestic AI field, and the students he brought out, though still young, are each already a mainstay in the domestic science and technology field. But the name of Rongji, he had never even heard of it. 1,000 times true. Yumashuan laughed. The QAP is what my senior sister led the team to develop 8 years ago. When it comes to programming languages, there's almost nothing more golden in the country than QAP. Professor Lu couldn't believe it. Really? True or not, you've talked. I'm sure you'll have your answer soon enough. Professor Lu was excited, and after tentatively asking Rongji 1 or 2 questions to understand the depth of Rongji, he chatted with Rongji about the problems he was currently experiencing. As a result, the more we talked, the more excited we got, and we just couldn't stop. Yumashuan pursed his wine and just watched from the sidelines with a smile, not bothering them. Just then, Yumohan looked up, only to find Lin Wu walking towards him. When Lin Wu saw him looking over, Lin Wu nodded and smiled politely. Thinking of Lin Wu's identity, Yumohan made a movement. But before he could react, Lin Wu had already walked up to him. Mr. Yu. Chapter 23, It's Not Over. Before Yumashuan had a chance to speak, Rongji heard someone come over to greet Yumashuan and looked over sideways, his line of sight locking with Lin Wu. Lin Wu was originally being polite with a light smile at the corner of her mouth, and the moment she saw Rongji, her eyes went completely cold. With only a glance, she withdrew her eyes, and when Rongji didn't exist towards Yumashuan to raise her light smile again, and was about to talk to Yumashuan, but Yumashuan smiled at Rongji and took the lead to say, "This is Ms. Lin, Xiaoji, would you like to get to know her?" There are 3 levels of meaning in Yumohan's statement. 1. He was close to Young. 2. He knew about the feud between her and Rongji. 3. Set out his attitude. Between her and Rongji, he stood on Rongji's side. Lin Wu didn't know before this that Yumohan and Rongji knew each other and were actually on such good terms. She didn't know exactly what their relationship was. But since Yumohan had said so, how could Lin Wu not know what Yumohan meant? She coldly said, "So, Mr. Yu wants to say that I don't have to report to Changmo tomorrow?" Yumashuan smiled appreciatively, put down his wine glass and clapped his hands. Ms. Lin is truly icy smart. Yumohan actually could have informed Lin Wu of the meaning in a more tactful way. But he didn't. When he did this, he was actually using his actions to tell Lin Wu that there was no room for politeness in this matter, that he stood up for Rongji, and that he would make this decision because of Rongji. Lin Wu naturally understood. She didn't feel embarrassed or humiliated by this because in her opinion, although Chang Yamo was good, it couldn't be compared to the Feng family, and Yumohan wasn't qualified enough to humiliate her. She said nothing more and turned away blandly. Rongji looked and smiled warmly. Just when she wanted to talk to Yumashuan, she noticed that Feng Tingxin and He Changbai over there, Shi Yilu and they all looked over towards her side. It should be said that they were all concerned about Lin Wu before they looked this way. Probably didn't expect her to attend the party. Seeing her, Shi Yiluan and He Changbai both revealed expressions of surprise. Feng Tingxin, on the other hand, had nothing on his face and was very flat. Plain as if she were not his wife, but an unseen stranger. What's wrong? Yumohan looked over. Rongru shook his head and smiled. It's fine. By this time, Lin Wu had already gone back to arrive, so Feng Tingxin and the others didn't pay attention to her side anymore. Rongji also continued to chat with Professor Lu. After Professor Lu left, Rongji took a sip of her drink, and when she looked up, she found Qi Yuluan looking at her over there with a smile on his face. As for Feng Tingxin, at this moment he was turning his back to her. Seeing her look over, Kaiyulan raised his eyebrows and raised his glass towards her. Rongji frowned, not understanding what Qi Yuluan meant. Kaiyulan seemed to snort at her, and then moved away from her, no longer paying attention to her. Rongji, however, suddenly understood. It's probably because she feels that she and Yumohan bullied Lin Wu. Qi Yuluan is telling her that it's not over. Rongru frowned. A little while later, the host of today's dinner party finally returned after a busy day. After exchanging pleasantries with them, he asked Yumohan, "You know that Ms. Lin?" This Miss Lin refers to, naturally, Lin Wu. Yumohan smiled, sort of. Why? Before chatting a little understanding, I heard that she is not from the city, but the Y City people. The family business is now doing quite well, and the Y City is also a famous name. However, this condition in the city this side, it is a small family, a little especially with the Feng family, the He family, the Chijia family, those big families compared to the more worthless. However, this is a small family in the capital city, especially compared to the Feng family, he family, she family, and those big families. You Mohan, so? It's generally difficult for such a family to even think about showing their face in our circle, and as for the Feng family and those big families, don't even think about it. But that Ms. Lin easily blended into the core circle and is still on such good terms with them, it's really impressive. Before I was wondering how Feng Tingshan could suddenly come over to my dinner party, then I realized that people that were introducing context to that Miss Lin. Since Feng Tingshan would personally pave people's connections and brought along He Changbai and the others, it's enough to show that he's serious about this Ms. Lin. Otherwise, if it's just a trinket kept around, Feng Tingshan couldn't possibly go to this extent. With Feng Tingshan paving the way, this Lin family is only going to soar in the future. Yu Mohan and Rongji listened, neither of them answering. In the end, the other party exclaimed, with a daughter like this, that Lin family really has smoke coming out of their ancestors' graves, it's really enviable. When the banquet host finished saying this, Rongji raised her eyes and realized that Feng Tingshan and the others were no longer in the banquet hall and seemed to have left early. Even after realizing she was there, Feng Tingshan never gave her a single glance from start to finish. Half an hour later, Rongji and Yu Mohan also left. When she got home, her cell phone rang and it was an incoming call from Feng Tingshan. Young Yu paused. He's here to ask for punishment? Because he thinks she and Yu Mohan bullied Lin Wu? Because just now at the banquet, Chi Yukuan would warn her, presumably also because Feng Tingshan originally had this intention. 2 seconds later, she calmly picked up the phone. Hello. Feng Tingshan's tone was cold, come back. Rongji didn't feel the need to go back. If there's something you want, just say so. Heart has a fever and wants to see you. The words fell out of his mouth and he simply hung up. Rongji froze, grabbed the car keys, put on his shoes and went out the door. Arrived at the villa, got out of the car, did not see Feng Tingshan person when she entered the door, but she did not care, straight to the second floor of the daughter's bedroom. Feng Jingxin, who had a high fever and was hanging on to water, was very uncomfortable, and when she saw her, she softly called out mom and reached out to her for a hug. Rongji paid attention to the stitches on the back of her hand, carefully carried her into his arms, and asked Aunt Lu at the side, have you eaten? It didn't take long to eat and then vomit it all up again. Rongru frowned, and after asking the doctor about the specifics, she asked Feng Jingxian, who was nestled in her arms and unwilling to come down, are you hungry? Mom will boil some of your favorite porridge for you, and eat some after you hang up the water? Aha! Rongji used to be the one who took care of her when she was sick. She couldn't eat the porridge that the others boiled for her, so she wanted to eat what Rongji boiled. She wrinkled her little nose and asked, where's Daddy? Isn't Daddy back yet? Young said with a lurch. When she received Feng Tingshan's call, she thought he had already returned. She didn't see Feng Tingshan when she entered, and she thought he was in the study. Now that she heard Feng Jingxin say this, she realized that Feng Tingshan hadn't come back yet. The distance between the hotel where the dinner party was held today and this side was closer than her current residence, plus he had left the party at least half an hour earlier than her. Even if he had to send Lin Wu home first, how would he have arrived home by this point in time? However, if he hadn't left immediately after dropping Lin Wu off at home, or if he hadn't planned to come back this evening in the first place, that would be a different story. Chapter 24, he didn't even ask her to apologize. At that moment, a footstep sounded outside the door. Feng Tingshan is back. Dad. Aha! Feng Tingshan entered the door and walked towards the bed. Seeing this, Rongru wanted to put Feng Jingxian down to make room for Feng Tingshan, but Feng Jingxian was unwilling to leave, leaning into her arms and stretching out her hands towards Feng Tingshan. Feng Tingshan leaned over and picked up Feng Jingxian. When he hugged Feng Jingxin, he leaned so close that Rongji could smell the familiar male perfume on him. Only, in addition to that familiar scent of perfume that burrowed into his nose at the same time, there was also a faint scent of feminine perfume. This perfume smell, she had just smelled it on Lin Wu at the dinner party today. Rongji averted her face and got up to pull away from Feng Tingshan until she couldn't smell those smells. Feng Tingshan's hand, which was wearing an exquisite wristwatch, gently rested on Feng Jingxian's white forehead before looking at Rongji. How many degrees is it now? Has it receded a bit yet? Rongji had to repeat the doctor's words. It has shifted from a high fever to a low one, but it's not quite stable yet, and it may return. Aha! Feng Tingshan hugged Feng Jingxian and sat down on the edge of the bed. Feng Jingxian relied on his arms and did not want to come down, but then frowned. Daddy, your jacket is so hard. Feng Tingshan took off his jacket and reached out to hand it to Rongji, who reflexively took it and hugged it in her arms, and it wasn't until she clearly smelled the two intertwined perfume scents on the clothes that it dawned on her that she and Feng Tingshan were about to get divorced. If it had been in the past, she would have thought it was a blessing to be able to hold his jacket in her arms like this, so blessed that she couldn't let go of it easily. But now, she casually put her jacket aside and told Feng Jingxin, I'll go downstairs to make kanji. Feng Tingshan and Rongji were both at home. Feng Jingxian was in better spirits, and when she heard Rongji say that, she obediently nodded. Thanks mom. Rongji smiled and turned around to leave Feng Jingxian's room. Watching her back as she left, Feng Tingshan's line of sight fell on the suit jacket that was placed on the back of the chair by her. Putting the porridge on, Rongji began to prepare the other condiments. By the time she washed her hands and came out of the kitchen, it was 20 minutes later. Rongji hesitated and went up the stairs. When I reached the second floor, I just turned around and saw Feng Tingshan standing by the window at the end of the corridor talking on the phone. The fever has gone down, don't worry. He's talking to Lin Wu on the phone? Would Lin Wu really worry about Feng Jingxin? Rongji withdrew his sight and went into Feng Jingxin's room. Feng Jingxin had already fallen asleep after hanging water. She was sweating quite a bit, and Auntie Lu was carefully wiping her sweat away. Seeing her, Auntie Lu was busy giving up her position and handing her a towel. She thought she was going to take care of Feng Jingxin herself. After all, Rongji had always been like this in the past. When it came to Feng Jingxin and Feng Tingshan, she would take matters into her own hands. Rongji shook his head. Aunt Lu froze, but didn't think much of it, and gently changed Feng Jingxin into dry clothes again. Rongji sat down on the sofa in the room and asked only after Aunt Lu finished her work, "The doctor is gone?" "Aha! What did the doctor say? Will the fever come back?" "She's thinking about staying the night. The doctor said it shouldn't be." "That's good." Since Feng Jingxin wasn't in any serious condition, there was a high probability that she wouldn't need to stay over tonight. The pot was still simmering with congee. Rongru sat for a while before going downstairs. Aunt Lu was in the kitchen and said, "I'll just come and watch the fire. Mrs. You're also tired, sit down and take a rest." When Rongru went out of the kitchen, she saw the current Feng Tingshan sitting on the living room sofa reading a newspaper. Seeing her, Feng Tingshan looked over and then returned his attention to the newspaper. Youngo paused in her steps. If it had been in the past, she would have sat over and spent more time with him without making a scene. But now, they don't have much to talk about anymore. Thinking this, she turned around and went upstairs, and Feng Tingshan didn't call out to her. Rongji had some doubts in his heart, however. She thought for sure he would come after her for bullying Linwu with Yu Mohan. But he actually didn't say anything. Rongru had just gone upstairs when Feng Jingxian woke up, her face wan as she came out of her room to look for her. "Mom, I'm hungry, is the porridge ready?" "Almost there." Rongji asked Aunt Lu, "Is it still burning?" Aunt Lu smiled, "There's no more burning." Rongji was relieved, then he turned around and went into the kitchen, and after 5 or 6 minutes, probed out and said to Feng Jingxian, "Xan, the porridge is ready." Rongji finished serving the kanji and looked towards the door, only to find Feng Tingshan following him over. Feng Jingxian, "Mom, why is there only one bowl? Dad ate it together too." Rongji didn't know Feng Tingshan was going to eat as well, and before she could say anything, Aunt Lu laughed and said, "I'll go get the bowl." Rongru himself wasn't going to eat it, but he would be used to making more. Feng Jingxian didn't eat much, and if she and Feng Tingshan each ate some it would be enough. After serving the porridge, Rongji sat down and ate the porridge in silence. Feng Tingshan had already taken off his wristwatch, and his slender fingertips pinched the spoon, gently mixing it in an elegant manner that was very pleasing to the eye. After Feng Jingxin tasted a bite, she narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. "It's been a long time since I've eaten it, it smells so good." Aunt Lu laughed, "Now that we're back in China, we can eat whenever we want in the future." "Aha!" Rongji listened, gave a start, but didn't say anything. Feng Tingshan sat across from her and didn't say anything either. Feng Jingxin, however, was very happy, as if she had thought of something, and pampered herself with Rongji. "Mom, will you sleep with me tonight?" Rongji was about to open his mouth to refuse, but when he saw that her face was still pale with little blood, he agreed. "Good." Feng Jingxin only ate one bowl. Feng Tingshan didn't eat much either, and the porridge in the pot wasn't even finished by the time they left the dining room. Feng Jingxin loved cleanliness and insisted on taking a bath even when she had a cold. Rongji was afraid that she would catch a cold, so he had to go in and supervise her. After Feng Jingxin finished her bath, Rongji hesitated and turned around to go to the master bedroom. Feng Tingshan was not there. Rongru thought that her things had been cleared away by Feng Tingshan's people. Going inside, she realized that the bedroom hadn't changed much from when she left. Some of her everyday items like slippers, hand creams, face creams, mugs of water and whatnot were still sitting where she remembered them, not changed at all. It was as if she had never left. Rongji went inside to the inside checkroom and pushed open the sliding door only to realize that it hadn't gotten any less of her stuff. However, it was also possible that Feng Tingshan didn't let anyone touch her things because she wasn't officially divorced yet and it wasn't good to alarm the old lady. She withdrew her mind, grabbed a set of pajamas and a towel, and headed out of the master bedroom to Feng Jingxin's room. Feng Jingxin sat on the bed to play with the tablet and saw the clothes in her hand and found it strange. "Mom, are you going to take a bath in my room?" Rongji, aha. Not long after she went into the bathroom, Feng Tingshan entered Feng Jingxian's room. Chapter 25, Does Heart Student Have Two Mothers? Seeing him look over to the bathroom, Feng Jingxin said, "It's Mom bathing in there." Feng Tingshan, aha. Another question, did you tell your mom to come over here and take a shower? No, Mom brought her own clothes over. Feng Tingshan didn't ask anymore, and after accompanying her for a couple of words and telling her to rest early, he turned around and left. Rongji had heard movement in the bathroom and knew it was Feng Tingshan coming, but she didn't hear what they said. Feng Jingxin is still not fully recovered from her illness, and after taking the medicine, she is prone to drowsiness, so Rongji saw that the time was not too early, and after taking a bath, she accompanied her to lie down on the bed. Feng Jingxin nestled into her arms and rubbed against the hollow of her shoulder. Mommy smells so good and soft. She felt most comfortable in her mom's arms. It's more comfortable than Auntie Woohoo's embrace. However, knowing that Rongji didn't like Lin Wu, she didn't say anything. Feng Jingxin quickly fell asleep. Rongji was also tired, and it didn't take long for him to fall asleep as well. After Feng Jingxin got sick, she was especially fond of kicking the covers. Probably because worrying had become a habit, Rongji still woke up several times a night like he used to take care of Feng Jingxian, and only after covering her up again and again so that she wouldn't catch a cold, would he go back to sleep with peace of mind. That night, Rongji didn't sleep well, but woke up at dawn. Feng Jingxin was still sleeping, and Rongru lightly got up and went to the window to take a look and found that Feng Jingxin was indeed running downstairs. He usually runs for an hour or so before returning. Rongji washed up and found clothes to change into before going downstairs and going in the kitchen to make breakfast. Half an hour later, after handing over the rest of the work to Aunt Lu and making sure that Feng Jingxin's fever hadn't returned, she went upstairs, grabbed her bag and car keys, and left. Not long after she left, Feng Jingxin woke up. After looking around and not finding Rongji, she asked, "Where's Mom?" "Auntie Lu, mistress went out for something." Feng Jingxian pouted, "Oh." Aunt Lu laughed, "But before Madame left the house, she had already prepared breakfast for you." Feng Jingxin was finally in a better mood. She wasn't all better yet, but she was in good spirits and hungry, so she washed up and went downstairs for breakfast. After a while, Feng Jingxin also came downstairs. Not seeing Rongji, he paused and asked Aunt Lu as well, "Where's Mrs.?" "Oh, the missus is out." Feng Jingxin listened without asking again. The other side. Rongji returned home, ate something, packed up his computer and some essentials, and was just about to report to the office when the doorbell rang. Rongru looked at the surveillance at the door. It was the neighbor Mrs. Fong and her daughter Sweetness. Rongji opened the door. "Mrs. Fong." Mrs. Fong looked anxious. "Miss Rong, Sweetie, her grandmother is sick. I have to send her to the hospital. Can I trouble you to help me send Sweetie to school?" The kindergarten and company that Feng Jingxian and Tian they attended happened to be on the same route, so Rongji agreed. 20 minutes later, arriving near the entrance of the kindergarten, Rongji was trying to find a spot to park when he saw the trio of Feng Jingxian, Lin Wu, and Feng Jingxian. Feng Jingxian looked in good spirits. She and Lin Wu were holding hands, bouncing as they walked, looking very happy. As for Feng Jingxian, he stood next to Lin Wu, thoughtfully insulating Lin Wu and Feng Jingxian from the traffic and people. Sweetie also saw Feng Jingxian, Auntie Rong, its classmate Xinxin. Rongru lowered her eyes. "Well, Auntie saw it." "Who is that pretty aunt holding Xinxin? Is she also Xinxin's mom? Does Xin have two moms?" Rongji didn't answer and touched Sweetie's head, saying, "About Auntie sending you over, Sweetie, don't say anything to Xin, okay?" Sugar nodded. Sugar knows. Last time, just because she hugged Sister Rong, Xinxin's classmates were mean. She was actually a bit afraid of her and usually didn't dare to talk to her. And Xinxin's classmates are probably still angry and glare at her every time they see her. In front, Feng Jingxian, Lin Wu, and Feng Jingxian looked like a happy family of three. Rongji looked and really felt quite good. She withdrew her gaze. Only after a while, after Feng Jingxian and Lin Wu left, did Rongji bring Sweetie out of the car. Feng Jingxian's teacher was aware that Rongru was Feng Jingxian's mother. Just now, when she saw Feng Jingxian being sent to school by Feng Jingxian's father and another woman, she thought it was because Rongji was unavailable. But now, seeing Rongji holding Sweetie's hand, she instantly felt her brain go numb. "Miss Rong, you and Sweetie. Mrs. Fong had an emergency and asked me to help bring Sweetie here." "Oh, so it's like this." The teacher breathed a sigh of relief, followed by the euphemistic, "It's just that. Just now student Feng Jingxin also arrived at the school, only." "I know." Rongji laughed. The teacher was still a bit confused, but seeing as Rongji seemed to know and didn't care, she didn't say anything more. Leaving the kindergarten, just as he got into the car, Yu Mohan's phone called. "About what time will you arrive?" 10 minutes. "Good." When Rongru arrived at Changmo, Yu Mo-sun was already waiting for her at the entrance of the company. Seeing her, he opened his arms and gave her a hug. "Welcome back." Rongji laughed and gave him a hug. In the meantime, at the corridor of the company building, Yi Qiuyu was leaning against the window and calling someone. Seeing the movement on this side of the doorway and seeing Rongji's face, he was immediately stunned. However, he then averted his eyes as the call he had dialed to Lin Wu connected. He smiled and took the lead. "Good morning, schoolmate Lin, when did you arrive at the office?" Not knowing what Lin Wu's side said, Yi Qiuyu's face changed. A little while later, as he returned to his workstation, his co-workers around him noticed that he didn't look too good. "Qiuyu, it's early in the morning, what's wrong with you? Are you sick?" Yi Qiuyu shook his head wordlessly. After a while, other colleagues returned to the company one after another, and someone said mysteriously, "Just now I saw that Mr. Yu brought a beautiful woman to the company." "Is it really a beautiful woman?" I've read little, you don't lie to me. A real beauty, more beautiful than a big star kind of beauty, so white that it glows, super pretty. Yi Cho-yu immediately thought of the beautiful woman who had thrown herself into Yu Mohan's arms not long ago in front of the company. At this time, someone added, and I heard that this beauty is a new colleague who joined our company today. Oh. Yi Cho-yu froze when he heard this. Lin Wu is his schoolmate, and when he learns that she is attracted to CUAP and wants to work at Chang Mo, he immediately recommends her to Yu Mo-sun. When they first met, Yu Mohan was clearly satisfied with Lin Wu. Today was the day Lin Wu had set for his induction. He had just called Lin Wu to ask when she would be arriving at the office, but he heard Lin Wu say that Yu Mohan didn't need her for personal reasons. As for what the private reasons are, Yi Cho-yu was just thinking about this when Yu Mohan walked in with Rongji. Chapter 26, used to being taken for granted by men's words. Seeing Rongji, the crowd was stunned. Someone excitedly got up and asked before him, Mr. Yu, is this beauty really our new colleague? Very well informed. Yu Mohan smiled and introduced everyone, this is Rongji, our company. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard Yi Cho-yu suddenly open her mouth and interrupted him, is she the reason why Mr. Yu kicked out my schoolmate? Yu Mohan gave a start and nodded, yes. About that, I'll give you a later. Before the word explain could be uttered, Yi Cho-yu looked at Rongru and said, my sister just got a doctorate from one of the world's top 10 universities this year, but she's only 25 years old this year. Since Ms. Rong was able to kick out my sister to enter Chang Mo, her personal resume should be even more impressive, right? Lin Wu says Yu Mo-sun decided not to hire her because of personal reasons. What exactly was the reason, Lin Wu didn't say. Yi Cho-yu had just seen Rongji and Yu Mohan embracing each other downstairs and felt that they had a great relationship, so she thought that Rongji had gotten into Chang Mo by relying on her connections. Although their company has a lot of talent, but can have Lin Wu this resume, not to mention their company, is to look at the whole country, are not rare. He didn't think that Rongru's resume could be even better than Lin Wu's. Thinking of this, without waiting for Rongru to open her mouth, she mocked again, it's just that, Miss Rong looks quite young, and if you don't know, you would think that Miss Rong's doctorate hasn't even graduated yet. Regarding the reason for not hiring Lin Wu, Yu Mohan was actually planning to find time to talk to Yi Cho-yu later. After all, it involved the grudge between Rongji and Lin Wu, and it was inappropriate to say it in front of so many people. But he didn't expect Yi Cho-yu to suddenly lash out. He frowned, autumn rain. But Yi Cho-yu felt that Yu Mohan opened his mouth to cover up for Rongji, and he loudly interrupted him, Mr. Yu, I'm talking to Miss Rong. He stared at Rongji closely, just inquiring about academic qualifications, is it difficult for Ms. Rong to answer? Otherwise, why do you need you, Mr. Yu, to speak for her? Or is it that Miss Rong actually hasn't gotten her doctorate yet? Or maybe it's because the college Miss Rong's doctorate is in isn't on the world's rankings, so she finds it difficult to speak? Rongru didn't find it hard to answer. She trailed off, it's true I haven't gotten my PhD yet, but... As soon as her words came out, Yi Cho-yu laughed. He knew he was right. After all, not all girls are as brilliant as Lin Wu. He grunted, not letting her finish her sentence, and sneered, but? What are you trying to say? That even though you haven't gotten your doctorate yet, your expertise won't be inferior to ours? What gave you this illusion? Just because you have a vase face and are used to being flattered by men's rhetoric, do you really think you have real material? When Yu Mohan heard this, he was directly enraged, show you. Reasonable suspicion was fine, but Yi Cho-yu speaking to this extent was simply insulting Rongju. How could he not be angry? Yi Cho-yu took off the work tag hanging around his neck, I resign. Yu Mohan didn't expect Yi Cho-yu to be so impulsive. Yi Cho-yu looked at Yu Mohan, Mr. Yu, I always thought that you were a person who valued talent and made a clear distinction between public and private affairs, now it seems that I was wrong about you. Yi Cho-yu finished speaking and turned around. Yu Mohan also has a temper. He looked at Yi Cho-yu's back and said, you calm down for a while, when you calm down and want to come back, I'll be happy anytime. There's no need, I won't step foot in Nagamo again. Yi Cho-yu left without looking back. Rongji also values talent. She looks to Yu Mohan, who shakes his head and tells her to hold her horses for a moment. Yi Cho-yu was powerful, and he couldn't afford to waste such a talent. It was just that, the first time he met with Lin Wu, he had already noticed that Yi Cho-yu harbored a different kind of affection for Lin Wu. This was Yi Cho-yu's personal and private matter, and he didn't care in the first place. But now Yi Cho-yu was so emotional because of Lin Wu that she indiscriminately gave a negative verdict on Rongji's arrival. This is just too much over. And Quap Core Technology and the government have cooperation, signed a confidentiality agreement, Rongru's identity cannot be exposed. Yi Cho-yu can be impulsive to such an extent because of Lin Wu, coupled with the fact that he sees Lin Wu as too high. Even if Rongru shows her talent later, Yi Cho-yu may not be sincerely convinced, instead he will feel that if Lin Wu comes, Lin Wu may be able to do a better job. It was inevitable that Yi Cho-yu would be crushed by Rongji in the future. If this became him favoring Rongru in Yi Cho-yu's eyes, then he would be very easy to be taken advantage of in the future. If that day really came, Yi Cho-yu would not only ruin himself, but also bring extremely serious losses to the company. Rongji saw that he had a number in his heart and was relieved. Yumashuan cleared his throat and looked at the others. Although Xiaozhu has never studied for a doctorate, but please rest assured that Xiaozhu's professional ability is definitely sufficient, this I can guarantee. The rest of the office looked at each other in disbelief. They were aware of the fact that Yi Qiuyu had recommended a friend to Yu Mohan some time ago. But Yi Qiuyu didn't go into detail, and they didn't understand the specifics. Something like what happened to Rongji today actually happened once last year. Last year that girl was the young love interest of a company executive. The girl was sweet-looking, confidently sweet-talking and articulate. She said she was a current graduate student at a top-level university in the country with a solid foundation. In fact, they do not know anything about it, and they do not even understand some basic terminology. In the end, not to mention the top-level universities in the country, people even wondered if she had ever been to college at all. Now that things are resurfacing again, Yu Mohan even kicked out his friend with such an outstanding resume because of this young zip. It was indeed understandable that Yi Qiuyu would be angry. Therefore, not only Yi Qiuyu, but also everyone else felt that Yu Mohan did not distinguish between public and private. The attitude of the crowd, Yu Mohan saw it in his eyes. But he wasn't in a hurry, he just asked, "What kind of work has Qiuyu been working on lately?" Su Yuchuan, who worked with Yi Qiuyu, gave the general content. Yu Mohan nodded his head and said to Rongji, "Then you'll take over the rest of Qiuyu's work and handle it first?" Rongji had no problem with it, "Good. With that," he added, speaking to the others with great graciousness, "in the days to come, please give me more guidance." The others smiled and responded politely. Instructing or whatever, they wouldn't dare. As things stood, they could only hope that Rongji would really have some strength and not throw everything at them to handle. The others were fine. It was Su Yuchuan, who had previously worked with Yi Qiuyu, who was afraid that he would have a hard time. Su Yuchuan's face really didn't look too good, but he could only politely say to Rongji, "The information is all here, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Rongji, "Okay, thanks." Su Yuchuan, "Never mind, at least the attitude is pretty good." Chapter 27, Is this your wife's new way of chasing after her husband? After Yi Qiuyu left Changmo, he immediately called Lin Wu over. Young resigned to join Nagumo? Aha! Yi Qiuyu felt strange. You don't know about this? Didn't Rongji squeeze her out to get into Changmo? I don't know. She thought Yu Mohan was just trying to take it out on Rongji when he didn't hire her. Since Young resigned to Changmo, is she already leaving Feng? Yi Qiuyu froze. Then the private reason you said before? Lin Wu didn't want to say much, some personal grudge. But what's wrong? He was the one who misunderstood, and the fact that he left his job had nothing to do with Lin Wu. Thinking of this, Yi Qiuyu couldn't help but ask, how is Rongru's ability? I heard that Rongji hasn't gotten her doctorate yet, It's not that she hasn't gotten her PhD yet, she's only got an undergraduate degree, she's never even been to graduate school. Ha? Really? Aha. Speaking of this, Lin Wu's tone was cold. The fact that Rongji would be willing to leave Feng was something she didn't expect. Just, let her more unexpected is that after leaving Feng's, Rongru actually did not want to continue to further study, but instead rely on the back door to go to other companies to work. I have to say, she really doesn't have any pattern or vision at all. Yi Qiuyu asked, Sister Lin, then what are your next plans? I've got an official racing competition coming up that will take quite a bit of practice time, and I'll think about the job after a while. Oh, so? Lin Wu could do anything, Yi Qiuyu knew that. Sometimes he kind of wondered if she really wouldn't lose her expertise with all her activities. However, when he thought that Lin Wu was so good, he felt that she was different from the others. He felt that Lin Wu must have something in mind since she dared to do this. In the meantime, Feng's group. Feng Tingshan flipped through the documents without looking up and said to Cheng Yuan, have someone make a cup of coffee. Yes. This was the first time Su Xuanna personally made coffee for Feng Tingshan, and she was both excited and nervous. After she carefully made the coffee according to the steps taught by Rongji, Cheng Yuan brought it over to Feng Tingshan. Feng Tingshan put down the documents, picked up the coffee and stirred it gently. The cup came to his lips and he was about to drink it, but he paused. The flavor smells a little off. He paused, but tried a small sip anyway, but as soon as the coffee was in his mouth, he put it down and said, have her rebrew it. Cheng Yuan froze, yes. Su Xuanna received the message and was a bit anxious, rebrew? Is there too much sugar, or is the flavor wrong? But I've been soaking according to Rongji's steps, and I didn't put the wrong amount of sugar, so there shouldn't be a problem. I'm not sure about that one. Su Xuanna had to cook another cup. Maybe she was nervous. This time, Feng Tingshan didn't try it in his mouth, just smelled the flavor and felt it wasn't right and put it down directly, asking Cheng Yuan, what's going on here? Secretary Su was probably a little nervous about making coffee for you for the first time, so the fire wasn't under control. Feng Tingshan frowned, Secretary Su? What's Secretary Su? Where's Rongjua? Cheng Yuan froze, Rongru has already left the company, do you? Not know? Feng Tingshan didn't say anything. He really doesn't know. Previously, Rongji had upset Chung Yuan because of her work attitude, and he was aware of Chung Yuan's intention to dismiss her. But when did she leave? Last Thursday. Got it. Rongru was gone, but it was likely only for a few days. I guess it won't be long before she comes running back on her own. Chung Yuan, that coffee. Take it away and get me a glass of warm water. Yes. At noon, Yu Mohan went out to socialize. Rongju dined alone in the company cafeteria. Her co-workers in the same department saw her and treated her in a polite but not intimate manner. Rongji didn't care. After lunch, she continued to work on her task at hand. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, she went to Su Yuchuan and said, "I'm almost finished, will you look at it?" What? Su Yuchuan didn't react, looking at what Rongji sent over. At first he was still confused, but looking at it, he stared incredulously. You all done? This was Yi Qiuyu's workload for more than 10 days. She had less than a day to figure it all out on her own, not to mention that it was all done already? Rongji, aha. Su Yuchuan froze, suddenly completely speechless. In particular, he realized that not only did Rongji finish very well, but what she wrote also gave him a lot of new ideas for his next job that he hadn't thought of before. The others sniffed and came over, and after understanding what happened, they were all shocked to the core. Back to God, Su Yuchuan looked at Rongji, a face of incredulity. You really are a graduate student in this study? Rongru gave a beat and said truthfully, I didn't go to graduate school. Exclamation point. How is that possible? So many of their highly educated doctoral and graduate students were just second-guessed by an undergraduate? Why don't you go to graduate school? Is there a problem at home? But Rongju looked, not like he couldn't afford to read. Besides, she's so good at her profession, does she need to think about tuition when she goes to school? Rongru lowered her eyes, no, just some personal reasons. Speaking of this, she smiled, if I have the opportunity in the future, I should consider furthering my education. After chatting with everyone for a while and helping a few people with some work issues, it was almost 7 o'clock when Rongru left the company. She walked out of the office only to find Yu Mohan standing at the door. On your first day of employment, you officially removed everyone's prejudice against you and gained everyone's recognition, not bad for you. Rongji smiled, buy you dinner? Yu Mohan raised an eyebrow, what else do you think I'm waiting here for? Rongji laughed and left the company with him. More than 20 minutes later, arrived at the hotel, Rong resigned on the steps, there is a child ran over, in order to avoid, she backed up when she tripped, was about to fall when Yu Mohan reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist, to help her stabilize the body. Rongru breathed a sigh of relief and was about to say thank you when she saw Feng Tingshan and Shi Yulun not far away. They saw her too. Feng Tingshan stopped in his tracks. Kai Yulun raised an eyebrow. Rongji pursed his lips, retracted his line of sight, and gently pushed Yu Mohan away, who didn't see Feng Tingshan and the others, and said with concern, did you twist your foot? Rongji shook his head, no. That's good, let's go. Aha! Rongji didn't look at Feng Tingshan and their side anymore and went upstairs with Yu Mohan. Seeing the reaction of Rongru, Shi Yuluan face incredible, just now that is your wife is right? Feng Tingshan didn't say anything. Her that when she can't see our attitude, and she's still getting so close to Yu Mohan, is this a new husband chasing routine that she's figured out? The purpose is to provoke you to care about her? Before Feng Tingshan could say anything, he laughed, she's still thinking quite a lot. Feng Tingshan didn't respond and faintly said, let's go. Chapter 28, Making Her Pay. When they arrived at the box, Lin Wu and Feng Jingxin and the others had already arrived. Lin Wu asked, what is it that makes you smile so happily? Shi Yuluan laughed, nothing, just ran into a quite interesting person. After the meal, Feng Tingshan and Feng Jingxin returned home. Getting out of the car, Feng Jingxin happily ran upstairs, mommy. Aunt Lu heard the commotion and came out of the kitchen, mistress hasn't returned yet. Ha! Feng Jingxin lost it, why is mom always so busy lately? Grumbling, she went upstairs. Seeing Feng Tingshan standing still, Aunt Lu asked, sir? Feng Tingshan shook his head, it's nothing. Then, too, went upstairs. That night, Feng Tingshan realized that Rongji had not returned. The next morning, Feng Jingxin woke up and thought that she would be able to eat the breakfast prepared by Rongji again. Seeing the breakfast on the table that didn't look like it was made by Rongji, she frowned, didn't mom get up in the morning to make breakfast? The missus isn't home. Feng Jingxin felt strange, where did mom go without being home? Did she go back to grandmother's house again? I suppose so? Rongji didn't say anything, and Aunt Lu didn't dare to pack her bags. Feng Jingxin looked at Feng Tingshan, Dad. Feng Tingshan said slowly, if you want to know, call and ask yourself. I'll ask tonight then. The other side. After Rongru finished his breakfast, he went to the office. When he arrived at the company, Yu Mohan was about to talk to Rongji about the development of new products when his cell phone rang. The man over there asked, your company recently offended the phone family? What? Yu Mohan sniffed and froze, looking at Rongji and putting him on speakerphone. Someone from the phone family's side wanted to trouble your company and was stopped by our side. Rongji sniffed and froze, his 5 fingers clenching into fists. After the dinner that day, Feng Tingshan hadn't been looking for her to raise hell because of her and Yu Mashuan's bullying of Lin Wu, and she had thought that he meant that he didn't want to pursue the matter. It turned out that he wasn't not pursuing the matter, he was just too lazy to talk nonsense with her, and told her with his actions that since she had touched Lin Wu, he was making her pay the price. Yu Mohan understood what was going on at this point. He patted Rongji's hand. Don't worry, our company works closely with the government, they can't touch us. Aha! Thanks to this. Otherwise. In order to take it out on Lin Wu, with Feng Tingshan's strength and financial power, Chang Mo, even if it wasn't destroyed, was greatly wounded, right? He really protects Lin Wu. Tightly enough. Yu Mohan was a bit worried and asked, now that they can't move Chang Mo, will they move the Rong family? Rongji shook his head, no. With old Mrs. Feng Tingshan wouldn't easily move the Rong family. The old lady's face, Feng Tingshan still had to give. That's okay. Near the end of the evening, Rongji received a call from Feng Jingxian, Mom, when are you coming home? I'm so hungry. Didn't you ask Auntie Lau to make you something to eat? But I want to eat your sweet and sour pork. She didn't even get to eat what she ordered last time, and now she wanted it even more. Younggo didn't want to go over there. She rubbed her brow, and before she could speak, Feng Jingxian said again, Dad went on a business trip, I'm so bored, Mom you come back soon. Feng Tingshan went on a business trip? Young said with a lurch. She and Feng Tingshan were about to get divorced. And Feng Tingshan she could care less about. But Feng Jingxian, she still has the responsibility to take care of her until she turns 18. Thinking about it, she said, got it, I'll be back in a bit. That night, Rongji made sweet and sour pork ribs for Feng Jingxian and also boiled soup. She stayed there for the next 2 days. By Friday, Mrs. Young called and asked her to come home for dinner. Rongji then took Feng Jingxian back to the Rong family. The old lady is the only one in the house, and everyone else is either socializing or still in school. Old Mrs. Rong didn't know that Feng Jingxian had returned to China and was pleasantly surprised when she saw that Rongji had brought Feng Jingxian over as well. Feng Jingxian and old Mrs. Rong were also quite close and coaxed the old lady into being very happy. At night, Rongju and Feng Jingxian stayed at Rong's house. The next morning, Rongji woke up to roll out the dough and wrap the dumplings. The old lady couldn't help but sigh when she looked at the skillful appearance of Rongji and remembered that she hadn't done any housework before she was married. Rongji knew what the old lady was thinking. She smiled. Cooking can calm the mind, I quite like it. Rongji's face has a little more flesh than the last time he came back, not so skinny. Rong old lady is also a little relieved. After wrapping the dumplings and chatting with the old lady for a while, Rongji went upstairs. Feng Jingxian had already gotten up and was washing up. Rongji gathered the pajamas she had changed out of and was about to get up when he saw Feng Jingxian's tablet ringing, a message from Lin Wu. Is Xin awake? Auntie will be back this afternoon, let's have dinner together tonight, and tomorrow Auntie will take you out to play, okay? After glancing at it, Rongji withdrew his eyes and held the pajamas that Feng Jingxian had changed out of and put them in the washing machine to be washed. When she came back, Feng Jingxian was already holding the tablet, and when she saw her, she held the tablet back to prevent Rongji from seeing her chat with Lin Wu on the tablet. Rongji didn't dismantle her and said, the dumplings are ready, come downstairs for breakfast. Feng Jingxian happily jumped up from the bed. It's been a long time since I've eaten Mom's dumplings, yay! Over breakfast, old Mrs. Rong happily asked, what does Xinshin want to eat tonight? Grandmother will have someone make it for you. Feng Jingxian was aware that old Madame Rong also disliked Lin Wu. Upon hearing this, her dark eyes rolled and she whispered, Grandmother, Daddy's coming back tonight and I want to come home for dinner. Old Mrs. Rong was a bit reluctant to part with her. After all, it had been a long time since she had seen Feng Jingxian. However, Feng Jingxian did stick to Feng Tingshan for the past 2 years, so she didn't think much of it when she heard her say that. Rongji knew that Feng Jingxian was lying, but pretended not to know, gave the old lady a chopstick of food and said, it's fine, I'll stay with you. When a husband comes back from a business trip and the wife stays at her mother's house instead, it doesn't make sense in any way. But Feng Tingshan is not good to Rongji. Rong old lady has never been happy to see how Rongji is attracted to Feng Tingshan, and if Rongji wants a divorce, she is 10,000% in favor of it. So, hearing Rongji say this, old Mrs. Rong smiled, good, our little G is just good. Feng Jingxian had been worried about how to find an excuse to get rid of Rongji at night and go to Lin Wu, but now that she heard Rongji say this, she instantly breathed a sigh of relief. When Feng Jingxian left, the old lady prepared a bunch of her favorite food for Feng Jingxian. Rongji, however, pushed the item back and told her to leave it for her uncle's child. When Feng Jingxian left, Rongji also contacted Feng Tingshan's side of the housekeeper and asked him to call someone to pick him up, and did not personally send him. The old lady looked on, feeling a little strange, but didn't think deeply about it. Chapter 29. Think I'm following you again? Feng Jingxian should have been playing crazy with Lin Wu and the others, and hadn't contacted Rongji again for the past 2 days on Saturday and Sunday. By Monday, Rongju went to work at Chiangmai as usual. Near the end of the day, Chu Xilan called and said he wanted to buy her dinner. When the meal was almost over, Rong resigned and went to the restroom. Then she ran into He Changbai. Rongru's footsteps didn't stop, and when he didn't see it, he directly crossed over to him. He Changbai, however, stopped and looked at her sideways. Rongji noticed, but ignored it. Rongji came out of the restroom, but saw He Changbai standing right where they had just bumped into each other and did not leave. Seeing her come out, he looked at her sideways. Come over here to eat? It looked like it had been waiting for her specifically. Yes. After she finished, she said coldly, and Mr. He thinks I followed you here? He Changbai paused before saying, that's not what I meant. Rongji didn't know what he meant. She didn't want to know either. After saying that, she left straight away, and He Changbai didn't call out to her. Leaving the hotel, Chu Xilan wants to buy her mother a birthday present. Rongji then accompanied her to a jewelry boutique. Chu Xilan had her eye on a set of emerald necklaces and had just chatted with the store manager when someone at the door suddenly said, "Hello, I'm here to pick up my jewelry." Hearing the voice of the visitor, Rongji paused. So it's General Manager Lin. Seeing the visitor, the shopkeeper immediately raised a smile, and after giving an apologetic smile to Rongji and Chu Xilan, he walked over towards the visitor. General Manager Lin, we've already packed your customized jewelry. Xiaoru? After confirming that he didn't recognize the wrong person, Lin Lihai walked towards Rongji. You're also here to order jewelry? Rongji glanced at him and didn't say anything. Seeing Rongru's cold attitude towards him, Lin Lihai looked gloomy. Xiaoru? Rongji averted his face, ignoring him, and asked Chu Xilan, are you sure you want to choose this one? Chu Xilan had never seen Lin Lihai before, and seeing the other party's gentle appearance despite the signs of age, she gently bumped Rongji's waist with her elbow and asked quietly, who's this? Rongru didn't answer. Lin Lihai, however, did not move away and looked at Rongji and said, Xiaoji, have you been doing well recently? Rongji pursed her lips and finally looked toward him, coldly asking, what do you want to say? Lin Lihai's tone was gentle. Xiaoru, do you have to talk to Dad with such an attitude? Rongji coldly said, then what attitude do you think I should use to talk to you? Daddy knows there were things Daddy did wrong in the past, but you know that Daddy always had you in his heart. Rongji listened and laughed. Yes, you have me in your heart, so you let Lin Wu get close to my husband and let my husband take good care of her, you said. How can you be considered to not have me in your heart towards me? Xiaoru. Lin Lihai frowned. Your feelings can be understood by father, but Xiao Wu and Ting Shan truly love each other. Feelings cannot be forced. Why do you need to? Yeah, feelings can't be forced, so you cheated on her back then as a matter of course, and she's now just like her mom, being a mistress in a bright and righteous way, right? Lin Lihai sank his face. Xiaoru. When did you become so paranoid? I'm paranoid? Rongru sneered. Is it that if I immediately divorce Feng Tingshan and fulfill Lin Wu, then I'm not bigoted? Riki, what happened? At this time, Xiang Rufan and Sun Liao walked in. Xiang Rufan was the first to see Rongji. She smiled at once. Isn't this Xiaoru? It's been a long time, it's really getting prettier and prettier. Mom! Hearing Xiang Rufan praise Rongji, Sun Liao was not happy. She had always known that Rongji was pretty. I didn't realize that after a few years of not seeing each other, Rongji was even more beautiful than before. Looking at Rongji's snow-white delicate skin and outstanding temperament, she was jealous in the bottom of her heart. However, she then thought, so what if Rongji was even more beautiful? Her future brother-in-law still doesn't like her and only likes her sister Lin Wu? The thought of it balanced her out a bit. Lin Lihai looked toward Xiang Rufang. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Seeing that you haven't come back for so long, Auntie, we came over to take a look. Sun Liao interjected, and after finishing, seeing the brocade box opened by the shopkeeper aside, she looked at Rongji and deliberately said loudly, Auntie, is this the customized wedding anniversary gift you gave to Auntie? It's so beautiful. Lin Lihai laughed. Yeah. Every year on your wedding anniversary you prepare expensive gifts in advance for your aunt and create surprises for her. Auntie, you are so good to her. Lin Lihai smiled. Over there, when Chu Xilan heard this, she basically already knew the identity of Lin Lihai and the three of them. So it's a bunch of. She cursed in a low voice, settled the bill and pulled Rongji to turn around and leave. Xiao Wu. Lin Lihai, however, called out to Rongru, walked over, and said, your aunt is sincere in treating you, and she has always had you in mind in her heart, and you and Xiao Wu are sisters, and relatives, and like what happened to Chang Mo this time, Dad hopes that none of it happens again in the future. Rongji laughed at that. Are you deliberately trying to disgust me? You. Auntie, if she doesn't want to do it, she doesn't want to do it. Not to mention she's not willing. Even if she is, my sister is still not willing. What class is she? Who is she to be a sister to my sister? Saying that, she looked at Rongji with a light hum and said, you targeted my sister and didn't let her enter Changmo. You're very proud of yourself, aren't you? But you don't know, the more you target my sister, the more my brother-in-law feels sorry for her. This is not it. After brother-in-law learned that you and that Long Mo's boss bullied my sister, he immediately went to look for trouble with Long Mo. Although things went a little accident, finally did not move Long Ink, but in order to compensate for the aggression suffered by my sister, these 2 days brother-in-law directly packaged us a several $100 million of large projects, and that large project or your uncle has been begging in recent times want to Rongji pursed his lips and clenched his hands into fists. Chu Xilan also got angry and snorted, is Feng Tingshan married to Lin Wu? Not even married yet and you're calling me brother-in-law, how shameless. You. Alright Yao Yao. Lin Lihai pulled Sun Liyao inside and said to Rongji, Xiao Wu is a genius in the field of AI, she has important things to do when she enters Chang Mo, in the future, you should put away your little temper and stop targeting Xiao Wu. Said enough? Rongji looked at him without a trace of temperature under his eyes, you can get lost after you finish. Xiang Rafang, who hadn't said anything, archly said, Xiao Ru, you're such a child, how can you talk to your father like that? Sun Liyao chimed in, that's right, no tutelage at all. Rongru coldly said, I am not as domesticated as you guys, each one of you rushing to be a mistress. You. Alright. Lin Lihai was disappointed to see that Rong resigned oil and salt and said, let's go. Humph. Lin Lihai took his customized gift and quickly left with Sun Liyao and the others. Chapter 30, Mommy has something to do, next time. After walking away a bit, Chu Xilan looked at Rongji worriedly, Xiaoji. Rongji shook his head and said faintly, I'm fine. From the moment Lin Lihai divorced her mother, he was no longer her father in her heart. She's having a hard time because she's aggravating her uncle's burden because of her relationship. It was also hard to be favored by Feng Tingshan. When she thought that Feng Tingshan was only concerned about Lin Wu in his heart, and that he had no mercy on Yuemo Sun and her uncle for Lin Wu, never considering her feelings, her heart felt like it had been stabbed by a knife. It hurts so much that it bleeds. Little rhetoric. Chu Xilan hugged her heartily. Rongji squeezed out a smile and didn't say anything. It's okay. She had decided to walk out. Just give her a little time. She can do it. Going for a drink? Chu Xilan felt that Rongji needed to relax. Rongru shook his head, no need. She was more interested in going home and working on her data than drinking. At that time, it was easier for her to meditate and to relax and find herself. Hearing Rongji say this, Chu Xilan didn't force herself. The two headed to the parking lot, and before they got into the car, Rongji's cell phone rang. It's Feng Jingxin's phone. The smile that had just raised little on Rongru's face sank once again. She paused for 2 or 3 seconds before picking up the phone. Hello? Feng Jingxin asked petulantly on the other side of the phone, Mom, when are you coming home? Rongji didn't answer, only asked, what's wrong? I'm so bored at home alone, Mom, will you come back and stay with me? Dad wasn't home, Auntie Woohoo had something to do, the house was quiet, she was so bored at home alone now. Suddenly she missed a bit the days before when her mom would talk to her and gently listen to her about her favorite anime and her favorite hand-me-downs. So, she called Rongji, hoping that Rongji would come home to be with her. Rongji listened and faintly said, Mom has something to do, next time. She is her mother and does have to accommodate her as much as possible. But she has her own life. She's in a bad mood and needs some personal time. Feng Jingxin was a bit unhappy, alright then. Then Mom hangs up, call Mom again if you need anything. Well. Sullenly hanging up the phone, Feng Jingxin was even more bored. At this time, Feng Tingshan came back and saw her like a frosted eggplant and asked, what's wrong? I just called my mom and wanted her to come back to stay with me, but she said she had something to do. She buried her pretty, delicate face headfirst into the soft pillows. Mom has been so busy lately. Feng Tingshan listened, sat down on a sofa, picked up his cell phone and chatted with someone about business, and did not comfort her. But instead of going back to the study to take care of business, he stayed here with her, and Feng Jingxin's mood only got a little better, happily picking up her tablet to play her puzzle games again. The other side. Seeing Lin Lihai and the others return, Lin Lilan asked, what took you so long? Lin Lihai paused, ran into Xiao Ru. See her? Lin Lilan was beautiful, married well, and was a strong woman herself, with a voice in both her husband's family and the Lin family. Speaking of his own niece, whom he hadn't seen for several years, Lin Lilan didn't care too much about it, but instead cared about another thing. Did you talk to her about Xiao Wu's entry into Chang Mo? Lin Lihai shook his head, said a few things, but she couldn't listen. Lin Lilan put down the coffee cup, frowned, Xiao Zhu really is. Although the Seal General was snatched away by the small Wu, her heart is difficult I can understand, but that the Seal General we have seen, is not her like in addition to beauty in addition to no characteristics of the woman can be worthy of catching, even if there is no small Wu, that the Seal General is also certainly sooner or later, he will divorce her. In Lin Lilan's opinion, Rongji was just jealous that Lin Wu had snatched Feng Tingshan, and only then did she intervene in the matter of Lin Wu joining Chang Mo. Rongji is incapable and uneducated, and knows how to do all this nonsense. Thinking about it, she feels that Rongji is ridiculous. I guess it wasn't just her, I'm afraid Feng Tingshan was also thinking the same thing? Nay, Rongru herself couldn't even realize this, perhaps she was still gloating over the fact that she had spoiled Lin Wu's good deed even now. Thinking about Lin Wu's excellence and then thinking about Rongji, Lin Lilan felt more and more that the two were not comparable. Lin Lihai sighed, I know. His thoughts were the same as Lin Lilan's. But she can't hear it. She's just as paranoid as that mom of hers. This was something Lin Lilan didn't say. After all, anything involving that person wasn't that pleasant. About Quap. Let's ask Woohoo about this when she comes back. This is something that Lin Lehigh is also very attached to. Over the years, they have invested a lot of money in the AI field, but their company's products lacked hard technology and had been developing flat. On the contrary, longing just because of QAP, even if their company does not do anything, lying every year can be more than $100 million in revenue. How can they not be envious? If they tapped into the core technology of QAP and melded the technology into a few of their existing projects, their company was expected to take off very soon, and a market capitalization of $10 billion was not expected to be a problem at that time. Just as he was thinking, Lin Wu came back. Seeing Lin Lehigh's siblings, he called out, "Dad, Aunt. Little Wu is back." Seeing Lin Wu come back, Lin Lilan's face immediately had a smile on it, his fondness and appreciation for Lin Wu overflowing. "Lin Wu, aha." She sat down and asked, "What are we talking about?" "It's still the QAP thing." Lin Lehigh said, "If you can't get into Changmo, what are your plans now?" "Did Mr. Feng's side say anything?" "Tingshan's side said they would help me contact Nan Jiji. Nan Jiji is one of the leading bulls in the AI field in China. I heard that he is highly regarded by the government and his whereabouts are so secret that no one can see him." Yu Mohan was one of the few personal students of Nan Jiji, and he had heard that QAP was developed by Nan Jiji. Since the path from Yumashuan didn't work, he had to try to start from Nan Jiji's side. "That's good." Lin Lehigh smiled, but he was also a little worried. Yu Mohan is a student of Nan Jiji. If he says anything bad about you on Nan Jiji's side, well, it shouldn't be. Lin Lilan smiled, "Brother, this you don't know, this Mr. Nan Jiji has heard that he values talent the most. Our Xiaowu is a genius. As long as Xiaowu can have the opportunity to meet with Nan Jiji, with Xiaowu's talent in the field of AI, she will surely be able to get Mr. Nan's appreciation. At that time, it's not impossible for Mr. Nan to exceptionally accept Xiaowu as a pro-training student." Lin Lehigh smiled, "That's true." Lin Lilan asked again, "Then did Feng always say roughly when he could meet Mr. Nan?" Lin Wu took a sip of water and said lightly, "Next week's technology exhibition, it's rumored that Mr. Nan will be in attendance. The tech show is something they naturally know about. It's just that their company is not at a high enough level in this field to get a government-distributed spot in the show. However, with Feng Tingshan around, I guess." Lin Lehigh and Lin Lilan thought of this and looked at Lin Wu. Lin Wu said, "Tingshan gave me 2 tickets, but only 2. It's okay, it doesn't matter which one of us goes with you, what matters is that you must go." Lin Lilan smiled, "That's right." Chapter 31, Is it possible that Mrs. has an affair? Feng Tingshan has many companies and is always busy. In the next 2 days, Feng Tingshan was not at home because he had something to do, and Feng Jingxian was so bored at home alone that she couldn't help but call Rongji over again. After 2 busy days, the events of that day had passed here in Rongji. Seeing Feng Jingxian's incoming call, she picked it up. "Feng Jingxian, Mom, when are you coming home?" Learning that Feng Tingshan wasn't at home, Rongji went back after work in the evening. After Rongji came back, Feng Jingxian was very happy, pestering her with many interesting things about school, and mentioning to her about the new game she had recently gotten addicted to, and wanted to teach Rongji to play it herself. After she finished her homework, Feng Jingxian would usually play with her and do whatever she wanted to play with and was interested in, as long as it wasn't detrimental to her physical or mental health. Rongru watched Feng Jingxian operate twice, and then teamed up with her to play the game for more than an hour. Feng Jingxian was very happy that night. She also needs Rongji to accompany her when she sleeps at night. Rongji happened to not want to sleep in the master bedroom either, so he agreed. On Thursday night, Rongji turned off the range hood and was about to come out of the kitchen with the dishes when he heard Feng Jingxian's voice ringing out, "Dad, you're back." The next thing that rang out was the man's low, nice voice. "Well, have you eaten?" "Not yet, but Mom's almost done." "Yes?" Rongru paused and walked out of the kitchen with the dishes. At this time, Feng Jingxian and Feng Tingshan also walked in from the living room. "Mommy, Daddy's home." Rongru glanced at Feng Tingshan, then withdrew her gaze, "Aha." After Rongru took off his apron and handed it to the butler on the side, the 3 of them each sat down in their customary seats. Feng Jingxian ate the dishes Rongji gave her and asked, "Dad, didn't you say you'd be back only on the next day?" "Got back early after a busy day." "Oh." Feng family at the dinner table rules are not much. Feng Jingxian have something to say, Feng Tingshan words although less, but to her is basically everything has a response. Feng Jingxian was talking happily, then she looked back at Rongji. "Why aren't you talking, Mom?" Rongru warmly said, "I'll just listen to you guys." "Oh." In fact, the housekeeper also noticed that something was wrong with Rongji. Previously, Rongru was worried that Feng Tingshan would be annoyed. She would try to talk to him less right, but every time Feng Tingshan came back from a business trip, the greetings and concerns that should be there would definitely not be less. Today Rongru did not take the initiative to talk to Feng Tingshan, not to mention, even seems to have never looked at Feng Tingshan. Feng Tingshan looked as if he hadn't noticed Rongji's perversity, his face as normal. At this time, Feng Tingshan's cell phone rang. "It's Mrs. Feng's phone. Going on another business trip? Just got back." Feng Tingshan put down his cell phone, put it on speakerphone, and spoke while eating. "What's the little old lady's instruction?" Old Mrs. Feng grunted and laughed, saying, I haven't seen Xiaozhu and Xinxin for half a month either. Now that the weather is cold, why don't you take Xiaozhu and Xinxin over to the hot springs villa tomorrow, and we'll go to the hot springs together to warm up our bodies. Got it. After hanging up the phone, Feng Jingxin was very happy. It's time to soak in the hot springs again, yay. Feng Tingshan looked at Rongji and said, I'll have someone come back to pick you up tomorrow night. Rongru didn't look up, I'll just drive myself past the office myself. No, Mom, why don't you come back and go with me? The hot springs villa is so far away, how boring it would be for me to go there by myself in the car. Young Yu paused. Forget it. Good. Chan Yamo was recently developing a new app, and after the meal, Yu Mohan called over to talk to her about some technical issues. Feng Tingshan and Feng Jing Xian were talking in the living room when Rongji went out and picked up the phone outside. It was half an hour before Rongji finished talking on the phone. Feng Jingxin looked up at her and couldn't help but say, Mom, you also have a lot of phone calls lately. Oh, you talk for a long time every night. You didn't used to be like this. Feng Tingshan sniffed and looked up at her. Hearing Feng Jingxin say this, the housekeeper realized that this was indeed the case. You should know that before, Rongji usually seldom talked to people on the phone. Not to mention talking for so long at a time. Is it hard for Mrs. to have an affair? It's not that bad, is it? With Mrs. Feng Tingshan's feelings for her, she shouldn't be. Something's up. Rongji didn't say much, I'm going upstairs to work on something. Feng Jing Xin, oh. Rongji turned on the computer and began to process the packet of documents Yu Mohan had sent over. Feng Jingxin went back to his room and saw how busy she was, so he didn't bother her and played with himself, and after taking a shower, he came back to take a look. In fact, in these past few years, Rongji didn't completely ignore the content of his own specialty. Occasionally, when he had some free time, he would design a few programs himself, and when Feng Jingxin came over, he would also talk to her about the basics. But Feng Jingxin was only 3 or 4 years old at the time and often fell asleep while listening. Now that Feng Jingxin came over to look, she didn't care about her and continued to busy herself. Feng Jingxin naturally didn't read it, but she suddenly realized that a similar job Aunt Wuhu seemed to have done. Feng Jingxin watched for a while, and it didn't take long for him to go to bed. Rongju didn't turn off his computer until he was busy. At that point, she looked at the time and realized it was after 2 a.m. She hadn't returned to the master bedroom, and Feng Tingshan's side hadn't reacted at all, so perhaps it was his expectation that she had stayed in Feng Jingxin's room and hadn't returned to the master bedroom to have less contact with him. The next day, Rongji didn't get up to make breakfast. Feng Jing Xian also woke up the next day and saw Rongji sleeping next to her before realizing that she had slept with her last night. Seeing that Rongji was still awake, Feng Jing Xian lightly got up and went out of the room. Seeing Feng Tingshan, he yawned, Good morning, Dad. Feng Tingshan, aha. Mom's not awake yet. Aha! When Rongru woke up for breakfast, Feng Tingshan was already almost done eating. There was little communication between them, and Feng Tingshan went out after eating. Rongju went to the office as well when it was about time. In the evening, she left work on time. When he arrived home, Feng Jingxin was already waiting in the car. But Feng Tingshan hadn't come back yet. Rongju and Feng Jing Xian waited for more than 20 minutes, and Feng Jing Xian frowned, Daddy is so slow. Rongji calmly looked at the book, but was not in a hurry. At that moment, the phone in the living room rang. A few seconds later, the butler said, Mr. said he has something to do and won't be able to come back for a while, letting you, ma'am, and Miss Xinxin go over to the hot springs villa first, he'll be there later. Rongji was indifferent and said, Got it. Feng Tingshan said he'd be there later, but that night, until late at night, he didn't show up. Chapter 32, Forgetting Her. Feng Tingshan didn't show up for a long time. The old lady was angry, and Feng Jing Xian wasn't happy either. Rongji, however, acted as if nothing was wrong, making tea for the old lady with a calm face and said, Perhaps there was an urgent matter to deal with, and he couldn't get away for a while. The old lady was in a bad mood and went to bed early that night. Feng Jingxin called Feng Tingshan a few times, and there was no answer on that side. The next morning, when Rongji got up, there was no one around him. Feng Jingxin ran off somewhere. Rongji washed up, went out of the room, and searched around without seeing anyone. When I asked, I realized that because Feng Tingshan didn't come, Feng Jing Xian was too bored to go here, so she let someone accompany her down the mountain early in the morning and went to play somewhere else. And the old lady, who had caught a bit of wind and cold last night, and had a terrible headache in the middle of the night yesterday, had also gone back to the old mansion before she got up. Because she didn't want to disturb her rest, the old lady didn't let anyone inform her of this in the first place. For a while, she was the only one left in the huge hot spring lodge besides the staff. In fact, even if Feng Jingxin was too bored with this side, she could have waited for her to get up and let her take her to play. Feng Jingxin left quietly without even greeting her, presumably not for fear of waking her up, but Feng Tingshan had news from Feng Tingshan's side, and she had to go over there to meet up with Feng Tingshan in Linwu. Feng Jingxin was afraid that she would not let her go if she asked, so she sneaked away early in the morning, right? It wasn't a good day, and it was raining, but the hot spring pools were sheltered, and on a day like this, it's nice to soak in the hot spring while looking at the scenery and reading a book. What's more, she was quite enjoying her time alone. She can have more time to do her own thing. Therefore, even if she was the only one left, Rongji continued to stay at the hot spring villa. By Sunday afternoon, Rongju was planning to go home after a late dinner. Just then, she received a phone call from old Mrs. Phone. Xiaoru, I did call Ting Xin in the morning and asked him to go to the hot spring villa in the evening to pick you up and bring you back. Did he contact you? No. They had agreed to come over to the hot spring villa together, but Feng Ting-shin didn't even show up until now. Never even called her once either. It wasn't just him, Feng Jingxin hadn't contacted her after sneaking away yesterday. But that was not something she was going to say to the old lady. Save yourself the trouble. She said, yes. Old Mrs. Feng was relieved to hear Rongji say this. That's good. After caring about Mrs. Feng's health, the two hung up the phone. After the sun went down, Rongji ate at the hot springs lodge. The old lady said Feng Tingshin would come over to pick her up, but she waited at the hot spring villa until almost 9 o'clock in the evening, and Feng Tingshin still didn't show up. Hot Springs Lodge was a bit far from where she lived, and it would take more than an hour and a half to get back. Rongji didn't want to wait any longer. She asked the Hot Springs Lodge side to arrange for a car to take her back. When they got into the car, Rongji was a little drowsy. I don't know how long it had been, but Rongji was suddenly awakened by a cell phone ringing. It was a call from Chu Xilan. Rongji picked up the phone. Xilan? Holy. Rongru gave a beat, and Chu Xilan hurriedly said, it's fine, I'm cursing. What's wrong? Don't I have a charity dinner to attend today? I didn't expect to see that scummy father of yours and Lin Wu and the others. Just now at the dinner party a girl scolded Lin Wu as a human junior snatched her fiancé, but also splashed her all over the red wine. The scene made quite ugly. The girl's family is good, unforgivingly quite a long time. I am watching the drama. I did not expect your husband actually came. Rongru gave a beat, and then heard Chu Xilan continue through gritted teeth. It's an all-star lineup charity gala, it's live-streamed, and even though Lin Wu and the others aren't big stars, the scene where he appeared to back up Lin Wu and take her away was still swept up by the camera and live-streamed. Chu Xilan sent her the live video. Rongji clicked on it and looked down. There was a celebrity song and dance show at the dinner. It was pretty loud and the camera was far away, so I really couldn't hear what the people in the video were saying. But the video clearly captured the whole process of the girl coming over to Lin Wu, getting into an argument with her, and splashing Lin Wu's red wine. After that, the girl's fiancé rushed over to stop the girl and the two got into a fight. Immediately afterward, the girl's family arrived. Chu Xilan said that the girl's family was good should be true. They had a very arrogant attitude towards the Lin family. Lin Lihai lowered his stance and seemed to try to reason with the other party, but the girl's family didn't want to listen at all, and it was just an output at Lin Lihai and the others. The faces of all the Lin family members didn't look too good all of a sudden. It looked like the girl's family should have been out and out insulted by that girl's family. Just then, Feng Tingshin appeared. He took off the jacket he was wearing at the first opportunity and covered Lin Wu, then after sidling up to say a few words to the girl's elders, he picked up Lin Wu and left without looking back. That girl's family's face had changed since Feng Tingshin appeared to protect Lin Wu. Seeing Feng Tingshin about to leave, he chased after him as if he wanted to explain, but he was stopped by the bodyguards arranged for the dinner. At the end of the video, the girl's family, who were originally angry and arrogant, looked as if they had lost their lives and were trying to ease their relationship with the Lin family. Lin Lihai and the others, on the other hand, changed their apprehension and low profile from earlier, and without giving a single glance to the girl or her family, they followed Feng Tingshin and left. This dinner is particularly high profile because of the star-studded crowd. Although we do not know Lin Wu and the girl, but gossip, everyone loves to read, attention to this matter is not a lot of people. Moreover, after learning that the person who saved Lin Wu was Feng Tingshin, the heat of this video spread even more immediately. Is this handsome guy really that genius entrepreneur Feng Tingshin? No, the news only told me that Feng Tingshin came from a wealthy family and founded several businesses at a young age, but no one told me he was this handsome. It can't be helped, who let people keep a low profile, so that we've always only heard their names and not seen them. After figuring out what happened with the video, the netizens. So this girl caught Mr. Feng's girlfriend in the act of adultery? That girl boyfriend I know, whether it is the family or looks are indeed quite outstanding, Justin Feng big entrepreneurs compared to the. After all, that is the Feng general Don't say family and talent, it is the face of the two of them and the temperament on the body, but also simply not a level As the heat fermented, some of Lin Wu's fans recognized Lin Wu. 25 years old to get the world top 3 university doctoral degree, both racing drivers and adventurers, and a hacker. This resume, my god, sister so wild? This is the heroine in the big heroine novel into reality, right? It is said that the last time my sister went to participate in the race, Mr. Feng also went to support the scene. Oh, in the photo, Mr. Feng that I see it? His eyes are full of appreciation and pride for his girlfriend. CCC. TSK, see the beautiful sister's resume, and then look at Mr. Feng. They are simply a natural pair. Oh, Mr. Feng is a big entrepreneur at such a young age, and even if he chooses his girlfriend, he still has such a good eye, I'm so envious. So, is it possible that the beautiful sister would hook up with that girl's boyfriend again in the case of having a boyfriend like Mr. Fong? It's impossible, I'm not blind. The video is the girl's boyfriend took the initiative to go over to say hello to the beautiful sister. I think the young lady is nervous about her boyfriend can be understood, but indiscriminately looking for a fight, splashing people red wine, it's too much, right? That's right, that's why it's not good to have too much charm sometimes. Don't you think this beautiful sister got into this trouble because she's too charming? Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, Rongji didn't continue reading and exited the webpage. Old Mrs. Fong said she contacted Fong Tingshan and asked him to pick her up at the hot spring villa. But now it was more than 10 o'clock, Fong Tingshan didn't even call, let alone come to pick her up. However, it was also possible that Fong Tingshan was planning to pick her up. Only, because Lin Wu side of the incident, halfway to give Lin Wu rescue, and then forgot her. Rongji didn't dwell on it, and when she arrived home at 11, she took a shower and fell asleep. A dreamless night. Chapter 33, Where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Waking up the next day and having a breakfast, Rongru left for work as usual. At noon, she was eating when Fong Jingxin's call came. This was the first time Fong Jingxin had called her since he had quietly slipped away from the hot springs villa. Young Yu picked it up. Mom. Aha. Rongji answered and asked, have you eaten yet? Just finished eating. That morning at the hot springs villa, she got a call from Auntie Woohoo saying that her dad had gone out with her and asking if she wanted to come over and join them. She immediately agreed. And sneaked away when Rongji didn't notice. They had a great time and didn't come back downtown until yesterday afternoon. But they didn't come home last night. When she returned to school this morning and thought of Rongji, she was a little weak and worried that Rongji would be angry, so she called her over. However, she was relieved to hear that her mom had taken the initiative to ask if she had eaten and didn't seem to be mad at her for sneaking away that day. She knew for sure that her mom couldn't afford to be mad at her. However, these days she also noticed that her mom wouldn't call her every day like she did before, and wouldn't keep asking where she was going. She thinks it's good that her mom is like this. She likes her mom for a change. That way, she'd be a lot freer to do whatever she wanted to do. It was true that Rongji didn't ask her where they were going for the past 2 days. Because she's not interested. After chatting with Fong Jingxin for a while about her studies, Rongji hung up the phone. Back in the office, Yu Mohan came over and asked her, tomorrow is the tech show, so everyone will gather at the company and leave together? Rongji, yeah. The next morning, Rongji drove out of the car, only not long after the car suddenly broke down, the rear car crashed again, triggering a series of traffic accidents. A bunch of drivers were cursing behind them. Cars can't move and can impede traffic. Rongji apologized to several drivers in the back of the car and immediately called the emergency services and waited for help to arrive. It's just that it's very time-consuming to deal with, and she's got to rush off to the show. The car broke down? At that moment, an upright figure approached from the other side of the sidewalk. Rongju looked up. He Changbai. How is he? She gave a faint not really wanting to care about him. She first called Yu Mohan, informing him of her side of the situation, and then asked them to leave first. No need to wait for her, she dealt with it and then went over. This kind of traffic accident is quite troublesome to deal with. By the time she dealt with coming over, the show would probably be over. What Yu Mohan said, wait a moment, I'll contact someone to help you, but I guess I'll have to wait for most of an hour before I can go over to your side. It's okay for me to enter later. Just don't miss the show. After hanging up the phone, Rongji was about to communicate with a few drivers in the back of the car when He Changbai suddenly spoke, I'll have someone help you with this side of things, where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Rongji froze and looked up at him. 5 minutes later, Rongji got into He Changbai's car. The two of them sat in the back seat, separated by a distance, but Rongji still felt a little awkward. Thanks. A show of hands. A show of hands. Rongru frowned. In the past, He Changbai had basically ignored her. I've run into them before at the racetrack and had a bad time. Granted, the last time they met, He Changbai uncharacteristically took the initiative to greet her, but He Changbai was busy and made several phone calls in quick succession after he got into the car. This made Rongji breathe a sigh of relief. They didn't know each other well, and she was kinda uncomfortable sharing such a small space like this. 40 minutes or so later, the car arrived at the entrance to the tech show. Rongji got out of the car and finally politely said to He Changbai, thank you. Her Changbok, aha. Rongru nodded politely again before turning to leave. Rongji had just left for a while when a black high-class sedan stopped next to He Changbai's car. Lin Wu thought she had misread it. After getting out of the car and looking at the license plate, I was sure I was right. She knocked on He Changbai's car door. The car window slowly dropped, and Lin Wu bent down to look over. Changbai, it's really you. With that, he added, why are you here too? He Changbai got out of the car, dropping off a friend. At this time, Lin Lihai and Lin Lilan also got out of the car, and when they learned of He Changbai's identity, they were busy greeting him. He Changbai nodded in return, uncle, auntie. After exchanging a few pleasantries, He Changbai came with a phone call, and it was almost time for the exhibition, so Lin Wu and the others left. The other side. Rongru met up with Yu Mohan and the others at the entrance of the exhibition. Yu Mohan came over and whispered in her ear, "Teacher will also be present at this exhibition." Rongji was stunned and his eyes widened. Yu Mohan raised his eyebrows and laughed, "Luckily you found someone to help you in time. If the teacher knew you were late, I guess." The meaning of his words was instantly comprehended by Rongji. They teachers don't care what people are late for. To him, being late is not being on top of things. The fact that Rongru got married and had a child right after she graduated from undergraduate school had already made her teacher angry enough, and if she was just reunited with him now and he found out that she was late, Rongru couldn't dare to think about what kind of look her teacher would give her at that time. "It makes my head spin just thinking about it. So it's a good thing you weren't late." Rongji also breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 34, showing her identity as Mrs. Fong. The exhibit hall was already quite crowded when they checked in. The exhibit hall was very large with exhibits such as drones, flying cars, simulated robots and more. The exhibits were numerous, and the core technologies had their own focus, so as soon as Rongji and the others entered, they were overwhelmed by what they saw. Yu Mohan was quite well known, and they had just arrived for a while before people came over to greet him one after another. Yu Mohan also introduced Rongji to some contacts. When she smiled and greeted people, she was facing the direction of the showroom entrance, and her line of sight coincided with Lin Wu's several people who had just entered the showroom. Lin Wu gave a beat. She didn't expect Rongji to come as well. After all, a show like this is a dream networking event for the tech elite. Every spot is very valuable. Yu Mohan is the major shareholder of Changma. He recruited Rongji, an undergraduate student, to Changma. The company staff may not say anything, but he gave such a valuable place to Rongji, an undergraduate student who just arrived at the company. The other elites of Changma will surely have a problem with it. Yu Mohan was a student of Nanjiji, and she had heard before that although he used part of his mind on the company's business, his expertise in the field of AI was still very strong as well, and he had decided on the direction of the development of their company's products and followed up on them personally over the years. He understands technology, values talent, and has a core mode like CUAP in the company, so Changma has grown very well over the years. Yi Qiuyu had spoken very highly of him before. Says he's a very nice boss. Before Yu Mohan would not hire her because of Rongji, she already felt that Yu Mohan was a bit unworthy of the high rating given by Yi Qiuyu. Now Yu Mohan actually gave Rongji such an important exhibition spot for the company. Isn't that just messed up? Thinking of this, Lin Wu frowned. Lin Lihai and Lin Lilan also saw Rongji. They frowned too. Nor did he expect to see Rongji here. Rongji only glanced at them before withdrawing his gaze. Lin Lihai saw Rong resign and a man with a straight figure chatting. "It looks as if the relationship is quite good," frowningly asked Lin Wu. "That man, Xiao Wu, do you know? He's Yu Mohan." "He's Yu Mohan?" Lin Lihai was a bit surprised. He was aware of the fact that Rongji had left Phone Group and went to Changmo. Before he thought that Rong resigned to go to Changma to be an ordinary employee. "I did not expect Yu Mohan quite valued her." Before Lin Wu could speak, someone walked towards them. "Miss Lin, Mr. Lin, you're here?" "Mr. N." Lin Wu and Lin Lihai, they greeted the visitor. Originally, they did only have 2 tickets, but because of the farce of the charity gala last night, many people in the circle know that Lin Wu and Feng Tingshan have an uncomplicated relationship. In order to bring the relationship between Feng Tingshan closer, this Mr. N, after learning that Lin Wu and the others would also be attending this technology exhibition today, but lacked a ticket, last night he even had someone send the ticket over to them overnight. Because of last night's drama, there are quite a lot of people who learned about Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu's relationship. This chieftain had just exchanged a few pleasantries with Lin Wu and the others when someone else came over to greet them. In no time at all, more and more people gathered on their side, drawing the attention of those around them. On Rongji's side, Mr. Tan, who was talking to them, saw it and said, "Over there, the Lin family, they all know about it, don't they? That Ms. Lin and Feng Tingshan have a great relationship. No, that set of people are all getting together to climb over." This Mr. Tan's tone was rather unimpressed. Last night at the charity gala about Lin Wu's farce, Yu Mashuan is also aware of it. He glanced at Rongji, listening to Mr. Tan's tone of voice, which was rather unimpressed with Lin Wu, and asked, "Mr. Tan and the Lin family have a grudge?" Mr. Tan shook his head. "Smack talk, just bar. Xingyu, that is, the girl who got into an argument with that Ms. Lin last night, is the daughter of my old friend, and is also considered to be the one that I have seen since I was a child. Xingyu nature is a little jumpy, not an unreasonable child. Her that fiancé, is that surnamed Blue, that boy, he 2 years ago and a girl to go quite close, all to the point to withdraw from the marriage with the star you, but then I heard that the girl somehow know that Feng Tingshan, and that Blue boy has nothing to come and go." With this flurry of words, Mr. Tan meant that Lin Wu had previously interfered in the relationship between the girl named Xingyu and her fiancé, but then Lin Wu had pulled away after climbing up the ladder. But it wasn't the year that Tam was angry about, it was the farce last night. He sighed. "Originally, my old friend and Xingyu would have also attended today's show, but that incident last night is now quite hot on the internet because of Mr. Feng's appearance, and netizens are scolding Xingyu online, making people cry. Coupled with the fact that many old foxes learned of the relationship between that Miss Lin and Mr. Feng last night, they all climbed with the Lin family at the first opportunity. In order not to become a target today, my old friend and Xingyu did not come. Yu Mohan and Rong Ji listened, not knowing what to say for a moment. When Rong resigned and looked over toward Lin Wu's side, he realized that the people who used to climb with Lin Wu and them had become more. After chatting with Mr. Tan, Rong Ji joined Su Yuchuan and the others in exchanging and studying the exhibits on the exhibition hall. Being exposed to so many new technologies at once, Rong Ji and Su Yuchuan, they were all excited and on top of their game. I don't know how long it took, but Yu Mohan suddenly came to find Rong Ji and pointed her in a direction. Feng Tingshan. So he's here too. The technology company under his name is quite influential in the country, and he also understands technology. He will come to Rong Ji actually guessed. What's more, Lin Wu is here, can he not come? No, wasn't he standing beside Lin Wu right now? The people around him surrounded him and Lin Wu in the center, as if they really were a bright and honorable couple. Rong Ji only looked at it and retracted his eyes. Then she saw Kaiyulan again. He's coming too. However, Shi Yuluan was talking to someone and didn't notice her. Yu Mohan asked, does he know you're here? Rong Ru shook his head, it should be unknown. After all, although she and Feng Tingshan occasionally met these days, they hadn't had any communication with each other about what was going on between them. Even if they occasionally spoke, it was all because of their common daughter, Feng Jingxin. So how could Feng Tingshan know that she had come to the show as well? Yu Mohan looked very upset and said, are you really not going to say hello? Rong Ru and Feng Tingshan hadn't divorced yet, and if she revealed her identity as Mrs. Feng in public, he wanted to see how Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu would react then. Rong Ji knew what he meant. She shook her head, no. For one thing, it's not necessary. Secondly, if Feng Tingshan is forced to be anxious, for the sake of Lin Wu, I am afraid that he will not hesitate to tell the public about her designing him in the first place even if things are not done by her, but she has no evidence and cannot testify for herself, and the person who is embarrassed at that time will only be her. There were many entrepreneurs on the scene, and if not handled properly, this could also affect her uncle's business. She didn't want to be a hero. Chapter 35. Is he smiling at her? Rongji retracted her sight. Su Yuchuan and the others called her over to help them out again, so Rongji turned around and left, no longer caring about Feng Tingshan's side of things. As she turned around, Kaiyulan spotted her. At this time, Lin Wu went over to Lin Lihai's side, not with Feng Tingshan. Shi Yuluan walked over, bumped Feng Tingshan sideways with his elbow, and gestured with him in the direction of Rongji. Over there, your wife is also here. Feng Tingshan looked over in the direction Shi Yuluan pointed out, and sure enough, he saw Rong Ru. She was holding a tablet and was turning sideways to explain to Su Yuchuan and the others some of the technical concepts of one of the exhibits they had in front of them. Rongji and Su Yuchuan, they were both very serious and didn't notice Feng Tingshan's line of sight on them. Shi Yuluan Emil said, with your wife together with these people or hua? Is she talking to them about exhibits core technology? Your wife's so powerful? Feng Tingshan just looked at Rongji, not retracting his eyes or speaking. At this time, Rongji looked over if he felt something. Their eyes met in the air some distance apart. Young Yu paused. The distance was slightly far away, and Rongru couldn't see exactly what kind of emotions were under Feng Tingshan's eyes, but she noticed that Feng Tingshan seemed to smile. Was he smiling at her? It should be that she's thinking too much. Rongji was puzzled and withdrew his eyes. Kaiyulan also noticed and asked, what are you smiling about? Feng Tingshan smiled, nothing. Shi Yuluan didn't care. He saw that when Rong resigned saw them. Especially when he saw Feng Tingshan, he was calm as if he was looking at a stranger, and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. I don't know if this is Rongji still playing the trick of lust with Feng Tingshan, or if it's a sign that she knows what's going on. If it was the latter, on the premise of knowing Feng Tingshan's unwillingness to disclose their marital relationship to the public, no matter if it was that banquet or now, she had kept her distance from Feng Tingshan through and through, not letting anyone see a trace of their relationship. I have to say, as far as this point was concerned, Rongji did kinda know what he was doing. At that moment, Lin Wu came over. What are we talking about? Shi Yuluan reacted the fastest, smiled and said, nothing. And asked, you guys finished chatting? Before Lin Wu could reply, someone brought Professor Lu over and said, Professor Lu, this is the algorithmic genius I just told you about, Miss Lin. This Professor Lu was the one Yu Mohan introduced to Rongji at the last banquet. When Lin Wu came over to find Yu Mohan that day, Professor Lu naturally saw her next to her, only, Professor Lu was unremarkable looking, and Lin Wu's purpose of attending the dinner that day was not to make friends with people in the field of science and technology, so she really didn't notice Professor Lu. Now that he saw Professor Lu, he naturally didn't recognize him. There seemed to be some unpleasantness between Lin Wu and Yu Mashuan that day, but Professor Lu and Rongji were engaged in a conversation and didn't pay too much attention, and didn't ask about it later. Now that he saw Lin Wu, he didn't bring it up, and when he shook hands with Lin Wu, he just smiled and said, hello, Ms. Lin. Hello. The Lin family technology company is indeed in dire need of some technology-oriented talents, and knowing Professor Lu's origin, Lin Wu is also very polite, and Lin Lihai has come over to say hello to Professor Lu on purpose. After that, Lin Wu chatted with Professor Lu. With so many exhibits on site, there are many topics to talk about, and Professor Lu and Lin Wu talked for quite a long time. Lin Lihai and Lin Lilan are not technically savvy. They are attending this show for the purpose of making contacts. Of course, after Feng Tingshen's arrival, while making connections, Lin Lihai and Lin Lilan and the others also paid attention to Feng Tingshen, wondering how he'd react to seeing Rongji. Then, soon they realized that Feng Tingshen just didn't react after seeing Rongji. It's like seeing a stranger. Didn't even bother to look at it more than once. I heard that back then, Rong Ru used underhanded tactics to force Feng Tingshen to marry her. Feng Tingshen didn't have the slightest affection for her. He also seldom stayed at home after his marriage. He had nothing but loathing for Rongji. It seems the rumors are true. The show's general meeting is about to begin, and the show's staff is notifying key personnel from each company to proceed to the conference hall for the wrap-up meeting. The ones who entered the conference hall on behalf of Chang Mo were Yu Mohan and Rongji. Rong Ru and Yu Mohan walked in front. Seeing that Rongji was actually able to enter the conference hall, Lin Wu and Lin Lilan, they were all quite surprised. Lin Lilan said to Lin Wu, "Does Yu Mohan value her that much?" Although after seeing Yu Mohan bring Rongji over to the exhibition, they could tell that Yu Mohan was indeed quite attached to Rongji. But they didn't expect to be distracted to this extent. That was quite unexpected of her. After all, Rong Ru had been married and had children. Although Rongji was pretty, Yu Mohan was good in all aspects, and it wasn't difficult at all for him to find a better one, so how could he be so attached to Rongji, a woman who was about to get married for the second time? Lin Wu didn't say anything. Although they came into the show, the seating in the conference hall was limited, their company did not provide exhibits, and generally, even if they went into the conference hall, they sat in the last row. However, Feng Tingshen let Lin Wu sit in the front row with him. Hearing this, Lin Lihai smiled. Rong Ru was also there, but Feng Tingshen let Lin Wu sit in front with him. Lin Lilan also smiled and said, "I heard that Mr. Nan Zhizhi will be giving a speech on the stage in a while, so sitting in the front row will give you a better chance of being able to speak to Mr. Nan Zhizhi." This reasoning was naturally known to Lin Wu. Seeing that Rongji and Yu Mohan were seated a little bit in front of her in the middle row, Lin Lilan was originally a little unhappy, but now that she saw that Lin Wu who was able to sit in front of her, she was instantly happy. Lin Wu naturally noticed Rongji and Yu Mohan as well. She followed Feng Tingshen, passing by Rongji as if she didn't see her, and walked forward without looking at her. Rongji and Yu Mohan naturally saw them. However, Rong Ru didn't care. Yu Mohan didn't want to pay attention either. But some people around said with some envy, "I heard that Mr. Nan Zhizhi is sitting in the front row. Sitting in the front row means that I can talk to Mr. Nan Zhizhi. I'm really envious." It's not. Rong Ru and Yu Mohan exchanged glances. Yu Mohan came over and whispered, "Don't worry, even if she has access to the teacher, she definitely won't be able to get into the teacher's eyes." When they met for the first time, he already had an idea in his mind of what level Lin Wu was actually at professionally. Rongji knew what he meant as she said, "What if she hides her strength?" Yu Mohan. Well, it is indeed possible. This one he actually thought about, is that really possible? As he was thinking this, the host took the stage to make his speech. After a while, the host ended his long speech and said, "Next we have Mr. Nan Zhizhi on the stage to make a speech." Chapter 36, He Doesn't Like Me. Nan Zhizhi's reputation is world-renowned, but in fact he is still very young, only in his early 40s. He was tall and lean, wearing rimless glasses, and after the host's words fell, he slowly stepped onto the stage to thunderous applause. Walking to the center of the podium, he swept his gaze down to the stage in a bland manner, and the room instantly fell silent. He spoke slowly, "Thank you very much to the organizers for their kind invitation." After briefly finishing the polite words, he made a brief summary and affirmation on the exhibits displayed in this exhibition, and then answered the questions raised by some enterprise personnel on the stage. There were many people who wanted to ask questions, but time was limited, and after most of an hour, Nan Zhizhi came down from the stage. There were other parts of the conference, and after Nan Zhizhi came down from the stage, he walked towards the center-most position in the front row that the organizers had prepared for him on the stage. Seeing Nan Zhizhi walk past, a group of big businessmen sitting in the front row all got up to shake hands with Nan Zhizhi and greeted him, making the people sitting in the back row, especially some technicians, envious. One of the people next to Nan Zhizhi's seat was Feng Tingshen. As he approached, Feng Tingshen stood up. Seeing this, Lin Wu beside him followed suit and stood up. Feng Tingshen took the initiative to extend his hand to shake Nan Zhizhi's hand. "Mr. Nan, long time no see." Yes, Feng Tingshen and Nan Zhizhi had met before. Many years ago. Nan Zhizhi reached out with a cold expression. It has indeed been a long time. It should be more than a decade now, if you do the math. Nan Zhizhi's coldness wasn't directed at Feng Tingshen, he was a person who had this attitude towards everyone outside, including his own students. Lin Wu also extended her hand. "Hello Mr. Nan, I'm Lin Wu, nice to meet you." Nanjiji glanced at her and let out a shook her hand, and then shook the hands of a few people who came up behind Linwoo before sitting down. Feng Tingshan sat on Nanjiji's right side, and the person sitting on Nanjiji's left side took the initiative to talk to him after he sat down. Nanjiji also chatted with the other party without a word. Feng Tingshan just sat there, listening to the man on the stage. Linwoo would like to talk to Nanjiji, but it's just that it's inconvenient to have Feng Tingshan between her and Nanjiji. Seeing that Feng Tingshan didn't take the initiative to speak to Nanjiji, she was a bit surprised and came over to ask softly, "Have you and Mr. Nan had a falling out before?" Feng Tingshan laughed, "No." "So why?" The opportunity to see Nanjiji is rare. Who does not want to find more opportunities to talk to Nanjiji more? Now Nanjiji is sitting next to him, but he favors. It wasn't like she hadn't thought about switching places with Feng Tingshan. It's just that, right now, Nanjiji is having a pretty good conversation with the corporate bigwigs over there. That corporate bigwig was not an ordinary person. She is a junior and not well known. If she took the initiative to go over and talk to Nanjiji, disturbing that corporate bigwig and Nanjiji's interest in talking, she was afraid that she would offend the other party. Thinking of this, she gave in and didn't make a request to Feng Tingshan to switch places with him. "He can't see me." "What?" Linwoo froze, suspecting that she had heard wrong. Seeing Feng Tingshan with a smile on his face, she knew she hadn't heard wrong. If that's true, is it still not a case of having had a bad time? But Feng Tingshan looked on as if he didn't care at all. Feng Tingshan didn't mean to say more, so Linwoo didn't continue to ask. I don't know how long it took, but the conference was finally over. I don't know who spread the news that Nanjiji would not leave immediately. Upon receiving the message, many people headed over to the front row at the first opportunity. However, by the time the people who were leaning against some of the back rows swarmed to the front, Nanjiji had long since been surrounded by the people who had previously sat in the front row. Linwoo was also in the front row, but she didn't talk to Nanjiji. Lin Lilan saw it and was a bit anxious, beckoning towards Linwoo. Linwoo saw it and walked over. "Auntie." She knew what Lin Lilan meant, so she spoke up before Lin Lilan could say anything. "Now that Mr. Nan is surrounded by big shots, I wouldn't be able to say more than a few sentences even if I squeezed up to talk to Mr. Nan, and Tingshan said that it would be the same to find a chance to talk to Mr. Nan individually later. Also." Lin Lilan then reacted that she was the one who was in a hurry. Feng Tingshan's side was full of big brother level people that they usually couldn't even reach. Lin Lilan wanted her to get to know more people, so he pushed her and told her to go back over there quickly. Linwoo blushed lightly and said, "I already know all those people." Because of Feng Tingshan, those bigwigs were also very polite to her. Lin Lilan knew that Feng Tingshan was very attached to Linwoo, and when she heard about this, she put her heart down and smiled. "That's good." That being said, after chatting with Lin Lilan for a while, Linwoo still went back to Feng Tingshan's side. It's quite crowded here, and it's not easy for the average person to squeeze in. However, nowadays, everyone knew that she was Feng Tingshan's female companion, and when they saw her, they would actively move aside to let her in. Some of the bigwigs didn't come over to Nanjiji's side after talking to him, but instead gathered around to talk about some things in the mall. Seeing Linwoo come back and standing beside Feng Tingshan, someone smiled casually and opened his mouth. "Miss Lin is really talented and beautiful. Tingshan really has good eyes and good fortune." These bigwigs, despite their extraordinary social status, don't exactly evaluate people based on their family status when they look at them. Linwoo's resume is indeed very good, beautiful, but also decent and generous, calm character. Combined, it really has been a remarkable young man. So, when they praised Linwoo, they did mean it. Feng Tingshan smiled, and Linwoo smiled graciously. "Mr. Yuan is too kind." They were chatting quite happily, but Nanjiji didn't have much time, and after a while, he told the crowd that he had something to do and had to leave first. The others saw it and didn't dare to stop. After all, Nanjiji has the government at his back, and no one dares to think about how important his matter really is. Nanjiji left. Meanwhile, Rongji and the others were now very engaged in exchanging ideas with the technicians from other companies. She and Yumohan didn't come forward to talk to Nanjiji like the others did from start to finish. After all, they don't need to. If they want to see Nanjiji, well, it's not particularly easy, but it's not difficult either is all. No, after Nanjiji left for a while, Yumohan received a message. Yumohan then pulled Rongji out. They left the showroom and went out to meet Nanjiji outside the parking lot. Nanjiji was holding his cell phone and seemed to be returning someone's message. Seeing them arrive, he looked up. Rongru stopped in his tracks. "Teacher." Nanjiji, aha. Nanjiji coldly said, "I've seen your exhibits, they're not bad." But, his eyes coldly swept around the two of them. "After 3 years, this is the only level you have?" Chapter 37. Yumohan and Rongji's scalp instantly went numb. Yumohan was busy saying, "Already preparing the new product, we should be able to come out with a sample next year." "Aha." Nanjiji responded coldly and added, "There's no need to come over to see me again until it's done." Rongyu Yumohan, yes. Nanjiji, send me an afterthought tonight. Rongji and Yumohan instantly comprehended that their teacher's comment about afterthoughts referred to their technical summaries of today's exhibited works. Wrong you Mohan, yes. When the words fell, Mohan was busy saying again that, teacher, one night is estimated to be a little difficult. Actually, it's not a little difficult, it's very difficult. He said, is a month okay? So many exhibits, all kinds of technical summaries, he felt less to write tens of thousands of words, even more than 100,000 words. How can you fully summarize it in one night? Nan Gigi didn't say anything, just looked at them. Although Nan Gigi looked gentle and elegant, but that look in the eyes of ordinary people really cannot withstand. Mohan immediately shuddered. Got it, promised to complete the mission. Young. With that said, it basically declares that this is the end of the conversation between their teacher and student. At that moment, Nan Gigi looked at Rongji. Rongji stiffened his back. Teacher. What a man to find. Nan Gigi glanced at her and finished coldly before turning to leave. Rongji froze. Mohan said, the teacher said your husband. What Nan Gigi means is, look at what kind of husband you've found. Rongji also realized it. Did they say something? When they were in the conference hall before, she and Mohan were still quite far from the front row. Although she had seen that Feng Tingxin and Lin Wu had both risen to greet him when their teacher had finished his speech and sat down on the stage, she was not clear on what exactly they had said. Mohan shook his head. I don't know. Young. Also, they were so engaged in their conversation that they didn't realize that while they were talking to Nan Gigi, Lin Wu and Lin Lilan also came out, just in time to see them talking to Nan Gigi. Looking at Nan Gigi's departing back, Lin Lilan said to Lin Wu, it doesn't matter, she doesn't have your professional ability, so what if she knows Nan Gigi? It's not like it's of much use to her, and she can't worship a master. Lin Wu, I know. She said, let's go. Rongji and the others had only come out to talk to Nan Gigi, they weren't about to leave. After all, this was a good opportunity to communicate with their peers, and it would be too much of a shame to leave just like that. Therefore, after Nan Gigi left, Rongji and the others also went back to the exhibition hall. After that, they also saw Feng Tingxin, but Rongji didn't go up to talk to him, and Feng Tingxin didn't come over either. They really did look like complete strangers to everyone else who didn't know each other. Lin Wu and the others didn't leave either. When he saw Rongji in the jewelry store earlier, Lin Lihai took the initiative to go over and greet her, saying that he had her in his heart. But on occasions like today, they ran into each other quite a bit, but he didn't see him come forward to care for her like he did last time. Thinking about this, Rongji felt quite ridiculous. But she also knew why. After all, Lin Wu as well, now everyone knows that he is Lin Wu's father. If he walks over to recognize her, in case people know that she and Feng Tingxin's husband and wife relationship, then what kind of face does he have as a father to stand here? Lin Wu was even more likely to be sprayed to death by the crowd's saliva. From this, it could be seen that Lin Lihai's bias towards Lin Wu was simply not too obvious. Lin Lihai didn't want to be associated with Rongji on this kind of occasion, but Mohan was a person he couldn't afford not to recognize. No, when Rong resigned to go to the restroom, he and Lin Lilan walked towards Mohan. He introduced himself, Mr. Yu, how are you? I am Lin Lihai, the father of Xiaowu. And Xiaolu, nice to meet you. Mohan shook his hand decently and said, so it's Mr. Lin, nice to meet you. Lin Lihai looked at Lin Wu and said, Xiaoru's temperament is a bit slightly radical, and there is a misunderstanding between Xiaowu. I, as a father, have always hoped that they can get along well, but helplessly how Xiaoru can't listen to it. Mohan came to a realization, so that's how it is. Yes. Lin Lihai finished with a sigh, then smiled again. However, Xiaozui being able to know a young talent like you, as a father, I'm also very happy for her. I heard that Xiaozui went to work for your company, so in the future, I'll be troubling you to take care of her more, please. It did sound like he cared about Rongji. If Lin Lihai hadn't deliberately come over to climb into conversation with him when Rongji wasn't around, if he didn't know everything about Rongji's past and the relationship between her and Feng Tingxin, there was still a good chance that he would have believed his words. But he didn't say it out loud. He smiled. Mr. Lin is polite. Xiaoru is very good. Having her is a blessing for our Chang'emo. Lin Lihai and Lin Wuhua and the girls all took Mohan to be speaking politely. With Rongji's resume, how can she help Mohan? Odds are at best it'll be an odd job or something similar to what regular programmers do. However, this was something Lin Lihai naturally didn't say. Lin Wu listened and didn't answer. Lin Lilan also smiled faintly in disbelief. Lin Lihai added, Xiao Wu's situation, Mr. Yu should have already understood, she has always been very interested in QAP, so she very much hopes to have the opportunity to enter the long ink work. Although with Feng Tingxin's arrangement, soon, Lin Wu will be able to meet with Nan Jiji, for QAP, she will not worry about not having more opportunities to understand later. But Chang'emo is developing so well, and Mohan's own family is superior, so how is it not a bad thing to have a good relationship with Mohan? It's not allowed to say that they'll have a deep cooperation with Nagumo in the future. Yumashuan looked at Lin Wu and said, thank you for Ms. Lin's love. Ms. Lin is indeed very outstanding. I would be very happy if Ms. Lin could join Chang'emo, it's just that Xiaoji is my friend. Lin Wu isn't necessarily into working at Longmo now. She just didn't want to cross paths with Mohan. After all, they would probably be senior siblings in the future. One more friend is better than one more enemy. Today Yu Mohan's attitude was much better than before at the banquet. She didn't know if the change in his attitude was genuine or not, but it would come in time. They may not become good friends later. Lin Wu said, I understand and won't force myself, Mr. Yu doesn't have to worry. Yu Mohan smiled, thank you, Ms. Lin, for understanding. Their side, from a distance, looked like they were talking to each other. Rongru came out of the restroom and saw it, his footsteps lurching. Lin Lilan saw it and smiled. Chapter 38, You Decide. Lin Wu also saw Rongji, and her face was bland as she spoke to Yumashuans, we still have things to do, so we'll leave first, we'll talk next time. Yu Mohan shook their hands, okay, let's talk next time. Lin Wu stopped looking at Rongji and turned to leave with Lin Lihai and the others. Yumashuan's status was there, and near noon, a number of bigwigs came over to invite him to go eat with them. And from what they were saying, Feng Tingshan would go along too. Feng Tingshan's side had gathered quite a few leading industry figures, and it was assumed that they were all going to go to dinner together. How the future winds blow in AI basically depends on how these big players operate. So, this is actually a very good time to delve into the future winds of the market. In addition to this, after deepening the understanding, if the talk is good, down the dinner table, the cooperation is also negotiated. Yu Mohan does kind of want to go. He looked over at Rongji. Wordlessly, he asked her what she meant. I don't know if she will with Feng Tingshan around. Rongru firmly said, I'll go. Out of the door, both she and Feng Tingshan treated each other as strangers, right? Doesn't mean she's avoiding him. Those few bigwigs then took Rongji and Yu Mohan and walked over towards Feng Tingshan's side. Feng Tingshan watched them walk over, his face calm. But Lin Wu frowned. However, it then loosened up again and withdrew its gaze with a look of indifference. Lin Lihai and Lin Lilan also came over. Seeing that Rongji was also there, none of their faces looked too good. Someone who hadn't greeted Yu Mohan yet today saw him coming over and took the initiative to greet him. When it was Feng Tingshan's turn, Feng Tingshan also shook Yu Mohan's hand. Hello. Hello. Yu Mohan smiled, Mr. Feng, I've heard a lot about you. You're welcome, Mr. Yu. After exchanging pleasantries, Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu were flanked by the crowd in front of them and headed to the parking lot. Rongru and Yu Mohan followed behind. Lin Lihai and Lin Lilan quietly looked for an opportunity to walk over to Rongji's side, trying to signal her so that she wouldn't follow along. But Rongju pretended not to see them. Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu got into the same car, while Rongji got into Yu Mohan's car. Lin Lilan frowned when he saw that he couldn't stop Rongji. This Rongji is really. There were more than 20 people in their party. The dining compartment was large, and the crowd sat down around a large round table. Feng Tingshan naturally sat with Lin Wu. Lin Lilan actually wanted to sit next to Rongji. Because she was worried that Rongji would talk nonsense during the meal later on, she wanted to watch her to keep her from messing up. But she was a step too slow, and the last seat next to Rongji was grabbed by Yu Mohan. Once inside, the crowd chatted and ordered. Feng Tingshan handed Lin Wu the menu and asked her to order. Lin Wu took it and asked him, what do you want to eat? Feng Tingshan, just decide. The few people sitting next to them smiled and said, Mr. Feng and Ms. Lin are so affectionate. Lin Wu's lips curled into a smile and ordered a few dishes for Feng Tingshan according to his tastes. Lin Lihai and Lin Lilan watched, and smiles appeared on their faces. Yu Mohan also took the menu and asked Rongji about his taste. Hearing the movement over there, he looked over and then looked at Rongji, who didn't have any particular reaction on her face, and when she saw Yu Mohan asking her, she discussed with him and ordered 2 dishes. When Lin Lilan and Lin Lihai saw that Rongji had no intention of having an attack, they were also temporarily relieved. Seeing that Lin Lihai and the others were somewhat concerned about Rongji's side, Lin Wu knew what they were thinking and leaned over to say quietly, don't worry, with Tingshan around, she wouldn't dare to mess around. If Rongji really dared to make a scene, she would definitely upset Feng Tingshan. With her knowledge of the marital status between Rongji and Feng Tingshan, Rongji didn't dare to upset Feng Tingshan at all. After all, if she messed with Feng Tingshan again, it would only make Feng Tingshan loathe her even more. Lin Lilan sniffed and was a little more relieved. But she was afraid that Feng Tingshan would be too nice to Lin Wu, and Rongji couldn't stand the excitement as she watched. Rongru didn't care what they thought, she didn't even pay special attention to their side because the person sitting on the other side of her was Professor Lu. Professor Lu had long known that Rongji had also come to the exhibition, and had found a chance to greet her at the exhibition before. Last time at the banquet, they chatted happily, and he had been trying to find a chance to talk to Rongji all this time, but they were both too busy and hadn't had the time. Since he had stumbled upon it today, he didn't want to miss the opportunity. So, shortly after taking his seat, he chatted with Rongji. The table was large, and Rongji and Professor Lu didn't want to disturb the others, so they controlled the volume when they talked. Seeing Professor Lu's amiable face talking to Rongji, Lin Wu and Lin Lilan only thought that Rongji was asking Professor Lu for some professional advice, so they didn't pay too much attention to it. Sitting on the other side of Professor Lu's people saw, flirted, old Lu you really are, professional faults cannot change at all, today are chatting with people for so long, and now sit down to eat, the mouther still cannot stop. Another person also smiled and picked up. Isn't that right? When we were in the showroom before, old Lu also talked to Ms. Lin for a long time. Seeing the crowd steering the topic to themselves, Professor Lu laughed, and not spoiling them, saying, usually when I talk to you about something technical, you all push me to your engineers. What, now that I don't talk to you, one of you is not used to it anymore? Someone took a look at Lin Wu and then Rongji and said, I can't imagine that even little girls nowadays are so interested in AI, programming and whatnot. Times have really changed. That's not true. Someone else picked up. Old Lu even sighed to me after talking to Ms. Lin in the exhibition hall earlier, saying that there are more and more talents that can be made now, and that there is hope for the future of our country. Ha ha. Ms. Lin is a senior student of a world-class prestigious university. Isn't she a promising talent? Hearing everyone praise her, Lin Wu smiled modestly. Everyone is flattered. Feng Tingshin's status is in the end extraordinary. Lin Wu is his woman. Everyone is naturally more willing to hold her some. As for Rongru, everyone knows that she is very beautiful, but I heard that she is just an employee of Yu Mohan's company. Although she has an ambiguous relationship with Yu Mohan, she doesn't have any other history, so naturally, everyone won't put too much attention on her. When the food came up, Lin Wu gave Feng Tingshin chopsticks of food, and Feng Tingshin naturally took them. At this time, everyone's words also opened up, but also slowly talked about the development prospects of some exhibits in today's exhibition. Someone couldn't help but say, speaking of which, Mr. Feng, your driverless car fits quite well with Yu Corporation's programming language for intelligent transportation, and I'm itching to see it. Are you guys really not going to cooperate? Chapter 39. It had been so long since everyone had sat down to dine, Feng Tingshin and Yu Mohan hadn't really picked up on each other's words. Upon hearing this, Feng Tingshin picked up a napkin and wiped the corners of his lips, looked at Yu Mohan, and smiled. There is indeed this idea. I wonder what Mr. Yu thinks. Yu Mohan naturally wouldn't let go of the business that was delivered to his door. It's an honor for us Chang Mo to be valued by Chief Feng. If Feng Tingshin and Yu Mo Sun were to really work together, Lin Wu would be happy to see it happen. After all, if Feng Tingshin and Yu Mo Sun came close to each other, the chances of her interacting with Yu Mo Sun would become more frequent. At that time, it would be easier to bring Yu Mohan on board. Thinking of this, she gave Rongji a cold look. Rongru was basically talking to Professor Lu about things. There was some attention paid to some of the movements of the others in the gallery, but it wasn't very engrossing. If Yu Mohan really wanted to work with Feng Tingshin, she naturally had no problem with it. She didn't have to mess with money. When the meal is almost over, the people will not stay in their seats. If they have the intention to cooperate with each other, they will get up and sit on the sofa over there to talk. Feng Tingshin's comment about wanting to cooperate with Chang Mo during dinner just now was just a verbal remark. As for whether or not they would really cooperate, Rongji was not sure. However, Mr. Yuan, who was having dinner with them, really wanted to work with them. No, before the meal was finished, the other party pulled the management he brought with him and chatted with Yu Mohan. Rongji followed suit. Talking about technology, Rongru is good at it. As for the cooperation negotiation or have to Yumashuan to come. Rongji sat aside and rarely spoke. However, seeing Yumashuan finish the water in his cup, she took his cup over. Help you pour a new one. Yu Mohan smiled, thanks. Seeing Rongji acting in a secretarial role beside Yu Mohan, Lin Wu and Lin Lilan, they became even more certain that Rong resigned to go to Chang Mo, basically to give Yu Emosan a miscellaneous job. Rongru turned around with the cup and took 2 steps, and when she was near Feng Tingshin's neighborhood, someone on the side suddenly turned around as well and accidentally bumped into her. Rongji didn't stand still for a moment, holding the cup of water. Her whole body lunged forward and fell into Feng Tingshin's arms. Seeing this gave the people around them a lurch. Rongji looked like she had been knocked over, but who knew if she had done it on purpose? Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that it happened to fall into Feng Tingshin's arms? Only, Rongru looks really very outstanding. The body is chiseled and soft, the skin is also watery and white like tofu. Although it was said that Lin Wuhu was also very sexy and beautiful, with their eyes for women, many of them felt that it was still Rongji who was superior. Being deliberately thrown by such a woman, not to mention, quite a few men around had their hearts set on it. But Feng Tingshin was different in the end. Only to see Feng Tingshin's expression coldly holding down Rongji's shoulders, and then he pushed the person away, not at all moved by beauty. Rongji also reacted to the fact that the person she pounced on was Feng Tingshin only when she pressed herself against him and smelled his familiar scent. Reacting, she paled, stood up straight, and said sorry softly before turning to leave. Lin Wu and Lin Lilan, they also felt that Rongji had deliberately jumped into Feng Tingshin's arms. Lin Lilan grunted and said to Lin Wu, I told you she couldn't possibly settle down. But it didn't help that she went to all that trouble. Because Feng Tingshin was completely unmoved. Indeed. Lin Lilan laughed, Tingshin's reaction does give you enough security. Lin Wu smiled sweetly down at his words. Lin Lihai frowned. He also felt that he had misjudged Rongji, not realizing that she looked peaceful and quiet, but she had a bunch of small thoughts. After Yu Mohan noticed the situation over here, he was busy stopping his conversation with Mr. Yuan and walked over towards Rongji. Is everything okay? Rongji shook his head. Did you twist your foot? Kind of. She did have some pain in her ankle, I think it was sprained. Watching Yu Mohan's concern for her warmed her heart, but it was also a little heartbreaking. She noticed the way the people around her looked at her. She knew that people thought she was deliberately throwing herself at Feng Tingshun. Now even if they see her hurt, they probably just think she deserved it. As for Feng Tingshun, he didn't even want to help her properly, and when he saw her fall, he didn't even ask her if she was okay. The only one here who really cares about her is Yu Mohan. Let me help you with that? No need for. There are so many people there. Yu Mohan ignored her, picked her up in a hug, and let her sit down after moving away from the crowd, then squatted down, took off the high heels on her feet, gently lifted her calves, saw that the ankles were indeed swollen, and while ordering the waiter to call the doctor over, he also asked them to help buy Rongji a pair of flat shoes over. Seeing Yu Mohan unapologetically being so attached to Rongji, many of the people at the scene paused, somewhat surprised. For a while, many people also felt that Rongji throwing herself at Feng Tingshun or something should be because people had preconceived ideas and thought too much. After all, Rongji looked like he was really quite affectionate with Yu Mohan. Lin Wu pursed her lips and withdrew her gaze. Then, she looked at Feng Tingshun. Only Feng Tingshun saw that although he noticed Rongji and Yu Mohan interacting intimately, he was still chatting with the others as if nothing had happened. Looking at the intimate gestures between Rongji and Yu Mohan didn't bother him at all. The corners of Lin Wu's pursed lips instantly eased, and she also smiled as she continued chatting with the others, no longer paying attention to Rongji's side. It didn't take long for the hotel's backup doctor to come by. After giving Rongji a look, he gave her some medicine for her injuries. After the doctor left, Yu Mohan put medicine on Rongji. Rongru tried to do it herself, but Yu Mohan glared at her. She held up her hand and had to stop. Yu Mohan helped her with the medicine, and a while later, the waiter bought her shoes back for her as well. Rongji stood up and tried, saying, "It's okay, I can walk." "That's good. Only, her feet like this is really not very convenient." The exhibition hall sighed. Yu Mohan let her not go first. After all, the exhibits and the exhibition, he has already asked people to shoot down. She can just watch the video review when the time comes. That's a bit of a shame, but there's nothing else to do. Yu Mohan said to the others and sent Rongji back first. After they left, the others were ready to disperse. After sending Rongji back home, Yu Mohan had something else to do and left in no time. Rongru busy half a day, also tired, also wanted to take a break. Later Yu Mosun chat finished, with him to talk about their teacher to give them down the homework. She set her phone aside and was trying to sleep when it rang. She picked up her cell phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. She hesitated, but picked up. "Hello, who is this?" "He Chang Bai." Rongji froze and sat up from the bed. "Mr. He?" Seriously, she was really busy today, and if it wasn't for He Chang Bai contacting her, she would have forgotten about this morning. "I've already had someone on my side handle your car for you, you can come over to pick it up later." Not waiting for Rongru to finish, He Chang Bai added, "If you have something to do, I'll have someone help you drive the car back as well." Chapter 40, You Can't Get Rid of Them. Rongji subconsciously refused. "Don't bother, I'll just go over and carry it myself." She refused dryly, and there was silence there. "Rongji, Mr. He? Okay, I'll send you the contact info for the side of the mechanic store over there in a minute." "Yes, please." He Chang Bai didn't say anything and hung up the phone. Rongru's foot was injured like this, so naturally he couldn't go pick up the car by himself. She thought about it and asked Yu Mohan to help. Yu Mohan promised to help her get her car back when he was done. In the evening, Rongru ordered a takeout and had just finished eating when Feng Jing Xian's phone call came, asking when she would be home. Rongji directly said, "Mom sprained her foot, it's not convenient to walk, now she's outside to recuperate, so she won't be coming home, you should rest early." When Feng Jingxin heard this, she immediately asked, Mom, you hurt your foot? Is it very serious? Does it hurt?" "It hurts, but it's not serious, it'll be fine in a few days." "Okay." Hearing Rongji say this, Feng Jing Xian was a little more relieved and asked with concern, "Then where are you now, Mom?" "When Dad comes back, Dad and I will find time to visit you tomorrow." When Rongru heard this, she said directly, "No, Mom can take care of herself, it's good that you're doing well in school." "Well then." After a few more words, they hung up. After a while, Feng Tingxin came back. Seeing this, Feng Jingxin called out Dad, and before Feng Tingxin could say anything, she busily said, "Dad, Mom's foot was injured, and she's now outside recuperating from her injuries." Feng Tingxin gave a sound, took off his suit jacket of excellent material and handed it to the butler before saying, "I know." "Ha?" Feng Jingxin looked up in surprise. "Dad, how did you know? Did Mom tell you?" Feng Tingxin sat down, took the cup of water handed over by Aunt Lu and said, "No, saw it with my own eyes." "With your own eyes?" Feng Jingxin froze. "When Mom was injured, Dad was there too?" "Aha." Feng Jingxin looked like she remembered something and said, "Oh yeah, Mom works at Dad's company, so Dad saw when Mom got hurt, right?" "No." Feng Tingxin's tone was light. "Mom doesn't work at Dad's company anymore." "Ha?" Feng Jingxin looked up, puzzled. "Then where does Mom work now?" "Her favorite place." "Oh." After drinking the water, Feng Tingshan put down the water cup and got up before going upstairs. His large white palm rubbed the top of her head and said, "Rest early." Feng Jing Xin, got it. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Yu Mohan helped Rongji bring the car back. Rongru took the keys and said, "How much is the total cost of this car repair?" "It means you want to give him his money back." Yu Mohan sat down on the sofa and said, "How should I know?" "Ha? Rongji, how did you pick up the car without paying for it?" "No one told me I had to pay, they heard it was your car and let me take it away," Young said with a lurch. So, it was her Chang Bai's side that helped her with the money? This one she hadn't really thought about. "What's wrong?" Seeing that she didn't look right, Yu Mohan asked. Rongru shook his head, "It's nothing." "Then let's do the homework first, after that I can go back and rest, I'm exhausted after a busy day today." The homework he was talking about was naturally the after view of the exhibits that Nan Jiji had assigned down to them this morning. "Rongji, good." Rongji thought about the car repair bill and said, "I'll make a phone call first." "Aha!" Rongru casually called He Changbai over. It was answered almost in seconds. "Hello. Mr. He, it's me, Rongji." "He Changbai, I know. What is it?" Rongji said, "In this case, I brought back the car, may I ask if you paid for the car repair?" "How much in total?" "I'll call the money over to you right now." He Changbai was silent for a moment, then said, "I'll send you the account number in a moment." "Okay." Rongji said politely, "Sorry to bother you. Also, I'm really very grateful for today." He Changbai faintly said, "You're welcome." With that, he took the lead and hung up. Yu Mohan just listened and asked, "The person who helped you with the car today?" By this time, He Changbai had sent over the card number and a photo of the invoice for today's car repair. Rongji looked at it and said, "Right," while opening the mobile payment app. Listening to the tone of Rongji's conversation with He Changbai, Yu Mohan could hear that Rongji and the other party didn't seem to know each other well. As for He Changbai, Yu Mashuan naturally recognized him and knew that Rongji and the other party also knew each other. As far as he knew, Rongru and He Changbai were hardly friends. Therefore, even when he heard Rongji call the person on the other side as Mr. He just now, he didn't think of He Changbai. Rongru transferred the money back to He Changbai in a single cent. Finally, after sending another thank you note, he and Yu Mohan officially began to do the homework that Nan Jiji had assigned to them today. They briefly labeled the core technologies of all the exhibits today in a PPT format. Even so, due to the large number of exhibits today, by the time they finished their work and sent the content to Nan Jiji, it was already past 2 in the morning. Yu Mashuan had long been paralyzed with exhaustion, but he didn't have a change of clothes here, so Rongru didn't keep him to stay. After Yu Mohan left, Rongji moved her injured foot to the bathroom and took a shower before going back to her room to sleep. Her foot wasn't badly injured, but Yu Mohan still hoped she could recuperate for a few days before coming back to work. So, Rongru woke up the next day and stayed at the home office without going out. It was just that she hadn't been up for long when she received a call from Feng Jingxin. "Mom, is your foot better now?" Rongji pawed his foot lightly and said, "It's better," while making breakfast in the kitchen. "That's good." Feng Jingxin was also still eating breakfast, and after finishing this, she didn't know what to say for a while. Young Ju felt it out. Actually, it didn't used to be like that. In the past, Feng Jingxin would always have a bunch of things to say to her. In the past 2 years, the communication between them had become less and less, coupled with the fact that even if Feng Jingxin had something she wanted to say, she would be the first to go and confide in Lin Wu, and slowly and gradually, they gradually ran out of things to say to each other as mother and daughter. She was injured this time, and Feng Jingxin sounded as if he was quite concerned about her. In truth, her concerns were all too superficial. The concern was real, but not overly so. Because if it was before, as long as she suffered a little injury, or if she was sick with a cold, Feng Jingxin would cry out in heartache, and then hold her without letting go of her hand, comforting her all the time while trying to take care of her without moving an inch, and couldn't even drive her away. At that time, she was really a very nurturing little sweetheart. But all of these, when she didn't know it, she gave them all to Lin Wu. Just like the last time Lin Wu was sick, after Feng Tingshan didn't finish his breakfast and rushed over, Feng Jingxin also secretly sent a message to Lin Wu behind her back to care about her, and when school was over, she also immediately let the driver take her over to see Lin Wu. So if she was really particularly worried about her, she could have just pestered her for her address last night and had her driver drive her over to her place. But she didn't come over after all. Feng Jingxin didn't know what to say to Rongji for a moment, so she looked at Feng Tingshan, who was sitting across from her eating breakfast, and said, "Dad, do you want to talk to Mom on the phone?" Chapter 41, Don't Want to Be Disturbed on a Date. Hearing Feng Jingxin's words, Rongji snapped back to his senses. Yesterday, she fell and he didn't offer to help her. She was hurt and he was not concerned. In addition to the fact that he really didn't care about her, he was also afraid that Lin Wu would misunderstand, right? In his heart, Lin Wu's thoughts and feelings were the most important, right? Whether she was dead or alive, he didn't care one bit. Otherwise, how could he have the attitude he had yesterday when he watched her fall and saw her get hurt? Thinking of this, she looked cold and was about to open her mouth to say that there was no need, but Feng Tingshan opened his mouth one step ahead of her. Ask your mom. When Fong Jingxin sniffed, she asked Rongji, Mom, Dad asked if you want to talk to him on the phone. Rongji pursed her lips and said directly, No need, Mom still has things to do. Oh, Fong Jingxin also just told Fong Tingxin, Dad, Mom said no need. Fong Tingxin, aha. Fong Jingxin said, then, Mom, bye. Bye. After hanging up the phone, Fong Jingxin put down the phone, looked at Fong Tingxin, and said, Dad, Mom seems to be angry. She didn't know why, she just suddenly felt that way. Fong Tingxin faintly said, Is that so? Yeah. Aha. And then, nothing more. For the next few days, Rongru had been working from home. Fong Jingxin did call her over every day, concerned about her injuries. But also, as she thought, there was no talk of coming over to see her. Nan Jiji replied to the homework she and Yu Mohan submitted 2 days later. The core technical content that she and Yu Mohan had discussed could be considered a secret if she put it on someone else's place. But in Nan Jiji this, but directly scolded worthless. Therefore, for the next 2 to 3 days, Rongji and Yu Mohan were working while spending a lot of time revising their homework according to Nan Jiji's notes. By Monday, Rongji's foot was almost as good as it could be. Although she was still afraid to drive, she was able to go to work as usual. It was only after she arrived at the company that Yu Mohan said to her, Fong Tingxin should really be planning to work with us. Fong Tingxin himself didn't come, but he did send someone to contact his side last week. He was worried that Rongji would be upset if she knew, so he didn't tell her. Fong Tingxin's side would send another person over to their side in a while. If the conversation is pretty much done, you can basically finalize the initial partnership plan. The technical director sent over from Fong Tingxin's side, Director Quan, is a person from Fong Tingxin's personal technology company, not an employee of Feng's group. He and Rongru met for the first time this time. Learning that Rongji was also in technology, he politely greeted her, Hello, Ms. Rong. Rongji, hello. The exchanges that followed were all very pleasant. At noon, Chang Mo's side hosted and invited several people from Fong Tingxin's company to dinner. When they arrived at the hotel, they just got out of the car and ran into Fong Tingxin and Lin Wu, who also came down from the car. Seeing them, Rongji's footsteps lurched. Yu Mohan also rubbed his brow, not expecting such a coincidence. Instead, Director Quan's eyes lit up and shouted, Mr. Fong. Fong Tingxin and Lin Wu turned back. Seeing Rongji and Yu Mohan, they both seemed to be a bit surprised as well. After greeting Rongji and Yu Mohan, Director Quan walked towards Fong Tingxin and Lin Wu. Since Fong Tingxin had already seen them and they had cooperation coming up next, Rongji and Yu Mohan had no choice but to follow them as well after glancing at each other. Director Quan obviously also recognized Lin Wu and greeted her warmly, Miss Lin. Lin Wu, hello. Lin Wu spoke with a somewhat cold tone. The whole director does not care, after all, Lin Wu is now the figure on the tip of Fong Tingxin's heart and is likely to be their boss's wife in the future. In the face of their subordinates, it is normal for Lin Wu to have a higher posture. Director Quan looked at Rongji and the others before explaining to Fong Tingxin, I went to Changamo today to talk about cooperation, and now that it's noontime, I'm coming out for a meal with General Manager Yu and the others. Fong Tingxin nodded his head, shook his hand, and said, Hard work. Superintendent Quan said, I should. Fong Tingxin's line of sight turned and landed on Rongji and Yu Mohan before greeting Yu Mohan, Mr. Yu. As for Rongji, he didn't open his mouth. Yu Mohan responded in return and suddenly asked, Since we've run into each other, should we join together? Fong Tingxin, however, said, No, it's a private arrangement on my side, it's not very convenient, next time I have a chance, I'll definitely treat Mr. Yu to dinner. Private arrangement, meaning a date with Lin Wu? Is this about not wanting to be disturbed? Yu Mohan inwardly laughed, but his mouth smiled, Mr. Fong is polite. As for Lin Wu, it's true that she wants to have more contact with Yu Mohan. However, she naturally still cared more about Fong Tingxin than Yu Mohan. Fong Tingxin was so attached to their date, she was naturally happy in her heart and didn't want her and Fong Tingxin's personal time to be disturbed. Hearing Fong Tingxin say this, he left first with Fong Tingxin without saying much. After they walked away, Yu Mohan asked, Director Quan and Ms. Lin also know each other? Just met a few times. Director Quan said, As you all know, Mr. Fong is very attached to Ms. Lin and has brought Ms. Lin to the company several times. So it is. Speaking of which, even though Rongji had been married to Fong Tingxin for many years, she probably knew which companies he had founded on his own. But those companies of Fong Tingxin, she hadn't been there once. Because Fong Tingxin wouldn't allow her. However, what he did not allow her to do, he never set limits on Lin Wu. Taking advantage of Director Quan's inattention, Yu Mohan lowered his voice and said to her, After that farce at the last charity dinner and last week's tech exhibition, the Lin family has accumulated quite a few contacts on this side of the metropolis, and it's rumored that they've already picked up a few projects in the past few days. When the projects were completed, with these few projects alone, the Lin family would be able to fully establish themselves in the capital city. An achievement that many businessmen could only dream of. The Lin family had reached it in just a few days because of Fong Tingxin's help, and many people outside were envious. Rongji sniffed and let out a hung with his eyes downcast. Chapter 42 No need to avoid Miss Lin. After dinner, and after they talked for a few more hours that afternoon, the two companies tentatively finalized their partnership. 2 days later, Rong-ru and Yu Mohan went to Fong Tingshan's technology company Shuandu to discuss the contract. When they arrived at Shuandu, they were greeted by Director Kwon and one of Shuandu's core executives, Mr. Jin. However, Mr. Kim arrived late. After arriving at the conference room, the first thing he did was apologize to Rong-ji and Yu Mohan and the others. "I just had a meeting upstairs with Mr. Fong and the others, I'm sorry I'm late." "So now Fong Tingshan is also in Shuandu?" Rong-ji thought, shook hands with the other party along with Yu Mohan, and said, "It's okay." When Mr. Kim arrives, they continue to talk about the content of the contract. A moment later, someone pushed the door in. Neither Rong-ru nor Yu Mohan paid much attention to it, thinking it was an ordinary employee of Shuandu. However, when Director Kwon and General Manager Jin saw the visitor, they immediately rose to greet her, "Miss Lin," Young said with a lurch. Looking up, it was really Lin Wu. Yu Mohan frowned as well. After glancing at Rong-ji, Lin Wu said to Director Kwon and General Manager Jin, "I just came over to take a look, you guys are busy with yourselves, don't worry about me." Director Kwon and General Manager Jin said yes repeatedly, but when the words fell, they didn't dare to slow down in the slightest and instructed their secretaries to pour water for Lin Wu. The gestures were warm and respectful, obviously all holding her up like a boss's wife. Lin Wu also greeted Yu Mohan, "Mr. Yu." Yu Mohan nodded, "Ms. Lin." Lin Wu took the tea poured for her by Mr. Jin's secretary, and sat down again in the chair they had specially moved over for her, and after taking a sip of water, she put down the cup, saw the contract on the side, and asked, "Can I take a look at it?" Mr. King laughed, "Of course." Seeing Yu Mohan and Rong-ji looking over, Mr. Jin smiled and explained, "Ms. Lin is our Mr. Feng's girlfriend, and our Mr. Feng usually doesn't avoid Ms. Lin when signing contracts." The implication was that Lin Wu was one of their own, and there would be no leakage of secrets or other problems that they feared. Yu Mohan laughed, with Mr. Jin's words, "Then we are relieved." Rong-ji, on the other hand, lowered his head and didn't say anything. Fong Tingshan's study at home, because it involves company secrets, he has never allowed her to set foot in it. This he had the housekeeper make a point of informing her of from the first day of her stay. So the study in that villa, after all these years, she hadn't gone in once. But Lin Wu not only can casually look at Fong Tingshan Company's confidential documents, but also when Shuandu people know. This shows the depth of their relationship. Lin Wu knew that Yu Mo-sun and Rong-ji would have this reaction when they saw her touching these documents. Apart from worrying about the leakage of secrets, they were also surprised that her relationship with Fong Tingshan had become so close to this extent, right? Lin Wu put down the paper and looked over at Rong-ji. Seeing that she lowered her head, seemingly afraid to look at her, she picked up her tea and smiled. "She sits here with that stance that really looks like the boss's wife who oversees the work." Yu Ma-shuan watched, and as Mr. Jin and the others were modifying one of the contracts, he suddenly asked, "Doesn't Ms. Lin intend to stay and work at Shuandu?" Lin Wu put down her water cup, looked straight at him, and said, "Tingshan also asked me if I wanted to work at Shuandu, but I like to rely on myself and didn't want to go through the back door, so I refused." Before Yu Ma-shuan could say anything, Mr. Jin smiled and interjected, "Ms. Lin is just too modest. We all know that you are a senior student in the field of AI, even if you and Mr. Foam have a great relationship, we will not feel that you are coming in through the back door. On the contrary, if our company can get Ms. Lin to join us, our work will definitely be able to carry out more smoothly. Ms. Lin, why don't you think about it again?" Lin Wu smiled faintly, "Let's talk about it later." In other words, Lin Wu could come here to work whenever she wanted. Fong Tingshan's differentiated treatment was so numerous that Rong-ji no longer wanted to count it in detail. Rong-ji picked up her water glass and took a sip of water. Just then she noticed someone standing outside the glass door. She looked up slightly. Fong Tingshan. She gave a beat. Fong Tingshan also saw her, but the focus of his eyes didn't seem to be on her. Rong-ru twisted his head back and found Lin Wu smiling lightly in the direction of the doorway, apparently greeting Fong Tingshan. Then, Lin Wu said to Mr. Jin, "I'll leave first." It was only then that Mr. Jin and Director Kwon realized that Fong Tingshan had arrived. It was now close to noon, and it was obvious that Fong Tingshan had specially come down to pick up Lin Wu for dinner. Seeing Director Kwon and the others trying to get up to greet him, Fong Tingshan said, "No need to be formal, you guys are busy with yourselves." Superintendent Kwon and the others were busy nodding their heads in agreement. Fong Tingshan added politely to Yu Ma-shuan, "There's a lot going on and I can't entertain personally, please forgive Mr. Yu." "Mr. Fong is polite, I can understand that you are busy with your affairs." Fong Tingshan smiled down and after glancing at Rong-chi, he didn't say much before he and Lin Wu took the lead and left. Fong Tingshan has many companies under his name is something that everyone in the circle knows. Yu Ma-shuan did not expect Fong Tingshan to date people in Shuandu even if, actually even Lin Wu was also in. He looked over at Rong-ji and wordlessly patted her shoulder in a comforting gesture. Rong-ji shook his head. "She's fine." When she came over to Shuandu, she had actually prepared herself for the possibility of running into Fong Tingshan. But she really didn't expect Lin Wu to actually be there. 2 days ago the whole director said Lin Wu before to Xiuandu. She thought Lin Wu just occasionally appear, did not expect her to Feng Tingshan's company, actually like to their own home, want to come, want to go, and also with Feng Tingshan company people are so familiar with. The content of the cooperation involves the later technical cooperation issues. The terms and conditions are quite a lot. In order to avoid unnecessary disputes during the cooperation, each contract, they have to carefully discuss. By the time the terms of the contract had been thoroughly negotiated, it was after 5 in the afternoon. After Yu Mohan signed, Mr. Jin also personally took the document up to Feng Tingshan to sign. Yu Mohan gave a beat. Mr. Feng is still at the company? In. Superintendent Quan said, just too busy working on another project. Is that so? Was she too busy, or did she have Rongji around and didn't want to get too involved with her? Rongji thought of this as well. Director Quan and Yu Mohan were both in technology and knew each other before. Now after signing the contract and relaxing, he coughed lightly and lowered his voice. Miss Lin is also there. It is said that Ms. Lin has been in the company all day today to accompany Mr. Feng, and their relationship really don't be too good. Rongji was sitting right next to Yu Mohan, so he naturally heard it. A little while later, Mr. Jin returned with the documents signed by Feng Tingshan. Yu Mohan had important personal business to attend to tonight and declined Mr. Kim's treat. Mr. Jin and Director Quan, they didn't force themselves and politely sent them downstairs, but when they were riding the elevator, they ran into Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu. Chapter 43, He didn't come back. Yu Mohan gave a beat. Is this such a coincidence? Feng Tingshan, it's quite a coincidence. Yu Mohan said, there are many of us, why don't you guys go down first, Mr. Feng, and we'll wait for the next trip. Okay, see you next time. See you next time. The elevator doors closed again, and Rongji and Yu Mohan they had to wait for the next trip. A while later, after entering the elevator, Rongji's phone rang. It's Feng Jingshin's phone. Rongji greeted the others before picking up the phone. Hello. Mom, are you off work? When are you coming back? Since Rongji's foot was injured, Feng Jingxian would call Rongji every day, and after learning that Rongji's foot was healed, she had asked her yesterday when she would be coming home. Rongji was busy with work these days, so he didn't promise to go back to accompany her last night. Now hearing Feng Jingshin ask this, she said, I just finished working, Mom will go back in a while. The elevator was downstairs by the time I hung up. Director Quan asked curiously, Ms. Young has a child? Rongji, aha. This can't really be seen. He thought that there was a boyfriend and girlfriend between Rongru and Yu Mohan. After all, their relationship looked quite good and Yu Mohan took special care of her. Director Quan was also quite surprised. After all, Rongji looked quite young, completely unable to see that she had already given birth to a child. He asked idly, is your husband in our line of work too? Rongru gave a beat and said, sort of. Director Quan had also talked to Rongji about technical topics and knew that Rongji's professional ability was actually very strong. He also thought that Rongru's husband was also in their line of work and was about to ask the other party what his name was, but looking at Rongru's pale expression, he seemed to not want to talk much, so he stopped the conversation. Yu Mohan would like to say that the Mr. Rongru's in your mouth is no one else but Feng Tingshan, the big boss of your company. But Rongji is going to divorce him, and the next thing is that they still have a lot of contact with Director Quan and them, so if they say it, it will probably provoke Director Quan and them to not know how to get along with Rongji instead. Moreover, after learning of Rongji's identity, it could not be ruled out that some people would deliberately target Rongji in order to curry favor with Lin Wu. In order to minimize unnecessary trouble, Yu Mohan ended up not opening his mouth. After leaving Xiuandu, Rongji and Yu Mohan got into their cars and left separately. When Rongru drove to the villa, Feng Jingxian was already waiting downstairs, and when she saw her return, she pounced over, Mom. Aha! Rongru rubbed the end of her hair and was about to ask if she was hungry when Feng Jingxian took the lead and looked at her feet. Mom, are you really well? Rongji, well. Where were you hurt before? Let me see? No need to look, Mom is better. No, show me. Rongji had to take off the cotton shoes on his feet and pointed to his previously injured ankle. Feng Jingxin squatted down and observed, it looks like there are no wounds. It's not swollen anymore, so naturally you can't see it. Oh. Added, Mom, you're just fine, you can't stand for too long, I've already had the meal made, let's eat first. Rongji, good. Feng Jingxin happily held her hand and went to the dining room. There were only 2 sets of dishes in the dining room. Feng Tingshan's place was empty. Noticing her line of sight, Feng Jingxin said, Dad said he has something to do and won't be back for dinner tonight, Mom, I'll just eat with you. Remembering that she had just run into Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu in the elevator, Rongji thought to herself, Feng Tingshan's had something to do, and that was to eat with Lin Wu? That's something she didn't say. She ate while chatting with Feng Jingxin. Perhaps it was because she had given Feng Jingxian enough freedom recently. Feng Jingxian had instead become a little closer to her this time than a while ago, and had not appeared to be impatient with her anymore. So, after the meal, Feng Jingxian asked her to help bathe and wash and blow dry her hair again. Rongju agreed to all of them. Feng Jingxian asked her to send her to school tomorrow again. Rongji also agreed. It had also been 10 days since she and Feng Jingxin had officially met since the hot spring villa. So, that night, she stayed at the villa. But she didn't go back to the master bedroom. She planned to sleep with Feng Jingxin. The last time mom came over to sleep with her was because she was sick. But this time, she didn't get sick, and she didn't tell her mom she wanted her to sleep with her. Looking at the way Rongji took a shower in her room and planned to sleep in her room again, Feng Jingxian was a little puzzled as to why she didn't go back to sleep in her father's room. However, she actually quite liked sleeping with Rongji, because Rongji's body was really fragrant and soft, and it was especially comfortable to hold. So, she didn't ask. However, since her mom was there, she would have to be more careful when she said goodnight to Auntie Woohoo in a little while, and it wouldn't be good for her to find out. That night, when Rongji went to bed, it was already after 11 o'clock at night. But Feng Tingshan hadn't come back yet. When she woke up the next day, she realized that Feng Tingshan hadn't come back last night. When I last saw him in the elevator yesterday, he was leaving with Lin Wu. Last night, he didn't come back, presumably with Lin Wu. Rongru retrieved his thoughts and sent Feng Jingxian to school, then it was back to Chang Mo for work. Feng Jingxin's mind was obviously still on Lin Wu, and his need for her was momentary. For example, if she hadn't seen her for too long, or if Feng Tingshan and the others were gone and she was bored before she remembered her. Otherwise, Feng Jingxin didn't need her. No, after this day, after learning that her foot was completely healed, Feng Jingxin wouldn't call her every day like he did in the previous days, not to mention asking her why she didn't come home at night. As for Feng Tingshan, there was even less to say. He never cared about her movements. Recently Long Inc. signed 2 projects with 2 notable incomings, so, on Friday, Long Inc. formed a big reunion. The location of the reunion will be decided by the following people in consultation. In the end, the rest of the company unanimously decided that they wanted to go to the hot springs. When he received the message, Rongji froze and smiled bitterly. Yumohan asked, "What's wrong? Don't want to go to the hot springs?" No. It was just a reminder of the previous 2 weeks when she went to the hot springs. She was left behind by Feng Tingshan's father and daughter, and she ended up being the only one left in the hot springs lodge. When I think about it now, it all seems like yesterday. But the fact is, it's been almost half a month. Time is going by so fast. Although she didn't really want to soak in the hot springs, it was her first big reunion after returning to the company, so she couldn't afford to be absent, so she went with everyone. The hot springs lodge where he went on vacation last time was the private domain of the Feng family. This time the company went to, but a hot spring resort hotel, very large, inside all kinds of entertainment facilities. Changing into his bathrobe, Rong resigned and went to the hot spring pool. There were few girls in their company, and when she arrived, the others hadn't come yet. Rongji sat down in the women's hall, and just after soaking for less than a minute, she saw a little girl about the same size as Feng Jingxin squatting next to the hot spring pool, curiously reaching out to the pool to explore. The depth of the hot spring pool over here is about 1 meter too. The kid looked like he shouldn't even be 5 feet 2 inches. Rongji was worried that something would happen to her if she fell in, and had just gotten up when he heard a thud. The girl really did fall into the pool. Rongji got up and walked over quickly, scooping up the person and holding him in his arms. The little girl clutched her neck, coughing as she cried, her face suffocating red. Rongru patted her back, comforting her and asking for her family's information while taking her to the staff. Just as he stepped out of the doorway, he saw He Changbai not far away. Before Rongru had time to react, the little girl in her arms cried and stretched out her hand toward He Changbai, "Uncle, oh uncle." Chapter 44, Unusually Eye-Catching. Shan. He Changbai came over and picked up the little girl from Rongji's arms. It was also at this point that He Changbai realized that Shan was soaked to the skin. He paused and looked at Rongji. "This is." Rongji also didn't expect the little girl to be his niece. She explained, "She fell in the pool and I saw it and picked her up. Her long bottom." "Thank you." "No need." Rongji said, "Help her change her clothes to save her from catching a cold." He Changbai nodded his head and looked at Rongji, wanting to say something, but his little niece hugged him and cried non-stop, like she was scared. He Changbai didn't say anything else. While softly comforting the person, he nodded with Rongji, and hugged the person into the elevator. Rongji saw that there was nothing left for him to do, so he went back to continue soaking in the hot springs. After soaking in the hot springs, Rongji changed his clothes and went to the buffet area to eat. Before she could finish eating, He Changbai appeared in front of her holding his little niece. "Can we sit here?" Rongji actually didn't really want to have too many interactions with He Changbai. But He Changbai had said so she had no choice but to nod her head and say, "Please sit down. Sit here alone and don't move, uncle will go get you food." Shan daintily and timidly glanced at Rongji, nodded, and answered in a small voice, "Good." He Changbai added to Rongji, "Take a look for me." Rongru was not too keen on having too many interactions with He Changbai, but in this situation, she had no choice but to nod her head and agree, "Good." Once He Changbai left, only Rongji and Shan were left facing each other. Shan looked scared of life, and Rongji was worried that opening her mouth rashly would scare her. She also didn't understand Shan's eating habits or what she needed to avoid, and didn't dare to just hand her the food on her plate to eat. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke gently, "Your uncle will be back soon." Shan's dark, beautiful eyes looked at her for a long moment before she nodded. "You just choked on water, does your nose still hurt now?" Shan shook his head again. A moment later, He Changbai returned, setting one of the plates in front of Shan and handing her a knife and fork. Shan just settled down and started eating in small bites. He Changbai asked, "Is it good?" Mano nodded. He Changbai looked at Rongru, then said to Shan, "It was this ant who saved Shan just now, say thank you to this ant." Shan's small tongue licked the cake on the fork, raised her eyes to Rongji, and said in a small voice, "Thank you, auntie." Turns out the kid was sent over to thank her. Hearing this, Rongji also said in a warm voice, "No need to be polite." Shan looked at Yi Changbai again, who said, "It's okay, eat." Shan buried his head and continued eating again. Yi Changbai withdrew his mind from his niece and took a bite of his food before asking Rongji, "Came alone?" "Rongru, company reunion, came with my co-workers." Yi Changbai didn't know that Rongji had resigned from phone group. On hearing that, he assumed that it was the phone group that was also here for the reunion. He paused before responding, "I see." Just then, Yumohan noticed Rongji and waved at her. Rongru now, since she didn't want to get too deeply involved with the people around Feng Tingshan, she also recognized that she had nothing to say to Yi Changbai. Now that she saw Yumohan, she busily reached out in response and took the opportunity to leave to say to Yi Changbai, "Thank you very much for last time. I still have things to do, I'll leave first, you guys eat slowly." Yi Changbai could actually feel her unnaturalness when she faced him. It was also possible to sense that she saw him and wasn't as warm as she had been before. He also just assumed that it was a result of that unpleasant conversation that had happened at the racetrack the last time, and didn't think much of it. Seeing that Rongji wanted to leave, he also nodded and did not force himself. As Rongru walked past, Yumohan looked at Yi Changbai, "Who's that?" When he greeted Rongji just now, Yi Changbai had his back to him. Looking at the other person's back, broad and straight, with a child sitting beside her, she thought she had come over to share a table with her. But looking at the way Rongji just got up to talk to the other party, it felt as if they knew each other. Yi Changbai. "It's him?" Yumohan was surprised, "Aren't you guys not familiar? Why are you sitting together?" "I saw his niece fall into the hot spring pool a while ago and saved her, and he was bringing someone over to say thank you." Yumohan came to a realization, so that's how it is. Rongru said that she came with her colleagues, so Yi Changbai assumed that the person who greeted her just now was her ordinary colleague, and he didn't turn around to look at the other party. After Rongji and Yumashuan walked a bit farther away, Yi Changbai saw the distant backs of Rongji and Yumashuan and realized that the other party was a young man with a tall back. As far as the back view was concerned, it looked quite compatible with Rongji. And looking at the distance they walk from each other, you can tell they are on good terms with each other. "Uncle." By the time he heard his little niece's voice, Yi Changbai came back to his senses. "Have you eaten? Let's go upstairs when you're done eating." Shan, eat well." Yi Changbai had already eaten. He put down his napkin and went upstairs with Shan. When Rongji returned to his room, he was about to read a book for a while on the balcony when his cell phone suddenly rang. It was actually Feng Tingshan's phone. However, he usually only contacted her when he had something to do. Rongji thought and connected, speaking in a cold tone, "Hello. Grandma wants to go back for dinner tomorrow night." Rongji gave a beat and said, "Okay, I know." After her words fell, the other side hung up the phone without a second to spare. Rongji didn't care anymore. She set her phone aside, quieted her mind, and continued to read. She slept well that night. Woke up early in the morning. She got up and went to the hotel gym for a short run, rested for a while, and then went to the hot tub for a short soak in the hot springs. At that moment, a woman in her 40s or 50s walked up holding Shan. The woman Rongju had seen yesterday. It seems to be a nanny hired by the Yi family to take care of Shan. Yesterday it was because she answered an urgent phone call and was momentarily distracted and not paying attention that the single person disappeared. If it is not yesterday Rongru happened to people in the hot springs pool encountered single to save people up, the consequences are unimaginable. Now that she saw Rongru, the other party panicked and thanked her. Rongru said, "You're welcome." Rongji thought that after yesterday's experience, Shan would not dare to go into the water for a short time. Probably because Yi Changbai had helped her overcome her fear afterward. Holding the nanny's hand in one hand and holding the swimming ring on her body in the other, she slowly came into the water after testing it with her feet. After a while, she stomped her legs and paddled toward Rongji, calling out softly, "Auntie." Rongru twisted his head, "What's wrong?" Shan, however, was silent, but in a good mood, paddling around her. The nanny laughed, Shan is very fond of you." Rongji smiled and didn't say anything. There will be an event at the company later, so Rongju has to leave. She also said hello to Shan before she left. But Shan opened her arms toward her, "Auntie, hug." Rongji had to reach out and carry her up the bank with him. After changing into a dry bathrobe, Rongji hugged her again and went to the elevator together, thinking to separate after reaching the floor in a while. But just as they were waiting for the elevator, Yi Changbai appeared. A clean smile bloomed on Shan's small white face, "Uncle." He Changbai walked over and stretched out his hand towards her to carry her over, but Shan Shan couldn't let go of Rongru, but wanted He Changbai to hold her, and finally stretched out an arm. He Changbai then carried her over, but when he carried the person over, his other hand alone was still grasping Rongji's collar. When he hugged him like that, his grip was so tight and single that he even ripped Rongji's bathrobe apart. Rongji's body in blue lace suit underwear just appeared in front of He Changbai. Her snow-white, flawless skin, curved, full, beautiful breasts, and her well-curved waist were unusually eye-catching. Chapter 45, She Doesn't Care. Rongji blushed with embarrassment and pulled back the collar that Shan Shan had grabbed. He Changbai's eyes deepened, and after reacting, he turned around and averted his eyes. The nanny on the sidelines was also embarrassed as hell. Luckily there's no one else here. Otherwise it would be even more embarrassing. She was busy helping Rongji organize his clothes. Rongru is usually quite conservative, and has really never exposed her body like this in front of other men besides Feng Tingshan. Especially, this person was also Feng Tingshan's good friend. And she became even more uncomfortable. After she straightened her clothes, she said with a still not so natural look, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Only then did He Changbai turn around and say, I'm sorry. Shan Shan also knows that he did something wrong, also thought that he upset Rongji, looked at Rongji red eyes, took the initiative to apologize in a small voice, Auntie, I'm sorry. Rongji also knew that she didn't do it on purpose, so she couldn't be too harsh on her and said, It's okay, Auntie knows that you didn't do it on purpose. When she finished, she smiled faintly, waved to Shan Shan, and turned to go in the elevator. He Changbai watched the elevator close, then said to Shan Shan, who was being held by him, Shan Shan, from now on, you can't grab someone's collar and not let go of it, okay? Shan nodded heavily, got it. For going back to the old Feng family house for dinner. Around 4 in the afternoon, after doing the group activity, Rongru was ready to leave early. When she had to leave early, Yumohan walked her to the parking lot, admonishing, drive carefully. Got it. As Rongru spoke, a car slowly drove towards them. Rongji hadn't noticed, but the backseat window slowly dropped and Shan Shan poked his little head out and waved at her, bye auntie. Rongji smiled faintly and said, see you soon alone. When the words fell, she saw He Changbai looking at her, she gave a beat and also nodded at him as a greeting. He Changbai also nodded, then withdrew his gaze after glancing at Yumohan beside her. Watching his car leave, Yumohan stroked his chin, why do I feel that He Changbai just looked at me with a bit of scrutiny? Rongji didn't care, is that so? Why is he doing nothing to scrutinize you? What does Yumakun know? That's just how he felt. He hesitated and said, could it be that he saw me getting too close to you and thought that my relationship with you was too ambiguous, so he paid more attention to me on behalf of his good brother Feng Tingshan? When Rongji heard this, his smile faded a few points and he said in disbelief, don't worry, it definitely won't be because of this. He Changbai and the others were also on good terms with Lin Wu. Obviously, they wanted Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu to be together more than her. He and Shi Yulvia estimated that they couldn't wait for her to have ambiguity with other people and let Feng Tingshan go, and how could they be worried that she would cuckold Feng Tingshan because of the possibility that she might have ambiguity with other men? After getting into the car, Rongju drove off. It was completely dark by the time we reached the old mansion. In the old mansion, apart from the servants, only old Mrs. Feng was there. Learned of her return and came out to greet her personally. The old lady's smile paused when she saw she was alone, where's Xin? It was common that Feng Tingshan didn't come back in the same car as her, so she wouldn't ask much. But didn't Feng Jingshin usually come back with her? Ever since her foot got better and she went over to the villa to have a meal with Feng Jingshin had never contacted her again. As for where the father and daughter had gone and who they had been with this weekend, Rongru had no idea at all. She didn't bother to ask. Now hearing the old lady say this, Rongji smiled and said, they should be here in a while. That being said, in reality, it's not certain if they'll come over tonight. After all, wasn't that what happened the time we went to the Hot Springs Villa before? When the old lady heard her say this, she thought that she was aware of Feng Tingshan and their father and daughter's itinerary, so she didn't ask much. Rongji entered the house and chatted with the old lady for quite a long time. It was almost 7:30, but Feng Tingshan and Feng Jingxian were still missing. The old lady frowned, what time is it? Why haven't we arrived yet? As he spoke, it was obvious that he had also remembered Feng Tingshan's absence in the middle of the Hot Springs Villa row last time. Her face didn't look too good as she said to Rongji, Xiaoji, call and hurry. Rongji had to pick up his cell phone and call Feng Tingshan over. The other side picked up quickly. Also guessing the purpose of her call, she was the first to open her mouth, be there in 20 minutes. Rongru was about to speak when Feng Jingxian's voice drilled into his ears from the other side of the phone. By Auntie Woohoo. Rongju hung his eyes. They were really with Lin Wu. Just as she thought of this, Lin Wu's voice rang in her ears, well, see you later Xin. Then, she heard Lin Wu gently tell Feng Tingshan, I'll go up first. Feng Tingshan, aha. At that moment, she heard Feng Tingshan ask her in a cold tone, is there anything else? Rongji returned to his senses and said, no more. The words fell out of her mouth and she then tried to hang up. But Feng Tingshan's side was one step ahead of her. Young. What's wrong? Is it not coming back again? The old lady said, exasperated. Ting-shin is still really. No. Rongru smiled faintly and said, traffic is jammed at this hour, they'll be here in 20 minutes. When the old lady heard this, her face finally looked better. But still angry, then let's eat and leave him alone, he deserves the leftovers. The butler on the side smiled and reminded, Miss Xin is also still in the car. The old lady choked and grunted again, for the sake of my little great-grandson, let's spare him this time. Rongji listened, smiled, and didn't answer. Chapter 46 Cuddled Together. 20 minutes later, Feng Ting-shin and the others returned. The old lady didn't look at Feng Ting-shin, benevolently waving at Feng Jing-xin and smiling, Xin is back? Ancestral grandmother. Feng Jingxin ran towards the old lady and was hugged by her, rubbing her head for a beat before coming over to Rongji's place. Mom. Aha! When Rongji hugged Feng Jing-xin, he smelled the extremely faint perfume odor of Lin Wu's body from before on her clothes. She didn't say anything, just gently pushed her away. Feng Ting-shin sat down next to the old lady and handed her a box, apology gift. It is one of the old lady's extremely favorite snow tea, which is rare in the market and hard to find for thousands of dollars. The old lady knew he was apologizing for missing his last trip to the hot springs lodge. She grunted, knowing to prepare a gift for old lady me. What about Xiaozhu? Have you prepared an apology gift for Xiaozhu yet? Feng Ting-shin smiled, didn't say anything, and glanced at Rongji. But it was also just a simple look that way, with no other emotions in it. The old lady had intended to do her justice and to make Feng Ting-shin care more about her. However, all of this was no longer necessary in Rongru's opinion. Without looking at Feng Ting-shin, she smiled lightly and spoke, Grandma, the food is getting cold, let's eat first. The old lady, however, thought that Rongji changed the topic because she didn't want her to continue talking about Feng Ting-shin. After all, in the past, when Feng Ting-shin neglected her and the old lady couldn't see past helping her blame Feng Ting-shin, she would always open her mouth to excuse Feng Ting-shin. The old lady sighed helplessly, you just know how to look toward him. Rongru but smiled. Feng Ting-shin also looked cold, his face did not change because she opened her mouth to help him. It's getting late and it's really time to eat. The old lady got up and came over to hold Feng Jingxin's hand. Xinxin also hasn't sat down to eat with Grandma Zhu for a long time, so she'll sit with Grandma Zhu in a while, okay? Feng Jingxin obediently nodded, good. So well behaved. As the old lady spoke, she glanced at Feng Ting-shin, what she meant was self-evident. Rongji knew that the old lady was setting her up with Feng Ting-shin again. She didn't look at Feng Ting-shin for any reaction and followed the old lady into the dining room. As she sat down across from the old lady and Feng Jingxin, her afterglow caught a glimpse of Feng Ting-shin pulling out the chair next to her and taking a seat beside her. The old lady was finally a bit more satisfied, and after the meal was served, she said to Feng Ting-shin, give Xiaozhi some food. Without looking at Feng Ting-shin, Rongru spoke, no need Grandma, I'll do it myself. Before the words left his mouth, Feng Ting-shin clamped her favorite small fried meat and put it in the bowl. Rongji gave a beat. Thank you. Feng Ting-shin didn't say anything. When the old lady said that she would let Feng Ting-shin give her food, she usually didn't ask him to give her just one chopstick of food, but rather, she asked him to take care of her all through the meal. Therefore, when the dishes in Rongji's bowl were almost finished, Feng Ting-shin would give her new ones, and the dishes he gave her were all the ones she liked to eat. But that means nothing. After all, something like this had happened a few times in the past few years, and with Feng Ting-shin's memory, even if he hadn't intentionally memorized it, he could still remember it. After dinner, Feng Ting-shin was chatting with the old lady. Rongji also sat on the sidelines and listened, seldom chiming in, never taking the initiative to talk to Feng Ting-shin, and seldom even looking at him squarely. Seeing how the couple still didn't communicate much with each other after so many years, the old lady sighed helplessly. After 9 o'clock, the old lady got tired and waved them upstairs to rest as well. Rongji bathed Feng Jingxin and blew her hair. Feng Jingxin looked at Rongji, who was quietly blow-drying her hair, and suddenly realized that her mother seemed to be less talkative lately. Mom used to always find plenty of topics to talk to her about. Seeing Feng Jingxin looking at herself thoughtfully, Rongji asked, what's wrong? Feng Jingxin shook her head, nothing. It should be that she's thinking too much. Or maybe it's just that Mom has something on her mind and doesn't want to talk. After blow-drying her hair, Feng Jingxin rolled on the bed and asked, Mom, are you going to sleep with me tonight too? Rongru gave a beat. Does Xin want Mommy to sleep with you? I'm fine with all of that, but it seems like it's been a long time since Mommy has been with Daddy. Isn't Mommy going to go to bed with Daddy? I'll be back in a minute. Her and Feng Ting-shin's divorce certificate hadn't been finalized yet, and if Feng Jingxin hadn't taken the initiative to let her stay while she was still staying at her place, she'd probably be tossed around again if the old lady knew about it. She left Feng Jingxin's room and went back to her room when the light in her room was on. Feng Ting-shin sat on the sidelines with his computer on, not knowing what he was busy with. Saw her come back and looked at her. Rongji averted his eyes and went in the check room, looking for clothes to go in the bathroom to take a shower. When she came out of the shower, Feng Ting-shin was still in front of the computer tapping on the keyboard. Rongru wore his pajamas and sat down at the end of the bed, and after doing his skin care, he saw that it was still early, so he leaned against the bed and read a book. In the bedroom, the two of them were just each quietly minding their own business. Not a word was exchanged with each other. Approaching the early hours of the morning, Rongji got sleepy, put down the book, turned off the bedside lamp on her side, and lay down to get ready for bed. She thought she wouldn't be able to sleep. After all, it had been a long time since she and Feng Tingshan had shared a bed. However, she then also thought that when Feng Tingshan finished being busy, he would most likely go out to accompany Lin Wu. He's not really sure he's going to stay the night. With that thought, unbeknownst to her, consciousness began to haze, and soon she fell asleep to the sound of intermittent keyboarding. It was a good night's sleep, and she felt warm and cozy under the covers. Rongru was about to get up, but then he was feeling a gush of slightly hot breath spilling out of his ears. Also, she seems to be hugging someone. Reacting to what was going on, she stiffened. Consciousness cleared instantly. Rongru opened her eyes, only to realize that she was lying on her side in Feng Tingshan's arms. And Feng Tingshan was also sleeping with his arms around her and his legs clamped around her. The two of them were close together, with little distance between them. Rongji could clearly feel the heat of his chest and large palms. Rongji was self-conscious that he was sleeping quite well. Before she went to sleep last night, she also deliberately slept against the side of the bed, thinking that even if she and Feng Tingshan slept in the same bed, there would still be a large empty space left in the middle, and they wouldn't touch each other. Therefore, it was unlikely that it was her who took the initiative to roll into Feng Tingshan's arms after she fell asleep anyhow. Unless Feng Tingshan had long ago gotten used to sleeping with Lin Wu in his arms during the days with her absence. Last night in a sleepy haze, he thought she was Lin Wu before he took her into his arms. Thinking of this, Rongji's hand that was still resting on Feng Tingshan's chest withdrew, slowly closing and clenching into a fist. She moved to get out of his arms. Probably because her movements had disturbed him, Rongji felt his grip on her tighten a few points and brought her towards his arms again. Rongji froze, just then a kiss landed on her forehead. Sleep a little longer. Chapter 47, That's the Difference. Feng Tingshan's words were definitely not addressed to her. In all the years they had been married, Feng Tingshan had never slept with her in his arms like this. As for a good morning kiss, it's even more unlikely that there will be one. Rongru was sure that Feng Tingshan was treating her like Lin Wu. Rongji pursed her lips and slowly reddened her eyes. Feng Tingshan didn't wake up. Rongji looked at him and suppressed the sour emotions in her heart, and after taking a deep breath, she slowly pulled away from the two of them and peeled herself out of his arms. They were so close together that even if she moved gently, it was impossible not to disturb him. No, she had just removed his hand on her waist and sat up on her side, about to draw her legs back as well, when Feng Tingshan woke up. The two men's eyes locked right on each other. Feng Tingshan came to his senses, probably also figuring out what was going on between them now, and knowing that he had hugged the wrong person, he paused and loosened his legs. Rongji retracted her legs, turned around, and didn't look at him again, moving to the side of the bed to put on her slippers and went to the restroom. By the time she washed out, Feng Tingshan's figure was no longer in the room. She went out of the room, only to find Feng Tingshan still wearing that pajamas on his body, talking on the phone at the end of the corridor. Rongji only glanced at it, then withdrew his eyes and went downstairs. The old lady has woken up. After a while, Feng Jingshin also came downstairs. The old lady smiled. Let's have breakfast first if you're all awake. Feng Jingxin, good. As soon as Feng Jingshin's words fell, Feng Tingshan also came down, still sitting down beside Rongji. Thinking about what happened this morning, Rongji moved her butt and slightly pulled away from him. Feng Jingshin ate her noodles and looked at Feng Tingshan, as if she remembered something, and asked with her big beautiful eyes, does daddy like to hug mommy to sleep too? Rongji was drinking the soup noodles and choked directly at the words. Feng Tingshan listened and didn't answer. Rongji had already choked and reddened her face, and at this point, she became even more embarrassed, and her face did not look too natural. The old lady listened, but was very happy. Oh? Why did Xin say that? Just now when I woke up and went to my mom's room to look for her, I found her in my dad's arms. The old lady laughed and let out a long oh in realization, looking flirtatiously at Rongji and Feng Tingshan. Feng Tingshan still didn't say anything. Rongji's face became even more unnatural. Because she knew that the person Feng Tingshan wanted to hug was not her at all. That's when her cell phone rang. It's Mrs. Young's call. Rongji picked up. Grandma. Mrs. Rong said on the other side of the phone that her aunt and uncle had come back and brought her a handwritten letter, asking if she was free to come back for dinner. The old lady that Rongji looked toward said, Xin and I are now in the old mansion. Listening to what the old lady meant just now, she quite wanted them to accompany her to the manor to pick fruits in a while. The two old ladies were close friends, and after learning the purpose of old Mrs. Rong's call, old Mrs. Feng said, then take Xinxin back. She looked at Feng Tingshan again. Tingshan, you haven't been to see your grandma Rong for a long time either, so take advantage of the time you have now to accompany Xiaoji back. Feng Tingshan ate his breakfast and faintly said, there's something else in a while. Rongru listened without any half surprise on his face. She'd guessed that. For her affairs, Feng Tingshan was never available. when facing Lin Wu, but how busy he was, he always found time. That's the difference. The old lady sank her face. What's so important? How long has it been since you went back with Xiaozhu? Grandma. Rongji interrupted the old lady as she said with a calm expression, it's fine, since Tingshin has something to do, it's fine for Xan and I to go back. You. Rongru said this because he didn't want to force it and didn't care anymore. But the old lady thought that she was saying this because she didn't want Feng Tingshin to be embarrassed. Seeing that Rongji was still so considerate and submissive to Feng Tingshin, the old lady was heartbroken and helpless. That's the way it's going to be. After having breakfast and accompanying the old lady to talk for a while, Rongji was ready to take Feng Xan away. The old lady prepared a lot of gifts for Rongji to bring to her good friends. Rongji couldn't put it off, so he had to bring it with him. Feng Tingshin hadn't gone out yet and went out with the old lady to see her and Feng Xan off. Feng Tingshin came over and hugged Feng Tingshin's leg. Will daddy come home at night? Feng Tingshin rubbed her head, back. Between Rongju and Feng Tingshin, there was still no communication throughout. She waved to the old lady after Feng Tingshin got into the car and drove off. In the rearview mirror, she saw Feng Tingshin standing in place with the old lady, watching her car leave. Arriving at the Rong family, Rongji parked the car in the small courtyard of the Rong family villa, and the old lady and her aunt Himingxue went out to greet them. Seeing that Rong Resign's trunk was stuffed with gifts, the old lady frowned and said, why did you bring so many things? Grandma asked me to bring it to you. Since Rongji and Feng Tingshin got married, the dealings between old Mrs. Rong and old Mrs. Feng instead were not as close as before. Hearing this, old Mrs. Rong hummed and didn't say anything. Noticing that the villa across the street from them was being renovated with shelves up, Rongji changed the subject and asked, someone is going to live in this villa? I think so. The renovation has started since last week, and listening to the workers, it seems that the homeowner is in a hurry to move in. No, it hasn't been many days yet, and the renovation of this huge villa is already almost done, so I guess it won't be long before someone will be living in it. This is an old villa area. We have lived together for more than 10 or 20 years, and we are all quite familiar with each other. Now that someone had moved in and was across the street from their house, Rongji's aunt, Himingxue, said as she helped carry things, let's hope the new neighbor is a good one to get along with. If it's unreasonable, then there may not be a good time ahead. Entering the house, Himingxue gave Rongji a good bird's nest that she had specially stewed for her. I heard mom say that you've been emaciated quite a bit lately. This bird's nest I purposely asked someone to leave for me. When you go back at night, you'll also bring some back and have someone stew it for you to eat? Rongji took the bowl. Good, thank you auntie. Rongju's uncle, Rong Changsheng, was busy at work and didn't return until dinner. Thinking of the last time Yu Mohan was retaliated against by Feng Tingshin because of her not allowing Lin Wu to work at Changmo, only to end up dragging young Changsheng into losing a project, young Ji felt guilty. Uncle, I'm sorry about last time. It's fine, it's already over. Rong Changsheng didn't care, uncle said before, even without the Lin family, with Rong's current situation, he can't eat this project, you don't need to blame yourself. This matter must not let the old lady know. If the old lady knew that Feng Tingshin had helped Lin Wu bully their Rong family, she would probably be furious. Seeing the old lady coming over, Rong Changsheng pushed Rongji, signaling her not to say anything. Rongji also changed the subject. Chapter 48, Dad saw it. Next month is old Mrs. Young's 70th birthday. Rongji and Rong Changsheng they discussed what to do before the old lady liked it. The old lady heard this, but had little interest and said, don't make all that up, it would be nice for our family to have a good meal together. Rongji's aunt Himingxue said, after all, it's the 70th birthday, so it's still important to have a big party. Rongru and Rong Changsheng thought the same thing. Since it was the intention of her children and grandchildren, the old lady didn't refuse much more. Tomorrow, Feng Jingxin still had to go to school, so after dinner, Rongji drove off with Feng Jingxin. Back at the villa, Feng Jingxin got out of the car and happily ran towards the house. Rongji sat in the car and didn't move, saying to Feng Jingxin, take an early rest after the bath in a while, mom still has things to do, so she won't go up first. Feng Jingxin's smile stalled. Huh? She folded back, lying on the side of the car and frowning her little frown at Rongji. Mommy, you have something to do again? Rongru's face didn't change. Well, you have a good time in class and call mom if anything happens. Feng Jingxin wasn't too happy, deflated her small mouth, and finally said, fine. Feng Tingshin also often didn't come home when he was busy at work. Now, Feng Jingxin thought that Rongji was busy with his work, so he often stayed out at night, and didn't think otherwise. The butler was informed of their return and came out to meet them. Feng Jingxin asked, is daddy back? The butler was all smiles, back. When Rongji heard this, there was no reaction on her face, she just told Feng Jingxin, mom will leave first. Oh. Feng Jingxin stepped aside. The housekeeper, however, was a bit unsure, does mistress still need to go out at this late hour? Rongji didn't say much, well, something came up. When the words fell, he also said to Feng Jingxin, it's cold outside, quickly go inside. Got it. Feng Jingxin waved her hand with Rongji and went through the door with the housekeeper. Rongju watched, turned the car around, and drove off. Feng Jingxin entered and asked the housekeeper, where is father? It should be in the study. Feng Jingxin went upstairs and found that the door to the study was open, and at that moment, Feng Jingxin's tall and straight figure was leaning against the window looking out, seemingly smoking. "Dad!" Feng Jingxin shouted. "Aha!" Feng Jingxin turned over and Feng Jingxan said, "Mom had something to do and just came back and left again." Feng Jingxin pressed the cigarette out of his hand and threw it into the ashtray, saying, "Well, Dad knows, Dad saw it." Feng Jingxin wrinkled her little nose. "Mommy has been so busy lately, almost as busy as Daddy." Feng Jingxin smiled. "Aha." It was late and Feng Jingxan was tired. She yawned and said, "I'm going to take a bath and go to bed. Good night, Daddy." "Good night, sweet dreams." Rongji returned home, washed up and went straight to bed. The next day, she arrived at work on time. In the afternoon, due to work requirements, she and Su Yuchuan and other technicians went to Xuandu to handle some technical maintenance work. This time, on the contrary, he didn't see Feng Jingxin or Lin Wu again. For the next few days, including when she went back to the villa on Thursday to cook for Feng Jingxin, she didn't run into Feng Jingxin again. "I heard he didn't go on a business trip, he just had something to do and wouldn't be back for dinner." As for his so-called something, whether it was a date with Lin Wu or if he really had a social engagement, Rongji didn't ask. After work on Friday, Rongji was thinking about what would be good to eat when Feng Jingxin's call came back. "Mommy, Daddy's not home on Saturdays and Sundays, when are you coming home, Mommy?" That means letting her take her on Saturdays and Sundays. No matter what the reason was, it was indeed Feng Jingxin who had brought Feng Jingxan more in these 2 years. Now whether Feng Jingxin had private arrangements that made it inconvenient to bring Feng Jingxan, or he did have social engagements, since he was unavailable, Rongru had the responsibility to bring Feng Jingxan. Rongju went back to the villa. At dinner, she asked Feng Jingxin where she wanted to go on Saturday day. Feng Jingxin thought for a moment, then shook his head. "There's no particular place he wants to go." Rongji looked at her and knew that it wasn't that she didn't have many places she wanted to go, but that she preferred to be with Feng Jingxin and Lin Wu over the weekend. Now that they were gone, she couldn't get excited about doing anything. Rongru didn't break her down and asked her, "Want to go horseback riding?" Feng Jingxin really hadn't ridden a horse for a long time, and when she heard that, she was really interested, and busily nodded her head and said, "Yes." The next day, Rongru took Feng Jingxan to the horse farm. When she arrived at the stable, Rongru changed her clothes and came out. She heard Feng Jingxan turn her back to her and say to the stable coach, "My father, and one of my aunts, they are super good at horseback riding, and super handsome too. It's just a pity that they don't have the time today, and they can't come with me." Rongji stood in the doorway, not interrupting her interest in talking to someone. It was the coach who saw her, stood up, and greeted her, "Ms. Rong." Rongru nodded, and the coach asked, "I'll call another person to come and take you." Rongji nodded, "Good." Rongru actually knew how to ride a horse. It was just that when she took her to the stable when Feng Jingxan was much younger, her focus fell on Feng Jingxan and she didn't even ride much herself. Speaking of which, she hadn't ridden a horse properly in 3 or 4 years. She's not a bad horse, but it's better to have someone follow her at first, just to be on the safe side. Feng Jingxin was taken away by another coach, while Rongru went to another field. The trainer who brought her thought she didn't know how to ride, and when he saw Rongji mounting the horse with a sharp movement, he was surprised. "So Miss Rong knows how to ride a horse?" Rongji, aha. Rong resigned to let the trainer take her for a while, then he took the reins himself, and with a flick of the whip, the sitting white horse ran with an A. It wasn't until after riding several laps that Rongji stopped and went to find Feng Jingxan. She had just gone to Feng Jingxin's side, and when she was more than 10 meters away from Feng Jingxin, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. It was Feng Jingxin and Lin Wu. They actually came here too. Feng Jingxan happily hugged Lin Wu's leg. The three of them didn't know what they were talking about, and they could tell that the atmosphere was good. Then, Feng Jingxin and Lin Wu got on a horse together. Feng Jingxin sat in front and Lin Wu sat behind. And Feng Jingxin got on another horse. The two horses strolled side by side, and the three of them on the horse were talking and laughing, and from a distance, they looked like a family of 3. Their silhouettes slowly moved away. Not noticing her, Rongji watched, withdrew his gaze, and turned to leave. She changed out of her riding clothes, took a sip of water, and after sitting for a while longer, Feng Jingxin's call came. Rongji picked up. "Hello." On the other side of the phone, Feng Jingxin said, "I'm also on this side of the horse farm, I'll bring xin. Rongji said, "Good." Her words fell, and what she heard immediately afterward was still the sound of Feng Jingxin dryly hanging up the phone. Rongru was sitting here, waiting for this phone call from Feng Jingxin. Now that it was clear where Feng Jingxin was going, she picked up her bag and turned to leave. Chapter 49, Nowhere to Go. As he drove away from the stable, Rongji didn't know exactly where he should go for a while. Chu Xilan and Yu Mohan had their own things to do. She would like to go back to the Rong family, but Feng Jingxin is not there, and if she goes back alone, she will instead cause the old lady to worry about her. Just as she was thinking that, she passed a wetland park and saw a number of couples who had brought their children over to camp or young people who had brought their parents out to relax. Seeing their husband and wife love and family beauty, the bottom of Rong Rua's eyes unconsciously showed a trace of envy and sourness. After the car drove out for a while, Rongji suddenly stopped the car on the side of the road. She picked up her cell phone and after a few moments of hesitation, she dialed a number out. After the call was answered on the other side, she asked, "Hello Dean, may I ask how my mother is doing?" An hour and a half later. Friendship and nursing home. Rongji stood in the courtyard and looked at Rong Yingsheng, who was sitting on a chair not far away, stagnant and listless with a withered face, almost different from the beautiful and flying Rong Yingsheng that she remembered when she was a child, and even though she had actually long been used to this appearance of hers, she still could not be calm in her heart. After a moment, the dean on the side said softly, "It's the same as always, nothing has changed." Young Yingsheng couldn't get in touch with people from the past or he would fall into another round of frenzy. She was now in a rare state of mental calm, and Rongji didn't want to, nor did he dare, disturb her. After she stood for a while, she left the courtyard for fear of being discovered by Rong Yingsheng. Only after walking a bit farther did she say to the dean and the staff who were taking care of Rong Yingsheng, "My mother will be troubling you. Miss Rong is polite, this is what we should do." Rongji looked at Rong Yingsheng through the glass window for a while longer before putting down some of the books and supplies she had bought over for her and leaving the sanatorium. The person is leaving the sanatorium, but the mood is still heavy. On the way back, while passing by that wetland park again, Rongji looked at the sky full of kites, turned the car around and went inside. The park was breezy and sunny with a nice view. It was just that everyone was in a group and she looked a little out of place in the middle of it all by herself. She was standing in front of the stall, wondering if she should buy a kite to fly as well, when suddenly a small hand took hold of her finger and wiggled it. "Auntie." Rongji sniffed and looked at the visitor, surprised. "Shan Shan?" Shan nodded softly, not letting go of the small hand that held her fingers. "Shan Shan." He Changbai came over and when he saw Rongji, his voice came to an abrupt halt and he paused for a moment before walking over. "You also came over here to play?" "Aha! Bringing Heart along?" Rongru lowered her eyes and said in a light tone, "No, I came alone." When He Changbai heard this, he seemed to understand something as well, and didn't say anything for a while. Thinking that she and He Changbai weren't familiar with each other, Rongru was about to leave when Shan Shan looked up at her and said, "Auntie, let's fly kites together." Rongji refused. "No, Auntie still has things to do." "Single lost, oh." He Changbai said, "Let's go together, there are only two of us as well." As if he knew what she was thinking, he added, "I'll watch from the sidelines, I won't disturb you guys, just think of it as one more playmate alone." Rongju actually liked Shan Shan. And she really didn't want to be alone right now. When she heard this, she didn't refuse. She and Shan picked out a kite together, a blue butterfly that they both liked. Rongji had flown kites many times before when he took Fongjing Xian on outings. She's still quite experienced. It's just that the kite they bought this time was a bit big and the single was still small enough for the two of them to handle it well. He Changbai came over and assisted her wordlessly. Having successfully flown the kite, Rongji and Shan Shan both laughed out happily. Looking at Rongji's smile, He Changbai's eyes deepened. Rongji noticed the look he was giving him and asked uncertainly, "What's wrong?" "It's okay." Rongji didn't ask much, she brought Shan Shan to walk farther away. He Changbai watched from a short distance away, and really didn't get involved. Tired of flying kites, Rongju sat with Shan Shan at the lake and fished, or squatted aside to study the small fish swimming in the vendor's small pool, then took a small net to fish. It was soon noon. He Changbai originally just wanted to bring Shan Shan out for a walk, and they didn't bring food over like the others, and now that it's lunchtime, seeing that Shan Shan is hungry, He Changbai proposed to eat at a small restaurant on the side. After relaxing for an hour or two, Rongji was in a much better mood than before and didn't refuse He Changbai's offer. During the meal, Rongji talked to Shan Shan more often than not. Seeing that they were getting along well, He Changbai didn't insist on interfering, but just moved their favorite dishes towards them. Rongji was talking to Shan Shan and didn't notice. A while later, He Changbai's cell phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he told Rongji, "I'm going to take a call." Rongji, "Good." The phone call was from Chi Yuluan. He Changbai walked a bit farther away before picking up. "What is it? Where are you now? Have you eaten? My friend just sent me some fresh seafood, want to come over and eat some together? Ting Shin and the others will be here too." He Changbai looked over at Rongji and Shan Shan and refused in a faint voice, "In eating, next time. Do you have plans for tonight? There's a cruise party here tonight." Tingshin confirmed that they'll be attending. "Why don't you bring your little niece over? We haven't seen much of her anyway, so it's good to take this opportunity to bring her over to recognize her." He Changbai refused. "She's afraid of being born, and there are too many people on the cruise ship, so I'm afraid she'll be uncomfortable." "It's okay, Xin is also there, they are the same age, they should be able to play together." Not waiting for him to refuse, he added, "Say yes, 7 o'clock, remember to come over." When the words fell, Chi Yuluan took the lead and hung up the phone. Her long bottom. After dinner, Rongru and Shan Shan went butterfly chasing and rode their bikes until they were both tired. Mono was sleepy and fell asleep. Rongju also wanted to go home and rest, so he drove off. He Changbai watched her car leave, and after a moment, left as well. After a while, Shan Shan woke up and didn't see Rongji. Frowning with a small frown, she opened her mouth. "Where's Auntie?" "She went home." "Single lost, oh." At 7 o'clock in the evening, He Changbai got on the yacht on time. Feng Tingshin and the others had already arrived. Seeing him, Kaiyulan waved at him. Seeing a single, Chi Yuluan took the lead and smiled. I think this is a single little beautiful girl. Little beautiful girl, hello, I am your uncle's friend, Uncle Chi. There were a lot of people on the cruise ship and Sean did seem a little intimidated. After Chi Yuluan made a self-introduction, Lin Wu also walked over holding Feng Jing Xin. Seeing them, He Changbai paused. Hearing that Shan was afraid of being born, Feng Jing Xin took the initiative to extend her hand after introducing herself and said, there are a lot of kids over there, do you want to go over there with me to play? Shan looked at He Changbai, and after he nodded his head, he gathered the courage to follow Feng Jingxin. After the two children walked away, Chi Yuluan smiled and asked, first time as a baby daddy, how does it feel? Okay. His little niece was shy and scared of being born, but she was quite well behaved, so it wasn't too hard for him to bring her up. Feng Tingshin handed him a glass of wine over, drink? Chapter 50 Xinshin, you don't have a mom either? He Changbai looked at Feng Tingshin and paused before taking it, thank you. The two of them clinked glasses and chatted as they drank. After a while, Feng Tingshin suddenly looked at him more. He Changbai raised his eyes, what's wrong? Chi Yuluan picks up, you are a little off today. Feng Tingshin smiled down. This was agreeing with the meaning of Chi Yuluan's words. He Changbai didn't change his color and said lightly, have you? Kaiyulan raised an eyebrow, no? He Changbai took a light sip of wine and didn't say anything. At this point, someone else also came over to say hello to them. After the people left, He Changbai looked at the time, afraid that Shan would be hungry, and was about to go to Shan's side when Shan and Feng Jingxin came back. Shan asked, Uncle, can I go eat the cupcakes over there? Shan is susceptible to allergic body, many things cannot be eaten, He Changbai said, you sit over here, Uncle will get it for you. Good. Feng Jingxin was different, she was used to being free, her body was also good, she went to get whatever she wanted to eat by herself, and asked Feng Tingshin when she got back, does Dad want to eat? Feng Tingshin rubbed her head, no need. The two children sat aside to eat, and when Lin Wu ate something delicious, she would share it with Feng Jing Xin. Feng Jingxin happily took it, thank you Auntie Woohoo. Shan looked up at Lin Wu suspiciously, then asked Feng Jing Xin, isn't this Aunt your mom? The room fell silent at these words. Feng Jingxin paused and shook her head, no. Shan asked cautiously, don't you have a mom, too? Feng Jingxin shook her head, no, I have a mom. Oh. There were some souvenirs given out on the cruise, and Shan liked one of the crystal keychains so much she picked out two. There are also only 2 of these in total. Feng Jingxin actually liked it quite a bit, and seeing Shan take all of it, she couldn't help but ask, Shan, can you share one of these with me? I want to give it to Auntie Woohoo. Shan was a little reluctant to give up, said, I also want to give it to my aunt. Thinking of Rongji, Shan couldn't help but share with Feng Jing Xin, today, Uncle and Auntie accompanied me to fly a kite, and also fished, rode a bicycle, and chased butterflies. Auntie is very pretty, and she will definitely like this crystal. A couple of the adults are there. Wasn't really paying much attention to what the kids were talking about. But when they heard this, Lin Wu, Chi Yukuan and Feng Tingshin all looked towards He Changbai. Chi Yuluan immediately said, Changbai, what's the situation Or is there already a situation? Shi Yelvia said more and more on the head, not waiting for He Changbai to answer, and then asked, when is the matter? How also do not tell us a word, right Tingshin? Feng Tingshin smiled and just looked at He Changbai, wanting to hear what he had to say. He Changbai's face was pale, just happened to run into it by chance. Is it? Shi Yuluan does not believe, like remembering something, so, lunch is also eat with others? I said, you a big man how to bring children so easy, dare to have helpers. He Changbai stopped talking. Feng Tingshin looked at him and hammered home, you're interested in her. He Changbai gave a beat, opened his mouth, but ultimately did not retort. Lin Wu froze and her smile faded. Actually is true? Chi Yuluan just flirting, did not expect that it is actually true, he busily asked, who is it? We know? How also do not bring over to us to recognize? He Changbai didn't say anything, Chi Yuluan thought it was because he felt that the 8 characters didn't exist and didn't want to say it. Chi Yuluan knows it's useless to ask him, he smiled, squatted down and asked Shan, the aunt who ate with you at noon, how many times have you seen her? What is the name you know? He Changbai's hand that was pinching the cup suddenly tightened, Yuluan. Shan does not understand the ideas of the adults, she and Chi Yumun is not familiar with but listen to him ask about Rongru, Shan thought about it, and said unguardedly, 3 times. What's Auntie's name? When He Changbai and Rongji met today, he didn't even call Miss Rong, and Shan really couldn't remember what Rongji's name was. She looked at He Changbai for help, Uncle, what's Auntie's name? He Changbai lowered his eyes, next time you see someone, you can ask yourself alone. Shan nodded happily, good. Chi Yuluan. Petty. He Changbai ignored him. Shan saw that Feng Jing Xin liked the crystal clasp in her hand, although it was a little heartbreaking, she still gave Feng Jing Xin one. Feng Jing's heart was jubilant. Thank you, Shan Shan. Lin Wu also opened his mouth to thank him. Shan Shan, you're welcome. Seeing Feng Jingxin looking so joyful, she asked her, Xinxin, aren't you going to pick one for your mom too? Feng Jingxin lurched, his voice weakened a few points, and said, pick. In a moment. Oh. After Rongji ate dinner, he read for a while and went to the bathroom to take a shower. She had just come out of the bathroom when she received a call from Rong Chang Shang. Xiaoru, I just saw Xiang Rufang in the neighborhood. Xiang Rufang, Lin Wu's aunt? Rongji froze, and before he could react, he heard Rong Chang Shang say, I didn't pay attention at first, but after I entered the house, I realized that she went into the villa across the street from our house that was being renovated. Rongji's face suddenly changed and he sat up violently from the bed. Young Chang Shang is actually quite good-tempered. But at this moment, he gritted his teeth. They must have done it on purpose. Feng Tingshan's helping the Lin family to gain a firm foothold in the capital city was now well known in the capital city's business circles. Although Young's is in the doldrums nowadays, young Chang Shang is in the end a member of the circle, so how could he not know about this? Only, he was afraid that Rongji would be sad, so he didn't mention it to her. If the Lin family was going to settle in the capital next, he could understand if they were going to purchase real estate. But Lin Wu and the others all knew that their Rong family lived here. The metropolis was so big, yet they chose to buy the house across from their Rong family. If they said it wasn't intentional, who would believe them? Rongji also understood what he meant. She clutched her cell phone and said, I will give Feng Tingshan a call. Good. If it was anything else, Rong Changshang wouldn't even let Rongji beg Feng Tingshan. But this thing is different. If Xiang Rufang and the others really live in, I am afraid that they will look for existence in front of them every day, and the old lady is not really good nowadays, she can't stand the stimulation. After Rong Ru hung up the phone, she then called Feng Tingshan over. A moment passed before someone picked up on the other side of the phone. Hello. It was Lin Wu's voice. Chapter 51, I'll agree to anything. Hearing that it was Lin Wu who answered the phone, Rongji was not surprised. After all, Feng Tingshan and her were already so close and indistinguishable. What's wrong with her answering Feng Tingshan's phone? She spoke calmly, I'm looking for Feng Tingshan. Lin Wu also knew that the person on the other side of the phone was Rongji. She said coldly, he's in the shower, you can talk to me if you need to. Tell her. This matter does concern her. The person her uncle saw in the neighborhood today was Aunt Lin Wu, yes, but the person who bought that villa could have been Lin Lihai. He had bought that villa, and it was also likely that he had bought it to honor Lin Wu's grandmother, his current mother-in-law. So if she really told Lin Wu, would she let her grandmother's uncle's family not live in that villa? No, she won't. What's more, she didn't believe that Lin Wu would be unaware of the fact that her uncle's family was moving to live across the street from her uncle's villa. Therefore, if she talked to Lin Wu about this matter, not only would it be useless, it would be counterproductive. Rongji didn't say anything, she just hung up the phone. More than an hour had passed and she still hadn't waited for Feng Tingshan's call. She didn't know if Lin Wu hadn't informed him that she had called him over, or if he actually didn't want to return her call. It made no difference to her anymore. She calmly dialed him over again. But at this time, Feng Tingshan's phone was already off and couldn't be reached. Rongji's hand holding the cell phone was a few points harder. After a while, she calmed down and called Feng Tingshan's side of the housekeeper and asked, are they home now? Butler, no, why? Nothing. That night, Rongji didn't sleep well. She woke up the next day, and it was only after 9 o'clock that she called Feng Tingshan over again. Got through this time. Only to be hung up on immediately afterward. Rongru didn't know if the call there was hung up by Lin Wu or Feng Tingshan. She didn't want to go deeper. She grabbed her cell phone and bag and headed out the door. Not long afterward, she returned to Feng Tingshan's villa. The housekeeper was happy, mistress is back? Rongji, aha. Is ma'am home for lunch? I'll have someone make it for you. Yes, please. Rongji went upstairs, and when she reached the second floor, she had a footstep, then went into the master bedroom. She put her bag down and sat down on the edge of the bed. The master bedroom is still the same, nothing has changed, however, she stayed before to accompany Feng Tingshan through, take the past skincare products are all put back to this side. Not only that, the clothes she had changed out of earlier were also put back in this side of the check room, hanging close to Feng Tingshan's clothes. It all looks like she never left. She didn't call Feng Tingshan again. Feng Tingshan hadn't returned her calls either. She was alone for dinner. In fact, it wasn't that she hadn't thought of asking old Mrs. Feng for help. But if the old lady is alarmed, things will end badly instead. What's more, although Feng Tingshan honored the old lady, it was up to him to listen or not. After dinner, she turned on her computer and continued to work on her business. Night deepening. When she thought Feng Tingshan and Feng Jingxian wouldn't come back tonight, a car sound finally rang outside. When Feng Jingxin got out of the car, she saw Rongji's car and said to Feng Tingshan, "Huh, it's Mom's car, Dad, Mom is home." Aha! Feng Tingshan looked at Rongji's car and entered with Feng Jingxian. Feng Jingxin asked the housekeeper who came out to greet them, "Where's my mom?" "The missus is upstairs." "Yes." Feng Jingxin happily clattered upstairs. Rongji had just turned off her computer, packed up her things, and had just stepped out of the master bedroom when Feng Jingxian jumped into her arms and hugged her. Mommy. Aha! Rongji just stroked the end of her hair and didn't hug her. Feng Jingxin didn't notice, happily talking to Rongji. At this time, Feng Tingxian also went up the stairs. When Rongji heard the footsteps and looked over, the two of them's eyes just happened to meet. Feng Tingxian's face had little expression, and Rongru's complexion was relatively calm as she said to Feng Jingxian, who was talking to her, "Let Auntie Lu help you take a bath. Mom has something she wants to say to Dad." Feng Tingxian stopped in his tracks as he listened. Feng Jingxian had gone out to play for 2 days and was in a particularly good mood. Hearing Rongji say this, although she was not happy about it, she didn't say much and went back to her room, letting Auntie Lu wash her hair and take a bath. Rongji looked toward Feng Tingxian, who was lightly leaning against the wall, holding his cell phone and not knowing what he was busy with, and said, "Let's go into the room and talk." Aha! Rongru went into the room first and said as Feng Tingxian entered, "Close the door." She was afraid that if they quarreled in a while, they would alert Feng Jingxian. That said, over the years of their marriage, they were not on good terms, but they never had a fight. Feng Tingxian was too lazy to even pay attention to her, let alone argue with her. As for her, time with him was something she cherished. She couldn't afford to argue with him. Feng Tingxian casually closed the door, then looked at her and asked, "What's the conversation about?" Rongru also spoke straight to the point. "Lin Wu's uncle, they bought the villa across the street from my uncle's house. They've been decorating for a while now, and it's estimated that in the near future, they'll be living in. Lin Wu's mother's surname is Sun, and her name is Sun Yueqing. But the entanglement between the Rong family and the Sun family did not start when Sun Yueqing and her mother, Rong Yingshang. Rather, it had started when her grandmother and Lin Wu's grandmother were young. They were close friends when they were young. But Grandma Lin Wu did not marry well and had a very hard time. Her grandmother often gave her a hand, and later their respective daughters, Sun Yueqing and Young Yingshang, became good friends. The Lin family and the Rong family are door to door. Lin Lihai and Rong Yingshang is free love. The beginning of the relationship is good, but all this, after Sun Yueqing graduated from the university back, slowly changed. In order to put Sun Yueqing on the throne, Lin Wu's grandmother's family had long since torn themselves apart from her grandmother. Over the years, occasionally encountered outside, their Sun family in the face of her uncle and grandmother, the attitude is condescending, completely missing half of the year when begging her grandmother to take in the sincerity and humility. Rong, Lin, and Sun's families were entangled in these entanglements, and even if she didn't go into detail now, she was sure Feng Tingxian must have known about it as well. So, she believed that she had put the word out that he should. Feng Tingxian did know. He also understood what Rongji meant. He took out a cigarette, paused as he tried to light it, and asked her, "Mind?" Rongji shook his head. As he lit his cigarette, he said, "You want me to make them move?" "Right." Feng Ting took a deep drag on his cigarette without speaking first. This matter was especially important to her. Other things she could care less about, but not this. She clenched her hands into fists, reddened her eyes, and looked at him and said, "Consider me begging you, I'll do anything if you say yes." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly heard him say, "Could be." She froze. Because I didn't expect him to agree so readily. Chapter 52, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Tears welled up in her eyes and her mind was lost for a moment. However, she quickly came back to her senses and busied herself with, "Thank you, then you. What are the conditions of the promise?" Before these words could be said, Feng Tingxian suddenly took the cigarette farther away, reached out and wiped away the teardrops that had just slipped out of the corner of her eye, and said, "Take an early rest." Rongji froze, looking at his departing back, forgetting to react for a moment. When she came back to her senses, for a moment, she was a little unsure of what to do. When Feng Tingxian said for her to rest early, did he mean for her to stay over tonight? She had moved out, but they weren't officially divorced, and staying overnight was really nothing. However, if you stay in the master bedroom, forget it. Thinking of this, after calming down her emotions, she grabbed her things and also took a suit of clothes and some daily necessities and went to Feng Jingxian's room. That night, she stayed in Feng Jingxian's room. Day 2. She woke up before 7. After she woke up for a while, Feng Jingxian also woke up and threw her arms around her neck and pampered her, asking her to take her to school later. Rongju agreed. After washing up, they went downstairs for breakfast. A while later, Feng Tingxian also entered the dining room and sat down across from them. Feng Jingxian greeted Feng Tingxian with a full vigor, "Good morning, Dad." "Morning." Feng Tingxian responded and looked at Rongji, but didn't say anything and sat down, then ate his breakfast in silence. Rongji watched and didn't say anything. Feng Tingxian had promised to do her a favor yesterday, but that didn't mean there could be something between them. They are as close to each other as ever. After having breakfast, Rongru sent Feng Jingxian to school and then went to work at the company. Since attending the technology exhibition, both Rongji and Yumohan had a lot of new ideas, just that they were busy working with Xu and Du before and didn't have much time to discuss them in depth. Now that they had time, they set about finalizing their ideas and figuring out how to move forward. So, they have a lot going on today. For dinner Rongru were planning to eat takeout and then work straight through to late night at the office. But at around 6 p.m., in the middle of a busy day when she was still busy and hadn't even had time to order takeout, her cell phone rang. The call was still from Fong Tingshin. Rongji looked over and greeted the others before leaving the conference room and picking up the phone. "Hello. Grandma is here." Fong Tingshin said, "Come back early." Rongji froze, and before she could say anything, Fong Tingshin's side had already hung up the phone. Rongji returned to his senses and went back to the conference room, telling Yu Mohan that he had something to do and had to leave first, then added, "In a moment, you guys will organize and send me the progress of the meeting and the problems that arose, and I'll find the time to deal with it. That way, it won't slow everyone down." Yu Mohan pushed her. "Got it, go on." Half an hour later, Rongji drove back to the villa. Fong Tingshin's usual car was already parked on the side. He should have been back by now too. With that in mind, when she entered the door, she did see Fong Tingshin. He and old Mrs. Fong Jingshin were sitting on the sofa chatting. He was also the first to notice she was back. He didn't say anything, though. When the old lady saw her, but she stood up and smiled. "Xiaozhu is back? Aha!" The old lady patted her hand. "Hungry? The food is almost ready, let's eat first." "Good." This time, and saving the old lady the trouble of prompting her, Fong Tingshin directly sat down next to her. The old lady gave her some food and sighed. "Look at you, you've lost weight again. Why are you so incapable of taking care of yourself?" The words were spoken, but she glared at her grandson. Her grandson was unmoved, but without having to be prompted by the old lady anymore, he took the initiative to give Rongji a dish. "Rongji, thank you." The old lady also said that she had brought over a lot of tonic for them, and that she would have someone pick some for her and Fong Tingshin to replenish their bodies after dinner later. Rongji couldn't refuse, so he could only nod repeatedly. The old lady also went to Y City when she was young, boiled a handful of old fire beautiful soup, after dinner, to personally guide people to her and Fong Tingshin's stew tonic. Rongji wanted to go in to help, but also was pushed out of the kitchen by her. Rongji had to sit down on the sofa. Fong Jingshin and Fong Tingshin were also there. One of them took care of things with her cell phone and the other played with her lupin lock. It was all quiet and unspoken. At this time, Yu Mohan also happened to have something to look for her. She looked at what he sent over and also returned his message the first time. She was so busy that she didn't even notice that the old lady had come out from the kitchen. Instead, Fong Tingshin had already put down his cell phone. Rongji was busy putting down his cell phone. "Grandma." The old lady looked at their family of 3 and sighed. "You guys ah." She didn't know what to say, so she walked over and sat down close to Rongji and asked her, "What are you working on?" "On the work of the company." The old lady hummed and pointed at Fong Tingshin. "You can talk to him if you have a job, otherwise is he here as a decoration?" Young said with a lurch. Nothing was said about her having resigned from the phone group. She glanced at Fong Tingshin. He looked as if he was still in a good mood, and when he heard the old lady's words, he didn't open his mouth to tell her about her resignation. It was probably because she was worried that the old lady would make her go back to work for phone group after she said it. The old lady quickly changed the topic again before pulling Rongji and Fong Tingshin to accompany her for a walk in the garden. Returning from her walk, the old lady was also sleepy and said to them, "I'll take a bath and rest first, and when the tonic soup is stewed later, you guys remember to drink it." Rongji was about to say yes, but after reacting to the old lady's words, which meant that she was going to stay over here tonight, she froze and looked at Fong Tingshin. Fong Tingshin seemed to know what she was thinking, and after the old lady walked a bit farther away, he said, "Grandma said she'll be staying over here for a while." "What?" Rongji froze in place. Fong Tingshin didn't explain too much and said, "I'll go to the study." The words fell, and without waiting for her to respond, he went up the stairs. Fong Jingshin then ran down from upstairs and pulled her upstairs to accompany her to solve the Rubin lock. After Rongru accompanied Fong Jingxan for more than an hour, Aunt Lu came over to her with the stewed soup. "Mistress, the soup is ready." She handed one of the bowls down. Rongji took it. "Thank you. The old lady said to drink it while it's hot." "Good." Auntie Lu left and brought another bowl of soup to Fong Tingshin. Rongji drank the soup while it was hot, then urged Fong Jingxan to take a bath. Since the old lady was staying over here, she naturally couldn't sleep in Fong Jingshin's room. After Fong Jingshin finished her bath, Rongji went back to the master bedroom. Fong Tingshin was not there. It should still be in the study. Some of what Yu Mohan had sent over she hadn't processed yet. She grabbed a portion of the reply. However, there are some difficulties, she thought as she went in the bathroom. When she finished her shower and changed into her pajamas, she realized that she had missed leaving her pajama pants out. The clothes she had just changed out of got quite wet as she washed her face. Fong Tingshin shouldn't be back yet. At that thought, she hesitated, pushed open the bathroom door, and stepped out. But just as she walked out, she met Fong Tingshin's gaze as he looked over. Chapter 53 Boyfriend Shirt Sense. Young. She was a little embarrassed, but not overly uncomfortable after all. They were already married anyway, and the number of times they should have done what they did in the early years wasn't exactly rare. All these years after her marriage, though, she had always hoped that Fong Tingshin would fall in love with her. But she'd never deliberately sexually seduced him. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about it, it was that she hadn't acted on it because she didn't think it would work for him. So, the pajamas she usually wears at home are basically a plain two-piece set with a loose-fitting lapel. The top she was wearing now, which happened to be a loose-fitting model, was also quite long and not particularly revealing, even without pants. She was self-conscious that she had no desire to deliberately seduce him. Still, she explained to avoid any misunderstanding on his part, "I just forgot to take my pants." Rongji felt that her top was loose and her hemline was long, so she wasn't really exposed even if she didn't wear pajama pants. But she forgot that she has a very good figure, even bones and bumpy, blouse short before and long after the style, her pair of white as jade uniform long legs perfectly presented at the same time, the triangle is still hidden. Coupled with the fact that she had just gotten out of the shower, her face was white and tender, and the skin on her body was snow white and bright, giving her a very clean and innocent feeling. So, this pajama top, straight out of the box, gives her the look of a boyfriend shirt. It's more provocative than wearing sexy pajamas. Feng Tingshan listened to her words, looked at her for a couple of moments, retracted his gaze, and faintly said, "Aha." Seeing that he didn't misunderstand, Rongji breathed a sigh of relief, didn't say anything else, and turned around to go to the check room. Feng Tingshan was still in the room when she got dressed and came out of the check room. Rongji watched, recognizing that there was nothing to talk about between them, and after glancing at him, she passed him by and sat down in front of the dresser, starting to work on her skincare. Feng Tingshan, on the other hand, got up and went to the check room to get clothes and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Now that it was getting late, Rongji went straight to bed after she finished her skincare. The last time she shared a bed with Feng Tingshan in the old mansion, her heart was like water and she fell asleep quickly after lying down. Maybe it was because Feng Tingshan had promised to help her just now. She was now in a somewhat complicated mood, so much so that she was still not sleepy even after lying down on the bed for quite a while. By this time, Feng Tingshan had also finished his shower and came out of the bathroom. After a while, Feng Tingshan turned off the light and lay down on the other side of the bed. Rongji didn't open his eyes, but he could feel that there was some distance between them. Feng Tingshan had no intention of talking to her. The room was quiet. After a long time, Rongji's consciousness shifted from wakefulness to blurriness, and without realizing it, he fell asleep. Day 2. When Rongji woke up, she was the only one left in the bed. When she washed up and changed her clothes and went downstairs, the old lady was already up as well. Seeing her, the old lady was about to speak when Feng Tingshan returned from outside. He was wearing a gray sweatshirt, his hair slightly damp and sweat-stained, and by the looks of it, he should have just finished a run. He glanced at the old woman and greeted her, "Good morning." The old lady looked at the two of them, but she was not too happy. "You. Both of you are up so early?" Rongji sniffed and felt a little strange. Isn't it good for her and Feng Tingshan to go to bed early and get up early? How did it get to the old lady? But as she was thinking of this, she heard Feng Tingshan on the side speak faintly, "I've studied pharmacology, that soup of yours, it's useless to me." With those words, he turned and went upstairs. Rongji froze, and only after 2 seconds did he react to Feng Tingshan's meaning that the old lady had drugged the soup they drank last night. And it's the same kind of drug. But Feng Ting, deep understanding of the power of medicine, to see through, that soup last night he did not seem to drink. Rongji didn't expect the old lady to actually do this. She frowned, and before she could speak, the old lady sighed in dissatisfaction. "Sometimes, it's not good for grandchildren to know too much. I still want to have another grandchild. Xiaojua, if you have the time, make more efforts to work hard with Tingshan, okay?" Young. She doesn't know. Even though Feng Tingshan promised to do her a favor last night, she knew that there was no longer any possibility for her and Feng Tingshan to remain together. Last night would have been really bad if she had really had something with Feng Tingshan. As for having another child, it's even more impossible. As she was thinking about this, Feng Jingxin also came downstairs. Seeing her and thinking of her admiration and fondness for Lin Wu, her complexion faded for a few moments. At breakfast, Feng Tingshan remained self-conscious and sat down next to her. But neither of them initiated communication. Yesterday, it was Rongji who sent Feng Jingxian to school, but today, Feng Jingxian asked Feng Tingshan to give him a ride. Feng Tingshan agreed, "Got it." The old lady glanced at Rongji and said, "Then Tingshan, you take Xiaozhi with you as well, anyway, it's in the same." Rongji interrupted, "No need grandma, he has a lot of socializing and won't stay at the company often, it's inconvenient for me to not have a car." The old lady, however, refused to comply and said, "If he goes to socialize, then he goes to socialize. If you don't have a car to come back from work, just call ahead and let the driver pick you up." Without waiting for her to speak, the old lady clapped her hands and said, "It's a deal." Young. She looked to Feng Tingshan. Feng Tingshan didn't say anything. Meaning it's actually a yes. After breakfast, Rongru had to go with Feng Jingxian to take Feng Tingshan's car. Feng Jingxin was familiar with the way when he got into the car. Because she had Rongji and Feng Tingshan to send her off together, she was actually especially happy today. Rongji, however, couldn't remember the last time she rode in Feng Tingshan's car. After Feng Jingxin got into the car, Rongji was about to follow and get into the car when Feng Tingxian suddenly spoke, "You sit over there." Rongji's footsteps were a little awkward, but he went around to the other side and got into the car as the driver helped pull the door open. There was a Feng Jingxin between her and Feng Tingxian. Feng Tingxian seemed to have something on his mind and took his cell phone to return the message. Rongru went ahead, but it was Feng Jingxian who burrowed into Feng Tingxian's arms, poking a head out of his chest and staring at his cell phone. "Ah, it's Auntie Woohoo." Feng Tingxian's line of sight was still on his cell phone, and he sniffed him, which was an answer to Feng Jingxian's words. Possibly remembering that she was still there, Rongji noticed Feng Jingxian sneak a couple of glances at her before continuing to stare at Feng Tingxian's cell phone, but not the content of Feng Tingxian and Lin Wu's chat. After a while, Feng Jingxian probably got bored and came out of Feng Tingxian's arms and pulled open the car's storage compartment. Rongji really didn't mean to look at it. But she happened to catch a glimpse of something in the storage compartment in her afterglow. There were lipsticks, a small feminine handbag, and a small backpack that Feng Jingxian had used before. It doesn't take much thought to realize that the lipstick and handbag are Lin Wu's. Seeing this, she finally understood why Feng Tingxian didn't let her sit on his side of the seat when she got on the car just now. Because that position, usually, was one that Lin Wu was used to sitting in. He wouldn't allow her to sit. Chapter 54. Grandma asked me to pick you up. Thinking of this, Rongji's throat was a little sore, and he suddenly felt a little stuffy in the car. She withdrew her eyes and tried to open the window to get some air, but paused before she was about to press the button. In the end, she didn't press the button, just turned her head sideways and looked out the window. I don't know how long it took, but Feng Jingxian's school arrived. Rongru got out of the car to see her off. Feng Tingxian sat in the car and didn't move. Feng Jingxian, Dad. Daddy's not okay. Oh. Rongji knew that before, when Feng Tingxian and Lin Wu sent Feng Jingxian to school, he would get off the bus with Lin Wu and hand Feng Jingxian over to the teacher. Now that it had changed to her, she wondered if he really had something going on, or if he didn't want to stand with her in public. Thinking of this, she didn't want to force herself and looked at Feng Tingxian in the car, saying, "You go first, I'll take a taxi to the company myself in a while." Feng Tingxian sniffed, but gave her a sideways glance and said something along the way. Rongru, however, didn't want to ride in his car. She tried to convince him, and then felt that if he didn't care, why should she care too much? In the end, she didn't say anything. After watching Feng Jingxian follow her teacher into the school, Rongji turned back and got into the car. In the car, she and Feng Tingxian were speechless all the way. When she was still 10 minutes away from Changmo, Yumohan sent her some information over. Rongji opened it and read it. Without realizing it, she was so enthralled that she didn't even notice when the car arrived at the downstairs of the building where Changmo was located. It was only when she heard Feng Tingxian tell her, "We're here," that she came back to her senses. Feng Tingxian's car was a high-class Bentley, parked in front of the building. It was quite eye-catching. Rongji saw quite a few people looking over. She and Feng Tingxian wouldn't have too many interactions in the future. She didn't want to cause some unnecessary attention. She was busy grabbing her bag and getting out of the car. She said to Feng Tingxian, "Thank you." Feng Tingxian gave her a look, then told the driver, "Let's go." The car drove off quickly. Rongju turned around and entered the company. At noon, Yumohan asked his collaborators to eat with him. Rongji followed along. As the car pulled into the dining hall parking lot, Rongji met Feng Tingxian. He just got off. At that moment, Lin Wu also got down from his car. Yumohan also noticed them after he parked his car. He rubbed his brow. It's quite a coincidence. Rongji, aha. It was only after her words fell that she noticed that Lin Lihai, Xiang Rufan, and a few others were also there. They seemed to have arrived a while ago and were waiting for Feng Tingxian and Lin Wu. Seeing them arrive, he quickly greeted them. "Want to get out of the car?" Inside the car, Yumohan asked, "Or should we wait until they're gone?" "Get out of the car. She hasn't done anything wrong, so why should she avoid them?" When they got out of the car, Lin Wu and Feng Tingxian were facing them and were the first to see them as well. Feng Tingxian's expression was light, nothing changed, and he only took a glance before withdrawing his eyes. Lin Wu, on the other hand, her eyes directly went cold when she saw Rongji. In the past, when Lin Wu saw her, although her expression was also cold, she wouldn't be so direct with a cold face. Lin Wu would have this reaction, and Rongru guessed that it should be because Feng Tingxian had told her about asking her uncle and the others not to live across the street from her uncle's house. Feng Tingxian had indeed already told her. And she agreed. It wasn't really that important to her. What made her unhappy was the act of Rongji seeking Feng Tingxian's help. She didn't want to see too much connection between Rongji and Feng Tingxian. Thinking of this, Lin Wu's complexion became a few points colder. At this time, Lin Lihai noticed that Lin Wu didn't look right, and looking towards her line of sight, he also saw Rongji. He frowned. Xiang Rufan was seeing this kind of scene for the first time. When she thought of Feng Tingxian's concern for Lin Wu, she looked at Rongji's line of sight with more than a little bit of complacency. However, Feng Tingxian was also there, so she didn't say anything more rashly. Lin Wu, however, walked over. But the person she came over to talk to was Yu Mohan. She laughed, "Mr. Yu, what a coincidence that we meet again." Yu Mohan smiled skinlessly, "Yeah, it's quite a coincidence. I've always wanted to invite Mr. Yu to dinner before, but I was busy a while ago and couldn't find the time to come. There's no need for you to be polite, Ms. Lin. The matter of you being a busy person is something that Mr. Yu is also aware of. Otherwise, she wouldn't have shown up for work at Nagumo a month after their first meeting." Lin Lihai also wanted to get on good terms with Yu Mohan. Seeing Lin Wu ignoring Rongji and taking the initiative to go over to greet Yu Mohan, Feng Tingshan didn't seem to object as he also walked over. Seeing this, Lin Lilan followed suit. After greeting Yu Mohan, Lin Lihai looked at Rongji and called out to him, "Xiaoji." Young Ri didn't respond. Lin Lihai didn't say anymore, and he also dropped more of his focus on Yu Mohan. After several of them greeted Yu Mohan, none of them gave Rongji more than a glance before going straight back to Feng Tingshan's side. Afterward, they went into the restaurant first with Feng Tingshan. Yu Mohan looked and felt his head hurt. "They neglected you so thoroughly." Rongru's tone was faint. "Aha." She said, "Let's go too, don't keep the guests waiting too long." "Good." At night, Rongju has to work overtime. However, near 7 o'clock, the old lady called and asked when she was going back. She should have gone back earlier, even though the old lady was here. But she still had a lot of ideas she hadn't organized yet, and she couldn't afford to drop what she was doing and go home. So, after a moment's hesitation, she managed to say, "I'm sorry Grandma, I have to work late and I won't be able to get back until later." The old lady sighed, "Tingshan is busy and so are you two are in this state now, when are you going to make progress? Oh? Meaning Feng Tingshan will be back late tonight too?" Rongji said, "Grandma, I'm sorry." "Hey, it's fine. But remember to eat well even if you're busy." "Yes, I will." Hanging up the phone, her takeout arrived. After eating, Rongji was busy until almost 10 o'clock before leaving the company. She didn't drive here today, though she'd called her driver half an hour early. At this hour, the driver should be there already. Rongji went downstairs to find that the driver had indeed arrived. Only, the one who came over to pick her up was not the driver she had contacted, but Feng Tingshan's driver. Feng Tingshan, on the other hand, was sitting in the back seat. Seeing that she stood still, Feng Tingshan slowly lowered the car window, looked at her and said, "Grandma asked me to pick you up." Rongji sniffed and went around to get into the car, taking a seat where she had been sitting in the morning. The car pulled smoothly into traffic. A silence fell over the car once more. Feng Tingshan was busy with his own business and his attention was not on her. Rongji, however, remembered something and suddenly opened his mouth to ask, "Did they promise?" What she asked, naturally, was about having Uncle Lin Wu and the others not move in. When she ran into Lin Wu at noon today, her face didn't look quite right, so she guessed that Lin Wu should have agreed. But what about the others? Feng Tingshan's eyes were still on the cell phone. "Promised." Then, Rongji hesitated and finally asked firmly, "I want to buy that villa, can I?" She's doing this to eliminate future problems. Feng Tingshan gave a beat and gave her a sideways glance, "Yes." Rongji finally breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this, "Thank you." Feng Tingshan, aha. Chapter 55, Give Her the Housebook. The old lady was still awake when they arrived home. After seeing that Rongji had indeed returned in Feng Tingshan's car, she went back to her room to rest in peace. After going upstairs, Rongji called Rong Changsheng to inform him of the progress of the matter. After talking to young Changsheng on the phone, Yu Mohan's call came back in. Half an hour later, after making the call and returning to her room, Rongji found that Feng Tingshan had already finished his shower, and now he was leaning on the bed reading a book. Seeing her return to her room, Feng Tingshan took his eyes off the book and glanced at her before returning his attention to the book. Rongji also withdrew his eyes, then went to take a shower and take care of his skin. After doing so, it was already late, and Rongru glanced at Feng Tingshan. When Feng Tingshan was cold to her before, she was probably used to it, and when she was alone with him, there was nothing uncomfortable instead. Now that he'd helped her and things had eased up a bit between them relatively, she was a little unsure of how to get along with him instead. But, no matter what, there would be no qualitative change in their relationship. Thinking of this, Rongji quietly got into bed and prepared to sleep. Just as she lay down, Feng Tingshan put down the book in his hands, then turned off the light and lay down. As if, by sitting on his bed and reading a book, he had waited for her, and turned out the light for her. Rongji froze. "Think I'm overthinking it." Her mind calmed down again and it didn't take long for her to fall asleep. The next day, the old lady wanted Feng Tingshan to send Rongji to the company again. Rongji once again opened his mouth and refused. "Grandma, I have a social engagement today, I have to go out, it's inconvenient without a car." The old lady frowned and looked at Feng Tingshan. The old lady meant that she wanted Feng Tingshan to personally speak up and say send her off. But Feng Tingshan ate his breakfast in silence and did not say this in accordance with the old lady's wishes. Rongji looked and lowered his head. Seeing Feng Tingshan's reluctance, the old lady didn't insist. Rongru was naturally not entertained today. She said this because she didn't want to take Feng Tingshan's car again, and secondly, she didn't want to trouble him. Nothing special happened on this day. So Rongji stayed at the company and worked overtime until after 9 o'clock, then drove home by himself. When she arrived home, she unexpectedly found that Feng Tingshan had actually returned. Because if there was nothing special, he usually came home late. Feng Tingshan wasn't in the bedroom. Rongji turned on the light, put her bag aside, and was about to go to Feng Jingxian's room to check on her when she noticed a red book sitting on her dresser. Rongji froze. Although she and Feng Tingshan shared a bedroom, in reality, the left side of the bed belonged to Feng Tingshan's area, and she usually wouldn't go over to his side if she was fine. Similarly, the right side was the area she belonged to, and Feng Tingshan wouldn't usually get involved. Some of their supplies, such as wallets, watches, skincare products and other supplies, were naturally placed in their respective places. Never put in a mess. Therefore, this red book, there was no possibility that Feng Tingshan had misplaced it. Thinking of this, Rongji walked over. When I got closer, I realized it was a real estate license. Immediately a guess came to her mind, and she was busy opening it and reading it. Sure enough, it was the real estate license for the villa across the street from her uncle's house. Moreover, her name alone is written on the title ownership on the real estate license. Seeing this, before Rongji had time to react, Feng Tingshan went back to his room. Rongji heard the footsteps, turned back to look at him, and said to him seriously, "I've seen the real estate license, thank you." The words fell, and before he could say anything, he added, "I don't have so much money on hand right now, for the money to buy a house, after a while I'll." Although it is an old villa area, but the villa environment is good, coupled with the capital city housing prices are second to none in the country, this villa does not have 2 or 300 million cannot get down. It's a sum of money that she can't afford to take out at the moment. Feng Tingshan also just came back not long ago. He loosened the bow tie on his neck, heard her words, probably felt some meaning, gently raised his eyebrows, faintly said, "You want to give me money?" "Yeah, I." "No need." He set aside the undone tie and said, "I can afford to pay this back." With those words, he dropped the unclasped wristwatch with it and went in the bathroom. Rongji looked at his back, froze, and didn't insist anymore. After marriage, she almost never took the initiative to ask him for anything so as not to bother him. Thinking about it that way, the house was arguably the first thing he'd offered her in years. Think of it as a memento of their soon-to-be-ended marriage. Thinking of this, Rongji put the housebook into the drawer. After being busy for 2 or 3 days in a row, by the 4th day, Rongji was finally not so busy. She and Feng Tingshan were both busy in the past few days, and didn't spend much time with Feng Jingxian. At noon, Feng Jingxian called and asked if she was free, saying that she hadn't come to school to pick her up from school for a long time. Rongji heard, "See, the remaining things are not much." In the afternoon, early off the shift, go to Feng Jingxian's school to pick up her after school. After hearing Feng Jingxian say that she wanted to eat her cooking, when she arrived home, Rongru changed her clothes and went into the kitchen. The old lady was happy when Rongru got off work early, and when she saw that Rongru personally cooked, she called Feng Tingshan over and asked him to come home for dinner. Feng Tingshan refused on the other side of the phone. "Grandma, I have things to do at the company." The old lady was not happy, but then she smiled happily, and after hanging up the phone, she said to Rongji, "Xiaoji, in a while, you can go and bring food to Tingshan." Rongji gave a beat and refused. "Grandma, since he's not doing anything, it's better if we don't disturb him. He just has to eat even when he's busy, right? Milk." As soon as Rongji's words left her mouth, the old lady clapped her hands and said, "Let's say it's a good deal." Then, the old lady commanded Aunt Lu and the others to help make 2 more dishes. With the old lady in this position, Rongji couldn't say anything more. But if she really wanted to deliver food to Feng Tingshan, she didn't even know which company he was in right now, so how could she deliver it? Besides, Feng Tingshan probably had other arrangements after he finished his busy schedule, so even if she delivered this meal, it might be for nothing. Thinking of this, she found a chance to go upstairs and call Feng Tingshan over. Feng Tingshan's side picked up the phone after a while. "What is it?" "Grandma asked me to bring you dinner." Rongji didn't wait for him to open his mouth and added, "Do you have other arrangements?" "If so, I'll tell Grandma." She felt that there was no way Feng Tingshan would let her bring him food. What she really meant by that was for him to play match with her. "Well, you tell Grandma." Feng Tingshan had just opened his mouth when Rongji heard Lin Wu's voice. "Tingshan, the rice is here," Young said with a lurch. Feng Tingshan returned to Lin Wu and said, "Good." Then, he said to Rongji on the other side of the phone, "I've made arrangements for dinner, so tell Grandma." Young Jae wasn't surprised. She said, "Okay, I know, I'll tell Grandma." Aha! The words fell, and Feng Tingshan sighed then hung up the phone. Chapter 56, The person who asked me out is Feng Tingshan. Rongru put down her cell phone, went downstairs, and told the old lady that Feng Tingshan already had arrangements for dinner. Feng Tingshan didn't come back that night. When she woke up the next day, the old lady was a bit angry when she learned that Feng Tingshan didn't come back last night. Tingshan really, even if he's busy with work, doesn't he have time to go back to his home? When Rongji heard this, he just smiled and didn't answer. No matter how busy Feng Tingshan was, there was definitely time for him to go home. After all, he needed to rest too. Thinking of Lin Wu's voice that rang on the phone last night. The reason she thinks he didn't come back. There's got to be a better place to go.
Changma's key projects for the next 2 years have been finalized in the past 2 days.
However, Yumohan still consolidated their ideas and sent them to Nanjiji, wanting him to help give some advice. Nanjiji was usually very busy, and his whereabouts were uncertain, so both Rongji and Yumohan thought that he would return their messages after a few days, or even half a month.
I didn't expect him to call that afternoon. Not a bad idea.
Receiving Nanjiji's affirmation, Rongji and Yumohan became more confident in the project they had formed. Be aware that their teachers are very demanding. His not bad is already a very high praise. Nanjiji added, from what you sent over, you haven't missed out on anything, whether it's the foundations of the past or some of the new developments in AI over the past few years, which is not bad. This was obviously said to Rongji. Rongji's nose soured, and before he could speak, Nanjiji said coldly again, but you're still too slack, the path of learning is not advancing, in fact, you're still regressing. Rongji was busy saying, I know teacher, I will try my best to make up for all the missed efforts over the years.
Aha!
Nanjiji's teaching has always been to the point. The words stopped there, and he stopped. Seeing that Nanjiji seemed to be free today, Rongji couldn't help but say, Teacher, do you have time tonight?
I would like to have dinner with you. Not to mention Rongru, even Yumohan hadn't eaten with Nanjiji in a long time. Hearing Rongru's words, Yumohan was busy nodding. Yes teacher, are you free?
Nanjiji said in a faint voice, I have an appointment, I don't have time.
Ha! Yumohan was greatly disappointed. Young is also.
She was about to ask Nanjiji when she was free, and her next appointment would be fine. But before she could say anything, she heard Nanjiji continue, the person who asked me on a date is Feng Tingshan. Rongji froze.
Yumashuan is also a meal. He looked at Rongru, quietly asked, that teacher. Why Mr. Feng will find you Can you tell us about it?
He said he wanted to introduce me to someone. The words fell, and Nanjiji hung up the phone without further ado. Yumohan looked at Rongji and said, the person your husband is going to introduce to the teacher, it can't be Lin Wu, right? Last time when he was in contact with the Lin family, he realized that the Lin family also had their own technology company. The reason Lin Wu had wanted to work for their company before was for their company's programming language, QAP. And outsiders assumed that QAP was developed by their teacher's team. Now that Lin Wu couldn't get into their company, there was a real possibility that they would approach their teacher in order to study QAP. What's more, Lin Wu also wanted to become their teacher's student. Thinking of this, Yumohan directly exploded, holy.
Rongji thought of that as well.
Moreover, she felt that this could possibly be Feng Tingshan's way of compensating him for letting Lin Wu's uncle's family not move in to live across the street from her uncle's house. After all, with his feelings for Lin Wu, how could he be willing to let Lin Wu suffer in order to help her?
Yumohan, if she really hid her strength, wouldn't that be?
Although they were Nanjiji's students, and although Nanjiji was usually cold to them, they were actually quite close to Nanjiji. Because although Nanjiji was strict with them, he was in fact a man with a cold face and a soft heart. But he was also a very principled man.
If Lin Wu's ability and talent were truly sufficient, he simply wouldn't have dismissed Lin Wu because of the grudge between Rongji and Lin Wu.
So, Rongji, on the contrary, quickly calmed down and said, let's get busy with our own business first. All she could do was be good. That night, she came home a little late and the old lady was already asleep. However, Feng Tingshan hadn't returned when she arrived home.
Or maybe it's not coming back.
However, when she came out of the bathroom after her shower, she saw Feng Tingshan.
He actually came back.
Seeing him, she took a step and gave him a slight nod in greeting. As for why he asked Nanjiji to meet him today, she didn't ask a single word. Feng Tingshan didn't say anything either, and after glancing at her, he went in the bathroom to take a shower. The next morning, she woke up late. As she went downstairs, she heard the old lady say to Feng Tingshan in a conspiratorial manner, it was past 10 o'clock when I went to bed last night, yet you still haven't come back, I thought you weren't going to come back again. Feng Tingshan sat across from the old lady and drank water with a calm demeanor, not making any conversation. The old lady knocked on the desktop and feigned anger, speak.
Don't play dumb for me.
Feng Tingshan put down his glass of water, saw Rongji coming downstairs, and after giving her a sideways glance, he calmly twisted his head back and said, wasn't it you who told me I had to go home, saying that I would accompany you this morning?
I thought you were taking my words for granted again. The grandson wouldn't dare.
That's what he said, but his face was pale, and he didn't look the least bit afraid. The old lady was going to be pissed off by him, so she simply ignored him and beckoned towards Rongji, asking her to come over and sit.
Rongji sat over and asked, Grandma, you guys are going out later?
It's not you guys, it's us. The old lady laughed, we'll go together.
Xiaoru, where do you want to play? Grandma listens to you.
Rongji sometimes felt that he was indeed a very boring person.
She couldn't really think of an entertainment venue that everyone would enjoy. She said, I'll do whatever you want.
The old lady actually already had an idea. Hearing Rongji say so, she asked, what about the hot springs?
Last time I said I wanted to soak in a hot spring but ended up not soaking it and got sick. This time I have to let someone make it up to me anyways.
This someone, naturally, referred to Feng Tingshan.
Feng Tingshan listened, still calmly sipping his tea, his face not feeling half uncomfortable or embarrassed because the old lady brought up this matter. It's as if that thing is not even worth mentioning in his case. He never took it to heart either. Thinking of this, Rongji withdrew his gaze. She's been to the spa before. At the moment she has no feelings for hot springs. But the old lady had said so she could only cooperate with her and said, good. Chapter 57, Whatever Feng Tingshan Thinks. After having breakfast, Rongji began to pack the clothes and other supplies that he would bring to the hot spring resort. But she only packs her own. Feng Tingshan's, she didn't touch. After all, although Feng Tingshan was her nominal husband, he was not her man. He's Lin Wu's man now. He probably wouldn't be happy with her touching his stuff. And she, for now, didn't care to touch his things. Feng Jingshin's was packed by Auntie Lu. If it was before, she might have been worried that Feng Jingshin hadn't brought all her things with her, and even if Aunt Lu had helped her pack, she would have had to double check for her again. But now, after packing up her things, she directly dragged her small suitcase downstairs, not bothering about Feng Jingshin's side. After she waited downstairs for a while, Feng Jingshin and Feng Tingshan, they all came downstairs as well. After arriving at the hot spring villa, Feng Tingshan went somewhere to make a phone call, and as Rongji was organizing her clothes in her room, the old lady walked in, handed her a box, and said quietly, "These are the clothes that Grandma prepared for you. Remember to wear them when you soak in the hot spring in a while." Looking at the old lady's face, Rongji immediately understood what exactly was in the box. She was a little uncomfortable. "Grandma, I brought my own." "Don't worry, it's not in a modest style. Open it if you don't believe me." Rongju opened the box. As she thought, it was indeed a set of underwear. And the style really didn't look too different from what she normally wore. Rongji looked on, sort of relieved. The old lady smiled and urged, "Make sure you remember to put it on." Yun. Good. She had just agreed when Feng Tingshan went back to his room. Also saw the contents of the box in her hand. Rongji gave a start and hurriedly closed the box. Feng Tingshan looked as if he hadn't seen it, his expression faintly averted his eyes and asked the old lady, "Grandma came over, what's the matter?" "Of course I came over to urge you to go to the hot springs." Saying that, he pushed Feng Tingshan, "Quickly, go change." Feng Tingshan gave a beat, but did not refuse. A moment later, he changed into a bathrobe and emerged from the bathroom. Rongji saw him come out and went in the bathroom as well. By the time she changed into a bathrobe and came out of the restroom, Feng Tingshan's figure was no longer in the room. When Rongji was about to go to the hot spring pool by herself, the old lady came over from the next room instead and told her with a smile, "Tingshan is in that small pool on the left side, go quickly." The little hot tub on the left wasn't very big, not quite 3 square feet or so in total. If she and Feng Tingshan both sat down in the pool, they could both touch each other without having to fully extend their legs. The old lady made it clear that she wanted them to cultivate their relationship. After all, they'll all be wearing less by then. Generally speaking, it's very easy indeed for a lone man and woman to stay inside and wipe the slate clean. But the old lady must stare at her to go in, so Rongji had to go inside. When she walked over, Feng Tingshan had already taken off his bathrobe and was sitting in the pool taking a dip. Seeing her coming, his eyes fell on her. Rongji was indeed wearing the underwear that the old lady had prepared for her. At first she did think the lingerie was no different than what she usually wore. But she only saw the top at that point, the bottom panties, but didn't look closely. When she took them out to put them on, it dawned on her that the panty fabric was nearly half the usual fabric. It's not particularly revealing, but it's certainly a departure from her previous style. And it was red, the material was very soft, and with her overly fair skin, she found it very sexy when she put it on and looked in the mirror. She just felt a little uncomfortable looking at herself in the mirror. But she didn't hate it. So, she wore it anyway. Right now, she was still wearing a robe, and when she saw Feng Tingshan's eyes looking over and remembered the underwear she was wearing, her footsteps paused. However, she then walked on as if nothing had happened. She walked over to the sink and set down her hands before removing the robe she was wearing. The underwear she was wearing appeared in its entirety in front of Feng Tingshan's eyes. Feng Tingshan looked and paused. Rongru believed that Feng Tingshan knew that the pajamas were given to her by the old lady. She chose to put it on, and in Feng Tingshan's eyes, she probably thought she was hoping for something to happen with him. But actually, she didn't mean it. As for what he thinks, that's his business. She didn't need to deliberately not wear the underwear she kinda liked just because he might misunderstand her. Thinking of this, Rongji did not feel uncomfortable when he took off the bathrobe on his body. She also didn't deliberately pay attention to Feng Tingshan's gaze at her. She stepped down into the hot tub. Feng Tingshan flanked her and sat down about 2 people away from him. Feng Tingshan withdrew his gaze. The two of them were quiet, and Rongji's remaining light could catch a glimpse of his well-built chest, and she shifted her eyes away a little. Just when she thought they would stay quiet like this, Feng Tingshan asked her, "Want something to eat?" The people in the lodge had prepared a lot of food for them. He pushed the basin in front of her eyes. Yun. Thank you." Feng Tingshan didn't say anything. Rongji twisted a piece of pastry and tasted it. However, she didn't have much of an appetite and didn't continue eating after one piece, pushing the basin back to Feng Tingshin's side. The water in the pool was clear, and as Rongru pushed the basin back for Feng Tingshin, she clearly saw Feng Tingshin's triangle. No reaction. Any other woman might have thought he couldn't. But whether he was good or not, Rongji knew clearly. He didn't react, but it was just that she had never been attractive to him. It's not about what she's wearing. This was something that Rongji had guessed long ago. They were getting divorced and she didn't want to have anything more to do with him, so the reason she was wearing the outfit was also because she knew that it wouldn't work on him. Rongji retracted his eyes without a trace. A hot spring in this weather couldn't be more pleasant. Rongji sat down for a while before getting a little drowsy from the comfort. However, she didn't fall asleep after all, but she was indeed sleepy, and she got up and said to Feng Tingshin, "I'll leave first." Feng Tingshin, aha. Young Guzu went ashore and left in his bathrobe. As she was leaving, she also noticed Feng Tingshin had come ashore as well. Rongji was preparing to take the elevator to the upper floors when she happened to run into the old lady. Old lady, so quickly soaked? Rongji, aha. The old lady was still about to say something when she saw Feng Tingshin, who was also preparing to go upstairs to change his clothes. The old woman did want something to happen between them, but looking at the distance they stood between them, it was clear that nothing was happening between them. She'd worked for nothing again. The old lady sighed and said, "A friend of mine came over here to see a doctor, and she just called me, so I have to go back, so you guys just have fun here." The old lady patted Rongru's hand and spoke to Feng Tingshin, "Don't bully Xiaoru, understand?" Feng Tingshin, I know. Chapter 58, go upstairs and ask mom to come down for dinner. At this time, the other elevator door opened and Chi Yuluan walked out from inside. Seeing Chi Yuluan, Rongji was a little surprised. I didn't expect him to come to the Hot Springs Lodge as well. But the old lady in Feng Tingshin face is not surprised, obviously on Chi Yuluvia over the Hot Springs Villa matter is informed. Chi Yumuan saw Rongji, raised his eyebrows, turned to the old lady and said cordially, "Old lady, you are going to leave? Don't you want to eat lunch before leaving?" Feng Chi and his family are on good terms. Feng old lady has also watched Chi Yukuan grow up, smiled kindly and said, No, you guys have fun." Their party walked the old lady out the door. After the car walked away, Feng Jingshin immediately asked happily, "Uncle Chi, why are you here?" Chi Yukuan bends down and lightly pinches Feng Jingshin's white and tender face. "Your father asked me to come. I said hello to Grandma Feng, and immediately came over. How is it?" "Chi uncle is righteous enough, right? So dad sent you, huh?" "Yes." Chi Yuman smiled and said, "Learning that your grandma and grandpa are going, Uncle Chi also informed your uncle he and Anne Linwu that they have already departed and will arrive later. Oh, happy?" As he said this, Chi Yuluan deliberately looked at Rongji. Rongji noticed, and also knew that this Chi Yuluan was deliberately said to her. Feng Jingshin was naturally happy. She was just about to nod, when she thought that Rongji was there. She hesitated and looked up at Rongji. Rongji treated it as if he didn't see it, rubbed the top of her hair, and said, "You guys play, mommy will go back first." The words fell, and without looking at Feng Tingshin and Chi Yukuan, he turned around and left. Seeing that Rongji heard his words, his expression was cold, and his face did not have a bit of the previous kind of worry and uneasiness that he had felt when he learned that Lin Wu would also be coming, and he seemed to not care about it at all. Feng Jingshin was still there, he couldn't say it explicitly. Looking at Rongji's back as he left, he moved closer to Feng Tingshin and lowered his voice to ask, "What's going on?" Feng Tingshin's expression remained unchanged as he asked, "You came alone?" "Of course not. What's the point of me coming alone to such a nice activity as soaking in a hot spring? Naturally, I should bring my baby along." Before the words were finished, Chi Yuluan paused, looked at him sideways, and said, "Nope, you're changing the subject." Feng Tingshin didn't deny it and only said, "Your baby is here." As the words fell, a tall beauty with an open bathrobe, revealing a bikini inside and a hot body, walked towards them. After Rongji returned to his room, he changed back into his daily clothes, sat down at the small round table and turned on his computer, and began to delve into the exhibits displayed at the last technology exhibition. Combining the information she had looked up during this period of time, half an hour later, Rongji suddenly had an idea, then called Yu Mohan, "Are you free?" "At a costume party, why?" Rongru told him what he thought. Yu Mohan looked grave and excited. "Wait a moment, I'll go back immediately." "Good." Hanging up the phone, Rongji concentrated and continued to be busy. She didn't know how long it had been, but she suddenly heard a murmur of conversation coming from downstairs. Young said with a lurch. Knowing that there was a possibility that He Changbai and Linwu had arrived, Rongju got up and closed the window. By this time, Rongji had also gotten a little hungry, so she used her internal line to make a call over and asked someone to send a meal up for her. It was quickly answered there. After her meal was prepared, the staff of the mountain lodge immediately sent the meal upstairs for Rongji. While passing through the lobby and heading to the elevator, the staff ran into Feng Tingshin and the others. Shi Yutsuan asked, "This meal is?" The staff immediately said, "It was ordered by Mrs." The one who could get the staff to address Mrs. directly was naturally Rongji. Please, they didn't give the staff a hard time and let him deliver the food. However, after the staff left, he laughed. It seems that for the meal in a while, you don't need to call on her. Feng Tingshan faintly said, it's better to call her. At those words, Lin Wu froze and pursed her lips as she looked towards Feng Tingshan. He Changbai and Chi Yukuan were also stunned. However, Chi Yuluan randomly smiled and said, also, the old lady deliberately ordered you to take good care of her. If we don't call her for dinner, it won't end well if the old lady knows. After all, this was the Feng family's private mountain villa, and the old lady probably had eyes and ears. Any breeze from their side would probably be easily known by the old lady. Hearing this, Lin Wu's pursed lips loosened. She also thought that, after the Feng family old lady this set up, Feng Tingshan really to Rongji. However, hearing Chi Yuluan say this, she knew that she was thinking too much. He Chanbai also retracted his eyes after hearing Chi Yukuan's words. At this time, Feng Jingxin came back, and Feng Tingshan rubbed her head and said, go upstairs and tell mom to come down for dinner. Feng Jingxin sniffed and froze as well, hesitantly asking, let mom come down to eat with us? Aha! Feng Jingxin opened her mouth and frowned, then looked at Lin Wu. She didn't want her mom to eat with them. If mom was with them, mom would have targeted Auntie Woohoo and made a scene. Lin Wu smiled and said in a warm voice, go. Feng Jingxin hesitated and went upstairs. When Feng Jingxin rang the doorbell, Rongji was already eating in his room. Looking at the surveillance on the TV and seeing Feng Jingxin standing outside the door, Rongji put down his chopsticks and went out to open the door. Xingxin? Feng Jingxin bit her lower lip and looked up at Rongji. Mom, Dad said for me to ask you to go down and eat with us. Rongji directly refused. Mom is already eating, you guys eat. Feng Jingxin breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, so? Then I'll just tell Dad that? Rongji knew she didn't want her to go downstairs to eat with them. She took in her look and said lightly, well, go ahead. Feng Jingxin laughed out, good. With that, she smiled and turned around to leave, and just 2 steps out, she felt a little guilty again. Is it okay for you to be alone, Mom? Why don't I accompany you? They had a big crowd downstairs and it was very busy. It does seem a bit pathetic to leave Mom alone. Her tone was a little forced when she said she was with her. Obviously, she was more willing to go downstairs to eat with Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu and the others than to accompany her. Rongji didn't want to force her. This grudging companionship, she didn't need either. She bent down and said warmly, that's okay, Mommy likes to be left alone, go ahead. Hearing this, the guilt within Feng Jingxin's heart immediately lessened by several points, and he nodded his head and said, good, then I'll go. Rongji, go ahead. Feng Jingxin quickly left. Rongji looked at her departing back, closed the door, and went back to his room to continue eating. Chapter 59, no one is really welcoming her. Downstairs. Feng Jingxin ran over to Feng Tingshan and said, Dad, Mom is already eating, so she won't come down. Kaiyulan raised an eyebrow. It's kind of funny. He Changbai lowered his eyes and didn't say anything. Lin Wu, however, smiled without a trace. She knew that Rongji would not dare to come down. After all, no one here was really welcoming her. Even if she came down, all she got was ridicule and ostracism from everyone. In that case, she might as well not come down and cower upstairs as her shrinking violet. Feng Tingshan sniffed and said, okay, Dad knows. Then, without insisting, he said to the others, don't wait, let's eat. Upon hearing this, Lin Wu's smile deepened as she elegantly sat down beside Feng Tingshan. Upstairs. After Rongji ate his meal, he continued to busy himself. By this time, Yu Mohan had also arrived home. At this time, Rongru also had more new ideas, and when she finished talking to Yu Mohan clapped his hands in excitement after reading what she had sent over. Holy, holy, holy. Genius. This comprehension ability, junior sister, you really are a genius in this area. I knew you could definitely do it. When the words fell, not waiting for Rongru to speak, he held his head in remorse. 7 years. If you hadn't gotten married, our company would have been world famous. Rongji felt his ears hurting as he listened to him yell and held the phone away from him. Yu Mohan also knew that he shouldn't have brought up those unpleasant things on such a happy occasion. He coughed lightly and began to get to the point. To do great things, naturally they can't be the only 2 people. Yu Mohan immediately contacted Su Yuchuan and the others in the company and asked them to join as well. Su Yuchuan, they entered Changma, not to muddle through, is really want to learn things. Listening to Yu Mohan finished, their ability in the field of AI and Yu Mohan and Rongji gap is actually still quite big. Although he didn't immediately grasp the key, after Yu Mohan explained it for a while, he immediately got excited as well and didn't mind working overtime, so he joined them. In this case, it's actually just right to go back to the office and discuss it face to face. But it takes about 2 hours to go back to the office from Rongju's side. When the inspiration thing comes up, you can't stop, or else there's a good chance that when it passes, you won't be able to think of it again. So, in the end, they decided to video discuss it first. Learning of Rongji's whereabouts, Yu Mohan found a gap and asked, are you alone in the room? Where's your husband and the others? I don't know, probably eating. Rongji's tone was indifferent. Just the father and daughter? Lin Wu, Shi Yuluan, they're all here. They're all here and you're left alone in your room? I've also been asked to come downstairs for dinner, and I've declined. That's good, it's still good that Feng Tingshan's conscience is still intact. Rongru didn't feel the same way. Her thoughts were the same as Qi Yuluan's, thinking that Feng Tingshan just didn't want to be nagged by the old lady. Besides, even if she went down, so many of them were all toward Lin Wu, so they didn't have to worry about Lin Wu being bullied by her, so they naturally weren't afraid of her going down to eat with them. Rongru and Yu Mohan, they were busy for 4 hours straight. It was also getting close to dinner time, so they decided to take a break and continue in a couple of hours. Rongji also consolidated what he had organized today and closed the computer, intending to go out to blow off some steam and relax his brain, and by the way, pick 2 boxes of apples from the mountains and bring them back tomorrow for Yu Mohan and the others to have a taste. The hot spring villa was huge, and she didn't know where Feng Tingshan and the others were. She didn't run into them on her way downstairs. It wasn't completely dark yet, so Rongji called up 2 staff members to help her along and headed up the mountain. The wind was a bit cold at this time of the day, but Rongji was dressed thickly, so he didn't feel cold. She went up the hill for a while to blow off some steam and pick some apples, and her brain relaxed. 2 or 3 boxes of apples were picked in no time by so many people. After picking it, she didn't go down the hill right away, and seeing that it was a nice sunset today, she sat down to enjoy it for a while. Just then she heard a footstep and a child's voice. She turned her head back sideways and met He Changbai's face. He Changbai also obviously didn't expect to run into her, and also paused. At that moment, the child in the video screamed happily, "It's Auntie." It turned out that He Changbai was videoing with Shan Shan, taking pictures of the apples on the tree to show her, and would pick some more for her to bring back tomorrow. But I didn't expect to just run into Rongji, who was going up the mountain. Even if they had met a few times some days ago, He Changbai had helped her. But Rongji still felt that she couldn't, and didn't want to, get acquainted with He Changbai. The moment she saw him, Rongji's face went cold. But after hearing Shan Shan's voice, his face softened a bit. He Changbai took in her face. He didn't walk over right away, he just asked, "Shan Shan wants to talk to you, is it convenient for you?" She had come out of the sanatorium that day with a very heavy heart, and it was extremely difficult for her. That day when she ran into them, even though she only wanted her to play with her, in fact, in Rongru's opinion, she was only accompanying her, letting her slowly come out from the emotion that was hard to breathe. At that thought, she nodded. He Changbai handed her his cell phone. Knowing that she didn't like him, he didn't move over and just stood 2 or 3 meters away from her. Rongji talked with Shan Shan for a while and learned that she was taken by her grandmother to play, which is why she didn't come over to Hot Spring Villa with He Changbai. Rongru shared her favorite sunset with Shan Shan, and after they chatted for more than 10 minutes, Rongru returned the phone to He Changbai. After saying goodbye to Shan Shan, He Changbai said to Rongji, "Thank you. No need." By this time, it was almost completely dark. However, there are street lights on the hill and it's not a hassle to get down. With that, she turned around and headed down the hill. Seeing this, He Changbai followed her and descended the mountain with her. However, on the way they did not speak at all. They arrived at the Hot Springs Villa and were about to go in, then they bumped into Lin Wu. Lin Wu froze as she watched them come down from the mountain one after the other, then pursed her lips. Rongji looked like he didn't see her and directly crossed over her and went inside the hall. Lin Wu looked at her distant back, then looked sideways at He Changbai and spoke with a frown, "Changbai, you guys?" He Changbai faintly said, "I ran into it on the mountain." He Changbai and Shan Shan video, and then went up the mountain to take pictures of apple trees to show Shan Shan. Lin Wu was aware of this. If Rongji was also on the mountain, it was indeed normal for them to run into each other. Thinking of this, Lin Wu relaxed and wanted to say something when He Changbai took the lead and asked, "Where are they?" "They're over at the pavilion, the ingredients for the bonfire are ready and they were about to call you." "Aha!" As they spoke, they walked side by side toward the pavilion. Chapter 60, I'll go get her. Tonight's bonfire will feature fondue, pot roast, and a barbecue as well. The bottom of the crab yellow flour ma chicken pot is already simmering, the potter's chicken is also ready, and the long table of ingredients on the side is filled with all kinds of top-quality fresh ingredients that have already been processed. The campfire has been lit. Kaiyulan and the others had already sat down around the campfire. When He Changbai and Lin Wu returned, Lin Wu naturally sat down next to Feng Tingshan. Yun didn't hold back, already ate on the dipping into the flavor of the bowl of chicken, see the people all together, is trying to formally open to eat, but then remembered Rongji, looked to Feng Jing Xan, said, Xan, you go upstairs again to call your mother, tell your mother that we have good food here, so that she comes down to eat with us. Although I think Rongji will still be the same as at noon, hiding in the room and not come down, but the process still has to go a little bit. Lin Wu also understood what he meant. After all, what should be done they did, and whether or not Rongju came down was her own business. Thinking of this, she also said to Feng Jingxin, Xin, go. Feng Jingxin frowned, not really wanting to go. Because in her heart she really didn't want her mom to come down and join them. But so many people were telling her to go get her mom, she couldn't not go. She was about to put down the drink in her hand when Feng Tingshan spoke up, I'll go. At these words, there was a silence around them. After Feng Tingshan finished speaking, he got up and left. Shi Yuluan returned to his senses and laughed. Well, it is true that by Tingshin to call will be more sincere. Always letting small children call Rongji, the attitude was indeed a bit too perfunctory. Lin Wu thought of this as well. Feng Tingshin was also just trying to make things right with the old lady, and the fact that he went upstairs to call Rongji didn't mean that he had some kind of feelings for Rongji. After all, he had no feelings at all for Rongji before, and it was even more unlikely that he would have feelings for her now. Feng Tingshin listened, but pursed her small mouth, a little worried. Worrying that by Feng Tingshin going to call Rongji would actually come down to join them. After all, Mom listens to Dad the most. Mom couldn't afford to turn Dad down. The other side. Rongju went back to his room, called and ordered dinner, then turned on his computer. She had just been engaged for a short while when the door opened outside. She froze, and when she looked sideways, she saw Feng Tingshin, who had entered with his room card. She thought he had come back to get something, and only glanced at it before withdrawing her eyes, and was just about to return her attention to the computer when she heard Feng Tingshin speak. A bonfire feast has been prepared downstairs, it's quite lively, go downstairs and sit down for a while? Young said with a lurch. Just like Shi Yuluan and the others, she also felt that Feng Tingshin personally came upstairs to tell her to go down to eat, just giving the old lady an explanation. It doesn't mean anything at all. What's more, even if it meant something, she didn't care. She said, I have work to do, so I won't go down there. Saying that, she looked at him sideways and added, don't worry, if Grandma asks, I'll help you play along. Feng Tingshin smiled at her words, his deep abyss-like eyes staring at her for an instant. Noticing the look in his eyes, Rongji's hands on the keyboard curled up. Even though she had known him for years and they had been married for years, she often felt that she had never known him and often didn't know what he was really thinking. In the past she might have wanted to explore the emotions in his eyes, in his heart. But now. Rongji pursed her lips, still insisting on her thoughts. Thank you for coming up to call me, but I don't want to go down. Feng Tingshin sniffed and laughed silently before saying, got it. After saying that, Feng Tingshin turned around and left. When he came downstairs, Kaiyulan and the others were already eating. They were all a little surprised to see that he was the only one coming down. They, like Feng Tingshin, thought that if Feng Tingshin personally went to call, there was no way Rongji would refuse. He Changbai asked, didn't come down? Feng Tingshin, aha. Then he said to the staff waiting for them on the side, prepare a barbecue, a bowl of chicken, and a hot pot, and send it upstairs to the wife. Lin Wu sniffed and pursed her lips. Rongru didn't come down. Feng Tingshin had someone prepare some food for her and send it upstairs, which didn't mean anything. But she didn't like him calling Rongji ma'am to the others. It's as if he admits that young Zip is his wife. However, then she thought, the staff at the lodge probably didn't know Rongji's name, and if he didn't address Mrs. Rongji, who knew who he was sending it up to? Upstairs. Rongji was actually hungry. Heard the doorbell ring and saw that it was the staff member who delivered her food. She went out to open the door and had someone push in a food cart. The staff set the food on the table one by one and then removed the lids, explaining to her one by one what was inside. But the moment Rongji saw the staff uncover the lid, he frowned and said, did you guys deliver it to the wrong place? I didn't order these. Spicy pot soup base aroma, a wide range of various seafood, beef tripe mutton though tempting fingers. She looked and did want to eat it. But the problem is that that's not what she ordered. There's no mistake, these are what Mr. Feng asked us to send up for you. The staff respectfully said, the kitchen is almost ready for the meal you ordered, and we'll send it up for you in a moment. Young said with a lurch. With all this food in front of her, it was just 2 or 3 more she couldn't finish. Not to mention adding the ones she ordered. So, this meal took a long time for Rongji to eat. Rongji was still eating as their meeting time was approaching. Yumohan turned on the video in advance and asked Rongji for some information, but when Rongji came in, he saw her eating and said, what are you eating? It seems like it's delicious. Young said as he turned the camera. The others came in as well and froze when they saw so much food, all of it expensive, so much? Did you just start eating this? Rongji, no, I'm almost done eating. You eat a little bit of this much by yourself? Rongji gave a beat, I didn't order it. Yumohan reacted, Feng your husband ordered it? Rongji, he had it sent up. Yumohan, it's kinda like he has a bit of a conscience. In this regard, Rongji didn't want to comment or go into detail, he just wanted to give the old lady a handover. Seeing that it was almost time for the scheduled meeting and she was getting a little full of food, she stopped her chopsticks and let someone come up to clean up the mess, so she held the computer a little further away from them and got into the swing of things with them and got back to work. They were busy with this until after 10 o'clock at night, but they all had no intention of stopping yet. Just as Rongji joined everyone else, all still focused on the content as well, and continued to delve into another part of the content, the door outside was opened. Feng Tingshin walked in. The camera from where Rongji was sitting could capture the doorway, and Rongji reacted by immediately reversing the camera. Chapter 61, Your husband has a nice voice. Due to the angle and height, the others in the video conference could only see that the person who came in through the door was well built and had a graceful and relaxed posture. Just by looking at the aura, everyone knew that the other party was not an ordinary person. but you can't see the face. At first, everyone in the company thought that there was an ambiguous relationship between Rongji and Yu Mohan. It was only later that I learned that Rongji was already married and had grown children. However, regarding these personal matters of hers, Rongji rarely said anything. People can be said to be completely ignorant of what happened to Rongju's husband. Because Rongji was so pretty, plus the more they got along, the more everyone realized that Rongji's ability was much stronger than they thought at first, even more so than Yu Mohan. So, people were kinda curious about her husband, wondering what kind of man could marry such a beautiful and capable woman. Now that Rongji's husband finally showed up, he didn't expect Rongji to turn the camera away. Su Yuchuan and the others were about to flirt, but before they could speak, Feng Tingshan took the lead. Still busy? Rongji looked at him sideways. Aha. Feng Tingshan nodded and didn't say anything, going to the closet to get his clothes and going in the bathroom to take a shower. Rongji watched, pulling his attention back to business. They also had 2 other girls in their group. Couldn't help but say to Rongji, "Your husband has a nice voice." Feng Tingshan was indeed not only good looking. The sound conditions are also excellent. When Rongru heard them praise Feng Tingshan, she didn't know what to say for a moment, so she could only say, "Thank you." Now the time is really not early, although we still have the interest to continue to work. However, it is not good to work too much. Yumashuan intends to deal with the rest of the content, the end of the meeting, the rest of tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow to work again. However, even if it's a wrap up, they're going to have to deal with it for quite a while. No, Feng Tingshan had already finished his shower and came out of the bathroom, and they weren't finished yet. Feng Tingshan saw that she was busy and didn't say anything. But Feng Jingshin is back. Mom. Rongji sniffed and looked toward the doorway, and before he could speak, Feng Tingshan took the lead and said, "Mom is working." Upon hearing this, Feng Jingshin swallowed back the words she wanted to say, walked over to Feng Tingshan's side, and then came to Feng Tingshan's ear and whispered, "Dad, can I sleep with Auntie Woohoo tonight?" Feng Tingshan nodded, yes. Feng Jingshin happily hugged Feng Tingshuan's neck, momentarily forgetting to control her volume. "Thank you, Daddy." Fortunately, by this time, Rongji's side of the work had officially ended. She turned off the camera, looked at Feng Jingxian, and was about to speak when she saw Lin Wu standing in the doorway. Rongji gave a start and pursed his lips. Feng Jingshin and Feng Tingshan also noticed Lin Wu. Feng Tingshan got up and walked out, and in no time, the two left side by side. Feng Jingshin watched and wanted to follow up, but when she saw Rongqi pursing her lips and her face seemed bad, she didn't follow up and only called Rongqi in a small voice, "Mom." Rongji retracted his gaze and asked her as he gathered up the papers and books on the desktop, "Did you take a shower? Washed?" Rongji didn't ask who helped her take a bath and asked, "Sleepy?" "Sleepy. Go to bed if you're sleepy." Feng Jingshin sniffed and let out a sigh of relief. "I see, then you also rest early, Mom." "Well, Mommy will. Good night." "Good night, Mom." After saying that, Feng Jingshin walked over and hugged Rongji before happily leaving. Rongji packed up his things, grabbed his clothes and got ready to take a shower as well. Neither Feng Tingshan nor Feng Jingxian closed the door when they left. Thinking that Feng Tingshan probably wouldn't be coming back, Rongru wanted to close the door before going into the bathroom, but as she walked past, she bumped into Feng Tingshan who had folded back. Rongji gave a lurch and moved out of the way. She thought Feng Tingshan had come back to get something. After all, his luggage is over here. Feng Tingshan entered but closed the door with his hand. The stance seemed like it wasn't going to go out for the night. Rongji froze. Before she could say something, Feng Tingshan crossed over her and went inside. As he passed her, Rongji was sensitive enough to smell an extra whiff of the perfume Lin Wu was wearing on him. And the pajamas on the back of his neck were also stained with a bit of lipstick. He had only just finished showering, and the pajamas on his body had only just been changed, so he didn't need to look to know that the perfume scent and lip prints on his body that belonged to Lin Wu were all stained from when they went out just now. Just now, in the moment of seeing him, it felt as if his lips were a little red, and at first I thought it was an illusion. It seems clear now that it wasn't. Feng Tingshan had already sat down on the edge of the bed. He seems to be staying here tonight. This was somewhat unexpected from Rongji. She thought. However, there were the old lady's eyes here, and it made sense for him not to sleep with Lin Wu tonight. In that case, Lin Wu would personally come over here to look for him just now because she was uneasy about him and her? Worried something might happen between them? And Feng Ting deeply understood Lin Wu's worry. After leaving with Lin Wu just now, judging from the residual scent of Lin Wu's perfume and lip prints on his body, they must have kissed passionately just now. Young said no more thoughts. Half an hour later, when she came out of the bathroom, Feng Tingshan was reading a book. Except that the book he was holding seemed to be one of the ones she had brought with her. She sank her face, a little upset at his behavior of taking it without asking, and she was about to speak when Feng Tingshan looked over, probably noticing her face, and said, "Mind?" Young Ju did mind a bit. But the book didn't cover the secrets of the company's meeting today, except for some notations she'd written down when she'd first read it, and she calmed down as she said, "Kind of." Feng Tingshan looked at her and said, "Okay, I'll take it next time I ask you." There's a next time? She didn't think that with their current relationship, there would ever be another time like this one, when they were out and about and forced to share a bed. Feng Tingshin had returned his attention to the book and suddenly commented, "It's labeled quite well. It's a compliment to her." But Rongji treated it as if he didn't hear it and took the hairdryer and went in the bathroom to blow out his hair. When she came out after blow drying her hair, Feng Tingshin was still reading a book. After Rongji finished her skincare work, she laid down on the other side of the bed and prepared to rest. Feng Tingshin didn't go to sleep immediately, and as for when he did, Rongji wasn't sure. Because she was fast asleep. The next day, she woke up early. By this time, the sun had just risen as well. But there's no one on the other side of the bed anymore. The room was quiet. Feng Tingshin had already gone out. Haven't seen anyone this early. Perhaps he didn't sleep in his room at all last night. She had an appointment with Yu Mohan to go back to the office to take care of things. She ate breakfast, packed her things, and dragged her suitcase out the door. She had just opened the door when she heard Feng Jingshin's voice coming from the other side of the corridor. "Auntie Wu, who was really bad, she promised to sleep with me last night and woke up in the middle of the night but went back to sleep in her own room." Feng Jingshin was complaining to Aunt Lu. When Rongji heard this, she was basically certain that Feng Tingshin hadn't slept on her side last night, but had instead gone to Lin Wu's room. You can't stand it for one night, so dry as a bone? Chapter 62, Invitations. At this time, Feng Jingshin also saw Rongji, who dragged her suitcase out. "Mom?" "Aha!" Rongji returned to his senses, closed the door, and said, "Mommy still has work to do, so I'll go back first, and you and Daddy stay here and have fun." Feng Jingshin nodded her head busily. "Okay, I know, Mom." Rongru dragged her suitcase downstairs, and as she arrived downstairs, she ran into Feng Tingshin, who was with Lin Wu. Seeing her dragging her suitcase to leave, he simply asked, "Leaving?" Rongru coldly said, "Aha. Did you call a cab?" "Called." He didn't keep her either, saying, "Good." Rongju then dragged his suitcase out the door and got in the car to leave. Shi Yiluan woke up late today. When she came down to have lunch with Feng Tingshin and the others, she said to Feng Tingshin, "Tingshin, why don't you go upstairs and invite them again?" This please, naturally, refers to the invitation to Young to resign. Feng Tingshin faintly said, "No need," she left. Kaiyulan raised an eyebrow. "Left?" He Changbai also paused. "Aha!" Feng Tingshin said, "She has something to do with the company. Yumosun, because of wrong resignation, regret not to hire Lin Wu Thing and wrong resignation to go to work in Long Ink Thing." Shi Yiluan no. He hadn't forgotten that last night Feng Tingshin had said that Rongji wouldn't come down to eat with them, and also that she had work to do. Thinking of this, he laughed and said, "This was busy yesterday and today, so busy? So busy, those who don't know would think Nagumo can't do anything without her. But Rongji is by the back door in, one is not much ability itself, the second is she is not a major shareholder of the Long Ink. She said she was busy, how to look at it is just an excuse. Forget about her making excuses, she makes such lame ones." Shi Yiluan didn't even know what to say. Lin Wu also heard Shi Yiluan's meaning, lowered her head to eat with a silent smile. Shi Yelvia what they think, Rongru is not clear. She left the Hot Springs Villa and went straight to Nagamo. Stayed busy until dark. After 2 consecutive busy days, Rongji was planning to go back to rest early when his uncle Rong Changsheng's phone call came. Half an hour later, Rongji returned to the Rong family. Mr. and Mrs. Young Changsheng, as well as their 2 children, Young Sun and Young Yuna, were at home. When they saw her return, they greeted her, "Cousin." Rongju smiled, "Aha. Rong Yunha, where is Shinshin? Didn't I say that Shinshin has returned to China? Why don't you come back together for dinner? She went to the hot springs and hasn't come back yet." Oh. Thinking that Feng Jingshin might have gone to the hot springs with Feng Tingshin, Rong Yunha didn't ask much. Before entering the door, Rongji's footsteps paused when he saw the villa across the street. "When I went to the hot springs lodge before, I didn't think to bring the key to this villa with me. If she had brought the key with her, she could have set about having all the traces left by the Sun family cleared away and redecorated. Old Mrs. Young's birthday banquet, Mr. and Mrs. Young Changsheng were already preparing for it and calling Young Ji back. In addition to hoping that she could give some advice, there was also a matter that Young Ji needed to deal with. These 2 invitations are for the Feng family and Feng Tinglin. Shall Ryu find time to send them over in the next few days?" Rongji paused before taking it and said, "Good." After having dinner, chatting with the old lady, Rong Changsheng and the others, by 9 o'clock in the evening, Rongji was also ready to leave. Before she left, the old lady also came out to see her off, holding her hand and said, "Those people from the Feng family, if they don't want to come, you don't have to force them. If they come or not, old lady, I don't care that much." Although young Chang Shang had kept his voice low and avoided her when he gave the invitation to young Shang, she knew these things in her heart. Rongji said, "I will." Old Mrs. Young and old Mrs. Feng were close friends. As a matter of fact, old Mrs. Rong's birthday, old Mrs. Feng would definitely be there. It's just that old Mrs. Feng is older than old Mrs. Rong, and according to the custom on their side, when an old man celebrates his birthday, family and friends who are older than the birthday girl will not attend. For the past few years, Mrs. Young's birthday has not been a big deal. It's all just their family having a reunion dinner even. And in the past few years, Feng Tingshin hadn't come over once to celebrate old Mrs. Rong's birthday. At first it was shrugged off by saying there was no time. But Rongji knew that when he had time, he wouldn't attend even if he went out to play with his friends. Even so, every year in the past, close to the old lady's birthday, she would still ask him in advance with a glimmer of hope if he had time on that day, and if he could accompany her back to Young's house to spend her grandmother's birthday with her. But all she got was disappointment. She didn't want to ask Feng Tingshin again this year. But this year is the old lady's birthday, many of the partners of the Rong family, Rong Changsheng invited, not to mention that she and Feng Tingshin are not officially divorced, even if she and Feng Tingshin have been divorced, with the friendship of the two old ladies, also have to invite the Feng family. As for whether the Fengs come or not, that's their business. Rongju had wanted to go back to his place tonight. Thinking this, she turned the wheel and went back to Feng Tingshin's villa. After going back to the villa over there, Rongji realized that Feng Tingshin and Feng Jingxian hadn't returned yet. And Feng old lady, because of something, these 2 days went back to the old mansion side to live. Rongji put down her bag and went in the bathroom. Half an hour later, she had just come out of the bathroom when she heard a car coming from downstairs. If there were no accidents, Feng Tingshin and the others should have returned. Rongji thought inwardly without any fluctuation and sat down on the side to start blow-drying his hair. Learning that Rongji was at home, Feng Jingxian took the lead and ran upstairs, straight to the master bedroom to pounce on Rongji's arms. "Mom, we're back." She smelled of the perfume that Lin Wu wore. Rongji gave an unchanged turned off the hairdryer, and touched her little face. "Did you take a bath?" Feng Jingxin shook her head. "Not yet. It's after 10 now, go to your room and take a shower, you have school tomorrow." Feng Tingshin also returned to the bedroom when Rongru's words fell. The two of them met eye to eye. Rongru only glanced at her and coldly retracted her eyes, when Feng Jingxian was about to pull her up from the chair and said, "Then Mom, you help me take a bath." Rongji said, "Okay, you let Mommy blow dry her hair first." "Yes." Feng Jingxin cheerfully went to her room first to prepare her pajamas. Feng Tingshin looked at her, sat down on the other side and spoke. "When did you come back?" "Not long ago." Rongji didn't look at him as she blew out her hair. Feng Tingshin didn't continue to ask. He got up and went to the check room, ready to take a shower as well. Rongji, however, remembered something important. She turned off the hairdryer and took one of the invitations out of her bag before he went into the bathroom, handing it to him and said, "My grandmother's birthday is coming up. This is an invitation for the Feng family." As she approached his side, Rongji also noticed that the smell of Lin Wu's perfume was also evident on him. Chapter 63. An invitation from him. Rongji lightly covered his nose and released his hand again as if nothing had happened, taking a small step back slightly and pulling away from each other. Feng Tingshin didn't seem to notice her series of movements and took the invitation and opened it to look at it. 70th birthday? Rongru, aha. Speaking of which, she didn't ask him if he was free or beg him if he could spare some time to attend the birthday banquet like she did before. She just said, "On Mom and Dad's side, please say something for me." I also wonder if Feng Tingshin noticed that for once she didn't ask him if he could spare any time to attend on this particular evening. He gave her a look, then casually put the invitation aside and said, "Got it." With those words, he turned and went into the bathroom. Rongji glanced at his back and put away the hairdryer before going to Feng Jingxian's room to give her a bath. It was also almost an hour later after helping Feng Jingxin wash and dry her hair after the bath. Feng Jingxin hugged her arm again and nestled in her arms to ask her if he could sleep with her tonight. As far as the current situation between her and Feng Tingshin was concerned, what could or couldn't be? Rongji went back to the master bedroom, grabbed his things, and spoke to Feng Tingshin as he left the master bedroom. "I'm going to sleep in Xian's room." Feng Tingshin was reading a book, sniffed did not ask more questions, not to mention did not stay. Day 2. After having breakfast, Rongji went back to the company after sending Feng Jingxian to school at her request. The old lady's birthday was coming up, but in the past month or so, she had been so busy dealing with the company's affairs that she hadn't even bought the old lady's birthday gift yet. During lunch, Rongji gave Chu Xilan a call and asked her to accompany her to go shopping for gifts in the evening. When Chu Xilan heard that she was going to buy her grandmother a birthday present, she immediately agreed. The invitation to Feng Tinglin he hadn't sent out yet. After hanging up the phone, Rongji called Feng Tinglin over again. The phone was answered, but no one picked up. Rongru knew that Feng Tinglin didn't like her, or even all of their Rong family members, she didn't like. Now that Feng Tinglin is not answering her phone, it cannot be ruled out that she is deliberately not answering. However, for old Mrs. Feng's sake, she still had to go through the process that she should go through. After the phone naturally hung up, Rongji made another call. This time, the phone was hung up straight away. Rongji then understood that Feng Tinglin was deliberately not answering her calls. Rongji didn't care either. She's just going through the motions. She edited a message to Feng Tinglin explaining the purpose of calling her, and asked when she was free and she wanted to send her the invitation. After sending the message, Rongji didn't care if Feng Tinglin replied back or not, so he continued to busy himself. In the evening, after Rongji and Xu Zilan had dinner, they strolled around for a long time, but they didn't see any gifts that satisfied Rongji. Xu Zilan suddenly said, "There's a charity auction the night after tomorrow, why don't we take a look then?" "But I don't have an invitation." Chu Xilan was also a bit embarrassed. This auction invitation was sent out half a month ago, and it's really not easy to get an invitation at this time. However, you have to not. Chu Xilan's meaning was obvious. It was for her to ask Feng Tingshan for help. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after separating from Chu Xilan, Rongji ended up going back to Feng Tingshan's side of the villa. She went back and arrived only to find that Feng Tingshan had already returned. The person is just busy in the den. Rongji knew that he didn't allow her to go near his study, so she waited for him in the bedroom while reading a book. It wasn't until close to 1 in the morning that Feng Tingshan went back to his room. Seeing him come back, Rongji put down the book and looked toward him. Feng Tingshan saw this and asked in a faint voice, "Something wrong?" Rongji didn't meander and said directly, "I heard that there will be a charity auction in Chonghua in 2 days." Feng Tingshan elegantly removed the tie on his neck, sniffed and glanced at her, saying, "You want an invitation to the auction?" Rongji froze. "Right. Got it." When the words fell, Feng Tingshan turned around and went to the check room, and in no time, he went into the bathroom to take a shower. He agreed so dryly that Rongji was a bit surprised. However, since he had agreed, she was relieved. It was getting late, so she put down the book and lay down on the bed. Feng Tingshan hadn't even finished his shower yet. Because the auction was the day after tomorrow, the next night, after Rongji left Changmo, he still came back to this side of the villa. However, when she went home, Feng Tingshan was not there, but Feng Jingxian was at home. Seeing her return, Feng Jingxian pestered her to make her something good to eat. Rongju agreed. After finishing dinner, the housekeeper suddenly came over to her and said, "Ma'am, someone brought this over for you just now." Rongju opened it and looked at it. It's an invitation to tomorrow's Chunhua charity auction. Feng Tingshan really got it for her. And it's still too. But since he had someone bring her back, did that mean he wasn't coming back tonight? Thinking so, Rongju was just about to go take a shower when her cell phone suddenly rang twice. Chu Xilan sent her 2 WeChat messages over. Rongji had just opened it when he paused. It was a screenshot photo of a friend's circle. In the screenshot, there is a photo of Lin Wu's sweetly smiling side face and Feng Tingshan's back under the rosy fireworks, with the caption, "Tonight's fireworks festival is beautiful." A number of passerby couples are indeed still visible vaguely in the photo as well. This shows that the fireworks festival that Lin Wu was talking about is actually a good place for couples to go on dates. And while Lin Wu matched the text saying that the fireworks festival was beautiful, it's not hard to see her sweet and happy expression and realize that while the fireworks festival may be beautiful, it's her mood that's even more beautiful. Because she had Feng Tingshan with her. Feng Tingshan didn't come back, so he went to go on a date with Lin Wu, and he didn't bring Feng Jingxian along. Rongji looked on, her heart calm, only, she was a little confused and sent a message back to Chu Xilan. "You friend Lin Wu? Why else would she have screenshots of Lin Wu's friend circle? I have a friend who knows her, and when I heard her talk about it, I had her send me a screenshot." In fact, what Chu Xilan didn't say was that her friend was now envious of Lin Wu. Because now almost everyone in their circle knows that Lin Wu has climbed up to Feng Tingshan, and Feng Tingshan still loves her and treats her like a treasure. Thinking about the extra invitation, Rongji sent another message to Chu Xilan, asking her if she wanted to go to the auction together tomorrow. Chu Xilan immediately agreed with excitement. "Go, must go." Feng Tingshan didn't come back that night. Rongju had already guessed. After all, he and Lin Wu were out on a date, and it was expected that they would have an even more wonderful and sweet evening after attending the fireworks festival. Feng Tingshan didn't come back, so it was fine for her to sleep alone in the bedroom. Chapter 64, Ren Halberd Wind. Day 2. After Rongji and Chu Xilan dressed up, they headed to the auction. Neither Rongji nor Chu Xilan were dressed up in a grand manner. However, they were both very distinguished looking, and they still attracted a lot of attention when they appeared in the auction hall. Chu Xilan had participated in several auctions and was quite active in the circle, many people knew her. But Rongju was the first time they had all seen it. Seeing her attend the auction with Chu Xilan, many people were speculating about which family's daughter she was. They are positioned in the center back row. They didn't arrive too early. A few minutes after they sat down, the auction was about to start. Just then, there was a sudden commotion in the front row. Rongji and Chu Xilan sniffed and looked over. When he learned what had happened, Rongji made a movement. "Chu Xilan, it's actually Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu. They actually came too." Saying that, he asked Rongji, "Did you know about them attending the auction as well?" Rongru shook his head, "I don't know." She hadn't expected him to be in attendance. Feng Tingshan also didn't tell her that he would attend. After the last banquet and the technology exhibition, Lin Wu's popularity in the upper-class circle had sort of opened up. When she and Feng Tingshan appeared, there were also a lot of people who focused their attention on her. When Mr. Feng brought her to the banquet last time, her outfit was worth more than $30 million, and now this outfit of hers is not in vain compared to the one Mr. Feng brought her to the banquet last time. The set of diamond jewelry on her body, not to mention, on her body clothes, but also the world's top design master Imus personally manipulated the work, who all know that in the past 10 years, in a state of retirement Imus personally do only 3 sets of dresses a year, each set of dresses are worth more than 10 million. Last time, more than $30 million, this time also tens of millions of dollars. Just these 2 times, Mr. Fong spent big tens of millions of dollars for her. Mr. Fong is really sparing enough for her. It's not. Lin Wu was wearing a set of blue flowing satin gown with jewelry attention, coupled with her outstanding appearance. There was no doubt that she was the most notable woman at the auction this evening. Everyone knows that the front row is a status symbol. In the midst of a crowd of discussion and envy, Lin Wu joined Feng Tingxin and sat down in the very center of the first row. Seeing this, it again provoked a lot of envy from the people around. The middle of the first row. So poker, really want to know what it will be like to sit there in the end. They can sit in the front, in addition to the status and position, also shows that they are estimated to spend not low tonight. My god. Stop it, the more you talk, the more envious you get. People are so angry with each other. Chu Xilan heard, also toned sour close to Rong Ru's ear, lowered his voice, said, he and Lin Wu sit in the first row, but give us lean back row tickets. Between her and her Lin Wu, it wasn't the first time Feng Tingxin was biased to the limit. Rongji had gotten used to it a long time ago. And don't care anymore. Besides, the purpose of her coming over to the auction was to buy her grandmother a birthday present. As far as seats and whatnot, she wasn't concerned. Chu Xilan added, does Feng Tingxin not know where we are? How come he doesn't even look our way? The tickets were presumably prepared for her by Feng Tingxin's people. What position she was in, Feng Tingxin probably didn't care. As for what Chu Xilan said about Feng Tingxin not looking over to their side, let alone the possibility that Feng Tingxin didn't know their seat numbers, even if he did know, he wouldn't necessarily pay deliberate attention to her side. After all, before Yu Mohan brought her to the banquet and the last technology exhibition, he also ignored her existence from start to finish. As she was thinking about it, the auction was ready to begin, the host took the stage, and silence fell around her. Tonight's auction list Rongji had already carefully read it. Rongji looked at a set of emerald jewelry and a picture of a famous embroidery. It will depend on the situation as to which one actually ends up being photographed. The auction started soon after. Rongju's purpose was clear, and none of the lots that were not his favorite, Rongju did not raise his hand. Previously, Feng Tingxin and Lin Wu's side had also never raised their cards. After the auction had been going on for some time, both Rongji and Chu Xilan noticed that Lin Wu began to raise her cards. What Lin Wu is going to shoot is a diamond bracelet. It is made by a foreign famous manufacturer, and you can tell by the style that this bracelet is suitable for young people to wear. There was no doubt that this bracelet should be the one Feng Tingxin had shot to Lin Wu. This bracelet starts at $1.5 million. Lin Wu raised his card and increased the price to $3 million. After that, there were others who added up to $4 million. At this time, Rongji noticed that Lin Wu and Feng Tingxin got close enough to discuss, then Lin Wu raised her card again, her voice clear in the hall, $8 million. The showroom stirred at the sound of her voice. This diamond bracelet is a nice style, but for its own value, it really isn't worth $8 million. $4 million is more than enough. But Lin Wu seemed to like the bracelet. Feng Tingxin was also rich and generous, and also seemed to not want others to steal from Lin Wu, so he directly gave a bid of $8 million. Everyone was just shocked by Feng Tingxin's not treating money as money and his favoritism towards Lin Wu and started talking. Fruity. Once the $8 million bid was made, there was no more bidding. Lin Wu managed to pocket the bracelet. Chu Xilan's eyes reddened and she gritted her teeth, I have sour teeth. Before Rongji could say anything, a new round of bidding started again. After some time, another antique vase was on display. Lin Wu raised his card again. The antique vase starts at $5 million. Everyone else was raising the price by $500,000, $1 million, but when it came to Lin Wu, she opened her mouth for $10 million. There were instantly fewer bidders. However, there were quite a few rich people on the scene. After a moment, a male voice interjected, $15 million. Rongji sniffed and looked over. It was very young and a very distinguished-looking man. He's Ren Halberd Wind. Chu Xilan said to Rongji. Young Gu nodded. Lin Wu seemed a bit hesitant and looked at Feng Tingxin. From this, both Rong Ru and Chu Xilan could tell that this antique vase was also what Lin Wu herself wanted. It was at this point that Rongji suddenly remembered that her grandmother, also known as Old Mrs. Lin, had always been keen on collecting antiques. It didn't take much thought to realize that this antique vase, Lin Wu had auctioned it off for Old Mrs. Lin. Feng Tingxin nodded, and Lin Wu raised her card again, $25 million. Ren Halberd Wind smiled, $30 million. Lin Wu hesitated even more, and came together to follow Feng Tingxin's side, seemingly telling Feng Tingxin that she didn't want it. But Feng Tingxin shook his head. Lin Wu raised her hand again, $40 million. Ren Halberd Wind's voice sounded again, $50 million. As the words fell, he smiled, and looked towards Feng Tingxin's side. Lin Wu frowned and said to Feng Tingxin, how about forgetting it? $50 million is too much. Chapter 65, Mr. Feng, give me face? Feng Tingxin smiled, it's fine, didn't I say your grandmother likes it? Shoot it. Looking at Feng Tingxin's smile, Lin Wu inwardly sweetened her heart and raised her card again, $60 million. Ren Halberd Wind followed closely behind, $70 million. When the words fell, he said loudly to Feng Tingshan, "Mr. Feng, the old people at home love this kind of stuff, give a face to cuddle love?" Feng Tingshan looked over and also smiled politely. "I'm sorry Mr. Rin, I have old people at home who like it too." They weren't shy about other people in this conversation. Rongji and Chu Xilan naturally heard it as well. The vase was shot to Mrs. Lin. Feng Tingshan, however, called the other party an old man of his own family, so it was evident that he had already treated the Lin family as his own. Which, really, was a far cry from how he treated her family. Lin Wu raised her card, $85 million. This time, Ren Halberd Win did not follow. In the end, Lin Wu took that one antique vase for $85 million, once again drawing envious gazes from the entire room. When it was finalized, Lin Wu's heart was actually still not very solid. Although the Lin family is also considered a wealthy family, their grandmother is a fan of antiques, and it is also true that every year, they will spend a large sum of money to find a few contraptions. But spending nearly $100 million on an antique is something you can't even think about. If the family found out about this, they would probably be terrified. What's more, this time when she raised her hand, Feng Tingshan actually directly asked her to give a price of $100 million. But she still thought the price was too high, and she privately changed it to $85 million. Thinking about how generous Feng Tingshan was with his money, Lin Wu's heart warmed. Chu Xilan. Nearly $1 billion. The two lots together, isn't that close to $100 million? For once, she was more than toothy. Her whole body was sore through and through. Rongji pursed his lips, his face didn't look too good. Chu Xilan saw it and said, "Xiaoji, are you all right?" Feng Tingshan was so good to Junior, and this Junior was also the daughter of her mom's Junior. Can she stand this anger? But it wasn't because of this that Rongju's face looked unsightly. Feng Tingshan has money he can spend however he likes. I don't care and I don't care. What I care about now is that if what I want to shoot Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu also want to shoot it, there's no way I can snatch it from them with my financial resources. Chu Xilan also reacted, this, indeed. But she has already auctioned off 2 lots, she shouldn't be auctioning again, right? I hope so. But Rongji knew that with Feng Tingshan's financial power, he would auction a few more pieces tonight and spend another $3 to several $100 million without batting an eye. When Rongji thought of this, the embroidery picture she wanted to photograph was brought to the booth. The embroidered picture, the starting price is also $5 million. Someone jumped the gun and gave the first bid, $6 million. Rongji raised his card, $7 million. At first, Lin Wu hadn't really noticed Rongji. As soon as Rongji's voice came out now, Lin Wu heard it. She looked back and met Rongji's line of sight. Lin Wu had little expression on her face and soon turned her head proudly and raised her card, $10 million. Rongji sniffed, and a heart immediately sank downward. Lin Wu had heard her voice, and Rongru couldn't believe Feng Tingshan hadn't heard it. But he didn't look back. Chu Xilan directly exploded, holy. She's really robbing again. Ren Halberd Wind also made a move, $15 million. Rongji pursed his lips and raised his card, $18 million. Lin Wu didn't turn around and directly gave the price, $25 million. Lin Wu had again raised the auction price by so much in one go. Rongji couldn't stop a heart from sinking. She didn't have much money on hand. For this bidding, at the beginning, her budget was within $30 million. After all, the young family is not doing well in business these days. They don't have a lot of spare cash to squander. But now, Ren Halberd Wind, $28 million. Rongji raised his card, $30 million. Rongru spoke behind him twice in a row, and his voice was clear and gentle, very melodious. Ren Halberd Wind sniffed and looked over. When he saw Rongji, he froze, then raised his eyebrows and smiled. Rongji saw him look over and nodded politely in response. Just then, Lin Wu continued to raise her hand, $40 million. Rongji did not care to pay any more attention to Ren Halberd Wind, and at the sound of his voice, his hand clenched into a fist. At this time, Ren Halberd Wind spoke again, $43 million. Rongji followed closely, $45 million. Lin Wu, $50 million. Boom! Rongji's brain exploded. At first she gave a budget of $30 million, yes. But when Lin Wu made her move just now, she silently mentally raised her budget from $30 to $50 million. It's not like she can't afford to pay a higher price. It even occurred to her that it just so happened that Feng Tingshan had given her a villa the other day. Selling that villa would be worth $200 or $300 million. Since she had gotten the $200 to $300 million for nothing, what if she spent that money now? But she knew very well that the embroidered picture was not worth $50 million. She is allowed to spend it that way, but she was in no condition to be capricious now. If she did sell the villa, she could totally do something more meaningful with the money. Thinking of this, Rongji silently lowered his hand. Chu Xilan said, "Why don't you contact Feng Tingshan?" Young Ju had thought about it too. But would Feng Tingshan let Lin Wu down because of her? No way. Even though she knew it was impossible, Rongji still took out her cell phone and called Feng Tingshan over. Feng Tingshan pulled his cell phone out of his pocket as it vibrated. Lin Wu happened to look over, saw that there was only a series of numbers on it, not labeled, and asked, "Stranger?" Feng Tingshan smiled, didn't say anything, and directly hung up the phone. Looking at the phone that was hung up without any hesitation, the slight expectation that Rongji was only holding on to instantly became empty. Young Ju's mind went blank for a moment. Chu Xilan said angrily, "He actually didn't answer your call." Young said nothing and silently put her cell phone back into her bag. By this time, the bidding had gone to $95 million. Ran Halberd Wind rubbed his brow and looked at Feng Tingshan. "Mr. Feng, give a face?" Feng Tingshan smiled politely, "Next time for sure." "Ran Ha Feng." "Certainly not, my ass." He raised his hand and pushed the price right up to $120 million. Lin Wu raised her card, $150 million. "Ran Ha Feng." Seeing this, Chu Xilan gritted her teeth and whispered in Rongji's ear, "This is the first time I've ever seen Ren Halberd Wind suffer." The Rin family, like the Feng family, was a first-class powerful family. Any Halberd Wind this time looking at the price like no Feng Tingshan crazy, do not know also thought that the gap between his financial strength and Feng Tingshan disparity. The truth is that it is not. Ron Halberd Wind reckons he's just weighing it up and doesn't want to spend a fortune. And Feng Tingshan in order to wrestle a smile from the beauty, this is directly not take money as money. With no one bidding, the embroidery picture was naturally once again in Lin Wu's pocket. Feng Tingshan looked at Ren Halberd Wind. "Mr. Ren, I'm sorry." Ren Halberd Wind, "Mr. Feng is polite." Chapter 66, She's interesting. Chu Xilan said, "As things stand, we can only hope that in a while that set of emerald jewelry, Lin Wu won't make another move." Rongru thought the same thing. But, is that possible? Emerald jewelry starts at $10 million. I've been offered $15 million. Rongji gave the second price, $18 million. $20 million. $25 million. Seeing that Lin Wu didn't give a price, both Rongji and Chu Xilan were relieved, but when she tried to raise her card again, Lin Wu raised her card again. $50 million. Exclamation point. Amidst the astonished exclamations of the entire audience, Lin Wu calmly lowered her hand. Rongji clenched his fist, thought for a moment, and gave his price, $60 million. $65 million. $70 million. Rongji was still hesitant in his heart when he heard this. Her grandmother's 70th birthday is rare, and if 80 million. As she was thinking of this, Lin Wu raised her hand again, $120 million. Rongji's chest choked, and after breathing over, he silently put down the auction card in his hand. It was probably because everyone had already seen Feng Tingshan's wealth. By this point, there was also no one else to raise the price. Things were once again in Lin Wu's pocket. The rest of the lots, there was nothing that Rongji wanted. However, the auction house stipulated that they could not leave before the end of the auction, so Rongji had no choice but to remain in the auction hall. The remaining auction items would be relatively more expensive, and seeing Feng Tingshan casually spend more than $360 million in one night, Chu Xilan couldn't help but say, Feng Tingshan shouldn't still be auctioning, right? If he's rich, he can't spend like this, right? He really isn't soft at all when it comes to spending money for that mistress. To these questions from Chu Xilan, Rongji was unable to give her an answer. However, the answer came quickly. Feng Tingshan didn't shoot again. After the auction ended, Rongji and Chu Xilan left the auction hall. When she left, Rongji didn't look towards Feng Tingshan's side again. On the contrary, Chu Xilan was quite concerned about that side, so she saw Ren Halberd Wind go over to Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu's side and greet them. As Rongji and Chu Xilan walked out of the auction hall, an elder Chu Xilan knew walked towards them. After the other party exchanged a few pleasantries with Chu Xilan, his eyes landed on Rongji, and he asked gently, "Xilan, this young lady looks so familiar, I wonder which family's daughter?" Chu Xilan then introduced Rongji to the other party. The noblewoman listened, her smile faded a few points. "So it is the niece of General Manager Rong Ah, looks really standard." She also knew something about the Young family's situation. It is said that Mr. Young's sister was not in good spirits when she was young due to a bad relationship and basically lived in a nursing home all these years. Rongji looks so good and looks like she has a gentle nature. If she also has a good education, even if her mother has some mental problems, it's not a big deal. It's just a pity that the Young family's business has been going downhill for the past 2 years as well. Even if Young Chang Shang has been running for the company, the chances of Young's being able to come back from the dead are slim. With these two major flaws, that is, no matter how good Rongji looks, no matter how much she likes him, he is not qualified to enter her family's door. Pity. The noblewoman clearly didn't say anything, but both Rongji and Chu Xilan could vaguely hear the other's meaning. The noblewoman still had something to say to Chu Xilan, so they didn't leave immediately. At this time, Feng Tingshan, Lin Wu and Ren Halberd Wind they also walked out from the auction hall inside. Ren Halberd Wind extended his hand towards Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu. "I have to leave for a while, we'll talk next time." Feng Tingshan, "Talk next time." Ren Halberd Wind nodded and left with his friend. At this time, there were other people who greeted Feng Tingshan. Feng Tingshan sidled over and faced Rongji, and their lines of sight just happened to meet. Rongji gave a lurch and took the lead in averting his face. Feng Tingshan also withdrew his gaze and chatted with the people who came over to greet him. Lin Wu slowly hooked her lips when she saw Feng Tingshan continue to treat Rongji with such indifference. After continuously chatting with someone for more than 10 minutes, Chu Xilan's mouth was thirsty. Chu Xilan and Rongji went to the beverage area together, intending to drink something to moisten their throats and leave. There wasn't much on this side, and Chu Xilan was about to speak when a conversation suddenly rang out from the side. Halberd Wind, you are interested in Feng Tingshan's girlfriend? Interested is not the word, but she's certainly quite interesting. Rongji and Chu Xilan gave a beat. It turned out to be Ren Hafeng and his friends. However, with their backs to them, and still blocked from most of their view by the row of drinks, they didn't notice Rongji and Chu Xilan. At the auction, I saw that you were also quite interested in that gentle beauty beside Chu Xilan, and now that beauty is estimated to be still in the hall as well, don't you want to go and say hello to someone? Rongji didn't expect their topic to suddenly turn to her. Before Rongji had time to react, Chu Xilan raised her eyebrows and was about to pull Rongji over to be a red bride, when Ren Halberd Feng over there shook his head and said with a lack of interest, no. Chu Xilan gave a beat. What's going on here? Suddenly not interested? Any Halberd Wind, well. That beautiful woman is indeed beautiful, just bar. Looking at the gentle, quiet nothing character, suddenly feel nothing interesting. And you say you have no interest in Lin Wu. It was clear that after talking to Lin Wu just now, he was more interested in Lin Wu, and with a better one, he couldn't see the previous one. Not really, it's just. Ren Halberd Wind paused, his friend laughed, I understand, it's just that Lin Wu like this, became your ideal type now, right? But it still sidesteps the fact that you're just interested in Lin Wu, ha. Before Ren Halberd Wind could say anything, his friend added, but truthfully, Lin Wu is arrogant and cold, and is indeed more sensual and conquering. Moreover, ever since Lin Wu appeared in the circle, quite a few people in the circle are quite interested in her, even soulful. It's just a pity that she's Feng Tingshan's woman. I have to say, Feng Tingshan's eye for women is also quite exceptional. Chu Xilan's smile froze, then she sank her face, wanting to go over and teach those two people who were casually discussing others a lesson, but she was pulled back by Rongji. Rongji shook his head and calmly said, it doesn't matter. She may be impersonal, she may be ordinary. But she is who she is. What kind of person she is, she knows. Whether passers-by liked or disliked her didn't matter so much to her. After Ren Halberd Wind and the others finished, they finished the water in their hands and put down their cups to leave. Chu Xilan was so angry. In the past, I thought that Ren Halberd Wind was an expert tea connoisseur, and I thought that he was quite a character and interesting, but I didn't think that even he was actually charmed by Lin Wu. Before Rongji could say anything, there was a flowing man walking towards them. He and Chu Xilan also knew each other. With his kidney puffy eyes, he looked at Rongji colorfully and smiled, Xilan, this is your friend. Before the other party even opened his mouth, Chu Xilan knew what he meant. What kind of goods, how dare you covet my friend? Scram! The other party's face didn't look too good. Chu Xilan, you. Chu Xilan crossed his blade eye over. The Chu family wasn't one to be messed with, and the other party didn't dare to really annoy Chu Xilan, so they left. Chu Xilan took a big gulp of her drink and was so angry that her chest hurt. How many of them have come to talk to you tonight? Why are there so many trashy men? And why is it that all those quality men like Lin Wu's type? Rongji helped her smooth out her breath. She wanted to, because Lin Wu was really good, really brilliant. However, before she could say those words, Chu Xilan's face suddenly turned cold. Rongru followed her line of sight and saw Lin Wu standing not far to the side of them. She was holding 2 glasses of water. She didn't know when she came, but looking at Lin Wu's hooked lips, Rongji and Chu Xilan both felt that Lin Wu had probably heard the conversation between Ren Halberd Wind and his friend. Seeing them look over, Lin Wu's smile deepened a bit, but she didn't say anything, and after giving Rongji a cold and disdainful glance, she turned around with her cup and left. Chapter 67, 2 brocade boxes. Holy! Chu Xilan instantly became even more furious, itching to immediately go up and tear Lin Wu apart. Not just the daughter of a mistress, she is a mistress herself. What is she so proud of? She's still a fan of 10,000 people. I think she's just a piece of, yuck. Rongji poured her another glass of water and asked, what 10,000 people? Lin Wu, just like Ren Halberd Wind, just that friend Yao Xinbo said, now those second generation in the circle who have a bag in their head, somehow, they are all charmed by her. Now everyone says that she is a 10,000 people's fan, the kind that people love. Chu Xilan was still shattering her thoughts, but on the contrary, even if that pile of straw bags said so, actually even Feng Tingshan and Ren Halberd Wind. Chu Xilan momentarily on the head, back to God, only to feel that Rongji listening to the estimation of difficult, fiercely stopped his mouth. No, Xiaoji, I just. Rongji shook his head, I'm fine. From the time she was a child, Lin Lihai, Lin Lilun, the old lady Lin and others have fallen to Lin Wuhu. To these 2 years Feng Tingshan fell in love with her at first sight. Feng Tingshan wanted her to be a mother. All this time, how she felt, she never told anyone. She hadn't even really cried over any of this. If it was really too much to bear, any one of the above things would have been enough to break her when it happened. But after all these years, that's not how she came to be. Compared to these things, what is Ren Halberd Wind and the others? After listening to Ren Halberd Wind and his friend, it could be said that there were no waves in her heart. Chu Xilan paused without saying anything else and reached out to hug her. Xiaoru. Rongji smiled and said, "It's getting late, let's go back." "Okay, about your grandmother's birthday gift, I'll accompany you to buy it some other day. I don't believe I can't buy one you're satisfied with." Rongju smiled, good. Took her hand and left with her. When she walked out of the building and went to the parking lot, she happened to run into Feng Tingxin and Linwu, who were also leaving. Feng Tingxin and Linwu looked over, but Rongru took it as if they didn't see it and took the lead to get into the car. Chu Xilan grunted at Feng Tingxin and Linwu and pulled open the passenger door. The car drove off quickly. Linwu looked at Feng Tingxin. Feng Tingxin said, "Let's go." Linwu smiled sweetly, good. As he spoke, his remaining light glanced in the direction Rongji left, and his smile deepened. After Rongju sent Chu Xilan home, he was about to turn around and leave when Feng Jingxian's call came in. "Mom, when are you coming back?" Rongru connected to the Bluetooth and started the car while saying, "Mom won't go back today, you take an early rest. Some other day Mom will go back to see you when she's done with her work." Well. Listening to Feng Jingxian's tone, Rongji knew that she was actually bored. Her favorite thing right now is to follow Linwu around. But Linwu and Feng Tingxin both came to the auction tonight, no one accompanied her, she was bored and lonely, so she remembered her. Rongji said, "Good night." "Well, good night, Mom." For the next 2 days, Rongji was very busy at work, and she wanted to take time to go out and see what would be suitable for her grandmother's birthday gift, but she froze. After 2 busy days in a row, Yumohan, in order to treat everyone, at noon on the 3rd day, the company treats their group of employees to a big meal. When he was almost done eating, Rong resigned and went to the restroom. As she came out of the restroom and went back to her compartment, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Not far away, Lin Wu and 7 or 8 people were leaving from another box. They quickly went in the elevator and didn't find her. That? Yumohan had walked up to her at some point. Apparently, they had also seen Lin Wu and Lin Lihai, Lin Lilan, and the others. Besides them, he saw a beautiful woman and an old lady. The pretty woman and Lin Lihai were in a close posture, and it was easy to see that it was Lin Lihai's current wife. As for the old lady, she was supported by Lin Wu. Rongji retracted his gaze and said, "The Lin family." Yumohan understood. He looked at her and said, "That old lady, is that you?" "That's Mrs. Lin. But she has nothing to do with me now." Yumohan hugged her. "Back to the box first?" "Aha! She changed her last name a long time ago and cut ties with the Lin family. The Lambs really had nothing to do with her anymore. And she had long since stopped caring about them. She cared about something else. Previously, when Lin Wu's uncle's side, that is, the Sun family, they were going to purchase property in her grandmother's side of the villa area and seemed to be settling down in the capital city, she had guessed that the Lin family would most likely come and settle down in the capital city as well. She just hadn't been paying much attention to them. Seeing that almost all of them have arrived at the capital city with such a large number of people, I'm afraid that this matter is already in the process of being realized. Got off work early this afternoon. After Rongji and Chu Xilan had dinner, they made another appointment to go shopping together. But after more than an hour of wandering around, it's still grainy. As Chu Xilan went in to try on the clothes, Feng Jingxin's call came back. "Mom, when are you coming back?" Rongji asked faintly, "What's wrong?" "Daddy's away on business, I'm so bored." Usually Feng Tingxin's business trips didn't affect Feng Jingxian's ability to go and play with Lin Wu. Tomorrow weekend, Feng Jingxin did not go to find Lin Wu, but called her, presumably because Lin Wu was not available. After all, old Mrs. Lin and the others had already come to the capital. Feng Tingxin was away, where did Lin Wu have time for her? "You can play by yourself and go back tomorrow." "Good." Feng Jingxin cheered up, then say yes, "Oh, be back tomorrow morning, oh." Aha! Later that night, still no happy gifts. The old lady's birthday wasn't many days left. Rongru thought about settling for something similar, but in the end, she still didn't buy it. The next morning, Rongyu went back over to Feng Tingxin's villa. While Feng Jingxin was eating, she remembered that she had some things to take with her and went upstairs to the master bedroom. She had just entered the master bedroom when she noticed 2 highly textured brocade boxes on her dresser. Chapter 68 delivered in the name of husband and wife. As with the previous housebook, the fact that things were on her dresser meant that they were for her. Rongji was puzzled and opened one of the round brocade boxes. Just after opening the brocade box and seeing what was inside, she froze straight away. This is actually the emerald jewelry set that she tried to shoot down at the auction house the other day. The other is a long square box with some weight. Putting down the round brocade box in his hand, Rongji opened the other brocade box, and inside was indeed a scroll. She picked up the scroll and placed it on the round table in the room, slowly unrolling it. A lifelike, glowingly flowing embroidered picture appeared in front of her. Looking at the 2 lots she wanted a few days ago, all of them were now in her hands. Rongji was silent for a while. She thought that if she was not wrong, both of these items were taken by Feng Tingxin as a birthday gift for her grandmother. One was sent in the name of Mrs. Fong. The other was given in her and his conjugal name. "Mom, I'm done eating, we can go out." At that moment, Fong Jingxin came running up to her from downstairs. When she saw the 2 brocade boxes she had opened, she came over and looked at them, then said, "Oh, these are the ones Daddy brought back the other day, saying they were for you, Mommy." Rongji faintly slowly rolled up the scroll and put it back into the brocade box. After placing the brocade box, Rongji went out the door with Fong Jingxin. Fong Jingxin wanted to play shooting, so Rongji accompanied her to the shooting gallery and then to the roller coaster. After accompanying Fong Jingxin for most of the day, the rest was her personal time. Fong Jingxin was still on a roll and wanted to keep playing. If it was in the past, Rongji naturally couldn't afford to sweep her off her feet, prioritizing her in everything and putting his own affairs last. But now, Rongru faintly said, "Mommy has other things to do. If you want to continue playing, let the bodyguard accompany you?" Fong Jingxin didn't want the bodyguard to accompany him. She deflated unhappily and hugged Rongji and pouted, "Mommy." In the past, this trick had worked 100 times, and Rongji simply couldn't carry her pampering. She also thought that Rongji would definitely compromise, but Rongji gently pushed her away and said, "Mommy really has something to do, I'll stay with you next time." Seeing that Rongji's attitude was resolute and wrinkled her brow, and that it was actually useless for her to be pampered, Fong Jingxin assumed that Rongji's matter was very important, and finally compromised. "Alright then." After instructing the bodyguard to take care of Fong Jingxin, Rongru got into the car, turned on the navigation, and went to an antique market that was slightly farther away and that she hadn't been to before. After she had wandered around for a long time, she finally came across a set of scholarly treasures with extremely rare materials and workmanship. Rongji took one look at it and spent over $10 million on it. Granted, the clerical set only cost a little over $10 million, a far cry from the price of the embroidery charts and emerald jewelry she was looking at earlier. But from what she knew of her grandmother, this set of clerical treasures would be more to the old lady's liking than the embroidery chart and the set of jewelry from before. Caressing the special texture of the paper and the brush barrel meticulously carved from precious ancient wood, Rongji could already imagine the old lady's surprised expression when she received the gift. Yes, the set of literary treasures, which she had picked out for the old lady's birthday in her personal capacity. As for the ones Fong Jingxin bought, she was just thinking about it when Chu Xilan's call came in. "Zilla? I'm sorry Xiaoji, I have to go out of the province tomorrow, so I won't be able to accompany you to buy your grandmother a birthday present." "It's okay, I've already bought it." She hadn't been to the antique stores over here before, and she had come over here originally just to come over and try her luck, and then if there was nothing suitable, she would continue to go shopping elsewhere with Chu Xilan tomorrow. "I didn't think I'd come across anything I liked." Chu Xilan was also surprised. "Really? That's great." Rongju smiled, "Aha." Speaking here, Chu Xilan suddenly said, "By the way Xiaoru, the other day you told me that you met the Lin family. I've inquired for you in the past 2 days. The Lin family does indeed want to settle down in the capital city, and it's said that they've been looking at houses in the past few days." Hearing her talk about the Lin family, Rongji's smile faded. "Okay, I know. As for Grandma Linwu's family, I heard that the house has been well looked after and they will move in after a while, and it is said that they have been sending out invitations for the banquet for their new residents for the past 2 days. Good." Hanging up the phone, Rongji drove back to the city. Next week was the old lady's birthday, and on Sunday, Rongji took Fong Jingxin back to the Rong family to discuss some of the matters for the day's banquet with Mr. and Mrs. Rong Changshang. Fong Jingxin didn't come back on Sunday, and Rongji stayed at the villa. Fong Jingxin won't be back until Tuesday. She shouldn't be coming this way for the next few days. When Fong Jingxin put the gift box on her dresser earlier, she thought it was for her. After seeing what was inside, she knew Fong Jingxin was asking her to help give the gift to her grandmother on her grandmother's birthday. So, when she left, she also took the 2 brocade boxes along with her. After sending Fong Jingxin to school, Rongru returned to the company. Chang Mo had to work on 3 or 4 new projects at once, and with the new week, Rongji and Yumosun were even busier. Fong Jingxin might have come back on time because Fong Jingxin didn't call her for these next 2 or 3 days. On Wednesday night, Rongji and Yumohan dined out with a client together. When they arrived at the box and were about to go in, they saw Fong Jingxin and Lin Wu, Lin Lihai and old Mrs. Lin. This time, old Mrs. Lin and Lin Wu's mother, Sun Yuqing, and the girls had all arrived in the capital city. Fong Jingxin, the prospective grandson-in-law and son-in-law, really had to show his appreciation. Isn't it true that he only came back from a business trip yesterday, and today he made time to come out and have dinner with them? He was still so attached to Lin Wu's affairs. They didn't notice her last time old Mrs. Lin. This time, both they and Lin Lihai saw her. They all paused, as if they wanted to say something, probably because Fong Jingxin was there. They didn't say anything in the end. As for Lin Wu and Fong Jingxin, they didn't see her due to their standing position. Rongji expressionlessly withdrew his eyes and left. Old Mrs. Lin and the others saw it and didn't follow. More than an hour later, after finishing their meal, Rongji and Yumohan saw Lin Wu and his group again when they walked out of the restaurant. They're also in the parking lot, just about to leave. However, Fong Jingxin wasn't there, presumably he had already left. When Rongji and Yu Mohan saw them, neither of them had reacted yet, and when their client, Mr. Fan, saw Lin Wu and the others, he enthusiastically walked over. Miss Lin, Mr. Lin.
Chapter 69 Stress Reactions. So it's Mr. Fan. Seeing Mr. Fan walking towards them, Lin Lihai and Lin Wu Hu politely shook hands with the man before exchanging pleasantries. Mr. Fan is talking business with Mr. Yu? Yes, General Manager Yu has a few projects that I'm quite interested in recently, so I came over to have a chat with General Manager Yu. Seeing that Yu Mohan and Rongji stood still and didn't walk over, Lin Lihai gave a beat, but didn't care too much. Unaware of the trickery, Mr. Fan felt that Yu Mohan's move was a bit strange. After all, as a businessman, even if Yu Mohan didn't know the Lin family, coming over to say hello and make more friends wasn't a bad thing. While Lin Wu and Lin Lihai and the others were talking to Mr. Fan, old Mrs. Lin greeted Mr. Fan and then, together with Sun Yuqing, walked over towards Rongji and Yu Mohan.
Yu Mohan looked at Rongji. Rongji watched them come over and didn't move. Old Mrs. Lin spoke kindly. Xiao Ru, long time no see.
Rong Ru didn't say anything.
Old Mrs. Lin sighed when she saw Rong Resign's obstinate look. Xiao resign, you? At this time, Sun Yuqing spoke coldly. Xiao Ru, even if you have more misunderstandings and resentment towards me, it's only between me and you, and your mother, and it has nothing to do with Lihai, and your grandmother. Auntie hopes that you won't confuse it to push everyone who cares about you away. Sun Yuqing, she remembered that before Lin Lihai and her mother divorced, full of affection, told her that Sun Yuqing is just like her name. She is arrogant and cold, and she is the white moonlight that he dreamed of. Says he didn't know what love was until he met Sun Yuqing. They were in love. Lin Lihai says that Sun Yuqing looks cold, but is actually very nice, and hopes that she won't follow her mom's lead, so that she can face up to other people's excellence. Unlike other mistresses who interfered in other people's couples' relationships, Sun Yuqing was nice to her, but her expression was always cold and indifferent.
An unattainable look.
After years of not seeing each other, Sun Yuqing was still as beautiful and cold as she remembered back then. So the above sermon, unlike other words of warmth and favor to her stepdaughter, came from her mouth, and also seemed to be extremely sincere and more convincing. After all, a cold, arrogant white moon like her would not even bother to embarrass her stepdaughter.
If there is any conflict, it's just the stepdaughter who doesn't know any better.
Sun Yuqing says that what happened between her and her mother, as well as Lin Lihai, doesn't affect Lin Lihai's and old Mrs. Lin's feelings for her. Children long for fatherly love and affection.
This is even more true after the parents' divorce.
At that time, she was 8 or 9 years old, and she loved both of her parents,
who she couldn't spare.
But she favored her mother in her heart, and her heart ached for her. Therefore, when Lin Lihai and Rong Yingsheng divorced and fought for custody, even if Rong Yingsheng was already mentally deranged at that time, she insisted on staying with Rong Yingsheng despite the retention of Lin Lihai and Lin's old lady. Even after following Rong Yingsheng, she still had Lin Lihai and old Madame Lin and them in her heart at that time. But because she didn't want Rong Yingsheng to be sad, she didn't show it. More than a year after Lin Lihai and Rong Yingsheng divorced, old Mrs. Lin had something to do and came over to the capital city and secretly had someone contact her, saying she wanted to see her. At that time, she hadn't seen Mrs. Lin for more than a year, and she missed her, so she hid from her uncle and the others and came over to see Mrs. Lin. But she didn't know that old Mrs. Lin had also purposely brought Lin Wu with her. Old Mrs. Lin said they were sisters and should get along.
She doesn't want to.
But when she saw old Mrs. Lin's reproachful eyes, saying that she was still too much like her mother, too sharp, she sadly began to wonder in her heart if she was not a child whose heart was not open enough. It's been over a decade since it happened, and she still remembers it well. She remembered that she went to the restroom that day in sadness, and when she came back, she saw old Mrs. Lin holding 2 ice creams that were bought for her and Lin Wu. One of them accidentally scraped off a piece as a waiter passed by with a dirty tray and got a bit of grease in it as well.
Lin Wu immediately chose the intact one.
Old Mrs. Lin also just rubbed her head and smiled. She didn't throw away the dirty one to get her a new one. When she came back, she handed her the ice cream straight away, not mentioning a word about why there was a piece missing from the top. And with the Lin family's financial strength at that time, not to mention such an ice cream, even 1,000 and 10,000 old ladies can afford to buy. But she just didn't change. It was only from that moment that she realized with incomparable clarity that old Madame Lin's heart towards her had long since turned sour. She would also never forget the malicious look on the face of the tiny Lin Wu as she watched her take the soiled ice cream.
There are more things like that about Lin Lihai.
Thinking about this, though, she was no longer indifferent to Feng Tingshen. Looking at the kind-hearted old Mrs. Lin, and the moralistic Sun Yuqing, who was all for her good, she smiled and still responded to them with what happened between her and Feng Tingshen and Lin Wu. You all said that you all genuinely care about me. I actually kind of want to believe it. Just that, your concern is to aid Lin Wu in meddling in my marriage? Hearing her words, old Mrs. Lin and Sun Yuqing did not have the slightest bit of embarrassment on their faces.
I guess she'd say that.
Old Mrs. Lin sighed. Xiao Ji, you know exactly what's going on between you and Tingshen. Why do you need to force someone who doesn't love you to be with you? You can only start over after a divorce, Grandma is.
You want to say that you're doing it for my own good, right?
Rongji cut off her words as she looked at her and Sun Yuqing and said, "This kind of verbalized words of concern, you guys have said it so many times, aren't you tired of it? You guys are not even looking for fresh words to perfume me, how can you make me believe you? Why don't you guys find something fresh to say next time?" Without waiting for them to speak, Rongji added, "However, it shouldn't be of much use. After all, saying more is nothing, the key has to be what you guys do, right?" Old Mrs. Lin and Sun Yuqing both paused at Rongji's dislike. But old Mrs. Lin's face didn't change, and she was about to speak when she was interrupted by Rongji. She said to Mr. Fan, who was walking back, "Is Mr. Fan done talking? Then we'll leave first?" Mr. Fan also noticed that there seemed to be something wrong with the atmosphere on their side. He nodded sardonically and laughed, "Good." Then he said to old Mrs. Lin and Sun Yuqing, "Old lady, Mrs. Lin, then we will leave first." Old Mrs. Lin smiled and nodded, but when she looked at Rongji, she sighed again. Ever since Lin Lihai wanted to divorce her mother, the moment she didn't do things to their liking, their mother and son always sighed when they talked to her. It's like she's the cause of everything bad with how disobedient she is and how much of a pain in the ass she is. So much so that after Rong Yingsheng and Lin Lihai divorced, when she and Rong Yingsheng returned to live in the Rong family, she had a stress reaction, fearing that people would blame her, fearing that people would sigh at her. So before she was 12 or 13 years old, even though all the people in the Rong family were very nice to her, she was still exceptionally well behaved and didn't dare to make a mistake or to have an ego. Chapter 70, No Misunderstanding. Only after walking a bit farther did Mr. Fan ask, "Is there some kind of misunderstanding between you and Mr. Lin and his family?" Yumohan and Rongji looked at each other, and Rongji said, "No. Because it wasn't a misunderstanding." Mr. Fan, however, misunderstood her and thought that she really had no misunderstanding with the Lin family. It's good that there are no misunderstandings. He was very optimistic about Chang Mo, so he said in a serious tone, "With Feng Tingshan's importance to Miss Lin, this Lin family is going to be a step up in the world. The Feng family and Feng Tingshan can't be offended by the general public, so even if you don't befriend the Lin family, it's best not to offend them." Hearing this, Rongji laughed, feeling some irony. She is probably the only one in the world who has been told to befriend and not offend her mistress because her husband is too attached to her. Yumohan couldn't hear that either. He said, "Our Chang Mo is not afraid of Feng Tingshan. Because of Quap, their company has been protected by the government. Feng Tingshan couldn't move Changmo some time ago, and now they are working on a project that, if he's not mistaken, will soon be able to receive strong government support. This time, their company's volume will be able to increase by a margin within the next year alone. By then, Feng Tingshan would be even less able to move Changmo. So, it really wasn't a gas when he said that their company wasn't afraid of Feng Tingshan. This was the bottom line that Rong Ji had earned for herself. Mrs. Yun's birthday is on Saturday. It doesn't matter to Rongji whether Feng Tingshan attends the old lady's birthday or not. But Feng Jingshin was bound to attend. In order to prevent Feng Jingshin from sneaking off to find Lin Wu that day so that she couldn't find her, on Thursday morning, Rong Ru took the initiative to call Feng Jingshin over. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to call Feng Jingshin since she came back from a country on her birthday. Feng Jingshin is eating breakfast. Feng Tingshan was also there. Feng Jingxian was still very happy to see Rongji's call now. The first thing she did was put down her dishes and picked up the phone. "Mom." "Aha." Hearing that she had something in her mouth, Rongji said chillingly, "Having breakfast?" "Aha. Did mommy eat?" "Mommy ate." Rongru followed up with, "Mommy called you because she wanted to tell you that Saturday day is your grandmother's birthday, so don't run around on that day, and go to your grandmother's house with mommy to wish your grandmother a happy birthday, got it?" Ah. Feng Jingshin didn't expect Rongji to call back just to tell her this. She hadn't been able to play with Auntie Woohoo last weekend, and had thought she could make it up this week. So, now that she heard Rongji say this, she was a little less than happy in her heart. But she couldn't completely ignore Rongji's words. How could Rongji not hear her displeasure? She knew exactly what was on her mind. She gripped her cell phone tightly, then asked Feng Jingshin, "Is your father there?" "Dad?" In awe. As Feng Jingshin spoke, she looked over at Feng Tingshan, who was sitting across from her, and asked Rongji, "Mom, are you trying to talk to Dad?" "Well, you give your dad the phone, Mom has something to tell him." "Good." Feng Jingshin handed her cell phone to Feng Tingshan, who was eating breakfast. "Dad, Mom is looking for you." Feng Tingshan stopped eating and picked up the cell phone. "What is it?" "The day after tomorrow is my grandmother's birthday, and I was hoping you could tell Shinshin to come back to the Rong family with me that day, and not to run away for the whole day." Feng Tingshan listened and said, "Got it." And asked, "Is there anything else?" "I'll pick her up Friday night and take her back to the Yoongs." "Good." Having gotten his reply, Rongji was relieved, and after a second of silence, she said, "Thank you." Feng Tingshan, aha. The point about whether he was free on Saturday was something she hadn't asked when she'd given him the invitation earlier. It's the same with this one. What's more, since he gave her the items he returned from the auction that day, he meant for her to give the gift to her grandmother instead of him. That means he won't be attending. Why should she ask? So now she stopped saying another word and hung up the phone with it. Feng Tingshan also didn't seem to notice that Rong Ji, who used to be bound to ask him every year if he could accompany her back to the Rong family to celebrate the old lady's birthday, didn't ask him this question this year. After Rong Ru hung up the phone, he handed the phone back to Feng Jingxian while saying, "Mom will be back tomorrow night to pick you up from your grandmother's house, so listen to your mom on Saturday and don't run around anywhere." Feng Jingxian pursed her small lips, but Feng Tingshan didn't say anything, just looked at her with a faint gaze. Seeing this, Feng Jingxian understood that there was no room for discussion and had to reluctantly say, "Got it." Feng Tingshan praised, "Good boy." Feng Jingxian deflated her mouth and couldn't help but bargain, "Then I'm going to play with Auntie Woohoo on Sunday and you're going to accompany me with Auntie Woohoo." Feng Tingshan smiled, "Good." On Friday night, after Rongji got off work, she went back to Feng Tingshan's side of the villa. Only after entering the door did she realize that Feng Tingshan was actually at home. It's quite rare for him to be home at this hour. Feng Tingshan was busy talking on the phone. When he heard her footsteps, he glanced at her sideways and turned back to continue talking on the phone. The housekeeper was also aware of the fact that Rongji was going to bring Feng Jingxian back to the Rong family tonight. He had already had the ingredients prepared in advance, and had intended for her and Feng Jingxian to eat before going out. But Rongju wanted to go back to Rong's house to eat. She said, "No. Butler, this." He looked to Feng Tingshan, wanting to know what he thought. Feng Tingshan hadn't finished his call yet, but he presumably heard the conversation between the housekeeper and Rongji. He held the phone away from him, looked over and said, "Listen to your wife." After that, he continued to turn his head back to the phone. Seeing this, Rongji said to Feng Jingxian, "Let's go." "Good." Feng Jingxian greeted Feng Tingshan, "Dad, then we'll leave first, bye." Feng Tingshan turned sideways and waved, "See you later." Rongji didn't speak to Feng Tingshan from beginning to end and left with Feng Jingxian. Feng Tingshan did the same, and after saying goodbye to Feng Jingxian, he watched them leave while talking to someone on the phone. This time, the old lady's birthday banquet was organized in a big way. Going back to the Rong family, after having dinner, Rongji also helped to do some preparations. "It was after 11 o'clock at night when I finished my work." She woke up early the next day as well. After getting up, before having breakfast, Rongji and Rong Changsheng gathered together with them to congratulate the old lady, and one by one, they presented the gifts they had prepared. Seeing the step of giving gifts, Feng Jingxian froze and gently tugged on Rongji's shirt. Rongji bent down and put his ear to it. "What's wrong?" Feng Jingxian blushed in embarrassment and lowered her voice. "Mom, I didn't prepare a gift." She hadn't remembered such a thing until then. The words fell out of his mouth, and he couldn't help but add reproachfully, "Why didn't you warn me, Mom?" Rongji said, "Your father and grandma and I have prepared gifts. You are a child, it's fine if you don't prepare a gift. However, if you want to express your feelings, just remember to prepare it on your grandmother's next birthday." Although Rong Ru's words were so. But there was something cold about her demeanor. She was right not to remind her to get the old lady a birthday present. But if she really meant it, she should have thought of preparing a gift for the old lady when she learned that it was her birthday. The gift she had prepared did not need to be expensive or take much effort, as long as she drew a picture, or it was not too late to just ask her to take her to buy it when she picked her up at the villa yesterday. But she didn't remember the whole gift thing the whole time. But she wasn't like that with Lin Wu. Not only did she bother to memorize the date, she counted it day by day, waiting for that day to come. She just saw her lack of interest, so she didn't bother to remind her. Chapter 71. Today is also the Sun family's housewarming banquet. Feng Jingxian didn't notice the coldness on Rongji's face, and she was relieved to hear Rongji say this. After Rong Changsheng gave the gift to the old lady, Rongji also handed over the gift. The first thing she handed over was the embroidery picture. "This embroidery picture is what Grandma asked Tingshan to help prepare for you." The old lady took it, opened it, and looked at it for a while. The gift could be said to have been delivered to her heart. She was satisfied and said, "He has a heart." Rongji handed the set of emerald jewelry to the old lady again. "This is what Tingshan gave you. The emeralds in this set are a very good color." The old lady did like it. But because it was given by Feng Tingshan, she only glanced at it, then closed the lid and put it aside, saying faintly, "It's very pretty, you thank him on behalf of Grandma." As for whether Feng Tingshan would come over to wish her birthday today, she is not asking a single word. Too lazy to ask or want to ask. Rong Ru knew that she didn't like Feng Tingshan, and if it was before, she would definitely help Feng Tingshan put in a good word. Now, instead of saying any more of this, she took out the gift she had prepared for the old lady and handed it over. As Rong Ru thought, within so many gifts, Mrs. Rong's favorite was indeed the set of literary treasures she gave her. The old lady took it in her hand and simply loved it, and she was instantly delighted to go into her study and write a character. After delivering the gifts, they sat down as a family for breakfast. It was a hot breakfast. The old lady was also smiling, and I could tell she was very happy. Just the bottom of his eyes still occasionally showed a hint of despondency. Rong Zhu and Rong Changsheng, they both knew that today was also a day of family reunion for them. But such an important day is missing one person. Thinking of this, Rong Qi averted his face and slightly reddened his eyes. However, in order not to ruin the atmosphere, they all tacitly did not mention Rong Yingsheng. By 9 o'clock or so, a group of guests who were closer to their young family came to the door one after another. In the evening, they would also go to a hotel they had booked in advance for dinner. It was then that the birthday feast would officially begin. While Rongji was helping to greet the guests, Rong Changsheng's son, Rong Yunha, saw Feng Jingxin sitting on the sidelines board and concernedly rubbed her pretty face and asked, "What is Xinxin doing? Why does it seem like she's absent-minded?" When Rongji heard this, he knew that she was actually thinking about Lin Wu. Feng Jingxian did listen to Feng Tingshan's words and stayed obediently at Rong's house without running around. But her mind was clearly not on the young family. She had continuously messaged Auntie Woohoo several times today, but Auntie Woohoo seemed to be very busy today as well, and didn't really reply to her messages. Toward the afternoon, their group went to the hotel. The guests arrived around 6 o'clock. Young Changsheng accepted the gift and led the guest to the table, but he saw that the other party looked a little embarrassed and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Young, I still have a wedding banquet to attend today, so I'll have to drink a glass of water in a while and then I have to leave." When Rong Changsheng and Rong Ji heard this, they felt that since they had something to do, they didn't stay too long. They had thought it was just an example. But half an hour later, seeing that many business partners had sent gifts and left, there were even many who had not come in person, but had their secretaries send their gifts over. They booked a lot of banquets, and the way things are going, it's expected that a good portion of the tables will have to be empty this evening. Big day, elaborate birthday dinner, but this is what happens. If the old lady finds out later, I'm afraid she won't be in a good mood. Other people have something to do and leave early without eating. Young Changsheng can understand. But the face will inevitably not look good. Seeing that so many people are in a hurry to attend another wedding banquet, Rong Changsheng couldn't help but ask Mr. Lan, a partner who was relatively close to him, "Tonight, many of my friends said that they don't have time to stay for dinner, and coincidentally they all said that they are going to attend another wedding banquet, so I take the liberty to ask you this question. I don't know which one of the family's wedding events you are going to attend in a while, Mr. Lan?" Those guests who didn't have the time to come over or left early after giving their gifts, the wedding banquet they were going to attend next, it wouldn't be the same one that Mr. Lan was going to attend, right? How else could it be such a coincidence? The Sun family. Mr. Lan said and added clarification, it's the grandmother's family of Mr. Feng's girlfriend. They're not from Y City, and now they're settling in the capital, so they purchased the property some time ago, and today is the day of the housewarming of their new residence. Hearing this, Rong Ji and Rong Changsheng's faces suddenly changed. They had thought that with the villa settled, nothing else would happen for a while. I didn't realize that the Sun family would arrange such a show waiting for them. They didn't believe it was just a coincidence that the Sun family had arranged the housewarming banquet for today. After all, the old lady of the Sun family and Rongji's grandmother had known each other for many years, and had given each other an unknown number of birthdays back then. Can the Sun family forget that today is old Mrs. Yun's birthday? No. They must all remember. It was because they remembered that they deliberately set the housewarming day for today. Mr. Lan didn't know about their feud with the Sun family and the Lin family. On the big day, their carefully prepared birthday banquet was mostly empty. Young Changsheng's feelings, he could understand. He lowered his voice and said, "This is also something that can't be helped. After all, the Sun family has the backing of Mr. Feng. People have sent invitations. We are not familiar with the Sun family, but who dares to not give face to Mr. Feng? Old Rong, I am also forced to do this. If he didn't go to the Sun family's housewarming banquet, or if he went and sat down for a while without eating before leaving, the Sun family would definitely think that he looked down on them. I heard that Feng Tingshan might be marrying that Ms. Lin soon. If they offended the Sun family, it was equivalent to offending that Miss Lin and Feng Tingshan. Feng Tingshan they couldn't afford to offend. Chapter 72, I'll shake someone up for you. Some people were not wanting to offend Feng Tingshan. However, there is a part of the population that is rushing to befriend the Lin family and the Sun family. After all, the Rong family had fallen quite a bit over the years, while the Lin family and the Sun family had their backs to the big tree of Feng Tingshan, so it was self-evident what to choose. Mr. Lan said sorry to young Chang Shang and left. The old lady and Rongji's aunt, He Mingxue, they didn't pay much attention at first. After the guests came and left more and more, and are about to be ready to start the banquet, but the guests in the banquet hall continues to decrease, only sparsely seated a few tables, and a large part of the seats are empty, naturally, also found that the situation is a little bit wrong. The old lady and He Mingxue walked over and inquired with a frown, why have so many guests left? What happened? Rong Changsheng and Rongji sniffed and were at a loss for words for a moment. However, it's too late to say anything about it. Rong Changsheng had to say, the Sun family, the Lin family have all moved to the capital city to settle down, and the Sun family has set the housewarming day for today, while they sent invitations to most of our guests, so, it created the situation they see today. Speaking of this, Rong Changsheng and Rongji they all looked at the old lady worriedly. Worried she won't be able to handle it. The Sun family's enmity had harmed their young family to such an extent, this hatred, as long as young Shang remained in the sanatorium for a day, they could not help but hold a grudge. Now that they had intensified their efforts to deliberately make such a mess on her birthday, the old lady's hatred for the Sun family could be imagined. However, old Mrs. Rong was, after all, someone who had weathered great storms. When she heard this, she also just clenched the edge of the table hard, and in the next second, she looked sharply at Rong Changsheng and Rong Ji, and said in a single sentence, "Is that surname Feng backing them up behind the scenes? Otherwise, how could the Sun family, who did not have any roots in the capital city, invite so many people when they had just arrived in the capital city and were not yet considered to have established themselves?" The old lady's words, the one surnamed Feng, naturally referred to Feng Tingshan. Rong Ru lowered his eyes. "Yes." She reddened. "Grandma, I'm sorry. It's not your fault." Old Mrs. Rong touched her face lovingly. "It's that you all underestimated their meanness and shamelessness." "Grandma. It's fine." The old lady swept her eyes at the banquet hall that appeared too empty because there were too few guests, and her face was calm and indifferent. "It's just a birthday, how could I live it? As long as you guys are doing well, I have nothing else to ask for, everything else is just vanity, there's no need to care too much. So, old woman, I still say, make sure you don't punish yourself for someone else's shamelessness, okay?" The old lady's words also had a bit of the meaning of what happened to Rong Yingsheng back then. Rong Ji and Rong Changsheng they naturally understood and said, "Got it. Rong Ru also gave you Mo Sin and Chu Zilan invitations. They just arrived too." They were also well aware of what was going on between their Rong family and the Sun family and the Lin family. Hearing this, Chu Zilan directly exploded. "They are simply despicable and shameless. Never seen such disgusting people." Yu Mohan patted Rong Ji's shoulder comfortingly. After a while, his cell phone rang, and when he saw the cell phone message, he paused and said, "I'll shake someone for you." Young Guzu was unsure. "Huh?" Yu Mohan laughed. "You'll see in a moment. In the meantime." Sun Family Banquet Hall. Seeing the endless stream of guests arriving, old Mrs. Sun and Sun Manshan they were all smiles. As Rong Ju and the others thought, they did remember old Mrs. Rong's birthday. No, I should say that they had given old Mrs. Rong her birthday for so many years, and it was a day they couldn't forget even if they wanted to. So, for their family's housewarming banquet, they did deliberately set it for today. When they thought about how they wanted to move across the street to the Rong family before, but in the end, because Rongji intervened and begged to Feng Tingshan, causing their original plan to move in to be disrupted, they were furious. However, Feng Tingshan did compensate them afterward. They're kind of blessed by it. Thinking of this, and thinking that they had also purposely set the housewarming day for today, snatching all the guests that the Rong family had invited over to their side, they were in a better mood. Sun Liao lowered her voice and laughed. "There probably aren't many people left at the banquet on the Rong family's side now, right? Pfft, they went to all the trouble of preparing so much, but in the end they couldn't even keep the guests. It's really a shame. If this news spreads out, and everyone learns that their Rong family is now out of strength while even losing their connections, let's see who will dare to look for them to do business in the future." Xiang Rufang patted her hand and smiled back. "That's not true." Although the Sun family had invited a lot of powerful people from the capital city over for a banquet. In fact, many of them they don't really know. Therefore, today was said to be their Sun family's housewarming banquet, but in reality, it was also a means for them to make connections. The diamond bracelet that Feng Tingshan helped Lin Wu to auction that day, Lin Wu wore it that night. On the day of the auction, Feng Tingshan had thrown away more than $400 million and auctioned off 4 lots, and many people knew about it. Feng Tingshan paid so much attention to Lin Wu that many people at the scene wanted to flatter her. Seeing that she put the bracelet on today, she fawned and said, "This bracelet really suits you, Mr. Feng has a good eye." Although the guests have a flattering attitude, in fact, Lin Wu looks good, she wears whatever looks good, and today is dressed to attend. This diamond bracelet on her hand is indeed very suitable, looks elegant and noble. Lin Wu said, "Thank you." In order to flatter the Lin family members, many of them had done a bit of homework in advance. So, there were quite a few people who knew about old Mrs. Lin's fondness for collecting antiques. Someone couldn't help but say again, "I heard that your grandmother, old Lady Lin, likes to collect antiques, and that antique vase at the last auction, could it be that Mr. Feng purposely shot it down to honor old Lady Lin?" The other party used the word filial piety, obviously thinking that Feng Tingshan had already regarded the Lin family as his own family. Lin Wu nodded and said, "Yes. That antique vase really did go deep into old Mrs. Lin's heart." The old lady couldn't help but rejoice at the thought of that antique vase. After all, that's $100 million vase. It had to be said that Feng Tingshan was indeed attentive and generous enough to her granddaughter Lin Wu. Hearing this, old Mrs. Sun couldn't help but be a little sour. As the same Lin Wu's elder, Granny Lin had antique vases, but she had nothing. However, I heard Lin Wu say that Feng Tingshan also auctioned off 2 items that night, and those 2 items were said to be more than $100 million each, which was quite a bit more expensive than that antique vase. Feng Tingshan knew about their Sun family's housewarming today. It was estimated that at least one of those 2 items was auctioned for their Sun family. Thinking about this, old Mrs. Sun's mood improved a lot. Chapter 73, Hasn't Tushan arrived yet? At this time, He Changbai and Chi Yukuan also arrived. Seeing them, both the Sun and Lin families stepped forward in unison and walked towards them. After all, both of them had an unusual status in the capital. They naturally take them all very seriously. Sun Liao had already met He Changbai before. Seeing him again today, her face under her delicate makeup immediately flushed. Seeing her daughter's wistful look, Xiang Rufine also smiled. The He family, like the Feng family, is a first-class family, and He Changbai is so excellent in all aspects of his own conditions that Sun Liao likes He Changbai, and the Sun family is naturally happy to see it happen. With Lin Wu and Feng Tingshan in front of them, and Sun Liao and He Changbai behind them, the former would definitely be able to make it work, and if the latter also made it work, then their Sun family would basically be able to walk horizontally in the capital city in the future. Thinking of this, when the Sun family faced He Changbai and Qi Yukuan, their attitude became a few points more eager. Lin Wu saw the Sun family's attitude, but frowned. Think they have an overly flattering attitude. She was friends with He Changbai and the others, they were on an equal footing, and what did it look like for the Suns, as one of her family members, to fawn over He Changbai and the others so much? However, it was not good for her to say this in front of so many people, so she did not open her mouth. The Lin family had been rich for decades, after all. The Sun family had also transformed itself into a powerful family after falling in with the Lin family. But it's only been a decade or so. In terms of heritage, the Sun family was still no match for the Lin family. So He Changbai and Qi Yuluan, relatively speaking, in fact, is some not see too much on the Sun family. However, because of Lin Wu, they ignored this and didn't care too much about it. After they handed the gifts to the Sun family, they asked Lin Wu, "Where's Tingshan? Hasn't he arrived yet?" Lin Wu said, "In the past 2 days, there was a little problem with his business abroad, and he dealt with it quite late in the past 2 days before resting. And by today, things haven't been fully dealt with. That's why I heard he'll be arriving later." Hearing this, He Changbai and Qi Yuluan nodded without asking any more questions. Lin Wu was familiar with them and personally guided them forward to sit down. By this time, it was getting late. It's ready to be seated. However, the key figure of today's dinner party, Feng Tingshan, had not yet arrived, and Sun Man Shan was a little uncertain whether to open the banquet first or not. He asked Lin Wu and Sun Yuqing for their opinions. Lin Wu said directly, "Open the seat first. Today these guests people are willing to come, they are naturally not good at letting them wait for people on a hungry stomach. Though they should all be willing to wait. But they can't do that. Would this not be a good idea to not wait for Tingshan? It's okay, he won't care about that." Lin Wu was already speaking in Feng Tingshan's place. The fact that she dared to speak in Feng Tingshan's place showed how close she and Feng Tingshan were. Seeing that Feng Tingshan had not yet arrived, the Lin family dared to open the banquet first, and were certain that Feng Tingshan would not mind. They had a deeper understanding of Feng Tingshan's importance to Lin Wu, and wanted to befriend the Lin family even more. The other side. Although the guests have left a lot, but the process that should be gone, young old lady did not miss a single one. After confirming that the guests had all arrived, she went on stage to give a speech, thanking the guests for coming and apologizing graciously and appropriately for the interruption that had occurred in the middle of the day and affected everyone's mood, ushering in a round of applause from the stage. After the old lady finished her speech, and seeing that it was almost time, Rong Changsheng instructed the hotel staff to prepare for the opening of the banquet. Yu Mashuan heard this and said, "Uncle Rong, can you wait for a while? There's another person coming in a while, it'll be quick, within 10 minutes. The relationship between Yu Mashuan and Rong Ji was naturally known to Rong Changsheng. Yu Mohan usually did take care of Rong Ji. The old lady and young Changsheng were both quite grateful to him. Hearing Yu Mashuan say that, Rong Changsheng said, "Is he coming alone? We still have room at the main table, do you mind if he sits at the main table with us?" Yu Mohan, "Don't mind, he won't mind." "That's good." Rong Changsheng nodded and had the other guests served first, their table would be served later. This side of the dish just served a few. Yu Mohan looked at his cell phone, pulled Rong Chi to the side, and said, "The people have arrived, come with me to pick them up downstairs." Rong Ru nodded his head, and just as he turned around, he heard a familiar voice speak coldly, "No need, I've already come up." Rong Ji froze and turned around, "Old teacher?" Nan Ji gave a hum. Those who stayed on this side were stunned when they saw Nan Ji, suspecting that they had been mistaken. After all, that's Nan Ji. That's a big tech guy who's in the news a lot. Who in the country doesn't recognize it? It goes without saying that Nan Ji's own ability is too outstanding, and it is said that he has a very deep background. Such a national-level big shot actually came to old Mrs. Rong's birthday banquet? Old Mrs. Rong and Rong Changsheng also froze when they saw Nan Ji. Reacting, he got up to greet them. Nan Ji was cold, but to the elders who deserved respect, he maintained a certain amount of respect for them. He and old Mrs. Rong had also met. He quickly stepped over, helped the old lady sit down, and said, "There's no need to get up, you sit." Old Mrs. Rong sat down and said, "Mr. Nan, it's a real treat for old me that you're here. Old madam is polite." Nan Ji sat down beside her. "It was negligence on the part of the late generation to not visit you for so many years." Saying that, he let Yu Mashuan hand him the gift, and after he took it, he personally handed it to old Mrs. Rong. "I came in a hurry, I didn't have time to carefully prepare it, so I hope that the old lady won't mind." Old Mrs. Rong smiled, "You're welcome, Mr. Nan, the fact that you can take the time to come is the highest token of appreciation for me." After Nan Jiji exchanged a few pleasantries with old Mrs. Rong, when he saw Rong Ji and Yu Mohan, who were standing obediently behind him like schoolchildren being disciplined, he glanced faintly over. Rong Ru and Yu Mohan nodded their heads in silent agreement and immediately sat down beside him. Old Mrs. Rong added, "In the earlier years, Xiao Ji was taken care of by you." "It should be." Nan Jiji said, "She has recently produced some results from her research, and she is still not burying herself, so you can rest assured." Regarding the fact that Rong Ji had given up her studies because of Feng Tingshan, neither Nan Jiji nor old Mrs. Rong had done much to discourage her. They were unanimous in their feeling that a little setback for a young man is not a bad thing. What's more, the road has to be chosen by themselves before they know what it's like to regret. The fear is that you will be completely sunk after a setback, and that you will be too single-minded to come out of the darkness. Fortunately, Rong Rushi did not keep choosing to bury herself after wasting away. Having had the example of Rong Yingshang, old Mrs. Rong had actually been worried. But she knew deep down that interfering too much would be detrimental in the long run, so in the end she chose to let Rongji choose for himself. Now that she heard Nan Jiji say this, the old lady was finally completely relieved. Good, that's good. Chapter 74, Sorry I'm late. Rongji was sitting next to Nan Jiji. However, Nan Jiji was talking to old Mrs. Rong and didn't have time to pay attention to her yet. She sidled up to Yumohan and said, "Thanks." She could feel that after Nan Jiji arrived, her grandmother was truly happy as a whole. Yumohan shrugged his shoulders. "There's no need to thank me. Teacher just happened to give me a reply after seeing your project idea some time ago. I told teacher about it and teacher came over. So, if you want to thank me, thank yourself." Rong Ru was about to speak when she heard someone say, Feng Tingshan? Rongji hesitated, and just as she turned around, she saw Feng Tingshan's figure appear over the doorway. With all eyes on him, he walked with steady steps to her grandmother. "Happy birthday." As the words fell, he presented the gift box in his hands with both hands and said, "I don't know if you like the gift prepared before, so I prepared another one. I hope you like it." Old Mrs. Rong really didn't expect Feng Tingshan to come. There was no joy on his face when he saw him coming. The fact that this would happen today, even though it was the Sun family who were shameless, but if it wasn't for him being behind it, the Sun family wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant in the capital. As the saying goes, reach out and don't hit a smiling person. Besides, there are so many people watching. The old lady took the gift and said politely and detachedly, "Thank you, you've got a heart." Then he said to the waiter aside, "Please help add a chair and a set of dishes." Feng Tingshan wasn't displeased by the old lady's coldness, and when he saw Nan Jiji on the side, he calmly greeted, "Mr. Nan." Nan Jiji nodded coldly. When he saw Rong Ji looking over, he also looked toward Rong Ji, then asked the waiter to put a chair between Rong Ji and Nan Jiji and sat down. After seeing Nan Jiji, the guests on the Rong family's side almost immediately spread the news that Nan Jiji had come to celebrate old lady Rong's birthday. Not even 2 minutes later, the news reached the Sun family's side. The Sun family's group of guests were stunned when they received the news. The Rong family still has such powerful connections? I don't know. Ah, the one in the photo is Yu Mohan, right? The beautiful woman beside her is actually General Manager Rong's niece? I really haven't heard Mr. Rong mention it before. However, since the beauty beside Yu Mohan is General Manager Rong's niece, it all makes sense. How? She had gone to the technology exhibition a while ago with Yu Mohan. The two youngsters are very affectionate, so it's probably a good thing that they're close. The Yu family is also a powerful family, and Chang Mo has developed very well, and I heard that Nan Jiji has high hopes for Yu Mo-sun as a student. If young Chang Sheng's granddaughter really made it with Yu Mo-sun, it would be equivalent to the young family having a wave of extremely strong connections all of a sudden. Thinking about it this way, the Rong family still couldn't be underestimated. Neither the Lin family nor the Sun family had expected Nan Jiji to actually go to wish old Madame Rong a happy birthday. Seeing the crowd of guests reassessing their relationship with the Rong family because Yu Mohan and Nan Jiji appeared at the Rong family's house, the Sun family's faces turned ugly. Sun Liao didn't watch much national news. She knew that Lin Wu had wanted to study with someone, but she didn't care about such things, so naturally she didn't bother to memorize the other person's name. She asked, "Who is Nan Jiji? So many people are reacting so strongly, is he a big shot?" Lin Wu said expressionlessly, "A big shot with world-class influence in the field of AI and who can speak in place of the state is also my ideal mentor." Sun Liao froze, "So powerful?" Then he added, "So the reason why Auntie would be so angry with Rongji a while ago was because she made you miss the opportunity to get in touch with this big shot?" "Right." Sun Liao hummed, "She's shameless." Speaking of which, she was offended again. All such powerful figures went to wish that old woman a happy birthday because they're close? No. Lin Wu's tone was cold, they only barely know each other. In her opinion, Rongji had met Nan Jiji through Yu Mohan. The fact that Nan Jiji would show up at the Rong family today was most likely thanks to Yu Mohan's blessing. Sun Liao, "Oh, that's okay." He Changbai and Chi Yukuan were sitting at the next table to Lin Wu, and were sitting not far behind her. He Changbai was originally eating quietly when he heard someone say that Nan Jiji had gone to the Rong family's birthday banquet. He paused and asked, "The Rong family's birthday banquet?" Chi Yuluan explained, oh, today is also Rongji her grandmother's birthday. Their side and this side on the same day to hold a wedding banquet. The banquet guests' overlap is very high, because of the relationship between Tingshin and Linwu, the two overlapping guests are basically on this side. It was something he had no prior knowledge of. Or just heard a mouthful of it in the ballroom. He Changbei reacted, in other words, it can be said that there's basically nothing left on the Rong family side now? Chi Yuluan shrugged his shoulders and said, yeah. It's rumored that 3/4 of the banquet is empty. Speaking of which, he smiled, it's really sad to watch so many guests leave without the ability to keep them. His mouth said that the Rong family was pitiful, but his tone was clearly full of gloating. He Changbai's face changed slightly and he suddenly stood up. Chi Yuluan saw it and froze, what's wrong? He Changbai said, I'm going to make a phone call. When the words fell, without waiting for Chi Yuluan to speak, he quickly turned around and left. Seeing He Changbai leave in a hurry, Lin Wu and Sun Liao both looked over. Lin Wu asked, where did Changbai go? He had an emergency and went to make a phone call. Oh. Lin Wu didn't ask much. There was an empty seat beside her. That was reserved for Feng Tingshin to sit. Old Mrs. Lin looked at the time and said, Xiao Wu, has Tingshin not arrived yet? Do you want to rush him? Lin Wu had that in mind. She took out her cell phone to call Feng Tingshin. But it didn't get through. There are many guests coming to attend the Sun family housewarming banquet today, and the Sun family has to go from table to toast with the guests, get acquainted with them, and liaise with them. This process naturally involves Lin Wu. After all, the guests had all come over for their housewarming banquet because of Lin Wu. Moreover, with Lin Wu present, the guests would definitely give them more face. Seeing them come over for a toast, the guests politely stood up. After exchanging a few pleasantries, someone asked, Ms. Lin, is Mr. Feng still not here? Lin Wu said, he's on his way, he'll be here in a while. As soon as her words fell, someone not far from them said, my friend told me that Mr. Feng also went to the Rong family. Mr. Feng also went to Rong's house? Is this, really? The photos are out, what else is fake? Don't believe me, look. This, really is Mr. Feng. Everyone looked at Lin Wu. They were not familiar with the Sun family and would come over here to attend the wedding banquet. In addition to giving face to Feng Tingshin, it was also because the Rong family's business was going downhill now, and it was hard to turn around. Now, not only had Nan Jiji gone to the Rong family, even Feng Tingshin had gone to celebrate old lady Rong's birthday. So, then what the hell are they doing here? Chapter 75, On the Order of the Elders, Go and Sit Down. Hearing that Feng Tingshin had gone to Rong's house, Lin Wu didn't panic. Feng old lady and Rong family that old lady so good relationship, Rong family that old lady's 70th birthday, she himself cannot personally participate, naturally will order Feng Tingshin personally go. This she had known for a long time. But Feng Tingshin had gone to the Rong family now, and even if it was old lady Feng's order to the point that he had to go, she wasn't too happy about it. Seeing that the people at the scene thought that her and Feng Tingshin's relationship had changed after learning that Feng Tingshin had gone to Rong's house and didn't come here, she said coldly, old lady Feng and old lady Rong have a good relationship, and Tingshin was only ordered by his elders to go over to Rong's house to sit down for a while. There were indeed rumors that the Rong family and the Feng family were on good terms before. Everyone hadn't seen the Rong family and the Feng family interacting over the years, so they all thought it was a rumor. Now, listening to Lin Wuhua, it seems that this is indeed the case? At that moment, someone outside suddenly walked in. The other party holding a gift box toward Lin Wu and the Sun family walked in, said with Lin Wu, hello Miss Lin, Feng general temporary things, may be very late to come, worried about not catching the banquet, specially let me bring thick gifts over. Lin Wu reached out to take it and said, I know, thanks. Since old Mrs. Rong was old Mrs. Feng's friend and old Mrs. Rong's birthday, it was indeed reasonable for Feng Tingshin to go over to the Rong family's side to sit for a while before coming over here. Seeing that Feng Tingshin might have guessed that they would question the feelings between him and Lin Wu, now that Feng Tingshin was at Rong Jia, he was thoughtful enough to let someone send the gift over first, which showed his thoughtfulness and concern for Lin Wu. With Feng Tingshin's status and position, it was impossible to say that he didn't value Lin Wu when he was thinking of her in this way and being so considerate and gentle with her. Thinking of this, the crowd compensated and smiled. The Sun family learned that Feng Tingshin had gone to the Rong family, although they were not happy, but they didn't show it on the spot. Seeing that the stagnant atmosphere had already passed, Sun Manshan also laughed and raised his glass, thanking the guests for coming. With Sun Manshan taking the lead, the atmosphere over here quickly warmed up again. When Lin Wu saw Feng Tingshin being so thoughtful and considerate, her heart warmed and the little bit of unhappiness dissipated. She saw that He Changbai hadn't come back yet, and went over to ask Shi Yukuan, why hasn't Changbai come back yet? Qi Yuluan, I'll call and ask. After the phone was connected, it didn't take a moment for Qi Yuluan to put down the phone and said, Changbai said that he had something temporary to do and left first, and asked me to say sorry to you. Since he has an urgent matter, it's understandable. Lin Wu related, did Changbai say what kind of urgent matter it was? This did not ask. Qi Yuluan was not too concerned. Somehow, he suddenly remembered something and said, will it have something to do with Changbai's favorite person? When Lin Wu heard this, her smile gave way and her tone lightened slightly. After that, Changbai didn't even mention this matter, so I can't really guess. Also, Shi Yuluan stroked his chin and smiled. Isn't it true that next time you ask him not to know? Lin Wu lowered her eyes and let out a hum. In the meantime, on this side of the Rong family's main table, Feng Tingshan looked at Rong Ji after he sat down. Rong Ru did have a few moments of surprise when he first appeared, but she quickly composed herself. When she saw him looking over, she had little expression on her face and asked coldly, "Something wrong?" Feng Tingshan withdrew his gaze and said in a faint voice, "It's fine." After that, the two of them didn't speak again. Rongju's two cousins really hadn't seen Feng Tingshan much before. Now seeing the real person, he looked over with some curiosity. Feng Tingshan had been a superior for many years, and even if he didn't show it intentionally, he raised his hands and feet with a few moments of the aura of being a person who had been in a superior position for a long time. Seeing them look over, he glanced over. Not daring to meet his eyes, he subconsciously averted his gaze, not daring to look again. Feng Tingshan didn't say anything about this, nor did he have any intention of exchanging pleasantries with them, calmly averting his eyes. Feng Tingshan is the one Rongji loves. Rongju ran headlong into it and couldn't get out after all these years. After so many years, Feng Tingshan had treated his niece so well, it would be impossible to say that Rong Changshang had no complaints against Feng Tingshan. However, what could he do even if he had complaints? Their Rong family couldn't help Feng Tingshan. Now that Feng Tingshan had come, Rong Changshang, as the host, had no choice but to treat his guests with the same etiquette as an ordinary guest and stood up to raise his glass. "I didn't know that Mr. Feng would be coming over, so if there is any lack of hospitality, please forgive Mr. Feng." Feng Tingshan sniffed and also picked up his wine glass and stood up, clinked it with Rong Changshang and said, "Mr. Rong is polite. His name is Young Changxing, young general, not uncle." The moment Feng Tingshan said this, everyone noticed it. This was his way of saying he didn't want to recognize the young family. This was something that Rong Ji had known for a long time. Now, she didn't want or need him to identify with her family. She knew he would come over, and it must have been Mrs. Feng's intention. She told him coldly, "We feel Grandma's feelings. If you have something to do, go ahead. If he stays here, he'll just affect the atmosphere of the place." Feng Tingshan faintly said, "There's no rush." Rong Ru frowned, not knowing what he meant. But Feng Tingshan didn't continue to talk to her. Instead, he looked over to Nan Jiji's side and instead said to Nan Jiji, "Recently, on our company's side, we have developed a part of new content, which allows the product to be 100% stealthy and eliminate any radar monitoring. I don't know if Mr. Nan has any interest in learning about it?" "Any radar?" Nan Jiji gave a start and looked over with a straight face. "You say?" Feng Tingshan didn't seem to be afraid of the technology leaking out, and carefully chatted with Nan Jiji. Rong Ru did not expect Feng Tingshan to actually talk about this with her teacher. Listening to the conversation between the two of them, it was clear that Feng Tingshan was extremely knowledgeable about the AI field. Since it was something that even Nan Jiji was interested in, how could Rong Ji and Yu Mohan not be interested? At first, they all just listened. But when you listen to it, you forget to eat. At first, Rong Changshang wanted to remind them to listen while eating, but seeing that they were listening so attentively, afraid that they would miss something if they didn't pay attention, they didn't say anything else. On their side, other than Rong Ru, there was originally no one who was particularly familiar with Feng Tingshan. And people weren't exactly jubilant about his arrival. In this situation, Feng Tingshan should have been embarrassed, but he froze and made himself the main event. Of course, the main character of the night is Mrs. Young. Feng Tingshan naturally wouldn't be too boisterous. After chatting for a few minutes, he said, "If Mr. Nan still wants to continue to learn more, let's make an appointment for a deeper chat some other day." Chapter 76. It's cold at night. Go inside. Nan Jiji said, "Yes." Feng Tingshan nodded, then turned his head to look at Rong Ji. "Going back at night?" Rong Ji was still deducing what he and Nan Jiji had just talked about, and when she heard him suddenly speak to her, she paused before reacting and said, "Not going back." Feng Tingshan nodded and said, "Got it." Then he got up and said, "I'll come over later to take Xin back." He's meant to go. Rong Ru said coldly, "Got it." Feng Tingshan didn't say anything else to her and walked towards old Mrs. Rong. "Old madam, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first." Old Lady Rong didn't get up, and her tone was cold. "Take your time, don't see me off." Feng Tingshan wasn't offended by elder Mrs. Rong's slowness, and he looked at Rong Changsheng again, nodding his head to him as a form of greeting, and then turned around to leave the banquet hall. Watching Feng Tingshan come out from the hotel entrance, he Changbai's movement to get out of the car lurched. Feng Tingshan quickly got into his car and left. He Changbai watched, sitting in the car without moving. Nan Jiji left with Yu Mohan only after the banquet was over. Feng Jingshin had eaten too many snacks today, and after the dinner party started, she couldn't eat anymore after picking up a few bites of her meal, then went upstairs to play video games. Seeing that the guests had almost left, Rong Ji went upstairs to look for her. Feng Jingshin saw her come back and took off her headphones. "Mommy's done working?" "Aha!" Thinking of what Feng Tingshan said before he left, she said, "Your father said he'll pick you up tonight, so call and ask him when he'll come over to pick you up." Thinking that after going back, she would be able to play with Auntie Woohoo tomorrow, Feng Jingxin happily said, "Good." The call was dialed and picked up quickly on the other side. After a while, Feng Jingxin put down the phone and told Rongji, "Dad said he'll be here in 15 minutes. Good." Rongji added, "Pack up your things, in a while Mom will take you downstairs to wait for your dad." Feng Jingxin wanted to be pampered and let Rongji help her. Because a lot of the time, it was Rongji who helped her pack her things. But Rongji looked like he was not in a good mood, so she held back the petulance that came to her mouth. After it was about time, Rongji brought Feng Jingxin downstairs. In the elevator, looking at Rongji who didn't say a word, Feng Jingxin held her hand and shook it. "Mom." Rongji looked down. Mom seems to be talking less lately. She had noticed before that her mom wouldn't call her every day or keep asking where she was going like she used to. She did very much enjoy this change in such a mom. But lately she'd noticed that, aside from that, her mom didn't seem to talk to her as much as she used to when they usually saw each other. Mom seems to have become silent. Feng Jingxin was brought up by her, and Rongru knew that she was not actually a careless person. She could have gone this long before noticing that she was talking less, but was just getting used to ignoring her. Rongji retracted his eyes and said, "Mommy is tired." Oh. Rongji looked indeed quite tired, so Feng Jingxin did not ask more questions. The night wind is particularly cold and harsh today. The cold wind blew painfully at one's cheeks as one stepped out of the hotel lobby. Feng Jingxin was obviously cold to the point of not wanting to go, grabbing her hand and turning around to bury her little face in Rongji's stomach. "It's so cold, Mommy, hold me." Feng Jingxin is almost 6 years old and is actually quite heavy already. It was quite a strain for Rongru to hold her, but she bent down and picked her up. Feng Jingxin hugged her neck and buried his little face in her neck to escape the cold wind. The clothes on Rongji were soft and warm, and she enjoyed rubbing her neck in Rongji's arms. Feng Jingxin's sense of time is actually quite strong. When Rongru carried Feng Jingxin to the parking lot, Feng Jingxin's car also happened to drive in. Seeing them, the car stopped at Rongji's feet. Seeing Feng Jingxin arrive, Feng Jingxin didn't get down from Rongji's arms, but lowered the window and pampered Feng Jingxin, who was sitting in the car, by saying, "Daddy, carry me in." Feng Jingxin didn't say anything, got out of the car and came over to carry Feng Jingxin over. Feng Jingxin happily wiggled her little legs in Feng Jingxin's arms. When Feng Jingxin came over, Rongji once again smelled the perfume on him that belonged to Lin Wu. The perfume hadn't been there before when he'd sat next to her. In other words, he went to the Sun family's side since he left their side. Feng Jingxin looked at her and said, "The wind is cold at night, go back." Rongru took a step back and said, "Got it." Feng Jingxin said happily, "Bye Mom." Rongji, aha. Feng Jingxin carried Feng Jingxin to the car, and Rongji didn't wait for them to drive the car away before turning around, heading towards where her car was parked. Looking at her back, Feng Jingxin took a moment before withdrawing his sight and said to the driver, "Drive." With those words, his car quickly entered the traffic. As Rongji was about to walk to her parking spot, He Changbai stepped down from the car. Rongji. Rongji didn't pay attention to it, thinking it was a stranger, and when she heard the other person call her, she turned around and realized it was He Changbai. She thought it was a coincidental chance encounter. After all, they didn't exactly pack this hotel today, and it wasn't impossible for He Changbai to have something over here. With a nod of greeting toward He Changbai, she unlocked the car and prepared to get in and drive away. Seeing how Rongji still treated him like a stranger, He Changbai stopped in place. Rongru sidestepped and pulled open the car door, only to realize that He Changbai was still standing in place watching her. She saw the way he seemed to have something he wanted to talk to her about, and she asked with a slightly cold and detached look on her face, "What's the matter?" He Changbai gave a start. In the end, there was no mention of this evening. He said, "There's a gift I want to give you alone. Is it convenient to have dinner together sometime in the next couple of days?" It seems as if there has been a major accident on his body alone, and he has suffered major trauma both physically and mentally. Shan Shan had told her before that she seemed to be a bit like her mother. But her mom is dead. So, Rongru understood that little attachment to her alone. To be honest, she kind of liked Shan Shan too. If they normally met, she would have set aside her personal grudge with He Changbai and spent more time with Shan Shan. May meet alone for the sake of alone. At this time, He Changbai suddenly said, "There's a project on your uncle's side that I can help with." Rongji froze. He Changbai didn't say too much as he said, "Think about it, and feel free to call me anytime after you've thought about it." Rongru didn't say anything. To be honest, she couldn't trust him. Because he was on good terms with Lin Wu and Feng Jingxin. Even if He Changbai was sincere in asking for her help now, even if he ended up with her uncle's project. But in the future, if she had a dispute with Lin Wu, who knew if he would be like Feng Jingxin and threaten her with the project and her uncle for the sake of Lin Wu? Chapter 77, The Same Words. Possibly guessing the reason for her hesitation, He Changbai said, "I can assure you that I will never involve the official business between your uncle and I because of personal matters." Hearing this, Rongru said, "Are you sure?" "Okay." Rongji knew that her uncle's company was currently in a difficult situation. She hesitated and said, "Good." Whenever you have time, you can contact me and I'll arrange a meeting time. Rongji said, good. Speaking of this, He Changbai looked at her black hair, which was a bit messy from the cold wind, and said, the wind is cold at night, go inside. Hearing his words, Rongji gave a start. Because these words were exactly the same as what Feng Tingshan had just said to her. She nodded without another word and got inside the car. He Changbai didn't move. As the car passed his feet, Rongji lowered the window and nodded at him in greeting before hitting the gas and leaving. He watched her car go away before He Changbai got into his car and left. Rongji went back to the Rong family. Old Mrs. Rong and Mr. and Mrs. Rong Changsheng were still awake, but siblings Rong Sun and Rong Yunha went upstairs to rest. Seeing her return, old Mrs. Rong and the others looked over in unison. By the looks of it, it was obvious that she was waiting for her on purpose. Old Mrs. Rong, back? Aha! Seeing the old lady extend her hand towards her, Rongji put down her bag and walked over to sit beside her. Old Mrs. Rong held her hand and asked, Xiaozhu, are you planning to let go of Feng Tingshan? Her attitude towards Feng Tingshan today was too much of a contrast compared to the past. It was hard for her to not see it. Aha! Young said, we're getting ready for a divorce. The old lady listened and smiled, good divorce. But immediately after, she frowned again and said, Xinshin is very clingy to him now, and he has really treated Xinshin quite well in the past 2 years, so he shouldn't give you custody of Xinshin, which she doesn't want custody of Feng Jingxin. But the words hadn't come out of her mouth. She just said, I know this, I will discuss it with him, it's getting late, let's all rest first. Old Mrs. Rong and the others had gone back to rest, but Rongji could not rest yet. Because Nan Jiji and Yumohan chatted a lot on the way back, when Rongji returned to his room, he received a bunch of project assignments from Yumohan with a note, teacher wants it. It needs to be completed by 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Rongji put down her bag, took a sip of water, and replied, got it. She didn't take off her makeup, didn't take a shower, turned on her computer and got busy right away. I finally got busy at about 4 a.m. and sent the organized content. Yumohan was also anxious, but was almost done with his work, and added, teacher wants us to go to his place by 9 o'clock. Rongji, good. They didn't talk much, and after shutting down the computer, Rongji went in the bathroom to remove her makeup and take a shower. By the time she was done, it was after 5 in the morning. She set her alarm for 8 o'clock before turning off the lights and going to bed. The next day, when she was awakened by the alarm clock, she was weak, but she didn't dare to slow down the first time she climbed out of bed and went into the washroom to wash up. When she came downstairs, she was not in good spirits, and old Mrs. Rong was concerned, why don't you sleep more? Going to make a trip to the teachers. Nan Jiji treats students strictly old lady is aware of. All she said was, I don't feel comfortable with you driving like this, let the driver take you. Rongji, good. When they arrived at Nan Jiji's family villa, the three of them, teacher and student, went straight into the study and got busy. It wasn't until noon, when it was time to eat, that they got some respite. At this time, Rongji's cell phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Chu's Island, asking if she wanted to go skiing with her this afternoon. Rongji replied with his voice, I have something to do today, so I won't go, you go ahead. Chu's Island, okay. In the afternoon, when Rongji came out of Nan Jiji's study to pour water, Chu's Island sent her another message. This time, it's a couple of photos. The people in the photo were Feng Tingshan, Lin Wu, Feng Jingxin as well as He Changbai and Shan Shan. Then, Chu's Island sent another message over, a few of my friends and I were in the mood to ski properly, but I didn't expect to run into them, what a scenery breaking thing. Rongru only clicked on one photo, and after learning that it was them, she didn't click on any of the photos that followed. Seeing the message sent by Chu's Island, she calmly returned a voice, you guys have fun, don't worry about them. Chu's Island quickly returned a voice, we may not leave until evening, do you want to come? Rongji, no, I have something to do over here. Chu's Island, okay. Rongru put away his cell phone, picked up his glass of water, and once again entered the study. They were busy with this for the whole day. In the evening, Yumohan stretched and said to Nan Jiji, teacher, let's go out for dinner later, we'll treat you. Nan Jiji didn't even bother to look at him before speaking, I'm going out later. Rong Yu and Yumohan, huh? Feng Tingshan and I have a dinner date tonight. Yumohan looked at Rongji, who calmly drank water. Nan Jiji took the car keys and left, remember to take the door with you when you leave. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he added, I shouldn't be gone long, though. Rongru Yumohan, okay, teacher. In the meantime, the other side. Feng Jingshin and Feng Tingshan, Lin Wu they skied half a day of snow and were in a very good mood. Coming out of the ski hall, Feng Jingshin happily said to Feng Tingshan, Dad, I want to eat seafood later. Feng Tingshan said, in a moment, Dad, and your auntie Wu Hu have something to do, they can't eat with you, the driver is already waiting for you in the parking lot, just tell the chef what you want to eat when you get home. When Feng Jingshin heard this, her face, which had been full of smiles a moment ago, collapsed. What is it? Why can't you bring me along? Feng Tingshan gently pinched her cheeks and smiled, something very important. But Feng Jingshin pouted and looked at Lin Wu, hugging her and pouting, Auntie Wu Hu. Hearing Feng Tingshan say that this is a very important event for her, Lin Wu's heart was sweet. She bent down and hugged Feng Jingxian and smiled. It's a big event about Auntie. Auntie has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Auntie doesn't want to have any slip-ups. Can Xian understand Auntie? Hearing Lin Wu say this, Feng Jingxian nodded obediently even though she still wasn't very happy. I know, but Auntie Wu, you have to make it up to me next week and take me to eat delicious food. Oh. Lin Wu, definitely. Saying that, he smiled and looked at Feng Tingshan. He Chang Bai, who was watching from the side, didn't say anything. Shan instead came over and held Feng Jingxian's hand, saying, if we have the chance next week, we'll have dinner together too. Oh. Feng Jingxian and Shan had spent a few times together and they had become friends with a good relationship. She nodded, good. Chapter 78, Can't Even Reach the Edge of Rongzhu. After seeing Feng Jingxian and He Changbai off as they left, Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu also got into the car and headed to the hotel. A few minutes after they arrived at the box, Nan Jiji also arrived. Mr. Nan. Seeing Nan Jiji push the door in, Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu rose to greet them. Seeing Lin Wu, Nan Jiji didn't have the slightest surprise on his face. Lin Wu once again politely introduced herself. Hello Mr. Nan, my name is Lin Wu, we met at the technology exhibition before. I know. With little expression on his face, Nan Jiji reached out and shook her hand. Only after Nan Jiji sat down did Lin Wu take a seat next to him before saying, I admire you very much, and I've always hoped that I'd have the opportunity to meet you and discuss your specialized knowledge in the field of AI face to face. Nan Jiji, aha. At this time, Feng Tingshan's cell phone rang. He stood up and said to Nan Jiji and Lin Wu, I'll go out to take a call, you guys chat. Lin Wu nodded. After Feng Tingshan left, Lin Wu picked up the menu on the side and handed it to Nan Jiji. Mr. Nan, let's order first, and talk while we eat later? Nan Jiji pushed the menu aside and said, not yet. Lin Wu gave a start, and before she could react, Nan Jiji spoke directly, you want to be my student? Lin Wu didn't expect him to be so direct. Nan Jiji was direct, and she didn't shy away from him because he was a figure on the top of the current pyramid in the field of AI, and she admitted calmly and confidently, yes, I'm very interested in this field of AI, and I hope to study beside you and strive for greater progress. Since she had come to see Nan Jiji, she naturally wouldn't be unprepared. When she finished, she held out her computer and said, shall I show you the product I made when I graduated with my doctorate? Nan Jiji rolled the mouse and looked through her graduation work. After looking at a few sets of data, he said in a light voice, as far as graduation work goes, it's really quite a bit better than the average current doctoral student. Hearing Nan Jiji say this, the smile under Lin Wu's eyes deepened by a few points and she became more confident. She was about to speak when Nan Jiji let go of the mouse, and his eyes moved away from the computer, asking, is this something you've completed this year? Lin Wu, yes. Nothing else? Lin Wu paused, momentarily unable to hear whether he was satisfied with her and expected her to provide him with more highlights, or whether he was dissatisfied, but seeing that she was also quite good, he wanted to give her another chance. But she was always at the top of her class in school and won many awards, and her doctoral advisor was even more complimentary. It was important to know that her mentor was also a pivotal figure in the field and country, having participated in several of Country A's space programs. Her mentor's compliments definitely carry enough weight. So, she is still confident enough in her profession. Her heart steadied again at the thought, and she said, I've done some technical analysis of the exhibits on display at the last tech show, would you like to hear it? Speak. Lin Wu then began to explain the technology of one of the driverless cars from the previous exhibition in terms of the three core aspects of perception, planning, and control. She talked for more than 10 minutes straight, during which Feng Tingshan even came back to say that he had another important call to make. After a while, just as Lin Wu wanted to continue, Nan Jiji suddenly looked up and said, it's okay. Lin Wu then stopped. Nan Jiji stood up and gave a final comment, the basics were learned fairly well, but not enough for me to accept students. Lin Wu froze, then pursed her lips. It wasn't the answer she wanted. As Nan Jiji pushed the door and was about to leave, Lin Wu quickly stepped forward and said, Mr. Nan, then how do you think I should improve? Nan Jiji's footsteps lurched as he said coldly, study more and pay more attention to new developments on some fields. As his words fell, Feng Tingshan returned. Before he could say anything, Nan Jiji said, I've done what needs to be done, I'll contact you again in a few days. Feng Tingshan, good. After Nan Jiji finished speaking, he simply left. Feng Tingshan looked at Lin Wu and saw that she didn't look too good and asked, the results weren't good? Lin Wu also nodded frankly, confiscate me. What did Mr. Nan say? Tell me? Lin Wu then talked about the process and Nan Jiji's comments and suggestions to her. Your ability is indeed good. Feng Tingshan said, his advice I think is also quite pertinent. Lin Wu gave a beat. It is true that she has been studying less about her specialty lately, and she really pays little attention to new developments in her field. Did Nan Jiji see that she didn't work hard enough and concentrate enough in this area, and felt that her attitude towards her specialty was problematic and not worth cultivating, so she vetoed her? Thinking that it was her own attitude problem in her profession that caused Nan Jiji to confiscate her as a student, rather than her own lack of ability, Lin Wu was in a much better mood. What Feng Tingshan said, we'll find a chance to try it later. Lin Wu, good. She believed that after she corrected her attitude with her professional ability, it would no longer be difficult for her to pass Nan Jiji's hurdle. When she thought about it, she regretted putting too much thought into racing a while ago. Otherwise, she would have been a student of Nan Jiji by now, right? Nan Jiji went back to the villa. In the villa, Rongji and Yumohan had just finished purchasing and cleaning the ingredients, preparing to cook the hot pot. Seeing him back, Yumohan, back so soon? Nan Jiji took off the coat on his body, his tone still cold, aha. Yumohan looked at Rongji, who came out from the kitchen with dishes and chopsticks, and gossiped again. So? We shouldn't have an extra senior sister or anything, right? Nan Jiji ignored him, took the bowl Rongji handed over and sat down. Silence means no. Yumohan laughed, raising his eyebrows at Rongji. Let me say it, when we first met, I had her bottomed out. Rongji laughed, letting him go into the kitchen to bring out the rest of the meat, and said, yeah, you're the best. Yumohan brought out the meat and wondered again, teacher, then what level do you think she belongs to in the field? A small cut above the level of the average good PhD graduate. Heroes see the same thing. The domestic AI field has been developing rapidly in the past decade, and it is feared that the technologies mastered within the country have surpassed the world level for some time. As one of the most central figures, Nan Jiji faces the world's top products, technologies and talents in this field every day. Lin Wu's level, among ordinary people, was already very good indeed. But only in the average senior. However, compared to the people around Nan Jiji, they were still far away. As for him and Rongru, not to mention, that's really not on the same level. After all, Lin Wu is 25 this year, and can't even reach the edge of the quap that Rongji made many years ago. Chapter 79 thinks she's seducing Yumohan? Probably seeing that the two of them were really tired, Nan Jiji let them go home after 9 o'clock in the evening that night. After being tired all day, Rongji went home and took a shower before going to bed early. Day 2. There is something on the Xuandu side that they need to take care of. Rongyu and Yumohan found time that afternoon to just go to Xuandu. After arriving at Xuandu, Rongru and Yumashuan had just docked the technical aspects when Ren Haifeng and Yao Xinbo walked in under the leadership of Xuandu's staff. Seeing Rongji, both Ren Halberd Wind and Yao Xianbo were a bit surprised. Yao Xinbo raised his eyebrows. She's actually an employee of Xuandu? It's quite a coincidence. Ren Halberd Wind shrugged. He didn't even know her. How could he know if she was an employee of Xuandu? The Xuandu staff member on the side heard them seem to be discussing Rongji and said, "You are talking about Ms. Rome? She's not an employee of our Xuandu, she's a technician from Changmo, and she came over today to help deal with system technical problems." Noticing that someone seemed to be looking at her, Rongji looked over sideways. When she saw Ren Halberd Wind and Yao Xinbo, she also recognized them as the people who had commented on her in the auction house that day. She only looked at it for a moment before her face withdrew her gaze as if it were normal. Yao Xinbo laughed, "Woohoo, she's ignoring us." Ren Halberd Wind, however, had little interest in talking to him about Rongru again. He was about to speak when Lin Wu walked in through the door. Seeing them, Lin Wu was also surprised for a few moments and stopped in her tracks. "Miss Lin." Seeing Lin Wu, Ren Haifeng's expression was not as cold as when Yao Xinbo told him about Rongji just now. Lin Wu nodded her head, her face pale as she greeted, "Mr. Ren, Mr. Yao." Ren Halberd Wind took the initiative to walk over. "Ms. Lin works at Xuandu?" "No." Lin Wu said, "I'm a student of algorithms, and I've recently wanted to refine myself, so I came over here to learn something from everyone." Although Ren Halberd Wind is a native of the capital, he seldom stays in the city during the week. He's still recently returned. Ever since he met Lin Wu, he realized that there was indeed quite a lot of discussion about Lin Wu in his circle. "I heard that she is gifted. Even if she graduated from university at 18, she is also a doctoral student at a top-level university in the world." This resume, he was ashamed of himself. "Moreover, I heard that she is very good at racing and gaming, and is the kind of person who can win awards. In addition to that, she enjoys rock climbing, skydiving and other adventurous activities." After getting to know Lin Wu more deeply, he realized that she was even more cold and attractive than he had previously thought. He became more interested in her. Just a shame. She was Feng Tingshan's woman. Thinking of this, he didn't lean too close to Lin Wu, keeping a certain distance, and said, "Miss Lin is really progressive and studious." Lin Wu said, "Mr. Ren overpraised. It is precisely because of the discovery of their own shortcomings, only to study harder, is not it?" Lin Wu herself was so excellent, but also so modest. For a time, Ren Halberd Wind appreciated her even more. Ren Halberd Wind and Yao Xinbo came over to Xuandu, also for work. Their companies Vertical and Xuandu also worked together. Speaking of which, Long Mo, Xuandu and Zhongxing are actually cooperating on the same project, only that Long Mo and Xuandu are cooperating on the system technology, while Zhongxing and Xuandu are cooperating on the materials. Seeing any Halberd Wind they arrived, Xuandu project team, another person in charge of the chapter, welcomed over. Their group walked towards Rongqi and Yu Mohan's side. Mr. Zhang smiled. "Mr. Yu, these two are Yumohan looked up, saw the visitors and raised his eyebrows. So Mr. Rin, Mr. Yao, and Ms. Lin. After glancing at Ren Halberd Wind just now, Rongji didn't look over to the doorway again, and really didn't notice that Lin Wu was there. Hearing Yumohan's mouth say the words Miss Lin, she immediately guessed that it was Lin Wu. She didn't look up though, and continued to talk to the technicians at Xuandu. Mr. Zhang smiled. Mr. Yu and Mr. Ren, Mr. Yao know each other? Yumohan, yeah. After all, they were all second and third generation in the upper-class circle of the capital city, and it was natural to recognize them. It's just that he took a different route than they did and wasn't familiar with it. Ron Halberd went and they greeted Yumohan and walked to the other side of the room with Mr. Zhang to talk about work. Lin Wu stayed on Yumohan's side. She naturally saw Rongji as well. But after only one glance, he withdrew his eyes without taking any interest and returned his attention to Yumohan. Mr. Yu just arrived? Yuemosun himself is capable enough, plus he is a student of Nanjiji. Even if she can see that Yuemosun has been treating her nonchalantly because of Rongji's bias against her, she still wants to have a good relationship with him. After all, they would spend more and more time together in the future after she also became Nanjiji's student. It's been a little over half an hour since I arrived. Yumashuan lowered his head while holding a pen to record the contents, and casually said without much care, Ms. Lin looks like she's been here for a long time. Linwu, I arrived at Xuandu this morning. I was just a little tired after being busy for most of the day, so I went upstairs to get a glass of water and rested for a while. This going upstairs for water and rest naturally meant going to Feng Tingshen's office. Hearing this, Yumohan gave a beat and his tone lightened a bit more. Is that so? So Mr. Feng is also in Xuandu? No, he's at Feng's. In other words, even if Feng Tingshen didn't come, she alone could go in and out of Feng Tingshen's office freely? Feng Tingshen doesn't have any secrets from her anymore? Yumohan let out an O and didn't say anything else, but instead took the book and stepped forward to Rongji, pointing to the content on it. Rongji looked at it twice, nodded his head to indicate that he knew, and turned around to continue busy with his own. Seeing this, Lin Wu asked, which part of the content is the problem? Is it convenient to communicate with me? Yumohan said coldly, Ms. Lin, I'm working, it's not very convenient. Lin Wu was about to speak when Rongji came over towards Yumohan and told him a set of data. Lin Wu's eyes went cold the moment she saw Rongji walking over. Rongji hadn't wanted to give her a look, and when he saw her looking at her coldly, after finishing with Yumohan, he also looked at her coldly, and went back with Yumohan to continue dealing with the data issue. Lin Wu still had a set of data to process, and she went back over to the conference room and sat down. Ren Halberd Wind, who were adding some contract details, saw her coming over and asked, was there a disagreement just now? What Lin Wu and Yumashuan had talked about just now, Ren Haifeng and Yao Xinbo were not aware of. In their perspective, they had a pretty good chat. But Rongji suddenly came over and pulled Yumohan away, and gave Lin Wu an unfriendly glare before leaving. It looked like she thought Lin Wu was seducing him by talking to Yumohan. Lin Wu did not take her eyes off the computer and said coldly, no. I'm just asking Mr. Yu for some professional advice. Hearing Lin Wu talk about it, Ren Halberd Wind and the others remembered that Yumashuan and Lin Wu seemed to be studying the same major. And Yumohan was a student of Nam Chi Chi. His ability naturally goes without saying. Lin Wu was a good learner, and there's nothing wrong with running into Yumohan and wanting to ask him for professional advice. But Rongji narrow-mindedly took Lin Wu's initiative as her seducing Yuemosun, which is why she hurriedly pulled the person away and gave Lin Wu a warning look. Chapter 80, Ms. Rong, is skiing okay? He asked, that woman, do you know her well? Hearing him ask about Rongji, Lin Wu's hands on the keyboard tightened slightly. Rongji is really good looking. Hearing Ren Halberd Wind ask this, she subconsciously thought that he was interested in Rongji. But when she remembered the words she heard in the auction that day, and Ren Halberd Wind's attitude towards her now, she knew that she had thought poorly. With little expression on her face she said, not familiar, why? Ren Halberd Wind glanced over toward Rongji and Yumohan and said, looking at the way she's talking to Yumohan, it seems like she has outstanding abilities as well? Lin Wu faintly said, I'm not sure, but I heard that she only has a bachelor's degree. Only a bachelor's degree? Aha! It's no wonder. The education is not as good as Lin Wu, and she is not as charming as Lin Wu, so it's normal to worry that Yumohan will be snatched away. He could understand her being nervous about Yumohan and worrying about him being snatched away. But she was hostile to Lin Wu when she saw that she was better than she was, and at all times she felt that the behavior of other women in seducing her boyfriend was very much under her head. Thinking of this, Ren Halberd Wind's feelings towards Rongji went from no feelings to a faint dislike. Yumashuan temporarily free, also through the glass window to the conference room inside the Ren Halberd Wind, Lin Wu's side looked over. After he looked at it for a few moments, he came over to Rongji's ear and cooed, Ren Hafeng likes Lin Wu? Rongji's brain was dealing with data issues, and after hearing him say that, he paused for a second before reacting to who he was talking about Ren Jofeng. She said in a light tone, I suppose so. She really doesn't care about this matter, and when she's done, she pulls Yumohan back to work and tells him to stop gossiping. After all, get busy early and get off work early. Yumohan skimmed his lips, what vision? After the evaluation, there was no more gossip. When Ren Hafeng saw Yu Mohan looking their way, he thought he was looking at Lin Wu. He also thought that Rong Ru frowned and pulled Yu Mohan away because he was angry that he kept staring at Lin Wu. Lin Wu ran into a bit of a problem and stopped. She wanted to ask Yu Mohan for advice, but looked over to find that both Yu Mohan and Shu Indu's technicians were listening intently to Rong Ji. With that look, those who didn't know would think that Rong Ji had a lot of expertise. With that thought, she withdrew her eyes. Rong Ji and Yu Mohan were busy until after 5 in the afternoon when things were pretty much taken care of. The contract between Vertical and Shu Indu was also dealt with. Mr. Jin asked Rong Ji and Yu Mohan to go inside the conference room for them to take a break and have a drink of water. Seeing Ren Halberd Win they things also done, said, "Now time is not early, want to eat a meal together?" Ren Halberd Win's heart fluttered as he looked towards Lin Wu. Lin Wu looked as if she hadn't noticed the look he was giving her and said, "I'm sorry, Tingshin will come over from Feng's to pick me up in a little while, and we have other arrangements, so I won't be there, so you guys have a good meal." Hearing Lin Wuhua say that he won't go, Ren Halberd Wind also instantly felt that this meal is not much fun and said, "I also have something to do, next time." Hearing Ren Halberd Wind say that, Lin Wu didn't feel surprised, only, her face didn't show any expression either. The more Yu Mohan looked at him, the more he felt that Ren Halberd Wind was just interested in Lin Wu. He also saw that Ren Halberd Wind was the reason why he didn't want to go because Lin Wu wasn't going. Ren Halberd Wind and Lin Wu both said they weren't going, and Mr. Jean felt a little embarrassed for a moment and asked Yu Mohan, "Mr. Yu, then you guys?" Yu Mohan touched his teacup with Rongji and smiled, "We're free, aren't we, Xiaoji?" Rongji knew that his smile was secretly teasing Ren Halberd Wind and nodded, "Aha." Lin Wu realized that Yu Mohan was really good to Rongji. She frowned. Although Ren Halberd Wind and the others didn't have time to eat, but things were already done, so they also went downstairs with Rong Ru and Yu Mo Sun and the others, ready to leave Xuandu. At that moment, Lin Wu answered a phone call. Putting down her cell phone, she said, "Tingshin will be arriving soon as well, so I'll join you." Feng Tingshin was already waiting downstairs when the group arrived. When he saw them, he got out of the car and greeted both Ren Halberd Wind and Yu Mohan. He also looked at Rongji, but didn't open his mouth to speak to her. And Lin Wu, as he got out of the car, stood with him. The two of them looked like a veritable pair when they looked like that. Ren Halberd Wind was exchanging pleasantries with Feng Tingshin. Yu Mashuan watched and skimmed his lips, his tone cold. "Mr. Feng, a few of us have a dinner date, so we'll leave first." "Feng Tingshin, take care, Mr. Yu." Yu Mohan and Rongji then took the lead and left. After having dinner with Mr. Jean and the others, Rongji drove back home. Just after arriving home, He Changbai's phone call came in. Rongji gave a beat and picked up, "Mr. He. The contract has been signed." He Changbai said, "You can call and confirm with your uncle. After confirming, call me back." The words fell out, and without waiting for her to speak, she had hung up. Rongji didn't expect He Changbai to move so quickly. However, she really couldn't trust He Changbai. After thinking about it, she still called Rong Changsheng over. "Uncle, the company side has cooperated with the Yi family on a project?" "Right." Young Changsheng was very happy that there was progress on the company's side, only, he also found it a bit strange. "How did you know about this, Xiaozhu?" "I heard it from someone else." Rongji casually excused himself and cared for Rong Changsheng for a few more moments before hanging up the phone, then he called He Changbai over. He Changbai's side answered in seconds. Young Ri said, "I'm free on Saturdays and Sundays." He Changbai said, "Okay, will you arrange the exact time or will I do it?" "You arrange it." "Good." After hanging up the phone, Rongji went in the bathroom to take a shower, and seeing that the time was still early, he paid attention to the latest information in the field of AI in the world. The next morning, she simply ate a breakfast and was about to go out when He Changbai's phone called again. "Last night I discussed with Shan Shan. Shan Shan said she wanted to go skiing. Ms. Roan, skiing can you?" "Rongji, it's okay. She can ski." He Changbai, "Do you need me to prepare ski gear for you?" "No, I'll just buy my own." "Okay, I'll see you Saturday." Aha! After hanging up the phone, Rongji went to the company. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Feng Jing Xin came to the phone and said that she wanted to eat the dishes she cooked. Rongju made a trip over there in the evening. Feng Tingshin wasn't home. Said he was going on a business trip. Rongju stayed over that night. The next day, before sending Feng Jingxin to school, remembering that she was going skiing with Shan Shan on Saturday, she brought the skiing gear that she had left over here before and didn't take with her, so that she wouldn't have to go out and buy it again in the next couple of days. Seeing this, Feng Jingxin asked, "You're going skiing, Mom?" "Well, in a couple days." Feng Jingxin, "I want to go too." The other day with Lin Wu and the others, although they had played for half a day at the ski resort, she hadn't had enough. Chapter 81, Keeping Uncle's Secret. Rongji gave a beat and asked her, "When do you want to go?" "This." Feng Jingxin then hesitated a bit. Rong Ru knew that she was actually trying to get her to accompany her again when Lin Wu and Feng Tingshin were both unavailable. But she didn't know when Lin Wu and Feng Tingshin weren't available. So she hesitated. Rong Ru retracted her eyes and said, "It's fine, just tell Mommy if you want to go, and Mommy will take you there when she's free." Feng Jingxin happily said, good. Busy week. On Friday night, Rongju got off work relatively early. When he returned home, he had just wanted to make something to eat when Feng Jingxin's phone call came. Rongju paused before picking up the phone. Mom, I'm free on Saturday, let's go skiing. Rongju did promise to tell her when she wanted to go skiing. But she wasn't going to take her tomorrow. Tomorrow's trip is half a social call for her. She didn't want to bother taking her when she was socializing. She said, Mom's not available tomorrow, so you can reschedule. Feng Jingxin pouted, no, I just want to go on Saturday. Mom, will you go with me on Saturday? Not this Saturday, next week, and next week if you still want to go, Mom will go with you. Feng Jingxin didn't listen and tried to pamper herself to make Rongji's heart soften. Mom. Rongru was unmoved. If you still want to go next week, talk to Mom again. Remember to eat well and don't be picky. After saying that, Rongji hung up the phone. Feng Jingxin didn't call again either. With her knowledge of Feng Jingxin, she was probably angry with her. Rongji didn't care and went in the kitchen to start cooking dinner. Day 2. When she got up, He Changbai called again to ask if he wanted to send a car over to pick her up. Young Ru declined. After breakfast, Rongju drove to the ski resort. When she arrived at the ski resort, He Changbai and Shan Shan were already there. Seeing her, He Changbai looked over, while Shan Shan pushed aside He Changbai's hand and happily ran towards Rongji. Auntie. As Shan Shan jumped into her arms, Rongji gently hugged her, looked at Shan Shan's raised smile and touched her face. Shan Shan seems to have grown a little bit taller, and her face is a little more fleshy and prettier. Hearing Rongji praise her, Shan Shan nodded happily. Aha! I have eaten a lot of meat. Rongru smiled and was about to speak when Shan Shan suddenly pulled out a crystal keychain from her pocket at Shan Shan. Auntie, this is for you. The keychain is a shrunken pink cat bag with a chic white kitty inside. It was very similar to the one on the zipper of Feng Jingxin's book bag that he had started pinning on some time ago, but not in the same color. He Changbai seemed to often bring Shan Shan to play with Feng Tingxin, Linwu and the others. It was normal that Shan Shan and Feng Jingxin would have the same keychain. Rongji paused, but didn't ask more questions and smiled. It's very pretty, Auntie likes it very much, thank you Shan Shan. Hearing Rongji say that he liked it, Shan Shan became even happier and pulled Rongji inside. Auntie, let's go skiing. Rongji, good. Seeing them heading inside, He Changbai asked Rongji, have you had breakfast yet? We brought you breakfast, if you haven't eaten yet, why don't you have some first? Rongji, no, I've already eaten. Good. After getting dressed and putting on their goggles, they set off to go skiing. Shan Shan wasn't very good at it yet, but Rongji had been good at it for many years, and slowly led Shan Shan to skate. The ski area was pretty crowded on Saturday. Worried that they would be hit by someone, He Changbai followed beside them so that he could protect them in case someone accidentally bumped into them. However, there were just too many people today. They had only been playing for an hour or so when two girls bumped into them. Shan Shan was fine, while Rongji's entire body crashed into He Changbai. He Changbai reflexively wrapped his arms around her waist, and with a closed hand, he steadied her in his arms. Slamming into his wide embrace, Rongji froze and instantly became uncomfortable, wanting to push him away but realizing that her feet were a bit uncomfortable. He Changbai didn't let go of her. Sprained your foot? It seems like it. He Changbai called the staff over and had them guard Shan Shan while he bent down and picked up Rongji. Young Ri thought he'd ask the staff to help her. Being suddenly picked up by him, she was a bit confused, then resisted. Put me down first, He Changbai, the doctor is waiting, take care of your foot first. Rongji gave a lurch and didn't move again. Entering the house, He Changbai put Rongji down. The doctor waiting on the side gave Rongji a look and found that it was only a slight dislocation, so he gave Rongji a bone straightening and he would soon be fine. He Changbai asked Rongji, still slippery? I'm fine, I can go on. Now that she was here, she didn't want to spoil Shan Shan's fun. After hearing the doctor say there was really nothing wrong with her leg, he didn't say no. At that moment, someone in the distance looked at them. Yo-yo? What are you looking at? Sun Liao, I think I see a familiar face. The side face of the man in front looked really similar to He Changbai. But he brought a child and a woman. This should not be He Changbai, right? When she tried to take 2 steps forward to get a better look, the other woman had already put her hat and goggles back on and left. Over the next hour or so, Rongru and Shan Shan were hit twice more, but were not injured. Seeing He Changbai holding her hand to help her, Rongji gently struggled and said, I'm fine, thanks. Only then did He Changbai release her wrist. At noon, they left the ski resort and went to a nearby restaurant for dinner. He Changbai handed her the menu and asked her to order. At this time, Shan Shan then remembered something and asked Rongji, Auntie, what's your name? Rongju, Auntie's name is Rongju. Shan Shan nodded, Auntie Young. Rongji laughed and touched her little face. Probably too tired from skiing, Shan Shan began to doze off before the meal was finished. He Changbai took Shan Shan into his arms and wiped the grease stains from the corners of her mouth. Rongji also ate almost enough, put down his chopsticks, and said, that's it for today? Good. But He Changbai didn't stand up immediately, but looked at her and said, can I ask you out next time? Rongji said, yes. He had done her a favor, and since she was needed alone, it was only right that she do him a few favors. Thanks. It should. Since Shan Shan was asleep and Rongji still thought they had nothing to say, she turned around and left without saying much. Watching her drive away, He Changbai stood for a moment before getting into the car. By the time he reached home, Shan Shan was awake. Auntie Yang is gone again? Aha! He Changbai hugged her and suddenly said, by the way Shan Shan, in the future it's better to call Auntie directly, don't call Auntie Rong, okay? Moreover, Auntie's name, Shan Shan, also help Uncle keep it a secret, don't tell others first, okay? Shan nodded dutifully, good. Chapter 82, next time you don't come back either. After Rongji and He Changbai finished their meal and drove away for a while, they received a call from Chu's Island. Xiaoru, where are you? I'm dying of exhaustion, come over and pick me up for dinner. Rongji didn't say he had already eaten, where are you? Yulian Yuan, Chu's Island said, it's that ancient-style courtyard property that was developed a few years ago. I came over here early in the morning with my aunt to look at the properties, I'm exhausted. Good. After hanging up the phone, Rongji adjusted his navigation and headed to Yulian Yuan. More than 10 minutes later, Chu's Island called again, Cam. Do you know who I ran into here? Young said with a lurch. The only thing that seems to make Chu's Island less than civilized when she opens her mouth these days is Feng Tingxin and Lin Wu and their family. He brought the Lin family over to see the house. Rongru gazed ahead and let out a hum without much expression on his face. Usually when Feng Tingxin and Lin Wu went out, it seemed that most of the time they would bring Feng Jingxian along. Feng Tingxin left Feng Jingxian home alone today, and it turned out to be because he was showing the Lin family the house. It was also true that the Sun family house was occupied, and it was time for the Lin family to purchase real estate since they were going to settle in the capital city. When they arrived at Yulian Yuan, Rongji parked the car and informed Chu's Island that she had arrived, and sent her a location. Chu Zilan replies to her that she'll be out in a while. Rongji asked her where she was. She wanted to go to the sales office to use the restroom. Chu's Island sent her a location. Rongji was about to get out of the car when he saw the old lady Lin Lihai and Sun Yuqing walking towards the parking lot. They all had smiles on their faces and could tell they were in a good mood. Rongji got out of the car, but Lin Lihai and the others entered the parking lot from the other side and didn't see her. A few minutes later, when Rongru arrived at the entrance of the sales department, she happened to bump into Feng Tingxin and Lin Wu. They were flanked by 7 or 8 core executives of the sales department and walked down from inside. Seeing her, Feng Tingxin glanced at her sideways, and Lin Wu, holding Feng Tingxin's arm, also looked at her coldly askance. Rongru's face paled as he withdrew his gaze. After entering the sales department, she went straight to Chu's Island. Seeing her, Chu's Island gritted her teeth and whispered, the houses over here start at $300 million, and just now I heard the staff over here say that the villa Feng Tingxin bought for the Lin family members is the highest grade here, a set of more than $600 million. Rongji, aha. Chu's Island looked at her face and added, and I've also heard that the reason why Feng Tingxin and the others came over here to purchase a house is because Lin Wu's mom likes the style over here. Rongji sniffed and her footsteps paused without a trace. No wonder when she saw Sun Yuqing just now, she was smiling so happily. Rongji suppressed his emotions and said faintly, I'm going to the restroom. Oh, well. Young Zip's small hands clenched into fists as she entered the restroom. Hearing others say how much better Feng Tingxin was to Lin Wu, she no longer felt anything. But when she heard Feng Tingxin was currying favor with Sun Yuqing, she still. At this time, the voice of the staff of the sales department over here suddenly sounded outside the door, that Mr. Feng has a good eye, his girlfriend is so pretty. Yes, his girlfriend's mom is also elegant in temperament, the important thing is, her husband and mother-in-law also everything by her, everything to her liking prevail, super spoiler, look at people and then look at my husband and mother-in-law, really is the more angry people. Yes, Mr. Feng is also good for her girlfriend this is not even married, more than 600 million villa said to buy to the girlfriend's family to buy. Hey, the same as a woman, Mr. Feng's girlfriend this is a proper life winner It was already 10 minutes later when Rongji came out of the restroom. After she had accompanied Chu's Island to dinner, she suddenly wanted to go to the sanatorium. But thinking of Rong Yingsheng's state and the dean's words that she couldn't meet her acquaintances, her car had already driven to the entrance of the sanatorium, and in the end, she still didn't go in, so she drove back home When she got home, she locked herself in her room and began to mind her own business. And I don't know how long it took. Her cell phone rang again. It was Feng Tingxin's call. Rongji looked at it, recording the data on the side of his hand and ignoring it. The phone hangs up naturally. After a few minutes, it called again. Rongji still didn't pick up. After a while, Feng Tingxin sent a message over, Grandma asked us to go back to the old mansion for dinner. Young said he didn't reply. Over there, Feng Tingxin saw that she didn't reply and held the phone in silence for a while. At that moment, Feng Jingxin's voice came from the stairwell, Dad, you're back. When the words fell, Feng Jingxin had already arrived downstairs and jumped into his arms. Feng Tingxin supported her body and let out a hum. Seeing him holding his cell phone as if he was about to send a message, Feng Jingxin asked, "What are you doing, Dad?"
Feng Tingxian, your mom isn't answering her phone.
Hearing him talk about Rongji, Feng Jingxian gave an angry humph and turned away her face. Feng Tingxian saw this and pinched her soft and tender face. "You get angry when you talk about your mom. Did you make your mom angry?"
Feng Jingxin rounded her eyes and became even more angry. "It's mom who made me angry."
Feng Tingxian propped up his face with his hand in an elegant gesture, seemingly feeling curious. "Oh?" Feng Jingxin huffed and puffed and complained. "Mom said she'd take me skiing before, but when I called her today, she said she had something to do today and said she'd take me next time." Your mom, since she had something to do and didn't have time to take you out, you don't sympathize with her and are still mad at her. Isn't it your fault? You. Feng Tingxian laughed, pressed her head with his large palm and got up. "Let's go."
Feng Jingxin gave a start.
"Where to?" "Your grandmother called us back for dinner."
"Oh." Feng Jingxin muttered and ran to follow.
The other side. Rongru ordered a takeout, and at 7 o'clock or so, just after eating, Mrs. Feng's phone call came in. She could not answer Feng Tingxian's phone call, but old Mrs. Feng was kind to her family, and her phone call, she still had to answer it. "Hello, Grandma." "Old Mrs. Feng, Xiaozhu, I heard Tingxian say you have something to do. When will you be done?"
Rongru didn't want to go back to the old mansion.
Since Feng Tingxian had helped her lie, she said directly, "These 2 days are busy. Sorry, Grandma, I'm afraid I won't have time to go back to see you in the next 2 days."
Old Mrs. Feng didn't care and said, "It's okay for Grandma here. Grandma is just worried that you are tired." "No, Grandma, I have a point."
"That's good." Old Mrs. Feng said, "When Tingxian goes back tomorrow, I'll ask him to bring you some delicious food, so remember to eat more."
Rongji, good.
After hanging up the phone, old Mrs. Feng looked at her grandson, who was sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper, and skimmed her lips as she said, "Next time, if Xiaozhi still doesn't come back with you, you shouldn't come back either."
Feng Tingxian raised his eyebrows. "Then I'll go?"
Old lady. Chapter 83, Does Xiaozhi have a boyfriend? Hanging up the phone, Rongji once again entered the work state. By 9 o'clock in the evening, after her brain had been baptized with knowledge, Rongji was in a much better mood.
That's when Yu Mohan's call came through. "Want to come out and play?" Half an hour later, Rongji arrived at the bar. Yu Mohan came out to meet her at the door and asked her, "Want a drink?"
Rongji paused and said, "Have a drink."
Yu Mohan came closer to look at her. "In a bad mood?" "Much better now." Yu Mohan didn't ask any more questions and ordered her a blue low to medium strength cocktail.
Rongji carried it in her hand, taking small sips of wine while listening to Yu Mohan chatting with his friend. Both she and Yu Mohan were oblivious to the fact that someone was watching from the bar upstairs.
Yao Xinbua, so it's her and Yu Mohan.
The man beside him followed his line of sight and couldn't help but give a start when he saw Rongji.
Yao Xinbua noticed and smiled. "Is it your dish?" His friend didn't answer, just asked, "You know?" "Yeah."
He said, "This is the girl I told you about 2 days ago that Halberd Wynn took a liking to at first, and then turned around and didn't like it anymore." His friend looked at Rongji and felt that although this bar of theirs was not chaotic, Rongji's temperament was cool and clean, and under the chaotic colored lights and heavy music, but on the contrary, it highlighted her temperament as more quiet and gentle, which made people feel as if she had just mistakenly entered this place.
Yu Mohan asked Rongji, "Going to dance?"
Rongji didn't know how to dance, but she kind of wanted to try. Good. After entering the dance floor and swinging to the music for over a minute under Yu Mohan's lead, Rongji slowly adjusted and relaxed, gently rocking her body. She drank a little wine, a little slightly drunk, wine breath on the face, cheeks pink and pretty, eyes moist and pretty, eyes flow unconsciously more than usual, a few points of provocative flirtation. Yao Xinbo looked at a sound, said, "This Miss Rong looked, although not that Miss Lin is let a person have the desire to conquer, but really pure desire and tender awe.
Simply is the special thing."
His friend didn't answer. At that moment, Rongji felt his cell phone vibrate. She didn't stop, but pulled out her cell phone and looked at it, stopping immediately when she saw the caller ID. Yu Mohan saw that her face didn't look right and came over to take a look, then his scalp went numb. It's actually a teacher.
Rongji and Yu Mohan hurriedly left the dance floor.
As she left, Rongji inadvertently looked up and saw Yao Xinbua and a handsome young man sitting beside him. Rongru and Yao Xinbua are not familiar with each other, and then moved away, and Yu Mashuan went out together to answer the phone in front of the bar, and the moment she opened her mouth, her tone was abashed. "Teacher.
Come pick me up at noon tomorrow." Rongji froze. "Huh?" Instead, the other side had hung up. Yu Mohan was busy asking, "What did the teacher say?"
"Rongji, the teacher asked me to pick him up at noon tomorrow."
"Didn't say what's up? And didn't say to ask me to join you?"
Rongji shook his head. Yu Mohan looked at his cell phone. Nanjiji didn't look for him. He instantly felt a little hurt. Teacher is biased.
It really can be relaxing to be in a lively atmosphere like a bar. Rongji was in a much better mood. Rongji reached out and helped him cover his chest. "Better?"
"Nope, it's only better if you pay for tonight's spending."
"Got it."
That was said in jest, of course.
How could Yu Mohan let Rongji pay for it?
Moreover, Jean was also worried that he would be known by Nanjiji if he brought Rongji to the bar to drink, and after returning to the bar to settle the bill, he left with Rongji. Noon the next day. Rongji drove to Nan Jiji's villa to pick him up. After Nan Jiji got into the car, she asked, "Teacher, where are we going?" Nan Jiji gave an address. Half an hour later, when they arrived at the hotel, Rongji and Nan Jiji were taken to a private room. When they pushed their way in, there were already two people sitting inside. It was two middle-aged men with an impressive aura. Seeing them come in, the two stood up, coming. Renyi and Ji Huanying. Nan Jiji's demeanor remained as cold as ever as he introduced them, "My student Rong Ru." Young Ru had seen them on the news. One of them is a major player in the military and the other is a major player in the political arena. However, their attitude was gentle when they saw Rongji, shaking hands with him and saying, "I've heard a lot about you." Despite being a bit confused, Rongji calmly shook hands with them one by one and said respectfully and politely, "I should be the one to say this to the two of you." Renyi and Ji Huanying smiled and gestured for her to sit. After she sat down, Renyi said, "We knew about you a few years back, and we've been hoping that academician Nan would be able to introduce us, but it's not because we've all been busy and haven't had the time. These days our people have been working on the system that you researched some days ago, and then these 2 days it just so happened that we all had time, so we thought of having a meal with you and meeting you." After exchanging pleasantries, Rongji chatted with them. Talking systems, talking chips, talking energy. Nan Jiji sat on the sidelines just eating and drinking tea in silence, basically not getting involved. More than an hour later, Renyi poured a cup of tea for Rongji, and Rongji was busy taking it. Renyi put down the teapot, his eyes were deep and full of experience, but when he looked at Rongji, he was very gentle. "If I remember correctly, Xiaoji is in her 20s this year, right?" Rongru nodded, "Yes, 25. Very young." Having just heard Renyi ask this, Ji Huanying knew what he meant as he interjected, "Got a boyfriend?" Rongji froze and said, "I'm married. Also almost divorced." However, facing Renyi and Ji Huanying, it was not good for her to say too much about herself, so she didn't say anything. Renyi and Ji Huanying were obviously quite surprised. But they are not ordinary people. A flicker of emotion flashed under Rongru's eyes when she spoke of being married, and it was clear that there were some problems with her marriage. That means a divorce is likely. Well, his son might have a chance. There were countless famous ladies who wanted to enter the doors of the Ran and Ji families. Generally speaking, an ordinary rich girl couldn't even enter the Run or Ji family's door yet, let alone a divorced one. But Young Ru was different. Young Ri is so talented. With the technology that Changma now possesses, it will be unstoppable in the next few years. Not to mention that the position of Nan Jiji in the future would most likely be taken over by Rongji as well. In other words, Rongru's future prospects were unlimited. What's more, Rongru is so young and accomplished but still calm and gentle, without a trace of arrogance in his body, which is extremely rare in young people. The more they look at it, the more they like it. As Nan Jiji listened, he finally raised his head and gave them a cold look. Chapter 84, Waiting for Someone. After the meal, Rongji had just returned home when Yu Mohan's phone call came. After learning what Nan Jiji was looking for her for, he said, "Renyi and Ji Huanying, huh? I already know them." Then said, "By the way, that Renhalberd Wind is actually Renyi's son, TSK, dad so powerful, I do not know why the son is so young eyes blind." Rongji hadn't really thought that Renhalberd Wind was Renyi's son. Still, it was none of her business. On Tuesday, Shuendu's driverless car was initially tested, and Rongru and Yu Mohan went to Shuendu early in the morning. When they arrived, Renhalberd Wind and Yao Xinbo were already there. When he saw it was them, he only looked at them and withdrew his eyes. Yu Mohan didn't care to bother with him and pulled Rong resigned to do the testing work. Seeing that the prep work was done and the staff had no intention of starting the test, Yu Mohan asked, "Why hasn't it started yet?" "Mr. Quan, Mr. Feng will personally come over to see the test. When Mr. Feng arrives, we'll officially start." Yu Mohan. Oh. Yu Mohan remembered something and asked, "By the way, why haven't I seen Ms. Lin today? Didn't Lin Wu say earlier that she was coming over to Shuendu to refine herself? How come it's only been a couple days and people aren't coming?" Mr. Quan laughed, "Oh, didn't Ms. Lin say she wanted to refine herself?" Mr. Feng said that the fastest and best way to improve is to bring your own team to do projects. This is not, Mr. Feng. Last week, the previous company shelved a project for people to reintegrate. These 2 days Miss Lin, no, should be called Lin Director. Lin Director, she formed a team, now is meeting up there. Yu Mohan. He glanced sideways at Rongji, only to see that Rongji was looking down with his head, holding a notebook to record the previous tests, and hadn't said anything about what Mr. Quan had said about Feng Tingshan forming a team for Lin Wu. He sighed and stroked her head. Rongru slapped his hand away, "Don't move." Yu Mohan. The tone of voice was good, and it sounded like it should no longer care. And he was relieved. At that moment, Feng Tingshan arrived. Along with him, there are also He Changbai and Shi Yukuan. He Changbai and Shi Yukuan obviously didn't expect Rongji to actually be there. When they saw her, they all looked surprised. Rongji didn't have much of an expression on his face, and withdrew his eyes after a glance. Feng Tingshan instead politely came over to greet them and said, "Tough job, everyone. Mr. Quan, Mr. Feng, is it time to start?" Wait for another person. Feng Tingshan raised his hand and looked at his wristwatch. I'll go upstairs to take a look. Gentlemen, wait a moment. The words fell and he left. Yang wasn't intentionally trying to. But she knew that Feng Tingshan said to wait for one more person, and that person was Lin Wu. In other words, they could only officially start the actual test when Lin Wu finished his meeting. Yu Mohan obviously thought of it as well, gritting his teeth and nearly bursting into flames. Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu soon came downstairs. With them, there was also Sun Liao. Sun Liao wasn't surprised when she saw Rongji, because Lin Wu had already told her in advance. Seeing that Rongji was clearly Feng Tingshan's wife, yet she was only worthy of waiting like a subordinate for her sister to come downstairs before she could continue her work, she looked at Rongji with more than a few hints of sarcasm and smugness in her eyes. Rongji also didn't bother to think about why Sun Liao also appeared in Xuandu in a professional suit. She averted her eyes indifferently. Lin Wu then politely apologized, sorry to keep you all waiting. Lin Wu's apology was sincere, only, when she apologized, she only looked at Ren Hafeng and them and Yu Mo-sun. For Rong-ru, she didn't even have a single look in her eyes. Obviously, she wasn't the one she was apologizing to. Ron Halbert Win's attention wasn't on Rongji, naturally he wouldn't care about these details and said, it's just a few minutes, it's okay. Mr. Rin is so generous. Yu Mohan got up, his tone cool, and said, since we're down here, let's not continue to waste our time, hurry up and start. Feng Tingshan was polite, it's our fault, Mr. Yu, please. Yu Mohan snorted coldly, pulled on Rongji, and took the lead out of the conference room. Seeing Yu Mohan intimately pulling Rongji, Feng Tingshan saw it but then averted his eyes, obviously not caring. He Chang Bai, however, looked at the two of them twice more. In the group, Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu were the center of the crowd. When they arrived at the test track, the staff reported respectfully, Mr. Feng, Miss Lin, we're ready. This gesture was properly treating Lin Wu as the boss's wife. Feng Tingshan, let's begin. Yes. They can clearly see the driving on the monitor. After the test driver had successfully tested a round, the staff asked Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu if they wanted to go up and experience it. Feng Tingshan agreed. He got on the same train as Lin Wu. On the surveillance, the two of them can be seen talking in a good mood. When they looked at each other, their eyes seemed to draw together. Rongji looked at the monitor without moving his eyes away, his expression pale. Yu Mohan, however, was filled with disgust. Shi Yukuan also wanted to try, and was about to talk to Yi Changbai, when Sun Liao walked over towards Yi Changbai. Mr. Yi Changbai spoke directly, you guys go ahead, I'm not very interested. Sun Liao choked. Over there, Mr. Quan said to Yu Mohan and Rongji, Mr. Yu, Miss Rong, do you want to try? The car's condition is better known to them than to many of Xuandu's staff. Originally, I wanted to try, but now, I'm so full of gas, what's the point of trying? Yu Mohan grunted, no. Rongji smiled, whispered in his ear to him about the engine in this car, and said, are you sure you don't want to try it? Yu Mohan blared at her before asking, how did you know? Rongji touched his nose, I accidentally glanced at the data they brought over just now. A good memory has that benefit. Yu Mohan was in a better mood then, go back and replicate it with me. Good. He said, pulling him into the car. After the test drive, it was half an hour later. Feng Tingshan said, it's been a hard day for all of you, let's have dinner together in a while? Ran Halbert Wind, good. Yu Mohan. He skimmed his lips and blandly said, sorry, we're not available, you guys eat up, we've got things to do so we'll leave first. Seeing this, Feng Tingshan said, in that case, next time. With that, he said to General Manager Quan, send off General Manager Yu and Miss Rong and the others. Mr. Quan was busy responding, yes. Ms. Young. Yu Mohan skimmed his lips and inwardly laughed as he took the lead to leave with Rongji. Yao Xinbo lowered his voice and said to Ren Halbert Feng, how do I feel Yu Moshuan especially doesn't treat Mr. Feng and them? This was something that Ren Halbert Wind had already noticed the last time they ran into each other over here. Before, I thought I was overthinking it, thinking that Yu Mohan's nature was just like that. In hindsight, he didn't think too much of it. Chapter 85, Winter Camp. When he left Xuandu and got into the car, Yu Mohan was still huffing and puffing. As if he thought of something, he asked Rongji, by the way, who is that girl standing behind Lin Wu, wearing a professional suit? I see that she's not looking at you very well, do you guys know each other? Rongru, Lin Wu's cousin. Yu Mohan. Feng Tingshan let Lin Wu come to Xuandu even if it's not enough, but he even accepted Lin Wu's family to Xuandu as well? According to him, I wouldn't be surprised if Xuandu changed its surname to Lin after a while. Rongju felt the same way. She said, aha. With Feng Tingshan's love for Lin Wu, she wouldn't be surprised if he just gave Xuandu to Lin Wu. What's the point of letting the Sun family work at Xuandu? Yu Mohan felt that he couldn't say anymore, and that saying more would only make him more and more angry. In the evening, in order to replicate the situation of Feng Tingshan's company car engine with Yu Mohan, both Rongru and Yu Mohan went home late that night. On the way home, it snowed. When they arrived home, Rongji was about to go in the bathroom to take a shower when his cell phone rang. Feng Tingshan's phone. Rongru didn't answer, took the clothes and went in the bathroom. When she came out of the bathroom and opened her cell phone to find that Feng Tingshan had called her twice, probably seeing that she didn't answer, and sent another message over, telling her that Feng Jingxin would have a parent-teacher conference tomorrow. Rongji saw this and returned a few words, "I'm not available tomorrow." After that, just put the phone down and leave it alone. Over there, Feng Tingshan was busy. Feng Jingxin was playing with Feng Tingshan's cell phone, and when she saw Rongji's reply, she said happily, "Dad, Mom said she's not available tomorrow, so can I ask Auntie Woohoo to come to the school to help me with the parent-teacher conference?" Feng Tingshan didn't look up and let out a hum. Yeah. Feng Jingxin jumped up from the sofa and danced around happily. Feng Tingshan said, "Dad will be there tomorrow too." Feng Jingxin, "I know, Auntie Woohoo is going, how can you not go, Dad?" Day 2. Rongzhuo went to work at Changmo and was chatting with Su Yuchuan about work when his cell phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Feng Jingxin's homeroom teacher. Feng Jingxin's mom, "Won't you come to the parent-teacher conference of Feng Jingxin's classmates today?" Rongji saw it and replied, "I have something to do, so I won't go over." After a while, Feng Jingxin's homeroom teacher sent another message over, "The people who came over today to give Feng Jingxin's classmates a parent-teacher conference are Feng Jingxin's father and another woman," and took her picture over. In the photo, Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu were sitting together, while Feng Jingxin was sitting next to Lin Wu, holding Lin Wu's arm intimately. Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu went to school together to attend the parent-teacher conference at Feng Jingxin's school, and Rongru was not surprised. After all, Feng Jingxin hated that she didn't go and let Lin Wu go instead. Since Lin Wu was going instead of her, how could Feng Tingshan be willing to let Lin Wu go alone? Feng Jingxin's class teacher's side was worried for her, and Rongji replied, "I know, it's fine. Thank you, Ms. Yang." Putting down his cell phone, Rongju continued to work. Busy times always go by extra fast. Before I knew it, it was Friday again. In the morning, not long after Rongru woke up, He Changbai's phone called again, saying that Shan wanted to go camping. Rongji gave a beat, "To spend the night kind of thing?" Aha! He Changbai said, "Don't worry, I'll let people protect your safety, sleeping bag, tent, heater, all these I'll help you prepare, people come over can be good." On Saturday morning, Rongji went back to Rong's house for a meal and asked about Rong Changsheng's new project. After determining that there was no problem, Rongji was relieved. She drove out the door a little after 2 p.m. and headed for the campground. When she arrived, He Changbai and Shan and the others had just arrived as well. The people He Changbai brought with him were helping to set up tents and barbecue grills. It's been snowing for the last few days and the mountains are full of snow. Seeing her arrive, Shan came over and pulled her over, saying he wanted to build a snowman with her. She used to build snowmen with Feng Jingxin. Building a snowman wasn't hard for Rongji. It didn't take long for the girls to build a little snowman out of it. Shan also prepared a special scarf for the snowman, and after building it, she ran to ask the maid to help her find a scarf and carrots. He Changbai walked towards Rongji. Rongji saw him and didn't say anything. He Changbai squatted down beside her and said, "You went to work at Changma?" Rongji was still organizing the snowman and didn't look up. Thinking back to that day when they ran into each other at Xuandu, her cold, seemingly no longer caring attitude towards Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu, he asked, "When did you go?" "Rongji, it's been a while." He Changbai still wanted to know in more detail, but Rongji obviously didn't want to say more, so he stopped the conversation and said, "A total of 5 times. Rongji gave a beat, understanding that he meant that he was asking her to accompany Shan a total of 5 times. She said, "Got it." Shan took 2 scarves over and said that he also wanted to pile up a big one and a small one next to each other, just like her and Rongju, and instructed He Changbai to help. He Changbai silently followed her instructions. When she built the big snowman, Shan also asked He Changbai to take pictures of her and Rongji. He Changbai took his own cell phone and looked at Rongji's smile in the camera, taking several shots in a row. The time spent playing around still went by quite fast, and by the time the photos were taken, the sky was starting to turn dark, and the smell of food was already coming from the grill over there, and the lights were on in the tents. He Changbai, "Do you eat seafood?" Rongji, "Aha." He Changbai handed her a couple skewers. There are quite a lot of people coming over here for winter camping, and the tents are not densely packed, but they are quite lively, and they say that there will be a campfire later. Her long bottom, want to join in? I can do both. He Changbai was about to speak when his cell phone suddenly rang. It's a call from Kaiulan. He Changbai walked a little farther away and picked up the phone. "Qi Yiluan, want to go for a drink later?" "No go, you guys go." "What are you?" At that moment, Shan ran over, clutching a skewer of barbecue in his hand. "Uncle, barbecued wings." He Changbai bent down to take it. Kaiulan heard, "You're having a barbecue?" "Aha." "Where?" "Outside." He trailed off, "Out camping." "Holy. It's been snowing a lot these past few days, so going out camping and having a snowball fight while getting a campfire is just right. Why didn't I think of that?" The words fell, and then afterward realized, "No, you go camping actually did not call on us?" He Changbai said faintly, "Next time for sure." "No, that auntie alone is there, isn't she?" "Where are you guys?" I'll go there now. No, I can call Ting Shin and the others, we'll go there together. He Changbai, hang up first. Without waiting for Chi Yuluan to speak, He Changbai took the lead and hung up the phone. Chapter 86. Mom goes camping without her. It was completely dark. The temperature in the mountains is getting colder too. Putting away his cell phone, He Changbai turned around to go back and saw Rongji and Shan Shan, who were leaning together eating and chatting, and turned around and went back to the tent to take a large and a small 2 thick coats out. The big one was handed to Rongji. Rongji saw it and said, I'm not cold. Drape yourself. He shook off his jacket and casually draped it over her shoulders, then put the smaller one on singly as well. It was true that Rongru was not cold, but with the thick coat on, it blocked most of the mountain wind, and it was also true that she would be warmer, so she did not refuse anymore. After the barbecue and the bonfire was about to start, they went over there. They had just gone over, and when they saw them, someone couldn't help but say, Aya, this family of 3 looks really dazzling. Rongji gave a beat and explained, we're not a family of 3. The guys laughed and thought that even if they weren't a family of 3 now, they couldn't help but be a family of 3 in the future. After a while, Sean went over to play with his friends of the same age over here. Other people came to camp with their friends and relatives. 3 or 5 people sat together to chat and play cards, build snowmen, and have a snowball fight, so lively. She and Yi Changbai weren't born and raised, and the 2 of them were quiet after Shan Shan left. They really didn't have much to talk about. Talking about family words involving Feng Tingshin and Linwu was a taboo for Rongji. Talking about work? Again, you might think about the unpleasantness of being at Shuandu. Finally, He Changbai spoke, going to Changma, adapting? Although Rongji felt bored, she did not intend to have too in-depth communication with He Changbai. The silence that had fallen between them and He Changbai was instead just what she wanted. When He Changbai opened his mouth, she was boredly weaving butterflies with withered grass, and sniffed faintly, adapt. Yumohan is taking good care of you. Aha! You majored in AI in college? Aha! How did you and Yumohan meet? Hearing this, Rongji did not reply. He Changbai could see that she didn't seem to want to talk to him much, and knew that she had kept that distance from him from the beginning to the end. He knows why. And it didn't continue to be forced. On the way, he took a few calls. It was getting late when I got back. Youngyu knitted several butterflies, and Shan Shan liked them so much that he received them babyishly in his pocket. Looking at this precious look of Shan Shan, Rongji's smile stalled. There was a time when Feng Jingshin was just like Shan Shan, and she was a big fan of everything she did. But these, long ago, have become a thing of the past. At night Shan Shan made a fuss about sleeping with Rongji. He Changbai looked at Rongji and asked her what she meant. Rongju agreed. Shan happily nestled into her arms. They sleep together, but only in the same tent. Sleeping at night or are each sleeping in a sleeping bag, alone want a Rongju cuddle sleep this time is not possible. Shan Shan's body is indeed a bit weak. Last night the wind was too strong, probably accidentally catching a cold, and woke up the next day with a cold. Rongji didn't sleep well last night either and wasn't in good spirits when he got up. He Changbai decided to take Shan Shan to the hospital. Rongji wanted to drive back by himself. Shan Shan pampered and wanted Rongji to accompany her to the hospital. Rongji looked at her sick and wilted appearance, agreed. Then she and Shan Shan got into He Changbai's car. Both Rongju and Shan Shan fell asleep not long after they got into the car. He Changbai turned his head sideways, looking at Rongji's white face, the long hair that slightly covered her face, and subconsciously wanted to help her straighten her hair, but withdrew his hand when he saw that Rongji's eyelashes fluttered lightly, as if she was about to wake up. In someone else's car, Rongji dozed off for a few minutes, not sleeping soundly, and when she opened her eyes and saw He Changbai's withdrawn hand, she didn't think much of it, only asking, "Are we there yet?" Almost. 2 minutes later, the car arrived at the entrance of the hospital. He Changbai hugged Shan Shan out of the car and said to Rongji, "Let my people send you back?" Rongru shook his head, "No, I can just drive back by myself." He Changbai didn't force it. Getting into the car, when he was about to return home, his cell phone rang, and it was Feng Tingshin who sent a message. "Grandma will go to see your grandmother in a while, and let the 3 of us go back together to make a trip to Rong's house." This message can't go unanswered. She picked up her cell phone and called Feng Tingshin over. Feng Tingshin's side quickly picked up. "Hello. Rongru, I'll go back and pick up XIN over." When she said that, she actually didn't think Feng Tingshin would want to go back to the Rong family with her. After all, when she wanted him to go back to the Rong family with her before, he always pushed back. And her family, now, didn't see the need to see him. Feng Tingshin's side was silent for 2 seconds, then said, "Good." When Rongji heard him finish, she hung up the phone and turned around to head over to Feng Tingshin's villa. When she arrived over at Feng Tingshin's villa, Feng Jing Xin was already ready with her backpack. Seeing that Rongji had arrived, she nestled next to Feng Tingshin and didn't move, nor did she avert her face from looking at Rongji. She's still mad at Rongji for not taking her skiing last week. Feng Tingshin looked up at her and suddenly paused. "Didn't sleep well last night?" Rongji didn't expect him to ask that. It was probably because she wasn't wearing any makeup, her hair was a little messy, and she looked overly obvious in her lack of sleep. She gave a cold not intending to elaborate, but the butler then interjected with concern, "Is it insomnia? There is a good incense here that can relieve sleep, I will put it in your room later." Only then did Rongji explain, "I usually don't have problems sleeping, it's because I went camping yesterday and wasn't too comfortable spending the night outside." The housekeeper frowned straight away at this. "What's the fun of camping in this winter? Don't catch a cold for good." Rongru smiled down and said, "Winter camping can be a snowball fight by the campfire, pile up snowmen, and play hide and seek. Atmosphere is actually better. Everyone else who came up to camp last night did have a good time." She was actually quite envious. When Feng Tingshin heard this, he put down the newspaper and looked at her thoughtfully. Feng Jingxin, however, was tickled by what he heard and became even more angry for a moment. The last time she was angry, her mom didn't let her off the hook. "Camping is so much fun, I'm surprised mom didn't take her too." Feng Jingxin dragged her backpack, jumped off the couch, and ran straight upstairs after giving a grunt. Rongji looked and frowned, and before she could speak, Feng Tingshin put down the newspaper and said in a faint voice, "Xan, come back." Feng Tingshin's tone couldn't be heard to be the slightest bit angry. But Feng Jingxin just stopped immediately. She pursed her little lips and turned over to stand still. Feng Tingshin raised his eyes and looked over. Feng Jingxin lowered her head and dragged her school bag back sullenly. But she didn't go over to Rongji's side. She pulled Feng Tingshin's hand and pouted, saying, "Daddy will go along, okay?" Chapter 87, Can't Even Quarrel. Feng Tingshin didn't look at Rongji, and lightly brushed Feng Jingxan's little nose. "Daddy has something to do, so be a good boy and listen to your mom, be obedient." "Got it," Feng Jingxin said reluctantly, glancing sideways at Rongji, and when she walked to Rongji's side, she extended her hand towards Rongji, letting her hold her. It's kind of like taking the initiative to make up with her. Rongru held her hand and after greeting the housekeeper, he went out the door. When they arrived at the Rong family's house, old Mrs. Feng had already been there for a while. Seeing that there were only mother and daughter and Feng Tingshin was nowhere to be seen, old Mrs. Feng immediately sank her face. "Where's Tingshin? Busy again?" "Rongji, aha." Old Mrs. Feng angrily picked up her cell phone to call Feng Tingshin. Old Mrs. Rong already knew that Rongru and Feng Tingshin were about to get divorced, and she also thought that Feng Tingshin no longer had the need to come over. She stopped old Mrs. Feng and said, "He's busy with work, I understand, so don't force him." Entering the door, Feng Jingxin went upstairs to play video games with Rong Yunha. Rong Ji, on the other hand, chatted with the two old ladies. When old Mrs. Feng saw the two new paintings that old Mrs. Rong had painted, she liked them too much, and when she learned that they were painted with the scholar's house that Rong Ji had given her on her birthday, she was also very interested in that set of scholar's house. "When I saw it, I loved it so much that I said, 'Where's Tingshin?' Tingshin wouldn't have prepared nothing, right? There are preparations." At the mention of Feng Tingshin, old lady Rong was less than pleased, but still said, "The emerald jewelry set he sent was of a very good color, and the pair of embroidery drawings he sent along for you were also very good." Old Mrs. Feng smiled, "That's more or less the same, it seems like he has taken my words into consideration." Rong Ji listened without interrupting. After being bored in the study for a while, the two old ladies came out to drink tea in the courtyard again. Old Mrs. Rong looked at the house across the street and said idly, "It's strange to say that the other day this house was being renovated day and night, and I thought that the owner of the house was in a hurry to move in, but I didn't expect that the other day the work suddenly stopped." Old Mrs. Feng laughed. "Maybe something happened and she didn't move in." "Maybe." For this house, Rongji wanted to get rid of it, but was worried that it would end up being bought by someone from the Lin or Sun family again. She just never dealt with it. She hadn't gone in to see it either. She didn't want to go in and look at it because the Suns had handled it. So it's just been sitting there. As she was thinking this, she suddenly sneezed and a chill ran down her back. Both old ladies were the first to be concerned. "Is everything all right? Is it hard to catch a cold?" Rongji drew a tissue and wiped his nose, saying, "Maybe." She probably caught a bit of a cold last night as well, the reaction just wasn't as pronounced as it would have been alone. Old Mrs. Rong and old Mrs. Feng had been friends for many years. But she didn't mention a single word to old Mrs. Feng about what happened at her birthday banquet, and Feng Tingshin and Lin Wu. The two of them are just happy to talk about the world. Rongru sat for a while when Chu Xilan's phone called, telling her that she had run into Feng Tingshin and the Lin family again. Say Feng Tingshin is eating with the Lin family. What Chu Xilan said, "Holy, why do I run into this every time?" "I don't want to," said the man, and asked where she was. Rongji said, "At my grandmother's." "You went back alone?" And Hart and Grandma Feng. Chu Xilan understood in a second. "So Feng Tingshin didn't accompany you back to the Rong family, but came over to Lin Wu's side to accompany the Lin family?" Tolerance doesn't say a word. After making the call, Rongji sneezed again. Rongji's aunt, Himingxue, was worried if she had a cold and cooked her a bowl of ginger soup. Rongji drank it and felt heavier in her head, and she fell asleep in no time. "When I woke up, I realized I had a fever. And it was still a high fever that made her head spin." Feng Jingxin came over to her side and felt a little worried. "Mom, are you sick?" Rongji, aha. Feng old lady is also very worried to take her back to the Feng family to let the family's usual old Chinese medicine over to give her a look, said the old Chinese medicine to get well quickly. Old Mrs. Rong felt that her illness came on too violently and it was not a good idea to drag it out for too long, and she also asked her to go back with old Mrs. Feng to the Feng family's old mansion to let the old Chinese doctor take a look. When she returned to the old mansion, the old Chinese doctor came over and gave her some medicine. Rongji drank a bowl, then went upstairs and fell asleep again. When she woke up again, the heaviness in her body and head felt much better. She opened her eyes and realized that the small light on her side was on, and when she looked over sideways, she saw Feng Tingshan sitting over there reading a book. She paused. Only then did it dawn on her that this was in the old mansion, Feng Tingshan's room. It's also where he grew up since he was a kid. Probably hearing the commotion, Feng Tingshan turned sideways to look over, awake. Rongji felt a little uncomfortable in her throat and was not in a good mood, so she didn't want to talk to him, so she didn't open her mouth. She grabbed the jacket aside and put it on, and was about to get out of bed when Feng Tingshan brought her a cup of water over and handed it to her. Rongru gave a beat, and after 2 seconds took it, and didn't say thank you. Feng Tingshan didn't say anything and reached out to touch her forehead. Rongji's brain was heavy but her reaction wasn't too slow and she dodged it. Feng Tingshan looked, gave a beat, withdrew his hand, got up and said, Elder Zhang is still downstairs, I'll have him come up and give you a look. The words fell out, and without waiting for her to speak, he got up and went downstairs. A few minutes later, Elder Zhang, the old lady and Feng Tingshan, Feng Jingxian all came into the room. Zhang Lao gave Rongji a look and said that she had gotten a lot better, but the medicine had to be continued, saying that she had a weak body and was depressed in her heart, so she was prone to getting sick when she caught a cold, and she needed to nourish her body properly. Rongru listened and nodded. Old Mrs. Feng asked again, is Xiaoji hungry? At noon Rongji was not feeling well and slept without taking a few bites of food. It was now close to evening, and Rongji was indeed hungry, but didn't have much of an appetite. But the old lady told her to eat more or less all of it, and then instructed Feng Tingshan to go downstairs to bring up the meal that the kitchen had prepared for Rongji. Feng Tingshan listened and turned around to go downstairs. A moment later, it came upstairs with food. Old Mrs. Feng and Zhang Lao left. Feng Tingshan didn't leave. Rongji dined on the side while he sat reading a book. Rongji looked and realized that what he was reading was the same book that she had read earlier at the hot spring villa. She hadn't noticed before, but now she realized that he hadn't returned the book to her. She frowned. You. Feng Tingshan smiled and said, after reading it for half an hour the other day, I realized that some of your ideas were really quite interesting and gave me a little bit of new ideas, so I took it over to flip through it when I had nothing else to do. Rongji pursed her lips and ignored him. She didn't have much of an appetite to begin with, and now she had even less. Feng Tingshan propped up his face and looked at her, saying, after so many years, you still can't even argue? Young said, averting his face. Feng Tingshan sighed and said, alright, I won't annoy you, just eat. Chapter 88, I'm not interested in racing. In the divorce agreement she clearly states that she wants nothing. There was no issue of property division or custody of Feng Jingxin involved, and she assumed that he would soon notify her to collect the divorce certificate. But it had been about 3 months since she had left the divorce papers and returned home, and there had been no movement on his side. Thinking of this, Rongji looked up and was about to ask him about this when a knock sounded outside the door. Then, Feng Tingyi's voice sounded outside the door, sister-in-law, I heard that you were sick, are you better now? Before Rongru could speak, Feng Tingshan spoke, come in. There were quite a few people coming in and out of the room just now, so the outside door was left open. Upon hearing Feng Tingshan's voice, Feng Tingyi walked in through the door and greeted Feng Tingshan first, brother. Feng Tingshan, aha. Feng Tingyi's sight fell on Rongji. Rongji and Feng Tingyi didn't get along too much, knowing that he cared about her but didn't know what to say, so he took the lead and said, I've gotten better. Feng Tingyi scratched his head, oh, that's good. Rongji smiled, is it a long time since you came back this way? Yeah. I missed the meals over here, so I came back for a visit, and just after I got back, I heard from Grandma that you had a fever. At this time, old Mrs. Feng also came up. Seeing Rongji's face look better, she was also relieved and said, the soup in the kitchen is also ready. Old Zhang said you can also drink it, come down and drink it together, or Grandma letting Tingshan bring it up for you? Rongji didn't eat much and didn't have much of an appetite anymore. She felt a little stuffy in her room and didn't want to stay in her room, so she went downstairs with the old lady, Feng Tingshan and the rest of them. When they arrived downstairs, Feng Jingxin was nowhere to be seen. Feng Tingyi asked, where is Xinxin? Old Mrs. Feng, she ate something just now and can't drink it, just let her have a couple more sips later. After Rongji sat down, he took the soup handed over by the housekeeper and lowered his head to blow on the cooled small sips. Feng Tingshan sat down beside her, but his cell phone came with a message, probably to prevent her from seeing it, sidestepped a bit away from her, and took his cell phone and started to return the message. Rongji looked on, drinking his soup in silence. The old lady couldn't look away. Can't we talk about anything after the soup? Feng Tingshan, one moment. The bowl of soup was soon at the bottom. Mrs. Feng, do you want to stop drinking? Rongru shook his head and got up. No, I'm full. Even though Feng Tingshan was slightly sideways, when she stood up, she still inadvertently saw that he was chatting with Lin Wu on WeChat, and he seemed to be teaching Lin Wu some things about the project. Possibly sensing that she had noticed, Feng Tingshan sat farther away again. Rongji, however, had already withdrawn his eyes and went to sit down in the living room, boringly picking up the newspaper on the side and reading it. After a while, Feng Tingyi brought clean fruits and asked her if she wanted them. Rongru looked up and said, "No, you eat." This time, she looked up and realized that Feng Tingshan had also come out of the dining room, his cell phone still in his hand, but he was already heading upstairs. Rongju withdrew his eyes. Feng Tingyi sat down right next to her, then looked at her twice, which Rongji noticed and asked, "What's wrong?" "That's just it, aren't I not as brainy as you and my brother and not as good at reading? I have a few physics problems here that I'm not very good at." Rongji froze, and before he could say anything, Feng Tingyi added, "I wanted to ask my brother to teach me, but just now my brother said he had something to do and asked me to ask you to teach me." Rongji gave a beat, didn't say anything, and took his test paper over. Feng Tingyi's grades are still quite good, the foundation is also solid. Rongru took his 2 test papers over to look at the eyes, slightly help him to run through his thoughts, he will know what is going on. "Sister-in-law, you are awesome, thank you sister-in-law." After hearing and understanding, Feng Tingyi didn't care about the image and squatted on the coffee table to write. After finishing the physics problems, he put away his scroll and pen and said, "Well, finally, I can play with my cell phone." Rongji smiled, put down the newspaper that she had almost read. She was in better spirits and thought of going upstairs to find a book to read to pass the time. Feng Tingyi came over and lowered her voice and said, "Sister-in-law, my goddess participated in another car race some time ago, and this time the race, my goddess is even more valiant. I have the video, do you want to watch it?" Rongru gave a beat, the smile on his face faded a few points, and said, "No need, I'm actually not very interested in racing." "Yes?" Feng Tingyi thought that Rongji was interested before finding her to talk. Hearing this, she was a bit surprised. "That day, sister-in-law, you looked at the binoculars for quite a long time, I thought you were interested as well." Rongru said, "I was the one who saw a few acquaintances at the scene that day." "This way, ah." Seeing that she really didn't seem to be interested, Feng Tingyi didn't give her any more amenities and turned around while continuing to watch Lin Wu's race replay while saying, "My goddess supposedly didn't take part in the racing competition this time, and I so miss her. She doesn't race and I don't know when I'll be able to see her again. Hey." Rongji said, "I'll go upstairs and get a book." Feng Tingyi was full of vigor and said, "Good, sister-in-law, although you are in much better spirits, you still need to rest more." Oh. Rongji, "Well, I will." After that, he got up and went upstairs. When she went back to her room, Feng Tingshan was not there. Rongru saw her book that Feng Tingshan had taken over and placed on the table. She took it back and put it back in her bag. Before, when she occasionally stayed over, she would bring a book or two. She searched the room and didn't find it, thinking that it might be in Feng Jingshin's room. She turned around and went to her room. Feng Jingshin left the door open. Before Rongji went over to her room, she heard Feng Jingxian's voice coming out from the room. "Auntie Woohoo, I'm so bored, you can talk to me for a while." Rongju stopped in his tracks. 2 or 3 seconds later, Feng Jingshin's voice with a smile resounded again. "I'll go down to drink the soup in a while, I won't not drink it, Auntie Woohoo, don't worry." Rongju's back was against the wall. "Okay, bye Auntie Woohoo, Muwa." After making the call, Feng Jingshin didn't come out of the room immediately. Rongji was sick with an uncomfortable throat and coughed twice, walking into Feng Jingxian's room, and only then did Feng Jingxian notice that she had come over. She was lying on her back, happily wiggling around with her feet crossed. When she saw her get up from the bed, "Mommy, why are you out of your room?" Rongru faintly said, "Come and get a book." Feng Jingshin came over and pulled her hand, asking her, "Great-grandmother said the soup is ready, Mom, do you want to go down with me to have some soup?" Rongji drew back his hand and said, "Mom already drank it, you haven't drank it yet, go down and drink it yourself." Feng Jingshin had just finished talking to Lin Wu on the phone and was in a good mood, so she didn't notice that Rongji wasn't right and said, "Okay, then I'll go downstairs." Rongji, aha. Chapter 89, The Man on the Other Side of the Phone. After Feng Jingshin left, Rongji didn't go back to his room after finding his own book, but took the book and went to the second floor to sit by the landing window to read it. Half an hour later, old Mrs. Feng brought her boiled Chinese medicine up. "Xiaozhu, so you're here." Rongji put down his book and got up to take it. "Grandma, why are you still serving it up? You can just ask someone to tell me to go downstairs and drink it. You're weak, it's better for you to move around less." The old lady sat down on the other sofa and said unhappily, "I wanted to ask Tingshin to bring it over to you, but he's in his study tapping away on his keyboard, and it's the weekend, so I don't know what else he's busy with." Just now, in the dining room, Feng Tingshin was teaching Lin Wu some things about the project, and Rongji felt that Feng Tingshin should have found it more convenient to use the computer to type, so he went into the study. Rongji thought, wordlessly picking up the bowl and drinking the medicine. Now that the weather is cold, the medicine is no longer very hot. Rongji hugged the bowl and gurgled and quickly finished the bowl of Chinese medicine, making old Mrs. Feng frown. "Such bitter medicine, Xiaozhi, you slow down." Rongji put down the bowl. "It's okay, not too bitter." Letting her take a sip of water to rinse her mouth, the old woman handed her another candy. Young didn't eat. Dinner was almost ready. Rongji had already eaten dinner and couldn't eat anymore. Old Mrs. Feng then went downstairs to eat. Most of half an hour later, old Mrs. Feng and Feng Jingxin came upstairs, only, neither of their faces looked good. The old lady was cold. It's this time of the day. Tingxin still goes to the company, he's too busy to die. Rongji had just been reading a book and gradually got lost in it, and hadn't really noticed the sound of a car ringing outside. Feng Tingxin went out this late at night. Presumably Lin Wu had some problem with the project over there and went over to help her deal with it. Feng Jingxin lay on Rongji's lap and pouted, "Daddy doesn't take me." Feng Tingxin naturally wouldn't take her. If Feng Tingxin took her with him, all of Xuandu would know that he was married and that his daughter was so old. Where does she make Lin Wu look bad? How could Feng Tingxin be willing to let Lin Wu suffer criticism? She pushed Feng Jingxin to get up from her lap. "Mom is still sick, go sit somewhere else." Feng Jingxin. Oh. Sickness is still not all well. Rongji cannot hold out after 10 o'clock, took a shower and went to bed early. When she woke up the next day, she realized that Feng Tingxin didn't come back that night. Elder Zhang's medical skills are really quite good, and she's almost cured. The old lady asked Zhang Lao to give her another look, and Zhang Lao prescribed 2 pairs of medicines to replenish qi and blood. Rongji intends to go to work normally. The old lady saw that she could not persuade, said Zhang Lao prescribed medicine she will not boil, let her come back to this side at night to drink medicine. Seeing that the old lady looked like she wasn't going to let her go if she didn't agree, Rongji had no choice but to agree. Feng Jingxin asked her to give her a ride to school, and Rongru refused. Mom didn't drive back either, next time. Feng Jingxin was unimpressed. Then Mom will drive Dad's car, I'll call Dad, Dad will surely agree. Without waiting for Rongru to speak, Feng Jingxian called Feng Tingxin over. Over there, the call was quickly answered. When she heard the voice over there, Feng Jingxin almost subconsciously called out the other party's name, but when she saw Rongru looking over, she swallowed her words back and said, "It's fine," and hung up. Feng Jingxin thought she was hiding it well, but Rongji saw at a glance that what she was subconsciously going to call out was actually Lin Wu's name when she picked up on the other side of the phone. In other words, the person answering the phone over there was Lin Wu. Feng Jingxin was a little uncomfortable lying in front of Rongji. "Mom, then you can send me to school next time." Rongji said, "Good." Rongru and Feng Tingyi were on their way. They went out in the same car. Feng Tingyi missed the morning reading and instead memorized her book in the car. Listening to him stumbling over his memorization, Rongji listened and reminded him of a word or two. Feng Tingyi gave Rongji a thumbs up. "Sister-in-law, you have a good memory." The car went to Feng Tingyi's school first. Young Yu graduated from this same school in high school. Seeing the familiar campus brought back some past memories of Rongji. But she didn't have time to think about it carefully. Feng Tingyi got off the bus and said to Rongji, "Sister-in-law, goodbye." Bye. The car pulled into traffic again. Returning to Changmo, Yumohan pinched her face. "Why does your face look so ugly? Sick?" "Well, I had a high fever yesterday." "You came to work today with a fever? Isn't it fine now?" Rongji said in disbelief. "Going over to Xuandu in a bit, going?" Rongji looked at the latest test data while saying, "Go on." "Okay, I'll come over and call you later." Aha! Seeing that there were problems with the 2 sets of data, Rongji went over to Su Yuchuan and asked him to change it. She was about to sit down and look at the papers on her desktop when Yumohan came over to her and said he was leaving. When they arrived at Xuandu, they didn't have much to say to Mr. Quan and went straight to work. An hour or so later, with things mostly taken care of and no time constraints, Mr. Quan handed them each a cup of coffee. Yumohan tasted a mouthful. "This coffee is quite good, it's a bit more mellow than what I drank before. Your company welfare is getting better and better." Speaking of this, Mr. Quan changed his gossipy face and said, "That wasn't thanks to Ms. Lin's blessing." Yumohan rolled his eyes. "I didn't realize it had to do with Lin Wu." He put down his coffee cup straight away. It also looked at Rongji. Rongji said, "I'm thirsty." She drank as she was told. Yumohan. Over there, Mr. Kwan's gossipy soul was still running amok, saying, "Didn't Mr. Feng give a project for Ms. Lin to handle with full authority?" Yumohan. Mr. Kwan, Ms. Lin is probably leading such a big project for the first time and is worried that she can't handle it well, so everyone on her team is working overtime on Saturdays and Sundays. I heard that last night they worked overtime directly until past 10 at night. Yumohan's tone was cold. "Oh. Seriously, Ms. Lin is quite serious and responsible, and didn't mess around and treat the project like child's play just because she's Mr. Feng's girlfriend." Yumohan laughed in exasperation. "Isn't it because she's not capable enough that she needs so many people to work overtime with her?" Chief Quan knew what he meant. People need to grow up. Perhaps. He said nonchalantly, glancing at Rongru, "Our little Ru's first time presiding over a big company project, and she was organized the whole time." It was only after these few contacts that Quan realized that Rongji was actually more capable than Yumohan. Therefore, he believed Yumohan's words. He said, "At least she has a good attitude." With this attitude of hers, coupled with the fact that Mr. Feng dares to spend money on cultivation, her future achievements will definitely not be low. Chapter 90, There's something I want to tell you. Speaking of this, Mr. Kwon couldn't help but sigh. It should be said or not, this Miss Lin's life is really good. The words fell. Do not give Rong-ru and Yu Mohan reaction time, the whole total and mysterious. By the way, Ms. Lin and their team worked overtime on Saturday and Sunday for 2 days, the project is not yet nothing to promote it? Yesterday night phone total heartache Miss Lin, more than 7 o'clock came back to the company a trip to help Miss Lin down the core of the project has finally advanced. And then the point comes. Mr. Kwon said, I heard that last night, both Mr. Fong and Ms. Lin were lodged in the upstairs office, and it is said that they haven't gotten up until now. At the end of his words, General Manager Kwon also ambiguously raised his eyebrows towards Yu Mohan. Yu Mohan immediately understood what Generalissimo Kwon meant. He's talking about last night after work. Fong Ting-shin and Lin Wu were upstairs in the office. Yu Mohan covered Rong-ji's ears with both hands. My ears are dirty. Young. She heard it all. It's too late to cover it now. Besides, this morning when Fong Jingshin called Fong Ting-shin, it was Lin Wu who answered the phone, which already explained everything. Yu Mohan was about to say something when Lin Wu appeared. He let go of Rong-ji's ear and grunted coldly, isn't this getting up already? Mr. Kwon also saw Lin Wu and coughed lightly, okay. Lin Wu looked in pretty good spirits, just looked as if she was very tired. She's been working overtime for several days in a row, and last night I heard she was upstairs with Fong Ting-shin. Mr. Kwon coughed lightly. It was normal for her to look tired. After Lin Wu nodded her head towards Yu Mohan in greeting, she quickly withdrew her gaze and went inside the conference room for a meeting with the others in her project. After Rong-ji and Yu Mohan rested for a while, they also started to continue working. When it was close to lunchtime, Rong-ji and Yu Mohan were discussing where they were going to eat. Fong Ting-shin walked in through the door. Fong Ting-shin saw her, and then he withdrew his eyes and went inside to find Lin Wu in the conference room. Seeing him enter, the others in the conference room stood up and greeted him. Lin Wu, on the other hand, sat in her seat and didn't get up, looking up and smiling at Fong Ting-shin. Coming? Aha! Fong Ting-shin responded and asked, how was it? Smoothing things out a bit, starting to get a clue. Nice. Fong Ting-shin said. Lin Wu said, it's also thanks to your help last night. Fong Ting-shin smiled, I should. Then he said to the others, it's been hard on everyone these past 2 days, let's have a meal together in a while. Fong Ting-shin was meaning to invite everyone to dinner. Hearing this, the people in Lin Wu's group were all happy and felt that there were indeed many benefits to working with Lin Wu. At this time, Lin Wu suddenly said, why don't I go and talk to Mr. Yu and the others as well? It means to invite Yu Mohan, Rong-ji, and General Manager Kwon and their project team as well. Fong Ting-shin said to invite someone for dinner, but she discussed calling another set of people to join her. Only a boyfriend and girlfriend whose relationship is deep without any distinction, or a husband and wife, would make such a suggestion at these times. Fong Ting-shin obviously had no objections. Good. Lin Wu got up, exited the conference room, and walked over towards Yu Mohan and Rong-ji. Mr. Kwon's face was piled with smiles and he was the first to open his mouth to greet Director Lin. Lin Wu smiled, nodded, and said to him and Yu Mashuan, Ting-shin invited my team for dinner, do Mr. Yu and Mr. Kwon want to come along? This was actively ignoring Rong-ji. Naturally, Mr. Kwon wanted to say yes. He looked over to Yu Mohan and Rong-ru. Yu Mohan immediately said, we appreciate Ms. Lin's feelings, we have our own arrangements. Lin Wu frowned, Mr. Yu. She didn't expect that after her several efforts, Yu Mohan still didn't have the slightest intention of shaking. She glanced at Rong-ji, who was sitting on the sidelines, drinking water. Rong-ji saw her looking over and coldly returned the greeting. Lin Wu withdrew her eyes. Apart from being a bit prettier looking, she really didn't understand what exactly Rong-ju had to offer that was worthy of Yu Mohan defending her like this. Is she as brilliant and dazzling as she is? Since Yu Mohan refused, she smiled and said with the same attitude, okay, next time then. When the words fell, she didn't look at Rong-ji or Mr. Kwon again, so she turned around and left. Kwon always felt as if he was being ignored. This Miss Lin, she's still quite arrogant sometimes. Although Lin Wu does have a proud capital, but Fong Ting-shin, as the real big boss, is still quite polite and courteous to these employees of theirs every time they meet. Yu Mohan shrugged and said, look out. Lin Wu was proud as if Xuandu was already in her charge. But it seems that even without Fong Ting-shin backing her up, she is quite proud of her own capital. Over there, Fong Ting-shin should have heard Lin Wu say that they weren't going to eat with them, and after a while, Fong Ting-shin walked over, politely shook Yu Mohan's hand again, and said, then we'll leave first, and next time, please make sure Mr. Yu appreciates his presence. Yu Mohan. That's for sure. Fong Ting-shin smiled, and after glancing at Rong-ji, he turned around and joined Lin Wu and the others who were waiting for him over at the entrance, and turned to leave. After having lunch, Rong-ji and Yu Mohan went back to Xuandu. They returned some time later before Lin Wu and her team's staff returned. By around 6 o'clock in the evening, Rong-ji and Yu Mohan finished their work and planned to leave first. The rest will be taken care of slowly over the next few days. There's still time on their side, it's not a rush. But Lin Wu and the others still seemed to be quite busy and still had no intention of getting off work. Mr. Kwon said, I hear they're going to continue to work late tonight. Yumo-han. Oh. Rongji said, let's go. Yumo-han smiled, buy you dinner. Rongru shook his head, no, I have other arrangements on my side. Old Mrs. Fong gave the order that she would have to go back to the old mansion for a trip, and dinner would be eaten at the old mansion. When they arrived home, Fong Tingxin and Fong Jingxian, however, had already returned. Fong Tingxin would come back, something Rongji didn't expect. She thought he would stay at the company to accompany Lin Wu. Fong Tingxin saw her come back and glanced at her before continuing to knock on the computer to busy himself. At dinner, Fong Tingxin sat down next to Rongji, and when she saw him busy with his cell phone, she suddenly spoke, do you have time later? I have something I want to talk to you about. Chapter 91. If there are no objections, sign it. Fong Tingxin sniffed, his eyes didn't move away from the cell phone, and said, good. Rongji was relieved to see him agree. The old lady was just talking to the housekeeper and didn't hear what they were saying, and smiled happily when she saw that they actually had something to say. After dinner, the old lady had someone help Rongji serve the Chinese medicine. Fong Tingxin left the dining room to make a phone call. Rongji finished his medicine and had just left the dining room when he heard a car. Rongji gave a start, he went out? The old lady was angry, yes, in such a hurry, I don't know what I'm going to do. Rongru frowned, guessing that it was possible that he had gone to Xuandu again to help Lin Wu with a favor. But he'd promised to talk to her later. Hopefully he'll be back again tonight. But Fong Tingxin didn't come back. Things on the Xuandu side are a bit much these days. After having breakfast at the old mansion, Rongru and Yumohan, they gathered directly in front of Xuandu. When they arrived at Xuandu, Lin Wu and the others had already arrived. Yumohan, so early, didn't you work late last night? Plus. Mr. Quan said, but in order to catch up with the schedule, I still went to work early in the morning, so I did put up a fight. Yumohan didn't bother to comment anymore, and Rongru focused on his own work. More than an hour later, Rongji was about to go to the restroom for a bit when Fong Tingxin appeared. He didn't seem to be here for Lin Wu this time. After he entered the door and greeted Lin Wu on the other side of the conference room from afar, he walked over toward them. Yumohan, Mr. Fong came over, is there something wrong? Fong Tingxin, in the past 2 days, I took the time to understand the system you made, and I feel that it's really quite good, it's just that there are still some ideas on my side that I would like to talk to the two of you about. Yumohan glanced at Rongji before speaking, Mr. Fong, please speak. Rongji paused, but still said, I'm sorry, I need to go to the restroom first, you guys talk first. Yumohan and Fong Tingxin nodded. Rongji came back from the restroom and was still a few steps away from Fong Tingxin and Yumohan when a sharp Director Lin suddenly came from the conference room. Then there was a loud noise. Rongru was about to look sideways, but she saw Fong Tingxin's face suddenly changed, and he quickly rushed over towards the conference room, and when he passed her, he bumped her shoulder. The force was so great that Rongru's shoulder was in pain, and when she almost fell, Yumohan quickly came over to help her up. Is everything alright? Rongru covered the shoulder that was just hit by Fong Tingxin and shook her head, it's fine. As she spoke, she happened to see Fong Tingxin go into the conference room over there, hugging Lin Wu and walking quickly out of it, disappearing in no time. When Mr. Quan saw this, he asked, what's wrong with Director Lin? Fainted. Mr. Zhang said, it's probably because of frequent overtime work and exhaustion. Thinking of Fong Tingxin almost knocking over Rongji when he passed by her just now because he was worried about Lin Wu, Yumashuan's face turned ugly as he gritted his teeth and said, she can't be tired. Total. When he saw Yumohan looking so angry, he smiled sarcastically and said, Mohan, Mr. Fong is also too worried about Superintendent Lin, so don't you either. Yumohan looked at Rongji worriedly, shut up. Total. Okay. He shut up. Rongji really didn't care anymore. Seeing Yumohan's fear of her sadness, he smiled, it's not that serious, it doesn't hurt much anymore. Yumohan pursed his lips, go home and rest? Rongru shook his head, got up and patted him on the shoulder, saying, it's not that fragile, keep working. Aha! Yumohan answered sullenly and didn't hold back from asking her, it's been so long since your divorce proceedings, why haven't you finalized them yet? Rongji said, I want to know too. It was this matter that she wanted to talk to Fong Tingxin about last night. Wondering when they can officially divorce. But Fong Tingxin suddenly left last night and forgot what he promised her. Yumohan, hurry up and leave. Rongji, I know. At lunch, Mr. Zhang came over and said that Lin Wu was fine and Fong Tingxin had sent her home to rest. She hasn't finished the Chinese medicine that Zhang Lao prepared for her. After Rongru left Xuandu that night, he went back to the old mansion. But Fong Tingxin didn't go back that night. Rongji pursed her lips, thought for a moment, and called him over. But no one answered. Rongji had to put down his cell phone. The Xuandu thing hasn't actually been dealt with yet, but they can't lose the Nagamo thing. The next morning, Rongru and Uemo Sun went back to Changamo to take care of some things before going over to Xuandu again in the afternoon. After this afternoon, there's probably not much left of Xuandu. You won't have to come to Xuandu so often in the future. Thinking of this, Yumohan was happy and said to Rongji, I will never go to Xuandu again, I can't stand the aggravation. Rongji smiled, good. When they arrived at Xuandu, Lin Wu and the others were finally not in a meeting. But Lin Wu had indeed returned to work, and looked as if she was still busy. Neither Rongji nor Yu Mohan cared about how Lin Wu was doing. They just want to finish the day as quickly as possible and say goodbye to Xu and Du. Finally, at almost 5 in the afternoon, their work was done. In the future, they will basically rarely be needed over here again. However, there were still things to take care of in Changmo, and Rongji and Yu Mohan had to go back to Changmo for a trip. When they arrived downstairs, they ran into Feng Tingshen and Lin Wu, who came out of the elevator on the other side. A few of them were all in a lurch. Feng Tingshen walked over and said, "I heard that the matter of the system has been pretty much dealt with. It's been hard on Mr. Yu." Yu Mohan said in a salty manner, "Mr. Feng is polite, this is what I should do." Feng Tingshen added, "For the system you made for Mr. Yu, my side is very satisfied, and I hope there will be another chance to cooperate in the future." Yu Ma Xuan. Mr. Feng lifted his love. Having said that, he and Rong Ru had actually blacklisted Xu and Du. A few of them had made their way down to the downstairs parking lot as they spoke. Feng Tingshen was about to speak, when suddenly a person came out from the side, holding a dagger in his hand, and rushed towards Feng Tingshen. Rongji and Yu Mohan thought about leaving and didn't notice for the first time. When Rongji noticed, her eyes widened, little. Her side was quite a bit farther away from Feng Tingshen, Lin Wu was closer, and when Lin Wu reacted, she pushed Feng Tingshen away, and the dagger plunged into her chest, and the smell of blood filled the air. The thugs were subdued. Feng Tingshen's face suddenly changed as he picked up the injured Lin Wu and quickly got into the car. The car quickly disappeared from the view of Rongji and Yu Mohan. Yu Mohan pulled Rongji, "Let's go." Rongji returned to his senses and said, "Good." When Rong Ru went back to the old mansion at night, Feng Tingshen did not return. It should be said that Feng Tingshen didn't come back to the old mansion for the next 2 days. Feng Tingshen probably also knew that Lin Wu was injured and sneaked out of the old mansion on the same night that Lin Wu was injured. The potion is down to its last pair. On Friday, Rongji still went back to the old mansion, thinking that he would leave the old mansion after drinking the medicine. She arrived at the old mansion only to realize that Feng Tingshen had returned. She froze, remembering the divorce, and she went upstairs. Feng Tingshen was in the living room on the second floor, and Qi Yuluan was actually there. Seeing her, they looked over and Feng Tingshen said, "Back." Rongji, "Aha." About Lin Wu, she wouldn't care. So, seeing him, she wouldn't ask about how Lin Wu was doing now. "They talk about the divorce thing, also do not need to avoid Qi Yuluan," she said directly. "That day I said." Feng Tingshen, however, didn't wait for her to finish her sentence and said, "Take a look at this, and if there are no objections, sign it." Chapter 92 Divorce Settlement. Rongju took it. It was a divorce decree. The first thing written on it is that he wants to seal Jing Xian's custody. The rest, all of which was his share of her fortune, was written in bits and pieces over several pages. She approached him to inquire about the progress of their divorce. Now that she saw the divorce agreement, she casually flipped it over without looking at it closely, put it back on the table, and said, "I have no objection," he said, opening his bag and fumbling for a pen to sign. Back then, Rong Ru's tactics to get to the top were dishonorable. Although the person of Rongji does not care about, but how much Rongji loves Feng Tingshen all these years, whether it is Feng Tingshen himself or Qi Yelvia, all see in the eyes. To the degree that Rong Ru loved Feng Tingshen, now Feng Tingshen want to divorce her, Qi Yuluan thought Rong Ru will not accept, will be very sad, how are not willing to divorce with Feng Tingshen. To his surprise, when Rongji saw the divorce agreement, not only did he agree very sharply, even Feng Tingshen wanted custody of their daughter, Rongji actually had no objections. This was completely out of Qi Yuluan's expectation. He looked at Feng Tingshen in disbelief. Feng Tingshen looked at Rongji with a deep gaze, seemingly also very surprised that Rongji agreed to divorce him so quickly. Rong Ru took out a pen and bent down just before signing, then he paused and withdrew the pen. Kaiyulan skimmed his lips when he saw it. He knew that Rongji couldn't possibly. Rong Ru said, "This divorce agreement, I will find a lawyer to help me look at it tomorrow, and after making sure there are no problems, I will sign it within the day after tomorrow and have my lawyer contact you." It listed a lot of property that he had divided among her, and when she casually flipped through it just now, she seemed to have seen that there were shares in some of his companies. She didn't ask him for anything in that divorce settlement she gave him earlier. Now since he was going to give it, she wouldn't take it without a fight. They'd been married for years and he hadn't loved her, but he hadn't dug any traps for her either. So, when she saw that he was going to divide his property among her, she wanted to sign it right away too, but now she hesitated. She was concerned about the loopholes in the terms and conditions. If there really was any loophole, she was worried that she would be pushed out as a target because of her holding these shares when problems arose in his company in the future. Feng Tingshen probably didn't mean to harm her when he had this divorce agreement written. But she couldn't guarantee that when he and Lin Wu got married in the future, Lin Wu wouldn't seize these loopholes to kill her. Feng Tingshen didn't seem to expect her to be defensive of him. He paused and said, "Yes." Rong Ru nodded and put the divorce agreement back into his bag, zipping it up before getting up and leaving without saying another word. Qi Yulian looked at the back of Rongzhuo left, still do not dare to believe, looked at Feng Tingshen, "She is all right?" Feng Tingshin looked at Rongji's departing back, and only when he heard this did he retract his gaze and said faintly with downcast eyes, I don't know. Also, she didn't react at all when you tried to take custody of Heart from her. That's just weird. Feng Tingshin gave a beat. Well, doesn't she want custody of Heart? That's impossible, isn't it? Heart, but her heart baby ah. Speaking of this, Shi Yuluan did not know what came to mind, suddenly asked Feng Tingshin, or is it that the matter of heart custody you have already said before? Feng Tingshin's eyes were deep and he paused before saying, no, haven't talked. Holy, then why? Shi Yuluan really had some doubts about life. Just then, old Mrs. Feng came up in the elevator and said, dinner is ready, Xiaoji has already gone downstairs, why are you two still sitting here and not moving? Quickly go downstairs to eat. Shi Yuluvia back to God, hey, good Lu, come. Feng Tingshin also stood up. Downstairs, Feng Jingshin was happily sitting on the sofa, leaning in to talk to Rongji. Rongji sat on the side and watched as Feng Jingxian listened attentively. What a cozy picture of mother-daughter interaction. But when you think of Rongru actually don't want Feng Jingxian's custody without a grunt, Shi Yuluan feels that this scene in front of him is very false. Kiyomi frowned. Old Mrs. Feng still didn't know about Rongji and Feng Tingshin's divorce. She smiled and called out towards Rongji and Feng Jingxian, Xiaoji, Xian, come over for dinner. Rongru and Feng Jingxian spoke in unison, okay, here it comes. Feng Jingshin held Rongji's fingers and happily walked towards the dining room. Shi Yuluan. When Shi Yukuan came, he sat down in the seat next to Feng Tingshin. Rongji, on the other hand, sat with Feng Jingxian. Feng old lady laughed, Yulvia has not come for a long time, just now saw you come over, I also specially let people do 2 more dishes that you love to eat, you can be sure to eat more. Shi Yuluan smiled, okay God grandmother, I'll take all the meat on these plates. Old Mrs. Feng, good. Rongji gave Feng Jingxian food and picked fish spines for her, seriously and carefully. At first glance, it doesn't seem much different from the past. But Shi Yuluan couldn't help but look twice more. Noticing Shi Yuluan's line of sight looking over, Rongru coldly skimmed his eyes over. Shi Yuluan gave a beat. In the past, because he and Feng Tingshin, he Changbai, and the 3 of them had a particularly ironic relationship. He knew that Rongru especially wanted to get along with him and he Changbai. Only, none of them bothered to talk to her. But Rongju didn't give up lightly. She may not be very good at socializing, but she'll take the initiative, gently come over and greet them, and speak with a warm smile on her face. But now, Rongji looked at him with very cold eyes. It was like looking at a stranger with whom she had little connection. It was only at this point that he suddenly reacted to the fact that Rongji seemed to be the same way with Feng Jingxian, looking gentle and meticulous, but his eyes were not as full of love as before. More like cold. This. Fake, right? He could understand the change in Rongru's attitude towards him, after all, no one was willing to stick a hot face on a cold S forever. But Xin is her daughter. How is this possible? Perhaps that was one of her tricks. Just to get Feng Tingshin's attention and win him back by retreating? Thinking of this, Shi Yuluan withdrew his line of sight and looked at Feng Tingshin. Then, he realized that Feng Tingshin was indeed looking at Rongji as well. And there was no intention of withdrawing his eyes immediately. In the past, this could not have happened to Feng Tingshin. Shi Yuluan skimmed his lips and laughed in exasperation. He knew it. Feng old lady suddenly coughed lightly, Yukuan, what are you looking at? Seeing that Shi Yuluan seemed to have been staring at Rongji this evening, old Mrs. Feng frowned. Shi Yuluvia also reacted to the old lady as estimated to be a misunderstanding. Picking the old lady loved to listen to the words said, I just suddenly found sister-in-law today seems to be extraordinarily silent, also do not take the initiative to talk to Tingshin, feel a little strange, cannot help but look at more than a couple of eyes. Chapter 93, she's going to see a lawyer. Old Mrs. Feng naturally noticed that Rongji wasn't as proactive towards Feng Tingshin as she was before. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but sigh, cast a sidelong glance at Feng Tingshin, and said, it's not even Tingshin's fault. People girls take the initiative for so long, and he still hasn't responded. Won't people girls get cold feet and withdraw? Feng Tingshin sniffed and only smiled faintly without saying anything. Rongji was now as silent as he could be. When he heard this, he also just silently clamped his food and ate, with no intention of opening his mouth. Before the meal was finished, Feng Tingshin had a call come in. Feng Tingshin looked at it and got up to leave to answer the phone. But it came back quickly. After finishing his meal, he said to old Mrs. Feng, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Feng Jingshin was also very smart, probably guessing that the call just now came from Lin Wu's side. She wanted to visit her in the hospital too, so she said, Dad, I'm coming along. Feng Tingshin, good. Old Mrs. Feng said, bring Xiaoji along as well, tomorrow happens to be Saturday, it's just right to go out for a walk together. Only then did Rongji speak, Grandma, I have to meet a friend later. Old Mrs. Feng. Okay. Feng Jingshin was still worried about Rongji following her, but hearing this, she was relieved. As she got into the car and prepared to leave, she said to young Ri, bye mom. Rongji, okay, bye. The door closed and Feng Tingshin's car quickly drove away. Rongju drove off with it. After the car left the range of the old mansion, she drove while dialing a phone over to Yumashuan, and after Yumashuan got through, she straightened out her purpose. I'm going to divorce Feng Tingshin. He just gave me a divorce agreement, and he divided up a bit of the property for me. I want to find a lawyer to see if there are any legal loopholes in it. Yumohan is having dinner with someone. Happy to hear this, he said. I'll contact a reliable lawyer for you. Rongju smiled. Good. Hanging up the phone, Rongji drove back home. The other side. Hospital. Feng Jinshin and Feng Tingshin were still talking to Lin Wu in the hospital room. Kaiyulan, on the other hand, came out to make a phone call in the hallway outside. He told He Changbai, Tingshin is ready to divorce Rongji. He Changbai is now out of town. At that, he stopped completely in his tracks. What? Reacting, he lurched, sure? Of course sure, at that time I was at the scene, what is not sure? Chi Yuluan added, and Xian's custody, Tingshin did not give her. He Changbai gripped his cell phone tightly. Kaiyulan said, but. Before he could finish his sentence, He Changbai interrupted him and said, I have something to do, I'll make a call first. Without waiting for Chi Yuluan to speak, he took the lead and hung up the phone. Chi Yuluan. What's so urgent? While Chi Yuluan mumbled, He Changbai had already found Rongji's number and wanted to dial it, but hesitated. But after a few seconds, he dialed anyway. At this time, Rongji had just arrived home not long ago. Seeing his incoming call, she casually picked it up. Mr. He, what's the matter? You. Regarding her and Feng Tingshin's matter, it was actually not good for him to ask about it. Are you okay were words that were not even appropriate to ask in his current position. Rongji, however, thought he was calling to ask her to meet Shan Shan. When she saw him pause, she spoke up, if it's to see Shan Shan, I have things to take care of tomorrow, so I probably won't be available. Would the day after tomorrow or next week be okay? Yumohan called her just now and said that he had already made an appointment for her with a lawyer, and that she was going to meet the lawyer tomorrow morning. She needs to get this divorce thing finalized as soon as possible. He Changbai knew that she had misunderstood, but he didn't say so and only said, good. When the words came out, Rongji thought he was about to hang up. Seeing that he didn't hang up the phone, Rongji was puzzled. Mr. He, is there anything else? He Changbai could feel that Rongji's voice was calm, and it didn't sound as if he was in pain and sadness or broken as he thought. But, is it really? Maybe she's just repressing herself? There was no response from his side after 2 or 3 seconds, so Rongji had to speak. Mr. He? Are you still there? He Changbai returned to his senses and said, Rongji, is there anything else? She said directly, I have other things to take care of, if there's nothing else, that's all for now? He Changbai had to say, good. Young said no more and hung up the phone. Her idea some time ago, her teacher is very optimistic. 2 days ago Nanjiji sent her a message over, let her organize the content, when he will help her look at it, to determine that there is no problem, so that she can submit to the authoritative journals. The first 2 days had been busy with Shuandu and Nagamo, and things on this side of things had not progressed much instead. Now that she has free time, she wants to get this done as soon as possible. At that thought, she set her cell phone aside and turned on her computer. Over there, after He Changbai hung up the phone, he called Chi Yukuan back and asked, Tingshin wants to divorce her and wants custody of Shinshin. She definitely doesn't agree, right? They are going to prepare for a lawsuit? Chi Yuluan just called He Changbai. The purpose is to say this to him. He said, no. She agreed to it. Whether it was divorce or custody, she didn't object, she actually signed it calmly. I've seen a ghost. He Changbai was also surprised to hear this. Thinking that this couldn't possibly be something that Rongji would do. He is also the same as Chi Yuluan, and also similarly feels that Rongru can't possibly give up the custody of Feng Jingxian so easily. This whole thing is illogical. Keely, so, why do you think? Without waiting for He Changbai to speak, he added, could it be that she wants to use this method to win Tingshin's favor, so that Tingshin will feel guilty about her? He Changbai didn't have an answer either. Undeniably, with Rongji's feelings for Feng Tingshin, it was indeed possible. He was silent for a while and asked, what about Tingshin's side? What's his reaction? Tingshin is indeed quite surprised as well. When we had dinner at the old mansion today, I felt that he would indeed pay more attention to Rongji than usual. Holy, if my guess is true, then Rongji really does have some tricks up his sleeve and can't be underestimated. He Changbai said lightly, or perhaps, she really wants a divorce? Chi Yuluan froze, you said Rongru? He snorted, how can that be? She has loved Tingshin since she was in her teens, and after so many years, she simply can't leave Tingshin, okay? He Changbai made a double entendre and said, people change. Chi Yutsuan insisted on his own idea, I don't think it's possible anyway. Speaking here, he added, no matter what, this matter is a good thing for Tingshin to celebrate. When you come back from your business trip, and when Lin Wuhu is better from her injury, you can find some time to celebrate. Speaking here, Chi Yuluan only afterward realized that He Changbai was somewhat silent. Chapter 94 is definitely in your favor. He asked, Long Bottom? You busy? Her chamber, no. Chi Yuluan, oh. Right, you come back on Tuesday? He Changbai gave a beat, aha. Without waiting for Chi Yuluan to speak, He Changbai took the lead and said, "First, this. Okay, let me know when you're back and I'll go pick you up and come over here to check on Linwu. Her long bottom. Good." Day 2. Young Ru got up, ran for most of an hour before coming back for a quick breakfast and heading out the door. When she arrives at the lawyer's office, Yumohun is already there. Seeing her coming, Yumohun waved at her. Rongru sat down, Pei Shuechen Pei lawyer's assistant poured tea over to her, and Rongru handed the divorce agreement to Pei Shuechen. Pei Shuechen picked it up. Yumashuan and Pei Shuechen have been friends for many years and saw that they came together. When he saw the first article about the ownership of Feng Jingxin's custody, he glanced at Rongju. A few years earlier, he had actually met Feng Jingxin a few times. Rongju to her simply like life and death, usually call, open and close the mouth as my daughter Hao Hao. But ever since she was going to divorce Feng Tingxin and said she wanted to return to Chang Mo, she had never taken the initiative to mention her daughter Xin in front of him. After noticing this, he had already guessed that Feng Jingxin had presumably cultivated a bond with Linwu during the year or so that she had been living abroad with Feng Tingxin, and had even done something that had sent chills down Rongji's spine. Seeing that she only asked her lawyer to focus on the matter of the property loophole in the agreement and not on the issue of her daughter's custody belonging to her, Yumohun knew that she meant to give up on her daughter. At this, he did not ask many questions. In his opinion, Rongji was a person who was gentle at heart and very emotional. The fact that she's even willing to cut off her own daughter shows that she's already extremely cold to her daughter. Thinking of this, Yumohun didn't pay too much attention to this anymore, and instead looked down at the rest of the content. After a while, he raised his eyebrows. So much real estate, TSK, should I say no? Feng Tingxin is quite generous. Rongji sipped his tea and didn't answer. Yumohun casually flipped through the pages, then didn't bother Pei Shuechen anymore, sat over to Rongji's side, and chatted with her about the paper. They intercepted only a small portion of it and communicated in words that only the two of them could understand. Lawyer Pei's assistant listened in confusion. As for Lawyer Pei, he was seriously showing Rongji the contents of the agreement. An hour or so later, Pei Shuechen said to Rongji, "I have repeatedly confirmed that the agreement is indeed not problematic. It can even be said that this agreement's definitely in your favor." Rongji paused. "What do you mean?" "There is no need to talk about the cash, the real estate has already stated that there is no property rights dispute." Pei Shuechen said, "Regarding the part of the shares that Mr. Feng Tingxin gave you about his company, it is clearly stated that you only take dividends every year, and if there is any accident in the company, all the obligations such as legal responsibility and compensation are borne by Mr. Feng Tingxin himself, and it has nothing to do with you." Young said with a lurch. Yumohun, on the other hand, stared wide-eyed. "Are you sure you're not mistaken? Feng Tingxin can be so conscientious?" Pei Shuechen laughed. "Little Hoon, are you doubting my professional ability?" Yumohun. "Not really. Isn't that too much of a shock for him?" Rongru was a bit surprised. But it wasn't too careless. During the years of marriage, Feng Tingxin had been indifferent to her though, and hadn't helped her much. But knowing him as she did, since he would give her things, there was a very good chance indeed that he would completely help her out of her worries. So, she's having this contract looked at, not because she suspects he'll tamper with it, but she's just worried about loopholes. Thinking about this, she said in a calm tone, "No problem then." With that, she picked up a pen at the side and signed her name without any hesitation. She said to Pei Shuechen, "Then the next divorce matters will trouble Lawyer Pei." Pei Shuechen nodded. "I have a meeting to attend in a while. I will contact Mr. Feng Tingxin's side in the afternoon and find him to follow up on your divorce with his successor." Rongji, good. It was also almost lunchtime now, and after having a meal with Pei Shuechen, Rongji and Yumohun went to Rongji's place to continue working on their papers. While Rongji and Yumohun were busy, in Feng Clan Group, Feng Tingxin, who had returned to his office and had just started to read the documents, had his cell phone ring. He casually picked up the phone. "Hello, who is it?" "Mr. Feng Tingxin, hello, I'm Ms. Rongyu's lawyer, my surname is Pei, this side of you and Ms. Rongyu's divorce agreement Ms. Rongyu is signed, you and Ms. Rongyu's subsequent divorce matters, Ms. Rongyu has entrusted me to help deal with it, may I ask Mr. Feng, are you free now?" Feng Tingxin sniffed and paused before he lowered his eyes and said, "I still have 2 video conferences this afternoon, I'm afraid that I'll be distracted, so tomorrow morning around 10 o'clock, you can come to Feng's group to find me." Pei Shuechen said, "Okay, thanks for Mr. Feng's cooperation, goodbye." After hanging up the phone, Feng Tingxin continued to read the documents. The night had darkened. Yumohun had something else to do, so he left first. Rongji wanted to go back to Rong's house for dinner, so she took her bag and went out the door. Just as he got into the car, Feng Jingxin's phone called. There was no need to think about it to know what Feng Jingxin had called her over for. Rongji didn't want to care about her right now and didn't answer. Feng Jingxin called 2 or 3 times in a row, and seeing that she didn't answer, she didn't continue to call. When he arrived at the Rong family villa community, it happened to be the peak time for vehicles entering and exiting the area. Rongju stopped the car and waited behind the other owners for the car to be recognized. Just then, there was a knock on her car window. Rongji took a sideways glance. "It's He Changbai." Young said with a lurch. I didn't expect to meet him here. She slowly lowered the window, Mr. He. Changbai's eyes fell on her face, and when he saw that her face was calm, and he couldn't see the slightest hint of the haggardness he thought she was feeling, he paused. Rongji spoke, is there something wrong with Mr. He? Changbai spoke, something came over here, I saw your car, so I came over to say hello. But with the level of familiarity between them, even if they bumped into each other in this situation, he actually could have avoided coming over to greet her at all. In her mind, she did, but since he had helped her, she didn't say anything. Not to mention the fact that she'd still have to continue seeing him when she went to stay with Shan afterward. They weren't friends, but it wasn't necessarily a good thing to make the atmosphere between them too stiff. Thinking of this, Rongji nodded, then you're busy, Changbai, I heard that there is a very famous pastry store over here. I haven't been over here much before. I searched around and didn't find it. Do you know the exact location of the cake store? Without any doubt, Rongru said, there is indeed a very famous cake store over here, but it's not on our side, it's on another street a kilometer away. Young Yu showed him the way down. Changbai said, okay, thanks. No need. At that point, it was also her car's turn to be recognized, and she said, see you later. Changbai, goodbye. Chapter 95, possibly turned off. Changbai actually knew the location of that cake store. He didn't go to that cake store even after Rongru left. He got into the car. After hesitating for a while, he dialed the phone out. Yuhua, I'm back. Later I have to catch a plane. You ask Tingshan if he's free. If he's not free, a moment later you accompany me to the hospital to see Linwu. Shi Luan was surprised. You actually came back? When did you come back? Changbai didn't answer his question. Make a call to say hello to Linwu first, and see if it's convenient on her end later. Shi Luan was about to ask Changbai why he didn't call Feng Tingshan and Linwu himself. On second thought, he thought that Changbai should have other things to do and was in a great hurry, and it also happened that he hadn't gone to see Linwu yet today, so he agreed without much thought. Feng Tingshan wasn't available. Hanging up the phone, Changbai bought a bouquet of flowers and a fruit basket, and headed to the hospital to meet with Chi Yukuan. Ward. Seeing him, Linwu smiled and asked, why are you suddenly back? Changbai said lightly, came back to take care of something. Linwu sniffed, lowered her head to caress the flowers he had just sent over, and said, it's like this. Did he really come back to take care of things, or did he come all the way back to see her? Granted, he hadn't been the first to come back when she was injured, but it was very thoughtful of him to come back to see her first after he squeezed out the time. Rongru stayed at Rong's house that night. The next day, she got up early. Looking at the well-kept succulent on the windowsill, Rongru stretched out in a good mood. Her aunt and uncle were already awake when she came downstairs, busy making breakfast for her and the two children with her own hands. Seeing her, he smiled, Xiaoru is in a good mood today? Rongji went over to help with the noodles and smiled, well, it's pretty good. A bowl of steaming soup noodles was cooked, and when Rongji sat down and was about to eat, his cell phone rang. It was Feng Jingxin's call again. Young Ju didn't pick up. Feng Jingxin continued to call. Rongji directly turned off the machine, then focused on eating the noodles. Looking at the phone that she called again, but was no longer reachable, Feng Jingxin pursed up her small mouth and ran to the master bedroom to find Feng Tingshan. Feng Tingshan came back from his run and was about to change clothes and take a shower when he saw her deflated and unhappy look and asked, what's wrong? I called my mom yesterday to ask her to come home and cook for me, but she never answered the phone. I called my mom 2 more times just now and she didn't answer again, and as I was about to call a 3rd time, it said I couldn't get through. Feng Tingshan heard this and said, your mom might have turned off her phone. Ha? Feng Jingxin frowned, no power? Feng Tingshan was undeniable and said, perhaps. What about? I want to go skiing today, and mom promised before to take me when she's free. Originally, when Auntie Woohoo was injured, she was in no mood to play and wanted to go to the hospital to stay with her. But the hospital bacteria, everyone does not let her off and go to the hospital, and now Auntie Woohoo is much better, she is not so worried, now free, no one to accompany her, she had to look for her mother to play. Who knew that when she called, her mom's side never answered her calls. Call back later your mom should be on. Feng Jingxin said unhappily, well. It's true that Young couldn't have left it on. After all, she still had quite a few things to talk about with Yumahun. Later Pei Shuechen might contact her as well. After the better part of an hour, she turned it on. It didn't take long for the phone to turn on, but Feng Jingxin's call came back. Rongru turned on his computer, turned a blind eye, and continued to write his paper. When Feng Jingxin saw that Rongqi still wasn't answering, but Feng Tingshan was getting ready to go out again, she said, Dad, Mom still isn't answering, can you help me call Mom? Feng Tingshan didn't say anything and used his own cell phone to call Rongji over. Rongji saw it and reached out to hang up. Feng Tingshan looked, paused, and said, your mom didn't answer Dad's call either. Mommy is busy, don't you see? Otherwise, there's no way Mom wouldn't have answered Dad's calls. Maybe. Feng Tingshan put on his suit jacket and took another black coat and said, Dad is out, you can ask the bodyguard to take you out if you want to go play. But I want my mom with me. Even though she doesn't like her mom to mind her, she still wants her mom to be with her once in a while. Saying that, she hugged her little face again and asked, Daddy, are you going to the hospital to see Auntie Woohoo or going back to the office? Go to the hospital first, and return to the office afterward. Feng Tingshan lightly tapped her head. Let's go, you have fun alone. Feng Jing Xin. Oh. 2 more calls were made to Rongji, who still didn't answer. She had to ask her bodyguard and Auntie Lu to accompany her. But without her favorite person to keep her company, she just couldn't ski without having fun, and it wasn't long before she went home sullen. Feng Tingshan left the hospital and went back to Feng Clan. Shortly after he arrives, Kaiyulan arrives. Feng Tingshan glanced at him and Chi Yuluan laughed. Come over to watch the fun. Before Feng Tingshan could say anything, Chang Yuan came over and said to him, Lawyer Pei has arrived. Feng Tingshan said, ask him to come up. Pei Shuechen was led by Chang Yuan to the parlor where Feng Tingshan received guests. Feng Tingshan shook the person's hand. Have a seat. Pei Shuechen did not talk too much, sat down, took out the divorce agreement that Rong Ru signed yesterday and pushed it in front of Feng Tingshan. Feng Tingshan took it. Today's weekend, Chi Yuluan specially came over just to know whether Rongji will really sign. Seeing this, he patted over. Seeing that Rongji had really signed, she was surprised and said, actually really signed? Feng Tingshan looked at the name signed by Rongji, said nothing about it, and began to chat with Pei Shuechen. After chatting almost, he said, the number of properties and shares on the agreement is too much, and I need some time to deal with the relevant changes on my side, so I will contact you again when the procedures on my side are fully processed. Pei Shuechen, good. Feng Tingshan said to Chang Yuan, send Lawyer Pei. Coming out of phone group, Pei Shuechen contacted Rongji and told her the results. Frowning, she asked, about how long will it take to get it done? That depends on the progress on Mr. Feng's side. Got it. Rongji said, thank you, Lawyer Pei. The next day, she went to work at Nagamo as normal. In the afternoon, she and Yu Mohan were chatting about things at the company when Yu Mohan's cell phone suddenly rang. Yu Mohan looked at the incoming call and frowned. Rongji asked, what's wrong? He handed her his cell phone to show her, Ren Halberd Win's call. Everyone was in the circle, and although they didn't cross paths much, they called each other. Since the last time he had met in Xuandu, he thought he had little need to interact with Ren Haifeng. Why is he calling him all of a sudden? Yu Mohan wondered, but picked up. After a while, he hung up the phone and said to Rongji, he wants to work with us on a new project. These 2 recent projects led by Rong Ru, their teachers are quite important, and it has been confirmed that they will once again work closely with the government. The prospects of their project are great, and when the news comes out after a while, I'm afraid that the threshold of Changmo will be broken by the partners. Now that the news hadn't even gotten out yet, Ren Halberd Wind had come to the door in advance. Yu Mohan skimmed his lips and said, Run-Ian is really an old fox. Chapter 96 Multi-Party Cooperation Calls. However, Ren-Ian is in that position, there is first-hand information, first cheap family members is also normal. It's like that in high circles. Yu Mohan had gotten used to it as well. He gritted his teeth and said, our company does have to cooperate with someone in order to make the project bigger, but lately we just don't see Ren Halberd Wind very well. Rong Ru knew that he was upset that Ren Hafeng liked Lin Wu. Rongju was really indifferent. She calmly said, the project is going smoothly, and our fight to get the maximum benefit is the main thing, everything else is secondary. She met Ren-Ian once. He might have had selfish motives, but with their teacher's attitude towards him, it was clear that Ren-Ian was indeed trustworthy as a person. What Yu Mohan said, I know. He'll just talk about it. He raised his chin and grunted, saying, anyway, there's still some time before we officially invest in the business, so I'll hang him out to dry first. Rongji smiled, good. It's good that he's happy. After Ren Hafeng's phone call, Rongji and Yu Emosun continued to talk about business. But half an hour later, Yu Mohan's cell phone rang again. Seeing the caller ID, for once, was both disdainful and amused. Rongji knew that it was another call from an acquaintance and asked, who? Yu Mohan smiled, He Changbai. Also seeking cooperation? The possibilities are great. Same as Ren Halberd Wind, he and He Changbai, Shi Yuku and they usually are not much of a crossroads. There's no way He Changbai would call him if he was fine. Besides, the He family, like the Run family, had people in politics and the military. Well informed. Yu Mohan asked Rongji, answer it or not? Rong Ru as Feng Tingshan's wife, He Changbai, and the others as Feng Tingshan's hairdresser couldn't look at her, but they accepted Lin Wu as a junior, and were still on such good terms with her. In his opinion, He Changbai was even more detestable than Run Haifeng. Rongji said, pick up. She didn't want Yu Mohan to be intentional. Yu Mohan picked it up. As he thought, He Changbai, like Ren Halberd Wind, was indeed calling to seek cooperation. He Changbai finished his intention and said, I'm currently on a business trip out of town, and will return to the capital city at noon tomorrow, so let's have dinner together tomorrow night? Yumashuan faintly said, thank you Mr. He for your love, it's just that the project has just been developed and the company has a lot of things to do, I really can't find the time to come tomorrow on my side, next time. So Thursday? Yu Mohan, I don't always have time on my side, but if I do, I will definitely contact you first. He Changbai also knows that both of their company's projects will be the meat and potatoes in the future, and Yu Mohan really doesn't worry about finding investors. He said, "Okay, I'll wait for your call from Mr. Yu anytime on my side." After hanging up the phone, Yu Mohan was so happy that he slapped the table and laughed non-stop. "Cool." Rongji smiled back. Yu Mohan smiled and laughed, suddenly quieted down, looked at Rongji and said, "Do you think Feng Tingshan's side will also want to cooperate with us? By the count, they are kind of in the same category as Shu and Du. There is competition with each other. However, cooperation can also be sought in competition. Didn't Feng Tingshan see their language system last time and take the initiative to cooperate with them? With these two projects of theirs, when you do the math, there are quite a few projects that can work with Shu and Du." When Rongji heard this, he faintly said, "I'm not sure. However, everything starts from the project itself. Personal grudges we can put aside first." "I know. It was fine to be appropriately petty. When it came to the real thing, he never got carried away." Speaking of which, Yu Mohan was really looking forward to Feng Tingshan calling him. However, his expectations were dashed. Next, he got a couple more calls. They are also all coming to him to collaborate on new projects. But there were no Feng Tingshan related calls. However, near the end of his shift, he received an unfamiliar call. He looked at it twice, but picked it up. That side was the first to speak. "Mr. Yu? I'm Lin Lihai, Lin Wu's father." Yu Mohan immediately stopped in his tracks. Holding the phone farther away, he said to Rongji, "Lin Lihai." Rongji looked at him and didn't say anything. Having known each other for many years, Yu Mohan naturally understood what she meant. If it is possible to ignore the grudges involved with other people and work in cooperation with the Lin family, then there was no need for that at all. Yu Mohan put the phone back to his ear. His tone was smiling but his eyes were cold. "So it's Mr. Lin. I don't know what Mr. Lin is looking for me for?" Lin Lihai had indeed come to seek Yu Mohan's cooperation as well. After he explained his intention, Yu Mohan said, "I understand what Mr. Lin means. If it's suitable, our side will definitely consider Mr. Lin at the first opportunity. This please don't worry Mr. Lin." Lin Lihai is not stupid, and knows that Yu Mohan said the words dripping with water, but in reality what is going on is still completely impossible to say. He also wants to find a chance to invite Yu Mohan out for dinner, but Yu Mohan hangs up the phone on the grounds that he's still busy. He looked at Rongji and said, "Ren Halberd Wind, he Changbai, they is one of the most powerful and famous families in the country. I can understand that they can receive the news at the first time, but the Lin family, as a capital city outsider, has not even stabilized its footing yet, and also received the news so early, indicating that." Rongji knew that he was trying to say that the Lin family would receive the news so quickly, and it was possible that Feng Tingshan or Yi Changbai and the others had revealed it to the Lin family. With Feng Tingshan's feelings for Lin Wo, and with Yi Changbai and Lin Wo's relationship with them, there was nothing strange about them telling the Lin family the news. Yu Mohan skimmed his lips. He was in a good mood, and it just got ruined. But he knew that Rongji was in an even worse mood. He said, "Let's go, elder brother has plenty of money, elder brother treats you to a big meal." Rongru's mood wasn't actually as bad as Yu Mohan thought it was. There are a lot of things that she has really looked past. Her mood was not easily swayed by those anymore. What's more, this time the initiative was in her hands. She had nothing to worry about. However, since Yu Mohan wanted to invite her for dinner, she naturally wouldn't refuse. She smiled, "Thank you, elder brother." After saying that, he went out the door with Yu Mohan. Chapter 97 Ji Qingyue. When they arrived at the hotel, looking at the Lin and Sun family members who were walking towards them, Rongji's face was expressionless. Yu Mashuan, on the other hand, cursed in a low voice, "Injustice." The Lin and Sun families were but very happy to see Yu Mohan. Lin Lihai smiled, "Mr. Yu, we meet again." Yu Mohan's smile faded. "Yes, hello again." Lin Lihai laughed, "Just happened to run into each other, want to join together?" Just now, when he called Yu Mohan, Lin Lihai had wanted to invite Yu Mohan for dinner, and now that he had run into him, he naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. What Yu Mohan said, "No, it's my private time now, next time." That? Okay, next time then. If Yu Mohan had said so, Lin Lihai couldn't force himself. Yu Mohan nodded and said to Rongji, "Let's go." Rongji nodded, and without another glance at the Lin and Sun families, she went upstairs with him. Looking at the back of Rongru and Yu Mohan leaving, Lin Lilan frowned. "I heard Xia Wu say that Yu Mohan's attitude towards Rongru has been salty because of her, and this time for the Changmo's project, Yu Mohan wouldn't be considering not to cooperate with us because of her as well, would he?" With Yu Mohan's cold attitude towards them, it was indeed a possibility. Sun Yuqing faintly said, "There is still some time before the bidding of these two projects in Chanma, and everything is possible before things are finalized." Sun Manshan also laughed, "Indeed. Previously, Xiaowu and Tingshan's matter hadn't progressed because of the obstruction from old Mrs. Feng's side, but now isn't it also suddenly taking a turn for the better? So, let's not be discouraged, there's definitely still a chance." The turnaround that Sun Manshan's mouth was talking about was actually the divorce between Feng Tingshan and Rongji. Speaking of this, old Mrs. Sun was in a good mood. It was something that they and Wu Hu originally didn't know about. Or Chi Yuluan unintentionally talked to Xiao Wu, they only know. Only later did I learn that the original is their divorce certificate is not so fast can be done down. Feng Tingshan do not want to let Xiao Wu for this matter worry, intends to get the certificate before talking to Xiao Wu, but also is considered to give Xiao Wu a surprise. Thinking of this, old Mrs. Sun laughed. Tingshan has always wanted a divorce before, and now that Xiao Wu has been injured in order to save him, and he is now adamant about divorcing Rongji in spite of old Mrs. Feng's objections, Tingshan is really heartfelt enough for Xiao Wu. Indeed. It's not in vain that Xiao Wu has waited so long. Xiao Wu's good days are coming. Yeah. When Sun Yueqing and Lin Lihai heard this, they also revealed smiles. However, looking at the direction that Rongru and Yumashuan just left, the old lady's Sun's smile suddenly faded a few points. Rongru, that girl is definitely not willing to divorce. This marriage should not be divorced in the end, right? Sun Yueqing's eyes were cold and clear, said, I heard Xiao Wu say, Tingshan thinks he can basically make his own decisions, before he does not divorce, just want to find a good opportunity, do not want to hurt the old lady Feng's heart. Tingshan is not small Wu cannot, now small Wu in order to save him almost no life. Tingshan did not grunt to find Rongru divorce, it shows that he already do not want to seal the old lady and let small Wu aggrieved, he has made up his mind, so, this marriage divorce into the success rate is very high. Tingshan's side I naturally have no doubts. Old Mrs. Sun faintly said, I'm afraid that Rongji's girl's side will cause some kind of trouble and force Tingshan to compromise. Speaking here, she said to old Mrs. Lin and Lin Lihai, this matter, I'm afraid it's only necessary for you guys to go and have a chat with her. Lin Lihai and old Mrs. Lin thought the same thing. What the Lin and Sun families were thinking, Rongji and Yumohan didn't know. They exited the elevator and were about to head to the private room when three upright figures came their way. Seeing those three, Yumohan. Did he not read the calendar today? What's with all the bad stuff? Younggu looked away. Ren Haifeng, Yao Xinbo, and A. It looks a little familiar, but I can't recall where I've seen it before. When those three saw Yumohan and Rongji, they took the initiative to greet Yumohan. You shall, what a coincidence. Yumashuan smiled skinlessly. It's quite a coincidence. Run Halberd Wind called Yumohan this afternoon and also wanted to invite Yumohan for dinner and then talk about cooperation. But it was rejected by Yumohun. Now that he ran into it, he basically ignored Rongji and said, since we ran into each other, why don't we get together? Yao Xinbo also laughed, yeah, speaking of which, it's been a long time since we had dinner together. No. Yumohan laughed, I still have something on my side, it's not very convenient. As the words fell, he looked at the other man, why is young Ji free today as well? Ji Qingyue's handsome face had little expression, took a few days off. Yumashuan nodded, he didn't want to chat with them much and said, the dinner will be next time, we have things to do, so we'll go in first. Ji Tingyue nodded. Yumohan and Rongji then took the lead and entered the box. Only after walking away a bit did Ji Qingyue speak, which one of you offended him? Although Yumashuan didn't show it obviously, but with that gesture, it was clear that he didn't want to bother with them. Yao Xinbo was confused, no, I don't think so. Ran Halberd Wind frowned and didn't say anything. Going into the box, Yao Xinbo took a sip of tea and said, should I say no, Yumashuan is really quite powerful, if those two projects are really made, he's going to skyrocket in value. Ji Qingyue faintly said, he has been smart since childhood, with the teacher or Nanjiji, he studied the profession, just hit the times wind, his ability and outstanding, will have some achievements as a natural thing. Speaking of this, he glanced at Ren Halberd Fong, I heard Xin Bo say that you also had a crush on the girl beside you and Mosun before, but you quickly moved on to someone else. If you moved on, then you moved on, why do you still hate her? Did she do something bad? Just now, Ren Halberd Wind was unwilling to even look at Rongji squarely. His dislike was so obvious that he could hardly ignore it if he wanted to. The matter of being stunned by Rongru's face and temperament at first, Ren Halberd Wind could not hear others mention it now. He felt revolted. He frowned and said, can we not mention her? Order. Ji Qingyue sniffed and shrugged, moving away from the topic. Chapter 98. Do you think I'm the one who won't let her come over to see the kids? There's a lot going on in Nagamo. That night, Rongji and Yumohan finished dinner and went back to work at Changmo. On Wednesday morning, Rongji and Yumohan were in a meeting when Yumohan's secretary came in and told Yumohan that Yi Changbai was here. Yumohan. Even with his knees, he knew what Yi Changbai was doing by coming over without even saying hello. Yi Changbai's status was there. Since he's here, he can't afford to be disrespectful. He had to say to Rongji, you continue to chair the meeting, I'll go take a look. Rongji, good. When Yumohan went over, Yi Changbai was already sitting in the parlor. Seeing that only Yumohan came over alone, Yi Changbai's deep eyes turned slightly, got up and took the initiative to shake Yumohan's hand, coming over without greeting, please forgive Mr. Yu. Yumohan had to say, Mr. He is polite. After sitting down, Yi Changbai went straight to the point and handed a document to Yumohan, this is my sincerity of cooperation, Mr. You might as well take a look? Yumohan took it and read it. The more he looked, the more serious he became. Finally, he put down the document and said, Mr. He is indeed very sincere, only, there are other considerations on my side as well, so I guess it will take some time before I can give Mr. He a reply. He Changbai had a good attitude, no harm, I can understand the comparison of goods. In the future, if Mr. Yu has any objections to the conditions given by my side, you are welcome to contact me at any time, my side can communicate and coordinate. He Changbai didn't linger much, and finally greeted Yu Mohan and left first. He Changbai cooperated with sufficient sincerity and good attitude. Yu Mohan could not find a slot, and had to personally send people downstairs. When he came back, Rong Ru had already finished the meeting. He couldn't help but say to Rong Ji, this He Changbai, his execution is quite strong. He only rejected him on the phone the day before yesterday, and today He Changbai came over with a sincere cooperation proposal, without a word of nonsense throughout. He said, to be honest, I'm really quite impressed with the program he gave. Rong Ru said, you can wait and see, if it's really suitable, there's no harm in cooperating with him. Yu Mohan thought the same thing. Just barring that, in this way, he wanted to make things difficult for He Changbai. I'm afraid it would be a bit difficult, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of depression that he had no place to vent his anger. It was past 5 in the afternoon, and Rong Ru was still busy when his cell phone suddenly rang. Young-gu looked away. It's still Feng Jingxin's phone. Feng Jingxin hadn't actually called her in the past 2 days. She still didn't answer it and went on about her business. 2 days later, that is, Friday morning, not long after Rong Ru woke up, Feng Jingxin called her again. Rong Ji looked at it, put his phone on the desktop regardless, and went straight into the kitchen to make breakfast. Seeing that Rong Chi was still not answering the phone, Feng Jingxin was so aggravated that she wanted to directly slam the phone. But she held back in the end. She slightly reddened her eyes and sullenly lowered her head to eat her breakfast in small bites, while saying to Feng Tingshan, who was sitting across from her eating breakfast, it's already the 4th time, since last Saturday, I've already called my mom 4 times, but she hasn't picked up. Once. Feng Tingshan said, then we'll fight again sometime later. She lost her appetite for breakfast. What if mom still doesn't answer the phone? Then wait a little longer, after a while she'll pick up. Feng Jingxin listened and felt a little better, and asked expectantly, when is it after a while? Feng Tingshan paused in his dining movements and said, within 2 weeks. Feng Jingxin was instantly unhappy. 2 weeks, won't that be a long time? Feng Tingshan nodded, it was a bit long. Feng Jingxin. But I want to go play on the weekend. Auntie Woohoo's body is not healed yet, can't accompany me. Daddy, you accompany me, okay? Feng Tingshan seriously discussed with her, Dad has a lot of things to do on Saturday, and he'll be free on Sunday, so if you want to go play on Saturday, you can go with your uncle He and Shan Shan? Feng Jingxin nodded, good. As long as she wasn't let out alone. Feng Tingshan made a call to He Changbai and troubled him to help bring Feng Jingxin for a day. He Changbai agreed, good. On Saturday, He Changbai took Feng Jingxin and Shan Shan to Happy Valley. There are many things to do in Pleasantville. But no matter if it was a fun, fantastic, or exciting program, Feng Jingxin seemed to be lacking in interest, unlike before when she was having so much fun and enjoying herself. Always seemed a little preoccupied. He Changbai gave her and Shan Shan one each of the bot cones. Looking at her face, which had a 3 or 4% resemblance to Rong Ji's, he asked, is Xin in a bad mood today? Feng Jingxin sat on the swing, licking the cone in small bites while whispering, I kind of miss my mom. When she used to be abroad, she used to call her every day and talk on video, even though she sometimes didn't see her mom once in 2 or 3 months. Her mom has been busy at work lately, but when she calls her mom every 3 or so days, she answers and rushes home to cook for her. But now, she kept calling her mom and she didn't answer a single one. It's never been like this before. Rong Yu and Feng Tingshan have both signed a divorce agreement, and Feng Jingxin's custody belongs to Feng Tingshan, although He Changbai knows, but since they signed the agreement until now, he does not know how the current situation between them. Hearing Feng Jingxin say this, He Changbai asked, what happened? Feng Jingxin had to tell her about Rong Ji's recent failure to answer her calls. He Changbai knew that Feng Jingxin actually didn't know that her parents were getting a divorce yet. Hearing Feng Jingxin say this, He Changbai didn't know what to say for a while, so he could only say, your mom definitely didn't mean to not answer your calls, she was probably too busy, and it'll be fine after a while. Feng Jingxin nodded, well, that's what Dad said. He Changbai gave a beat and didn't say anything else. Seeing Feng Jingxin unhappy, Shan Shan also consoled, I also want to see my aunt, but uncle said that aunt is also busy these days and can't find the time to come. They adults are always busy, it'll be fine after a while. Feng Jingxin nodded, good. He Changbai has not contacted Rongji lately, in fact, not because Rongji is busy, but just think that the divorce will have a great impact on Rongji, coupled with the fact that she can't get the right to custody of Feng Jingxin, he is worried that if he lets her help to accompany Shandan at this time, instead, it will cause her to touch the scene, and her mood will become worse. After 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Feng Tingshan finished his work and called He Changbai over, where are you guys now? He Changbai gave him the address, and Feng Tingshan drove over to meet them. Dad! Even though He Changbai was good to her, Feng Jingxin would be happier to see Feng Tingshan. Feng Tingshan left his long coat in the car and didn't bring it down. In a straight suit he bent down and picked her up, pinching her little face. Did you have fun with Uncle He and Shan Shan today? Feng Jingshin was in a much better mood now. She nodded, well, happy. She was lying in Feng Tingshan's arms and refused to come down. Feng Tingshan also carried her into the restaurant and didn't put her down until she entered the private room, saying to Yi Changbai, it's been hard on you today. Can't talk about hard work. What Yi Changbai said, it's all about the two of them playing on their own, without me accompanying them all the time, instead it's a bit easier. Seeing the two children coming together and not paying attention to their side, Yi Changbai looked at Feng Tingshan and said, I know that Xinshin's custody is with you, but for the number of times you visit the child in the future, what are your rules? As soon as Feng Tingshan heard him say that, he understood what he meant. He laughed, you think I'm the one who won't let her come over to see the kids? Chapter 99 No Limitations. Yi Changbai does think so. Feng Tingshan picked up the tea and took a shallow sip. Even though the custody is with me, it's clearly written on the agreement that as long as she wants to see the child, she can do so anytime, there's no restriction. Yi Changbai didn't expect it to be like this. At that point, the two kids looked over and they stopped talking about it. Feng Tingshan suddenly said, I heard that you recently contacted Chang Mo? Yi Changbai gave a beat, aha. Then he asked, what about you? No such intention? Feng Tingshan, it's not finalized yet, it's still early, there's no rush on my side. Aha. Young's paper isn't ready yet. After writing the paper for a day and a half, on Sunday night, Rongji and Chu Xilan ate out and hung out for more than 2 hours before going home. An undisturbed, fulfilling and peaceful weekend went by. On Monday, Rongji went to work at Chang Mo as usual. From that day on, those who had previously called Yu Mohan and said that they wanted to work with Chang Mo had visited the door with their proposals. Ren Halberd Breeze is coming on Thursday. Yu Mohan happened to be out of town on business on Wednesday. Rongji received the message, put down the work at hand, and headed to the parlor. Seeing the door of Chang Mo's parlor being pushed open, Ren Halberd Win stood up, but after seeing that Rongji was the only one who pushed the door in, his movements lurched. Rongru reached out his hand and said politely, hello Mr. Ren, my name is Rong. Merson went on a business trip yesterday and is not in Chang Mo right now. All the affairs of Chang Mo are now handled by me in full authority. If Mr. Ren has anything he wants to talk about, it's the same if he talks to me. At her sole discretion? In what capacity does she handle it? Yu Mohun's girlfriend? Ren Halberd Win didn't know if what this person in front of her was saying was true, or if she was deliberately saying this in order to show off her weight in Yu Mohun's heart. Even if what she says is true, the program they give has a lot of material content and technical type monikers. Can she read them? What's funny is that knowing that he came over to talk about a partnership, she still came over to see him alone without even bringing her technician. However, Yu Mohan really seemed to take her quite seriously. Thinking of this, even if he knew that she might not be able to understand the program given by their company, in order to avoid some unnecessary trouble, Ren Halberd Win didn't choose to turn around and walk away, but reached out his hand and gently shook hands with her, saying, then I'll trouble Ms. Rong. He sat down and handed the document to Rongji. This is our company's proposal, Ms. Rong, please have a look. Rongru picked it up and said, okay, I'll take a look at it first. As the words fell out, Rongji flipped open the file and was about to start reading it when another secretary of Yu Mohan knocked on the door and came in, lowering his head and whispering in her ear, Ms. Rong, there are still visitors downstairs, and they said that their names are Lin Likai and Lin Wuhu, and that they have to be asked to wait for you in your office. No need. Rongji interrupted him and said softly, send them away. Okay. After Yu Mohan's secretary left, Rongji apologized to Rin Jiufeng before officially starting to look at the proposal he gave. When looking at the cooperation program given by Ren Haifeng, Rongji was thinking that although Ren Haifeng came a little late compared to others, he obviously had the backbone to come late, because the content of his program was exhaustive, and almost perfectly fit her requirements. Rongji seemed to be very serious when she read the document, as if she really could read it. She was going to pretend, and he was too lazy to break it down. He's not in a hurry anyway. After most half an hour, Rongji put down the file and said, Mr. Ren's proposal is indeed very much in line with what our company needs, our side will think about it and consider it. Ren Halberd Win didn't want to talk more with Rongji, thinking to wait for Yu Mohan to come back and then talk to him in detail. But on the surface he was still very polite. Thank you very much for your recognition, and I look forward to the opportunity to work with your company. When the words fell, he added, I still have things on my side, Ms. Rong, see you next time. Rongji had already noticed that the Halberd Wins didn't seem to like her before. Now that they were meeting in the parlor, although Ren Halberd Fong tried to be polite to her, she still felt the slightness of his attitude. In business, she was also just looking for someone to work with and cared about self-interest, not necessarily making friends with him. She also pretended not to notice his attitude problem and smiled, okay, see you next time. As the words left his mouth, he instructed Yu Mohan's secretary, Secretary Qian, help me send off Mr. Ren. Ren Halberd Wind left. When he arrived downstairs, he saw a familiar figure, Ms. Lin? Yes, Lin Wu and Lin Lihai did not leave. Yu Mohan's secretary sent them away with the excuse that Mr. Yu was away on a business trip, but they didn't leave. Because they thought that Mr. Yu was away on business was just an excuse for Yu Mohan not wanting to see them. So, they just sat downstairs and waited the whole time, thinking of having a good chat with Yu Mohan when he comes downstairs. I didn't expect Yu Moshuan to wait, but instead, he saw Ran Haifeng first. Exactly half a month had passed since Lin Wu was injured. She was pretty much healed. And yet it's not quite ready. But it's also basically a return to normal life. Ran Halberd Wind in the last week before going to Xuandu did not see Lin Wu, asked the Xuandu staff, only to know that she was injured. The wounds on Lin Wu's body were quite deep, and the hospitalization wasn't exactly a good time, so her face still looked a little haggard now. Ren Halberd Wind looked on with some heartache. However, when he thought of the injuries she willingly suffered because of saving Feng Tingxin, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Lin Lihai, who was on the side, saw Ren Halberd Wind's extraordinary demeanor and guessed that he was not an ordinary person, asking, Xiao Wu, who is this? Lin Wu didn't miss the flash of heartache under Ren Hafeng's eyes. She said in a light tone, Ren Halberd Wind, Mr. Ren. Then, he introduced himself to Ren Halberd Wind, my father, Lin Lihai. Learning that Lin Lihai was Lin Wu's father, Ren Halberd Wind politely said, so it's Mr. Lin, nice to meet you. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Wu spoke, is Mr. Ren coming over to Chang Mo to talk about cooperation with Mr. Yu as well? Yes, Ms. Lin and Mr. Lin too? Right. Lin Wu said, Mr. Ren has met Mr. Yu? No, Mr. Yu went out of town on a business trip. Hearing this, Lin Lihai laughed, so Mr. Yu really went on a business trip, I thought Mr. Yu didn't want to see us. Ren Halberd Wind gave a beat, and seeing them sitting here, asked, you weren't invited up? Lin Wu, no, Mr. Yu's secretary said that Mr. Yu had gone on a business trip and asked us to leave. Ren Halberd Wind sank his face. Lin Wu noticed and asked, what's wrong? Is something wrong? Ren Halberd Wind coldly said, Mr. Yu is indeed not in, but the one who negotiated with me is Ms. Rong, whom we met before in Xuandu. She said that Mr. Yu is not in, and that the matters of Changma will be handled by her solely, and that she can talk about cooperation with me on behalf of Changma. Whether or not Rong Ru was telling the truth when she said she could represent Nagumo. But she hosted him but did not see Lin Wu, clearly still deliberately targeting Lin Wu. Lin Lihai froze. Lin Wu also gave a start, then said without much concern, is that so? With that, he said to Lin Lihai, in that case, father, let's go back first. Lin Lihai pursed up his lips when he thought of Rongji treating him and Lin Wu like this, but hearing Lin Wu say this, he had no choice but to say, good. Ren Halberd Wind frowned, and before he could speak, Rongji also came downstairs. The sight of the three of them brought a footfall. Before she could speak, Lin Wu's cell phone suddenly rang. She picked up the phone, Tingxin? Lin Wu hooked her lips and smiled, you're here? Good, I'll go out now. Chapter 100, A Unique Temperament. Ren Halberd Wind, Mr. Feng is here? Aha! Speaking of Feng Tingxin, Lin Wu's tone was a bit more gentle, my wounds aren't all healed yet. Tingxin wasn't too worried, so he came over here to pick me up. As she spoke, she didn't look at Rongji at all. As the words fell, he added, Mr. Ren, we'll leave first, see you next time. Ren Halberd Wind had wanted to question Rongji and do justice to Lin Wu. But when she saw that Lin Wu was too lazy to even look at Rongji squarely, she thought that she disdained Rongji to the point that she was too lazy to make false pretenses with people like her. Lin Wu this condescending and direct appearance, Ren Halberd Wind in the eyes, then more think she has personality, charm. For a while, he also felt that there was no point in talking nonsense with Rongji. He didn't think Rongju was worthy. Thinking of this, he also truly loathed Rongji. He said to Lin Wu, I'm leaving too, come along. Lin Wu nodded, and Lin Lihai, together, left without looking back. Lin Wu left without looking at Rongji, but before Ren Hafeng left, he turned back and gave her a cold look. Seeing the look in his eyes, Rongji didn't need to think to know what was going on. Because of Lin Wu and preconceived notions of men who hate her, Ren Halberd Wind is not the first. Thinking of this, Rongji coldly returned the greeting and took the lead in withdrawing his gaze, treating the few of them as if they were air, and walking almost side by side with them towards the doorway side. Ren Halberd Wind froze. I didn't expect her small mind to be torn apart, and instead of being ashamed, she had the nerve to be so righteous. He smiled sarcastically. Feel like I've simply opened my eyes. Sure enough, the forest is full of birds. Seeing that Rongji had left with them without any avoidance, Lin Lihai frowned in surprise. Lin Wu's footsteps also lurched without a trace, and then she continued on as if she hadn't seen her. Over in the parking lot, Feng Tingxin got out of the car and was leaning against the car door waiting for Lin Wu. Seeing Rongji come out with Lin Wu and the others, he also paused, however, his face quickly returned to calm. Rongru also saw Feng Tingxin. Without looking away, she walked in the direction of her parked car. Getting into the car, Rongru adjusted the navigation and drove the car out. Feng Tingxin and the others hadn't left yet. As the car drove forward, she was just in time to see Feng Tingxin thoughtfully and gently pulling the car door open for Lin Wu. There was a dinner party to attend on Saturday, and Yumohan returned on Friday afternoon. Learning about Ren Halberd Wind, he gasped and laughed as he coldly clapped, in that case, there's no need for us to cooperate with him, so as not to be annoyed by the sight of him. Rongju thought so too. He is not the only good partner of Ren Halberd Wind, there is no need for her to aggravate herself. Saturday afternoon. Rongji was in the middle of organizing the dress she was going to wear for the evening when her cell phone rang. It's Feng Jingxin's phone. She hadn't been answering her phone before, and had thought that Feng Jingxin would call her less often because of it. Unexpectedly, Feng Jingxin called her 2 or 3 times during the week as usual. But she didn't answer any of them. It's the same with this one. Seeing that she didn't answer, Feng Jingxin was no longer as lost as before. She had been so upset that her mom hadn't answered her calls so many times before that she hadn't wanted to call her anymore. However, Dad said she could call if she wanted to, and that mom would always answer her phone one day. So, when she wants to call her mom for something, even if she knows that her mom might not answer the phone, she still calls her mom the first time according to what is in her heart. Like a nobody, she put down her cell phone and looked at Feng Jingxin, who had changed into more formal attire, as she flopped down on the master bedroom bed, crossing her legs and rocking them one above the other. Daddy, you're going to pick up Auntie Woohoo so soon? Feng Jingxin, aha. Then you guys come back early tomorrow to take me out. Good. After dressing, Feng Jingxin was out the door after 10 minutes or so. Just after 8. He appeared at the entrance of the banquet hall with Lin Wu. Lin Wu today this body is still worth a lot of money, but also equally beautiful to make people difficult to take their eyes off. She and Feng Jingxin had just appeared in the banquet hall and attracted almost everyone's attention. He Changbai and Chi Yukuan have already arrived. Seeing them arrive, they walked towards them. Ren Haifeng, Ji Qingyue and the others have just arrived. Noticing the movement over there, he looked over as well. Seeing Lin Wu, a flash of amazement once again flashed under Ren Halberd Win's eyes. Ji Qingyue looked at Feng Jingxin and Lin Wu and asked Yao Xinbo, is that Lin Wu? Yao Xinbo nodded, yeah, pretty and bandy, right? Prettier and more bandwagon-like, it's still someone else's girlfriend. Ji Qingyue looked at it for a couple of moments before retracting his eyes and did not open his mouth to comment. Feng Jingxin's influence was there. When he arrived, many people on the scene rushed forward to greet him. In no time at all, quite a few people had already gathered on his and Lin Wu's side. It was then that Yu Mohan and Rongji arrived late. Nagumo was the most visible presence in their business district in recent times, bar none. As a result, when Yu Mohan appeared, the eyes of the others at the banquet looked at him more eagerly than ever. At the same time, the crowd had been stunned by Rongji. The beige hand-embroidered cheongsam on Rongji's body perfectly blended her pretty and chiseled figure with her cool and clean, yet gentle and quiet bookish aura. It should be said or not, this Mr. Feng and Mr. Yu are really both blessed people. It's not. Whether it was that Ms. Lin or this Ms. Rong beside Yu Mohan, despite the different temperament types, they were all first-class beauties. The moment Rong Yu and Yu Emosen appeared in the banquet hall, He Changbai, Shi Yiluan, Ji Qingyue, Ren Halberd Wind they all noticed it the first time. With Chang Mo being the most talked about company in the circle lately, it was a given that the banquet host would invite Yu Mohan. Only, He Changbai wasn't sure if Rong Ji would attend with Yu Mohan. Now, seeing her appear on Yu Mohan's hand, He Changbai's deep eyes stared. Shi Yiluan also guessed that Rong Ji would possibly appear at this banquet. But I didn't expect her to be so colorfully and beautifully dressed. Even if he didn't like Rong Ji, he had to admit that the clean and appealing gentle temperament of Rong Ji was truly unique. Chapter 101, May I ask you to dance? It's just a shame that the gold is not as good as the gold. At the thought, he felt bored and averted his eyes. Ren Halberd Wind was also truly amazed by Rong Ji. His thoughts were similar to Kaiulin's. So he looked away in disgust almost immediately. Yao Xinbo thought that he quite liked this one of Rong Ji. He hadn't quite been able to avert his eyes, and seeing Ren Halberd Wind's reaction, he asked, what's going on here? This reaction of yours? Did she mess with you again? Ji Qingyue also withdrew his gaze. Ren Halberd Wind told the story of what happened in Changmo 2 days ago. Yao Xinbo, this. Really can't see that this Miss Rong is actually such a person. Ji Qingyue sipped his wine in one motion, but said, perhaps there was originally a grudge between her and that Ms. Lin that you and I don't know about? Ren Halberd Wind was unimpressed. A grudge exists between them, so she can take personal revenge? Without knowing the full picture of the matter, Ji Qingyue could not draw any conclusions, so he did not say anything else. Rong Ji and Yu Mohan had just arrived at the banquet hall when they were surrounded by the crowd. The crowd complimented Yu Mohan. Yu Mashuan said, you all are too kind, for Changmo to be where it is today is the result of the joint efforts of all of our company's employees. As he said this, he looked at Rong Ji and said, especially Xiao Ji, she is more than worthy of the credit. Whether it's the previous QAP or these 2 recent projects, the core technology is with her. But her identity remains undisclosed for now. This time, moreover, together with the core personnel of their company who are involved in the project this time, they have all signed a confidentiality agreement with the government. Although her identity could not be revealed, it was still okay to emphasize her importance to the crowd. Recently, people have been paying more attention to Changmo, and many people also know that Rong Ji is both an employee of Changmo and also has a very close relationship with Yu Mohan. Yumohan would even delegate authority to her to help with company matters, big and small, when he wasn't at the company. Now that they heard Yumohan say this, many people subconsciously felt that Rongji's ability to work should be good. As for what Yumashuan said, Rongji's contribution to Chang Mo's success today, everyone didn't take it seriously. After all, everyone had heard that Rongji had only joined Chang Mo in the last 2 or 3 months. Yumashuan would say this, I guess it's just that the love brain is on top and he doesn't want people to think less of Rongji. Rongru was indeed pretty enough, and Uemo-sun was at the height of his springtime, so it was normal that he would be charmed by her. Everyone thought this in their hearts but didn't show it on their faces. They all smiled and complimented, Ms. Rong is truly talented and beautiful at the same time. Lin Wu over there also smiled sarcastically when she heard this. She looked at Feng Tingshan, only to see that Feng Tingshan also only looked at Rongji's side for a couple of moments before retracting his gaze without much care. Lin Wu watched and also coldly withdrew her gaze, but found He Changbai looking intently at Rongji's side. No, he's supposed to be looking at Yumahun. She was aware of the fact that He Changbai also wanted to work with Changma. As for the young rhetoric, He Changbai already hated her, how could he possibly stare at her? Even if Rongru was as pretty as she was, it was unlikely that He Changbai would be interested in her. Seeing her look over, He Changbai withdrew his gaze. What's wrong? Lin Wu smiled, it's nothing. He Changbai didn't look into it. Seeing that there were fewer people on Yumohan and Rongji's side, he said, I'll go over to Yumohan's side to say hello. Tingshan, are you sure you want to cooperate with Changma? If so, why don't you go over and say hello together? Feng Tingshan said, I'm not in a hurry, you go first. Hearing him say that, He Changbai said, good. He Changbai walked over and came face to face with Rongji. Mr. Yu, Miss Rong. Seeing that it was him, Yumohan's smile faded a few points, so it's Mr. He. Rongji also called out politely, Mr. He. At this time, Ren Halberd Wind also walked over. Unlike He Changbai, he only greeted Yumohan, Mr. Yu. Yumohan's smile faded even more, Mr. Rin is here too? Sorry, I was too busy just now to see it. Ren Halberd Fong naturally noticed that Yumashuan seemed to be treating him even less favorably than the last time they ran into each other. He was not surprised by this. He glanced coldly at Rongji. He knew that Rongji would definitely be blowing pillow talk around Yumohan about what happened that day. He didn't care too much about Yumohan's attitude and said, I made a trip to Changmo 2 days ago, I don't know if Mr. Yu knows about it? Informed, Xiaozhu told me. Yumohan said, I also read Ren's program, I also think it's very good, I personally still don't like it very much, so I'm very sorry Ren, the cooperation, I'm afraid that. Ron Halberd Win didn't expect Yumohan to be able to distinguish between right and wrong to such an extent because of Rongji. He frowned, I thought Mr. Yu was a public and private person. I am. Since he had gotten the word out, Yumohan didn't hide it and smiled, but there's a time for that. The implication is that it's impossible to say whether it's public or private when it comes to Rongji. The fact that his father had asked him to focus his cooperation for the next 2 years on Changma indicated that the prospects for the 2 projects in Changma were even better than many people thought. Although there was a bit of unpleasantness between him and Yumohan, Ron Haifeng did not intend to give up working with Changma on this. He said, since Mr. Yu thinks that there is a problem with the proposal from my side, I will bring a new proposal to visit Changmo on another day. He glanced at Yi Changbai on the side and added, since Mr. Yu still has things to do, I won't bother too much, goodbye. With that, he turned and left. Ren Halberd Win didn't mention Rongji the entire time. He Changbai was listening on the sidelines, but in Ren Haifeng's attitude of not looking at Rongji, he guessed that Yumashu and not wanting to cooperate with him was related to Rongji. At this, he couldn't ask more questions and just treated it as if he hadn't heard it and said, I've also prepared a new program on my side, I wonder if Mr. Yu and Ms. Rong are free to have a meal together on Monday? He Changbai has such a good relationship with Lin Wu and Feng Tingshan that even if He Changbai's program did well, Yumohan would have still not treated him well. Now that He Changbai put aside his personal grudges and knew to bring Rongji when he invited for dinner, he felt a little bit more favorable towards He Changbai. However, he still said in a businesslike manner, Monday is it? Not sure yet, I'll contact you when I'm free, please don't worry about this Mr. He. He Changbai wasn't in a hurry and said, with Mr. Yu's words, I'm relieved. As his words fell, the front stage host suddenly took the stage to deliver his speech. Immediately afterward, the master of the party and his wife danced to the applause of the crowd and loud music. Many guests joined in. This evening's party was full of beautiful and outstanding luxury celebrities. At this moment, a distinguished-looking daughter of a famous family took the initiative to walk towards He Changbai. Mr. He, may I invite you to dance? Chapter 102, Exchange of Dancing Partners. He Changbai's expression moved slightly. Without moving, he placed his eyes on Rongji. Yumohan didn't notice He Changbai's eyes on Rongji. He also got interested and bent down to make a gentleman's invitation to dance in an exaggerated manner. Beautiful and lovely Ms. Rong, may I invite you to dance? Young Ju can dance, too. Seeing Yumohan's interest, he smiled, of course, I should say it's my honor. He said, handing his hand to Yumohan. Yumohan then took her hand and entered the dance floor. Seeing this, He Changbai extended his hand towards the girl in a gentlemanly manner. When Rongji and Yu Mohan entered the dance floor, their line of sight was right on Feng Tingshin and Lin Wu's side. They happened to be dancing as well. When they happened to look this way, Rongru was about to avert her eyes when she realized that Feng Tingshin seemed to smile down at her. Rongru frowned, then realized it was an optical illusion. Feng Tingshin was smiling at Lin Wu. He didn't even look at her. Rongji withdrew his gaze and focused on dancing with Yu Mohan. Ji Qingyu, any halberd wind, Chi Yuluan, they are all the upper-class circle in the capital city. Celebrities tend to rush to the Diamond Bachelor. A lot of the girls kind of wanted to dance with them. Since greeting Yu Mohan, Ren Halberd Wind's attention was on Lin Wu. He, like Ji Qingyu, wasn't planning on dancing. But there were worldly girls at the party who were on good terms with their family. The elders set them up and they both ended up gentlemanly holding a girl each and getting on the dance floor as well. As for Chi Yukuan, he was already a playboy. He took the initiative to invite girls to dance. Rongji's temperament was clean, quiet and elegant, plus she was wearing a cheongsam today, dancing with a classical and languid beauty, plus she had a beautiful smile on her face, so it could be said that she was the best on the dance floor tonight. Many people wanted to exchange dance partners with Yu Mohan. Yao Xinhua is one of them. He brought his dance partner over towards Yu Mohan and Rongji and said, "Mr. Yu, would you mind changing your dance partner for the time being?" His eyes couldn't wait to stick to Rongji. Yu Mohan chilled his face, very much so. Yao Xinhua. Okay. At this time, Rongji suddenly heard someone say to her, "Miss Rong, is it? Would you be willing to exchange dance partners with me?" Rongji gave a start and looked over sideways, realizing that it was Ji Qingyu's dance partner who was talking to her. The other party was sweet and pretty looking and seemed to be interested in Yu Mohan. Rongru smiled, looked at Yu Mohan, who was obviously frozen, and said, "My side is no problem, I don't know Mr. Ji." Ji Qingyu spoke up, "I'm okay with all of it." Yu Mohan. So his opinion doesn't matter, huh? However, Ji Qingyu? Should I say no? He was really well endowed and seemed to be okay with his little sister. Thinking of this, Yu Mohan immediately changed his mind. The four reached a consensus and swapped dance partners by default. It was actually quite uncomfortable to hand over your hand to a strange man and have your other hand resting intimately on the other. Ji Qingyu was also very gentlemanly, and the movement of his hand holding on to her was very gentle. Watching Rongji subconsciously reveal an uncomfortable look, the more Ji Qing felt that she was as green as if she had never been in love before. Although they had met, they didn't actually count as knowing each other. Ji Qingyu introduced himself, "Ji Qingyu, my name." Rongji just wasn't used to being too close to strange men, and after giving herself a few seconds to get used to it, she raised her head self-consciously and responded, "Rongji." Ji Qingyu gave a start, "Rhetoric of rhetoric?" Right. It suits her. However, Ji Qingyu didn't say this. The movement on their side was noticed by Ren Halberd Wind, Chi Yukuan, He Changbai, and Lin Wu, Feng Tingshin. It's normal to swap partners on the dance floor. But Rongju and Ji Qingyu. As far as appearances go, it's time to say no, it's a really great match. Ren Halberd Wind, however, frowned. He Changbai gave a slight lurch. His dance partner looked over, "Mr. He?" He Changbai withdrew his eyes, "Sorry. That's okay. It is indeed normal to exchange partners in the middle of the dance floor." He and Feng Tingshin had no problem exchanging dance partners. But he and Rongji. It was the first time Lin Wu had met Ji Qingyu. Ren Hafeng did come over to say hello to her this evening. But Ji Qingyu didn't come alone. She wasn't sure about Ji Qingyu's identity. However, just by the way Ren Haifeng and Yao Xinbo treated Ji Qingyu, she knew that his status was definitely no less than Ren Haifeng. Seeing Rongji dancing with Ji Qingyu with a shy face, and Ji Qingyu's attitude towards Rongji seemed to be quite good, Lin Wu frowned. At this time, Chi Yuman smiled and opened his mouth. "Tingshin, change your dance partner for the time being?" Lin Wu sniffed and withdrew her thoughts. Feng Tingshin looked at Lin Wu, "What do you think?" Lin Wu laughed, "I'm okay with that." Feng Tingshin laughs, so he switches dance partners with Chi Yuluan. Chi Yuluan's female partner didn't expect Lin Wu to actually be willing to exchange dance partners. When she was held by Feng Tingshin's hand and lightly wrapped around her waist, the girl looked at Feng Tingshin's handsome face, her heartbeat was about to pop out of her chest, and she even forgot to dance. Seeing that she had made a fool of herself, the girl blushed and looked at Feng Tingshin, and was at a bit of a loss for words. Feng Tingshin looked at the girl in front of him and suddenly paused, his tone sort of gentle, "Don't be nervous." Seeing Feng Tingshin with such a good attitude, the girl slowly stabilized her mind, and after saying sorry to Feng Tingshin, she slowly followed Feng Tingshin's pace. Lin Wu hadn't cared about exchanging dance partners with anyone. It was a confidence she still had. But when she saw the girl's admiring and blushing look when she looked at Feng Tingshin, she couldn't help but frown. Lin Wu is her own brother's woman. Chi Yuluan does not have any romantic thoughts about her. Swapping dance partners is also just a spur-of-the-moment thing. When the exchange was actually made, he fell back on being uncomfortable instead. After all, it was his brother's woman, holding Lin Wu's hand, the other hand he didn't know where to put it instead. Lin Wu looked at him and said, "It's just a dance, Tingshan won't care." Kaiyulan also relaxed and laughed, also. Just in the time it took them to speak, the distance between Rongji and Feng Tingshan was slowly shortening. But Rongju didn't notice. Until she heard Feng Tingshan's voice ringing at her side, "Ji Xiao, change your dance partner?" Rongru sidestepped her head, just in time to meet Feng Tingshan's face. Ji Qingyue looked at Rongji, "Ms. Rong, you?" Before his words fell, Feng Tingshan, however, seemed to have already negotiated with his female companion, and he had already handed the girl over. If Ji Qingyue didn't catch the girl would probably fall. After seeing Feng Tingshan had already extended his hand towards Rongji, and after Rongji was sure that she wouldn't fall, he had no choice but to let go of Rongji and reach out to stop the girl's waist. Rongji had no time to react the whole time, and the person had already steadily fallen into Feng Tingshan's steady embrace. Chapter 103, How have you been? After Rongji reacted, the first thing she did was to push Feng Tingshan away. Relax. Feng Tingshan's tone was casual, as if he expected her to react this way, and the hand that clasped her waist was a few points harder. You. She couldn't break away, and she didn't want to cause a commotion that would cause people to look at her. There is nothing to be done. She guessed that he had something he wanted to say to her, and that's why he made the switch. She stopped struggling and said coldly, "What are you trying to say?" Feng Tingshan lowered his head, looked at the cold look on her face but didn't care, and asked her in a very unusual chatty tone, "When do you plan on picking up Xin's call?" Rongji, after a while. At this answer of hers, Feng Ting smiled deeply, "About 10 days? Rongji paused slightly. Is about right. Although she and Feng Tingshan were getting divorced, even if Feng Xin's custody was not with her, she still had obligations to her as a mother. She planned to set aside 1 day a month to spend with Feng Jingxin from now on. In 10 days or so, it's basically a full month. Feng Tingshan, good. By this point, the conversation has basically come to a head. After all, between them, there was nothing left to say. She gave him a look that signaled him to let her go. Feng Tingshan, however, didn't let go of her and asked her, "How have you been in recent times?" Rongji pursed her lips, not knowing what he was going to do. That's my business. Whether she was good or not was no longer his concern. Feng Tingshan also seemed to just casually ask that question, and when she didn't answer, he didn't continue to ask, and again, when she didn't respond, he turned around and left after taking her out on the dance floor. The others didn't know how Feng Tingshan and Rongji suddenly became dance partners. It was all quite a surprise to find this scene. Lin Wu pursed her lips even more. However, she quickly calmed down. If Feng Tingshan could have fallen in love with Rongji, he would have done so long ago. Can't wait till now. When she saw Feng Tingshan come back, she also got out of the dance floor and asked, "Did you go and tell her something?" Feng Tingshan talked about Xin. Lin Wu, aha. She knew that if it was fine, Feng Tingshan couldn't have gone to find Rongji. Thinking of this, she smiled and once again invited Feng Tingshan to dance. Feng Tingshan once again followed her onto the dance floor. The other side. Yumohan was also startled to see that the person dancing with Rongji had turned out to be Feng Tingshan. Learning that Feng Tingshan was looking for her to talk about the child, he was also a bit more relieved. In the future, there's nothing to do so less to get involved with him. Rongji, I know. At this time, Ji Qingyue walked over. "Miss Rong, I'm sorry for exchanging dance partners without your consent just now." After exchanging dance partners, he noticed that Rongji was cold and repulsed Feng Tingshan. She didn't want to dance with Feng Tingshan. Only then did it dawn on him that Feng Tingshan was Lin Wu's boyfriend. There seemed to be a grudge between Lin Wu and Rongji. Therefore, he guessed that Feng Tingshan would suddenly come over to find Rongji because he wanted to talk to her about Lin Wu. One could even say it was justice for Lin Wu. Rongru shook his head and said, "It's okay, the fault doesn't lie with you. If I were you, I would have done the same thing." Her tone was sincere and calm. I could tell she really didn't blame him. Just now, while dancing with her, Ji Qingyue realized that she was not a person with a lively mind and good at socializing. She was quiet and civil, looking at him without any other thoughts in her eyes, just very purely as her temporary dance partner. Ji Qingyue held out her hand. "Care to dance with me again?" Rongji froze. Ji Qingyue asked her to dance again, and she could tell he didn't mean that for her. It's just a more in-depth way of apologizing and to be friendly. He invited him in good faith, and Rongji gave him face and handed him his hand. He Changbai has come out from the dance floor. Seeing Rongji and Ji Qingyue dancing again, his eyes darkened. Lin Wu's eyes also flashed with a hint of surprise when she saw Ji Qingyue invite Rongji to dance again. Feng Tingshan saw it too. He raised his eyebrows and smiled playfully, then continued dancing with Lin Wu as if nothing had happened. After a while, a call came from Feng Tingshan's cell phone, and he and Lin Wu went out on the dance floor. It just so happens that Kaiyulan doesn't want to keep dancing either. Together with Lin Wu, he walked towards He Changbai, whose eyes almost always fell on Rongji. Rongjua and Ji Qingyue were still on the dance floor. Shi Yuluan took a cup of wine and took a sip. His eyes also fell on Rongji, said, Ji Qingyu seems to be quite fond of her. However, with the family lineage of the Ji family, even if Ji Qingyu really likes her, the family members of the Ji family will definitely not agree. After all, Rongji had already been married and had a child, and the Rong family was now in such a half-dead state that it would be strange for the Ji family to accept her into their home. These words Qi Yuluan did not say, but Lin Wu knew what he meant. After arriving in the capital for so long, she knew that in the capital the Feng family, the He family, the Qi family, the Ji family, and the Rin family were some of the most powerful families in the capital. Earlier, she had guessed that Ji Qingyue was not a small person and had wondered if he could be a member of the Ji family. I didn't think she'd be right. However, perhaps Ji Qingyue was really quite fond of Rongji, but it didn't necessarily mean that it was the kind of fondness in terms of men and women. As for Rongji entering the Ji family's door or something, it was even farther away. As she was thinking this, she saw Ji Qingyue and Rongji leaving the dance floor. Ji Qingyue turned to leave after nodding his head and greeting Rongji. It didn't look like there was any semblance of attachment or reluctance to Rongji. Lin Wu smiled. Looks like she guessed right. She knew that Rongji didn't have that kind of charisma that could make a man as outstanding as Ji Qingyu fall in love with her at first sight. Shi Yuluan retracted his sight and said, after dancing for so long, I'm also a little hungry, do you want to go eat something together? Seeing Rongji and Yu Mohan go to the self-help area, He Changbai spoke, good. After Lin Wu greeted Feng Tingshin, who was still on the phone in the distance, she also went with them to the self-help area. Seeing them, many people in the self-help area came forward to greet them. There are also people who want to talk to Yi Changbai and Shi Yukuan about cooperation. Lin Wu just stood by and watched them talk. At this time, Rin Halberd Wind and Ji Qingyue and the others also appeared over here. Seeing her, Rin Halberd Wind took the initiative to walk over. Ms. Lin. Lin Wu smiled faintly. Mr. Ren. Where is Mr. Phone? Why isn't he with you? He went to make a phone call. Speaking here, Ren Halberd Wind suddenly remembered that Lin Wu and Ji Qingyue didn't know each other yet, so he introduced the two of them. Miss Lin, this is my brother Ji Qingyue. He also said to Ji Qingyue, this is Miss Lin Wu. Ji Qingyue reached out. Hello, Ms. Lin. Lin Wu shook his hand. Hello. Rongru and Yu Mohan also happened to be going over there. Seeing this scene, Yu Mohan let out a tisk. Chapter 104. There are pastries over there that Yu Mohan wants to eat. They were about to go over there too, but were called back to chat about the project. Over there, after Ji Qingyue greeted Lin Wu, he also greeted He Changbai and Qi Yuluan. Mr. He, Mr. Qi. He Changbai nodded. At this time, Feng Tingshin also finished his phone call and walked over. Thinking about the matter of Ji Qingyu and Rongji dancing for not a short time just now, Qi Yuluan touched his nose and coughed lightly. No matter what, Rongru is still Feng Tingshin's wife, which He Changbai's eyes also moved slightly. Feng Tingshin, however, didn't seem to care about it. Seeing Ji Qingyue, he even took the initiative to greet him. Ji Xiao. Ji Qingyue, Mr. Feng. Feng Tingshin clinked glasses with him, took a shallow sip of wine, and said, it's been a while. Ji Qingyue cupped his wineglass. It's been a while. Qi Yuluan. Well, he'd be redundantly worried. The group of them got together and talked. Rongru and Yu Mohan were pestered for quite a long time. They didn't meet up with Feng Tingshen and the others again. Seeing that it was getting late, they said hello to the banquet host and left. On Monday, not long after Yu Mohan arrived at the company, someone told him that Mr. Yang from Feng Group had already arrived downstairs and said he wanted to talk to him about cooperation. Along with Mr. Yang, there was also Lin Wu. Yu Mohan. If Feng Tingshin himself had come over to try to talk to him about cooperation, he definitely wouldn't have met him. But he's quite good friends with Mr. Yang of the Feng Group. Feng Tingshin had asked him to come over to talk to him about cooperation, so he really couldn't afford not to see him. It had to be said that Feng Tingshin was indeed quite good at holding people. Moreover, he had sent someone to piggyback on Lin Wu. Yu Mohan's temples throbbed with pain. He gritted his teeth and went over to Rongji and told her what happened. Rongru said, it's not a big deal to meet Lin Wu. Just because you meet doesn't mean you have to talk to her about working together. Also, Yu Mohan said, then asked, want to come along? Rongji said, let's go together. Only after Lin Wu and that general manager Yang went to sit in the parlor for a while did Rongji and Yu Mohan go over to meet the people. Seeing Yu Mohan push the door in, Mr. Yang and Lin Wu rose in unison to greet him. Seeing Rongji who came in together, Lin Wu's complexion moved slightly, but she didn't pay too much attention to her, and after general manager Yang greeted Yu Mashuan, she also opened her mouth and said, General manager Yu. Yu Mohan nodded. Ms. Lin, please take a seat. Rongju had outstanding looks and had worked at Feng Group for a few years, so Mr. Yang was quite impressed with her. Before he sat down, he couldn't help but say, if it isn't Secretary Young. Saying that, he laughed again. I was thinking before that it had indeed been a while since I'd seen you, but it turns out that you've resigned to come to Changma. Rongji did occasionally cross paths with him at work when he was at Feng Group. She smiled and said, yes, been here a while. Mr. Young, pretty good, pretty good. After the pleasantries were exchanged, they got down to business with each other. As General Manager Yang handed the documents to Yumohan, Linwoo also handed over her own documents. Ma Shuan took it, then handed it to Rongji and said, "Xiaoji, this one of Ms. Lin's, it's for you to see?" Rongji, good. Linwoo gave a beat, but didn't say anything. Young said as he flipped through the file. Her reading speed wasn't as exaggerated as a glance, but it was still quite a bit faster than the vast majority of people. Linwoo's documents, she had already finished reading them in a few minutes. She returned the document to Linwoo, looked at Linwoo and said, "I can see that Miss Lin is quite well prepared, except that there are quite a few problems, and compared to the other partners who are looking for a way to cooperate with us at Changmo, it doesn't hold an advantage." Hearing this, Linwoo said, "In that case," said, looking sharply at Rongru, and added, "In that case, then please ask Ms. Rong to tell me what problems exist in this program of mine, so that I can improve it on my side according to your program." Hearing this, Rongji knew that she was questioning that she was deliberately making things difficult for her. Rongru laughed and said, "Ms. Lin, it's your business if there are problems with the program. You don't want to find out what the problems are, but you ask us. Do you think it's appropriate? You have to understand that we do not have to cooperate with you. You ask this question. Are you telling me that you want to cooperate with us, but do not even know what our company needs? In that case, then I'm even more certain that your side is truly unable to meet our company's requirements." Linwoo was indeed questioning that Rongji was deliberately making things difficult for her before she said that. She just said that, in fact, she was certain that Rongji couldn't tell where the problem of her side of the program was. At the same time, she also dug a hole for Rongji. As long as Rongru really listed the problems with the program, her side could easily counterattack. What she didn't expect was that Rongji didn't even jump into the hole she had dug, but instead dug an even bigger hole for her right in the middle of it. Linwoo thought so in her heart, but on the surface, she didn't move. "Miss Rong, you misunderstood. What I mean is that cooperation is a win-win thing. Since there is a problem, let's discuss it with each other and improve it together. Wouldn't it be a favorable thing for both sides?" Rongji's movement of drinking water gave a start, a little surprised by her question. She said, "Is this the first time Ms. Lin has talked to someone about cooperation?" Linwoo frowned, not knowing for a moment why she was asking. Rongji also didn't wait for her to reply, so he smiled and said in a warm voice, "What you said about discussing well and improving together is something that only happens when you're at home and at school. And as businessmen are gathered for profit and scattered without profit, why should we seek farther away from home when there are better options?" Rongji's tone was gentle, even with a smile. However, when Linwoo heard this, her heart was in awe. She looked at Rongji, and she knew that she was gullible when it came to Rongji. Rongji pushed the teacup towards Linwoo and smiled, "Miss Lin, drink tea." Linwoo gave a beat. In this situation, in the face of the tea pushed over by Rongji, she just couldn't not drink it. She picked up her teacup and said, "Thank you, Ms. Rong. Miss Lin is polite." Yumohan had been keeping an eye on the movements on their side. To be honest, he was indeed quite worried that Rongji would be bullied by Linwoo again. Hearing that Rongji had so easily blocked Linwoo into speechlessness, he was truly a bit surprised. After reading the documents, chatting with General Manager Yang, and sending the man downstairs, he gave Rongji a thumbs up. Impressive. Rongru lowered her eyes and smiled. "Anymore, I'm also someone who has been a secretary at Phone Group for a few years. Although many important clients of Phone Group are not in the turn of these ordinary secretaries of theirs to come into contact with them. But after a few years, there's a lot of exposure to people and things. Still got some experience saved up." Yumahon had forgotten about that. He then asked, "So, is there really a problem with the Lin family's cooperation program?" "Aha! The writing is pretty in-depth now, though, and the technicalities are not wrong." At this point, she guessed that it was also possible that Feng Tingshan had personally helped stroke the Lin family. But somehow, when it comes down to it, it owes a point or two. Chapter 105, Heart Wants to See You. After finishing Lin Wu's side, Rongji asked, "What about Phone Group's side?" Speaking of this, Yumohan rubbed his nose and said, "You know, Feng Tingshan himself is also considered to be in our line of work, and he knows a lot about technology. Feng's group has money. Many of our technicians are competing for talent in the industry. Plus Feng Tingshan himself was so tech-savvy. So rather than saying it wouldn't be bad, the program he had people bring over was incomparable." This was presumably why Feng Tingshan was able to calmly wait until now to have someone come to his door to ask for cooperation. Rongji was not surprised to hear that. She said, "When it comes time to make a decision, you just take things as they come. Working with a quality team cuts down on a lot of worries." The little thing between her and Feng Tingshan was not worth mentioning in front of the project. In the afternoon, Halberd Wind also came over to Changmo. This time, Yumohan didn't see him. Halberd Wind couldn't see anyone, and it didn't take long for him to leave on his own. Not long after Hafeng left, He Changbai also came. Yumohan and Rongji went to meet him together. After reading He Changbai's new proposal, Yumohan and Rongji exchanged glances. Seeing that his thoughts were in line with his own, Rongji immediately said to He Changbai, "Mr. He, happy cooperation." Seeing that she could be the master of Chang Mo, Changbai's line of sight turned between her and Yu Mohan without a trace before he got up and shook hands with her and Yu Mohan, happy cooperation. They chatted about contract details on the spot. It was getting dark outside, and when the preliminary contract was almost finished, Rongji's cell phone rang. It's Feng Jingxin's phone. She hit 2 in a row. Rongju all but hung up straight away. Feng Jingxin then didn't call again. In the meantime, Feng Tingshin's side picked up the phone. Half an hour later, he was back home. Feng Jingxin was lying on the bed hanging water, and when she saw him come back, she shouted breathlessly like a wilted cabbage, "Dad!" Feng Tingshin sat down by the bedside. Seeing that there was still cold sweat on her forehead, he took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped her sweat. Stomach still hurts? Better. It's a little better, but it still hurts. Feng Tingshin didn't chastise her for messing around with her food, and seeing that she wasn't in a very good mood in addition to not feeling well, he said, "Dad told your auntie Woohoo to come over to see you?" If it was in the past, hearing Feng Tingshin say this, she would definitely be busy agreeing. But now, she grabbed Feng Tingshin's finger, shook her head, and said, "I want mommy to come back to see me." Granted, she loved Auntie Woohoo. Even though she would annoy her mom, she was always the first person she thought of when she wasn't feeling well. She also prefers that the person who was there for her is her mom. Feng Tingshin sniffed and said, "Good." He didn't draw back his hand either, and with his other hand, he picked up his cell phone and called Rongji over. Rongji's side had just finished chatting with Changbei about the contract and was about to go to dinner together. Seeing Feng Tingshin's incoming call and remembering those 2 calls from Feng Jingxan earlier, Rongji hesitated for 2 seconds before picking up the phone. "Hello. Feng Tingshin, Xan has slight food poisoning and is now hanging in water at home. She wants to see you." Rongji's grip on the cell phone tightened abruptly. "I know, I'll go back now." Putting down her cell phone, she told Changbei, "Sorry, I have something on my side. I'm afraid the dinner will just have to wait for another time." Changbei looked at her face and tone and guessed, "Something happened to Xin? Rongji, aha. Is it serious?" Feng Tingshin didn't go into detail, and specifically Rongru wasn't sure. It should have stabilized. That's good. Changbei was a little more relieved and didn't ask any more questions. Rongji said hello to Yu Mohan again and left the company. When they arrived at the villa and went inside Feng Jingxan's room, Feng Tingshin was sitting at the table busy working. Seeing her, he looked up and said, "Back? Yun. She put down her bag and went to the bed to check on Feng Jingxan. Feng Jingxin was still hooked up to the water, probably sleepy, frowning her little brow as she fell asleep. She didn't wake her up either and asked Feng Tingshin, "How's it going?" "It was still hurting when I got back, but it's better now." Rongji sat down on the sofa aside and found a book out, intending to read it while waiting for Feng Jingxan to wake up. Feng Tingshin, however, looked over. "Have you eaten?" Rongji, "No." Feng Tingshin was about to continue saying something when Feng Jingxan woke up. Seeing Rongji, she said in a surprised tone, "Mom? You're back?" "Aha." Rongru closed the book she had just opened and walked over, sitting down by the bed. Before she could speak, Feng Jingxan climbed up and wrapped her arms around her neck. "Mom, you're finally back." Being held by her soft little body, Rongji paused before reaching out to hold her in place and keeping an eye on the needle opening in her hand. Feng Jingxin had hung up water for most of an hour, and now she was much more refreshed and hungry. "Mom, I'm hungry." Feng Tingshin sat in place and sidled over. "Have someone bring you food up?" Feng Jingxin nestled in Rongji's arms and poked her head out. "No, I want to eat Mom's cooking." Rongji listened and said, "Eat it first, next time Mom will make it for you. It's too late to do it now." "Okay." She started making demands again. "Then Mommy will eat with me." "Good." Seeing Rongji, Feng Jingxin was carnally happy. She was almost done with her water. Feng Tingshin helped her remove the needle, and she let Rongji carry her downstairs for dinner. Rongru picked her up, only to realize that Feng Jingxan had become a bit heavier and seemed to have grown a bit taller. "It's only been 20 days or so since I've seen you, and you've already made such a difference?" "Mom?" Seeing that Rongji seemed to have something on her mind, Feng Jingxan reached out and touched her face. Rongji didn't say anything and carried her downstairs. Feng Tingshin closed his computer and followed them, and when he saw the way Feng Jingxan laughed on Rongji's shoulder, he pinched her little face. Feng Jingxin was in a good mood and didn't bother with him. When they arrived downstairs, Feng Jingxan sat next to Rongji, eating the dishes Rongji gave her while telling Rongji what she was going to eat in the morning. Seeing that she was no longer in any serious condition, Rongji said, "Mom will have something to do in a while. What you said, Mom will make it for you next time." Feng Tingshin heard this and glanced at Rongji, but didn't say anything. Feng Jingxan, however, was not happy. "Mom, you're always busy with work lately. It's not easy to come back. You're leaving so soon?" "I don't want it." Rongji looked at her huffing and puffing and felt that it really wasn't appropriate to see her once a month but only stay for a little while. She said, "I know, Mommy is staying with you tonight." Feng Jingxin laughed and continued to make demands. "You also have to send me to school tomorrow." Rongji ate his food and said, "Good." After not seeing Rong resign for a long time, after dinner, Feng Jingxin pulled her upstairs, and her mouth kept sharing with her the interesting news of this period of time, from her classmates, teachers, and her interests. Rongru listened for a while and realized that Feng Jingxin was leaning against the door and watching them. And I don't know when it came over. Chapter 106, Erasing all traces of her. After giving Feng Jingxin a bath and blow-drying her hair, Rongji was ready to wash up as well. Feng Jingxin's room didn't have her supplies, so she turned around and went to the master bedroom. The master bedroom was dark. Feng Jingxin was not there. She had just turned on the light when she froze, almost suspecting she was in the wrong room. She had lived in this room for 7 years, and everything in the room was very familiar to her. But now, everything that met her eyes was unfamiliar to her. Because everything in the room has changed. Can't say everything, at least the floor wasn't replaced. But in addition to the flooring, the room chandelier, the curtains, the bed, the nightstand, the small round table in the bay window, the sofa, the coffee table, the carpet, etc., even the water dispenser and the teacups have been replaced. Also, her usual dresser was gone. The bottles and jars she commonly used on it were naturally nowhere to be found. Seeing this, she guessed that all traces of this room about her should have been erased. Also, their divorce is almost finalized. As far as Lin Wu's injury to save him is concerned, Feng Jingxin came back to the first time to find her to sign a new divorce agreement can be seen. He is very eager to divorce her, and in turn, so as to give Lin Wu a name. It's just that their divorce decree hasn't been finalized completely yet. Is his side so desperate to erase all traces of her? Rongji took a step back and was about to turn off the lights and exit the room when Aunt Lu's voice sounded right behind her, "Mistress." Rongji turned around, only to see Aunt Lu holding a tray with a cup of stew on it. Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu smiled and said, "This is the tonic that the old lady left here when she came over earlier, saying that she wanted me to stew some for you when I have time." Rongji, "Well, please. You are welcome." Aunt Lu said, paused, before saying, "Ma'am, your things. At the beginning of the month, Mr. Feng has already let me pack away. I help you to put all the things on the 3rd floor. What do you want to order? I'll help you to go upstairs to get it, or..." It was at the beginning of the month that she and Feng Jingxin signed the divorce papers. Rongji said, "No, I'll just go upstairs and get it myself later." "Okay. Auntie Lu, I'll bring you this tonic to Xin's room?" This was a tacit admission that she couldn't go into Feng Jingxin's master bedroom anymore. Rongru took it and said, "I'll do it myself." "Auntie Lu, okay." Rongji turned off the lights and went back to Feng Jingxin's room after receiving the tray. She finished her stew and went upstairs. Her things were placed in a room on the 3rd floor against the side. Rather neatly arranged. The room was also clean and tidy. I can see that Auntie Lu has often organized and cleaned for her. She grabbed the clothes she was going to wear and the supplies she was going to use and went downstairs to Feng Jingxin's room to take a shower. After taking a bath and reading with Feng Jingxin for a while, he got ready for bed. Before going to bed, Feng Jingxin said to her, "Mom, I'm going to say goodnight to Dad. Do you want to come with me?" Rongru shook his head. "No, you go." "Good." 3 minutes later, Feng Jingxin came back and said, "Mom, Dad asked me to say goodnight to you too." Rongru put down the book in her hands and said, "Well, Mom knows." Feng Jingxin yawned, climbed onto the bed and lay down in her arms, hugged her and said, "Okay Mom, we can go to sleep. Good night." "Rongji, good night." The words fell and the lights were turned off. Day 2. It was just dawn when Rongji woke up. Feng Jingxin is still awake. She shuffled downstairs and into the kitchen. Close to 7 o'clock she went upstairs. Feng Jingxin had woken up. Seeing her return, she hurriedly exited the WeChat chat page. Rongji treated it as if he didn't see it and said in an unusual tone, "Quickly go wash and change your clothes." "Yes." Rongji packed up her things, carrying her bag and ready to go downstairs, when she saw Auntie Lu wanting to pack up the pajamas she wore last night to wash. She said, "Just throw it away, no need to wash it." Saying that, he added, "Other things too, please throw them away for me, I shouldn't be able to use them in the future." Her divorce license with Feng Jingxin should be finalized soon. In the future, even if she met with Feng Jingxin, she wouldn't come back over here, much less stay over here again. She won't be able to use any of these things in the future. And don't want to take it away. Rongru and Feng Jingxin have always had problems with each other as a couple. The fact that Rongqiu seldom came back in the past 2 to 3 months already signaled that there was a possibility that the couple had come to the end of their relationship. Early in the month Feng Jingxin had people take away the things belonging to Rongji's autonomous crouch, which had already confirmed this point. Now that she heard Rongji say this, there was nothing Aunt Lu didn't understand. For a moment, she didn't know what to say, so she whispered, "Okay." Rongru carried her bag downstairs. Feng Jingxin happened to come back from outside after running. When he saw her, he instead offered a greeting, "Good morning." Rongru nodded and said in a faint voice, "Good morning." With those words, she put her bag on the couch and went in the kitchen. Feng Jingxin then went upstairs. Breakfast wasn't quite ready yet. Aunt Lu helped her with the rest of the work, and Rongzu came out to the living room, reading a book while waiting for Feng Jingxin to come downstairs. Seeing that time is running out and Feng Jingxin hasn't come downstairs yet, Rongru sat still and didn't move, asking Auntie Lu to go upstairs to hurry things along. In the past, all these things were done by Rongji himself. Now that Rongji was still here, he treated himself as a guest and was far less attentive to Feng Jingxian's affairs than before. Auntie Lu looked on and had to nod her head and go upstairs. Another book? Rongji did look a little mesmerized. It wasn't until she heard Feng Tingxian's voice that she realized he had come downstairs. She nodded. Feng Tingxian reached out, let's see. Rongji gave a start, you didn't? This one is the latest journal in the field of AI. When they were first married and she didn't know enough to get it, she noticed when she went into his study to look for him that he had a lot of books on the AI field in his study. Among them, naturally, are the latest journals on the subject. He should have been in the habit of subscribing to the latest periodicals as well. I've been so busy lately, I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. He held out his hand toward her. Rongji heard Feng Jingxian's footsteps. She had to get ready for breakfast, so she casually handed him the book. Feng Jingxian came downstairs, saw them, and came over to hold Rongji's hand. Mom, is breakfast ready? Rongji, okay. She walked towards the dining room, and Feng Jingxian followed her out of the living room while looking back at Feng Tingxian, who was holding a book. Dad, aren't you going to eat breakfast? Feng Tingxian, eat, I'll be here in a moment. Feng Tingxian entered the dining room only after Rongru and Feng Jingxian sat down for a while. He had just started breakfast when a message alert came on his cell phone. He put down his cutlery and picked up his cell phone. Rongji quietly ate her own breakfast, and when she was almost done, she took the lead in leaving the dining room, putting the book Feng Tingxian had put on the coffee table back into her bag, and after Feng Jingxian had finished her breakfast, she went out the door with her without saying hello to Feng Tingxian again. Chapter 107. My mom was at home yesterday. To the Seal King's Heart School. Rongji then heard the sweet voice, Auntie Rong. Rongru turned sideways to look over, and Sweetie ran towards her and said to her, Auntie Rong, last night my mom asked me to bring you buns, but you weren't home, so I brought them back. Rongji was about to speak. Feng Jingxian didn't know that Rongji had moved out a long time ago. When she heard this, she grunted and said, You're bolting me, my mom was clearly at home yesterday. Sugar scratched her head, huh? Is it? Then why? Rongru was about to speak when Feng Jingxian's teacher called out to her, Miss Rong. Rongji, Mr. Yang. Teacher Yang told Feng Jingxian and Sweetie to go inside first, she had something to say to Rongji. Feng Jingxian and Sweetie then went in first. Only then did Ms. Yang say to Rongji, There's a parent-child activity at the school next week, do you know about it, Ms. Rong? Rongru shook his head, I don't know. Feng Jingxian didn't tell her. Mr. Young, this. She actually had a guess, but she still wanted to talk to Rongji about it. Young said, just have someone come over to attend with her. Rongji had this attitude several times, so teacher Yang sighed and said, Okay, I know. Rongji thanked him and then turned to leave. After getting into the car and not long after returning to the office, she was told that Lin Wu and Lin Lihai were here again. The last time I saw Lin Wu was just in passing. Neither she nor Yu Mohan ever wanted to work with the Lin family. When Yu Mohan received the message, he directly had them sent away. It didn't take long for Yu Mohan to receive a phone call. Seeing the caller ID, Yu Mohan looked at Rongji. Rongru raised her eyes. Feng Tingxian? Right. Rongji had already guessed Feng Tingxian's intention and continued to busy herself with her work without paying any attention. Yu Mohan picked up the phone. Mr. Feng. Over there, Feng Tingxian said. Mr. Yu, let's have dinner together later? Yu Mashuan didn't bother to be pedantic. This phone call from Mr. Feng, it's on behalf of the Lin family, right? Feng Tingxian, yes. Yu Mashuan smiled and said clearly to Feng Tingxian, Mr. Feng, Chang Mo will never cooperate with the Lin family, and as for the reason, I don't think I need to say more. As the words fell, without waiting for Feng Tingxian to open his mouth, he added, also, the program that your phone group brought over last time was indeed very good, just that, if we cooperate, there is a prerequisite on my side, and that is that during the course of our cooperation, your side has to promise to absolutely not let any Lin family or Sun family people touch our project. If we can't do that, there's no need for us to talk about anything else. Mr. Feng, have I expressed my side clearly enough? Feng Tingxian said, very clear. Yu Mohan, okay Mr. Feng, goodbye. As the words fell, Yu Mohan directly hung up the phone. Feng Tingxian's side didn't call again either. In the days to come, it was that there was no news even from the phone group side. It was as if Feng Tingxian could even give up the chance to work with them for Lin Wu. And indeed, it does. 2 or 3 days later, Yu Mohan heard that phone group had set up a project team to develop a new project. And with this new project, both the Lin and Sun families will be involved. It was quite a pity that they couldn't cooperate with the phone group, but there were still quite a few large companies in the country that were close to the phone group's volume. It wasn't like they had to be Feng's group at Changmo. Friday night, Nan Jiji came back. Rongji brought his own computer and, together with Yu Mohan, went to Nan Jiji's house for dinner. After dinner, Nan Jiji helped her read the paper she had written. It was late at night, and as she was getting into her car and getting ready to go home, her aunt and uncle, Himingshue, called. To wit, she had originally booked a ferry ticket for tomorrow and was planning a day trip to the sea with her 2 children. But now she has to go back to her mother's family, so she can't take care of the kids. Rongji heard this and said, I know, I happen to be free tomorrow, I'll take them there. She hadn't hung up for a moment when her cell phone rang again. This time, it was a call from Yi Changbai. Rongji picked up the phone and was the first to speak. I'm sorry if it's a single thing, but I have something tomorrow and I can't find the time to come. Instead of hanging up the phone, Yi Changbai asked, Is it convenient to say what's up? He said, Shan is eager to see you tomorrow. It wasn't anything that couldn't be said on his side, so Rongru told him what happened. When Yi Changbai heard this, he said, If it's a day trip to the sea, Shan is still quite fond of it, do you mind 2 more people on your side? Rongji froze, and after responding, he said, I'll discuss this with my siblings first and ask their opinions. Yi Changbai, good. 5 minutes later, Rongji gave Yi Changbai a clear response. The next morning after 8 o'clock, when Rongju and Rongsun, Rong Yunha arrived at the pier, Yi Changbai and Shan had already arrived. Seeing Rongru, Shan ran towards her, Auntie Rong. Rongji bent down to hug Shan and smiled, Shan, long time no see. Seeing Rongsun and Rong Yunha looking at Yi Changbai and Shan, somewhat confused, Rongji gave them an introduction to each other. Yi Changbai's attitude was gentle, hello, you guys. He also took out the gifts he had prepared for them and said, I don't know what you guys like, so I prepared some random things, so I hope you'll like them. I didn't expect Yi Changbai to be so polite and thoughtful. Not to mention Rongsun and Rong Yunha, even Rongji froze. After exchanging pleasantries, they boarded the ship. Both Rongsun and Rong Yunha already knew about the fact that Rongju and Feng Tingshan were getting a divorce. Looking at the way Rongji was holding Shan's hand and talking to Yi Changbai, Rongsun gave Rong Yunha a look, is this our future cousin's husband? Young Yunha, I don't know, I guess? Seeing that Yi Changbai and Rongqi didn't pay attention to their side, Rongsun came over and whispered to her brother, it's also very handsome. But it seemed a bit more down to earth than their previous cousin's husband. However, looking at the way Rongji accompanied Shan to play with her and was nice to Shan, they all had some mixed feelings. Not only did they know that Rongji was about to divorce Feng Tingshan, they also knew that Rongji would most likely not get custody of Feng Jingxian. Not only was Feng Tingshan unwilling to give it, they could more or less guess from the fact that Feng Jingxian had recently returned to China but rarely went back to Rongjia with Rongji that compared to Rongji, Feng Jingxian herself was more willing to be with Feng Tingshan a bit more. They couldn't imagine how heartbreaking this would be for Rongji. Now, seeing that Rongji had a new development in his relationship, they were naturally happy for Rongji. They also went over to play with Shan. They thought that if they were nice to the Yi family, and in the future, if Rongji really wanted to marry Yi Changbai, the Yi family would also be nice to their cousin, right? Chapter 108, Is this your husband? Rongsun and Rong Yunha came over and asked Shan if she wanted to play on the water slide. Shan looked at the colorful water slide not far away and nodded busily. The water slides on the yacht are indoors, spa-style, so you won't get cold in the middle of winter. The water slides are actually for both adults and children. But relatively speaking, it really is a place for teenagers and kids. Rongji and Yi Changbai skated a few times and lost interest. But with Rongsun alone, Rong Yunha was having fun. Rongju sat down on the side when the hot spring was soaking. At that moment, Yi Changbai handed her a drink over. Rongji took it, thank you. Yi Changbai sat down not far from her, you're welcome. And asked, how old are they both? Little Seeker 16, Cloud Crane 14. And you usually take them out a lot? Rongru shook his head, I used to, but lately I've been busy with work, so I don't have much time. At that moment, Yi Changbai's cell phone rang. When he saw the caller ID, he got up with his face as normal and said, I'm going to take a call. Rongji, good. Yi Changbai walked a bit farther away before picking up the phone, Tingshan. Feng Tingshan said, where? On the yacht. Out to sea? Aha. Yi Changbai's line of sight fell on Rongji, who was not far away, is there something wrong? Feng Tingshan said, Xin wanted to find Shan to play with, so she let me give you a call. The ship is at sea now, another time. Good. Feng Tingshan didn't say much and hung up the phone. At noon, the 5 of them sat down for a seafood dinner. The afternoons were spent sitting on the deck in the sun while fishing. Shan, Rongsun and the 3 of them were so tired from playing that they fell asleep on the recliner after fishing for a while. Yi Changbai had something to do and went to make some phone calls from a distance. When he came back, he saw Rongqi sitting in the same place reading a book. He studied finance in college, but the book that Rongru held in his hand looked familiar to him for a few moments. He quickly remembered that he had often seen Feng Tingshan reading this book before. Seeing Rongji's mesmerized look at the book, Yi Changbai stopped in his tracks. And Rongji was also good for a while past, didn't even notice that he came back. It was still Shan's quilt that was blown open by the wind, and Rongji noticed the movement of him tucking Shan in before realizing that he had returned. Yi Changbai sat down on the chair and said, this book. You also often read? He said too. Rongru immediately knew that the other person he was talking about was Feng Tingshan. Rongji nodded, aha. The posture of her reading the book intently looks really quite similar to Feng Tingshan. This resemblance is not so much in looks as in demeanor. Looking at it this way, He Changbai suddenly felt that Rongji and Feng Tingshan should be the same kind of people in a way, they loved the same profession. In that case, they should actually be talking to each other. However, thinking of their marriage, He Changbai's eyes deepened a few points. It was all said that it was because she had used despicable means that Feng Tingshan had been forced to marry her. Before, he was convinced of it. But after a few encounters, he realized that she shouldn't be like that. Her mind, I don't think, is that complicated. Dinner was served and the yacht was docking. After a day, Rong Sun, Rong Yunha and Shan Shan had already gotten to know each other very well. Facing He Changbai, Rong Sun and the others wouldn't be nervous and greeted him as they left. Brother Changbai, see you next time. He Changbai nodded, his eyes falling on Rongji, and said, see you next time. Rongji, see you next time. With those words, she drove off, leaving without a second thought. Back at the Rong family, after Rongji went upstairs, Rong Yunha gossiped with old Mrs. Rong about what happened today. Learning that the person who had an appointment with Rongji was actually He Changbai, old Mrs. Rong was very surprised. After all, He Changbai and Feng Tingshan are friends who grew up together, and Rong Ru and he have never been familiar with each other before, so how could he suddenly? Rong Changxing said instead, I said how the Yi family suddenly took the initiative to look for me to cooperate some time ago, and He Changbai has seen me recently, and his attitude towards me is quite good, so to speak. He Mingxue, so, it's like it's true? Old Mrs. Rong still understands Rongji and said, Xiaoji hasn't formally divorced yet, I don't think Xiaoji may have the intention to do so, it's better to let nature take its course, let's not interfere too much. Got it. The next day, Rongji woke up in Rong's house and had just eaten breakfast when his cell phone rang. Feng Tingshan's phone. Rongji saw it and didn't pick it up. Then Feng Tingshan sent a message over, tomorrow XIN school is organizing a parent-child meeting, so remember to come over and participate. Rongji saw it and replied, I'm not available. Feng Tingshan called. Rongji didn't answer and turned off his phone. She finished the work at hand and when she turned it on again, she saw an unread message from Feng Tingshan, you're at Rong's house? Although there were only a few words, Rongji understood that he was saying that if she didn't return to him, he wouldn't mind coming directly over to the Rong family to look for her. Rongru clenched her cell phone and returned a message to him, what time does it start? Feng Tingshan sighed, however, returned to her after most of an hour, 9 o'clock. Rongru didn't reply to his message again. In the evening, Feng Jingshin's phone called. Rongru picked up, and Feng Jingxin immediately asked, Mom, why aren't you back yet? Dad said Mom will be back tomorrow to accompany her to the school's parent-child activity, but it's now after 9 p.m. and Mom is still not home. Rongru said, Mommy won't go back over there, tomorrow Mommy will go straight to your school. Feng Jingxin didn't expect her to arrange it this way, oh. Rongji, you rest early. Got it. After hanging up the phone, Rongji said hello to Yumohan again saying that he would be at the company late tomorrow. On Monday morning, she arrived at Feng Jingxin school on time. Mom. Seeing her, Feng Jingxin stood beside Feng Tingshan and happily waved at her. Rongru walked over and Feng Tingshan greeted her, coming? Remembering his threat yesterday, Rongru ignored him and opened Feng Jingxin's tablet to check the flow of the parent-child activity. After a while, she and Feng Tingshan sat down in their seats. Teacher Yang was quite happy to see her coming and made a point to come over to greet her. Miss Rong, you're here? Aha! Rongji smiled gently at her. Feng Jingxin came over and handed Feng Tingshan the flower garland that the school had prepared for the child's mother and asked Feng Tingshan to help Rongji put it on. Rongru took it and said, Mom can do it herself. Feng Tingshan didn't have to insist on helping her put it on, but handed her the garland. She and Feng Tingshan face values seriously overflowed among the parents of the children, attracting the attention of almost all parents and children. Sweetie's mom had heard Sweetie talk about it before and realized that Rongji was already married and had a child, and that her daughter was the same age as her daughter. Now seeing her, she walked over, Xiaoru, this is your husband, ah? Chapter 109 helping her with her bag. Feng Jingxin wasn't there, and Rongji smiled and said, we're about to get divorced. Sweet mom can actually guess, after all, Rongru has a daughter, but has been living alone across the street from her house. What's more, last time, Rongru didn't come over for the parent-teacher conference, what came was another sexy and beautiful woman. Feng Tingshan instead took the initiative to greet the person, hello. Sweet mom, hello? Feng Tingshan, you know each other? The words were asked to Sweet mom, but when the words fell he looked at Rongji with his eyes. Rongru didn't want to pay attention to him and didn't answer when Sweet mother said, I'm a neighbor with Xiaoru. Seeing that the atmosphere between Rongqi and Feng Tingshan wasn't very good, Rongqi seemed like he didn't want to pay any attention to Feng Tingshan and quickly found an excuse to leave. Feng Tingshan seems to be getting along well with the new neighbors. Rongji looked down at his cell phone. Feng Tingshan wasn't annoyed, but, on the contrary, he didn't speak again. At this time, Feng Jingxin came back and the school's parent-child activities were about to begin. This type of parent-child activity was something that Rongji had participated in once during Feng Jingxian's first year in kindergarten. After Feng Jingxian went abroad with Feng Tingshan last year, she never attended again. The first round of activities is to grab a spot. Rules of the game: arrange the chairs in a circle. The number of chairs is 2 less than the number of participating families. Parents holding their children with the music in the chairs around the periphery. The music stops, parents need to quickly find a chair to sit down. Each round did not grab a chair family was eliminated. The last family to grab a chair is the winner. Feng Tingshan looked at Rongji. Are you coming or should I? Rongji was about to say, you come, when Feng Jingxian took the lead and said, Daddy come. Feng Tingshan looked at Rongji. What do you mean? Rongji, you do it. Good. Feng Tingshan said, handing her his cell phone, then you record the video. Rongru gave a beat, not wanting to touch his cell phone. I'll use my own cell phone to record it and send it to you then. Feng Tingshan didn't insist and took back his cell phone. Feng Tingshan picked up Feng Jingxian and stood by the chair with the parents of Feng Jingxian's other classmates. Rongji watched, stood up, and aimed at Feng Tingshan and Feng Jingxian after turning on the cell phone's video recording function. Feng Tingshan suddenly looked her way. The camera focused on Feng Tingshan's face. Feng Tingshan smiled down at her. Rongju's hand holding the cell phone gave a beat. At that moment, the music started, and Feng Tingshan turned his face back around and easily hugged Feng Jingxian, moving around the chairs with the other students' parents. After a spin or two, the music stopped and Feng Tingshan hugged Feng Jingxian, smiling as he sat down in the chair by his feet. Seeing that she had grabbed a chair, Feng Jingxian sat in Feng Tingshan's arms and happily waved at Rongji. Mom, we've grabbed a chair. Young Ri answered, Mom saw it. To be honest, while watching today's parent-child process, Rongji thought that both Feng Tingshan and Feng Jingxian would find these games arranged by the school boring. The truth was that Feng Jingxian was already excited when she was picked up by Feng Tingshan before the game started. Now that she had grabbed the chair, she was even more excited. Feng Tingshan listened, smiled, and looked at Rongji. At first, Rongru could also tell that Feng Tingshan was really not interested in participating in this game. Maybe it's because this kind of parent-child activity is really quite contagious, and with the upbeat music and competitive games, he got into the groove and had quite a bit of fun. Feng Tingshan reacted quickly and easily took the title after a few rounds of the game. Feng Jingxian happily ran towards Rongji to give her a high five. Mom, we won. Young Ri gave her a high five. Aha. Feng Tingshan also walked towards her. Finished shooting? Aha. Rongji said, sending him the video. After the game of grabbing chairs, the next game is the game of invincible pinwheels. Rules of the game: for families as a group, all members turn the circle tape while stepping on the tape to advance. The first team to reach the finish line wins. Feng Tingshan looked at Rongji. You'll do this round? Feng Jingxian nodded back. Mommy accompanied me this round. Rongji had no problem with it. Good. When the game was ready to begin, Rongji looked at her bag and paused, at which point Feng Tingshan reached out towards her. I'll do it. Thanks. Rongji handed him his bag. Other couples, a husband helping his wife with her bag can be a common occurrence. But in their case, it was the first time Feng Tingshan helped her with her bag. Rongru didn't know if Feng Tingshan had ever gotten Lin Wu a bag. He wasn't dressed as formally as he usually was today, but there wasn't a hint of incongruity in the straight black coat he wore, and in his hands as he helped her with her bag. If you don't understand, far from watching, even will think he stood in place to help his beloved woman to take the bag, waiting for each other to come back. Rongju moved away. This game is about teamwork. Young stood in the center following the rhythm of the front by lifting his hands and turning the tape. Feng Jingxian stood behind her, grabbing the hem of her shirt and following her rhythm, having a great time. At the sight of Feng Tingshan holding his cell phone to record a video for her and Rongji, he smiled even more happily. Daddy. Feng Tingshan was standing right in front of her side, and Rongru actually did notice Feng Tingshan's figure. Only, she was too focused on the game to look at him. After she heard Feng Jingxian's words fall, Feng Tingshan's voice also came into her ears from the side. Don't look around, keep up with your mom. Feng Jingxian, got it. Rongji had just stood still while taking a video of Feng Tingshan and Feng Jingxian, not following the pace of their game. But Feng Tingshan was now making a video of their mother and daughter, but it was following the progress of their game, backing up as he did so. One round trip later, the game is over. Feng Jingxian ran over to Feng Tingshan. Daddy, this game is so much fun, let's find a chance to play together later, okay? Feng Tingshan, good. Rongji came back and took his bag back from him. That's when she heard a message alert from the cell phone in her purse. Rongru pulled out her cell phone from her bag, only to realize that it was Feng Tingshan who had sent her a video over. Rongji saw it, but didn't click in to read it. Feng Jingxian, however, came over next to Feng Tingshan to see the video he had just recorded. Feng Tingshan then handed her the cell phone, then unscrewed the cap and handed a bottle of water to Rongji. Rongji took it. Thank you. She did get a little thirsty for water. Rongru took 2 sips and had just screwed on the cap when she heard Feng Tingshan ask her right away, what game is next? Rongji didn't believe that with his memory having seen the process he wouldn't be able to remember it. But She gave a start as she looked at the water she had just screwed on the cap of the bottle. Take the hand and eat it. Thinking about it, she said, little ants dribbling. Chapter 110. Fong Tingshan asked again, you come I come? Rongru looked at Fong Jing Xan decides. Dad it is. Fong Jingxin said, Mommy doesn't know how to play basketball, Daddy is good at basketball. Young can play basketball. However, that didn't come out of her mouth. Since Fong Jingxin decided on her own, she said, you do it. Fong Tingshan, good. Now that the sun was getting hotter and the temperature outside had risen quite a bit, Fong Tingshan took off the long black coat outside and handed it to her. Hold it for me. Young. She picked it up and set it down on the side lawn. Fong Tingshan. He raised an eyebrow, but didn't say anything. Only, when the game was about to start, but suddenly, he told her again, when you shoot the video in a while, follow our rhythm, don't stand still and shoot. Rongji knows. Little ants dribbling game rules. The beginning of the parents with a rope to pull the circle forward, parents in the circle to shoot the ball to follow, to the end of the folding back, the children pull the circle, adults shoot the ball. On the way back and forth, the ball can't leave the circle. When she took Fong Jingxin, she did take Fong Jingxin to play basketball, volleyball and all that. However, at that time, Fong Jingxin had little interest, or maybe she was still young at that time and forgot about it. Now, I don't know if it was taught in school or Fong Tingshan brought her to learn, but at the beginning of the game, Fong Jing Xan was very skillful when she shot the ball. As Fong Tingshan pulled the circle back, he matched the rhythm of Fong Jing Xan's shot very well. So, they made it through the first round of the game pretty well. The return trip was much smoother. Fong Jingxin said that Fong Tingshan played well with the ball. That's true. He took the ball and skillfully spun it between his hands. As he slightly rolled up his sleeves and followed Fong Jingxin's steps with an elegant and fluid posture, Rongji heard a gasp of surprise resound around him. So handsome. Rongju recorded the video, but his hand holding the phone was very steady. However, as he dribbled the ball, the scene of him playing basketball on the school playground back then suddenly came to her mind. A few months ago, she sometimes recalled those past events, and his figure and face were still clear in her mind. Now that he remembered again, looking at this Fong Tingshan in front of him who had become even taller and straighter than in the past, mature and handsome, the memories of the past suddenly became blurred. Fong Tingshan and Fong Jing Xan were undoubtedly the first place winners of this round. Fong Jingxin jumped for joy, and the smile on her face didn't stop. Fong Tingshan smiled and bent down to pick her up. Rongji captured the scene on film. She felt that Fong Jingxin, today, should be the happiest kid in the whole school. However, she did think that Fong Jingxin would probably be happier if the person who came here today to accompany them to participate in the parent-child activities was Lin Wu instead of her. Some of Fong Jingxin's classmates' parents took the initiative to speak to Fong Tingshan. Fong Tingshan shook hands with someone and chatted with them over there. Sugar Mom and Rong Ruler were standing right next to each other. Seeing that the game was almost over and Rongji had finished recording, she said, your child is so affectionate with her father. Rongji said, aha. They do have a good father-daughter relationship and I guess it will get better in the future. Actually, what Sugar's mom didn't say is that it's actually quite rare for kids to be more attached to their dads than their moms, and to be this good. However, she felt that Rongju's husband was really good to her kids too. It's normal for kids to get attached to him. Apart from that, she also noticed that when other parents watched their wives or husbands playing games with their children, they would laugh or clap when they were having fun, and would be anxious when they were not having a good time. The onlooker could sense that they were one. When it comes to young Ruler's place. Although Rongru had a smile on his face when he faced the kids in the game, it just gave off a somewhat different vibe. It's like she's cut off from her husband and kids. However, remembering that during the last parent-teacher conference, it was obvious that the relationship between Rongji's daughter and that woman was also very good, and it was actually normal for Rongji to be a bit unable to melt between her husband and her daughter right now. Who wouldn't feel bad about their child being close to the interloper in their marriage? Thinking about this, she felt that Rongji's heart should be very bitter. But when she looked at Rongji, she didn't know how to open her mouth to comfort. Rongji saw the pity and intolerance in her eyes. Rongji knew she was probably guessing what had happened to her. She smiled. The most agonizing moments had passed with her. She knew that Lin Wu was unavailable, which was why Fong Tingshan and Fong Jing Xan had asked her to come to the event. So she does seem a bit of an outsider today. At this time, Fong Tingshan and Fong Jing Xan came back together. Fong Jingxin came over to see the video she had taken, and Rongru sent the video to her in Fong Tingshan, saying, send it to you, you can watch it on your tablet. Fong Jing Xin, good. 3 games down and the gaming part of this parent-child activity is over. Fong Jing Xin got 2 championship trophies. After getting the trophy, Fong Jing Xin hugged the trophy and asked Fong Tingshan to take her picture. Fong Tingshan continuously took several shots of her. Fong Jingxin said to Rongru again, Mom, help me take a few shots with Dad as well. Rongji, good. She took 4 or 5 pictures of her in Fong Tingshan at Fong Jing Xin's request. After sending it to Fong Tingshan suddenly said, I'll take a few shots of you and Xinshin as well. Yeah, come on Mom. Aha! Fong Tingshan took her cell phone and took pictures of her and Fong Jingxin. After taking the picture, Rongru took back her phone, and a while later, her phone rang. It's Yu Mohan's phone. Rongji said, I'm going to take a call. Fong Jingxin, okay mom. Fong Tingshan, aha. After chatting with Yu Mohan for more than 10 minutes about his work, when Rongru turned around and came back, he saw Fong Tingshan and Fong Jingxin seemingly videoing with someone. She didn't walk over. She looked up at the work file Yu Mohan had sent her. After a while, Fong Jingxin waved at her, Mom, come over and take a group photo, we can go eat. Rongju walked over and the three of them, along with the other parents, took a group photo. Ms. Yang also took pictures of each family. This is the official end of the Seal King Heart School family event. Rongji was about to leave when Fong Tingshan went over and took his coat back and said to her, Where do you want to go for dinner? Before Rongji could say anything, Fong Jingxin raised her hand and said, I want to eat barbecue, the one we went to last time. Fong Tingshan pinched her cheeks and said, The last one was too far away, and you have to come back to class in the afternoon, so you'll be too late. Okay, Fong Jingxin agonized, seafood then? Fong Tingshan didn't answer and asked Rongji, What do you want to eat? Chapter 111 Shengyu, will you talk to her? Rongji said, You guys eat, I won't go. Fong Jingxin, Mommy's not going? Aha! She gently touched Fong Jingxin's head, Mommy will leave first, you guys have fun eating. Oh. Rongji smiled, didn't say anymore, and turned around to leave without looking back. Fong Tingshan looked at her back and didn't open his mouth to stay, but instead said to Fong Jingxin, Let's go too. Good. Just after getting into the car, Fong Tingshan's cell phone rang. It was Mrs. Feng's call. Just as he picked it up, old Mrs. Feng gritted her teeth and said, You opened a project for the Lin and Sun families at the family company? Fong Tingshan let out a hum and smiled again, You just realized? You. Old Mrs. Feng became even more angry, What do you mean? You are going to divorce Xiaozhu, aren't you? Otherwise he wouldn't have done it so blatantly. Since he dared to include the Lin and Sun families in the Feng clan, he wasn't afraid of her knowing. It just means that he has made up his mind. Without waiting for him to speak, old Mrs. Feng said directly, I don't agree. Also, if you want to open the project, I don't oppose it, but someone else has to do it, and if you don't, I'll. Grandma. Fong Tingshan's tone was no different from unusual. I did the conditions I promised you before I got married back then, and I also ask you to keep your promise and stop interfering with any of my decisions. In other words, the Lin family and the Sun family, she couldn't move. You. Since he took over the phone group had gotten better and better over the years. All these years down the line, the company's major shareholders and core management all clearly know that following Fong Tingshan's meaning to develop basically can't go wrong. If she wanted to move Fong Tingshan, the other shareholders of the company would probably be the first to object. In other words, now it was Fong clan that couldn't leave Fong Tingshan. Instead, Fong Tingshan couldn't stay away from the Fong group. Using the Fong clan as a threat didn't hold water for Fong Tingshan. Threatening with affection? As Fong Tingshan said, marrying Rongji back then was already the result of him backing down. The old lady knew that he had never been one to back down again and again because of others. He'll be true to himself when it comes to having the people and things he wants. If it really pushes him. The old lady's silence meant that she compromised, and Fong Tingshan spoke, Have you eaten? Old Mrs. Fong hung up the phone directly. Fong Tingshan looked and smiled. Fong Jingxin looked over curiously, What's wrong? Fong Tingshan put down his cell phone in a cloudy manner, Your grandma is angry. Ha? You're the one who made grandma angry? Aha! Aren't you going to coax grandma? I can't coax it now, let's talk about it after a while. Well. When he returned to the company, Yu Mohan saw her and didn't ask her about the parent-child activities, only saying, Back? Did you eat? Rongji said, Not yet. Come with elder brother, and elder brother will take you to dinner. Rongju smiled, Good. When they arrived at the restaurant, they ran into Mr. Yang of Fong Group who had accompanied his family over for dinner. Mr. Yang let his family members go into the box first. He said to Yu Mohan, Originally I thought we could have the opportunity to work together again, but I didn't expect. It's. Yu Mashuan seemed to smile, I heard that your company's new project is quite good. It's good, what Mr. Fong personally said, basically can't go wrong. Oh. Yu Mohan responded in a cool tone and asked again, I heard that the part that the Lin and Sun families are involved in is quite important. Do the rest of your company have no opinions? Opinions, more or less, but it won't have too much impact. Mr. Yang said, If the company has a good project, the other shareholders of the company naturally want to arrange for their own people to do it. However, Mr. Fong usually rarely arranges for these personally, so it can't be that if Mr. Fong just arranges for his own people to take over part of the content, other people will have an opinion on it, right? What's more, the Lin family and the Sun family are indeed quite capable and quite disciplined, so the overall impact is not too great. Yu Mo-han. He couldn't hear any more and said, Okay, then I won't bother you to spend time with your family, we'll have dinner together next time we're free. Mr. Young, okay. After General Manager Yang left, Yu Mohan said to Rongji, Let's go in as well. Rongji, aha. After dinner, shortly after returning to the office, he was again told that Halberd Wind had come. Rong Yu and Yu Mohan still had no intention of seeing him. Halberd Wind didn't leave, and in the evening, when Rongji got off work and headed to the parking lot, he called out to Rongji, "Miss Rong." Rong Ru turned around and said coldly, "Mr. Ren, is there something wrong?" Halberd Wind looked at her, "Let's talk." Instead, Young said, "Is it a chat, or are you accusing me?" Halberd Wind gave a beat, then said, "I am serious. I hope that Miss Rong you put aside your personal grudges and focus on business. Don't waste your company's interests because of personal grudges." Rong Ru was an eye-opener. She said, "These are words that I thought I should be the one to say to you, Mr. Rin." It was clearly him who brought his personal emotions into their negotiations because of Lin Wu. In his case, it's become an abuse of power and unreasonable on her part. With that thought, she stopped paying attention to him, got in her car and drove off. Halberd Wind sank his face. That's when his cell phone rang. After answering the phone, he too got in his car and left. Half an hour later, when he entered the box, Yao Xinbo and Ji Qingyue had already arrived. Seeing his smelly face, Yao Xinbo asked, "What? No deal?" These days, Halberd Wind has been to Changmo 2 or 3 times. Yu Mohan never saw him. It is said that the bell must be unraveled. It was only then that Halberd Wind approached Rongji, wanting to talk to her. Thinking of Rongji's attitude of not listening to anything, Hafeng shook his head. Yumo's side cannot, Ms. Rong's side is also no chance, so Changmo's project your side wanna take is really quite hanging. Look at Halberd Wind, this tangled appearance, he said. Can't get it, this world money-making project so much, not necessarily must long ink that can't. Halberd Wind shook his head. I have a serious understanding of the Long Mo project, and am quite interested in it myself. So, even if Ian's side didn't say anything, after learning about that project, he wanted to get involved. Okay. Yao Xinbo said, want to think of some other breakthroughs? Speaking of which, Yao Xinbo saw Ji Qingyue on the side and said, right, Qingyue, last time you guys danced, didn't you chat quite well? I see her attitude towards you is also quite good. Halberd Wind words she can't listen to. Why don't you help Halberd Wind to mediate with her, ease the relationship between them? Ji Qingyue sipped his tea, sniffed, put down the cup, and said, I don't have any friendship with her, it's not suitable. Chapter 112, Uncle owes you a favor. Yao Xinbo, then why don't you talk to Yu Mohan? You and Yu Mohan are sort of friends, right? Ji Qingyue said, it's okay, but I don't think Yu Mohan will listen. From the look on Rongji's face that day when she agreed to exchange dance partners, he realized that Rongji and Yu Mohan didn't seem to be boyfriend and girlfriend. But again, Yu Mohan did think very highly of Rongru. He didn't think that Yu Mohan would agree to work with Ren Haifeng after he stepped in and helped him to clear the air between Ren Haifeng and Yu Mohan. Yao Xinbo, so, we still have to start with that Ms. Rong? But we don't know her well, how can we start with her? Why don't we find someone to check her out? Halberd Wind shook his head, forget it, I don't want to waste any more time on her, I'd better contact the old man later. Ji Qingyue immediately reacted, are you trying to start with Mr. Nan? Right. Yu Mohan was Nan Jiji's student, and as long as Nan Jiji opened his mouth, he didn't believe that Yu Mohan wouldn't let go. Say it and do it. After eating, on the way home, Halberd Wind wanted to call Ren Ian. Only, what he did not expect was that Ren Ian's phone call came before him and went straight to the point. How is the cooperation with Changma going? Ron Ha Feng. He also told the truth, it didn't work out, and I was looking for your help. What do you mean? Halberd Wind, I offended one of Changmo's technicians, and Yu Mohan did it for her. Ren Ian interrupted, what was the name of that technician? Halberd Wind was stunned, he didn't expect him to ask this, however, he still subconsciously answered, Rongji. Ren Ian. He took a deep breath, then laughed, cooperation hasn't even been negotiated yet, and you've offended someone's core technicians, you're quite capable. Halberd Wind was about to say that Rongji was not a core technician, but only had an ambiguous relationship with Yu Mohan. However, Ron Ian didn't give him that chance. He said, that's a favor I can do. Halberd Wind immediately said, thank you old man. Has no skin in the game. When are you on vacation? Halberd Wind didn't feel that seeking help from his own father this time was anything to be ashamed of. In his opinion, he could have taken this project in Long Mo by strength. He's just being hampered by a personal vendetta. This personal vendetta was not on his mind, and since he could use the fastest way to get around it, why didn't he use it? I was going to take a vacation some days, but now I don't think I need to, I'm afraid I'll lose my life if I go back and see you. After saying that, Ren Ian directly hung up the phone. As for Rongji's matter, he didn't even want to mention it. After all, it's not good for a person to have too much of a good time sometimes. After hanging up the phone, Ren Ian picked up his cell phone and called Rongji over. Rongru's eyes moved away from the computer, and when she saw that it was an incoming call from him, her eyes moved slightly and she picked up the phone. Uncle Ren. Ren Ian smiled, smart as you are, you should have guessed why Uncle Ren called you. Rongji, aha. Although Rongru guessed his intention, Ren Ian still asked again, can Xiao Ru agree to cooperate with Halberd Wind first? Just as uncle owes you a favor, is that okay? In business. In fact, as long as both sides are sincere enough in their cooperation, they are enemies who can cooperate. What's more, Rong-ru and Ren Halberd Wind hadn't reached the point of being enemies. It was just that, in this matter, Rong-ji was not the one who was in the wrong and did not want to compromise easily. Now that Ren Ian had opened his mouth, this face, she could give. Just. At this time, Ren Ian said in a warm voice, Xiaoru, you don't need to be in a hurry, it's okay to reply to uncle after you've thought about it. Rong-ji, good. Ren Ian added, regarding the Halberd Wind, you just treat him according to your own mind, you don't need to give me face. Rong-ji said, I know. At her candor, Ren Ian smiled, good, then uncle won't bother you, we'll talk again next time when we have time. Okay, bye. After hanging up the phone, Rong-ji thought for a moment and dialed Nan Jiji over. Nan Jiji's side called back half an hour later, what is it? Rong-ji told him about the matter roughly. Nan Jiji said, Ren Ian's favors won't be granted to just anyone, so you can think about it. Nan Jiji was reaffirming Ren Ian's character. Hearing this, Rong-ji said, okay, I know, thank you teacher. Aha! Nan Jiji didn't say much and hung up the phone. It wasn't until the next morning that Rong-ru returned Ren Ian's call. Ren Ian said last night that he would let her think about it before replying to her, but he actually guessed that he would see that she would probably ask Nan Jiji before replying to him. Hearing Rong-ji's reply, he said in a warm voice, okay, uncle knows, thank you Xiaoji. Rong-ji, you're welcome. Hanging up the phone, Ren Ian sighed. A colleague on the side laughed, what is Commander Rin doing? Ren Ian sat down, wanted a daughter. We're both at this age, so don't torment your wife, your son is also at the age to start a family, it's better to have a daughter-in-law for real. Ren Ian. Isn't this a son who doesn't compete? After receiving the news, Ren Halberd Wind arrived at Changmo that afternoon. Ren Ian had contacted Rong-ji about the matter, and Rong-ji had already told Yu Mo-sun about it. Learning that Ren Halberd Wind had come, Yu Mo-hun hung out to dry for more than an hour before he went to meet him. Ren Halberd Wind's desire to cooperate with their company was indeed there. Because the new program he brought over was 2 points better than the previous one. However, Yu Mo-hun's attitude towards him was still quite cold as he said coldly, happy cooperation. Ren Halberd Wind shook his hand, happy cooperation. Ren Halberd Wind just couldn't stand Rong-ji, but he actually had no prejudice against Yu Mo-hun. He said, it's getting late, let's have dinner together? By the way, let's chat about the succeeding cooperation content? Yu Mo-shun smiled, that's fine, but Xiaozhu will be coming along too, Ren won't mind, right? Ren Halberd Fong thought that Yu Mo-hun agreed to work with him, and it was Ren Ian who contacted Nan Jiji, who then contacted Yu Mo-hun. He doesn't actually care about Young Yu. Although he couldn't look at it, and he couldn't look at Rong-ji, but since they were going to cooperate, he could put aside his personal grudges and just talk about cooperation. He said, yes, as long as Ms. Rong doesn't mind. Yu Mo-shun didn't say anything and sent someone to ask Rong-ji to come over. Rong-ji came over after receiving the news. Ren Halberd Wind thought that Rong-ji's face would be ugly or he would get angry with Yu Mo-hun after receiving the news that Chang Mo wanted to cooperate with him. But when she saw him, she shook his hand with a calm face, good cooperation. Chapter 113, when will you officially get a divorce license? Rong-ji had this calm look, as if he had already known that they would cooperate. Ren Halberd Wind didn't think much of it, only assuming that Yu Mo-hun had greeted her in advance. He said coldly, good cooperation. After arriving at the hotel and getting out of the car, Rong-ji and Yu Mo-shun were about to go upstairs when Ren Halberd Fong saw Fong Ting-shin and Lin Wu coming in from the other side with sharp eyes. He stopped and greeted, Mr. Fong, Ms. Lin. Fong Ting-shin and Lin Wu also saw them. Fong Ting-shin, Mr. Rin, Mr. Yu. Yu Mo-hun smiled without smiling, Mr. Fong. Without waiting for him to say anything, he said, you guys talk, we'll go up first. As the words fell, he entered the elevator with Rong-ji. When they met at Xuandu before, Ren Haifeng realized that Yu Mo-shun was extremely unfavorable to Fong Ting-shin. This time, Yu Mo-hun was even lazier to hide it, and Ren Halberd Wind was quite surprised. He didn't know what kind of grudge Yu Mo-hun and Fong Ting-shin had against each other, however, it was obvious that Fong Ting-shin had a pretty good attitude towards Yu Mo-hun. Fong Ting-shin and Lin Wu retracted their eyes from the direction Yu Mo-sun and Rong-ji had left. Lin Wu said, Mr. Rin and Mr. Yu came over for dinner together, is the contract negotiated? Ren Halberd Wind laughed, yes. The cooperation between Ren Haifeng and Chang Mo didn't come to fruition before, and she knew that it was because Ren Haifeng annoyed Rong-ji because of her, and because of Rong-ji, Yu Mo-sun also began to not treat Ren Haifeng well. Previously, Yu Mo-hun's attitude of not cooperating with Ren Ha-feng was still very hard. She had thought that Ren Halberd Wind, like her side, was going to miss out on Chang Mo's cooperation because of Rong-ji. I didn't expect Ren Halberd Wind's side to actually succeed. Does this mean that in Yu Mo-hun's heart, even if Rong-ru is more important, when it really touches his interests, he will still prioritize his own interests? In other words, Rong-ji wasn't as important in Yu Mo-hun's heart as she thought before? Thinking of this, Lin Wu smiled and said, congratulations. When Ren Halberd Wind heard her tell him congratulations, he smiled and said, thank you. Speaking here, Ren Halberd Win said to Fong Tingshan, "By the way, Mr. Fong, there is a project in your company that I'm quite interested in. I don't know when you have time on your side? I want to talk to you." Fong Tingshan said, "I have time in the next few days. Ren always has time. Feel free to contact me anytime." Ren Halberd Win nodded his head, and after exiting the elevator, he separated from them and went forward to the private room he had booked. When he entered the private room, Yu Mohan and Rongji were already ordering their food. Seeing him come in, Yu Mohan said, "Yo, is Mr. Rin done talking?" Ren Halberd Win sat down and adjusted his position, moving away from Rongji's side a bit, not caring about his attitude, and asked, "Is there a suspicion between Mr. Yu and Mr. Fong?" Yu Mohan skimmed his lips. "No, there is a grudge." Ron Ha Fong. There's no way a real vendetta would say that. Knowing that he didn't want to say more, Ren Halberd Win didn't ask anymore. Seeing that they came together to order, politely said, "This meal is on me. The two of you don't have to be polite, feel free to order." Yu Mohan didn't raise his head. "I know, we didn't want to be polite to you." Ron Ha Fong. After Yu Mohan and Rongji finished ordering their meals, he casually ordered two as well and chatted with Yu Mohan about business. After a while, the waiter started serving the food. Yu Mohan said that they weren't being polite to him, and Ren Haifeng thought he was joking. When he saw that the table was full, the waiters were still continuously sending food to the box, and they were ordering the most expensive meals in the store. Ren Halberd Win's brow began to ache vaguely. Yu Mohan ignored his face and kept on giving food to Rongji. "Xiaoji, let's eat slowly, there's no need to rush." Rongji nodded. "Aha." Ren Ha Fong. Yu Mohan was just trying to give Ren Ha Fong a hard time. In fact, this amount of money is not in the eyes of either of them. On the way to dinner, they began to talk seriously about business. Rongru sat and ate, interjecting only when necessary. The rest of the time, she doesn't talk much. Noticing this, Ren Halberd Win was quite surprised, as the words Rongji interjected were quite constructive. She does, it seems, have a bit of strength. Before, he also thought that between Rongji and Yu Mohan, it would be Rongji picking on Yu Mohan, with her being the inferior and the active party. But as far as the two of them were concerned during this meal, it was somewhat the other way around. But then again, he thought it was possible that this was the secret to Rongji's ability to reel Yu Mohan in. After all, if Rongji didn't have some skills, how could Yu Mohan be so on top of things? When he was almost done eating, Rong resigned and went to the restroom. When she came out of the restroom, she happened to bump into Fong Tingshan, who came out of the next restroom. Fong Tingshan saw her, but he didn't mean to speak. Or maybe he didn't know what he could say to her. Rongji didn't intend to talk to him either, and crossed over to him and was about to leave, but she remembered something and suddenly stopped. "When can we officially go get the divorce certificate?" Granted, she knew it was something he was in a hurry to. He's sure to get it done as soon as possible so he can divorce her. Because she knew this, she had been too lazy to ask before, but it had been so long ago. "Fong Tingshan, it'll have to be a while." "No specific time? I'll let you know when it's finalized." Rongji didn't say anything else and was about to leave when Fong Tingshan suddenly said, "Grandma knows about the fact that we're getting a divorce." Rongru said, "It's good to know. At least it won't set them up any more indiscriminately." She also saved herself from having to play along with him. Fong Tingshan, aha. After that, they didn't speak again, walking forward side by side in silence. At that moment, someone ran out from around the corner. When Rongji and Fong Tingshan saw this, they both dodged to the side, but Rongji was still hit, and her back pressed up against Fong Tingshan behind her, who reflexively supported her waist. The man said he was sorry and rushed off to the restroom. Reacting, Rongji couldn't wait to rub her shoulder that was hurt by the impact and was about to come out from Fong Tingshan's arms. But at that moment, Ren Halberd Win happened to come out from the corner. Seeing Rongji, who was plastered against Fong Tingshan, and Fong Tingshan, who had his arm around Rongji's waist, he stopped violently in his tracks. "You guys." Fong Tingshan let go of his hand. Rongru sidestepped, pulling away from Fong Tingshan, and without looking at Fong Tingshan or Ren Halberd Win, she turned to leave. Looking at the back of Rongji's departure, Ren Hafeng's sight was placed back on Fong Tingshan. Fong Tingshan smiled. "Mr. Rin also came to use the restroom?" Ren Halberd Win tone light. "Is." Fong Tingshan nodded, and without saying much, he also turned to leave. Looking at Fong Tingshan's back as if he was leaving, Ren Halberd Win's thin lips pursed. For Rongru and Fong Tingshan, he had never put together a thought. All he knew was that they had met before at Xuandu. But it never seemed to speak. This was normal, after all. Rongru was at best a technician for Chang Mo, and his rank was so low that he would almost never have the opportunity to talk to Fong Tingshan. After that, it was the last banquet. But Fong Tingshan would have approached Rongji at that time, and it was only for Lin Wu, right? Other than that, they shouldn't have crossed paths. But what about what he just saw? Chapter 114, Auctioning Them Off. Rongji returned to the private room for a while before Ren Halberd Win came back. They ate about as much as they could and left the restaurant. Ren Halberd Win went back to the company to prepare the information, while Rongji and Yu Mohan went back to Chang Mo. After 3 o'clock in the afternoon, He Changbai arrived at Changma at almost the same time as Ren Haifeng. They had dinner together during the previous Shuandu driverless vehicle test. Seeing it now, Run Halberd Wind greeted, Mr. He has also confirmed that he wants to cooperate with Chang Mo? Yes. So, Mr. Ren's side is also ready to sign the contract? Right. He Changbai was actually a bit surprised. After all, back at the banquet, Yumohan had unceremoniously rejected Run Halberd Wind. I didn't realize that at the end of the day, it actually worked out. Just don't know. At this time, Rongji and Yumohan came over to the parlor. Although both He Changbai and Ren Haifeng, Yumashuan didn't look too good. But obviously, He Changbai's attitude towards Rongji is much better than Ren Halberd's Wind. So, when it came to talking about things, Yumohan let Rongji talk to He Changbai. Ren Halberd Wind's side of things was left to him. For this arrangement, Ren Halberd Wind was fine with it. Koga Changbai. I only saw He Changbai smile and say, then I'll be counting on Miss Rong. Rongji, Mr. He is polite, this way please. After sitting down, Rongji chatted with the technicians on He Changbai's side. After talking about work, it was also dark outside. As he left the conference room, He Changbai said, Ms. Rong, let's have dinner together later? Rongji said, I have something on my side, I'll go ask Mohan. At this time, Yumohan also happened to come out of the parlor and answered, dinner? Good. Then he said to Rongji, Xiaoji, if you have something to do, go and get busy, just leave this side to me. Rongru nodded and greeted He Changbai again, ignoring Ren Hafeng who was looking at her, and turned to leave. Her long bottom. Yumashuan looked at Ren Halberd Wind and said, Mr. He wants to invite for dinner, does Mr. Ren want to come along? Ren Halberd Wind, let's go together. After Rongyu left Chang Mo, he went back to the Rong family. Her purpose of returning to the Young family this time was to talk to young Chang Sheng about things. Although there are only 2 projects that Changma is preparing for, each of them is divided into several parts and outsourced. These outsourced businesses, she purposely kept one, intending to leave it to her own uncle, young Chang Sheng. Young Chang Sheng heard her out and was naturally moved. Won't Merhan's side have a problem with that? No, I discussed it with him. Good. Rong Chang Sheng said, then added, but uncle's side of the liquidity is not much, I'm only afraid. I have over 100 million here. Rongru said, if it's not enough, let's auction off the 2 gifts Feng Tingshan gave grandma on her birthday last time. The 2 projects that were now in the works on Mrs. Yun's birthday were basically going to be finalized. She would have taken those 2 gifts in the first place, having already figured out what they would be used for. Rongru and Feng Tingshan are both getting divorced, and he has no problem with her auctioning off the things he gave her. Only, Feng Tingshan has a wide range of connections. If we really send those 2 gifts from him out for auction, if his side knows about it, it won't. He won't mind. Seeing her say it with such certainty, young Chang Sheng was relieved. She has more than 100 million here, and those 2 gifts are estimated to be worth about 300 million when they are auctioned off, plus young Chang Sheng has some on his side, so 500 million is almost enough. If it's not enough, Rongji looked at the villa across the street. The next afternoon, young Chang Sheng found a chance to send the stuff to the auction house. It wasn't long before Feng Tingshan's side received a call from the auction house's side. Upon receiving the message, he looked unchanged and said, okay, I know. Over there, he asked, these 2 items, do you need this side to keep them for you? Feng Tingshan said, no need. The other side didn't dare to bother him too much and hung up quickly. Lin Wu, who was sitting next to him at dinner, asked, something's up with the company? Feng Tingshan put his cell phone back into his pocket and said, no, it's a call from the auction house side. Lin Wu laughed and was about to speak when Feng Jingshin interjected, what's an auction house? Feng Tingshan cupped his knife and fork and cut a piece of meat before saying, the place where the treasure is auctioned. Auctioning off babies? What baby? Is it fun? Lin Wu smiled, it's kind of fun, hasn't XIN ever been there? Feng Jingshin shook her head, no. She asked again, is there going to be a lot of treasure in there? Feng Tingshan, right. Then I want to go see what that auction house is like too. Lin Wu said, but what's inside may not necessarily be your favorite. Oh. So? When Feng Jingshin heard this, he lost interest. Feng Tingshan said, you can check it out and help raise the sign. Raise your hand? Aha! Feng Tingshan put down his knife and fork, picked up her tablet, and gave her a rundown of what was going on at the auction. Feng Jingshin looked at it for a while and thought it was fun to hold up the sign, and immediately became interested. Then I want to play. Dad, will you take me to play? Okay, I'll take you there next time I'm free and take pictures of all your favorite things. Yes. Lin Wu smiled and didn't interrupt again. Day 2. Ren Halberd Wind arrived at Shuandu early in the morning. When he arrived at Shuandu, Lin Wu and Feng Tingshan were both there. Seeing Lin Wu, Ren Halberd Wind gave a start. Miss Lin is also here? I'm still the one who continues to follow the projects that I led the team on before. Ren Halberd Wind laughed, so that's how it is. He had thought that she would go back to her side of the family to help out after her family took over the handling of the newly opened project of the phone group. Feng Tingshan, Mr. Ren, please take a seat. Ren Halberd Win looked at Feng Tingshan, remembering the scene about him holding Rongji that he encountered over at the restaurant 2 days ago. He paused before sitting down. He temporarily put aside his personal matters and talked to Feng Tingshan about work. After listening for a while, Lin Wu left first because she still had things to do. However, after an hour or so, she came back up this way to rest and drink some of the coffee Feng Tingshan's secretary had specially brewed for her. Feng Tingshan and Ren Halberd Win hadn't finished chatting when a call came from Feng Tingshan. Feng Tingshan greeted Ren Halberd Wind before getting up and leaving to answer the phone. Looking at his back as he left, looking at Lin Wu, Ren Halberd Wind again remembered the scene of Feng Tingshan holding Rongji that day. Ron has something he wants to tell me? Ren Halberd Wind's look of wanting to say something was kinda obvious. Ren Halberd Wind shook his head. Just think that Mr. Feng is quite good to you. He hadn't figured out what was going on in that scene, and it didn't seem right to mention it out of the blue. He thought about it and decided it was better not to say anything. What's more, whether it's Feng Tingshan picking up the shelved project at Chuandu specifically so that she can refine herself, or him working diligently to introduce contacts for her family, or opening another project at Feng Group for her, Feng Tingshan's kindness to her was really too much to count. He was looking at it. He felt that if it were him, he really couldn't do that to her. Chapter 115 Elder G's Painting Exhibition. Feng Tingshan's feelings for her, he shouldn't have to doubt. So that scene was probably just a misunderstanding. On Friday morning, Rongji had just gotten up for a while when Mrs. Rong's old lady's phone call came, asking her to accompany her to see Ji Lao's painting exhibition on Sunday morning. Mrs. Young is a big fan of the national painting master Ji Lao. The last time Ji Lao held a painting exhibition was more than 10 years ago. The opportunity was rare, and Rongru said, "Okay, I'll accompany you on Sunday." Just after hanging up the phone, Feng Jingxin's call came in again. This was the first time Feng Jingxin had called her since Monday, when she had gone to her school's parent-child program. Young Ju didn't pick up. On Saturday afternoon, she went back to Young's house for dinner. On Sunday morning, she left the house with Mrs. Young and headed for the painting exhibition. When she arrived at her destination, she had just gotten out of the car when she saw Yu Mohan's car drive in as well. Rongji was a bit surprised. Elder brother? Yu Mashuan was also quite surprised to see her and old Mrs. Rong. Xiaozhu, Grandma Rong, you guys are here too? Right. Old Mrs. Rong laughed. Merhan is also interested in Chinese painting? Yu Mohan said, "No, I came over for my family to give old Mr. Ji a gift." Ji Lao is a famous domestic master of Chinese painting, coupled with the Ji family lineage. Mr. Ji, every time the old man held a painting exhibition, the circle familiar with each other will come over to support a scene, as for not familiar with, but also hard to come over, attempting to climb the friendship. It is said that every time Ji held a painting exhibition, the congratulatory gifts he received, not to mention the paintings he sold, exceeded 10 figures. The Ji family is not short of money. In a fit of pique, Ji Lao has not held any more painting exhibitions since more than a decade ago. The Yu family didn't need to climb into friendship with the Ji family. From his father's generation onwards, although the Yu family and the Ji family's interactions had faded a bit, the two old masters were still on pretty good terms. Now that old Mr. Ji is once again holding a painting exhibition after many years, his family's old man is not interested in this, and he himself does not intend to come over to join in the fun, but in order to express his congratulations, he let him come over to help deliver a gift. He really didn't expect Rong Ji and old Mrs. Rong to come as well. When Ji Lao held a painting exhibition, the exhibition hall is full of people, and now the Ji family is still prosperous. This time or after more than 10 years Ji Lao again held a painting exhibition. You Mashuan, just imagine, no, today's exhibition hall will be how lively a grand situation. In other words, Feng Tingshan, Lin Wu, those people from the Lin family, all of them might come as well. The last time Mr. Ji held a painting exhibition, Rong Ji was still young. All she knew over the years was that Elder Ji rarely held any more painting exhibitions, and coupled with the fact that there was rarely any more news of Elder Ji coming out over the years, she didn't know much about many of these things. Seeing Yu Mohan looking a bit worried, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Yu Mohan smiled, "It's fine, you guys wait for me, I'll park a car first and we'll go in together." Good. After Yu Mohan parked the car, Rong Ji, old Mrs. Rong, and Yu Mohan went inside the showroom together. As Yu Mohan thought, the large 3-story showroom was already overcrowded when they entered. Only, after they went in, they didn't have time to take a good look at the paintings, or to accompany Yu Mashuan to meet the Ji family, but they met the Lin family and the Sun family first. Old Mrs. Lin, old Mrs. Sun, they're all there. They were all smiles and were chatting with someone. Seeing them, old Mrs. Lin and old Mrs. Sun were not surprised. It was because they all knew that old lady Ron liked Ji Lao's paintings. Now that it was hard to look forward to Ji Lao's painting exhibition, how could old Mrs. Rong not come in person? Rong Ji gripped old Mrs. Rong's arm tightly. Old Mrs. Rong calmly patted the back of her hand and said, "It's fine. They could guess she was coming, how could she not guess they were coming too?" Yu Mashuan said, "Grandma Rong, I'll go in and look for Grandpa Ji, you and Xiaozhu can come with me." He meant he could introduce her to Elder Ji. It gives her a chance to have a word with her idol. Old Mrs. Rong, however, shook her head and said, "It's already an honor to have the opportunity to see so many of Mr.'s paintings at once, and I don't want to cause trouble for Mr." Old Mrs. Rong had said so Yu Mohan had no choice but to stop. It's just that, with the Lin and Sun families around, he's a bit uneasy about them. Rongji said, "Go on, don't worry about us." The Lin and Sun families were quite fond of Face, and it was unlikely that they would do something to them on such an occasion. Yu Mahun then left first. Rongji asked, "Grandmother, which painting would you like to see first?" Old Mrs. Rong laughed, "Start close by." Rongji, good. Rongji was just about to walk away with Mrs. Rong's hand in hers, when Ren Halberd Wind and Yao Xie Bo arrived as well. They also saw Rongji for the first time. Yao Xinhua had a thieving heart for Rongji, he would like to go over and greet him. Ren Halberd Wind, however, subconsciously wrinkled his brow. Rongji ignored them and twisted his head to leave. Old Mrs. Rong asked, "Those two young men just now, do you recognize them?" There was a work exchange. Old Mrs. Rong then didn't ask much. At this time, Lin Lihai and Sun Yuqing also arrived, and when they saw Ren Haifeng and were about to greet him, Ren Haifeng was the first to open his mouth. "Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, you're also here?" "Right." Lin Lihai was about to speak when old Mrs. Lin and old Mrs. Sun walked towards them and said, "Lihai, Yuqing, you know these two young men?" Just now, they had noticed that there seemed to be an acquaintance between Rongji and Ren Hafeng. Lin Lihai smiled, "This is Mr. Ren, a friend of little Wuhu and Ting Xin." "So it is." After Ren Halberd Wind exchanged pleasantries with the Lin family and the Sun family, he went inside first with Yao Xinhua to deliver the gifts. They entered and weren't surprised when they saw Yu Mohan. "Young Yu is here too?" They had all come by order of their elders, and, therefore, had changed in their address. Yu Mohan skimmed his lips, "Aha." At this time, Ji Qingyue walked out, handed the tea in his hand to Yu Mohan, and looked at Ren Haifeng. "You guys are here?" "Aha." Ren Halberd Wind said, "Where's your grandfather?" "Chatting with someone inside. I don't think I'll come out until later. You guys sit first." Ren Halberd Wind sat down, good. Yu Mohan, however, was a bit worried about Rongji and old Mrs. Rong and was frequently looking at the time. Ji Qingyue looked and said, "Yu Shao is in a hurry?" "Yu Mohan. No, there's just a little something else I want to take care of." It didn't seem polite to be the first to leave without seeing the old man when he was all here. Still, worry prevailed, and he said, "Excuse me Shao Ji, I'll step out for a moment." Ji Qingyue didn't mind, "It's okay." Yu Mohan turned around and left. Ren Halberd Wind looked at his back as he left and immediately guessed that it was possible that he had gone to look for Rongji. Ji Qingyue said, "My grandfather's side is estimated to have some time before he can finish talking to someone. Why don't you guys go out and get some air outside as well?" Chapter 116, Going Over to Say Hello. Ren Halberd Feng recalled that just now Lin Lihai and the others said that Lin Wuhua and Feng Tingshan would also be there. He got up and said, "Okay, send me a message when your grandfather is done in a bit." Good. Ren Halberd Wind and Yao Xinhua then went out first. They had just gone out to the outside when He Changbai and Chi Yukuan arrived. The Lin and Sun families immediately came forward to greet them. He Changbai shook Lin Lihai's hand. Shi Yuluan looked around. "Where are Ting Xin and Lin Wu?" "They haven't." Before the words left his mouth, he saw Rongji. She actually came. He Changbai didn't know what was going on and followed his line of sight to see Rongji's figure as well. The color of his eyes deepened a few degrees. At this time, Yu Mohan happened to walk towards Rongji and old Mrs. Rong. He Changbai turned back and said to Chi Yumiya and Lin Lihai and the others, "I'll go over there to say hello." The words fell and he left. "Mr. Yu, Miss Rong." Yu Mohan and Rongji heard his voice and turned back. "Yu Mohan, so it's Mr. He." Hearing that the visitor's surname was He, and remembering what Rong Yunha and Rong Changsheng had said earlier, old Mrs. Rong couldn't help but look at He Changbai twice more. When He Changbai saw the close posture between Rong Chi and old Mrs. Rong, his heart then had a guess about old Mrs. Rong's identity. He immediately said respectfully, "This must be old Mrs. Rong. How are you?" "Hello, Mr. He." Old Mrs. Rong smiled. The Lin family and the Sun family had just heard He Changbai say that he had gone over to say hello to someone, and they had thought that it was more of a big shot. I didn't expect it to be Yu Mohan and Rong Ji and them. Yu Mohan they could understand. But Rong Chio and old Mrs. Rong. See He Changbai to Rong resignation and Rong old lady attitude so good. Sun old lady eyes slightly moved, looked to Chi Yuluan, asked, "Chi Young, over there." Chi Yuluan said, "Long Cyprus now and Umosun have very important cooperation exchanges. Rongsu now and Long Ink discourse is very big. Before, Umosun had because of Rongsu and intend to veto and Long Cyprus cooperation. For the sake of public affairs, Long Cyprus also had to put down personal grudges, temporarily and Rongsu peaceful coexistence." Old Mrs. Lin and old Mrs. Sun sniffed and nodded in realization. They were naturally aware of what happened to Nagumo. After all, the Lin family had also wanted to work with Chang Mo. However, it was also because of Rongji that the partnership didn't work out in the end. Because of this, they naturally had a grudge against Rongji. For this reason, they didn't think of He Changbai being so polite to Rongchi and old Mrs. Rong in any other direction. Xiang Ruffing took the old lady's hand and lowered her voice. I can't imagine that Mr. Yu was really quite attached to Rongji. Seeing that Rongji was so highly regarded by Yu Mohan, she was a bit unable to look at her. Old Mrs. Sun was much more calm. There's no need to rush.
It's still early for Rongru and Yu Mohan.
When Feng Tingshan really divorced her after a while, Rongji would be a second marriage. How could Yu family's side let a woman like her, who had been married and had a child, enter the door? Now such a good life, Rongru could not live it for long. At this time, Sun Liao also arrived.
She hadn't wanted to come.
She was not at all interested in the exhibition of paintings. But she hadn't seen He Changbai in a while. Learning from Lin Wu that He Changbai would also be coming over here to see the exhibition today, she dressed up and came over. After arriving, with the family and Chi Yukuan they said hello. She was about to ask Chi Yukuan He Changbai came or not. A sideways turn, saw not far away is talking to Rongji He Changbai. Seeing that He Changbai actually went to talk to Rongji, her eyes went wide and she couldn't help but ask Chi Yuluan, how did brother Changbai go over to talk to her? Without waiting for Chi Yuluan to speak, she immediately walked towards that side. Sun Yuqing pulled her back and said faintly, they were talking about official business.
Talking business? Aha!
Sun Liao pursed her lips and hummed, which suppressed the impulse, but her eyes were always fixed on Rongji and He Changbai's side. Rongji was wearing a set of winter-long dress today, although she didn't dress up on purpose, but she was still very eye-catching. She and He Changbai stood in a piece, actually unspeakably well matched. When Sun Liao saw this, even though she knew that there couldn't be a little something between them, she still had some bad feelings in her heart. She couldn't help but tug Chi Yuluvia's sleeve. Yuluvia brother, what are they talking about? How to chat for so long ah? Sun Liao's heart for He Changbai was almost undisguised. He had known He Changbai for many years, so he naturally knew that He Changbai didn't like a girl like her who was a bit of a bratty young lady. Moreover, He Changbai's rejection of her was quite obvious. He laughed, that's what happens when you're socializing. So can't we talk about business on a weekday? Shi Yuluan is also not very want to talk to her more. He also want to go inside to have a cup of tea, but He Changbai is not yet back. At this time, Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu finally arrived. He immediately waved them over, this way. Seeing them, Lin Lihai and his group were immediately filled with smiles. Tingshan, Xiao Wu, you're here? Feng Tingshan nodded and was about to speak when he also saw Rongji and He Changbai and the others over there. When the Lin family and the Sun family saw him looking over, thinking in their minds what reaction he was going to have, Feng Tingshan withdrew his gaze and told them, I'll go over to say hello. Old Mrs. Sun and Sun Yueching's expressions moved slightly. Feng Tingshan left. Lin Wu, however, had a smile on her face and said, Old Mrs. Feng has a good relationship with them, so even if they get divorced, he won't easily tear his face off with them. So, when you run into each other outside, a hello is still needed. As for the rest, there is none. Old Mrs. Sun and the others were relieved to hear this. They also thought. Lin Wu glanced that way before calmly withdrawing her gaze. Rongru faced Lin Lihai and the others. When Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu arrived, he naturally saw them. Only, she didn't expect Feng Tingshan to come her way. She wrinkled her nose. Old lady. Feng Tingshan greeted old Mrs. Rong first. Old Mrs. Rong's face was still full of smiles just now, and when she saw him coming over, she immediately sank her face, Mr. Feng. Feng Tingshan didn't mind the old lady's cold attitude. He nodded to Rongji again. Rongji averted his face and ignored him. As Lin Wu said, he just came over to say hello, and after that, he planned to leave. Before he left, he looked over at He Changbai and wordlessly asked him if he wanted to leave with him. He Changbai said to old Mrs. Rong and Yumashuan and the others, I still have things to do, I'll leave first, we'll talk next time. Yumohan waved his hand in a nonchalant manner. Old Mrs. Rong did nod politely, we'll talk again sometime. He Changbai and Feng Tingshan then turned around together and went back to the Lin and Sun families. Chapter 117 Xiao Ru, we meet again. Brother Longbottom. Seeing He Changbai return, Sun Liao called out daintily. He Changbai nodded coldly. Seeing Feng Tingshan looking for someone, Sun Yueching said, Xiao Wu just came to a phone call and went out to answer the phone outside. Feng Tingshan said, okay, I know. No sooner had his words fallen than a commotion came from a short distance away. It turned out to be Elder Ji coming out of it. Ji Huanying, Ji Qingyue, and other members of the Ji family were all there. There were many visitors, and Elder Ji began to speak only after the crowd had quieted down, thanking them for coming. Rongji and Yumashuan were standing relatively far back, however, Ji Huanying still noticed them. Yumashuan came over to deliver the gift on behalf of the Yu family's old man, and Ji Qingyue had already told him and the old man. But he didn't know that Rongju had also come. Seeing Rongru, Ji Huanying nodded and smiled at her. Rongji really didn't know about the relationship between Ji Huanying and Ji Lao before. Seeing that he greeted him, Rongji also smiled politely. Although the Lin and Sun families saw that Ji Huanying seemed to be greeting someone, they weren't sure exactly who he was greeting. After the senior delivered his speech, there was a loud applause. Then there was a flurry of guests coming up to talk to Ji about his paintings. There were also many people greeting Ji Huanying and the others. There were many visitors, and it was only after a while that Changbai and Feng Tingshan and the others came up to talk to Elder Ji. Elder Ji accepted the gifts they handed over and said, "You guys have a heart." He turned his eyes on Feng Tingshan, Changbai, Ran Haifeng, and the rest of them and laughed. "Haven't seen you in a few years, you youngsters look even better, not bad, not bad." While Elder Ji was talking to Feng Tingshan and the others, Ji Huaniying greeted the other visitors while walking towards Rong Ji and the others. Yu Mohan saw him coming and took the lead in greeting him. Ji Huaniying finished greeting Yu Moshuan and said to Rong Ji, "Xiao Ji, we meet again." Rong Ji also greeted Uncle Ji. Ji Huaniying smiled and, learning of old lady Rong's identity, politely shook old lady Rong's hand again. Hearing Rong Ji say that old Mrs. Rong liked his father's paintings, Ji Huaniying smiled and said, "If you don't mind, please come inside and have a seat. Although there are a lot of guests today, but those who really know how to appreciate my father's paintings, I'm afraid I can count them out by a slap, and to know that I can have a confidant like you, my father will definitely be very happy." Ji Huaniying had actually come over to talk to Rong Ji on purpose. But to the others, it was the fact that he happened to go to Yu Mohan as he greeted the other guests. Everyone thought that Ji Huaniying was actually giving face to the Yu family by talking to Rong Ji. Just after chatting with old Mr. Ji for a while, Feng Tingshan's cell phone rang, and after saying sorry, he left the crowd to answer the call. He was gone for a while before Lin Wu came back from the phone. Lin Wu's appearance and temperament are quite outstanding. She just crossed the crowd and stood together with Ren Hafeng and He Changbai. Ji Lao noticed her. Elder Ji thought she had a nice demeanor and thought she was the girlfriend of He Changbai or Ren Halberd Feng. He was about to speak when Ren Halberd Win saw that He Changbai didn't seem to help Feng Tingshan introduce Lin Wu to Elder Ji, so he had to open his mouth and introduce, "Elder Ji, this is Lin Wu, she's Mr. Feng's girlfriend." "So it's the Feng family boy's girlfriend." Ji Lao smiled, "Quite a match." Lin Wu politely and courteously said, "You flatter me." Elder Ji looked at Yi Changbai and Ren Halberd Wind, Ji Qingyue and the others, and smiled, you should also hurry up." At this time, Ji Huaniying happened to bring Rong Ji and Yu Mohan over with them. He said with the old Mr. Ji, "Father, this is the Yu family that the youngest, recently his company Chang Mo Development is very good, is one of the state in the next few years to focus on the support of the object." He also introduced Rong Ji. "This is Long Mo's core technology developer, Rong Ji, a rare talent in the field of science and technology Long Mo can have today, but also closely related to Xiao Ji. The older generation is more concerned about the future of the country." Hearing Ji Huaniying say this, Ji Lao's smile became a few more points more amiable and said, "Not bad, our country has so many outstanding and excellent talents, it will definitely get better and better in the future." Ji Huaniying also introduced old Mr. Ji to old Mrs. Young. Old Mr. Ji then talked to old Mrs. Rome about the painting. Rome old lady book family origin, daily often at home to practice calligraphy and painting, in the national painting, although it cannot be compared to Ji Lao these great masters, but she is really understand the national painting, chatting about the national painting, is the words. Old Mr. Ji and old Mrs. Rong talked for quite a long time. Hearing Ji Huaniying's words introducing Rong Ji, which were almost the same as when Yu Moshuan introduced Rong Ji during the last banquet, Lin Wu thought that Ji Huaniying was esteeming Rong Ji so much because he admired Yu Moshuan, after hearing Yu Moshuan introduce Rong Ji. Seeing Rong Ji and old Mrs. Rong getting such a face in front of the Ji family, old Mrs. Sun and the Lin family's faces were not quite natural. Old Mrs. Sun and the others didn't attend the last banquet and didn't know that Yu Mohan had complimented Rong Ji once before at the banquet. Now that she heard Ji Huaniying praising Rong Ji so much, Xiang Rufeng pulled Lin Wu over and whispered, "That Rong Ji, is he really that powerful?" Lin Wu smiled disbelievingly and said, "Fake." She said what Yu Mohan said that day at the banquet when he introduced Rong Ji. Rong Ru only joined Chang Mo a few months ago, what could Chang Mo have to do with her today? However, Yu Mohan is truly attached to her, which is why he is willing to generously share his achievements with her. "So that's it, I thought she was really that good." Lin Wu said lightly, "She's just an undergraduate." "Right, no matter if it's school or education or anything else, she's far worse than you." Just now, that Mr. Ji was so high on her, that tone of voice, those who didn't know thought she was even better than Yu Mohan. When Sun Yuaching heard Lin Wu say this, her slightly moved complexion from earlier once again returned to coldness. After a while, Feng Tingshan came back. Seeing Rong Ji and old Mrs. Rong, who had suddenly stood in the front row, he looked at them for a couple of moments before withdrawing his eyes. Seeing him return, Lin Wu smiled, "Finished your call? I expect another call later." "The overseas company thing? Aha!" Seeing them come together to talk, He Changbai retracted his gaze and his eyes fell on Rong Ji at the side. Then, he realized that Rong Ji didn't even look at Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu. It was like, she really didn't care about Feng Tingshan anymore. Instead, there were smiles on the Sun family's faces. Any wrong resignation in Rong old lady now in the face of Ji Lao again face, in the situation of the Rong family only, are not very helpful. After all, it was impossible for the Ji family to set up Rong Ji and Ji Qingyu, right? Any way you think about it, you know it's impossible. Chapter 118. After a while, Elder Ji greeted everyone again before entering the private domain through the corridor. Rongru, Yumashuan, Feng Tingshin, He Changbai, the Lin family and the Sun family all went inside together. There were quite a lot of people inside, and the Lin and Sun families didn't look out of place when they were inside. The people sat down in the dean's pavilion, and the servants brought tea and snacks. Ji Lao and old Mrs. Rong were chatting quite happily. In addition to Mrs. Young, Ji also has two close friends who are accomplished in Chinese painting. When the conversation started, Ji and his two friends decided to paint a picture on the spot and invited Mrs. Young to join them. Then, Elder Ji instructed Ji Qingyue, go help Grandpa to the study to bring the pen, ink, paper and inkstone over. Ji Qingyu, good. After making the painting, Elder Ji also praised Elder Mrs. Rong's painting. Ji Lao, old Mrs. Rong and they then chatted about paintings. Rong Ji and Yu Mohan then didn't sit over to disturb their conversation, but sat in the long court to drink tea and eat snacks. Rongji's position was still quite far away from the Lin family and the Sun family. They didn't even make eye contact with each other. No one even knew they knew each other except for those who knew the inside story. As for Feng Tingshin, he sat with Lin Wu, He Changbai, Chi Yukuan, Ren Halberd Wind in them. They're all the same age in this line. It's actually quite normal to sit and talk to each other, being in the circle again. Seeing that Rong Qi and Yu Emosun both sat alone on one side, looking as if they wanted to keep a distance from them, Ji Qingyu lowered his voice and asked Ren Halberd Wind, Yu Emosun and the others have not yet reconciled with you? Didn't we say we were already working together? Even if they haven't fully reconciled, relations should have eased, right? How come it looks as if it's almost the same now as it did earlier at the party? Ren Halberd Wind's line of sight landed on Yu Mohan not far away, thought for a moment, and said, there doesn't seem to be much of a match between Yu Mohan and Feng Tingshin either. Ji Qingyue listened, quite surprised. He hadn't heard of any feud between them before. He then speculated that it might be because of Rongru and Lin Wu. However, he stopped just short of that thought, not intending to get too much into someone's personal affairs. Ji Qingyue did not favor one over the other, and after chatting with Feng Tingshin for a while, he went over to greet Yumashuan and Rongji. There are more guests than expected today, so please bear with the two of you if you're not well entertained. Yumashuan's attitude towards Ji Qingyue was still very good. It's us who came uninvited, there's no need to be polite, young Ji. Xin Lao is a good friend of old Mr. Ji, but he doesn't know anything about painting, and he came over today just to support his good friend. Seeing that he couldn't greet him, Ji Lao had someone tell Ji Qingyue to bring out the chessboard and tea table at home, so that he could find someone to accompany Xin Lao to play chess and drink tea. Ji Qingyue said sorry to Rong Ji and Yu Mohan and went to get busy. Elder Qin sat down, grabbed a handful of chess pieces in his hand, and looked towards his close friend, Elderly. Elderly said in a good-natured manner, I can't beat you every time I play, so find someone else. Elder Qin looked to Ji Qingyue. Qingyue shouldn't be available today. Yes. After all, there are so many guests to attend to. Ji Huanying also has something to take care of. It really doesn't make sense if he sits down to play chess with someone and casts aside the other guests. How about one of the other youngsters? Elder Qin said. Elder Qin was acquainted with Feng Tingshin. Feng Tingshin had been intelligent since childhood and was considered famous in his circle. He placed his eyes on Feng Tingshin. Feng family boy, you know how to play chess too, right? I wonder if you don't mind playing a game with me today? Feng Tingshin put down the cup of water in his hand and politely said, it's only my honor to play chess with Elder Qin. Feng Tingshin walked over and sat down across from Elder Qin, saying, then I'll ask for Elder Qin's guidance. Lin Wu and He Changbai they all came over to watch the game. Rong Ji and Yu Mohan also came over. However, they stood behind Elder Qin. Lin Wu, He Changbai, and the others all know how to play chess. Seeing Rongji coming over, looking as if he was quite serious and seemed to know how to play chess as well, He Changbai walked over towards them. He asked Rongji, can you play chess? Rongji, understand a little. Yu Mohan. It's not a little bit, it's a billion points. He didn't say anything, though. Probably unfamiliar with each other. In the beginning, both Xin Lao and Feng Tingshin chess paths were rather ambiguous. But slowly, probably figuring out each other's temperaments, Xin Lao favored aggressiveness. As for Feng Tingshin, he was defusing Elder Qin's attack while looking for a new way out for himself. It looked as if Feng Tingshin was struggling a bit. Actually. Rongji looked at it for a while, his eyesight becoming more and more focused. Yumashuan also knew chess, and after a while, he asked Rongji, who do you think will win? Rongji said, it's hard to say. Lin Wu and Chi Yuluan's position was not too far away from Rongyu. Hearing Rongji's ambiguous words, he felt that what she said was the same as not saying anything. Yu Mohan, however, knew that she had something more to say afterward, but it just wasn't easy to say it. Rongru did feel bad about saying it. Because Feng Tingshin looked like he was constantly putting himself at a disadvantage. In fact, he always finds a way to break it back. Or, it was possible that he had been setting up a trap to make Xin Lao follow his lead. But all in all, it looks evenly matched. But, just now she said it was hard to say. On the other hand, it's not because she doesn't know where the ending is going. She just wasn't sure if Feng Tingshin wanted to win. He, as a junior, to make Xin Lao, do not want to let himself win words. Just as she thought of this, Qin Lao laughed and looked at Feng Tingshan and said, Feng family brat, although the old man's attainments aren't that deep, I'll be offended if you let it go too far. Feng Tingshan smiled, it's been a while since I played, my hands are raw. Elder Qin smiled and hummed, ignoring him. Qin Lao was actually quite powerful, and it was only after more than 10 minutes that Feng Tingshan defeated him by 1 point. However, Elder Qin didn't get angry, instead, he got excited and was excited to test Feng Tingshan's true strength. Feng Ting smiled deeply and gave a gesture of invitation. Elder Qin didn't treat him politely and continued to play. This time Feng Tingshan's offense would be a bit more fierce. Qin Lao glared at him. Feng Tingshan smiled, understood. Elder Qin was actually very happy, as he hadn't been defeated with such alacrity in a long time. He played another game with Feng Tingshan. Before playing chess, he said, show me your true strength, and don't really fool me as if I were old and blind. Feng Tingshan said, Elder Qin, you really misjudged me. Poof. Qin Lao ignored him and played chess with him seriously. Of course, this round, unsurprisingly, fell short again. He put down his chess piece and rose, I am convinced. Before Feng Tingshan could say anything, Elder Qin added, is there anyone else who wants to come? Not to say help me defeat him, just make sure he doesn't win so handily. Chapter 119, Come with me for a game? Rong Ru was reviewing their chess game when she heard the words. Just then, she heard Lin Wu say, Elder Qin, after watching you guys play against each other, I'd quite like to give it a try, only, with my limited abilities, to win against Tingshan I'm only afraid that. It's fine, I was just joking just now, old Qin laughed, since you're interested, come on. Lin Wu was about to respond when someone laughed, if Ms. Lin goes on, it's really hard to say whether she'll win or lose, huh? That's right, even if Mr. Feng is good at chess, if he really wins against Ms. Lin, I'm afraid he'll have to kneel on the durian after he goes home, right? As soon as the man's voice came out, many people around him laughed out loud. Qin Lao didn't know that Lin Wu and Feng Tingshan actually had this relationship. Hearing this, seeing Lin Wu's outstanding looks, generous and confident, she did seem quite compatible with Feng Tingshan. He laughed and looked at Feng Tingshan and teased, oh? In that case, I'll have to wait and see if your kid can still play chess with me, an old man, with the same ease in front of his girlfriend. Lin Wu, who became the center of attention, didn't shy away from the stage and said to Feng Tingshan, I'm not someone who can't afford to lose, so let's just compare normally. Feng Tingshan's handsome face revealed a faint smile, good. Some people saw it and couldn't help themselves, this hasn't even started to go down yet, and they're already showing love. Showing love is showing love. Miss Lin is a doctoral senior graduated from a world top-level university. Miss Lin must not be weak if she dares to say so. Qin Lao didn't know Lin Wu before, and when he heard this, he said, so you're still a doctoral student, and said to Feng Tingshan, you have a pretty good eye. Yu Mohan listened and directly rolled his eyes. He actually wanted to ask Rongqi if he wanted to go up and try just now. But before he could speak, he was interrupted by Lin Wu. Now that he saw it, he felt his eyes hurt and grunted with a skimmed lip, if you're going to go down, what's the point of talking so much nonsense? His voice was small, but Rongji and He Changbai still heard him. Rong Ru smiled. He Changbai looked at Rongji and saw that she had no sadness or joy on her face, and her face was calm and cold, so his heart felt a little more at ease. At this time, Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu finally officially started playing chess. Rongji could see that Lin Wu did know how to play chess. It's not beginner level either. Only. After looking at it for a while, Rongji withdrew his eyes. After Yu Mohan looked at it for a while, he didn't know what he saw and rolled his eyes once again, feeling like he couldn't stay for a moment. Seeing that Rongqi also seemed to have no interest in continuing to watch, he asked, do you want to go back over to the long court to sit down and have something to eat? Rongji, however, shook his head and said, no, wait a little longer. He Changbai noticed Rongji's mind moving away from the chess game earlier than Yu Mohan. When Feng Tingshan and Elder Qin were playing chess just now, he noticed that Rongji had been very focused. Now it was Feng Tingshan's turn to play chess with Lin Wu, but she now only looked at it for a moment before moving her eyes away and no longer paying attention to the game. Although Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu had this chess game going back and forth. However, he could see that Lin Wu's chess skills were still inferior compared to Qin Lao's, not to mention Feng Tingshan. But it's also really good enough. This reaction of Rongju. It's not too bad. At this moment, Elder Ji's voice suddenly sounded in the side. He and Ji Qingyue had come at some point, and now the person was standing on the side of Qin Lao. Elder Qin laughed, it's really quite good. As the words fell out of his mouth, Elder Qin asked again, what are you doing here without your painting? Didn't I come over here to check on you for fear you'd say I'm not being very hospitable? Ji Lao, however, did not go. When the Lin and Sun families heard Elder Qin and Elder Ji praising Lin Wu, smiles appeared on their faces. Many people on the scene know Lin Wu. For Lin Wu, many people were both envious and jealous. After all, Lin Wu had looks and education, and now because of her chess game, she had gotten into the eyes of Elder Ji and Elder Qin. What's more, Lin Wu has made it easy for the Sun and Lin families to move up a level because of her own charms and being deeply loved by Feng Tingshan. Who wouldn't want such a daughter? Someone couldn't help but enviously say to the Lin and Son families, "Old Mrs. Lin, General Manager Lin, Mrs. Lin, you really have given birth to a good granddaughter and a good daughter."
Yes, yes. After the others chimed in, they couldn't help but inquire, "I don't know how you teach your children so well in Excel? We're all friends, old madam, Mrs. Lin, why don't you impart some experience to us?"
The Lin family and the Sun family were soon surrounded by a few of the mansion's wives. Lin Wu was respected and envied by so many people, and Xiang Rufang was also honored. She looked over to Rongji standing over there, smiled smugly, and said to Sun Yueqing in a low voice, "Compared to little Wu, she really only has to step aside." Sun Yueqing's face was cold, seemingly unhappy that she was using her daughter to compare to Rongji. Old Mrs. Lin and Lin Lihai, they also heard Xiang Rufang's words. They also looked over to Rongji's side.
Xiao Wu really is indeed better than Rongqi no matter what. Thinking of this, they returned their eyes to Lin Wu, their gazes all carrying a gentle and kind smile.
Just then, Lin Wu got up and said to Elder Qin, "Sorry, I lost." Elder Qin smiled amiably and said, "Even if you lose, it's already pretty good. After all, not everyone is that Feng family kid. A young man like you who reads well and plays chess so well is already very rare." Hearing Elder Qin's praise, Lin Wu smiled, "You flatter me."
Qin Lao asked again, "Still coming?"
Lin Wu smiled and shook her head, "Making a fool of yourself once is enough, leave the opportunity to others."
When Elder Qin heard this, he asked again, "Is there anyone else coming?" There was a silence all around. When Yi Changbai saw this, he looked at Feng Tingshan, and then he realized that Feng Tingshan was cupping the chess pieces in his hand and was also looking at him. Just then, Rongji took a step forward, looked at Feng Tingshan and said, "Come with me for a game?" Feng Tingshan's hand holding the chess piece lurched as he looked up and placed his eyes on her. Yi Changbai also withdrew his gaze and looked at Rongji in surprise. He really didn't expect Rongji to take the initiative to ask to play chess with Feng Tingshan on such an occasion. More surprised than Yi Changbai should be the Lin and Sun families, which naturally included Lin Wu. Like Yi Changbai, she didn't expect Rongji to say this. Because she thought that with Rongji's character, even if she wanted to play chess with Feng Tingshan, she wouldn't dare to initiate such a request in such an occasion. "I didn't realize."
The Lin and Sun families frowned. Lin Lilan said, "I should have warned her just now if I had known she would come up with such a plan." Chapter 120, they've known each other for a long time. At that moment, Feng Tingshan spoke up and said, "Good." Rongju took a seat across from him. After Lin Wu was surprised, she quickly came back to her senses, and her complexion quickly regained its calmness. After she greeted Elder Ji and the others, she went back and stood next to Feng Tingshan. In fact, the people who were surprised weren't just Yi Changbai and the Lin family, the Sun family and the others. Ji Qingyue and Elder Ji were also quite surprised. Although just now in the painting exhibition hall outside, Ji Huanying had introduced Rongji to everyone. But regarding the specifics of Rongjue, neither Ji Qingyue nor Elder Ji knew much about it. However, they saw that Rongji was gentle and quiet, and didn't look like a person who loved to show off. They felt that even if she knew how to play chess, she wouldn't have volunteered for such an occasion.
Elder Qin didn't recognize Rongji either. But there's attention to her.
Because Rongji's appearance was very outstanding, and her temperament was gentle and well-behaved, she looked like a well-behaved girl raised by a well-taught family. Such a girl, in his opinion, would be quite suitable to be his granddaughter-in-law. He also didn't expect Rongji to actually know how to play chess as well.
Feng Tingshan looked at Rongji, "You first?"
In Go, the one who makes the first move has a certain advantage. When Rongru heard him say that, she didn't refuse and landed a pawn first. Feng Tingshan then followed.
At first, they all went down unobtrusively. They didn't speak either.
Rongji just looked at the chess game, not even really looking at Feng Tingshan who was sitting across from her. After a while, Elder Ji and Elder Qin they both realized that Rongji's chess path was as gentle and smooth as his person. She attacked and retreated without panic, and it was obvious that she was playing the game in a holistic manner, rather than taking 1 or 2 or 3 moves. Noticing this, Elder Ji and Elder Qin were surprised. They had praised Lin Wu before for being good. It was because Lin Wu's reflexes were indeed quite strong, and she was skilled at attacking and retreating, but she was being led by Feng Tingshan, even if Feng Tingshan was basically letting off steam the entire time. That game of theirs, they played for quite a long time, and just because Feng Tingshan held Lin Wu for almost the entire game, and often let go of water, between their back and forth, they really did have the meaning of a young couple's entanglement. Nonetheless, Lin Wu was really considered one of the best among the girls of her age in terms of her adaptability and thinking ability comparatively speaking. But now, Feng Tingshan also seemed to be able to see that Rongji was not following his layout, and was even attempting to draw him into her bureau. And when he gave up his attack, Rongru would not give him a chance, but saw an opportunity to defend and attack strongly at the same time, forcing Feng Tingshan to pause in his twirling movements. He looked up at Rongji and smiled slightly. Seeing this attack by Rongji, Elder Qin also sighed in awe and couldn't help but applaud, "Beautiful." Yumohan raised his eyebrows and smiled. Yi Changbai and Ji Qingyue were surprised. It was because they realized that they could not keep up with Rongji's train of thought a while back. It was even said that they had been mesmerized by Rongru's gentle and calm retreating chess path in the beginning, and had not noticed her dark moves. It was also only here that they realized that Rongji not only knew how to play chess, but actually played it so well. Linwu stood beside Feng Tingshan and was more concerned about Feng Tingshan's side. Like He Changbai and the others, she had long since lost track of Feng Tingshan's thoughts. Before, she thought that Rongji would fall quickly. But when she noticed that Feng Tingshan's look of playing chess was getting more and more serious, and even more than when he was playing chess with her, and Ji Lao and the others were actually paying full attention to the game as well, she finally realized that Rongji really knew how to play chess, and even had the possibility to play better than her. Next, she began to pay more attention to Rongji's side. Seeing that Rongji had resolved the predicament Feng Tingshan had created for her in a way she hadn't thought of, her heart fluttered. Her heart sank even more directly when she heard Elder Qin's applause. Rongji was very serious and didn't focus on anything else, she only had the chess game in front of her in her mind. At the moment the situation was stable for her, but she knew that to win, almost. She paused and looked at Feng Tingshan. Feng Tingshan made another move. Rongju stopped moving his hand. Elder Ji saw this and smiled, wonderful indeed. I didn't expect to see such a wonderful game of chess in this place, and the game was played by two young people, not bad not bad. Qin Lao disliked his noise and interrupted his own thoughts, don't make a sound. Quartermaster. It was only after several minutes that Rongji returned to Sun, slightly wrenching the tilted situation back. 2 minutes later, Feng Tingshan responded down. Rongji put the chess pieces twisted in his hands, back into the board, and said, I lost. There are still a few more steps to be taken, but defeat is assured. There's no need for that. With that, she stood up and was about to leave when Feng Tingshan suddenly spoke, another game? Rongru paused in his steps, but sat back down. Seeing this, Elder Ji laughed, this kid looks peaceful and quiet, yet he still took the initiative to want to play chess with this Feng family kid on such an occasion. It should be because he would rarely encounter such a strong opponent as the Feng family kid in normal times, right? So much so that now that it's so hard to come across, he doesn't want to miss it. This is what he said to Yu Mohan. Yu Mohan could see it too. He nodded, yeah. Ji Lao guessed, you shouldn't be able to get under her. Even though Yu Mohan was another genius in the circle after Feng Tingshan. Yu Mohan was honest, down but. After all, before, Rongji had accompanied Nan Jiji to play chess. Though, no wins. However, from Nan Jiji's reaction and comments, it was clear that Rongji was actually already a very formidable opponent. Plus, she's so young. And Nan Jiji is said to have never lost a game of chess after he was in his teens. There were arguably not many people, young or old, male or female, who could receive such an appraisal from Nan Jiji. From this, it was clear that Rongji's chess skills were indeed possible. While they chatted, Rongji and Feng Tingshan had already packed up the chessboard. Feng Tingshan said, or you first? You first. She had just lost him by more than one stroke. She wanted to know where her limitations were. As Ji Lao had guessed, she was the one who hadn't encountered a formidable opponent in a long time besides Nan Jiji. She really didn't want to miss this opportunity. So now, in her eyes, Feng Tingshan was just her opponent in chess. Other than that, there is nothing else. And she wouldn't back down from playing chess with him just because he was Feng Tingshan. Hearing her say that, Feng Tingshan didn't insist. This time, he was the first to play. For the rest, they continued to play chess in silence, without any conversation with each other so to speak. Yet, for some reason, both Elder Ji and Elder Qin, they both realized in their chess watching that there seemed to be a tacit understanding between them. It was as if, instead of being strangers, they had known each other for a long time. Chapter 121, Treating with a Different Eye. They looked at Feng Tingshan, then at Rongji, then landed their eyes on Linwu and slowly frowned. In the midst of the silence, Feng Tingshan suddenly spoke, it's been a long time since you played chess? Rongru was in the middle of dismantling his layout, and when she heard that, she didn't look up and let out a hum. She basically hasn't played chess since she married him. Feng Tingshan, I can tell it's a bit rusty. Rongji didn't reply to his words again, focusing on the chess game. The situation is not in her favor right now. It looked like there was a good way out near Feng Tingshan's side, but in reality, the dark chess pieces he had laid down were hibernating around, waiting for her to take the bait so that he could catch her in a jar. Thinking for a moment, Rongji bypassed the trap he laid and landed in another spot. The situation is finally clear again. It was Feng Tingshan's turn to be at a disadvantage. Feng Tingshan raised an eyebrow and smiled, and only after a while did he drop his sun again. The situation is once again becoming scorched. After a few more back and forths, Rongji was narrowly defeated. Pity. Elder Ji said, however, this game is even more exciting than the one just now. This game did not have the advantage of a first move, but in the first game, he was able to recognize part of his opponent's game path, and many times he used his body to enter the game while playing dark moves to block his opponent's attack. To have this power of observation, memory, and the ability to control the overall situation at such a young age is remarkable. As the words left his mouth, he told Qin Lao with a single word, you can't play her either. Qin Lao. I know. Because if he had been the one who was playing against Feng Tingshan just now, he wouldn't have been able to walk so far away from Rongru. Gathering up the pieces, Rongji stood up, and seeing that she didn't seem to intend to continue, Feng Tingshan spoke, "Another game?" At those words, Lin Wu pursed her lips. Before Rongji could say anything, someone else said, "Yes, the gap is so small now, another round might be enough to win." Yeah. Rongru, however, shook his head, "No. The gap in that game just now seemed to be very small, and it was as if she had already figured out Feng Tingshan's chess path halfway through. But who knew that what she thought was groping him halfway through wasn't a deliberate illusion he was creating?" Thinking about it, she left without looking back, giving up her seat. Elder Li went up to fill the vacancy. Yumohan stepped forward and said, "Going back for a drink?" Rongji, good. Ji Lao saw Yumashuan and Rongji close relationship, footsteps a beat, you family that little youngest, but also quite blessed. Xin Lao nodded, yes. Before, they had felt that Lin Wu was already quite good. But after seeing Rongji's 2 games against each other, they realized that Rongji was even better. It could be said that they were not even on the same level with each other in terms of chess. Rongji was calm and intelligent, her eyes were clean, and she looked like she was still very well tutored. They had thought about whether or not to inquire about whether or not Rongji had a boyfriend, but in the end, just as they were about to walk over to her, they were taken a step faster by Yumohan. Elder Ji said, "It's quite a match," said the man, looking at Ji Qingyue beside him. Ji Qingyue instantly understood what he meant. With a helpless smile, he looked at the direction where Rongji and Yumohan had left and withdrew his eyes after a few seconds. After Rongyu and Yumohan went over to the long court and sat there for a while, Lin Lilan and Lin Lihai came over. In their opinion, Rongji had just taken the initiative to play chess with Feng Tingshan, but she was actually trying to get Feng Tingshan's attention so that Feng Tingshan wouldn't divorce her. Moreover, during the chess game, Feng Tingshan was clearly treating her a little differently, and his attitude towards her was better than before. This is not a good sign. They want to come over and talk to her. Lin Lihai, little rhetoric. Before Rongji could say anything, Yumohan laughed, "Is Mr. Lin coming over here to tell everyone about the relationship between you and Xiaoji?" Lin Lihai's smile stiffened slightly, then he smiled sarcastically, "Mr. Yu, I have something I want to say to Xiaoji, please." Yumohan didn't even need to wait for Rongji to speak as he said, "If Mr. Lin wants everyone to know about your relationship with Xiaoji, I'm welcome to whatever you have to say." Lin Lihai didn't want to offend Yumohan. Upon hearing this, he had no choice but to leave with Lin Lilan. Just before he left, he told Rongji, "I'll give you a call later, remember." Rongji didn't say anything. She didn't bother with him. As for phone calls, they are not to be answered. Yumohan was upset in his heart. You really want to break the pot. Why wouldn't young Che want to? It's just that, when it came to her and Feng Tingshan, she could never find the evidence to prove her innocence. If she really tore her face off with the Lin family in public, Feng Tingshan and He Changbai, who were trying to protect Lin Wu, would probably attack her with this matter. What's more, she'd seen the Sun family's ability to beat up people backwards. Isn't her mother still in a nursing home? Rongji and Yumohan chatted for a while, and when he turned his head sideways, he realized that Feng Tingshan and the others were no longer playing chess. It was getting late, so they went to find old Mrs. Rong. Old Mrs. Rong and Elder Ji had just finished talking about the painting. Ji Lao had another friend over and went to greet his friend. Old Mrs. Rong didn't want to continue disturbing Elder Ji, and when she saw that Rong Chi had come to her, she wanted to leave. Learning that they were leaving, Ji Lao came out on purpose and gave old lady Rong the Pine Mountain painting that she loved so much. After exchanging pleasantries, Rong Ji and the others left. Before they left, they saw Feng Tingshan, Lin Wu and the others sitting over in the gazebo drinking tea and chatting. Feng Tingshan, Lin Wu and the others found them. Feng Tingshan glanced towards Rong Chi, then withdrew his sight and continued to chat with He Changbai and Chi Yukuan. When Lin Wu saw this, she hooked her lips in a smile and moved her eyes away as well. He Changbai instead nodded at Rongji and the others. Rongji and Yumohan nodded their heads in greeting and left without looking back. Day 2. Both Rongjua and Yumohan went to work at Changmo as usual. With the company's latest projects slowly starting to fall into place, they still had a lot to keep them busy, and they were quick to give it their all. These next few days were busy as hell, so to speak. On this day, Rongji received apples from several people from her company. Rongji froze and said, "Christmas is here? So soon?" "Yeah. My co-worker stretched, the holiday atmosphere outside is pretty strong. I'm also planning to go out with my friends after work to liven things up a bit. How about you? Any arrangements?" Rongji sniffed and shook his head with a smile, putting down the apple in his hand and continuing his work. At the end of the workday, Rongji remembered that a pot of flowers in his house was a bit wilted, and he planned to go buy a new pot. When I got to the mall, I realized that, as my co-worker had said, there were Christmas trees and Santas all around the walkway. The festival atmosphere is very strong. The streets are bustling with pedestrians, all in each other's company. Rongji looked at the scene after scene of lively scene in front of him, and suddenly became a bit unable to walk. Chapter 122 Meeting Ji Qingyue. Feng Jingxin especially loves Christmas. She used to decorate and set up the Christmas tree at home with her every year. They also come out to shop on Christmas Day and join in with the people around them, soaking up the strong Christmas spirit on the streets. But ever since Fong Jingxin followed Fong Tingxin overseas, she had never spent Christmas with her. No, it should be said that she has completely stopped celebrating Christmas. Granted, she was already going to put it down. But in the end, it was the daughter she had carried in October and brought up herself for so many years. Now, as she looked around her on the bustling street, bits and pieces of her past still came to her, disturbing her peace.
Ms. Young?
Rongji turned back.
It's Ji Tingyue. She nodded politely. Mr. Ji. Why are you here alone?
Rongji collected the emotions under his eyes and smiled, came out to buy some greenery to go home. Ji Qingyue came over. In fact, it was not far away that he saw Rongji standing alone in the crowd, his silhouette and demeanor silent.
There seems to be an unmistakable sadness. He didn't understand young ruler.
I wonder what on earth could have made her so sad?
He asked. Want a drink?
Rongru shook her head. I'm going to buy some things and then I'm going to go home.
Saying that, he politely asked, why are you here alone?
Ji Qingyue said, I came out to eat with a friend, but he had something to do and left early. Ji Qingyue heard that she came here temporarily and probably didn't know that there were activities here later, and said, there will be a large fireworks show here in a while, do you want to stay and watch it? It wasn't like he was asking her on a date when he asked.
Just informing her.
Rongji laughed, so that's how it is, no wonder this side seems to be especially crowded. Rongru and Ji Qingyu were not familiar with each other, and when she said that, she was about to speak, and the words she wanted to say stopped when she saw the three figures that suddenly appeared in the crowd. It was Fong Tingxin, Lin Wu, Fong Jingxin and them. They headed over toward the plaza.
It also seems that they came over specifically to see the fireworks show.
When Ji Qingyue saw her expression and looked over sideways, she saw Fong Tingxin and Lin Wu, as well as a little girl. He froze. He had previously heard from Ren Halberd Wind that since some time ago, there had been an additional rumor in the circle that Fong Tingxin already had a child. Over the years, there were also rumors in the circle that Fong Tingxin was married.
But this news has never been confirmed. True or false, many people don't know.
Regarding the fact that Fong Tingxin already had a child, many people actually thought that it could be blackmail.
That's what he thought at the time.
Now that he saw Fong Tingxin and Lin Wu bringing a little girl out to play on such a festive day, he was quite surprised. However, even if that was the case, it didn't mean that little girl was Fong Tingxin's daughter, did it? Moreover, Lin Wu had heard that she was only about 25 years old, and it was rumored that she had been studying abroad before.
She can't go to grad school for a PhD and get pregnant and have a baby at the same time, can she? It doesn't make sense.
When he thought of this, Fong Tingxin and Lin Wu and their figures had already disappeared into the crowd. He looked over at Rongji. Rongji had also withdrawn his eyes. Ji Qingyue remembered that she and Lin Wu were not dealing with each other, however, she just now looked a little strange when she saw Fong Tingxin and Lin Wu in them.
He asked, want to go over for a walk? Fireworks show? Rongju would have been quite eager to see it. But now.
However, because of Fong Tingxin and Lin Wu, they purposely didn't watch the fireworks show she wanted to see, so it was a bit of a loss. With that thought, she smiled and said, good. They passed with the crowd. Just as we got over the fence, brilliant fireworks exploded on the opposite bank, causing a chorus of gasps and laughter all around us, but soon drowned out in the loud noise of the fireworks. Many people on the scene took pictures and made wishes.
Seeing that Rongji just watched silently without making any other moves, he asked, want to take a video for you?
Rongru shook his head, no, I'll just watch.
Ji Qingyue didn't ask any more questions. Just then, Lin Wu looked their way.
They were several meters away, but Ji Qingyue was of superior height and had an outstanding appearance, and she saw him at a glance. Having met with Ji Qingyue a few times, they were considered acquaintances. Lin Wu was just thinking about whether or not she should say something to Fong Tingxin, who was holding Fong Jingxin, and go over to say hello to someone when she saw Rongji, who had just been enveloped by Ji Qingyue's body. When she saw Rongji, the smile on her face sank abruptly.
How did they end up here together? This is the kind of event that is usually watched only by families or couples together.
There was basically no intersection between Rongji and Ji Qingyue, except for a dance together at the previous banquet.
How did they?
She looked a few more times and realized that there were indeed only two people, Ji Qingyue and Rongji.
Auntie Woohoo, look, it's so beautiful.
At that moment, Fong Jingxin noticed Lin Wu looking away. Not wanting her to miss out on the highlights, she bent down and came up to Lin Wu's ear to share it with her loudly and happily. Lin Wu twisted her head back. Well, Auntie saw it.
Fong Tingxin looked over, but realized that she seemed a bit distracted. What's wrong? Lin Wu was busy saying, it's nothing.
Fong Jingxin's attention was attracted by the fireworks show on the other side of the river, so she didn't purposely look towards Rongji's side and didn't notice Rongji. Fong Tingxin sidled over to talk to Lin Wu, but happened to see Rongji. Because Ji Qingyue was talking to her, Rongji's line of sight was also towards their side. The two of them locked eyes, just like that, across the room. Rongji gave a start, pursed his lips, and withdrew his eyes. At this time, Ji Qingyue turned around and came back, watching the fireworks normally, and his side face just appeared in Feng Tingshan's eyes. Although there was only a side face, Feng Tingshan recognized him at once. When Lin Wu saw Feng Tingshan notice Rongji and Ji Qingyu, she said, "It's amazing that they would come together to watch the fireworks show." "Aha!" Feng Tingshan responded in a faint voice and withdrew his gaze. Seeing Feng Tingshan so indifferent, not caring at all, Lin Wu hooked her lips and smiled. But, thinking that Ji Qingyue would appear here with Rongji, the corners of her hooked lips quickly sank again, looking over to Rongji's side once more. Ji Qingyue also happened to look over. Seeing that Lin Wu seemed to have noticed him, he nodded towards her. Lin Wu smiled and nodded in response. They were considered acquaintances, and logically he should have come over to say hello to Lin Wu. But thinking that Rongji and Lin Wu seemed to have quite a deep misunderstanding, he didn't go over. Lin Wu looked on, frowned, and slowly withdrew her gaze as well. Aside from that glance just now, Feng Tingshan didn't look towards Rongji's side again. As for Feng Jingxin, she took his cell phone and looked at it while taking pictures, smiling very happily, completely not realizing that Rongji was not far away from her. Chapter 123. She is Tingshan's daughter. "Missy, want to buy a candy cane?" Rongji turned back. Sugar plums with full flesh and attractive colors caught her eye, and her heart fluttered. It had been a long time since she'd had a candy cane, too. Thinking of this, she looked over toward Feng Jingxin. Unsurprisingly, he saw Feng Jingxin holding a bunch of sugar gourds in her hand, eating them happily. On top of that, Lin Wu had a bunch of red roses in her hand at some point. She snuggled up next to Feng Tingshan and talked to him while Feng Jingxian handed her the candy cane she had taken a bite of. Lin Wu took it with a smile and took a bite right into Feng Jingxin's hand, and after Feng Jingxin took another bite, she handed it to Feng Tingshan. Only Feng Tingshan shook his head, not knowing what to say, and did not eat. Rongji withdrew his eyes and said to the lady selling candy canes, "I want a bunch of strawberries." When the words fell, and he was about to ask Ji Qingyue if he wanted to, when she invited him, Ji Qingyue took the lead and said, "I'll do it." As the words fell, he took the lead in pulling out his cell phone to pay and took the gourd skewer handed over by the young lady and handed it to her. A string of candy canes is only $20 out. Seeing this, Rongru reached out to take it and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." As they spoke, they didn't notice that Lin Wu and Feng Tingshan happened to look their way. He also happened to see the scene of Ji Qingyue pulling out his cell phone to pay for Rongji to buy sugar gourds. Feng Tingshan's eyes deepened slightly, and the smile on Lin Wu's face fell silent once again. Neither Rongji nor Ji Qingyue paid any attention to them. This fireworks show will last about 20 minutes. The fireworks show continued and they continued to turn around to watch the fireworks. Feng Jingxin twisted her head back. "Dad, Auntie Woohoo, what are you looking at?" Feng Tingshan retracted his gaze. "It's nothing." Lin Wu smiled back. A few minutes later, the fireworks show finally came to a close. Rongji said, "Thank you for bringing me to see the fireworks, and also, thank you for the candy canes." "Getting ready to go back?" "Well, go get some greenery and head back," she said. Ji Qingyue didn't hold back too much and said, "Good. Bye. Bye." Young Yu left. Ji Qingyue followed the flow of people and was about to go to the parking lot to drive away. As a result, only after walking a few steps, he was called out, "Qingyue?" It was Ren Halberd's voice. Ji Qingyue turned back. "Halberd Wind." Ren Halberd Wind walked over. "Why did you come over here?" "Came over to have dinner with a friend." He said, "What about you?" Ren Halberd Wind blushed a bit unnaturally and said, "I'm pretty much the same." "I'm ready to go back, aren't you?" "I." Just as he opened his mouth, Ren Halberd Wind's voice paused, his eyes looking into the distance, having difficulty moving his eyes away. Ji Qingyue followed his line of sight and realized that he was seeing Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu in them. They didn't seem to have any intention of leaving and went to the cafe. Ren Halberd Wind's sight did not retract. That girl. Could it be that the rumors are true? Feng Tingshan really already has a daughter? Ji Qingyue didn't really care much about this matter. He said, "Maybe." Ren Halberd Wind stood still and didn't move, his thin lips pursed. If that girl was really Feng Tingshan's daughter, wouldn't Lin Wu have to suffer a lot in the future if she stayed with him? Moreover, there were also rumors that Feng Tingshan was already married. If this thing is also true, if Feng Tingshan and his ex-wife got entangled over the child in the future, wouldn't Lin Wu be even more aggrieved? Ji Qingyue's cell phone rang. After a moment, he put down his cell phone and said, "I've got a few things to do, I'm going back first, want to join me?" Ren Halberd Wind returned to his senses, his eyes deepened, and said, "No, I still have to wait for someone, you go back first, and we'll get together again next time when we have time." "Good." Ji Qingyue is gone. After his figure disappeared, Ren Halberd Wind walked over towards the cafe. He had just pushed open the door of the cafe when he met up with Lin Wu, who was about to take Feng Jingxian to the restroom. Both stopped in their tracks. Lin Wu saw him and said, "Mr. Ren? What a coincidence." "Aha!" Ren Halberd Wind closed the door, his eyes glanced around the cafe, and then saw Feng Tingshan, who was ordering food from the waiter. He withdrew his eyes and dropped them on Feng Jingxin. With just that one glance, he was almost certain that Feng Jingxin was Feng Tingxin's daughter. Because Feng Jingxin's face resembled Feng Tingxin's by 4 or 5 points. Despite this thought, he asked, "This is?" Lin Wu lowered her eyes and said, "Tingxin's daughter."
Sure enough. Reinhalbert Win's heart sank. At this time, Feng Jingxin spoke up, "Auntie Wuhu, who is this handsome uncle?"
Lin Wu bent down, nudged Feng Jingxian's little nose, and smiled gently, "Auntie's friend."
Feng Jingxian, oh.
Lin Wu asked Reinhalbert Wind again, "Mr. Rin is meeting a friend." Before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Feng Jingxin. She shook Lin Wu's arm. "Auntie Wu, quickly take me to the restroom." She'd had milk tea earlier, and her need to pee was getting more and more urgent, and she was getting a little bit of a stance to hold it in. Seeing how Lin Wu seemed to want to continue talking to Reinhalbert Wind, she didn't hold back and interrupted her. It was also because of the urgency to urinate that the words she uttered also sounded like she was ordering Lin Wu. Reinhalbert Wind saw how Lin Wu was so gentle with Feng Jingxian, but Feng Jingxian looked as if she was bossing her around. He wrinkled his bushy eyebrows once more. But Lin Wu didn't care at all about the way she looked at Feng Jingxian with the same gentleness and patience, saying, "Okay, Auntie knows, it's Auntie's fault, Auntie will take you there now." The words fell, thought she said to Reinhalbert Wind, "I'll leave first, see you in a while." When Reinhalbert Wind saw this, his heart was even more unfavorable. But he was in no position to say anything now, so he said, "I happen to be going to the restroom too, why don't you join me?" Lin Wu smiled and said, "Good." Feng Jingxin was really in a hurry. Seeing that Lin Wu was still taking her time, she couldn't wait any longer, letting go of Lin Wu's hand and running towards the restroom side herself. Lin Wu saw that and couldn't care less about Reinhalbert Wind, busy following, "Xian, wait for me." When Reinhalbert Wind saw it, he even felt that Feng Jingxian was too capricious. Feng Jingxin was about to speak, but he suddenly stopped and looked over toward the side. "Heart?" Lin Wu followed up and saw that she wasn't running, but standing still, and in her heart she immediately guessed that it was possible that she had seen Rongji. Looking at Reinhalbert Wind, who was following up quickly, her eyes flickered slightly and she pulled Feng Jingxin as she said, "Xinxin, don't we have to go to the restroom? Let's." Aha! Feng Jingxin looked left and right several times, but did not see Rongji again, and felt that she should have blurred her eyes, so she did not look for it again, and ran to the restroom in a hurry. Rongji was indeed in the direction Feng Jingxian had just looked at, but she was blocked by people, and the shopping mall was crowded with people, so she didn't notice them. Chapter 124. Let Feng Tingxin warn me? After a while, Lin Wu, Reinhalbert Wind and the others came out of the restroom. Feng Jingxin was at the age of curiosity. He was interested in everything he saw along the way, looking here and there and talking to Lin Wu. Lin Wu always smiled and answered. As Reinhalbert Wind looked on, he felt that she was very devoted to Feng Tingxin's child, and felt even more that it wasn't easy to bring up a child. Coming back to the coffee shop, the first time Reinhalbert Wind looked over towards Feng Tingxin's side, and found Feng Tingxin leisurely drinking coffee while flipping through the magazine in his hand. It just seems like a throwaway. Reinhalbert Wind gave a slight lurch. Just now, on his way to the restroom, Reinhalbert Wind said that he had also arranged to meet a friend at a coffee shop. Once inside the cafe, Lin Wu asked, "Is your friend here?" Reinhalbert Wind shook his head, "Not yet." "Why don't you come over and sit with us then? You guys are out on a date and it doesn't seem right for me to come over and interrupt." Lin Wu laughed, "It's okay, Tingxin won't mind." Reinhalbert Wind then joined Lin Wu and the others and walked over towards Feng Tingxin's side. Going over there, the first thing Reinhalbert Wind noticed was a bouquet of bright red roses placed next to Feng Tingxin's seat. It didn't take much thought to realize that this rose was definitely sent to Lin Wu by Feng Tingxin. It seemed that Feng Tingxin wasn't as bad to Lin Wu as he had just thought. "Dad, we're home." Feng Jingxin opened his mouth and went back to his seat at the first opportunity. Feng Tingxin responded and looked sideways at Lin Wu before realizing that Ren Haifeng was also there. He spoke, "Mr. Ren?" Reinhalbert Wind said, "I just ran into Ms. Lin at the door and saw that you were there, so I came over to say hello." After Feng Tingxin shook hands with someone and exchanged pleasantries, Reinhalbert Wind still didn't sit down when he saw how well the three of them were getting along, but said, "My friend should be coming soon, so I won't sit down, next time." Feng Tingxin didn't force himself and said, "Good." Reinhalbert Wind gave Lin Wu another look before turning away and finding an empty seat not far from Feng Tingxin and the others. Feng Tingxin and the others didn't speak loudly. What they said, he wasn't sure. After 20 minutes or so, Feng Tingxin and the others were ready to leave. Before he left, he came over to say hello. "Reinhalbert Wind, leaving?" "Right." Feng Tingxin said, "See you next time." Feng Tingxin left. See Lin Wu and Feng Jingxian did not leave. Reinhalbert Wind asked, "How do you?" Lin Wu laughed. Tingxin went to the underground parking lot to bring the car over. They were not far from the road here, but the underground parking lot was huge, and Feng Tingxin driving the car to the side to pick them up was indeed a very considerate move. Reinhalbert Wind smiled. Lin Wu smiled and asked again, "Did your friend come?" Reinhalbert Wind shook his head, "No." Lin Wu lowered her eyes. A flash of realization flashed under her eyes, but she didn't poke at it and asked, "Then do you still want to keep waiting?" Ren Halberd said, no. After they chatted for a while, Feng Tingshan called Lin Wu over. Lin Wu said, we should go. Ren Halberd, good. After leaving the coffee shop, Lin Wu and Ren Halberd were saying their goodbyes when Feng Jingxian suddenly broke away from Lin Wu's hand and looked over to the side. Heart? Feng Jingxian felt that this time she really saw Rong Zhu. But there were too many people in front of her, and she was too small and too short to see them all at once. She said to Lin Wu, Auntie Wu, it seems like I really saw just now. Lin Wu interrupted, your father is waiting for us, let's go. Feng Jingxian looked again to make sure she didn't see Rongji before leaving with Lin Wu. Looking at their backs as they left, Ren Halberd was about to leave when he saw Rongji standing not far to the side. He stalled on his feet. After reacting, he didn't intend to pay attention and was about to leave when he saw that Rongji's line of sight was falling on Lin Wu and Feng Jingxian. At this time, Rongji's face and eyes were cold. What's more, he felt that the way Rongji looked at Lin Wu was like looking at an enemy. Regarding this cold look in Rongji's eyes, he felt that Rongji might even be unfavorable to Lin Wu. Ren Halberd looked at her and felt that she was still holding a grudge against Lin Wu. He walked over. Rongru carried a lot of things in his hand. There are 2 pots of greenery and a couple of crafts to decorate the home. Crafts are bought on a whim. Since she had been busy with her own things ever since she moved to her current place, she hadn't put much effort into decorating her home, which was actually relatively empty and didn't have much in the way of decorations. I was out shopping for greenery this time, and when I saw the crafts next door that decorated the hall cabinets, I picked out a few pieces. When she came out, she didn't expect to run into Lin Wu and Feng Jingxian again. After Lin Wu and Feng Jingxian left, she was about to leave as well, but then she saw Ren Halberd walking towards her and told her, what do you want? Rongru stopped in his tracks, what do you mean? Ren Halberd said, she doesn't even care about you, you're not important to her at all, yet you hold a grudge against her until now, do you think it's interesting? Not bothering to care about me? Rongji's eyes went cold when he heard this, you still see her as quite noble. In Ren Halberd eyes, Lin Wu was indeed good at everything. Before he could say anything, Rongji added, so? What do you want to say to me? To warn me not to hurt her? Ren Halberd did mean it. Rongru sneered again and said, Feng Tingshan hasn't even said this to me yet, Mr. Rin, but you came over to me to say. So what position are you in to say this to me? Lin Wu's crush? Ren Halberd really didn't want to hide his fondness and appreciation for Lin Wu here at Rongji. Hearing someone say that, he said coldly, so, you mean for me to remind Feng Tingshan to beware of you? Speaking of which, he recalled the previous banquet where Feng Tingshan went to find Rongji to dance. At that time, both he and Ji Qingyue felt that Feng Tingshan took the initiative to go over to Rongji just to warn her not to target Lin Wu. Thinking of this, he added, or, do you think Feng Tingshan's previous warning was too mild for you? Rongji didn't say anything, just looked at him. Ren Halberd felt that her eyes with a smile were tinged with scorn. Before he could respond, Rongru asked him, are you really Rinian's son? Although she did not have much contact with Rinian, Rinian had both the gentleness of an elder and the aura and connotation of a person in power in her eyes. Other than her face, she didn't see any of Rinian in Ren Jifeng. However, it was also possible that Ren Halberd was too in love with his brain and too fond of Lin Wu to be blinded by his feelings. Ren Halberd didn't expect her to actually bring up her father. That tone, as if she knew his father. But how could she have known his father? He sank down, what do you mean? Instead of answering, Rongru said, don't you want Feng Tingshan to warn me? Fine, I'll wait. With those words, she turned and left without looking back. Chapter 125, she'd like you to visit her. Feng Tingshan and Feng Jingxian had just returned to the villa when Feng Tingshan's cell phone rang. Feng Tingshan picked up the phone. A few moments later, he put away his cell phone, put the jacket he had just taken off back on again, and then said to Feng Jingxian, who had gone upstairs with him, your grandma accidentally fell and was injured and admitted to the hospital, so dad went over to the hospital, so you should rest early. Feng Jingxian worriedly said, I also want to visit my grandma. You have school tomorrow, so go over there after school tomorrow. Well. Feng Tingshan turned around and went out the door. At this time, Feng Jingxian's cell phone rang. She was busy picking up her cell phone and looking at it. Upon seeing that it was spam, she lost it and beamed. She had just called her mom's on the way back to find out if the person she had just seen at the mall was her. But mom didn't pick up. Now that a message came through on her cell phone, she thought it was a message from her mom. Unexpectedly. But then, thinking about it, she thought that if her mom was really free to come out shopping on Christmas, she would definitely ask her to join her. She should be looking at it the wrong way. An hour later. Metro City Center Orthopedic Hospital. Feng Tingshan had already checked with the doctor. Mrs. Feng has a shattered leg bone on the large side of her leg and needs surgery to replace it. However, we can't change the bone today, we have to observe and get a clear picture of the old lady's health before we can schedule the operation. The rest of the Feng family is currently out of town. Currently the ones who came to the hospital, besides Feng Tingshan, were the housekeeper of the old mansion, and Chen Ma who usually took care of the old lady's living. As for the others, the butler had already informed them one by one. Seeing Feng Tingshan come over, the butler was busy getting up to greet him. Mrs. Feng lay on her side, saw him coming, closed her eyes and ignored him. Feng Tingshan pulled a chair over and sat down on her side, saying, "Still angry?" What he was talking about was the fact that some time ago, he had opened a project in the phone group specifically for the Lin and Sun families. Since then, Mrs. Feng no longer even answered his phone calls. Mrs. Feng didn't say anything. Feng Tingshan was silent for a moment before saying, "What do you want me to do?" Old Mrs. Feng finally opened her eyes and said, "You don't know?" Feng Tingshan did know. He said lightly, "Got it, I'll have it taken care of tomorrow." The treatment he was talking about was naturally having the Lin and Sun family members leave the phone group and taking back the projects that were released for them to work on. And Feng Tingshan naturally knew what the old lady was talking about, and he frowned. "Grandma." Mrs. Feng closed her eyes. Feng Tingshan didn't speak again either. After a while, old Mrs. Feng said, "Go away." Feng Tingshan didn't leave and tucked her in. After a while, the doctor came over and talked to Feng Tingshan about Mrs. Feng's situation, informing him that Mrs. Feng could schedule her surgery the day after tomorrow. Bone replacement surgery has a relatively low level of risk, and if there are no accidents, you will be able to walk on your own with the help of a walker about a month after the surgery. After the doctor left, in the corridor, looking at old Mrs. Feng's back in the ward, the housekeeper said, "The old lady actually wants to see young grandma Sun, however, she won't let me call young grandma Sun." What old Mrs. Feng meant was that she felt sorry for Rongji, and now that she was injured, how could she be so kind as to let her come over to see her? Feng Tingshan, I know. The butler didn't say anything else and went inside the ward. That night, Feng Tingshan didn't leave. The next morning, Feng Tingshan's mother Sang Qian, Feng Tinglin and others rushed back one after another. Learning that Feng Tingshan had guarded the hospital all night, he told him to go back and rest first. Feng Tingshan said to the old lady, "I'll come back to see you in the evening." Mrs. Feng ignored him. Feng Tingshan left the hospital and dialed a phone out. An hour or so later, the Lin and Sun families received the news that they had been kicked out of the program. They immediately contacted Lin Wu. Lin Wu said, "It's old Mrs. Feng. She fell last night." The Sun and Lin families didn't expect this to happen. Sun Manchan said, "Then Feng old lady shouldn't also take the opportunity to ask Tingshan to break up with you and ask him not to divorce Rongru, right?" Lin Wu pursed her lips. They chatted a bit more before she hung up. At that moment, someone knocked on the door and came in. "Director Lin, the meeting is about to begin." "Got it," Lin Wu said, putting down her cell phone and leaving the office, and as she was preparing to head to the conference room, she happened to see Rongji, who was chatting about her work with General Manager Quan. Although she knew that the cooperation between Xuandu and Changmo was still continuing, and the technicians on Changmo's side needed to come to Xuandu every once in a while for system maintenance, she didn't expect to run into Rongji and Xuandu so coincidentally today. Rongji noticed someone looking at her, and after looking over and realizing it was Lin Wu, she didn't hesitate for a second to avert her eyes. At 10 o'clock or so, Rongji turned around to go to the restroom, but as she stepped out of the doorway, she saw Feng Tingshan. He had arrived at some point and was leaning against the wall, looking as if he was waiting for someone. Without a second's hesitation in her footsteps, she was about to cross him and leave, but Feng Tingshan looked over and spoke. "Grandma fell down last night and broke the thigh bone on one side, needing a bone replacement." Rongji stopped violently and turned his head back. Feng Tingshan added the hospital where Mrs. Feng was hospitalized, as well as the ward number, and then added, "She quite wants you to visit her." Rongji didn't say anything and was about to turn around and leave when Lin Wu happened to walk out from inside. She was also a bit surprised to see Feng Tingshan, because she didn't know that Feng Tingshan had actually come to Xuandu as well. And they're still talking together. She stopped and pursed her lips. Rongji didn't care about the two of them anymore, and then he turned around and went to the restroom. When she came back after going to the restroom, Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu were no longer there. She went back to her work. At about 11 o'clock, after doing the adjustments and maintenance, she and the rest of Nagamo left Xuandu and went back to Nagamo. At lunchtime, Rongji told old lady Rong about old lady Feng's fall. Old Mrs. Rong was startled. She said, "Come with me to the hospital tonight to see her." Regardless of how things were between Rong Ru and Feng Tingshan, old Mrs. Feng had helped the Rong family a lot during their most difficult time back then. It could be said that without old Mrs. Feng's help back then, there would be no Rong family today. This love, old Mrs. Rong would never forget. Rongji listened and said, "Good." In the afternoon, Rong Ru got off work early and went back to the Rong family for a meal before picking up Mrs. Rong and heading to the orthopedic hospital. "Mom!" They had just arrived at the hospital when Feng Jingxin saw them and ran towards them, then she jumped over and hugged her legs. Chapter 126 Mom, I miss you so much. Rongji wasn't surprised to see her and reached out to touch her head. "Came over after school?" "Aha!" Feng Jingxin was happy to see her but said, calling old Mrs. Rong again, "Great-grandmother." Old Mrs. Rong had just responded when Feng Tingshan walked out of the hospital room. Seeing them coming, he nodded at them. Old Mrs. Rong looked cold, but didn't say anything. Rongji also only glanced at him before withdrawing his gaze. Seeing that Feng Jingxin seemed to have something she wanted to say to her, she said, "Mom and your grandmother went in first to see your grandma." Oh. When Feng Jingxin heard this, she had to temporarily put down her desire to confide, reached out to hold Rongji's hand, and went inside the hospital room with her. Feng Jingxin received the flowers and fruit baskets that Rongji and the girls brought over, and followed them, also going back to the hospital room. When old Mrs. Feng saw Rongji and old Mrs. Rong coming, she then smiled openly with some surprise. "Why are you guys here?" Old Mrs. Rong saw how she was having trouble moving and was about to endure the pain to sit up, so she busily stopped her and said, "You still have the nerve to say that you didn't tell us even after such a big incident." Speaking of this, old Mrs. Feng's smile faded a few points as she glanced at Feng Jingxin, who was personally pouring water for Rongji and old Mrs. Rong, and said, "I don't have the face to see you guys Rongji and old Mrs. Rong took the water Feng Jingxin handed over. Only then did old Mrs. Rong say, "This is between them, how can you be blamed?" "But I." Seeing that Feng Jingxin was still here, old Mrs. Feng couldn't make her words too clear. Old Mrs. Rong patted the back of her hand. "I know it all." Elder Mrs. Feng and Elder Mrs. Rong exchanged pleasantries, and Elder Mrs. Feng placed her eyes on Rongji again. Feng Jingxin hadn't seen Rongji since her last school parent-child activity. So, she was now clinging to Rongji's side, her body all squeezed in between her legs to climb on top of her. Rongji had to put down the glass of water and carried her to sit on his lap. Seeing old Mrs. Rong looking over, she called out, "Grandma." "Hey." Old Mrs. Feng was all smiles. Feng Jingxin was here, so it wasn't good for them to discuss too much about what happened between Rongji and Feng Jingxin. Old Mrs. Rong and Rongji were more chatting about old Mrs. Feng's current situation. Old Mrs. Feng then spoke in detail, and upon learning that she was having surgery tomorrow, old Mrs. Rong said something like, "Then I'll come over tomorrow to keep you company. Then I'll trouble you, old sister." Young's old lady came over and talked with her, and she could be in better spirits. After they chatted for a while, old Mrs. Feng remembered something and said, "You haven't eaten yet, right? This way, Tingxin, you arrange it with." "No need." Old Mrs. Rong interrupted her and said, "Xiao Ji and I came over after dinner." After saying that, he coldly said to Feng Tingxin, "If you and Xinxin haven't eaten yet, you should go eat first." Feng Jingxin has not eaten with Rongji for a long time, heard here, hugged Rongji neck and said, "Mom, I want you so much, oh, you just go with us." Thinking of the scene she saw last night and hearing Feng Jingxin say that she missed her, Rong Ru lowered her eyes and smiled faintly, refusing. "Mom is tired after a long day of work, she doesn't want to walk around, you guys go eat." When Rongji said that, Feng Jingxin really couldn't ask Rongji for anything more. However, as she nestled in Rongji's arms and smelled the familiar scent of Rongji's body, she couldn't bear to get down from her arms. She looked to Feng Tingxin who was sitting on the side, watching them. "Dad, I want to eat here, can we have someone pack and come back here to eat?" Feng Tingxin said, "Good." Feng Jingxin got happy and hugged Rongji even more. Old Mrs. Rong and old Mrs. Feng still had quite a lot of topics to talk about. Rongji sat on the sidelines, instead only occasionally interjecting a couple of words. After a while, Feng Jingxin felt tired and said to Rongji, "Mom, when will you be done with your work?" Rongji didn't want old Mrs. Rong to hear it, and picked her up and went to the sofa on the ward side to sit down before saying, "Not too sure, but if it's not unexpected, Mom should be getting busier and busier." Ha! Feng Jingxin didn't expect it to be like this, and she lost her mind. "So when are you going to be free to take me skiing, Mom?" She's still remembering this. Rongji thought for a moment and said, "Next month." "Really?" "Aha!" Rongru said, "When Mom is free, she will tell you." "Good." Feng Jingxin cheered up. Thinking of last night's incident, Feng Jingxin busily asked, "Right, Mom, did you go out shopping last night?" Rongji gave a start, but said, "Aha. Ha? So the person I saw last night was really you, Mom?" "It's possible." When Rongji's words fell, she realized that Feng Tingxin was looking at her sideways. Feng Jingxin also hadn't been shopping with Rongji for a long time, although there was a time before when she would have found just pure shopping boring. But now that she thought about it, she kinda missed it. She said, "Then next time Mommy is free, can you take me shopping too? We'll also go to Game City to play bumper cars." Rongru withdrew his gaze. "Good." Feng Jingxin couldn't stop talking to her, and at that moment, Feng Tingxin picked up the glass of water that Rongji had just drank from, poured out the water that had already gotten cold, and re-poured her a cup of lukewarm water, placing it on the coffee table in front of her. Rongru looked on and thanked him in a faint voice. "Feng Tingxin, you're welcome." He also took a seat on one of the couches along the way. Old Mrs. Feng and old Mrs. Rong had been chatting just right when they saw the image of the three of them sitting together as a family, and old Mrs. Feng stopped the topic on her lips. Old Mrs. Rong followed her line of sight, but there was nothing to show, and then she withdrew her gaze. Old Mrs. Feng sighed. "You said. Since they've made their decision, don't force them." Old Mrs. Rong said. Old Mrs. Feng listened and sighed again. In no time, the meal Feng Tingxin ordered was delivered. A large table full of food, obviously not just for two. Feng Tingxin said to Rongji, "Let's eat something together." Rongji saw that half of the dishes in it were her favorites. Moreover, Feng Tingshan even had all the people help her arrange the dishes to come to her side. Then Feng Tingshan added, Xinshin, go ask grandmother to come over for dinner. Oh. Only then did Feng Jingshin get off of Rong Qi and went over to pull old Mrs. Rong's hand, telling her to come over and eat. Old Mrs. Feng also advised, go over and eat a little, or I'll be too embarrassed to ask you to come back tomorrow to keep me company. Old Mrs. Young had to go over and sit down at the table. Seeing what Rong Ji had placed in front of her, all the dishes she loved to eat, old Mrs. Rong paused and looked at Feng Tingshan. Chapter 127, Are you two getting back together? Young said calmly. It's still the same. With Feng Tingshan's memory, it was nothing to remember this. The reason why Feng Tingshan prepared all this was probably just to thank them for coming over to visit old Mrs. Feng. It doesn't mean anything else. After dinner, Rongji and old Mrs. Rong sat for another hour or so before they were ready to leave. Seeing that it was getting late, old Mrs. Feng didn't keep them much longer and said to Feng Tingshan, you and Xinshin should go back early too. Good. Feng Tingshan said, I'll come over to see you in the morning. Rongru and Feng Tingshan and the four of them left the hospital room piece by piece. After entering the elevator, Feng Tingshan asked, drove here by yourself? Rongji, aha. Feng Tingshan didn't say anything more, but Feng Jingxian remembered something and busily asked Rongji, then Mom, aren't you going to go home tonight too? Young Ri, well, Mom sent your grandmother home and is planning to stay at your grandmother's house for the night, so she won't be going back. Then I'm going to spend the night at Grandma's too. Although Feng Jingshin is now closer to Feng Tingshan more, but in the heart of old Mrs. Rong, Feng Jingshin is Rongji's daughter no matter what. Hearing Feng Jingshin say that she wanted to go to the Rong family, before Rongji could reply, old Mrs. Rong said with a kind face, good. Rong old lady have said so, Rong rhetoric would not have been able to say anything, but she reminded her, you don't have a change of clothes at your grandmother's. Before Feng Jingshin followed Feng Tingshan out of the country, she often brought Feng Jingshin back to Rongjia. At that time, Rongjia her room, there is also a small half-closet she and her aunt and uncle prepared for Feng Jingshin's clothes. But in the past 2 years, the number of times Feng Jingshin went back to Rong's house with her plummeted, and the child grew up fast, so she and her aunt Himingxua didn't add some new clothes to her every once in a while like they did before. So now the Rong family no longer had any clothes suitable for her to wear. Ha! Feng Jingshin lost it, then. At this time, Feng Tingshan spoke, I'll call someone to send some clothes over later. Rongji paused and didn't say anything else. Feng Jingshin, however, was very happy, yes, I can sleep with mommy today. After leaving the hospital, Feng Jingxian happily followed Rongji to the car, while Feng Tingshan went around to his side of the car and went over to hand Feng Jingxian's school bag to her. Feng Jingshin happily took it, thank you, daddy. Feng Tingshan rubbed her head and glanced at Rongji in the driver's seat, who didn't turn around and said to Feng Jingxian, say goodbye to daddy. Feng Jingxian, bye dad. Bye. As Feng Tingshan's words fell, Rongji raised the window, turned the steering wheel, and drove away. When they returned to Rong's house, Feng Jingshin's clothes had already been delivered. As Feng Jingshin ran upstairs, old Mrs. Rong said to Rongji, the fact that he didn't restrict you from being close to Xinshin is still okay. She was also worried that custody was on Feng Tingshan's side and that Feng Tingshan would not let Rongji see the child. They're bound to get rusty between mother and daughter if this goes on for a long time. That's just cruel to a mother. Rongji didn't explain anything else to Mrs. Rong, but only gave a hymn and told her to take an early rest before going upstairs. The next morning, Rong's family and Feng Jingshin were all having breakfast downstairs. At that moment, a cue came over the security booth outside that they had a visitor. Rongru looked and realized that it was Feng Tingshan's car. Feng Jingshin also came over, and when she saw Feng Tingshan, she said, Ha, it's dad. Mom, quickly let dad come in. Rongju lowered his eyes, aha. The rest of the Rong family had heard the conversation between Rongji and Feng Jingshin. When they learned that Feng Tingshan was coming over, they were all a bit surprised. However, Feng Jingxian was there, so they didn't ask Rongji why Feng Tingshan was coming over. A few moments later, Feng Tingshan arrived. Rongji went out to meet him and asked, Are you here to take my grandmother to the hospital? Feng Tingshan, right. Rongru nodded and said, Wait a moment. Feng Tingshan sniffed and said, Good. And he didn't get out of the car. It took more than 10 minutes for old Mrs. Young to come out of the house. Seeing this, Feng Tingshan got out of the car and pulled the door open for her. Feng Jingshin was also getting ready to go to school and said to Feng Tingshan, Bye dad. Bye. He nodded and said hello to Rongji and the rest of the Rong family before getting into his car and leaving. Rongju also drove Feng Jingxian to school. At 11:30, Rongji was busy at the company when Mrs. Rong's old lady's phone call came. The surgery was a success. Rongji was also relieved. She had just put down her cell phone for a moment when Feng Tingshan's call came back. Young Ju didn't pick up. Then Feng Tingshan sent a message over, We'll be going out for dinner in a while, want to come along? Young said he didn't reply. She believed that Feng Tingshan could understand what she meant by not replying to the message even if he thought about it with his toes. After that, Feng Tingshan really didn't send any more messages over. But just before noon, Chu Xilan's call came in again. Rhetoric, I can't believe I saw your husband, no, future ex-husband, helping your grandmother up the stairs outside the restaurant. Not waiting for Rongji to finish, she asked again, could it be that you guys have already broken the mirror when I didn't know? No. Rongji flipped through the book while telling her the news that old lady Feng had fallen and was hospitalized, then added, we went to visit grandma, he's just grateful to us. That's why she made a special effort to come over in person this morning to pick up her grandmother from the hospital. Chu Xilan's tone was lost, just like that, huh? Aha. Moreover, she felt that the more polite and considerate Feng Tingshan acted, the more it meant that he didn't want to owe her and her grandmother. At the end of the day, when he does this, it's really a way of drawing a line in the sand. Only the ones who weren't in their right mind would think he was trying to break things off with her. Tonight, Rongju was a little late getting off work. It was after 7 when she arrived downstairs at the hospital. She had just gotten out of the car when she saw Linwu, who was leaning sideways on the edge of the car. Linwu also saw her. She pursed her lips and scowled coldly at her, but didn't say anything. Rongji closed the car door without looking at her again and carried the flowers into the hospital. The VIP floor was quiet. Rongru just pushed the door in and saw Feng Tingshan, He Changbai, and Chi Yilu and 3 people. Remembering the Lin Wu she had just seen downstairs, she immediately understood that the 4 of them should have come together. As for whether Lin Wu had come in here to see old Mrs. Feng, she didn't know. At the sight of her, Chi Yiluan skimmed his lips. He Changbai rose from his chair instead. Feng Tingshan, however, walked towards her and said, coming? Retracting her eyes, she didn't return to him, and only smiled at old Mrs. Feng when she saw that she had seen it, and said, Grandma. Chapter 128, She's changed her attitude towards you. Seeing Feng Tingshan reach over, she had to hand him the flowers in her arms. She also didn't look at Chi Yiluan and He Changbai in them. She walked towards the bedside and asked Mrs. Feng, how are you feeling now? It still hurts a bit, but it's okay. Old Mrs. Feng, after all, had just finished her surgery not long ago, and were already a bit tired, reaching out towards her, shaking her hand, and saying, tired after a long day of work? Have you eaten yet? Let's go have a meal with Ting Shun and the others in a while. Rongji said, no need grandma, I ate at the company before coming over. Seeing that Rongji was still refusing to get any closer to Feng Tingshan, old Mrs. Feng paused and didn't insist anymore. Rongji chatted with old Mrs. Feng for a while longer. When she saw that Mrs. Feng was tired and wanted to rest, she was ready to leave. Old Mrs. Feng asked Feng Tingshan to see her off, and as Feng Tingshan and the others were also preparing to go to dinner, she went downstairs with them. Into the elevator, see Chi Yiluan probing all the time staring at her, she also turned her head to look at him coldly, see enough? Chi Yulian is almost there. Rongji didn't pay any more attention to him. She was the first one out of the elevator when it arrived. Feng Tingshan and the 3 of them followed her. Look at Rongru distance, they have 2 or 3 steps away. Chi Yiluan to Feng Tingshan ear lowered his voice and said, her attitude towards you, really transformed a lot, is really already put down you? But how do I so not believe it? Feng Tingshan looked at Rongji's back and didn't reply. He Changbai didn't hear what they were saying either and asked, what's being said? Chi Yiluan said the words to He Changbai again. He Changbai reacted in the same way as Feng Tingshan, both looking at Rongji's back without making any comments. As he walked out of the hospital entrance, Feng Tingshan said to Rongji's back, Xin is now at Rong's house. Rongru's footsteps stalled, and without saying anything, he walked over towards the parking lot. Then she realized that Linwu was still there. Seeing them come out, she took 2 steps in their direction. Rongru walked towards his car, while Feng Tingshan and He Changbai, all 3 of them, walked towards Linwu. Rongru got into the car and drove off directly. As for how Feng Tingshan and the 4 of them were, she was completely unconcerned anymore. She drove back to Young's house. Seeing her return, Feng Jingxin, who was playing with Rong Sun and the others, looked up and said, Mommy's back? Rongji closed the door, insulating himself from the cold air outside, took off his jacket, and said, aha. Feng Jingxin put down the tablet, ran over and hugged her legs, saying, Mom, Dad said I can follow you for the next 2 days, so let's go skiing tomorrow morning after visiting Grandma in the hospital, okay? Before Rongji could say anything, Rong Sun and Rong Yuna said, yes cousin, let's go together. Young. Good. Feng Jingxin happily said, then I'll call and tell Dad. When the words fell out, he picked up his cell phone and called Feng Tingshan. Rongji didn't listen to what their father and daughter said, turned around and went upstairs. The next morning, when they arrived at the hospital, Rongji didn't see Linwu anymore. Feng Tingshan, however, seems to have moved his work to the hospital. When she and Feng Jingxin entered the door with them, Feng Tingshan was dealing with paperwork. Feng Jingxin called out, Dad. Before Feng Tingshan could respond, Feng Jingxian saw a side table filled with all sorts of fruits, pastries, and drinks that young people and children love to eat and drink. Feng Jingxin ran over and said happily, wow, lots of delicious food. And milk tea. Aha! Feng Tingshan said, knowing that you guys are coming over, I had someone prepare some. As he spoke, he looked over at Rongji, and when he saw that Rongji ignored him, his eyes fell on Rong Yunha and Rong Sun, nodded to them, got up and said, sit. Fong Tingshin had a strong aura on him, and Rong Sun and Rong Yunha couldn't help but follow his words as they greeted old Mrs. Fong and went over to Fong Jingxayan's side to sit down with Fong Jingxayan and then ate the food that Fong Jingxayan and Fong Tingshin handed over to them. After a few children had eaten, Fong Tingshin handed one over to Rong Ji. Taste it? Seeing old Mrs. Fong looking, Rong Ji took it and said, "Thank you." As her words trailed off, she took a sip, only to realize that it was a strawberry-flavored drink that was very much to her liking. Learning that they were going skiing, old Mrs. Fong said to Fong Tingshin, "Tingshin, you go with Xiaoji and the others." She said, "Skiing is such a dangerous activity, it's too much for Xiaozue to watch the 3 children by herself, you go over there and help her, I have the housekeeper and Chen Ma to take care of them, there's no need for you to keep watch all the time." Rong Ru was about to speak when Fong Tingshin said, "Got it." Fong Jingxayan is happy to learn that Fong Tingshin is also going along. Rong Ji and Fong Jingxayan were ready to leave after they sat in the hospital room for a while. Fong Tingshin packed up the desktop documents and left the ward with Rong Ji and the others. They were there in 2 cars. Fong Jingshin and Rong Sun they all rode in Rong Ju's car. When they arrived at the ski resort, Fong Tingshin helped Fong Jingxayan organize her clothes and goggles, and just then, his cell phone rang. He stepped away and picked up the phone, and after a moment said, "I'll be there later." Fong Jingshin asked, "Dad, who's calling?" Fong Tingshin didn't say anything, then asked her, "Do you want to eat with Dad at noon, or do you want to go eat with your mom and the others?" Fong Jingshin froze. Aren't we going to eat together?" Fong Tingshin said, "Well, Dad has something to take care of." Rong Ji and Rong Sun they heard Fong Tingshin's words and neither of them interjected. Fong Tingshin touched Fong Jingxayan's head and said, "There's no rush, ski first, it's not too late to think after skiing." "Yes." The 3 children were chatting not far away, and Rong Ru put on her goggles and looked at Fong Tingshin. "The divorce, is it still good?" What Fong Tingshin said, "Not yet." He paused and said, "If you're in a hurry, I'll have someone transfer some of the money over to your account first." That's not what Rong Ru wanted to talk about. However, before she had a chance to speak, Fong Jingshin urged her over. "Mom, come over quickly." Rong Ji didn't continue, but just then, her cell phone rang. "It's young Chang Shang's phone." He said, "Someone from Feng's side contacted me just now, saying that they wanted to talk to me about cooperation. Feng Clan Group is now in Fong Tingshin's hands." Years of experience let young Chang Shang know that Fong Tingshin couldn't possibly help him for no reason. He had called to find out from Rong Ji why Fong Tingshin was doing this, and also to sensibly discuss with Rong Ji whether this project would be a trap and whether he should take it or not. Rong Ji didn't give Rong Chang Shang an answer the first time. After she put down her cell phone, she looked at Fong Tingshin. Chapter 129 Preventing her from pestering. She told Fong Tingshin, "My uncle said that someone from Feng's side contacted him and wanted to work on a project with him." Fong Tingshin was about to speak. Rong Ji added, "I know that you don't want to owe my grandmother and I and wish to thank us in this way, but my grandmother and I went to the hospital to see your grandmother, not because of you, the program and all that, there's no need for it." If they did business with the Fong Group, the Lin family and the Sun family would definitely not be able to see eye to eye and would go around making trouble. Even if he was now genuinely trying to thank her and her grandmother for offering to give the project to her uncle to arrive at helping her uncle. But the person he loved was Lin Wu. If his ears go soft one day, then his help today will be a weakness. When the time comes, if there are any consequences, it's still their Rong family that will have to bear the burden. He gave her items that she didn't dare take. She said coldly, "You can also rest assured that after the divorce, we'll return bridge to bridge and I won't pester you again." In her opinion, this was another way for Fong Tingshin to draw a line in the sand. Wasn't the reason he was in such a hurry to draw a line in the sand that he was afraid she'd pester him? But she wouldn't pester him anymore. Fong Tingshin listened to her and after a few seconds of silence, he said, "Good." Rongji didn't talk to him anymore, picked up her cell phone and turned around to tell Rong Changshang what she meant. After hanging up the phone, they went skiing. The skiing did go well and there were no surprises. However, Rong Ru mostly talked to Rong Sun, Rong Yunha, and Fong Jingshin. As for Fong Tingshin, they rarely spoke unless necessary. Fong Tingshin didn't take much initiative to speak either. Close to noon, Fong Tingshin told Rongji that he had to leave beforehand, and Rongji said in a faint voice, "Good." Fong Tingshin asked Fong Jing XANU. "I'm going to the movies with mommy and the guys." It wasn't Rongji's promise, it was Rong Sun and Rong Yunha's desire to go to the movies. The 3 of them, the younger ones, had discussed it before they told Rongji. Fong Tingshin, "Good." He nodded to Rongji and turned to leave. More than 10 minutes after Fong Tingshin left, Rongji's cell phone rang. It's a call from her divorce lawyer, Pei Shuechen. He said, "Just now I received a phone call from Fong Tingshin. He said that he will prepare a new divorce agreement within today. This agreement compared to the old agreement changes in the division of property. He intends to give you 2 or 3 more sets of real estate valued at more than $100 million. Rongji had little expression on his face when he heard this. Fong Tingshin did this because he didn't trust what she just said and felt that she wanted to continue pestering him, so he couldn't feel at ease if she didn't want what he had. She said, "Okay, I know, I'm fine with that, I'll take care of the rest." The other side. Feng Tingshan didn't leave the ski resort for long before he went to pick up Lin Wu together and headed to the hotel. When they arrived at the hotel, there were also other people in the box besides the Sun family and the Lin family. In the box, there was a table full of people. Seeing Feng Tingshan and Lin Wuhua appearing together, Lin Lihai and Sun Manshan immediately laughed at them. Lin Wu sat down next to her aunt Xiang Rufang. After Feng Tingshan sat down, he chatted with Mr. Qian, Mr. Liu and the others in the box. Xiang Rufang came to Lin Wu's ear and lowered her voice. "Little Wu, just now I heard from your uncle and the others that Tingshan is going to give one of Feng Group's projects to the Rong family to do." Lin Wu said, "I already know about this." Xiang Rufang said anxiously, "I heard that in the 2 or 3 days since old lady Feng was injured, Tingshan and Rongzhu, and even the rest of the Rong family have been coming and going quite frequently, and someone saw Tingshan having dinner with that old lady from the Rong family yesterday, so they can't be rekindling their old feelings, can they? They never had a love affair in the first place, so what's the rekindling?" Lin Wu was calm, but didn't like Xiang Rufang's wording. Seeing Xiang Rufang so anxious, she had to explain to Xiang Rufang, "Old Mrs. Feng and the Rong family have a better relationship. Tingshan has to stabilize Rongzhu and Rong family's old lady's side so that they can go and see old Mrs. Feng, so that old Mrs. Feng won't take advantage of this opportunity to blackmail Tingshan to break up with me for not having the surgery." Xiang Ruifan didn't expect it to be like this. Old Mrs. Feng had already kicked both of their families out of the Feng group because of this fall. In the past 2 days, both of their families were quite worried that Mrs. Feng would blackmail Feng Tingshan on the condition that Feng Tingshan and Lin would completely break up before she would be willing to do the surgery. They were also worried that Feng Tingshan would compromise. Now that Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu were still fine, they thought it was Feng Tingshan who had convinced old Madame Feng, but they didn't realize that it was Feng Tingshan who started from the Rong family's side and directly solved the matter. Thinking of this, Xiang Rufang instantly felt relieved and asked, "So, that project was Tingshan's thank you gift to the Rong family?" "Right." Lin Wu said, "It's both a thank you gift and a way to draw a line in the sand." Hearing this, Xiang Rufang couldn't help but sigh. Tingshan does things, he's really thoughtful, no wonder he's able to run all the companies so well. Things were looking up, Xiang Rufang should have been happy. But she didn't know what came to her mind. Only after being happy for less than a minute, she frowned again and said, "Now that the Rong family has already taken over one of Chang Mo's projects because of Rong Ji's relationship, and now it has slightly shown signs of coming back to life, and if they take Feng Group's project to do it again, then won't the Rong family's company be seriously resurrected from the dead?" Speaking of this, Lin Wu's expression went cold and said, "They didn't ask for that project." "No?" Without waiting for Lin Wu to answer, Xiang Rufang realized they're planning to make Tingshan owe them a favor so that Rong Ji can break the lotus root with Tingshan? It's really a good plan. Now Feng Tingshan and Rong Ru are about to officially divorce, Xiang Rufang will not allow such a mess. She said, "We can't fall for their schemes." Lin Wu was calm, she said, "Don't worry, Tingshan will take care of it." Xiang Rufang listened, remembering that after all that had happened, Feng Tingshan hadn't let them down once. Since Feng Tingshan dared to give the project, he probably guessed that Rong Jia's side would give an inch. Feng Tingshan was so smart, he must have already thought of a way to deal with it, right? Thinking of this, Xiang Rufang was completely at ease. After a while, as if she had thought of something, she asked, "By the way, have you gone to see old Mrs. Feng in the past 2 days?" Lin Wu sniffed and said, "No." Xiang Rufang was a bit lost, and Lin Wu said, "No mistakes can be made while the old madam is recuperating." This was not a good time for her to show up. Besides, although Feng Tingshan stabilized Rong Ji and that old lady from the Rong family, and smoothly let Feng old lady have her surgery, but Mrs. Feng recuperating and repairing also needs time, and also still need to use Rong Ji and Rong family that old lady. On her side, she's in no hurry. Chapter 130, Location of Real Estate. When Young Yu and Young Sik had their lunch, Young Yu bought movie tickets. After dinner and a movie, I went shopping for a while. While Rong Sun went in to try on clothes and Rong Yunha went to buy hand-me-downs, Rong Ji said to Feng Jingxin, "Mom will send you home in a while." "Going home?" Feng Jingxin sat next to her and said, "I'm not going home, I'm going to stay at my grandmother's house for one more night and go back tomorrow night." Rongji took a sip of water and said, "Xiao Sun and Yun He have already accompanied you for the whole day, they need to be quiet tomorrow to do their homework, you will disturb them in the Rong family. I don't need them to keep me company, I can play with the tablet by myself." Rongji didn't say anything else, however, she found some time to send a message over to Feng Tingshan, asking him to have someone pick up Feng Jing Xan back later. Feng Tingshan's side probably had something going on and didn't return for a long time. After Rong Sun bought the clothes, they shopped for a little while longer and went back to Rong's house. Old Mrs. Rong and Rong Changshang they were actually happy to see Feng Jing Xin. They both truly loved her. Feng Jingxin's mouth was quite sweet, and after dinner, she even accompanied Mrs. Rong out for a walk, coaxing Mrs. Rong to be happy. Feng Tingshan's side still didn't reply to the message. Feng Jingxin still stayed at Rong's house that night. The next day, Rong Sun and Rong Yunha obediently stayed in their respective rooms to do their homework. Feng Jingxin was also true to her word, and went downstairs by herself to find something to do, or sat next to Rongju without making any noise. At this time, Feng Tingshan sent a message to Rong Ji, saying that he would send someone to fetch Feng Jing Xin back in a moment. Young said he didn't reply. A few seconds later, Feng Jingxin's phone rang, and Feng Jingxin said to Rongji, "It's Dad's call." Rongji let out a I don't know what Feng Jingxin said over there, but after Feng Jingxin put down her cell phone, she said to Rongru, "Mom, Dad said he would take me to play." Rongji, "Well, your father told me, go if you want to." Yes. Half an hour later, the car Feng Jingxin sent over to pick up Feng Jingxian arrived. When old Mrs. Rong learned that Feng Jingxin was leaving, she was quite reluctant to leave, and like every time in the past, she gave a lot of things for Feng Jingxin to take back and eat. Watching the car leave, Rong old lady dissatisfied. "Before I thought he was quite generous, I didn't think. It was only 2 days, but I was in a hurry to take people back." After saying that, without waiting for Rongji to say anything, he went into the house in a reluctant and despondent manner. At this time, Rongji's cell phone rang. It's Pei Shuechen's phone. He said, "Now that I've met with Feng Tingshin's lawyer, I've got the new agreement, and the 3 additional properties total about $1 billion, there's nothing wrong with that." Rongji said, "Okay, I know." Pei Shuchen said again, "Feng Tingshin lawyer said if you are now in a hurry to use the money, Feng Tingshin can first advance a part of the property, transferred to your bank card, your side of the idea?" It was Feng Tingshin who misunderstood her yesterday. The 2 birthday gifts Feng Tingshin had given her grandmother on her birthday had been auctioned off. The money has arrived. Young Chang Sheng isn't exactly short of money for the time being. But, Young Ri said, then pay in advance. They're not officially divorced and everything is subject to change. If he was going to give it, why didn't she take it? After all, if she didn't take it now, she couldn't say she wouldn't have it later. Pei Shuechen's side said, "Okay, I know." After Feng Jingxin left, Rongji also went upstairs to open his computer and busy himself. In about an hour or so, Pei Shuechen sent her some information for her to go through first. Rongji also opened it and looked at it. The first thing that caught my eye was the 3 additional properties, all of which had been labeled with their exact locations. Seeing the exact location, she paused. These 3 sets of properties are all unused properties in the Rong family side of the neighborhood, and the locations are relatively close to the Rong family. Seriously, although Feng Tingshin had helped her buy the property in front of the Rong family before, this actually did not completely relieve her of her worries. After all, her grandmother and like to go out for a walk, even if the Sun family does not live across the street from her grandmother, even if it is just to live in a neighborhood, it is almost like looking up and seeing down. She was actually quite worried. But now, look at this added agreement. Feng Tingshin is once again helping her with her worries? Though Feng Tingshin was just expressing the sincerity of his gratitude and putting an end to her thinking too much. But in any case, the 3 properties were indeed somewhat delivered to her heart. As for the rest, she wouldn't think much of it or care. She looked up from another document. It was written on the document that Feng Tingshin would first transfer $2 billion to her for capital turnover. Granted, she had already seen Feng Tingshin's wealth before at the auction and when she learned that he had bought a house for the Lin family. She was still quite surprised to see that he could casually come up with $2 to $3 billion. After making sure there was nothing wrong, Rongji contacted Pei Shuechen. Shortly after signing up, the money arrived. As for the real estate, Feng Tingshin lawyer said that the transfer formalities are still underway, and in 2 days his side will send the real estate license to Rongju hands. After taking care of that, the morning passed. Mrs. Feng had just finished her surgery not long ago, and Mrs. Rong was a little worried that she would be bored and wanted to go over to the hospital in the afternoon. Rongji also went over together. Because after Monday, she would continue to devote herself to her work, and after that, she might not have the time to visit old Mrs. Feng in the hospital again for some time. When they arrived at the hospital, Rongji saw Lin Wu again. She didn't care about what was going on between Lin Wu and Feng Tingshin right now, and the last time she was here she saw Lin Wu standing outside the car waiting for someone and didn't expand on it. But it's quite cold and a bit windy today. Lin Wu, however, was still standing outside the car, so Rongji immediately understood that she was standing here specifically for her to see. She was telling her that she and Feng Tingshin were fine. No matter what she did, she couldn't insert herself between her and Feng Tingshin. Rongju laughed, but she looked to old Mrs. Young. About Lin Wu, she doesn't know her. Old Mrs. Rong happened to look down and didn't see Lin Wu. Rongji didn't mention it, withdrew his sight, took old Mrs. Rong's hand and walked towards the hospital entrance. Since Lin Wu was downstairs, it meant that Feng Tingshin would definitely be there as well. As expected, Feng Tingshin was indeed there when Rongji and old Mrs. Rong entered the room. Seeing her and old Mrs. Rong coming over, he greeted her. Rongru's expression was cold. Seeing them come over, old Mrs. Feng was naturally very happy, shaking old Mrs. Rong's hand and saying, "I bothered you to come see me again, old sister. It's been so many years since we've been friends, and you're still saying things like that." Rongji and old Mrs. Rong sat down. They all noticed that old Mrs. Feng's spirit and face were much better today than the previous 2 days. They were also relieved. Chapter 131, Going Out. Rongji and old Mrs. Rong accompanied old Mrs. Feng for about half an hour when Feng Tingshin said, "I'm going out." During this half hour, Feng Tingshin was basically a spectator and didn't say much. Hearing him say that, old Mrs. Fong said in disgust, "If you want to go, go." Fong Tingshan then left the hospital room. This time he left and didn't come back for most of an hour. Just now, Mrs. Chin was there, and the fruits, pastries, and tea were always well taken care of. Shenma walked away for a while, and when Rongji saw that the tea in old Mrs. Rong's hand was getting cold, she picked up the small teapot and went over to the coffee table, intending to make a new pot of kung fu tea. Old Mrs. Fong saw that Rongji was doing it herself, and that's when she remembered Fong Tingshan. She frowned. Tingshan is really something too. I don't know what he went to do and didn't come back for so long. Fong Tingshan had said earlier that he was going out for a trip, and Rongji didn't feel at ease. Now that she heard old Mrs. Fong complain, she suddenly remembered that Linwu was still downstairs. Fong Tingshan was most likely afraid that Linwu would get bored waiting and went downstairs to accompany Linwu. It's just that he's been going for most of an hour, and it's pretty slimy. After brewing the tea, Rongru poured a fresh cup of tea for herself and old Mrs. Fong, and just after putting down the teapot, Fong Tingshan pushed the door in. Old Mrs. Fong looked and hummed, "I thought you weren't coming back." Fong Tingshan smiled without saying anything. Old Mrs. Fong also stopped paying attention to him and said, "Xiao Ru's tea is still brewed so well." Fong Tingshan still didn't get involved in their chat, but after they finished the tea in the teapot, he heard old Mrs. Feng's order and still came over to make them a new cup of tea. After another half hour, the sky had slowly darkened. Rongji and old Mrs. Rong then planned to leave. Elder Mrs. Fong instructed Fong Tingshan to accompany Rongji and elder Mrs. Rong to have dinner together. Fong Tingshan sniffed and seemed to be in some difficulty. Rongji and old Mrs. Rong hadn't planned to eat with him, and before Fong Tingshan opened his mouth, he said, "Don't bother, the family has already boiled the soup, we'll just go home and eat." Rongju and old Mrs. Rong were telling the truth. On top of that, they really didn't want to eat with Fong Tingshan. Old Mrs. Fong guessed that she could see it too, so she didn't force it anymore and only ordered Fong Tingshan to send them downstairs. Fong Tingshan agreed and said to old Mrs. Fong, "There's still some things to do, I'll come back to see you tomorrow. Go, come as you please." Although she said that, since her fall, Fong Tingshan did arrive at the hospital sort of very frequently. He is indeed filial enough. Old Mrs. Fong was actually quite satisfied with Fong Tingshan in her heart. What she was dissatisfied with was only Fong Tingshan's attitude towards Rongji. She could sense that he still insisted on divorcing Rongji. Fong Tingshan went downstairs with Rongji and old lady Rong, and they had just exited the elevator when they ran into Fong Tingyi, who was standing outside the elevator waiting for it. Fong Tingyi was carrying her school bag, and when she saw them, she immediately greeted them, "Brother, sister-in-law, Grandma Rong." Rongji and old Mrs. Rong nodded. Fong Tingyi asked again, "Are you guys going to eat?" Before Rongru could answer, Fong Tingshan asked instead of answering, "Why haven't you gone to school yet?" "I'm going back upstairs to check on Grandma for a little while longer before I go back to school." "Get on with it." "Oh." Fong Tingyi entered the elevator, and when Rongji and old Mrs. Rong exited the hospital entrance, she said to Fong Tingshan, "There's no need to send him." Fong Tingshan didn't insist anymore. Good. Rongji and old Mrs. Rong took the lead in walking towards their car, and they were just about to get into the car when Linwu got out of the car. "So it's not gone yet." Old Mrs. Rong looked at it, withdrew her eyes, and said. Rongru thought she hadn't seen Linwu before, but she didn't expect. As she watched Fong Tingshan walk towards Linwu's side, old Mrs. Rong also remembered what happened earlier when Fong Tingshan left the ward for most of an hour. She said, "They are affectionate enough." Rongji fastened her seatbelt and didn't answer. She stepped on the gas and was about to drive away when she saw Fong Tingyi running out of the hospital. Probably seeing Linwu, he was a bit surprised and pleasantly surprised, and quickly ran over that way. Rongji took one look, then withdrew his eyes and drove the car away. "Brother!" Fong Tingyi ran over excitedly, but his eyes kept staring at Linwu. You're really CC. I thought I was mistaken." Linwu knew that Fong Tingshan also had a younger brother who was in high school, but never met. Hearing Fong Tingyi say this, he realized that the person in front of him was Fong Tingshan's younger brother. However, before she could speak, Fong Tingyi continued excitedly, "CC, hello, I'm your fan. A while ago I even made a special trip to the scene to see your game. You in 3 minutes and 3 seconds to overtake the car at the corner of the scene is super handsome. I saved the video, watched dozens of times. How to watch it, cannot get tired of it. I've saved the video and watched it dozens of times." Before Fong Tingyi could finish his sentence, he saw Fong Tingshan raise his eyebrows and look at him. Although he didn't mean to interrupt him, Fong Tingyi paused and suddenly remembered a question. Brother, you know my goddess?" Fong Tingshan asked without answering. "Problems?" No problem." Fong Tingshan was quite a bit older than him. Fong Tingshan had a very wide range of connections, and he knew Linwu. Fong Tingyi was not really surprised. Fong Tingshan asked, "Why did you come down so quickly?" Fong Tingyi slapped his forehead hard. Right. I missed something I didn't take. I almost forgot." As the words left his mouth, he looked at the time again. "It's that late?" As he ran toward the other car, he said, "Brother, goddess, I'll go first. Fong Tingyi hadn't finished his sentence yet, as if he remembered something, and ran back. The sunny and handsome boy's face reddened a few points, but he looked at Linwu expectantly. "That, goddess, may I add you on WeChat?" Not waiting for Lin Wu to speak, he busily said again, "Don't worry, I'll never bother you, I swear." Lin Wu smiled, "Good." Feng Tingyi sniffed and was so excited that he immediately picked up his cell phone and added Lin Wu. He was really in a hurry, and after saying thank you, he was about to leave, but then he remembered something and busied himself again by asking, "So, then can you sign an autograph for me?" "Yes, but you." Before Lin Wu could finish speaking, Feng Tingshan said to Feng Tingyi, "You go and get busy first, the autographed photo you asked for, I'll bring it back to the old mansion for you after a while." When Feng Tingyi heard this, she was immediately relieved and said happily, "Thank you, brother." After Feng Tingyi finished speaking, she happily ran away. Although Feng Tingshan rarely cared about him, he thought Feng Tingshan disapproved of him chasing stars. I didn't expect Feng Tingshan to agree to him so quickly. However, I think the reason why bro agreed so quickly was because CC was his friend and felt that CC was good enough to deserve his favor, right? Chapter 132 Stay in the Rong family. Rongji drove the car and just left the hospital for a while. Mrs. Rong seemed to have remembered something and suddenly said, "Feng Tingshan arrived at the hospital, then where is XIN? Where did XIN go?" Before Rongji could speak, old Mrs. Rong coldly lowered her face. Rongji looked at her face and knew that she was upset that Feng Tingshan had left Feng Jing Xin behind and had come to the hospital by himself and Lin Wu to accompany old lady Feng. "He'll arrange it properly," Young Ri said. Elder Mrs. Rong, however, was not convinced and said, "If he does this again, Xiaoji, you fight with him in a lawsuit, and no matter what, you must get custody of Xin. Rongji paused before saying faintly, "Good." Old Mrs. Young still wasn't too happy. When they returned to the Rong family, old Mrs. Rong was the first to get out of the car. Rongji's cell phone, however, rang at this time. It's Feng Jingxin's phone. Young Ju didn't pick it up. It was probably because she had spent less time with Feng Jingxin in the past few months and had not been answering her calls. In the past 2 days of meeting, she could clearly feel that Feng Jingxin was even more clingy to her than he had been for a while. It's like going back to when she was alone with her. Her cell phone rang again. Rongji looked at it twice, still didn't pick it up, and even directly turned off his cell phone, went inside and went in the dining room with Rong's family, ready to eat. But as soon as she sat down, the landline at Young's house rang. Rongji guessed who the caller was almost immediately. She was the first to get up. "I'll get the phone." She walked quickly out of the living room. As she thought, the person on the other side of the phone was indeed Feng Jingxin. Hearing her speak, Feng Jingxin happily called out to her, "Mommy." Rongji answered and asked her, "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet." Feng Jingxin's voice was a bit depressed. "Mom, are you at Grandma's house right now? I also want to go over. Will you eat with me later?" Old Mrs. Rong looked this way and asked her, "Is it Xin's call?" Rongji had to say, "Aha. Does Xinshin miss you?" Old Mrs. Rong put down her chopsticks and walked over. "If Xinshin wants to come over, then hurry up and contact Feng Tingshan to ask someone to send her over, and we'll leave some dishes for her." Rongji knows. As Rongru said that, he said to Feng Jing Xin, "Got it, come over now." "Yes." Before Rongru put down the phone, he remembered one more thing. "Before you come over, talk to your father." "Got it." All of Rong's family members wanted to wait for Feng Jingxin before continuing to eat. Young told them not to wait. It was almost an hour later that Feng Jingxin arrived at the Rong family. Just as she entered the door, she ran towards Rongji. "Mom, I'm back." "Aha." Rongji straightened her clothes and said faintly, "I'll heat up the food for you." "Yes." Feng Jingxin put down her own small book bag and tablet and followed Rongji into the kitchen. Mr. and Mrs. Young Changsheng sent Young Sun and the others to school, but Mrs. Young was still at home. Seeing Feng Jingxin clinging to Rongji like a little tail, old Mrs. Rong smiled happily and didn't disturb their mother-daughter reunion. Rongji told Feng Jing Xin to go out and wait outside. Feng Jing Xin also obeyed and obediently sat in the dining room waiting for Rongji to bring out the warmed meal for her. Feng Jingxin's mouth is actually quite picky. The warmed-up meal is not as good as the freshly prepared one, but she is not picky today. Instead, she eats happily. As she ate, she told Rongji about her interesting story today. "Mom, I went out to play with Uncle He and Shan Shan today." Rongji, "Aha." After Feng Jingxin finished speaking, she seemed to remember that Rongru might not recognize Shan Shan. Feng Jingxin added, "Shan Shan is my friend." She called Uncle He uncle. "Aha." Rongji answered, and seeing that she had such a strong desire to share, he asked, "What did you guys go and play?" "We're off to break into the maze." "Aha." While Rongji listened on the sidelines and didn't have much to say, old Mrs. Rong sank her face. Before Feng Tingshan asked Feng Jing Xin to go back, she thought that Feng Tingshan was going to bring it personally. Only now did he learn that he doesn't bring the child himself, and even if he only cares about dating Lin Wu, he actually still prefers to give it to someone else to help him bring it up, rather than letting Rongji bring it up. She blushed very hard. Feng Jingxin didn't know old Madame Rong's mental activities. As she spoke, she said, "Uncle He did leave me to have dinner with him, but I wanted to come back for dinner, so I called you." Rongji, "Aha." In a light voice she asked, "Did you say thank you to your Uncle He?" Said. Feng Jingxin said happily. Rongji didn't ask any more questions. Feng Jingxin had also finished her homework, and after dinner, she stayed in the living room with Rong Qi and old Mrs. Rong. Old Mrs. Rong sat next to Feng Jingxin and asked her, "Does Xinxin want to stay at grandmother's house for a while longer?" Before Rong Ji could say anything, Feng Jingxin said happily, "Yes." Old Mrs. Rong added, "Since Xinxin has promised grandmother, she is not allowed to go back on her promise, and she must stay for at least a week." "Yes." Rong Ru frowned. Old Mrs. Rong was happy and patted Feng Jingxin's hand with relief. As Feng Jingxin lowered her head to play the game, she said to Rongji, "It's different in the end if the child is brought up by you. No matter what, Xinxin is still very clingy to you." Rong Ru listened and just smiled. Feng Jingxian came over and asked Rongji to play the game with her. Rongji looked at her and said, "Are you sure you're ready?" She felt that Feng Jingxin was quick to agree now, but it was also likely that she would regret it after 2 or 3 days and want to go back to Feng Tingxin and Lin Wu. Feng Jingxin didn't react for a moment. 2 seconds later, she realized what Rongji meant, and she said, "Of course, I've promised grandmother." Rongji didn't say anything else. Feng Jingxin again seemed to remember something and suddenly said, "Right, I haven't told Dad yet, I'll give Dad a call and talk to him." Feng Tingxin sighed, quickly picked up the phone. Hearing Feng Jingxin's reply, he said, "Dad knows, call back and tell Dad if you need anything, and Dad will have someone send it to you." Feng Jingxian, good. Feng Jingxin quickly hung up the phone. Old Mrs. Rong was originally worried that Feng Tingxin would disagree. He even tried to stop Feng Jingxian from calling Feng Tingxin. But reason told her not to. Now that she saw Feng Jingxin looking so happy after the phone call, she couldn't help but ask, "Your father agreed?" Feng Jingxin happily said, "Of course." As the words left her mouth, she asked, a little puzzled, "Why would Dad disagree?" Feng Jingxin said to old Mrs. Rong again, "Dad is very good to me, no matter what I want to do, Dad will basically agree." Mrs. Young. For a moment, she ran out of words instead. Rongji didn't interrupt. After it was about time, Rongji held her hand and went upstairs to take a bath. Chapter 133 Merchants Conference. Although Changma has already confirmed cooperation with Ren Haifeng and He Changbai, there is still a part of the business that has not found a suitable partner. In order to find suitable partners as soon as possible, in order to increase the company's exposure opportunities and promote the company's development, Changma has been internally preparing for a period of time for the investment conference, which was officially held on Monday morning. In the morning, after dropping Feng Jingxin off at school, Rongji drove to the hotel where the company was holding the conference. When she arrived, Yu Mohan and the others had already arrived. In a moment she will need to go on stage as a core technician of the company to make a speech and answer questions from the media. Rongru and Yu Mohan are in the background to the flow. At that moment, both He Changbai and Ren Haifeng arrived. After 20 minutes or so, Yu Mashuan and Rongru took the stage to deliver their speeches. When Yu Mashuan was speaking, Ren Haifeng would still listen attentively and frowned when Rongji took the stage. Introducing the product and technology is such an important part of the process, but Yu Mohan also gave it to Rongji? Rongji did not pay attention to Ren Halberd Wind. Her voice is gentle but not too slow, whether it is to introduce the company's products or to answer the media's technical questions, all answered very well, not at all stage fright. Ever since Rongji came on stage, Ren Halberd Wind started to walk away, not wanting to listen to what Rongji had to say at all. When she heard Rongji answering the media's questions about the technicalities of the product, she assumed that Chang Mo had prepared a script for her in advance. He was distracted, but when he looked sideways, he realized that He Changbai was looking ahead, and his gaze fell on Rongji. Unlike him, he looked like he was listening very carefully. Ran Ha Feng. He didn't think much of it, and only felt that He Changbai could indeed do superficial work. After the launch, Rongru and Yu Mohan were even busier. Ren Halberd Wind also had to go to Xuandu in the afternoon. He didn't stay long, and after saying hello to Yu Mohan, he turned around and left. In the afternoon, when he arrived at Xuandu, Feng Tingxin had not yet arrived. Ren Halberd Wind traveled to where Lin Wu and the others were working. He had just reached the door when he noticed that it was very busy inside. Seeing him, Mr. Zhang hurriedly greeted him, "Mr. Ren." Ren Halberd Wind nodded, and Lin Wu also looked over and said, "Tingxin is estimated to arrive in another 10 minutes, so wait a bit." Hearing Lin Wu say this, Ren Halberd Wind felt that her and Feng Tingxin's feelings were really good, otherwise Feng Tingxin wouldn't have reported everything to Lin Wu. He said, "I know, Mr. Feng's secretary told me." As the words left his mouth, he moved away from the topic. "It seems to be very busy today, is there something joyful going on?" Mr. Zhang immediately said, "Our project had been stuck in a technical snag for more than a week before, and just now, this problem has been completely solved for us by Director Lin, and our project has only been able to continue to move forward. So, our project team is very happy." Someone interjected, "This time it's really thanks to Director Lin. A doctorate from a world-class prestigious university is different, knowing more types of technology than we do." Ren Halberd Wind had known that Lin Wu was outstanding before, and now he was considered to have witnessed Lin Wu's outstandingness with his own eyes. Hearing so many people praise Lin Wu, he couldn't help but be happy for her and said, "Congratulations." Lin Wu smiled faintly and said, "Thank you." Then, she added, however, it's not all my doing. During this period of time, Tingshan taught me a lot, and that's how I was able to grow up quickly. Lin Wu was telling the truth. Instead, people thought she was being modest. The project team fooled around for a while and then went back to serious work. This morning was Long Mo's investment conference, which Lin Wu was aware of. Only, she hadn't had time to go online and look at it today because she was so busy with work. Lin Wu picked up her cell phone and searched for Chang Mo's conference this morning. She asked Ren Halbert Wind, this morning Chang Mo's conference Mr. Ren also attended? Ren Halbert Wind said, right. Seeing her carefully watching the video of the Changma launch, which happened to be the part where Rongji introduced Changma's products and technology. He looked at Lin Wu's face and saw that her face was subdued, not showing any dislike or boredom towards Rongji at all. Thinking of the hatred Rongji had towards Lin Wu on Christmas Day, and then looking at the current Lin Wu, he felt even more that Rongji's pattern could not be compared to Lin Wu's at all. Thinking of this, he was about to speak when Mr. Zhang came over and said, I've also watched Changma's launch for a couple of moments, and I have to say that Changma's technology is indeed bullish enough. Lin Wu picked up, yes. Ron Halbert Win didn't understand technology, but he also knew that the long ink technology was really powerful. Seeing that she had flipped to the video content of Yu Mohan's speech again, he said, Xu and Du may not be unable to develop more advanced technology in the future with Ms. Lin around. Hearing this, Lin Wu smiled faintly. Mr. Rin is joking, compared to Mr. Yu, I'm still a long way behind. Ron Halbert Win thought she was being modest and said, Miss Lin doesn't have to be modest. It's not modesty. Lin Wu said, it has always been my dream to study beside Mr. Nan Jiji. I met Mr. Nan Jiji some time ago, but I didn't reach the standard for Mr. Nan Jiji to accept students. Lin Wu spoke frankly. When Ren Halbert Wind heard this, he felt that she was even more open and positive. For this reason, he also understood that Lin Wu paid so much attention to Yu Mohan, presumably because Yu Mohan was really outstanding in the AI field in addition to being a student of Nan Jiji. He said, just try harder if you don't reach it. I believe that with Ms. Lin's ability, there will definitely be a day in the future when she can reach her wish. Lin Wu smiled, and before she could say anything, Feng Tingshan walked in. I'm sorry Mr. Rin, for keeping you waiting. Ren Halbert Wind got up. Mr. Feng doesn't have to be polite, it's me who arrived early. After they exchanged pleasantries for a while, Feng Tingshan smiled at Lin Wu and went upstairs with Ren Halbert Wind to talk about work. Lin Wu watched their backs as they left and was about to get into her work when her cell phone rang. It's Lin Lihai's phone. Long Mo's launch, Lin Lihai and the others naturally watched it. This investment launch in Long Inc. caused a great response. Thinking about those two projects in Chang Mo, which were estimated to earn several $100 billion in the future, he was also anxious in his heart. You know, their Lin family also opened their tech company. However, because of the lack of core technology, their products are not at all competitive in the market, and in the past few years, they have basically been losing money to keep going. It wouldn't hurt to lose money if you could see results. But after all these years, their tech company hasn't progressed. A day's delay is a day's waste of money. Can he not be anxious? He called Lin Wu, in fact, hoping that she could help think of a solution. He knew Feng Tingshan had been there to help Lin Wu grow these days. Therefore, he also wanted to know if, with her current abilities, she was now good enough to get into Nan Jiji's eyes. Chapter 134, Something Really Worthwhile. After talking on the phone, Lin Lihai put down his cell phone. Looking at the video of the Long Mo merchant's launch on the big screen at home, he rubbed his brow with a headache. Sun Liyao leisurely ate her fruits, looking at Rongji making a speech on such a formal and important occasion, and also speaking in a head-on manner. She turned off the TV in her heart not too comfortable, and said unhappily, why let her go on the stage to speak off? The limelight has been stolen by her. Sun Yuqing said, this is not the point. In her opinion, so what if Rongji borrowed Yu Mohan's light and made a speech in the investment conference? It was all a trivial matter that didn't amount to much. What really matters is the technique of Long Inc. That's what it's really worth. Lin Lihai also understood what Sun Yuqing meant. Indeed, Rongji performed well when she delivered her speech today, but the part involving Chang Mo's technology, no matter if it was Lin Wu or him and Sun Yuqing, they all felt that it was Yu Mo Sun who had arranged it for her in advance. There was no way that Yang himself could have understood so much. Instead, Xiang Ruifang said, but she really leaned on Yu Mohan. No matter what, Rongji was indeed in the limelight today, and even helped the Rong family. For that matter, in her opinion, Rongji's ability was already not small. That wasn't what Sun Liyao cared about. Because she realized that He Changbai was looking at Rongji from the stage. His gaze was focused. He Changbai hadn't looked at her with such a gaze yet. She felt that if she was the one on stage, then she was the one that He Changbai was looking at. By the time Rongji and Yu Mohan left the hotel, it was almost 10 o'clock at night. After working for a whole day, Rongji was so tired that his head hurt. After leaving the hotel, Rongji drove her car to the house parking lot before it dawned on her that she habitually came back to the neighborhood where she now usually lived. Now that it was so late, she had no intention of turning back to go back to the Rong family. She got out of the car and took out her cell phone and carefully flipped through the incoming letters before realizing that both the Rong family and Fong Jingshin had called her this evening. In addition to the phone call, Fong Jingshin also sent her a message after 8 o'clock in the evening, asking when she would be back. Rong Ru looked at it twice before putting away his cell phone. When she got upstairs to her house, she took a shower and fell into bed to sleep. Day 2. She had just woken up for a while when Fong Jingshin's call came. Young Ju didn't want to answer. But as soon as the cell phone's movement stopped, the young family's landline called again. Rongji had to pick up. Grandma. Words, you didn't come home last night? Rongji, yes, I didn't go back yesterday when I was too busy. Old Mrs. Rong heard that she was too busy and felt sorry for her, so she didn't say anything more and gave the phone to Fong Jingshin. Fong Jingxin, Mom. Rongji, aha. Fong Jingshin didn't expect that Rongji actually didn't go back to the Rong family every day. She was a little lost when she called Rongji last night and she didn't answer, and she didn't see her when she woke up this morning. She asked, when are you coming home, Mommy? Rongji said, let's do it tonight. Oh. Rongji remembered something and said, call your father and ask him to ask the driver to pick you up from school, Mom is not available today. Got it. After Fong Jingshin finished speaking, she asked, by the way Mom, where do you live now? I'll go over to look for you at night after school, okay? No need. Rong Ru immediately refused and said, you'll stay at your great-grandmother's house when you get out of school before Mom gets off work, and if you get bored, call your dad and ask him to take you out to eat. Got it. After Rong Ru finished, he added, Mom will have to go to work in a while, so I'll hang up first. Okay, bye Mom. Rong Ru hung up the phone. She had breakfast and then went to the office. I was busy all day yesterday and still very busy back at work today. However, this afternoon, she did get off work a little early and went back to the Rong family to have dinner with the old lady. She returned to the Rong family, only to find that old Mrs. Rong was not in a good mood. Rongji took a look and saw that there was no figure of Fong Jingxin in the living room. Fong Jingshin presumably went to eat with Fong Tingshin and the others again. Young Ju doesn't care. However, old Mrs. Rong felt that Fong Jingshin did stick to Fong Tingshin as well. She said in a serious tone, Xiaoru, when you are busy with your current work, you still have to spend more time with Xin, otherwise. Rongji nodded perfunctorily and said, I know, I will, let's eat first. Old Mrs. Rong didn't say anything else. After dinner, Rongji accompanied the old lady for a chat and went upstairs to rest. When she came downstairs around 9 o'clock, she was alerted to a visitor at their house over at the security booth outside. Rongru looked and realized that it was Fong Tingshin's car. Rongru frowned, and before he could respond, his cell phone rang. It's Fong Jingshin's phone. Old Mrs. Rong was also still awake, and when she came out of her room and saw this, she also understood that Fong Tingshin had sent Fong Jingxin back. She was busy opening her mouth to ask the doorman to let Fong Tingshin's car in. Rongji also picked up the phone and hung up after saying a few words to Fong Jingxin. A few moments later, Fong Tingshin's car arrived at the entrance of the Rong family villa. Fong Jingshin happily ran out of the car. Mom, I'm back. Rongji smiled faintly, but old Mrs. Rong was very happy. The door was still open and Fong Tingshin was in the car. He got out of the car, carrying Fong Jingxin's forgotten school bag and a cake box towards Rongyu and Fong Jingxin. Rongji didn't say a word. Fong Jingshin then remembered what she had forgotten and happily said to Fong Tingshin, thank you, Dad. Aha! Fong Tingshin looked at Rongji and old Mrs. Rong and greeted old Mrs. Rong, old madam. Old Mrs. Rong just nodded coldly, and Rongji had to help Fong Jingshin take the cupcake in Fong Tingshin's hand. Fong Jingshin was about to tell Rongji that the cupcakes were delicious when Rongji took the lead and interrupted her, saying, Shinshin, say goodbye to your father. Fong Jingshin didn't think much of it and said, Daddy's leaving? Fong Tingshin smiled, aha. Fong Jingshin had to say, bye Dad. Fong Tingshin, goodbye. When the words fell, he nodded towards old Mrs. Rong and turned around to go back into the car. Rongru took the cupcake and held Fong Jingxin's hand as she entered the door, with absolutely no intention of sending Fong Tingshin. Fong Tingshin's car quickly drove away. When Fong Jingshin entered the door, she said happily, Mom, great-grandmother, this is the cupcake that Dad and I bought specially for you. It's the strawberry flavor that you like. Oh, you taste it, okay? Fong Jingshin had a faint, the smell of perfume on Linwu. Rongji put the cupcake she handed over to the side and said, Mom just had a full meal and doesn't have much of an appetite, so put it away for now. Old Mrs. Young was the same. Fong Jingxin, oh. Chapter 135, no more returning to the Fong family. Put the cupcakes in the fridge. Fong Jingshin went upstairs and had just finished her shower when her cell phone rang. It was Fong Tingshin's call. Fong Jingshin picked up the phone. Dad? Fong Tingshin, I just received a message. Your grandfather will be back tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow after you get out of school, Dad will send someone over to pick you up and bring you home for dinner, so tell your mom. Fong Tingshin's father, Fong Linsong, works for the government. Fong Linsong is very busy at work and usually has little time to go home throughout the year. The day Mrs. Fong fell, Fong Linsong rushed back in the early morning and left again before dawn. Now the old lady Feng is still in the hospital. Feng Linsong deliberately took 2 days off in advance, rushed back to accompany the old lady Feng on New Year's Day. Feng Jingxin heard Feng Tingshan finish and said, "Okay, I know." After she finished speaking, she remembered that Feng Tingshan said pick you up instead of pick you up on the phone. That is to say, excluding Young Yu. She asked Rongji, "Mom, aren't you coming back with us for dinner?" In the past, every time Feng Linsong came back, regardless of whether Feng Tingshan was there or not, old Mrs. Feng would call Rongji and Feng Jingxan back to the old mansion for a reunion. Because the number of times a little too much, even now Feng Jingxin person is still small, she still has the impression of her grandpa is back. We go back to the old house for dinner in her mind. Feng Jingxin asked Rongji, who was about to speak, but Feng Tingshan was the first to speak. "Your mom has something tomorrow." "Okay." Feng Jingxin was directly on speakerphone, and Rongji heard all of their conversation. The matter of Feng Linsong's return, Rongji also only knew about it now. She and Feng Tingshan were already going through divorce proceedings. Now that she was in her position, there really was no longer a need to go back to the Feng family to see Feng Tingshan's relatives. Feng Tingshan obviously thought so too. So, before she even spoke, he had already helped her find an excuse not to return to the Feng family. Feng Tingshan didn't say much and quickly hung up the phone. Day 2. In the afternoon, He Changbai and his company's core technical staff went to Changma to talk about their work. During this time, He Changbai was very cooperative in his work, saving Rongji a lot of trouble. Rongru was also a bit more polite to him. As soon as he arrived, Rongru put down the work at hand to receive him. An hour or so later, He Changbai's cell phone rang. It was Feng Tingshan's call. After He Changbai said sorry to Rongji, he went out and picked up the phone outside. Unaware of what Feng Tingshan said on the phone, He Changbai was silent for 2 seconds before replying, "Good." As his words fell, Feng Tingshan suddenly said, "My father is back and will be home for dinner tonight, so I can only trouble you." He Changbai gave a start. "Uncle is back?" When he finished speaking, he asked, "How many days has uncle returned this time?" 2 or 3 days. After hanging up the phone and going back to the parlor, He Changbai's eyes looked at Rongji thoughtfully. Rongji was earnestly chatting with his technician about his work and didn't notice He Changbai's line of sight. After chatting about work and looking at Rongji, who got up to see them off, He Changbai asked, "You still have to work overtime tonight?" Rongji didn't think much about it and casually replied, "Yes, there are still some things to take care of." He Changbai's eyes deepened. In other words, she wouldn't be going back to the Feng family home with Feng Tingshan tonight. With a heartbeat, he asked, "Are you free later? Have dinner together?" Rongru shook his head. "No, I still have a lot of things to take care of, I can't leave." He Changbai wanted to say that he could order takeout for her. She's not officially divorced. But with their current relationship, if he's going to say that, it's over. After Rongji sent He Changbai downstairs, he went upstairs with hurried footsteps. Looking at her back, He Changbai withdrew his eyes after a long time and said to Lu Chang, the core technician of his company, "I want to ask you for a favor." "Lu Chang, go ahead. I have a friend who wants to go deeper in this direction of natural language processing and now lacks a top-notch teacher." Lu Chang heard him out, and with their friendship, there was naturally no reason not to agree. "But," he paused, "although I'm better at this direction, to be honest, I don't think I'm as good as General Manager Yu of Chang Mo and Miss Rong, who has been talking to us about cooperation these past few times, and since Mr. He wants to help his friends, it might be more effective to find Miss Rong or General Manager Yu to help." Hearing Lu Chang say that, He Changbai was a bit surprised. He studied finance in college. He doesn't understand AI. But Lu Chang understands. Lu Chang's professionalism in the direction of natural language processing is famous enough in China, even if it is not considered to be second to none. Otherwise, Feng Tingshan wouldn't have crossed over to Xuandu and the technicians of Feng's technology and approached him for help. Although Lu Chang had often complimented Rongji these past few times when he was in contact with him. But he didn't expect Rongji to have actually excelled to this extent. Thinking of Yu Mohan several times, not sparing no effort to praise Rongji in front of the crowd, through a few work contacts, although he knew that Rongji was indeed powerful, but also thought that Yu Mohan such praise Rongji is holding selfishness and exaggerated ingredients. But now it seems. "Mr. He Changbai returned to his senses and said, "Both Mr. Yu and Miss Rong have a personal grudge against my friend, it's not appropriate." So, upon hearing this, Lu Chang didn't say anything else. In the evening, when He Changbai and Lu Chang arrived at the box, Lin Wu had already arrived. Seeing Lu Chang, Lin Wu was very polite. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Wu asked Lu Chang for professional advice. He Changbai only listened from the sidelines, rarely interjecting, looking a bit distracted. After Lin Wu chatted with Lu Chang for a while, she looked at He Changbai and smiled. "It's boring, isn't it?" He Changbai returned to his senses. "It's okay." He added, "You guys chat, don't worry about me." Lin Wu smiled and didn't treat him politely as she continued to ask Lu Chang for advice on the problem. Lin Wu really wanted to refine herself, so she learned quite seriously. She's good at learning but also humble, and Lu Chang is willing to teach. After finding out how far she had studied in this direction, we helped her to plan her studies and helped her to understand the current development of this direction. They had a pretty good conversation at the table. Of course, we can only talk about it today. Lin Wu wants deep learning. Tomorrow is New Year's Day, and Lin Wu sincerely asks Lu Chang to teach himself. Lu Chang promised for He Changbai's sake that he would spare half a day tomorrow to meet with her. Lin Wu was busy politely thanking him. After eating and sending Lu Chang away, Lin Wu looked at He Changbai, who had been somewhat silent, and said, "Changbai, thanks for today." He Changbai said in a faint voice, "I've grown up with Ting Shin since we were young, this little favor is nothing." The words fell, and without waiting for her to speak, he added, "It's getting late, go back and rest." Lin Wu said, "Okay, see you tomorrow." When He Changbai heard this, he said, "I have something to do tomorrow, so I won't come over." Chapter 136 Not Seeing Feng Tingshin's Wife. Lin Wu froze, and after reacting, she thoughtfully said, "It's fine, since you're not okay, it's better to put your business first." He Changbai nodded. After Lin Wu got into the car and left, he got in as well. But instead of driving away the first time, he took out his cell phone, found Rongji's number, and after 2 seconds of hesitation, dialed it. Young Ju was still with the company. Seeing his incoming call, he casually picked it up. "Mr. He?" He Changbai was about to open his mouth, but when he heard the movement on her side, he swallowed back the words that came to his mouth and asked, "Still at the company this late?" "Right." He Changbai looking for her at this point in time could only be a personal matter in Rongru's opinion, she said, "I'm free tomorrow, what does Shan Shan want to do tomorrow?" He Changbai, however, fell silent. Not hearing him respond, "Rongji, Mr. He?" He knew how busy she was at work this week. It's after 9 o'clock and she's still working late. It didn't take much thinking to realize that she must be tired by now. Feng Jingxin went back to the Feng family home, and she couldn't spend time with her own children tomorrow, and yet he was still asking her to make time for other people's children in this situation. That seems overly cruel. He said, "If you're tired, take the rest of the week off and make another appointment." Rongji didn't feel very tired. She said, "That's okay, just tomorrow." He Changbai pondered for 2 seconds before finally saying, "Good." In the meantime, when the Feng family and their group finished eating and left the restaurant, they happened to run into Ren's family. Ren Ian and Feng Lin Song were familiar with each other, and when they saw each other, they greeted each other. Ren Halberd Wind also greeted Feng Tingshin, Mr. Feng. Feng Tingshin, Mr. Ren. Feng Jingshin held Feng Tingshin's hand and also raised her head to call out to Ren Halberd Feng, Uncle Ren. Ren Halberd Wind nodded, "Hello." The first time he came across the Feng family, Ren Halberd Wind's eyes had already turned on the Feng family's group. He then realized that he had met all of the sealers at the scene. He didn't see the unfamiliar, possibly Feng Jingshin's mother's woman. Did Feng Tingshin really divorce the other party? After exchanging pleasantries with Ren's family for a while, Feng's family got into the car and once again traveled to the hospital to visit Mrs. Feng. That night, Feng Lin Song stayed at the hospital with Mrs. Feng. Feng Tingshin and his group then went back to the old mansion. Just after arriving at the old mansion, Feng Tingyi said to Feng Tingshin, "Brother, my goddess's signature, you shouldn't forget." "It's..." Feng Tingshin tossed him the car keys. "It's in the car, go get it yourself." "Thank you, brother." Feng Tingyi excitedly took it. Sang Sin saw it and asked, "What's it taking?" Feng Tingyi choked. Feng Tingshin smiled, "Nothing." Feng Tingyi breathed a sigh of relief and ran outside to get Lin Wu's signature. Sang Sin didn't ask again. After a while, Feng Tingyi returned. He only had a couple of notebooks on hand. Although it does have the signature of CC on it, but what he wants is not this kind of signature. He couldn't help but say, "Brother, I want the kind of autographed photo that is signed on a poster that can be hung on the wall and looked at every day." Feng Tingshin said faintly, "The kind you're not fit to have." "What's wrong with that? He'll just hang it on the wall and look at it whenever he wants, it's not like he'll do anything." Feng Tingshin looked at him and smiled without saying anything. Feng Tingyi looked at his expression and knew that it meant no. He didn't dare say anything else. But, anyway, he got her goddess's autograph. Thinking of this, he was still quite happy and immediately sent a message over to Lin Wu to say thank you. After a while, Feng Jingshin walked towards Feng Tingshin with the tablet. "Dad, there's a new animated movie coming out tomorrow. Looking at the trailer it looks like it's pretty good, let's go watch the movie, okay?" Feng Tingshin said, "Dad can't leave tomorrow. Feng Lin Song is back, and tomorrow morning the old mansion is expected to have a bunch of visitors." He added, "Have your mom go with you if you want to." Feng Jingshin, "Oh. She's been seeing Rongji more often lately, but she doesn't want to cling to her as much as she did the other day," she said. "What about Auntie Woohoo?" "I'm still." Feng Tingshin, "You Auntie Woohoo, she has to study with someone tomorrow, don't disturb her." Feng Jingshin lost it. "Well, then I'd better find my mom." "Aha!" Feng Jingshin picked up her cell phone and called Rongji over. Rongju just got home. Saw it, didn't pick it up. She set her cell phone aside and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Seeing that Rongji didn't answer, Feng Jingshin thought up that Rongji had been particularly busy lately, and she said, "Mom shouldn't be available either." Feng Tingshan looked at Feng Tingyi, who was sitting not far away. Then let your little uncle accompany you. Feng Tingyi, who learned what happened. He wants to go out with his classmates tomorrow, too. However, thinking that Feng Tingshan had only helped him get his goddess's signature, and that his goddess had been very nice when he greeted her just now, he agreed very readily. Chapter 137, I Saw Your Mom. Day 2. Close to noon, Rongju went out the door. She and Shan Shan hadn't seen each other for quite some time, and Shan Shan really did miss her. After entering the restaurant and arriving at the private room, Shan Shan just saw her and ran towards her. Auntie Rong. Rongji smiled and reached out to hug her. Shan Shan, long time no see. It was the first time that Rong Ru came to this restaurant. As she ate, she realized that every dish in the restaurant was good, and all of them were quite to her taste. He Chanbai ordered movie tickets for after 1 o'clock, and after dinner, they entered the movie theater to pick up the tickets. Before checking the ticket into the theater, Shan Shan wanted to eat popcorn, and before He Chanbai bought it for her, he asked, do you want a big one or a small one? The big one. I'll eat with my uncle and Auntie Young. He Chanbai smiled, good. Entered the theater and sat in the middle alone. Just as she sat down, she cradled the popcorn in her lap and cuddled it, eating one herself before urging Rongji to eat it again. Rongji reached over, took one, and took a bite. After urging Rongji, Shan Shan urged He Chanbai. In order to take care of Shan Shan's taste, He Chanbai chose an animated movie that had just been released and was suitable for children. Although it is an animated movie, the story content is vivid and interesting, with laughter and tears. Rongji looked at it, but also found it quite interesting. The three of them then ate popcorn while watching the movie. I don't know how long it took, but as Rongji was reaching for a popcorn and trying to withdraw her hand, He Chanbai just reached over, his large palm covering the back of her hand and holding it. Rongji froze. He Chanbai also gave a start. However, in Rongji's opinion, it was just an accidental touching of hands between them, and it wasn't a big deal. As she was thinking of this, He Chanbai also removed his hand and followed up with, I'm sorry. Rongji, it's fine. Singularly engrossed in the movie, he didn't notice the bit that happened between the two of them. Rongji saw that there wasn't much popcorn left in Shan Shan's arms, so she didn't reach for it again. He Chanbai noticed, but thought she was avoiding him. He lowered his eyes and didn't eat any more popcorn. When watching the movie, Shan Shan drank too much drink and wanted to go to the restroom, so Rongji took her there. There is a difference between men and women, and this must indeed trouble Rongji. He Chanbai said, trouble. Rongji, you're welcome. A little while later, Rongji and Shan Shan had just come out of the restroom when a little boy also came out of the men's restroom side. He saw Rongji's and Shan Shan's faces. Rongji and Shan Shan quickly got into the crowd and went back to the theater to continue watching the movie. Mom. At that moment, the little boy walked up to Feng Tinglin. Mom, I'm fine, let's go. Aha! It turned out that the little boy was Feng Tinglin's son, Mingming. He didn't like Rongji, and even if he had run into him just now, he hadn't called out. And Feng Tinglin was looking down on the phone just now and didn't see Rongji. However, after a while, Mingming felt a bit bored and still mentioned Rongji to Feng Tinglin, saying, Mom, I saw second auntie just now. Feng Tinglin didn't care much and said, is that so? Well, there's a little kid with her, but it's not cousin Hart. Feng Tinglin still wasn't quite on board, is that so? This reaction of hers actually meant that she wasn't too attached to Rongji either. Hearing her son say that, she only thought that it was a child of a relative from the Rong family side and didn't think much about it. Leaving the movie city, they went to the old Feng family house. When they arrived at the Feng family home, Feng Linsong had already returned. Was with Feng Tingshin, entertaining guests at home. Mingming was still quite afraid of Feng Tingshin and obediently greeted Feng Linsong and Feng Tingshin as they said, Grandpa, Grandma, second uncle. Feng Jingshin just played with the puzzle by herself. After saying hello, Feng Tinglin let Mingming go play with Feng Jingshin. Mingming walked over, cousin Xin. Feng Jingshin nodded, you're here? Mindy sat down and pieced together a puzzle with her while saying, I just went to the movies with my mom, and I saw your mom. Feng Jingshin had been carefully piecing together a puzzle, and when she heard this, she immediately raised her head. You saw my mom? Where did you see her? Movie theater. Feng Jingshin pursed her small lips, how can that be? My mom is very busy right now, she doesn't have time to go to the movies at all, you must have read it wrong. Mingming was not happy, I'm not wrong, that person is definitely your mom. You're bull-ting me. Feng Jingshin didn't believe it at all. She had called her mom last night and this morning, and how could she have time to go to a movie when she didn't even have time to connect her calls? I'm not bull-ting you, Mingming described argumentatively when she doubted her, and your mom didn't go alone, she went with another little kid who's about your height and super cute. Just now, Mingming had said so much, but Feng Jingshin actually didn't even feel much at ease. Now that she heard this, she immediately exploded. She grabbed a handful of small pictures, stood up violently, and threw them at Mingming with all her might. Impossible. You try that nonsense again. What Mingming said was clearly the truth, and he didn't understand why Feng Jingxian didn't believe his words and was still angry with him. He's spoiled too. He was also really angry and immediately threw a jigsaw at Feng Jingxin as well, shouting, "I'm not bolting. You. What happened?" The noise from their side was so loud that Feng Jingxin and the others who were meeting in the living room heard the commotion. Sang Sin came over at the first opportunity. Ming Ming was wronged and reddened, I just said. Humph. Feng Jingxin also reddened her eyes, deflated her mouth, and ran over to the parlor, deepening towards Feng Ting, Dad. Seeing this, Feng Jingxin had no choice but to hold the lunging her in a hug. After greeting his guests, he carried Feng Jingxin out of the parlor and walked farther away before asking, "What's wrong?" Feng Jingxin just wanted to restate what her cousin had just said, but before she could say anything, her tears were the first to come down when she thought that Rongji was now accompanying other, cuter children than her. By this time, Sang Qian and Feng Tinglin had already learned the whole story from Ming Ming's side. Sang Qian asked Feng Tinglin and heard Feng Tinglin say that she didn't pay attention to it and didn't know if what her son said was true. Sang Qian thought for a moment, she said, "Grandma believes that Ming Ming didn't lie. It's very likely that Ming Ming did see your cousin's mother, but it's also possible that what you saw was just a person who looked like your cousin's mother, and wasn't really your second aunt." Yesterday, after Feng Lin Song came back, he saw Feng Tingshan pick up Feng Jing Xan to see the old lady in the hospital, but there was no sign of Rongji, so he asked about Rongji. At that time, Feng Tingshan only said that Rongji had something he couldn't leave because he was in the way of Feng Jing Xan. No one in the Feng family knew that Feng Tingshan and Rong Qi were getting divorced except for old Mrs. Feng. Rong Ru's feelings for Feng Tingshan had been evident to the Feng family over the years. At that time, when they heard Feng Tingshan say so, Sang Qian and Feng Lin Song thought that Feng Tingshan said that Rongji had something that he couldn't get away from, was that something had happened in Rong's family, so much so that Rongji couldn't get away from coming back to Feng's family with Feng Tingshan. Now that they heard Ming Ming say this, both Sang Qian and Feng Tinglin actually felt that Ming Ming might have misread the situation. After all, as far as they knew, the Rong family didn't seem to have any children similar to Feng Jingxin, and it was unlikely that Rongji would choose to run off to the movies by himself without coming back to the Feng family if he really had the time. It's illogical. Chapter 138 Alone. Mindy just can't stand being questioned about lying. Once Sang Qian comforted him like this, he was immediately in a much better mood. Feng Jingxin, who was on the side, heard this and also stopped crying. Yes, oh, it's likely that Lu Zining has misidentified someone. That person wasn't even her mom. The thought made her feel much better. But then she remembered that Rongji had complimented Sweetie on her cuteness before. Also, they seemed to know each other well. When Feng Jingxin thought of this, she didn't even have time to wipe her tears, so she reached out to go through Feng Tingshan's pockets. "Dad, cell phone." Feng Tingshan heard Sang Qian's words and probably knew what had happened. He wiped Feng Jingxin's tears with his thumb and sniffed, handing her his cell phone. Feng Jingxin hurriedly entered Rongji's number and dialed over. "Rongju has finished watching the movie. People are now playing games in the arcade next to the theater." Seeing Feng Tingshan's incoming call, he didn't hesitate to press it. Feng Jingxin still had tears in her eyes. Mom didn't answer. "Should be busy." Feng Tingshan said, "Let's not disturb her. Dad will take you out for dinner tonight." Feng Tingshan said that Rongji was busy, and in Feng Jing Xian's heart, she just felt that Feng Tingshan also thought that Lu Zining had recognized the wrong person. Feng Jingxin was relieved and said, "Call Auntie Woohoo together?" Feng Tingshan smiled, "Good." Feng Jingxin was in a better mood and got down from his arms, just about to continue playing with her own puzzle, but still not quite at ease. She called Ms. Yang and told her that she was looking for Sweetie. Mr. Yang was quite surprised to hear her request. Because in her impression, Feng Jingxin did not like sweetness. It's not to the point of bullying, but... Unable to resist Feng Jingxin's pampering, in the end, she first contacted Sweetie's mom and asked Sweetie and Sweetie's mom's wishes before giving Feng Jingxin Sweetie's mom's contact information. Feng Jingxin called a video over. Sugar quickly picked up. She was a little surprised. "Xin student, the teacher said you were looking for me? Are you looking for me to play?" Although Feng Jingxin didn't seem to like her much. But she had always been quite fond of Feng Jingxin. Because she thought Feng Jing Xian was bold and confident and looked cool. Aha! Feng Jingxin pursed her small mouth. "Where are you now?" "At home." Sugar happily panned the camera and told her, "My grandparents are coming over. They're making me my favorite dumplings with my mom. Do you want to?" When Feng Jingxin saw that Sugar's family did pack a lot of dumplings and that they seemed to really be at home, she was a little more relieved and asked, "You didn't go to the movies with my mom today, did you?" Sweetie shook her head. "With Auntie Rong?" "No, I haven't seen Auntie Rong for a long time." Hearing this, Feng Jingxin was completely relieved and said, "I know, you wrap your dumplings." The words left his mouth and he was about to hang up the video, but finally paused and said with a not so self-conscious face, "See you later." Sugar, "Oh, again, bye." The parlor. Seeing Feng Tingshan return, Feng Lin Song asked, "Is it alright?" Feng Tingshan, "Aha." The few guests sitting across from the Feng family's father and son had only arrived a short while ago. They had just seen Feng Jingxin for the first time. Seeing this, one of them couldn't help but say, "I can't believe that Tingshan's children are actually this old, so Tingshan got married a long time ago?" Although there was recent news that Feng Tingshan already had a child. But they all thought it was a catch-22. Now that they've seen it with their own eyes, they realize it's actually true. Feng Tingshan took a sip of tea and said, "Aha." The others sniffed and smiled. They even brought their daughters over today with the purpose of letting their daughters meet Feng Tingshan. It would be great if it came to fruition. I didn't realize he was actually married. Their daughter is beautiful, gentle and quiet, but they have been sitting for a little more than half an hour. Feng Tingshan froze and did not look at their daughter. It was clear that Feng Tingshan was not interested in their daughter at all. Perhaps, even if Feng Tingshan wasn't married yet, their daughter didn't see a chance. The other side. Just after playing in the arcade for more than an hour, He Changbai and Shan Shan had something to do and left first. Rongji had actually been writing a paper today before he left the house. Now the paper is almost written. Later she went back to fix the latest content, then she will send over to Nan Jiji to help her over. Sure, no problem, then you can officially submit. She thought as she played the VR game, not noticing that someone came out of the movie theater and saw her. Seeing her alone playing the game, Sun Liao snorted and withdrew her gaze before turning away. Half an hour later, she appeared in the luxurious villa of the Lin family. She ran upstairs and was a bit surprised to see Xiang Rufang there as well. "Mom, didn't you have an appointment with someone to go shopping? How come you're at your aunt's house too? Isn't this back from shopping?" Although the villa that their Sun family lives in now is already quite good, compared to this villa that Feng Tingshan bought for Sun Yuqing, it is more than a star and a half worse. Therefore, ever since the Lin family had moved into this villa, Xiang Rufang would come over here to sit for a while when she had something to do. Although the Lin family had already moved in for a while, Xiang Rufang was still envious as she looked at the expensive decorations in the villa. Sun Liao is similar to Xiang Rufang. The Sun family and the Lin family were already close. She's almost like her mom now, and she's getting more and more inclined to run to Lin's house. She sat down like she was in her own home and said with a mysterious look on her face, "Mom, cousin, aunt, guess who I saw in Game City?" Lin Wu was currently sitting in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, flipping through a book. At that, the answer immediately came to her mind. But she had little interest and wasn't going to bother. Xiang Rufang, however, came to be interested. "You saw Rongji?" "Right." Sun Liao nibbled on a melon seed and laughed. "Didn't my brother-in-law not let her follow him back to the Feng family's old mansion this time?" "That's not it, now she can only stay alone in the game hall to play games." Ouch, that back looked pitiful. Chapter 139, Don't send people here without saying hello. It's something they've known for a long time. Hearing Sun Liao talk about it now, Xiang Rufang still laughed very happily. However, Lin Wu remained focused on her book, with little reaction on her face. So did Sun Yuqing. It was as if Rongji was no longer worth their attention. Seeing that Sun Yuqing still had the intention to continue talking down, she spoke in a light voice. "Yao, your cousin is still studying, don't make any noise to disturb her." "Oh." Seeing Lin Wu so serious, Sun Liao said, "Didn't the teacher arrive in the morning? It's now more than 5 in the afternoon, yet cousin is still studying. I feel tired just looking at her. Isn't cousin tired?" Xiang Rufang said, "Tired is definitely tired, but your cousin is a person who does great things. I have always told you that I want you to learn well from your cousin, you prefer not to listen." When the words fell, he smiled again and said with concern, "But little Wu, effort is effort, you still need to take a proper rest, why don't you come over and eat something first?" Lin Wu didn't raise her head and said, "No need, Tingshan has asked me out for dinner, I'll watch for a little while longer, I'm going out." After playing the game, Rongji went back to Rong's house and spent more than 3 hours reworking the paper to make sure there were no problems, then sent it to Nan Jiji. She stretched and went out of her room, and when she got downstairs, she saw her own grandmother standing in the doorway in the middle of winter, in a manner that seemed to be waiting for someone. Rongji frowned and busied herself by walking over. "Grandmother, you..." Before the words were out of his mouth, there was a sound of a car outside. She had just walked to the door when she saw a car drive into the courtyard, and soon after, Feng Jingxin pushed open the door and ran down from the car. "Mom, great-grandmother." "Hey!" Old Mrs. Rong's eyes curved with joy as she smiled, bending down and opening her arms to hug her. The first time Feng Jingxin got down from the car, she actually ran towards Rongji, but when she saw old Mrs. Rong bending down to hug her, she hugged old Mrs. Rong first. Old Mrs. Rong asked, "Have you eaten? Are you hungry?" "Just finished eating outside with Dad, not hungry." Feng Jingxin said, coming out of old Mrs. Rong's arms, coming over on her tiptoes to ask Rong resigned to hug her. "Mommy, hug." Rongji bent down and just picked her up, and his face didn't change when he smelled the faint perfume on her. This time Feng Tingshan didn't personally send Feng Jingxin over. Feng Jingxin got out of the car without closing the door. The driver got out of the car and closed the door, nodded his head in greeting to Rongqi and old Mrs. Rong, and drove the car away. Feng Jingxin had to go to school tomorrow, and she didn't take long to arrive at Rong's house before she took a bath and went to bed. Rongru tucked her in, picked up his cell phone, and sent a message over to Feng Tingshan. "Tomorrow afternoon you have the driver pick up XIN back, and also, don't send people to me without greeting them again. I don't know if I didn't see it or if I'm not available." After the message was sent, Feng Tingshan didn't reply to her message for a night. The next day, Rongru sent Feng Jingxian to school and returned to the company before Feng Tingshan sent a message over. Good. Rongji finished reading the message, put down his cell phone, and began to work in earnest. After 2 days of work, it's the weekend again. On Monday morning, Rongji received a reply from Nan Jiji, no problem, you can vote. Rongji and Yumohan hadn't seen Nan Jiji for a while as well. After the official pitch, that evening, they invited Nan Jiji out for dinner outside. This time, Nan Jiji did not refuse. When they arrived at the hotel, Rongji got off with Nan Jiji and they went upstairs, not noticing He Changbai's car, which was parked not far from their car. On the contrary, it was He Changbai. After seeing Rongji and the others, the movement of pushing the door to get out of the car stopped. He waited 2 or 3 minutes before getting out of the car with a dozing Shan Shan in his arms. Kaiyulan was the first to arrive. Seeing him, he said, coming? He Changbai nodded, aha. A few minutes later, Shan Shan had just woken up and Feng Tingshan, Lin Wu, Feng Jingxian and Sun Liao had also arrived. Seeing Sun Liao, He Changbai lowered his eyes. Sun Liao, however, was very excited and quickly stepped in front of him, greeting him in a delicate voice, Brother Changbai. He Changbai looked at her faintly and did not respond. Sun Liao felt a little embarrassed. At this time, Feng Jingxin came over, seeing Shan Shan's not so good in spirit, said, Shan Shan, are you not feeling well? Mono, not. Looking at Feng Jingxin, He Changbai instead revealed a gentle smile, there's nothing wrong with Shan Shan, he just woke up from a nap. When Shan Shan saw Feng Jingxian come, she also got down from He Changbai's arms and went to sit in a corner of the sofa with Feng Jingxian to chat. After Lin Wu arrived, she sat down beside Feng Tingshan, and after taking a sip of the water Feng Tingshan handed over, she took out a book from her bag and said to He Changbbai and the others, I'll read a bit, you guys chat, don't mind me. Lin Wu in the matter of learning with Lu Chang, Shi Yuluan is also aware of. Seeing her efforts to this extent, she couldn't help but say, bringing a book with you when you come out to eat? Should we be so exaggerated? Sun Liao sat down next to He Changbai and said, my cousin has been like this for the past few days, working super hard. The fact that Lin Wu wanted to become Nan Jiji's student was also known to He Changbai. And Nan Jiji was now eating at a place not far from their box. He didn't say it, though. He suddenly paused at the thought. Because he suddenly remembered that when he had just met Rongji and the others downstairs, Rongji and Yumohan were standing on either side of Nan Jiji. When he saw them downstairs just now, he thought that Rongji had eaten with Nan Jiji because of Yumohan. But if that was really the case, then Rongji should have stood next to Yumohan. Rongji was not a sociable person, but when he saw Rongji just now, Rongji was talking to Nan Jiji with great familiarity. The two programs, Long Inc., were developed only in the past few months. And it's just these 3 or 4 months since Rongji left Feng Group and joined Chang Mo. 2 days ago, Lu Chang had said that Rongru's ability was above his. And then it dawned on him that when Lin Wu wanted to enter Chang Mo, Yu Sun had given up on Lin Wu, who was, in their opinion, extremely outstanding, without hesitation because of Rongru. At first, no matter Chi Yuluan, or him, all thought that Rong Jue and Yumashuan existed in an ambiguous relationship, and Yumashuan would only give up Lin Wu because of Rong Jue. But now, looking at Lin Wu who was flipping through the book, encountering problems she didn't understand and asking Feng Tingshan seriously. He Changbai's aura flickered, and finally froze completely, jerking up from his chair. Chapter 140, Why is he here so early in the morning? Long Bottom? Feng Tingshan and Chi Yuluan, among others, froze when they saw him violently stand up. Seeing something strange on his face, he asked, is something wrong? He Changbai snapped back to his senses, but his eyes fell on Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu, then slowly shook his head, it's fine. The words fell out, and he sat back down. Sun Liao, Brother Changbai, I. He Changbai looked like he didn't hear, inclined his head and said warmly to Shan Shan over there, is Shan Shan thirsty, do you want to drink water? Mono, good. Shan Shan ran over and took 2 sips of water from He Changbai's hand before running back to chat with Feng Jingxin. Just now they were chatting about the small toys that Feng Jingxian had brought over to her. After drinking the water and going back to Feng Jingxin's side, Shan Shan also handed Feng Jingxin a hand puppet. This is what I bought when I went to the movies on New Year's Day vacation, it's for you. Feng Jingxin liked it and took it in surprise. You went to the movies on New Year's Day too? Yeah, my uncle and my aunt took me there. Shan Shan happily said, after the movie, we also went to play games. My aunt is super good at games, but unfortunately, my uncle and I had something to do, so we left first before we could play for long. My brother-in-law took me to the movie that morning too, but my brother-in-law was in a hurry to go out with his friends and we went home after the movie, and I didn't even know there were hand-me-downs available. Missing out on the opportunity to buy hand-me-downs, Feng Jingxin was lost, and when she heard Shan Shan compliment her aunt on how well she played the game, she couldn't help but say softly, my mom also plays the game exceptionally well. Then next time I'll call up my aunt and you call up your mom and we'll play together. Shan Shan said and noticed Feng Tingshan was looking at them. Feng Jingxin also noticed, Dad, what's wrong? Feng Tingshan hooked his lips and smiled lightly, it's fine, you guys chat. Oh. Ordered the food, Shi Yuman suddenly asked, by the way Changbai, the cooperation between your company and Changma, is it still smooth? He Changbai, it went pretty well. Shi Yiluan raised his eyebrows, a face of interest. Oh? There is not any moth? Linwu was originally looking at the book quite seriously, and when she heard this, the action of turning the pages of the book stopped slightly. Know each other for many years, he Changbai naturally no chi yu mouth moth refers to whether Rongji made any jokes, or where she did not do a good place. He Changbai realized that Feng Tingxian was also looking over. He seemed interested in the topic as well. He Changbai's eyelids drooped slightly and said, no. Actually no? Shi Yuluan was quite surprised. Aha! Linwu sniffed and pursed her lips before turning that page of the book over. Feng Tingxian sipped his tea without interrupting. Shi Yuluan felt uninterested and quickly changed the topic. Almost 2 hours later, after eating, they left. They had just left in front of them, and Rongji and Nanjiji they also went downstairs to leave. Back home, Rongji began to study the information Nanjiji had given her. The information, which encompassed the latest plans of the world's countries in the field of AI, that is to say, what was in the information was still in the conceptualization stage, and it was not necessarily true that a finished product could be developed yet. Rongji looked at it for a long time. I don't even know when the sky turns light outside. Until the sun was already high in the sky, and He Mingxue gently knocked on the door of her room. Xiaoru, you need to get up for breakfast. Rongji answered, good, I'll go down in a moment. After she brushed her teeth and took a shower, she called Yu Mohan over. Yu Mohan rubbed his aching temples, his eyes barely open. I knew you must still be up too. I'm going downstairs for breakfast now, and we'll talk later? Yu Mashuan's eyes were sore and he sat down in a chair to recline, but his tone was excited. Chat, must chat. Inspiration is extremely easy to turn on a dime. Of course you have to strike while the iron is hot. Good. After breakfast, Rongji was about to video Yu Mohan when Pei Shuechen's call came. Just now I received a call from Feng Tingxian's lawyer. The real estate certificates for the 3 villas Feng Tingxian distributed to you some time ago have been completed. I will go over to pick up the real estate certificates later. When are you free to come over to pick them up? If you don't have time, let's make an appointment later and I'll send the license over to you. Rongju almost forgot about it. Her mind wasn't on that right now. Hearing Pei Shuechen say this, she said, then I'll trouble you to make a trip, lawyer Pei. After hanging up the phone, she and Yumahun then went about their business. It lasted until about noon, when they were overusing their brains and their heads were about to explode, and then it came to a temporary end. The last time Rongji went to see old Mrs. Feng was last Sunday. Rongji and old Mrs. Rong had originally scheduled to go see old Mrs. Feng in the afternoon. But today, Rongji had been busy all night and hadn't slept until now. At lunch, she told old Mrs. Rong to push her visit to old Mrs. Feng to the evening. Old Mrs. Rong, seeing her face look so bad and like she hadn't slept well, said, okay, then we'll go after dinner. Rongji went to bed to catch up on his sleep and didn't get up until close to 6 o'clock. After dinner, they went to the hospital with old Mrs. Rong. When they arrived at the hospital, Feng Tingxian was not there. Rongji and old Mrs. Rong stayed with old Mrs. Feng in the hospital for nearly 2 hours until they were about to leave when Feng Tingxian returned. Feng Tingxian was not surprised to see them, as if he knew they would come over. When he saw them getting ready to leave, he politely said, thank you for coming to see Grandma. Rongji and old Mrs. Rong didn't want to pay attention to him. Feng Tingxian helped them press the elevator and asked Rongji, did you receive the real estate certificate? Not yet. Rongji and old Mrs. Rong entered the elevator and said to Feng Tingxian, who was going to enter the elevator to see them off, no need to see them off, you go back. Feng Tingxian gave a beat and didn't insist. As for why she hadn't received the real estate license yet, he didn't continue to ask. It seemed he would ask, just looking for a reason to talk. Only after the elevator closed did old Mrs. Rong ask, what real estate license? We got divorced and he gave me a portion of the property. Old Mrs. Rong said, since he's giving it, you can keep it. Well, I know. When they arrived home, Pei Shuechen also arrived at Rong's house, and he didn't bother him too much, so he left. Rongji went back to his room with the real estate license in his arms, casually stuffed it in the cabinet, and went in the bathroom to take a shower. She'd had a busy day today and was severely sleep deprived, so after her shower, it didn't take long for her to fall asleep. Day 2. Rongru went downstairs for a run and after breakfast, he left for work. When they arrived at the building where Chang Mo was located, Rongji was just about to turn a corner and drive the car to the underground garage when he saw He Changbai, who had lowered the window on one side and was sitting in the car. Rongru frowned. Why is he here so early in the morning? If she remembered correctly, they Chanma and He Changbai did not have a detailed schedule today. Chapter 141, you're also a student of Nanjiji, right? She was just thinking about it when He Changbai saw her car and walked towards her. Rongru slowly lowered the window. Mr. He Changbai, good morning. Rongji nodded, good morning. Saying that, he asked, is there something that Mr. He came over here for? He Changbai came over here for nothing really. He just remembered his guess from the night before. He said, last Saturday night, in front of the hotel, I saw you and General Manager Yu, as well as Mr. Nanjiji. As Rongji listened, before she could react to why he was suddenly telling her this, she heard Yi Changbai ask, "You're also a student of Mr. Nan Jiji, aren't you?" Rongji froze and frowned at him. "You." Yi Changbai, however, glimpsed the answer in her reaction. "In that case, these two projects of Changma, you also led the team to develop them?" Rongji pursed her lips. "What on earth are you?" "One last question." Yi Changbai said, "Changma's QAP programming language is also from you, right?" Although he didn't know much about programming languages, his own business was involved in related fields, and he was well aware of how powerful an existence QAP really was. As far as he knew, QAP had been around since the beginning of Nagamo's existence. If that speculation comes true as well. In other words, Rongji had already developed such a powerful language system at the age of 17. But the programming language that she had developed 8 or 9 years ago, Linwu could not even touch the edge of QAP until now. It could be seen how powerful an existence Rongji really was in this field. Everyone is now praising Long Ink for his awesome skills. That is to say, it's not actually Yumahun who's awesome. The person who is really great is Rongru. Rongji didn't say anything. Yi Changbai, however, had already come up with an answer. Granted, he already had the answer in mind. But when this was confirmed, his heart was still shaken. He looked at Rongji and remembered something that had happened in the past and recently. He suddenly realized that he never really seemed to know her. Rongji pursed her lips and finally opened her mouth. "You came over early in the morning just to tell me this? I'm just so shocked that I want an answer." He was not going to open his mouth to ask her these questions until he actually saw her this morning, even though he was present in person. Because with their current relationship, asking her these questions was actually not something he could very well talk about. But after seeing her, somehow the question suddenly came out of his mouth. The moment he asked, he was surprised in his own mind. Without waiting for Rongji to speak, Yi Changbai looked at her again and said, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone else," Young said with a lurch. She saw the sincerity in his eyes as he said it. She didn't say anything. Yi Changbai took a step back, pulling away from her, and said, "Go inside, I won't bother you." With those words, he turned and left. Young. She frowned and drove the car into the underground garage before heading up the stairs. Next, Rongji and Yumashuan, in addition to being busy with their work, tirelessly studied the information given to them by Nan Jiji as soon as they were free, and almost every day they arrived at the office early in the morning and returned home only after midnight. After being busy for more than 10 days in a row, this morning, Rongji had to go to the airport to pick up a collaborator. After arriving at the airport, Rongji waited for more than 20 minutes before the person she was waiting for finally arrived. She was just about to go up to the man when she saw a familiar figure appear behind her collaborator. Seeing Lin Lihai, Rongji's expression remained unchanged. Lin Lihai, however, didn't see her, but a 17 or 18-year-old boy beside him happily waved toward the other side of the exit. "Mom, sis, Dad, and I are here." Hearing the boy's words, Rongji jolted to a halt, suddenly realizing who he really was. Looking sideways, he was surprised to see Sun Yuqing and Lin Wu. Sun Yuqing and Lin Wu revealed smiles, while Lin Che quickly ran towards them. At this time, Mr. Tang, the partner of Chang Mo, came over to greet Rongji with a smile. "Miss Rong." Rongji loosened his clenched palms, retracted his sight, smiled and shook hands with the person, Mr. Tang. At this time, Sun Yuqing and Lin Lihai, they finally noticed Rongji. Lin Lihai frowned. Sun Yuqing's smile faded a few points. Lin Wu, on the other hand, looked indifferent and unimpressed. Lin Che, who didn't know what his parents and sister were looking at, followed Lin Lihai's line of sight as they looked over and was stunned to see Rongji. He had never seen Rongru and blurted out, "What a pretty young lady." Lin Wu frowned at him. Lin Lihai gave a beat, patted Lin Che's shoulder, withdrew his gaze, and said, "Get in the car first." Lin Che retracted his gaze, then remembered something and said with dissatisfaction, "Where's my future brother-in-law? Why didn't he come to pick me and Dad up? With this attitude, he also wants to marry off such a beautiful and excellent sister like me? I'll be the first to disagree." Lin Wu laughed, lightly patted the back of his head and said, "Tingshin had an important meeting and couldn't get away, but he knew you were coming to the capital city, so he's already put off a social gathering and booked a private room to receive you. How's that? Are you satisfied?" "Barely." Lin Che looked at Lin Wu, lifted his chin and said arrogantly, "My sister is so beautiful and excellent, isn't it only right for him to pay more if he wants to marry you off?" Hearing Lin Che's words, Lin Wu and Sun Yuqing they all laughed. By this time, Rongji had also finished exchanging pleasantries with General Manager Tang. A few people got into the car. Before getting into the car, Rongji also heard someone say, "What an eye-catching family of 4, are they stars? I don't know, but they have such a great family atmosphere, I'm so envious." Rongju closed the car door, isolating the sound from outside. After chatting with Mr. Tang all the way for nearly an hour, near noon, their car steadily stopped in front of the hotel. Rongji and Mr. Tang had just gotten out of the car when Lin Lihai and the others also got out of the car. They also saw Rongji. Lin Lihai didn't expect Rongji to actually eat here as well. He frowned. Lin Wu knew what he was worried about. She smiled without much concern, signaling Lin Lihai not to worry. Before, when Feng Tingshan hadn't formally filed for divorce with Rongji, Feng Tingshan received her family with her, and Rongji didn't dare to let out a single fart for fear of annoying Feng Tingshan. Now that their divorce was going to be finalized, Rongji would be even more afraid to do anything. Lin Lihai knew what Lin Wu meant. It's not a good idea to be afraid. He didn't want any unpleasant surprises on such a happy day. Rongju didn't look at them. At that moment, Yu Mohan also arrived. He had just gotten out of the car when he saw Lin Lihai and the others and noticed Lin Che as well. Chapter 142. Miss Rong and Mr. Feng are boyfriend and girlfriend? However, Lin Lihai and the others had already turned around and gone upstairs, so they didn't see Yu Mohan, who had just gotten out of the car. Yu Mohan withdrew his gaze and busied himself by coming over to greet Mr. Tang. After exchanging pleasantries with Mr. Tang, their group was about to go upstairs when Feng Tingshan also arrived. He just got out of the car, and Mr. Tang was surprised to see him. Mr. Feng. Feng Tingshan's face didn't change when he saw Rongji and Yu Mashuan. He smiled lightly and shook hands with Mr. Tang, who was walking towards him. When did Mr. Tang come to the capital city? Just arrived. Mr. Tang smiled. Last time, Mr. Feng said he was free to have dinner together. I wonder when Mr. Feng is free. Why don't we choose a date, tonight? Feng Tingshan, I have a full schedule today, let's do it in a couple days. Okay, in a couple days. Looking at Feng Tingshan and General Manager Tang exchanging pleasantries, Yu Mashuan skimmed his lips and whispered, it's only been half a month since we cleared the air, and I didn't expect to run into them again. Rongji didn't say anything. However, speaking of which, it was true that she hadn't seen Feng Tingshan for half a month. Even last weekend when she went to the hospital to see Mrs. Feng in the hospital, she didn't see him. In these 10 days or so, Feng Tingshan did call her, especially in these 2 or 3 days. Maybe it was already winter vacation. Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu didn't have time for her, and she called her several times out of boredom. But she didn't even answer. However, Feng Tingshan was quite faithful to his promise. I don't know what he said to Feng Jingxian. Even if she didn't answer the phone, Feng Jingxian didn't run towards Rong's house. Rather, it saved her some trouble. By the time she thought of this, Feng Tingshan and General Manager Tang had already finished exchanging pleasantries. A few of them got into the elevator piece by piece. Seeing that Yu Mohan and Rongji didn't talk much to Feng Tingshan, it was only afterward that Mr. Tang realized that there seemed to be a suspicion between them. Mr. Tang's smile suddenly became awkward as well. Rongji noticed that Feng Tingshan seemed to be looking at her. She pursed her lips and just raised her head to meet Feng Ting's deep, dark eyes. Feng Tingshan suddenly opened his mouth and asked her, when are you free these days? Rongji retracted his gaze, didn't look at him, and said coldly, I'm not available at any time. With his knees, he knew that he was asking this question because it was related to Feng Jingxin. It was now only more than half a month since she had last seen Feng Jingxin, and there were still more than 10 days to go before the month was up. She's been busy lately and doesn't have time to bring Feng Jingxian. Feng Tingshan smiled down and didn't seem to mind her attitude, only saying, it's almost the new year. Rongji gave a start, suddenly understanding what he meant. If she doesn't take the time to bring Feng Jingxin lately, then the new year. She had been really busy lately and had actually forgotten about it. But, she said coldly, I wouldn't mind taking a month less. She hadn't spent a lot of time with Feng Jingxin in the last month anyway. What's the harm in not bringing it this month? Feng Tingshan sniffed and raised his eyebrows, but didn't say anything. Mr. Tang froze as he listened to their conversation. He wasn't really sure what they were talking about, but with a ding, the elevator arrived, and Feng Tingshan greeted General Manager Tang before exiting the elevator and leaving. Only after the elevator closed did Mr. Tang ask, Miss Rong and Mr. Feng turned out to be boyfriend and girlfriend? Rongji said, no. Mr. Tang, however, didn't believe it and thought that Rongji should have quarreled with Feng Tingshan and gambled to say so. Moreover, he felt that Feng Tingshan and Rongji did look quite compatible. However, he didn't have time to say much before his cell phone rang. This topic, too, was revealed. After dinner, Rongji and Yu Mohan's group went downstairs, but when they were in the parking lot, they once again encountered Feng Tingshan and the Lin family. Rongji and Yu Mashuan they heard Lin Che say to Feng Tingshan, treat my sister well, if you dare to bully my sister, I won't let you go, humph. This was the first time Lin Che had met Feng Tingshan in person. In fact, just now in the box, when he saw Feng Tingshan for the first time, Lin Che did not dare to talk to Feng Tingshan like this. Because Feng Tingshan had a strong aura on him, he was not an ordinary person at first glance. However, Feng Tingshan treated him very well. Thinking of all the ways that the family had praised Feng Tingshan before, after a meal, with less distance, Lin Che didn't fear him and dared to speak harshly to Feng Tingshan. Having said that, Lin Che was actually very satisfied with Feng Tingshan as his future brother-in-law. Because he felt from the bottom of his heart that no matter which way he looked at it, Feng Tingshan was indeed worthy of his sister. Not to mention Feng Tingshan was so kind to his sister and his family. Naturally, he would have nothing to dislike. Therefore, he appeared to be putting down harsh words, but what he actually meant was understood by everyone on the scene. Feng Tingshan listened and smiled, good. Lin Wu listened and smiled sweetly. A very loving scene. Yu Mohan watched, but sneered. There was little expression on Rongru's face. Mr. Tang, however, reacted and looked at Rongji. So, you and Mr. Feng really aren't a couple? Dare I say that pretty girl over there is Feng Tingshin's girlfriend? Rongji said faintly, no. At this time, Feng Tingshin and Lin Wu and the others also noticed Rongji and Yu Mohan and looked towards them. Yu Mohan, however, didn't bother to look at them and directly said to Mr. Tang, please get on the car. When he ran into Feng Tingshin earlier, Mr. Tang had already noticed that the relationship between Yu Mashuan and Feng Tingshin didn't seem to be very good. In this situation, Mr. Tang didn't say much, nodded with Feng Tingshin and got into the car. Rongru and Yu Mohan followed close behind. Their car quickly disappeared into the parking lot. Chapter 143 He Changbai's Coldness. The cooperation talk with Mr. Tang went well. 2 days later, both sides signed the contract and Mr. Tang had other trips, so he left Changma. After a half day of exhaustion, Rongji and Yu Mohan returned to the conference room, drank some hot drinks, and just took a break when Secretary Chen walked in, piled a thick pile of invitations in front of them, and said, the invitations to the end-of-the-year cocktail party that they received in the past few days are all here. There were 20 or 30 invitations in here. The invitations sent over by Renha Feng, He Changbai, Feng Group and Xuandu were among them. Rongji and Yu Mohan looked over and realized that the Lin family had also had someone send over invitations. On the invitation sent over by the Lin family, in addition to Yu Mohan, it even had Rongji's name on it. Yu Mohan sat diagonally on the conference table and smiled as he held the invitation sent over by the Lin family. It seems that our company is not too glamorous. Instead of saying that their company was not too glamorous, it would be better to say that their company's 2 latest projects in Quap had a fatal attraction to the Lin family. So much so that the Lin family had put their foot down in order to draw him in, and had included Rongji's name on the invitation. But they don't know, Long Ink these outside eyes coveted technology, not from him. Thinking of this, the smile under Yu Mohan's eyes became even more intense. In fact, not only the Lin family, but also Ren's group, Xuandu and Feng's group and other companies sent over invitations in which none of them had the very good sense to write Rongji's name. Only the invitation sent over by He Changbai was different. He separated the 2 of them directly and sent over 2 invitations. Yu Mashuan looked at him and said, this He Changbai is not bad. The last time Rongru and He Changbai met was the morning when He Changbai asked her if she was her teacher's student. Now hearing Yu Mohan say this, Rongji didn't say anything. Yu Mohan looked at the invitations and said, Ren's, Xuandu, Feng's, and Lin's all of these are passed over, so we'll just attend the receptions of his group and a few other companies that we've been working with relatively happily and forget about it? As for companies such as Ren's, sending a gift to show a little bit of human contact would be fine. Of course, companies like Feng's group, Xuandu, and Lin's were companies that didn't even need to send gifts. It's best to eliminate correspondence. Good. Rongru thought the same thing. She and Yu Mohan had focused most of their energy on studying the information their teacher had given them some time ago, in addition to dealing with the core matters of the company. So, except for some necessary socializing, none of them wanted to waste time surrounding themselves with unnecessary people. Nagamo is actually preparing for the reception. It's just that they're busy and the invitations won't go out until 2 days later. It's the end of the year, and Xuandu's side of the business needs to be followed up before the new year. The next day, Rongru joined Su Yuchuan and several others and traveled to Xuandu. When Rongru arrived at Xuandu, he happened to bump into Lin Wu. However, without giving each other a look, they went about their business. Rongji was busy and after a while, she noticed that someone was looking at her and when she looked over, she realized that it was Lin Che. After Rongji saw that it was him, he then withdrew his eyes. Lin Che had already been in the capital city for 3 or 4 days. After playing over here for 2 days, he felt bored staying at home and learned that his sister was now working in his future brother-in-law's company, and in a moment of curiosity, he wanted to come over here to have a look. I didn't expect to see Rongji just after entering Xuandu. He thought Young Ru was also an employee of Xuandu. Seeing that Rongji took one look at him and withdrew his eyes, he curiously asked the person who brought him in, what are they busy with now? The other person said, the departments are different, so I'm not really sure, but I think it has something to do with the maintenance of the language system. Oh. Lin Che actually wanted to go over and take a look, but seeing that Rongji and the others seemed to be very busy, he didn't feel too good about going over and disturbing Rongji as they worked. He had to ask, where's my sister? The other party was busy smiling. Director Lin is in a meeting, do you want to go in and take a look? Lin Che then followed. After a while, he realized that everyone else in the conference room was listening intently to his sister talk about her work. He said, everyone seems to have special respect for my sister. The person who brought him in laughed, that's for sure, Director Lin has outstanding abilities, and everyone on our team especially likes her. What's more, because of the relationship between Director Lin and Mr. Feng, the daily welfare of their group was also very good. Of course, that didn't come out of his mouth. Hearing the other party praise his sister, Lin Che smiled happily and felt honored in her heart. However, he had no intention of going in and disturbing Lin Wu's work. He said, show me other places. Okay. Lin Che and the others walked out, and then they bumped into He Changbai, who came in through the door. The person receiving Lin Che was busy greeting He Changbai, Mr. He. He Changbai nodded and glanced at Lin Che beside him, seeing that his face was a little tender and he was dressed in a student vibrant manner, not like someone in the workplace. He instantly guessed Lin Che's identity. But he didn't say anything. The person who received Lin Che, however, introduced him. This is Director Lin's younger brother, Lin Che. Lin Che and He Changbai have never met. But Lin Che was aware of He Changbai. Hearing the person who received him address Mr. He Changbai, Lin Che guessed, your brother Changbai? He Changbai nodded, hello. Lin Che smiled and said, hello. Lin Che was about to speak, but He Changbai had already seen Rongji, who was working over there, and he faintly said, I'll go over there for a bit. When the words fell, without waiting for Lin Che and the person who received him to react, he had already walked towards Rongji's side. Lin Che froze. Didn't they say that his future brother-in-law's two friends were also particularly close to his sister? Why did he feel that He Changbai seemed a bit cold to him? He Changbai didn't pay attention to what Lin Che thought. He walked over to Rongji's side and spoke, Miss Rong. Rongji turned around, saw it was him and gave a start, Mr. He. It's the end of the year and He Changbai is busy. It was true that he and Rongji hadn't seen each other for half a month. Moreover, not 2 days after he talked to Rongji that day, he was secretly interviewed by someone from above. However, he wasn't going to mention any of these things as he looked at Rongji and asked, will Miss Rong attend my company's reception on the weekend? Rongji said, it will. From the time he took the initiative to open his mouth to help her uncle, Rongji could actually feel that his attitude towards her was actually quite good. Anyway, he'd helped her. What's more, they had worked quite happily together during this period of time, and he had even sent her a separate invitation, so there was no reason for her not to attend in both public and private. Receiving her answer, He Changbai smiled, thanks for the honor. Rongji. You're welcome. He Changbai saw that she actually didn't really want to talk much with him, and He Changbai didn't force her, saying, you're busy, don't mind me. Rongji didn't say much, and continued to chat with Mr. Quan and the others about work. But He Changbai didn't leave. He just stood and listened to them talk about their work, occasionally interjecting a word or two. He Changbai and Chi Yuluan actually have Xuandu equity, just not directly involved in company operations. But at the end of the year Xuandu's company conference, they will still attend to participate a little. And today, he's coming over for a meeting. A few moments later, Lin Wu finished the meeting, saw Lin Che, and asked, have you visited the entire company? Lin Che, visited. At this time, Chi Yuluan also arrived. Seeing Lin Wu, he greeted her and when his eyes fell on Lin Che, he smiled, this is your little brother, right? Not bad, not living up to the good genes of your Lin family. Lin Wu laughed and was about to introduce Chi Yukuan to Lin Che when Lin Che said, your brother Yukuan, right? Chi Yuluan raised his eyebrows, yes, your kid's vision is good, your guess is really accurate. Lin Wu smiled and was about to speak when Lin Che scratched his head in a less than kind manner, actually, it's because I've already met brother Changbai. Hearing this, Lin Wu said, Changbai is already here? It's over there. Lin Che pointed towards Rongji's side. Chi Yuluan and Lin Wu looked over there and found that He Changbai was talking to Rongji, and that He Changbai had a very gentle attitude towards Rongji. Chapter 144 When can their divorce be finalized? Lin Wu watched and didn't care. He Changbai's attitude towards Rongji had turned softer, but only for the sake of working with Changma. Chi Yuluan and Lin Wu's thoughts were the same. This was the third time Lin Che had seen Rongji. He said, so that young lady is brother Changbai's girlfriend? Cough. Chi Yuluan listened and almost choked on his own saliva. What male and female friends? They don't have any relationship, don't talk nonsense. Lin Che had just arrived in the capital city and didn't know anything about it. Chi Yuluan and Lin Wu both thought that he was seeing Rongji good looking, and He Changbai standing a piece of eye-catching, so they guessed that Rongji is He Changbai's girlfriend. Okay. Just now, after He Changbai saw that young lady, his attention hadn't moved away from that young lady. He thought they were boyfriend and girlfriend. However, even if they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend now, He Changbai should still like that young lady, right? He Changbai had long since noticed the sight of Lin Wu and Chi Yuluan as they looked over. Seeing that the time for the meeting was almost up, he greeted Rong Ru and was about to leave, but suddenly remembered something and asked, you won't be attending Xuandu's reception in the next few days, right? Young. Right. Receiving a clear answer, He Changbai's heart moved slightly. He didn't say anything else, nodded with Rong Chi, and turned to leave. When He Changbai was about to return to Chi Yukuan's side, Feng Tingshan also arrived. He also saw Rong Ji who was working over there. However, he only looked at it twice, then withdrew his eyes and said to Chi Yuluan and He Changbai, it's almost time, go upstairs to the meeting. He Changbai noticed Feng Tingshan's indifference to Rong Ji. He lowered his eyelids. Before turning to go upstairs, Feng Tingshan asked Lin Che, have you sat in my office yet? Not yet. I've had refreshments prepared for you, so if you're bored go up and have a seat and a bite to eat. It had only been 2 or 3 days and Feng Tingshan and Lin Che were already getting along well with each other. After the meeting at noon, Xu Endu's group of shareholders and executives gathered together for dinner. Although Lin Wu and Lin Che weren't considered Xu Endu executives, because of their relationship with Feng Tingshan, they rode in Feng Tingshan's car and traveled together. He Changbai looked at the Xu Endu upstairs, remembered the figure of Rongji, suddenly asked Shi Yiluan, Tingshan their divorce procedures when can be done? Shi Yiluan didn't think much about it, only thought that he was concerned about the emotional affair between Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu, so he hoped that Feng Tingshan and Rongji would divorce quickly. He said, it could have been done the other day, but there was a problem with the change of equity in a company under Tingshan's name, so he had to deal with that before he could do the formalities. However, it should be soon. He Changbai, okay, I got it. Young Che ate the staff meal at Xu Endu at noon with Xu Endu's staff. After eating and resting for a while, she began to resume her work. At just after 3 in the afternoon, she finished her work on Xu Endu's side and went back to Nagamo. On the day of his reception, Rongji and Yumashuan finished their work before driving together to attend. Learning that Shi and Yumohan had arrived, He Changbai went to the door to greet them, but the moment he saw Rongji, he stopped in his tracks. Rongji wore a strapless blue and purple flowing bodycon dress today. Her skin was porcelain white and clean as snow, and her flowing gown set her off in a beautiful yet fresh manner. He Changbai looked in his eyes and felt that she was more beautiful and moving today than he had ever seen her on any occasion before. 2 seconds later, he collected the emotions under his eyes without any trace and greeted him, politely and courteously saying, Mr. Yu, Ms. Rong. Rongji Yumohan, Mr. He. They had just exchanged a few pleasantries when Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu also arrived. Lin Wu wore a white pinch-waisted high-class gown this evening, and the earrings and neck jewelry were dazzling, so she could tell they were worth a lot of money. She was also very colorful in this one, naturally. Only, seeing that at the sight of Rongji, she paused. I have to say that today's Rongji was indeed much more outstandingly beautiful compared to the previous times. Even so, she is not in a hurry, much less inferior. So what if your face is pretty? Her kernel is unattractive to the outside world. And she has more than looks. She withdrew her gaze bashfully, then looked at Feng Tingshan beside her. Seeing that Feng Tingshan also only glanced at Rongji before retracting his eyes in waves, she hooked her lips and smiled slightly.